Every day, you sit cross-legged under a towering pine tree for 3 hours, regardless of wind and rain. The villagers say you are neglecting your duties, always fantasizing about immortality through cultivation. But you neither confirm nor deny, for you truly desire immortality, to forever accompany Sun Yang. Since the age of 3, you knew that Sun Yang, who adopted you, was not human but a fox. As Sun Yang held you to sleep, a golden book page appeared in your mind, fate intertwined with the snow fox of the northern realm. Fate value 1. As a child, only by sharing a bed with Sun Yang could you increase your fate value. Thus, to stay by Sun Yang's side forever, you began exploring the golden book page in your mind. Through continuous experiments, you, Lu Chenran, drew some conclusions. By staying near a person or object for 3 hours, you could gain fate value with them, with the limit depending on the object, like bonding with a wild ox while herding, increasing strength by 20. Therefore, Lu Chenran has interacted with everything on Fox Mountain, and this northern realm pine tree has the highest fate value limit of 6,000 points. The limit of fate value is directly proportional to the benefits received, a fact Lu Chenran has confirmed through countless experiments. So, after 12 years of meditating 6 hours daily, he finally reached a fate value of 5,999 with this northern realm pine tree today. And at that moment, the sound of step approached. A woman walked through the snow, incredibly beautiful. The woman walked slowly to Lu Chenran, who was meditating with his eyes closed, and softly said, "Ran, let's go back for dinner." Lu Chenran slowly opened his eyes and smiled when he saw the woman in front of him. "I got it. Aunt Sue, you can go first. I'll be there soon." The woman nodded silently, draped the cloak over Lu Chenran's shoulders, smoothing out every wrinkle, then turned and walked towards a temple in the distance. Lu Chenran silently watched the woman's departing figure, feeling the warmth of the cloak on his body. However, in his eyes, Su Yinyang's gentleness had something that kept him from getting closer, not because of arrogance or aloofness, nor was it inscrutable depth, but because Su Yinyang was a fox. Her appearance triggered the golden book page in Lu Chenran's mind. At the age of 3, when Lu Chenran was held by his aunt to sleep, he already knew he had a bond with the snow fox of the Northern Territory. It was also at that time that Lu Chenran realized that the woman who adopted him and let him call her aunt was a fairy among foxes. Unlike the Northern Territory's blue pines, Lu Chenran couldn't sit by its side for long. 3 hours were too long for him as a child. Only when he squeezed into the same bed with his aunt could he slowly increase his bond with her. Lu Chenran stood up, stretched lazily, and ran towards Aunt Yusu, asking, "Aunt Yu, what are we having for dinner tonight?" Aunt Yusu's eyelashes drooped, her lips curved into a beautiful arc, and she gently replied, "Auntie cooked sweet potatoes and there's also a snow rabbit." Lu Chenran responded with an "oh," then casually tugged at the fox fur on Aunt Yusu's body, pretending to be absent-minded. "Aunt Yu, when are you going to give me this white fox fur? It's much more comfortable than the overcoat." Regarding Su Yinyang, there has always been a strange emotion buried deep in Lu Chenran's heart. Her slightly curved eyes always held a hidden shadow, which would always remind Lu Chenran of the willow branches hanging by the river in midsummer, reflecting a black and hazy image on the water's surface, a familiar and intellectual beauty full of tenderness. Therefore, Lu Chenran wanted to live a long life, to be immortal. Upon hearing Lu Chenran's words, Yi Su was momentarily stunned. Then a blush appeared on her cheeks. She couldn't tell Ranner that she was not human, but a snow fox, and that the white fox fur was shed from her own body. So, she awkwardly cleared her throat and said, "What's so good about a fox fur? It can't compare to the warmth of the cloak Aunt made for you." Lu Chenran squinted his eyes and chuckled. Not far from the towering pines stood a local temple. 12 years ago, Yi Su brought Lu Chenran to settle down in this temple. As the snow fell heavily outside the window, Lu Chenran took a sip of soup and then spoke up. "Aunt Su, it seems like the immortals from the capital will be coming down the mountain to accept disciples in a few days." Yi Su's hand, holding the soup, paused slightly as she asked, "What does that have to do with you?" Despite her calm demeanor, Lu Chenran sensed her change. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "I want to go to the capital to give it a try." Upon hearing Lu Chenran's words, Su's long eyelashes drooped, and her heart suddenly ached. She softly said, Go ahead and give it a try." Ran is different from ordinary people, and as a fox, she understands this better than anyone else. She just doesn't want the Ran she raised with her own hands to get involved in that rugged path. Sun Yang quietly walked to the window and asked, "When are you leaving?" Lu Chenran placed down the empty sweet potato porridge bowl, wiped his mouth, and replied, "In the next few days." Sun Yang nodded, then took out a small brocade pouch and said, "This is a little piece of jewelry from Aunt Su. Take it tomorrow and use it as travel expenses on the road." Pausing for a moment, she added, "If it doesn't work out, just come back." Lu Chenran opened his mouth, subconsciously took the brocade pouch still warm, and tried to say something, but the words stuck in his throat. He softly said, "Understood, Aunt Sue." Snow fell all night long. In the early morning, Lu Chunran woke up from his bed, stretched lazily, looked outside through the lattice window, and saw Aunt Sue wearing her cloak, holding a snow shovel, cleaning the snow piled up in the courtyard from last night. Lu Chunran noticed something and slightly turned his body, only to see the white fox fur that Aunt Sue had been wearing draped over her, neatly folded by the bedside. The faint sound in the room naturally did not escape Aunt Sue's notice. She turned her head to look at him and softly said, "Ranner, you're awake." Lu Chunran nodded in response, putting on his shoes while picking up the fox fur beside him, stroking the fur on it, and waving it at her. Awake. By the way, Aunt Sue, why did you put your fox fur here?" Isu looked at the fox fur that he held in his hands. It was his own, although the heart has already been prepared to hand over to him, but seeing the way he touched in his hands wantonly play, but the cheeks are still gradually stained crimson. Phew, her slender fingers against her temples. She exhaled a long breath to calm herself down. The redness at her ears slowly faded, followed by a gentle way. "Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted this fox fur of your aunt's?" Auntie thought about it. This trip to Shangjingfu to seek the Immortal Gate is a long way. The crane cloak is not as good as the fox fur. It's better to wear the fox fur to be warmer. Lu Duanran smiled cheekily at Auntie Sue, looking at the movement of her fingers on her temples. A ray of morning light mapped down. Sunshine on it, the root of the finger round white. At the end of the finger, 5 shallow nest. They can hold anyone's eyes. "Aunt Sue, your hands are so pretty." Isu put the snow shovel aside, slowly lowered his head, walked into the house, reached out, and flicked at Lu Duanran's head. "Boo. A crisp. No big deal. The porridge is hot. Go eat." After dinner, Lu Chunran was then eagerly running towards the pale pine in the distance. Coil your legs under the tree and enter the state of initiation once again. In late winter, clumps of white clouds ringed the landscape in formations, and eagles dipped and swept over to the distant mountains, their cries long and distant. Lu Duanran's breathing gradually blended into the entire pine forest. A few squirrels were active on the branches, constantly traveling between the branches of a few pine trees, shaking off flakes of snow that fell on Lu Duanran's shoulders. There are rats in the pine forest. Sparrows likewise run above the snow in search of grass seed, and should be chirping with rattle, but for some reason, there is silence. The early morning sunlight is now warm, as if it loves Lu Chunran alone, sprinkled with favor. Any point of the plum blossom, but also difficult to steal half of its beauty. 3 hours later, a long drawn-out breath broke the silence of the place. The title page of the Golden Book once again appeared in Lu Chunran's mind, followed by a line of writing that slowly emerged. Bound to the northern pines, 6000/6000. Next moment, within the branches of the pine that Lu Chunran was leaning on, there was an emerald green gas that slowly swam to him, and then settled in the center of his brow. A little emerald-colored Dan mole floated in the middle of his eyebrows. With this stream of chi traveling through all the bones, Lu Chunran immediately felt as if he had taken a hot bath all over his body, which was different from the purification of the flesh brought about by washing and cutting down the marrow, but originated from a touch of warmth above the divine soul. Calm, peaceful, serene. The surface of the snow reflected the blazing midday sun, crumpling up the spilled light and laying it down on fine snow fragments. Lu Chunran's eyes brightened up in an instant, only to feel that outside his body, everything in heaven and earth was so clear and detailed, and he could vaguely see the nearly transparent mayfly shadows flowing under the distant ice springs. In the forest, you can hear the delicate sound of herbs breaking out of the ground under the deeply buried snow. Until this moment, the feeling of a genuine new birth of God's soul enveloped him. Lu Chunran's breathing was obviously a little short. Hastily was feeling the difference within his body. This time, unlike the small fights of the past, this pale pine, which had existed in the northern realm for an unknown amount of time, had bestowed itself with a great opportunity. Within the dantian, an emerald-colored pine tree slowly grew. The pattern made by the layers of the tree's annual rings was 8 times similar to his own, and he seemed to be able to feel the aged but powerful heartbeat of the pine behind him. Once again, a line appeared on the title page of the Golden Book. The northern pine enters the body, prolonging his life by 20 years. Lu Chunran slowly opened his eyes, his heart slightly startled. A lifespan of 20 kilos. That is, an extra 1200 years out of thin air? A full 1200 years. This terrifying creation that had taken over heaven and earth could be said to have been delivered to his heart. For Lu Duanran, who could bond with all things, what he needed most for the path of seeking immortality was not good roots, good enlightenment, or good wisdom. What he needs is exactly time. There was enough time, as long as the meditation time was in place. Even if it was as strange as this northern pine, Lu Chunran would be able to sense some immortal destiny from it. 12 years of betting had finally paid off at this moment. And thinking of this, Lu Chunran let out a long sigh of relief as if he had unloaded 1,000 pounds of burden. After resting for a few moments, Lu Chunran patted the snow piled up on his clothes and walked towards the temple not far away. Inside the room, Esau was sitting on top of the bed, while in his hand was a shawl that was already mostly knitted. The silver crochet hooks were bright in the daylight, constantly shaking her face. A glance fell into this stunningly beautiful snow fox, like a white cherry, and like a ring of jade, white snow at the beginning of the first. It was just a shame that those eyes had half brightness and half sadness. Aunt Sue. Lu Duanran silently pushed the door open and looked at Aunt Ezra. Asa raised her head, blinked her autumn fox eyes, and set the work in her hands at her side as she spoke. Ranchan is back? Come over here and try this shawl on for size. Auntie hasn't gathered her shoulders yet. It's okay if it's a little big. You can still change it if it's small. Seeing that Lu Chenran didn't have any reaction and was just staring straight at himself, Esau reached out and touched the corner of his mouth, and couldn't help but feel a blush on his face. Is it something on Auntie's face? Not knowing if it was because Lu Chenran was about to leave. At this moment being stared at by this little man, Snow Fox was actually unprecedentedly a little uncomfortable, slightly averting her face, leaving him with a stunningly beautiful side face. Lu Duanran came back to his senses, rather embarrassed. Although the toads all want to eat swan meat, that is also mostly in the people after think about it. If it is in front of the swan, I am afraid that there are not a few toads can still have any dirty thoughts. If Lu Chenran really has one day to look directly at Isu, and does not hide the thoughts in his heart, it means that this young man out of the north is no longer thinking. He has the ability to turn the clouds in rain, and the seed in his heart, called ambition, has already taken root and sprouted. Unfortunately, for a fox demon whose lifespan could easily be 10,000 years, the current Lu Chenran was just a long-lived mortal. The expectations and ambitions at the bottom of his heart were still just the simple thought of worshipping the immortal sect. Lu Duanran coughed awkwardly and stepped forward, allowing the shawl, which was halfway woven, to rest at his shoulders. Ace's gentle yet serious eyes gazed at the craft woven in her hands, a satisfied smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Not bad, just right. Auntie still knows Ranner's body like the back of her hand. Buzz. The title page of the Golden Book in Lu Chenran's mind appeared once more. The title page flipped open, and a line of writing slowly emerged. Bound to the Northern Snow Fox, 2998/3300. After 12 years together, in addition to what he had accumulated from sleeping under the same blanket with his aunt when he was a child, the value of the bond between the two, without realizing it, had accumulated so much. I don't know if it's because of the appearance of this title page. Auntie was so close to him. Lu Chunran instinctively tightened his ring around her waist and pressed his cheek against her slender ridge. A silky fragrance lingered on the tip of his nose, but he didn't know whether it was hair or body odor. He spoke subconsciously. Aunt Sue, Ranner tonight, wants to sleep with Auntie Sue. Esau? End of chapter. Chapter 3 The Snow Fox of the North. Chapter 3 The Snow Fox of the North. One of Snow Fox's hands just froze on Lu Chenran's shoulder. The other catkin covered her lips tightly, her eyes full of incredulity. Ranchan. Lu Duanran looked at Auntie Sue with an embarrassed face. She stood in front of him with a red face. Her nervous hands were nowhere to be placed, hesitating whether she should say something or not. He took a deep breath and busied himself by opening his mouth to explain, somewhat incoherently. Ah, no, it was a slip of the tongue on Ranner's part. What Ranchan is trying to say is that she wants to sleep with Aunt Sue in the same room tonight. After a pause, Lu Duanran added another sentence in a heartfelt manner. Well, it's just like when I was a kid. Isu took a long breath of relief. She naturally understood that Lu Chenran was just mouthing off, and reached out her hand to pinch his ear, somewhat shyly lecturing. Ranchan, or Auntie, this kind of slip of the tongue is never to be made outside, or the explanation won't even come close. There's no place to justify it if you're out there saying these things to those women. Lu Duanran drooped his head and nodded in response. Got it. It was followed by a careful lifting of the head, looking at her with a hopeful look in her gaze. When Isu saw him, her snow-white face was a little red, and there was a hint of shyness in her eyes, but she didn't avoid Lu Chuanran's eyes, but a little more tenderness. When I was little, it was Auntie who slept with Ranner in her arms. Ranner is so old, yet she still acts like a child. Well, by the way, this afternoon, are you still going to meditate under that pine tree? In these 12 years, Lu Chenran, without any hindrance from wind and snow, would meditate under that pale pine every day, sitting for 3 hours at a time. Although she could not know the details of it, as a fox, she could obviously feel Lu Chenran's temperament getting more and more dusty. Although she had long known that the origins of that pale pine were unusual, she was also increasingly curious as to what chance Ranner had gotten from the tree, causing this child, who hadn't stepped out of Stone County at all since he was a child, at the furthest point in his life, to develop the idea of wanting to claim immortality. Lu Duanran took the shawl off his shoulders, and then he was smiling and spoke. Not going, Ranner. We'll be ready to depart for the upper capital tomorrow. Esau was first startled. Then his eyes drifted. This early? No more waiting? Lu Duanran shook his head and spoke. Go to the Shinjing Palace a little earlier to make some preparations and get some information, so that you have a better chance of being chosen by the immortal sect, and there's going to be a lot of delay on the way. This trip will take more than a month anyhow. Aunt Sue doesn't want to leave me alone? Esau smiled and turned her cheek sideways, pulling out the hairpin on her head with a trusty hand, letting her green silk flow like a waterfall, the wind and snow whipping her hair and covering her cheeks. Ranner was raised by Auntie since she was a child, so naturally she can't afford to give it up. But Ranner has grown up and has her own ideas, so naturally Auntie respects Ranner's choices. We leave tomorrow, and today, Auntie will have to knit this shawl for Ranner. Lu Chunran silently lowered his head, a few moments of reluctance flashing in his eyes. What is clearly a distance within reach becomes a moat because of his status. Esau didn't want him to leave her, and why would he ever want to leave her himself? But humans and demons have different paths. As long as one doesn't enter the immortal sect, one's whole life will be a luxury. The incense on the low case was slowly ruffled, and the midday sunlight penetrated the cream paper window. Lu Chunran's arm leaned on his cheek, silently sitting beside Auntie Sue, looking at the delicate silver hook that she picked in her hand, the golden book's title page in his mind whose words slowly floated on it. Bound to the Northern Snow Fox, 2998/3300. Before he knew it, he was asleep and everything was still. Luna nights picked slightly, high in the sky, shaken by the scattered starlight, instantly spreading and sprinkling the sky, falling on the temple and the courtyard. Isu finally did finish knitting the shawl in her hands, letting out a long sigh of relief, and then turned on her side to just quietly look at the soundly sleeping Lu Chunran. Snow Fox knew that Lu Duanran wouldn't wake up. The incense on the short case had been covertly perfumed by her with fox incense. This sleep. Lu Duanran will sleep until dawn. The wind and snow are long. Under the moonlight. No need to hold the lamp. The snow is full of pomp and circumstance. Esau sat on his knees on the blanket, resting his head on his lap so he was able to lie comfortably. A guilty look appeared on her face as she murmured softly to the sleeping Lu Chunran. Ranchan, I'm sorry, but there are some things you should never be allowed to see. If Lu Chunran could open her eyes at this time, she would be able to see a kind of sadness on her face, but she didn't know that the 3 points of sadness were on her cheeks, and the beauty was shocking. Auntie? Those 2 words echoed in her mind. Will there be regrets? Will there be sighs? Esau took a deep breath and then it is out of thin air to change a piece of rice paper. A short case of a brush floating in the air. Pine smoke ink block on the inkstone. By the brush of snow, there will be a thick ink slowly out. A few moments of slight contemplation. The words spilled out. On the second day, the morning sun had not risen. Lu Chunran yawned and opened his sleepy eyes. I don't know what caused me to fall asleep last night. I slept until dawn. The words of the title page of the golden book floated in his mind. Bonding with the Northern Snow Fox, 3000/3300. Had he slept for 6 hours? Lu Chunran stretched and rose from the bed, instinctively shouting, Aunt Sue? Ranner, however, did not respond in any way. Lu Chunran's heart was startled, and he hurriedly was walking towards the outside of the house. Outside the compound, is the world of snow, pressed pine, through the distant green mountains thin as white paper, snow in the wind slightly curled, falling flakes stained body. Aunt Sue, where have you been? Just at this time, a slight ding reached Lu Chunran's ears. Tap dash. He jerked his head back. On the snow, crouching playfully, a snow-white fox, fluffy foxtail wagging slightly, swept the snow, leaving a trail of tiny paw prints behind it. Bright fox eyes flashed with a crystalline sheen. Snow Fox's mouth, reflecting the teeth. The balls are also snow-white. The fox slightly holding a letter paper. The ink has not yet dried, perhaps just soon after the pen. Fox? Lu Duanran blinked, then tentatively walked towards that snow fox, which humanely walked towards Lu Duanran and affectionately pressed against his calf. Did Aunt Sue give me this letter? The snow fox let go and placed the letter on the ground, pressing his front paws down to keep the wind from blowing it away, and nodded his fox head. Lu Duanran bent down, picked up the letter, and tore open the seal. The beautiful handwriting on it caught his eye. Ranner, please forgive Auntie for leaving without saying goodbye. Auntie really doesn't know how to face Ranner's departure. It is said that a mother worries when she travels thousands of miles, and although Auntie is not Rant's biological mother, her love for Rant's son is no less than that of her biological mother. This fox in front of you is Aunt 2 years ago from the mouth of the eagle under the rescue. Very spiritual. This trip to the capital to seek immortality on the road is very far. Aunt fear that Ranner lonely road. With this fox, as see Aunt, also have a companion. Auntie has knitted the shawl all night, and it is on the low case, there is porridge in the pot, and the luggage for the road is tended to on the veranda. Lu Chunran silently rolled up the letter paper in his hand carefully. Such a poignant parting letter. Only, the title page of the golden book was still floating brightly in his mind. Bonding with the northern snow fox, 3000/3300. All the signs were pointing to him. This white-furred fox in front of me. It's the ant. He was crouching in the snow, and in his mind he wanted to laugh but by the time it reached his mouth, the laughter that he forced to be held back turned into a howl. Auntie, you how to just leave Ranner. You let Ranner see the last of Auntie. Auntie, I'm really lonely without you by my side. My heart is so flustered. I don't know what to do. The snow fox's stunning eyes looked at him, just as the ant's letter had said, and stepped forward with her fox paws, humanely, and rested her front paws on his leg, as if to comfort him. Lu Duanran took the opportunity to touch the snow fox's small paw, rubbing the pad of flesh on it. An expression instantly surfaced on the snow fox's face, as if it was red with a fox face, sometimes frowning, sometimes smiling, sometimes annoyed, and Lu Chunran even felt that the snow fox even glared at himself. But all these kinds of expression in the snow foxes that face one by one surfaced, but none is not beautiful, even if the thin anger and shallow anger is also vivid to the extreme. Acting is about putting on a full show. Lu Duanran picked up the fox in a hug and looked into her bright fox eyes. You were left to Ranner by her aunt. Well, let's call you a Boshi then. Snow Fox? End of chapter. Chapter 4, Prince Qingxiu. Chapter 4, Prince Qingxiu. This time, facing his aunt, Lu Chunran's gaze did not dodge, just looked at her in this bright and open manner, as if seriously scrutinizing an absolute treasure. Boing dash. The snow fox did not expect Lu Chunran to be so bold and daring this time, and the fox eyes had was a moment of dismay. The stunning demeanor in the slightly widened fox eyes caused Lu Chunran to break again, his heart rippling again. He hastily was withdrawing his gaze, lowering his eyebrows and calming his mind. If only a fox, even if the smooth snow-white fur how seductive, fascinating, will never let Lu Chunran so out of shape. Just the snow fox like a fan-like eyelashes slightly fluttering, intentionally or unintentionally reveals that belongs to Auntie Sue's favor trust, so that Lu Chunran inevitably want to get into the wrong. Not to mention, underneath this soft fox body, there lurked a gentle and sensual soul which was the key to the root cause of his restlessness several times. We should go. Lu Chunran folded that letter paper carefully, then he lamented and walked towards the empty room with heavy steps. Even the souls from the blue planet have seen a lot, but for this practice of Auntie Sue's sending herself, Lu Chunran still felt speechless. After simply eating a bowl of sweet potato porridge from the pot of, Lu Duanran picked up the bag between the porches, put on the shawl that his aunt had knitted for him, and put on the snow-white fox fur that still carried a residual warmth. Once again, he glanced at the white-walled and black-tiled land temple, and at the pale pines of the north that were swaying slightly with the wind not far away. He was finally leaving the land where he had stayed for 12 years. Lu Duanran's shoulder was lying on the snow fox, and his back was slung over a bundle, which contained some clothes to change on the road, as well as a few grains of loose silver. Aunt Sue had loaded him up with some freshly steamed, still soft buns, and a piece of bacon nicely sealed in greaseproof paper. There was no one to see him off in this fox mountain that was covered in snow onyx stretching for hundreds of miles. Lu Duanran walked alone to the intersection that he had once arrived at, the only road leading down the mountain, and after looking back once again, he softly opened his mouth. Aunt Asu, Ranner is gone. You take care. The snow fox lying on Lu Chunran's shoulder raised its fox head somewhat sheepishly and glanced imperceptibly at Lu Chunran's eyes that held tears. This was followed by a satisfied nod of the fox's head. Fortunately, it seems that Ranner still has strong feelings for herself as an aunt. After bowing to the land temple, Lu Chunran turned around and left straight away. Next, he would go to Stone County under Fox Mountain, and then from there, he would look for a caravan to leave the boundaries of Jiamu County and go to the center of the entire Dragon State, Shangjing Province. In this world, Lu Chunran hadn't seen much of the world yet, and the farthest place he had been to was the Stone County under the Fox Mountain. The branches of the northern pines swayed slightly in the wind and snow, seemingly, sending them off. Stone County. In the bitterly cold northern realm, there were quite a few large and small counties like Stone County, and there were many caravans visiting the various counties. One is to bring some rice, flour, tea and salt from outside, and the other is to exchange some strange and precious things from the mountains. At first dawn, the red sun peeked through a corner and slanted down. There was a troop of horses, with the high and mighty from the prosperous Shangjing Prefecture, breaking the tranquility of the place. A middle-aged man in a green robe organized the work in his hands and tended to the snow on his body, and then he walked towards the pavilion not far away with a big grin. Young prince, aren't we departing yet? We've already been in this hole for half a decade. In the center, surrounded by pines, there is a pavilion. The sun hangs diagonally in the corner of the pavilion. The snow reflects the pavilion in the shadow. An extremely beautiful white shirt man sitting on the pavilion side of the horizontal barricade, the back of the robe swinging with the wind. A Jiao Tongqin, playing horizontal, placed on the legs of the plate. Said to be a man, but the cleanliness is not like words. If you have to describe, it is probably too much femininity. Ruoyu's 10 green onion fingers slowly clasped and plucked the strings of the zither, so it was as if there was a tinkling sound of water hitting the rocks, a clear wind passing through the post, and willow leaves brushing the porch. Buzz. The man in white slowly stopped the action in his hands. The daylight is tender and colorful, lightly brushing the slightly red cheeks, hidden to see the residual sweat left in the past. He stretched out his sheepish, jade-like hand and wiped it slightly, then looked at the middle-aged man with a flat gaze. Uncle Wang. Uncle Lu said he would meet up with us in Stone County, so wait a few more days. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wang's expression was a bit difficult as he hesitantly opened his mouth. Young prince, delaying for a few days with heavy snow sealing the mountains will make the road even worse. It's nothing for us roughnecks, but if you, young prince, miss the time to worship the true immortal, it will be more than worth it. The man in white stroked his zither and thought for a moment, then nodded. Wait for the last day again and leave tomorrow. Uncle Wang nodded, then seemed to remember something, and after deliberating for a while, he opened his mouth. By the way, young prince, this morning from the mountain over there came down a man. He said he wanted to follow us to Shangjing. Seems to also go to the Shangjing house to seek the Immortal Destiny. I'm not good to make a decision. I don't know the young prince's meaning. The young prince frowned slightly, his sandalwood mouth half open. The mountains? Wasn't the road closed by snow a long time ago? A seeker of immortal destiny? Is there something strange about this person? Uncle Wang pondered for a while, then spoke. Well, that man looks especially handsome, wearing what looks like expensive fox fur. His life is probably extraordinary. To speak of singularities. After a pause, he snapped and continued. I remember. He's got a snow white fox on his shoulder. A snowy fox? The white-clothed man's eyes brightened for a moment. The corners of his vermilion mouth curved up slightly, and his eyebrows rose lightly, as if he had raised a bit of interest. That's kind of funny. Uncle Wang, you bring him to me. Wang Bo nodded his head in agreement, and he slowly retreated. Stone County, 1,000 miles of snow. The cold wind was blowing and flakes of snow were falling like a shivering veil. With the snow fox in his arms, Lu Duanran slipped his hands into its fluffy tail and sat crouched under a pine tree not far from the horseman, waiting for news. This time when he went down the mountain, he didn't directly go to the pawn store to pawn the jewelry that Auntie Sue had given him. Instead, he asked around and happened to bump into a merchant caravan that was transporting northern tigers towards the upper capital. Lu Duanran then found the middle-aged man in green robes who looked like a steward, and put forward the idea that he didn't need the caravan to provide him with food and protection, but simply to follow the caravan. Perhaps because he was not dressed like an ordinary person. The middle-aged man asked where he was going. Upon learning that Lu Chenran was also going to the Shangjing prefecture to seek the immortal fate, after just a moment's hesitation, he agreed to go and seek the opinion of the owner of this merchant caravan on his own. This wait was an hour. The snow-white fox fur on his body exuded a faint fragrance, and together with the snow-white pom-pom in his arms, it was almost as if it had merged with the snow and wind. Boing dash. Snowfox gave a somewhat resistant wooing. Perhaps he was impatiently touched by Lu Chenran, or perhaps he inadvertently touched a sensitive part. The snow fox shook the fox fur on its body, and its small paw stepped on his stomach in exasperation, not realizing that this action was no different from a kitten stepping on milk in Lu Chuanran's eyes. It was hard to imagine that Auntie Sue, who was gentle and sensible in her own mind, still had such lovely moments. Tap. Just then, in the distance, slightly with a few sharp footsteps came, startled a few sparrows in the snow foraging for food to shoot the air rustling up. Uncle Wang gasped for air and spoke with his hand on the pine tree beside him. This Gongzi, the little prince. The young prince asked the eunuch to meet him. Sir, please follow me. End of chapter. Chapter 5, cut me off? Chapter 5, cut me off? Lu Chunran smiled gently at the middle-aged man, and stood up long enough to follow him. Just like that, they traveled to a wind and snow pavilion, and accompanied by the sound of a buzzing zither, the two of them stopped in their tracks. Young prince, the people have been brought, so I'll withdraw first. Wang Bo bowed to the person in the pavilion, and after saying that, he turned around and left. Buzz. I don't know how long it has passed. The zither sound ended abruptly. The remaining sound drifted away, and then, a faint voice came from the pavilion. Come in. Lu Chenran straightened out the folds on his shirt, and then he stepped into the pavilion with faith. My name is Lu Chuanran. Meet the young prince. However, when he raised his head and saw this young prince from Shangjing for the first time, he subconsciously flashed a moment of awe. Beautiful man. For the first time, Lu Duanran thought that there would be the word beautiful to describe a man. He is very classical beauty. Red lips and white teeth. Every angle of the features are extremely soft, perfect, incredible. Just sitting there quietly, in a trance, even let Lu Chunran have a moment of disorientation. Eyes by his floating around the black hair. Crystal bright. No hair, no crown, only to a white belt tied. Full head of green silk pulled behind. If the black snow mess sprinkle, the spilled morning light has no spots, but is only glistening, and the piano hums. Like Lu Chunran, the young prince was similarly sizing up the man in front of him. This Lu Duanran looks only 17 or 18 years old, but look at the speech and demeanor. But already quite a great man. Just a few words, but gives a person a feeling like a spring breeze. People cannot help but think of a gentleman like Jade. 4 words. However, the Lu Chunran in front of him has nothing to do with him. But the white fox squatting obediently on his shoulder is not a good example. The young prince lowered his head to stroke his zither, pretending to be unconcerned about all of this. But not for a moment did he take his afterglow away from the snow fox's body. My name is Li Zijuan. Your things Wang Bo has told me. Seeking immortality road is rugged. There is no lack of encounter some demonic ghosts. The road is really dangerous to walk alone. Mr. Lu is to follow the horse team to go alone. Lu Chunran gave a word of thanks to the young prince, turned around and was ready to leave, but was called back by the young prince. Well, Mr. Lu, stay back. Lu Duanran turned to look at him and spoke respectfully. Young prince, please, is there anything else? Li Zijuan slowly placed the Jiao Tong Qin in his hand aside, then got up and walked towards Lu Chunran, feigning disinterest as he asked. Well, this one on Mr. Lu's shoulder is a fox? Does it have a name? Lu Chunran was first stunned, and then he was smiling. It did not occur to me that the young prince would ask such a question, and observing his preferences, if it were not for the fact that he had a larynx, it would be like a woman dressed as a man in a Jianghu chivalrous woman. Back to Little Prince. This snow fox was given to Mr. Lu by Auntie, and Mr. Lu named it Little E. Auntie? The young prince's face looked a little odd in front of this person Murphy, but what he has a fetish with their own is not relevant. Then is a light cough. The corner of the mouth slightly raised. White wrists such as snow. Emotionless. Iboshi. Is it? That's quite an interesting name. Well, I have a favor to ask. The first time I saw this fox, I felt that it had some affinity with me, but I wonder if Mr. Lu would be willing to part with me? Of course, it's only right to give and receive. Since Mr. Lu went to Shangjing to seek the fate of the immortals, I'm sure there's something magical about it. I have a piece of spirit jade here. When the little prince's voice fell, the snow fox's heart sank horribly, its small paws gripping his shoulders in a death grip, its 2 fox eyes blinking non-stop, and its breathing was disorganized for a moment. It's bad. Some bad guys are coming for the fox. Spirit jade can be attractive to Ranner who wants to claim her immortal fate. What's more, he is still only with Ranner does not have any emotional basis of the snow fox. Ranner and do not know that he is a snow fox, even if Ranner will send himself out, in exchange for the opportunity to seek immortality, is also reasonable. Thinking of this, the snow fox's face instantly is snow white, miserable wailing, fluffy fox tail irregularly swaying, fox eyes seeping tears, his ears drooped feebly, and his heart was unutterably sore, and he kept consoling himself. Ranner actually did not do anything wrong. He did not know that his real body is this snow fox. This is to aspire to cultivate immortality, in order to their own immortal destiny. Give up a snow fox with no feelings, and what does it matter? Thinking of this, it is simply to recognize the fox's fate. Closed the fox eyes. However, after waiting for a long time, he did not hear Ranner's consent, and when he quietly raised his eyes and glanced, he saw Lu Chunran's slightly furrowed brow and cold cheeks. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint the young lord. The young prince froze for a moment. He did not expect that the request he made would be rejected by the man in front of him without hesitation. The value of a piece of jade is much higher than this fox. He sank into a dry cough and gave a slow smile. But, Mr. Lu doesn't understand spirit jade? A snow fox. Lu Chunran took a deep breath and interrupted, then lowered his head and looked at the snow-white fox in his arms with a gentle expression. Naturally, I know. It's just that Xiaoyi means a lot to Mr. Lu. This snow fox was given to Mr. Lu by Auntie Sue, and Mr. Lu loves it as much as he loves Auntie Sue. There is no difference between the two. Xiaoyi is by his side, just as Auntie Sue is really by Lu's side. Lu's love for Auntie Sue has no one to compare with, even if just a fox given to Lu by Auntie Sue. Lu will treat it with all his heart. So, sorry little lord. The snow fox's ears fluttered slightly, eyes full of incredulity staring at the face that could not be more familiar. Fox cheeks halo red layer for dye. Between the ears hot. While the eyes bent into 2 winks of night water. Natural way of doing things, she murmured in her mind. Although his words are a little twisted. Smell of fox shy, but still let her heart by the natural warmth. Secretly will be full of chaos as much as possible to suppress. Although the snow fox pretended to be calm. A look of unintelligible. But the little king still noticed the delight in its heart overflowed. See this scene? The little king froze for a moment. Always calm. His eyebrows unprecedentedly surfaced a trace of absurdity. There is no one who can match the love for your aunt? Well, maybe it was just a loved one kind of love. It was overthinking it. So he took a deep breath and smiled. Rather, I was reckless. Mr. Lu's words have come to this. How can I bear to take away someone's love? I hope that Mr. Lu treats Shoei well. At night I will be the host and would like to invite Mr. Lu to a gathering. I wonder if Mr. Lu would be willing to show his face? Lu Duanran repositioned the snow fox on his shoulder and said gently. Then thank you, young prince. I'm tired from the journey and haven't eaten any hot food. I've been hungry for a long time. The young prince was stunned. This kind of time I'll have to say some polite words, but did not expect Mr. Lu so direct, but also laughed. Mr. Lu is a painfully spontaneous person, and to be honest, I'm also a bit hungry, so I'll order Uncle Wan to prepare the dinner. After Li Zijuan left, Lu Chenran hugged the snow fox in his arms, extended his fingers and tenderly tapped its nose, dotingly saying, how could I possibly sell you? You're the baby that auntie left me. The fox arched vigorously towards Lu Duanran's arms. Outside the pavilion, a white coat flew. With his hands behind his back, the little prince leaned crookedly against the handrail, looking at the man and the fox who were far away from him in the distance. A flushed red slowly appeared on both sides of his cheeks, and his vermilion lips opened slightly as he murmured softly, Fox, so cute. End of chapter. Chapter 6, The Curtain is like paint and ink. Chapter 6, The Curtain is like paint and ink. As the night drew on, the snow cleared more and more finely. The already cold Stone County is getting colder and colder. Lu Chunran leaned his back against the underside of a wind-blocking pine tree and opened his eyes, waking up leisurely. The snow fox in his arms seemed to have sensed his subtle movements. With his front paws on the ground and his back paws stretched out with his arched back lazily stretching a lazy waist, and then turned around, first licking the stray hairs between his neck, and then curling up and changing into a comfortable position, intending to continue to fall asleep. In Lu Duanran's body, the cedar seems to be more lush. Sometimes there are flocks of birds flying around, chirping a piece of ah. Suddenly embedded in this snow-colored ink painting, the words on the title page of the Golden Book floated slowly in his mind. Bound to the Northern Snow Fox, 3001/3300. Has it been 3 hours already? It's time to go to the little prince's place for dinner. Lu Chunran let out a long breath of relief and reached out to pat the snow fox in his arms that had just found a good position. Iboshi, wake up. Get up and go back to sleep. The sleepy-eyed snow fox was grabbed up with a confused look on her face and placed on his shoulder. Lu Chunran picked up the traveling bag. Deep and shallow feet walking in the snow. Snow is very big, thanks to the warm fox fur on the body. No big problem. If an ordinary person in such a snowy day to stay for a night, most likely to freeze to death. After walking along the official road for a while, Lu Chunran finally saw a little bonfire in the distance. As he approached, he realized that it was the same team of horses that had built a shelter from the snow in the daytime, and a group of men were sitting around a campfire to keep warm. When Uncle Wang saw the lone Lu Chen, he smiled towards him and then he waved at him, signaling him to sit down next to him. The footmen on the side looked at Lu Duanran, and then they were drinking and eating their own meat, and they didn't put this young boy in their heart. When Uncle Wang saw Lu Chunran walking over, he passed over a wine pot with his hand and smiled kindly. Gongzi, the snow is so heavy I'm afraid it's freezing, isn't it? Take a sip of wine and warm up. Since it is to go to the capital to seek the fate of the immortal, there is no guarantee that there is some kind of strange thing. Such a person to make friends with some is always good for oneself. If it is a man who walks the rivers and lakes for many years, the wine which is unknown outside alone is absolutely not touched. But Lu Chuanran did not have any excuses, and took the wine gourd and poured a small mouthful, and then returned the gourd to Wang Bo, thanking him with a smile. It's a long trip, so Mr. Lu would like to thank Steward Wang in advance. Lu Chenran's act of trust clearly ushered in the goodwill of the other traveling merchants, and one of them, a tall and thin man, raised the wine gourd in his hand at him and introduced himself. Where did the mail come from? My name is Zheng Tainyo. I'm a fellow from the Shangjing side. These rough men of ours are considered to be following the royal family to run and order this trip, mainly to send a northern snow tiger over to the royal family. That tiger was so big, it took 5 or 6 men to catch it, and it's in that cage over there. Lu Chenran's hands roasted the fire, and when he heard these words, a look of doubt surfaced at his heart. The snow tiger of the north? Fox Hill is a. This tiger is almost a foot long. Exceptionally fierce. Not to mention 5 or 6 people. Even a dozen people are to give him as rations. How did these people catch it? Shaking his head not to ponder the matter, he smiled and said, the mountain down. This time to go to the upper capital to seek the Immortal Destiny. All the way to follow the merchant caravan. All rely on you all. Upon hearing this, the surrounding group of traveling merchants became interested, and came together in their heads, carefully sizing up this handsome gentleman in fox fur, and talking about it in a variety of ways. Seeking the fairy's fate? That's great. Wouldn't that be the same as Little Prince? To really gain the favor of an immortal, one would not be mortal. I've only heard of immortals. I've never seen one. Lu Duanran smiled faintly and touched the snow fox on his shoulder, feeding her a fruit. I'm only going to seek the fate of the immortals, but only 1 in 10,000 can really enter the immortal sect. How can I have that kind of luck? I just want to try to get rid of a knot in my heart. That's all. I also want to seek immortality to give my aunt, who I raised, a secure future. The snow fox narrowed her fox eyes and glanced at him, secretly spitting in her heart. That's a nice thing to say. If you were a mortal, by the time you come back from seeking immortality, your aunt would be rotting in the ground. A stout man glanced at Lu Chenran, took the wine jug and filled it with a mouthful of wine, and echoed with emotion. It's really not easy to say that it's not easy for our men, especially when they reach middle age. There are 2 parents on the top, and wives and children on the bottom, and the burden of the family is on the shoulders of our masters. If it were not for this, who would be willing to tie their heads to the waistband of their pants to do this dark camp? There was a sigh of relief from the crowd. Just at this time, there was a wind and snow attack. Pulling the tarpaulin seems to fly. Rolled up the snow. A delicate white figure slowly appeared. Shallow points with snow-white caterpillar. Legs if brushstrokes. The wind's savage waist seems to be tangled unbearable being force surplus grip if you say what is the color of the country. Think so pouring city. Lu Chenran subconsciously looked over towards this beautiful man. If it were in the Blue Star, someone so perfect would have an exclusive title, male nymphette. Little king. The young king is here? The crowd all rose and greeted towards this white-shirted man. There is no need for you all to stand. You talk about yourselves. Sit. Li Zijuan smiled at the crowd, and seeing that there was still an empty seat beside Lu Chenran, he walked over and sat next to him, taking over the conversation and nodding his head in deep thought. It's not easy for a man. Women ask for stability. A man can give a woman a stability, but alone cannot give himself a stability. Most of the life of running around. My father is so. While talking to himself, his body was unobtrusively moving towards the snow fox at Lu Duanran's shoulder. The snow fox glared at the little prince, jumped off Lu Shenran's shoulder and curled up into his arms. Li Zijuan saw this and sat back down resentfully, picking up the wine gourd and looking at the crowd. Everyone has worked hard all the way. I'll toast you all. When the words fell, a glass of wine was downed. Handsome appearance. After drinking wine face redness, like white jade dyeing the sun, like a person in the picture. Drink. As the atmosphere gradually heated up, the group of people were once again enjoying themselves and drinking, guessing and betting. The moon will rise and the curtain will be like ink. Hissing repeatedly. Suddenly, the mournful neighing of a horse echoed through the fields, startling the silent night. Clang. The crowd of dark men and footmen surrounding them were instantly alert. The long swords slung at their waists were immediately sheathed, and they surrounded the little prince in the center, staring gravely in all directions. Don't mess up the formation. Protect the little prince. Li Zijuan frowned and looked towards the surrounding area. What's the situation? Roar. A roar came from the distance. Dozens of horses seemed to have met something terrifying, or perhaps it was from the oppression in their bloodline. Each one of them knelt in place, lowering their horse's head in trembling. Wang Bo clutched his long knife tightly in his hand, and the torch held up in his hand penetrated half of his face hard and cold as ice as he took one tentative step forward and yelled, "What the hell? Playing God? Get out of here!" Roar. In response to Wang Bo, there was a roaring sound that was even more agitated than before, and then it fell into a deathly silence. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The cold wind grew stronger, and the flames on the torches were bright and flickering. The low hiss of a wild beast came gradually from a distance, interspersed with a low growl. Lu Chenran narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance through the darkness reflected by the torches. In his mind, the title page of the golden book slowly floated, and then the title page turned open of its own accord. He took a deep breath and looked to the crowd around him. Shoo, it's coming. Request a follow-up reading. End of chapter. Chapter 7, 100 Days of AI. Chapter 7, 100 Days of AI. The night is about to open its eyes. A wisp of red could be seen vaguely in the sky breaking through the paint, and a host of torches around them reflected the faces of a group of dark men and footmen clearly. Walking in the wilderness for many years, Demonic and ghostly creatures were not rare. The group of dark men looked at each other, all of them staring at the distance with full concentration. Standing by. The atmosphere was gradually depressing, almost suffocating in this snowy sky. Horrified. In the next moment, a black shadow slammed head-on towards the crowd. Wang Bo was shocked and scrambled to sidestep and avoid it. The long knife in his hand slashed smoothly, hitting the back of the black shadow. Ow dash. The black shadow's body shuddered, and faintly visible stray brown hairs flew about. Take this, bureaucrat. A group of dartsmen took this opportunity and surrounded, not letting go of the slightest opportunity. Several lances were rooted in this black shadow. By the torch in his hand, accompanied by the foul-smelling blood, the true face of this dark shadow slowly emerged. Human head and animal body. Rigid downy hair all over the body. Hidden muscle mass. Thick paws with scarlet muscle tissue still adhering to them. Scarlet pupils lax. Mouth constantly exhaling outwardly. It's mandrill? It doesn't quite look like it. How can a mandrill be this big? It's the size of an adult. Could it be a half-demon? The young king, surrounded by a group of darts, walked towards this half-human demonic creature. However, when several torches reflected the half-demon clearly, his face changed instantly and he spoke out. Uncle Willow, is that you? The clan emblem symbol on this half-demon shirt clearly told him that the half-demon in front of him was the Uncle Lu he had been waiting for. Roar! However, the only thing that responded to him was a low hiss. The long and fishy fangs looked hideous in the light of the torches. Uncle Willow? Just who made you this way? The young prince turned around slowly. His eyebrows condensed into a shallow river. His tone was a bit low, clenching his teeth, and his gaze shallowly contained a hint of coldness. It's 100 days of AI. A gentle voice rang out. Everyone was shocked at the sound, and they all looked towards the source of the sound, and they saw the handsome gentleman in fox fur walking towards the half-demon, speaking in a warm voice. The young prince's eyebrows raised as he looked back at this Duke Lu who was carrying a snow fox on his back. Mr. Lu, you said, it's 100 days AI? What is 100 days AI? Lu Chunran approached the half-demon and crouched down, his face calm as he looked at the hissing monster. Above the title page of the golden book in his mind, a line of words slowly emerged. Bonding with 100-day-old mugwort, 0 out of 10. South there is a spirit of grass AI name and not AI also, Dao Xing Aaz, mountain man containing into the forest. Then the beasts to avoid easy. The icon hole in the ground. No Shin-Chi place. But more than 100 days do not return. Then the AI into the throat, the hair and tail into the beasts carry on. He was not previously aware of the 100 days of mugwort. It was the title page of the golden book that prompted him that this caravan had accepted him without charging any fees, and he counted himself as taking this opportunity to return the favor. Lu Chenran pondered for a while, then organized his words and spoke in a flat tone. It is rumored that there is a kind of spiritual grass in the southern realm, named 100 Days AI. This thing is very rare. Mountain people take it as to be able to penetrate all kinds of precious things in the mountain. The eyes can even penetrate the stone, but also be able to avoid the beasts in the mountain. Only this kind of AI grass after taking it, can't be more than 100 days to enter the mountain. If one is greedy and delays the descent, or fails to spit out the 100-day wormwood in time, the wormwood will enter one's throat and one's body will be covered with long hair, and one will gradually lose one's mind through animalization. The young prince's gaze toward Lu Duanran changed slightly. The man who came down from the mountain in front of him did not seem simple. Yes, those who go to the Shangjing mansion to seek the fate of the immortals. Which one of them is as normal people? Since he knows about this rumored thing, I think he has dabbled in its healing method as well. He took a deep breath, and then he was bowing to Lu Duanran and opened his mouth. Mr. Lu, I wonder if there is a cure for Uncle Lu's condition. If you have the method of healing, please help. Uncle Lu is especially important to me. As long as you can heal Uncle Lu, any request from Mr. Lu, as long as the prince's house is able to do it, will surely be fully assisted. Lu Duanran laughed softly and replied with warm words after a slight contemplation. Raising demands is not so much. The young prince is willing to let Lu Mao ride the carriage to the upper capital is already a great favor. If there is a place where Lu Mao can be useful, I will help. Just for this 100 days AI and other rumored things, Lu Mao has never met, but Lu Mao is willing to try his best. Please also trouble Uncle Wang to tie Uncle Lu up and carry him indoors, so that Lu can treat him. The young king nodded at his words and waved his hand. Several bodyguards tied up the half-demon and carried it into the young king's room according to Lu Chuanran's request, and Lu Chuanran followed behind him and walked in together. Inside, there are incense scrolls floating in shadows on a painted screen. The young prince and Lu Duanran sit opposite each other. The bodyguards and attendants have all been dismissed and are quietly guarding the outside of the house, leaving only Wang Bo to accompany him. The case was placed on the bamboo, half expanded, half rolled. He lowered his eyebrows, and then withdrew his hands folded in his lap. and spoke with a serious expression. If Mr. Lu can heal Uncle Lu, this favor will be unforgettable for the Li house in Shangjing. If Mr. Lu has any needs, just mention them. I'll have my subordinates prepare them for you. I only ask that you must cure Uncle Lu. Lu Duanran smiled and nodded. Then he spoke. Please also ask the young prince to leave first. Mr. Lu is afraid that accidents will occur during the healing process and hurt the young prince. The young prince took a deep look at Uncle Lu, who had already transformed into a half-demon, and then he stood up with a long body and walked out of the room with Uncle Wang. There was then only one person, one demon and one fox left in the room. The incense is smoky and rolls up the smoke squatters' souls. Lu Chenran picked up a futon from the ground, and then he was sitting next to the 3 feet of the half-demon, meditating and settling down. Snow Fox looked at what was in front of him with an anxious face. The fox's mouth opened slightly, her eyelashes blinked twice, and she inhaled, slowly smoothing out the irritation in her heart for a long time before she was able to smoothen out the irritation in her chest into silence. Although the fox didn't know why Ranner knew about such wonders as 100 Days AI, what could he do? Is this something he can cure? The demon transformed by the 100 Days of AI is extremely ferocious and can hurt people in a flash if they are not careful. With this in mind, the snow fox's tail was slightly tilted, thinking that if Ranner was in danger, she would charm him and then take him far away. The long night was quiet and silent. The snow is still falling. The crane paper windows were glistening white, reflecting the room's lang hour. After a whole night, the incense on the low case was still few. For a long time, a rooster crows outside the window, and finally dawn. Lu Chenran's eyes snapped open, and the words on the title page of the golden book in his mind slowly flicked. Affiliation with Beach AI, 1/10. Swallowed 100 Days of AI half-demon. Can wait for it's not prepared. Smoke its eyes until tears. Finger hit its throat Tianshu points. So that since the upper throat 100 Days of AI spit, then gradually rot to half-demon body carry on. Static half a year. The body can be healed. He glanced at the half-demon huddled in the corner and muttered to himself. It seems that you don't deserve to die. Request a follow-up reading. End of chapter. Chapter 8, A Gentleman is Like Jade. Chapter 8, A Gentleman is Like Jade. Lu Chunran slowly got up and stretched his stiff body. He turned toward the bound half-demon, who was huddled in a corner with his eyes closed, seemingly fearful of the light of the morning sun, and without last night's breath. The snow fox crouched down on all 4 feet, its fox face staring nervously and suspiciously at Lu Duanran, wondering what kind of foolishness he was going to do, but saw Lu Chunran picked up the oil lamp on the short case, and then in the charcoal basin burning green smoke, placed next to the body of the half-demon, smoked the eyes of the half-demon, muttering to himself, desire is born of the heart, and if the heart is not right, then there are distractions. How can there be something in this world that is only given and not asked for? It's a good thing that it's just been taken for 100 days. There's still hope for salvation. 100 days of wormwood. These 100 days are a test of the desires of the heart. After doing so, Lu Duanran turned around and walked over to the crane paper window, reaching out to push it open in case he suffocated from inhaling too much smoke. The snow that lasted all night stopped. The morning breeze gently danced the downy fur on his fox fur. A world of pure white. Even the edges of the porch were covered with snow. Quietly, without the sparrows chirping, and no one's voice, Lu Chenran felt that his chest was full of peace. Green smoke burned in the chamber, constantly ruffling the half-demon's eyes. After a while, the half-demon's eyes were reddened with smoke and tears. Lu Chenran took a step closer, and while the half-demon's eyes were closed, he reached out his finger, and violently struck the heavenly protruding point on the half-demon's throat that wasn't covered by fur. Roar! Vom dash! A fishy odor instantly spread throughout the room. Immediately afterward, there was a large amount of green foam along with a piece of emerald green mugwort leaf vomited out from the half-demon's mouth, and dots of spiritual light flowed and flickered on the piece of mugwort leaf. The snow fox's mouth was open wide and its ears were raised as it looked at the scene in front of it with a bewildered expression. The countless words that sprang up in his mind were all reduced to a single tone of voice. Huh? After spitting out the mugwort, the half-demon's coarse, hard hair on his body, along with his eyebrows and hair, fell off, and then it was turned into black powder that slowly dissipated in the house. A pale middle-aged man with his eyes tightly closed was curled up on the ground. His breathing was a little weak, but in general the ground was not in any serious condition. Lu Duanran fished out the silk from his pocket, picked up the piece of 100 Days wormwood, wiped it clean, and then carefully wrapped it up. Since it has been bonded with, there is no reason to give up. Lu Chenran is also looking forward to this piece of mugwort can bring their own what chance. After doing this, Lu Chenran brought along Snow Fox, who was still in a daze, and pushed open the door, sighing softly. What a lot of snow. The former stone county, now all dyed white, as if wearing a white silk, layers of vegetation, all the way to the end of the field of vision. cannot identify the roof, but also cannot distinguish into the fall. Only the remaining this quiet waves. Mr. Lu, you're awake? Well, may I ask how housekeeper Willow is feeling physically? Seeing Lu Chunran walk out, the several attendants of the prince's house who had been standing outside the door waiting were hurriedly welcoming and inquiring. Lu Duanran smiled at them, straightened his shawl, and opened his mouth. The body is no longer a big problem. Only need to rest for half a year can be cured. As for how to rest, have to ask the bone setter. Well, where is the young king? Went yesterday that half-demon was really healed by the fox fur man in front of him. A few attendants stood in awe, eyes full of awe, and then busy as to speak. Mr. Lu is truly a man of God. I'll take your excellency to where the young prince lives. Lu Chenran followed an attendant and traveled straight to the guest room in the distance. The snow is very thick, at least a foot deep. Shallow also have more than half a foot. Walked to the door from the 10 feet away. The guard is to stop. Respectfully said, I won't see Mr. Lu off. The young king has never allowed us to approach within 10 feet of the place where he resides, so I hope you will bear with me. Lu Duanran nodded, and he walked in towards the compartment. My name is Lu Duanran, and I have something to seek the opinion of the young prince. Lu Duanran reached out and knocked on the door. Mr. Lu, and wait a moment, I will come after I have organized my appearance. Lu Duanran tucked his hands in his sleeves and stood silently outside the doorway, waiting. The snow fox squatting on his shoulder. Eyes flashed a trace of doubt. Nose slightly sniffed. In the next instant, the fox's eyes flashed with a hint of brightness, and in Lu Chenran's unseen line of sight, it curved out a playful arc imperceptibly. The inner room of the compartment. A glance. There is no one on top of the bed. Only the quilt was folded neatly, but under the bed is hidden a pair of new pink embroidered shoes, small and coquettish. The study room is also no one. Deeper in the room, there is a burst of fragrance gradually thick. The curtain reflects a wanya shadow. Subsequently, a plain white jade-like hand quickly picked open the curtain. Light blue center coat along the wrist all the way down to the arm, revealing snow white wrist and then a rustling sound of clothing. Not long after, the man in white was fully dressed and got up from the bed, washed his face, walked to the center hall, and sat down on his knees. Ahem, Mr. Lu, please come in. Lu Duanran rubbed his face, tied the ribbon on his head, and brushed the hem of his shirt before pushing the door open. Have a seat. Mr. Lu, is there any progress in Uncle Lu's illness? Lu Duanran walked up to the young prince, looked at him and nodded and smiled. Uncle Lu's illness has been cured. Only half a year of recuperation is needed for his body to heal. Uncle Willow is better already? The young prince's tone was a bit surprised, and then he restrained the look on his face, looking at Lu Duanran with a serious face. In that case, the previous promise of a certain absolutely do not go back on their word. As long as the prince's house can do, the prince just open your mouth is. Lu Duanran smiled and touched out the silk wrapped with 100 Days AI from his bosom, then placed it on the short case and gently opened his mouth. Young prince, then Lu will speak frankly. I wonder if this mugwort leaf swallowed by Uncle Lu can be gifted to me. The young prince subconsciously moved towards the piece of mugwort. The clear face was only a few fingers width away from him, and you could smell the burning exhale between his nostrils. Is this the culprit that made Uncle Lu look like that? It doesn't look any different from ordinary mugwort leaves. If Mr. Lu likes it, take it, it's fine. What kind of request is that? A burst of aroma lingered on the tip of Lu Chuanran's nose. This is still the first time Lu Chen ran close observation of the appearance of the young king. Last time, although also quite close, but the night is gradually late as ink. Cannot see the true face of Mount Lushan. This is a very beautiful face. With Auntie Sue's kind of beauty is not like the mortal immortal different. More colorful his aura. Enough to make people ignore his stunningly beautiful face of the aura. Convergence of pride but not exposed. Slightly distant but not show indifference. A pair of phoenix eyes for him to add a lot of charm. But the slightly thin lips will be this charm appropriately eliminated a little. It is difficult to imagine that this is a man's face. Perhaps sensing that the distance between the two was a bit close, the young prince's body sat back without leaving any traces, and then laughed. Between you and me, the little prince Lu Gongzi called too polite. Not if or directly call the name for good. My name Li Zijuan. Word Ruoyu. Lu Duanran blinked lightly and opened his mouth. Beauty if jade? Li Zijuan shook his head and corrected Lu Duanran in a serious manner. It's the gentleman Wakefield. Lu Duanran snickered. Perhaps the beauty Ruoyu is more in keeping with the young prince. The young prince, however, looked at Lu Duanran with a straight face and patted his chest. Brother Lu, I'm a man of honor, and I've always disliked people making such jokes about my looks. Lu Duanran stood in awe and nodded seriously. For a man as feminine and handsome as the young prince, he might be very concerned about what others think of his appearance. The snow fox lying on Lu Chunran's shoulder was lazily glancing at the little prince, the fox's mouth pouting slightly, seemingly snickering. End of chapter. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. The sunlight penetrated the crane paper windows and flared the drapery. Lu Chunran silently put that 100 days AI in his bag and looked at the young prince and opened his mouth. My name is Lu Chunran. My character is Bai. The young prince can just address me as Brother Lu. The corners of the young king's mouth curved as he clapped his hands and leisurely said, Is it true that the jovian dusty outsider, who floats with an immortal aura, is not stained by the red dust? Good name. Rather I wonder which high-ranking person gave Brother Lu his name. Lu Duanran broke the record of being somewhat coy and spoke softly. It was Auntie who fetched it for Lu. At that, the snow fox's tail wagged with a slight hint of self-satisfaction. The young prince slightly stunned. See his expression. Just a slight turn of mind will figure out the general. And then is like a smile and not a smile said. It seems that Brother Lu has a deep bond with Auntie. He didn't want to make a big deal about Lu Chuanran's aunt, and after a pause, the topic changed and he spoke leisurely. I heard that Brother Lu is traveling to the capital to seek the fairy fate? I wonder how much you know about this. Lu Chunran pondered for a while, and then he spoke. Lu only knows that the immortals of the Shangjing prefecture will come down to the mountains on the 9th day of the Lunar New Year to collect disciples, the specifics of which are not yet known, but I wonder if Brother Li has any knowledge of it? The young prince gave him a meaningful look and spoke slowly. It seems that Brother Lu knows very little about the origins. Upon hearing this, Lu Chunran's expression gave way and he hurriedly said, Please also ask Brother Li for some guidance. The young prince straightened himself by the knees, brushed his hem, rose slowly, and spoke in a rambling voice. True immortal in order to but 500 years ago borrowed the great Zhou country dragon vein to ascend to immortality a karma. With the emperor of the great Zhou agreed on the 9th day of the waxing moon, not salty mountain to open the altar sermon 108 hours. All beings under the sun can climb the mountain and hear the sermon, but how many times the true immortal will preach? Even the emperor of great Zhou doesn't know. This news was really unexpected. However, Lu Chunran still caught a key word from it. There are teachings for all? Does Brother Li mean that there are other alien types besides humans who can climb the mountain and hear the way? The young king gave him a meaningful look and nodded. No matter what it is, if one can summit the unholy mountain, one can hear the way. The whole world knows about this. It seems that Brother Lu should have stayed in the mountains for too long and is not very well informed. Lu Duanran hesitated for a moment, then spoke tentatively. Then which immortal sect is this true immortal from? The young prince froze for a moment, then looked at him with some confusion. Immortal Gate? What is the Immortal Gate? There is only one true immortal on Buxian Mountain in this world? And what is this talk of an Immortal Gate? Lu Duanran was stunned in place. He silently digested the news he had learned today, and after chatting with the young prince for a while longer, he rose to take his leave. Behind him came the voice of the young king. Brother Lu, please also pack your bags. The merchant caravan will be departing for Shangjingfu at Shinho today. Shoo! The sparrow's long and thin feet were upside down in the technical head, and its body was like an ink ball suddenly spreading, shooting through the pine branches and scurrying straight down, with the sparrow's head precisely aiming at a grass seed on the snowy ground. Lu Chunran sat silently under the pine tree. The title page of the golden book in his mind slowly flicked, and after a long time, a smattering of words slowly emerged. Affiliation with BJI, 2/10. He let out a long breath and moved his somewhat stiff and numb legs. At this time, footsteps sounded frequently behind him, and when Lu Chunran turned his head back, he saw Uncle Wang opening his mouth with an apologetic face. Mr. Lu, it's really not a coincidence. The caravan was supposed to depart, but something happened. Then, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke with a palpitating heart. It's really because that northern snow tiger isn't very cooperative. But please don't worry, sir, it won't be delayed for long. Upon hearing this, Lu Chunran patted the snow clearing on his body and smiled at Uncle Wang, unhindered. Saying that, he picked up his traveling bag and put the snow fox in his arms, then walked towards the horse team. Roar ow dash! A fierce tiger's roar resounded from the caravan, and countless birds were startled in the surrounding pine forests and flew away in a flash. The horses that were traveling forward were all shocked by this terrifying pressure and knelt down, burying their heads in the snow and cowering. There was silence all around, only the low, hearty grunt of a tiger and the idle steps of meat pads squeezing the boards and staggering to the ground on all fours. The merchant caravan's darkmen and footmen each dared not utter a single breath, grasping the weapons in their hands with a death grip, shrinking together and staring tightly at the wooden cage not far away. Lu Shunran looked over from afar, and saw a large head, body length of more than 10 feet hanging ice snow tiger in the cage, white hair and black stripes, the rough king character in front of the forehead, hidden muscle mass, veins beating steadily and powerfully. Everyone be careful, this tiger is in a cage, it can't hurt anyone. Let's huddle up. Ow dash. The only thing that responded to these traveling merchants was the muffled whine of a tiger. The atmosphere was oppressive to the point of being suffocating, and everyone's faces were covered in fine sweat. And this tiger doesn't cooperate. Who dares to move it? It wasn't this appalling when we caught it. Such a big tiger. And I wonder what the royal family in the upper capital wants it for. I heard that in Guangzhou, there was a man who drank 18 bowls of wine in a row and beat a tiger to death with his bare hands. And I don't know who made up such an unrealistic story. Lu Chenran glanced towards the cage and slowly walked towards the snow tiger. The remaining wind. The pale pine branches shake. The fox fur in the wind slightly flick. The setting sun reflected, leaving a splash of snow shadow. Uncle Wang took a look at the faraway Duke Lu. His heart was shocked, and he was busy opening his mouth to persuade him. Mr. Lu, the snow tiger in the north is very dangerous. Ordinary people can't get close to more than 10 feet. There will be fearful tiger whistles. You'd better hurry up and take the horse forward. With the little king first to leave this place. Before the words fell, it was seen that this fox-fur gentleman had already arrived in front of the cage, only inches away. Seeing this scene, the surrounding footmen and darkmen had goosebumps on their arms, and their sweaty hairs stood on end, their faces full of anxiety. Hiss, be careful, Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu Xiao, it's too dangerous there, quickly back off. But no one dared to come forward to stop them at this time. Roar ow ow dash. The hearts of the crowd of darts were nearly in their throats. However, the snow tiger with round eyes and angry eyes, after seeing Fox-Fur Duke, the tiger's head trembled for a moment, followed by a slight bit of weakness in the tiger's paw, backed up a few steps towards the cage. The tiger's body was blocked by the cage, and there was no way to retreat, so it landed on all 4 feet, as if it were a big cat, and somewhat awkwardly squatted in place, symbolically whimpering a few times. The beard quivered. Woo woo, maybe it's an illusion. But for the first time, a group of traveling merchants detected a few points of flattery in the pupils of the snowy tiger. But I don't know. In the eyes of the crowd, Mr. Lu is just a person who pretends to be a fox. The snow fox lay lazily on his shoulder, but the fox's eyes gazed coldly at the snow tiger. In Lu Chenran's mind, there were words slowly floating on the title page of that golden book. Bonding with Fox Mountain Tiger Mountain God, 0/30. Fox Mountain Snow Tiger, Taoism 3 a Sun. Often snowsuit turban Shang Chen E and thus out. The night has a brilliant light shooting forest thin. See, people think that the mountain god also, when he wants to eat people, he turns into a tiger and roars. He sat down next to the cage and reached out, patting the tiger's head with a gentle expression, his voice both slow and steady. Don't yell, let's go to the upper capital together, okay? Behave. The snow tiger opened its mouth, sticking out its tongue in a rare gesture, and exhaled. Oh, after doing all this, Lu Chenran slowly turned around, and in the midst of the crowd staring angrily, his expression was as calm as ever, as if he had done something insignificant. He sat silently on the wagon where the cage was, straightened the shawl around his shoulders, and spoke softly. Gentlemen, you may depart. There's heavy snow tonight, and the mountain roads are bad, so we need to get there early. End of chapter. Chapter 10, The Tiger Mountain God. Chapter 10, The Tiger Mountain God. The setting sun's corona cast a slant, pulling Lu Duanran's shadow to a long length. Fox-Fur Duke is sitting quietly at the side of the snow tiger in the Zhangyu, always with a gentle smile on his face. The crowd glanced at each other, and unanimously, they all bowed in unison to Mr. Lu. Snow is falling from the sky again. The ruts of the carts crushed through the layers of snow, and this caravan to Shangjing finally set off again. There are destined to be people who will lose sleep tonight, and their minds will recall today's scene, the handsome male in fox fur, in the midst of the roiling snow and wind, gently patting the mottled forehead of the 10-foot-plus snow tiger, coaxing it gently and softly. This is an image that will probably never be forgotten for the rest of your life. The moon rises, the full moon flows silently, and the sky is reflected in the sky. Lu Chenran declined the invitation of the young prince to ride with him in the same car, and sat cross-legged next to the tiger cage, smoothing out what he had heard today. This side of the world may not be what they think that way, although there are demons and ghosts, but there is no immortal door forest, immortal edge avenue flying in the sky. That is to say, this world may still be in a hazy and vague state regarding the way of immortality. Whether or not there's an elixir, talisman, magic treasure, or formation is another story. If this is the analysis, those footmen before captured this tiger mountain god without any effort. It all makes sense. That Xuehu simply had the same idea as himself, wanting to catch a ride to Shangjingfu. As to why the sudden change of temperament, roaring, as a hungry tiger pouncing on food. The title page of the Golden Book in Lu Chenran's mind clearly states the reason. If you want to eat a person, you will change into a tiger again, and you will roar and roar. This is resistant to hunger. Lu Duanran gently shook his head. If not for the fact that he and his aunt were here, I'm afraid that this tiger mountain god would have already been unable to endure the starvation, broken out of the cage, and killed in all directions. Perhaps it was the thought of wanting to hitch a ride that has been endured until now. The snow tiger was huddled in the corner of the cage, its glowing red eyes staring cautiously at the snow fox on the fox fur man's shoulder, not daring to breathe. Lu Chunran rummaged through the package in his arms and found a piece of bacon, and after thinking about it, he threw it towards the snow tiger. Tiger head tentatively stretched out. See that the fox did not take care of their own, then cautiously get up, pick up the piece of bacon and eat up. Just a mouthful will have been swallowed in the mouth, where the rich flavor of the lips and teeth. Then he prostrated himself again and stared blearily at Lu Duanran. Lu Duanran smiled at the snow tiger and spoke softly. You're lazy. You want to go to Shangjingfu to hear the immortals preach, and you still don't want to walk there by yourself. You have to take a hitchhiker. With such a loose Taoist mind, coupled with the aggravation of karma from too much cannibalism, even if one goes up to the unsalted mountain, one will not be able to cultivate good Taoist fruits. At those words, the tiger mountain god raised his head violently, his tiger eyes wide and full of unbelief as he stared at the man in front of him. Although the man had only spoken 3 or 2 words, the information contained in them was appalling. How had he seen through himself? It is said that there are immortals in Buxian Mountain, but before the emperor of the Great Zhou Kingdom released the news that there are immortals preaching, there are no classes to teach. No one has ever heard that there are real immortals in the world. Yes, even the terrifying existence that had occupied his own mountain god temple was willing to be his servant. Realizing that this person was perhaps the first person in cultivation that it had encountered, it suddenly sat up, swallowing repeatedly, and actually spoke out. It was my eyes that were so clumsy that I didn't know the gentleman was here. I have been practicing in Fox Mountain for more than 200 years, and I have not been able to make any progress in my cultivation so far, so I thought of going to Shangjing to listen to the sermons of the immortals, on the way to meet Mr. It is really a great fate, please Mr. For my cultivation all the way to point out 1 or 2. Since the fox fur in front of the gentleman did not wave his hand to remove themselves, but instead is out of the voice to appease, that must have stored for their own immortal road to solve the confusion of the heart. Immortal destiny is hard to come by, can seize the opportunity naturally cannot let go. The snow tiger conscious of his own party's words are still polite, but the words fell. 4 feet is apprehensive and nervous trembling. This snow tiger's rash voice had startled Lu Chunran's heart. He also did not think that his unintentional words, but let this tiger mountain god mistakenly recognized himself as a cultivator, just that he has no interactions with it, and there is no cause and effect, if he ignores this snow tiger, but in turn, it is to make it hate in its heart. If it becomes resentful and abandons the car and flees, will he not lose the opportunity to bond with it for nothing? Good thing that he is from the soul of the blue star. Other may not know much, but the famous Tao Te Ching is always a little dabbling, and immediately wiped out the concerns of the heart, leaning against the cage. Tiger Kuan, Mr. A name Lu Mao dare not be, but between you and me, the edge is there for more than a month. Mr. Lu gave you 18 words, how much you can comprehend depends on you. Upon hearing that there was a show, the snow tiger's eyes instantly lit up, fiercely rising, his paws actually bowing with his hands together like a human. The grace of your guidance, sir, will not be forgotten for the rest of my life. It naturally did not have the extravagant hope of becoming the disciple of this Mr. Lu in front of it, but just to be able to get the 18 words bestowed by Mr. Lu today was already burning incense in its ancestors' graves. Lu Chenran did not avoid, frankly accepted this snow tiger a worship, then began to fool around. If it is crooked, it is whole. If it is wrong, it is straight. If it is puddled, it is full. If it is shabby, it is new. If it is little, it is gained. If it is much, it is confounded. Tiger Kuan remember. Lu Chenran's words fell. The snow tiger's brow is tightly locked up, as if he wanted to understand what stretch open, but once again, tightly wrinkled, thinking hard, week after week. I only felt the depth of the Tao contained in these 18 words. Seeing that this snow tiger had fallen into deep thought, Lu Chunran paused and did not forget to instruct. Tiger Kuan, if you wish to attain the fruits of the Tao, the thing that opens the spirit is not to be eaten by any means. After saying that, it was that his legs were crossed and he also entered the state of meditation. Lu Chunran did not speak empty words to this tiger mountain god, and between himself and it, there was indeed a relationship of more than a month. The pages of that golden book in his mind floated languidly, and each of the 3 book titles dispersed and floated in his Lu Chunran sea of consciousness. Bonding with Fox Mountain Tiger Mountain God, 0/30. Bound to the Northern Snow Fox, 3002/3300. Affiliation with BJI, 2/10. Quiet returns in all directions. The moon is pale and hazy, and if someone accidentally throws a jade tablet into the ink, the gradual or bright light, in which there are spots of shadow, set off the Shioyu plane in light. At some point, the snow tiger woke up leisurely from the meditation of the party. It stretched its body and turned around to see this scene, as watery light quietly dipped down, as if caged in smoke. In silence is slowly sprinkled on the handsome man in fox fur. This gentleman in a moment, if the moon is a unity, melting in the surrounding snow as white flaws, the tiger monarch held his breath, and his pupils were filled with the color of awe and amazement. The moon is in the center, in heaven and on earth. Mr. Lu is the only one. There is no other. Mr. Lu. Snow Tiger's eyes were filled with respect as he looked at the gentleman in front of him. The tiger's paw landed on the ground, and its head rushed at him with a deep bow, muttering, "I will remember the teachings of the gentleman, and for the rest of my life, I will never eat anything that opens the spirit." End of chapter. Chapter 11, Observing All Things. Acquiring the Mind's Eye, Elementary. Chapter 11, Observing All Things. Acquiring the Mind's Eye, Elementary. The sun is nowhere to be seen in the west. The setting sun spilled over the pine forest, a beam of crimson, blood-like light traveling through the snowy forest floor. Tap 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 dash. A caravan of more than 100 horses slowly moved forward on the official highway at the edge of the Gobi interchange, 680 miles outside of Fox Mountains, Stone County and Jammu County. It was said to be an official road, but the snow in the deepest part of it was already able to go past the calves of the horses. About half of the horses had goods on them and were led by traveling merchants, while the other half were mounted on darts carrying weapons. The one at the front rode a divine white horse, and although he was wearing a large cloak, he was still instantly recognizable as the backbone of this caravan. Young Prince, with the continuous heavy snow, the caravan has been traveling for 5 days, so let's set up camp here today and tomorrow for a little bit of reorganization. Uncle Wang patted the snow on his stubble and spoke. The young prince nodded, and after tethering the white horse underneath him to a nearby pine tree, he subconsciously walked towards the carriage carrying the tiger's cage. This action has become a habit. In the past few days, he had invited Lu Chunran several times, wanting him to ride with him in a carriage, cook wine and enjoy the snow, and have a long talk all night long. But every time I see him, he either meditates with his eyes closed to the tiger cage or he politely refuses and meditates with his eyes closed to the tiger cage. That is to say, it is understandable that indulgence is hindered. It's the first time I've seen an addiction to meditation. As expected, when he walked to the carriage carrying the tiger cage, Mr. Lu was still sitting cross-legged on top of the futon, and seeing this scene, the young prince muttered silently to himself. What an uninteresting person, however. Only someone with a heart as sincere as this can find immortal destiny, right? Shaking his head, the little prince's figure was hidden into the wind and snow. 3 hours later, Lu Duanran woke up leisurely from the carriage carrying the tiger cage. The words on the title page of the golden book whisked slowly in his mind. Bonding with BJI, 10/10. Next moment, Lu Chunran felt that his soul seemed to have left his body, and under the night, his vision should have been obstructed, but everything around him was so clear. The moon reflects the color of snow. An official road paved with green bricks is covered with snow. The snow of the last night will be buried under the floor, secluded and peaceful. No need to lift up the curtains. There will be a burst of fresh snow finely chopped on the face. As far as the eye can see, there are thorns and green pines, the branches of which are as strong as the ancient ones, and without looking closely, one can see the snow on the pine branches rolling on the stubble of the branches, wanting to fall but not yet fallen. The birds go back and forth to the branches, their cries brittle and tender. Chirp dash. Lu Dust ran a sway sparrow through the pine forest, shaking off the snow pieces. Everything, clear the mind, wash the eyes. Silently feeling all this, words quietly floated on the golden book's title page that belonged solely to 100 Days AI, blessed with 100 days of wormwood and the ability to see all things. Gaining the eye of the mind, elementary. Lu Chunran stretched his limbs, his eyes clearing, only to feel an indescribable relief in his limbs and bones. May the mind's eye of all things be penetrated? Though only elementary. I just don't know if it's the same as by Re-AI, who can see into the ground and know where Shinchi is. All the way to the line. Hastily have not looked at. Now the eyes of the heart all open, suitable to roam the surrounding scenery. Although not see the artificial fine carving luxuriant but all natural. He touched the snow fox is still sleeping soundly. The moonlight through the car window. Gentle brush. She is like a kitten under the moon. Good and quiet. Boing dash. By his light touch, the snow fox woke up, climbed on his shoulder. Lu Chunran with a floating silk will be full of hair tied, wrapped in fox fur, and then cannot help but step off the carriage. Slowly stepped into the wind and snow. The night moon was high, and the forest breeze was long. Clang. Ja ja. Swish dash. Not far from the open space, A sound of golden stones chiming and trembling was heard. Lu Chenran stepped on the snow. Try to let his movements slow down, not to make a sound, for fear of making noise, will be like water the quiet of the night to break. And then, he was able to see a man in white practicing his sword under the moonlight. He was wearing a plain white long shirt. Full head of hair are pulled behind the back, for the snow mess sprinkled. The sword posture is wonderful. With the sound of golden stone breaks the height of the undulation of the hairier body in show, as if off the tip of the crane straight to the 9 heavens, the clear blade of the sword, reflecting a handsome uncast face, close to the long shirt in the swing on both sides of the swing open, vaguely visible pair of long arms, silk pants tightly wrapped legs very long, plain hand picking between the sword, the snow neck shallow dew, was the moonlight paved with confusing as ing. It's the young prince, practicing your sword? Lu Duanran whispered softly to himself. Only, now that the young prince was wearing tight clothes, you could see that his shoulders were thin. Unlike a normal person who practiced martial arts, and a gust of wind hit him with a few points of fragrance. The moonlight shone on the little prince's back, sweating through his shirt, his hair sticking to his ears, rising a few points of scarlet. There is actually a kind of indescribable beauty. I am not glass. I am not glass. Lu Duanran closed his eyes and meditated. God knows, the first time I used my mind's eye was for this purpose. The snow fox on Lu Duanran's shoulder had long since woken up. The fox's eyes glanced at him, and saw that Rant's eyes were almost long on that little king's body, and for some reason, a sudden and inexplicable feeling rose up in his heart. The fox's eyes blinked lightly, shook the fluffy fox tail, and opened the fox's mouth to bite towards Lu Duanran's ear. Hiss! Lu Chenran was busy covering his mouth so that he didn't make a pain sound, and then he was leading the snow fox towards the distant mountains and forests to hide. The young prince had practiced martial arts since childhood, and his sense of hearing far exceeded that of normal people. The light hissed dash in the middle of the corner just now. Even though it was well hidden by the man, he still noticed it immediately. Bending down, looking at the sweat through the full shirt of their own arms subconsciously tightly encircled the chest, the eyebrows tightly knitted, eyes coldly looking around. Who is it? By the white moonlight, the young prince saw the fox-furred gentleman leading the snow fox towards the mountains. Brother Lu? The young prince raised an eyebrow and smoothly inserted his longsword back into the scabbard at his waist, looking at his hidden back suspiciously. At this late hour, what is he doing alone in the mountains? Not afraid of any accidents? It occurred to me that in the past few days, he hadn't even spoken a few words to him, and now the man who had indulged in meditation had finally come out to walk around. The young prince glanced at the caravan that was still camping, clenched his silver teeth and crossed his heart, and quietly followed behind Lu Chenran. A man and a fox walk through the mountains in the dead of night. It's not that Lu Chenran is arrogant. Not even a weapon is really on the shoulders of the ant of the fox. He does not have any sense of crisis. This time, he went to the mountain to test out what use he could make of the mind's eye he had just acquired. When he thought of this, Lu Chenran immersed himself in his mind, only to feel an inexplicable chi surging towards his eyes. And then, everything in heaven and earth was turned into thick ink, divided only into black and white. Usage is somewhat similar. Night vision? End of chapter. Chapter 12, The Long Night of Illumination. Chapter 12, The Long Night of Illumination. Stirring snow with the wind quietly immersed, rustling snow-buried pine. The mountain trails had long been covered with layers of snow, making it impossible to discern the direction. Lu Chenran stepped in the snow, staggering step by step, fumbling forward, ears swirling with the cold wind blowing the pine needles and branches whimpering shell foam. Reaching out, he caught a few flakes of snow, which were slightly cool and melted in his hands. The eye of the heart brought him that feeling of seeing heaven and earth, making Lu Chenran able to clearly see a splash of color in the thick ink of heaven and earth. What was that? Lu Duanran tilted his head and looked at a pine tree 10 paces away, its branches reflecting a few points of luster. He took a few quick steps forward and climbed up the trunk of the tree, from which he pulled out a handful of dried pine mushrooms as the squirrels stuffing their cheeks watched. Oh, so it's mountain goods. The squirrel's fluffy fur exploded and was about to have a seizure. However, due to the tall figure of the two-legged monkey in front of them, they still blearily hid aside and chose to give up the rations hidden here. Seeing this scene, Lu Chenran smiled gently, and then put the cupped dry goods back in place. I didn't know Mr. Squirrel was here. Much apologies. After thinking about it, he took another piece of dry biscuit out of the package and threw it in front of the squirrel, half joking, as an atonement. This is made by Auntie. If you eat it, you will get Tao. The snow fox blinked, her gaze shallow with tenderness. The squirrel's eyes were full of incredulity looking at the food in front of him, which was the same size as himself, and tentatively reached out his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, he took a bite. The never-tasted sweetness melts in the mouth and the rich aroma spreads in the cold air. In the next instant, the rat's eyes were glaring round, frozen in place. Don't pass the squirrel. Lu Chenran continued to walk towards the depths of the mountain, leaving behind clear traces of snow prints, enough for him to remember the way back. He just walked 1 foot higher and 1 foot lower, his cloth socks soaked with snow and slightly chilled without realizing it. The night was getting deeper and deeper, and the dense undergrowth of pines blocked out the moon, and there was no more light in the forest. Lu Chenran just walked forward in the darkness. Finally, he came to a stone monument that was buried deep in snow. He bent down and reached out to peel away the layers of snow. The mind's eye told him that there was a pale golden sheen under the snow. Sure enough, a Ganoderma lucidum emitting a faint shimmering light was buried in the shallow snow, with blades resembling grass leaves and fruit the size of a pea grain, blossoming with purple petals in the wind and snow. It's a firefly cheese. The title page of the golden book in his head moved languidly. Bonding with firefly chi, 0 out of 10. Firefly chi, Taoism 1 ace. Its leaves like grass, real large as beans, purple. Night vision has light. Eat of food. A hole in the heart. Food to 7, the heart of the 7 apertures hole. You can night book. The snow fox blinked its eyes, its fox face somewhat puzzled, not knowing exactly how Ranner had discovered this well-hidden exotic treasure. Lu Chenran did not uproot it, but gently touched its leaves placed under the nose. Micro-smell. Bursts of dark fragrance silk into the soul. He gently opened his mouth. Can I borrow some of Lu's fluorescent light to clear the way? Responding to him was a slight flick of the leaves of the firefly chi. In the darkness, there is a little fluorescent light is getting brighter and brighter, and then the whole fireflies are bright, as if the immortal court jade mountains fell to earth by mistake. A little fluorescent light spread in the snowy night, turned into a piece of fireflies, lingering in the surroundings of the Lu Chuanran, to dispel the darkness of this world. Thanks. Lu Duanran slowly got up and smiled. Borrow a fluorescent flame to illuminate the long, thick night. The wind and snow were getting heavier, and as the night wind whistled by, even with the glow in the dark, it was still a little chilly. Lu Chenran walked forward, and then a boundary monument appeared in front of him. The writing on it weathered a bit with the erosion of the years, but it was still vaguely recognizable. Goodwood County. Here, is it already the boundaries of Gamu County? Unconsciously, we have traveled so far, and now the wind and snow are getting more and more fierce. Going back is never a good choice. It seems that we can only continue to move forward, looking for a mountain temple to avoid the wind and snow for a night. Following the route indicated by the mind's eye, Lu Chenran once again stepped into the wind and snow. It's snowing heavily, perhaps all night long. Looking far away, Lu Chenran vaguely saw the figure of a dilapidated temple. Just the night is really dark. I do not know whether it is a monastery or a Taoist temple. Walking on this deserted road for a long time. Think about it, perhaps once upon a time there was a time of traffic, but the rise and fall of change, the world is often the case, all the more in front of the past cloud smoke. But also in his heart slightly left a little touch. When you get closer, it's a mountain temple. It seems that the north is not doing well for the preaching of Buddhism, as can be seen from the fact that there are temples all over the place but no Buddhist temples, and it is still the temples that are deeply rooted in people's hearts. The plaque of the temple was also burned as firewood long ago. Who cares what mountain gods are enshrined? Lu Duanran pushed open the broken doorway. The mountain god's clay sculpture perennial no incense offerings. Dust, snow and water erosion. Has been modeled out of shape, paint all faded, revealing the interior of the mud tires and stone sculpture. It is not known why such a temple was built in this sparsely populated place. Lu Chenran picked up some firewood, piled it together, started a fire, took out a piece of bacon from the parcel, and put it in a clay pot to cook with the snow water. The wind and snow outside the temple grew stronger, scraping the doorframe and clanking it. Tap 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 dash. Just then, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Then a figure pushed his way through the door in a panic, covered in snow, the moonlight reflecting on his frozen cheeks. It's snowing so hard it's freezing. Lu Chenran raised his head and looked towards the man. Reflected in the dim light of the fire is the eager cheek of the young king. Snow mixed with nervous sweat and hair strands stuck together. His eyebrows raised, but he wondered why the young prince was here, and moved to the side to make room for him. Why is the young king here? Lu Chenran passed a bowl of hot water with him, signaling him to warm up. The dim firelight reflected the figures of the two men, and the young prince reached out to take the hot water and took a light sip. I saw Mr. Lu going up the mountain alone, so I followed him for fear that he might be in danger. I didn't expect the wind and snow to be so heavy. It looks like we won't be able to return tonight. Is there something important for you to do on the mountain late at night, my lord? Lu Duanran picked at the wood under the fire and smiled faintly. Nothing important, just a walk in the park. The young prince nodded, and the two of them chatted again. Suddenly the young prince tapped his head, as if he thought of something, and said mysteriously to Lu Duanran, Mr. Lu, I found a cave treasure on the way, and there are quite a few strange treasures within it. Lu Duanran didn't answer, only silently looking at the shadows reflected on the wall by the firelight, on which there is only one person and one fox. End of chapter. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Mr. Lu, seeing that Lu Chunran was silent, as if he was pondering something, the little prince reached out his hand and waved it in front of his face, continuing to add, "That place is not far from this temple, and it won't take more than a few incense sticks to go back and forth. We'd better take advantage of the night, or we'll let the mountain men around here get the jump on us." Searing flames ruffled the night, and the dilapidated temple couldn't keep out the wind that struck all around it, and there were sparks of fire. The light reflected Lu Duanran's side, swaying and glowing. Hoo! At some point, the snow fox on Lu Chunran's shoulder had already stood up, and in the night, the fox's eyes gazed coldly at the young prince. The fox fur on his body was still as snowy white and spotless. Only in this blizzard-like waterfalls in the night, more than a few points of murderous atmosphere. In Snow Fox's impression, he had never seen Ranner look this cold. The young prince swallowed a mouthful of water, seemingly also sensing that something was wrong and wanting to ease the atmosphere of the moment. "Mr. Lu, but you don't believe what I said?" Lu Chunran slowly got up and fiddled with the firewood, and then an aura coalesced in his eyes. Under the observation of the mind's eye, elementary, Lu Chuanran's line of sight passed through the little prince, through the snow-covered open space outside the veranda, and through the courtyard behind the short wall. That compound was silent and deserted, but at that moment there was an old woman in her late 60s standing there, the moonlight spilling down without a shadow. Behind the old woman was a tree, covered with cobwebs, and a human face with fangs protruding from its trunk in a hideous shape. The tree has a black gas filled with darkness, accompanied by a heavy bloody aura. The likeness of this tree is looking for food. Lu Chunran's gaze looked toward the little prince slyly as he spoke flatly. "Where is he?" The little prince instantly froze in place, only to feel a chill rising from his spine, and his expression revealed a few moments of panic, although it flickered, but it could not escape the insight of Lu Chunran's mind's eye. "Mr. Lu, what are you talking about? I'm the little prince." Lu Duanran bent down and picked up a still burning piece of firewood from the fire. Points of glowing light regrouped around him, and at the moment, the moonlight was so bright that it was no different from daytime under the moon, only where the moonlight couldn't shine. It was pitch black, and in this cold and stormy night, the division between light and darkness was extraordinarily clear, with half of it reflecting on Lu Chuanran's body, and half of it reflecting on the body of the little prince. Who dash? The torch was then already on top of the little prince's shoulders, and Lu Chunran spoke coldly. "Sinner, how many people have you cannibalized so far by means of seduction? Where is the city god of Jiamu County? How could you let him kill a passerby?" The bonfire was roaring, and behind it was the clay model of the severed head. A place of mountain gods and land is so broken. Is it that the mountain gods and land have no way to take this demon? Or is it that the demon cannibalism is also the secret acquiescence of the city god of this place? If not, why are there so many dilapidated land temples in the 16 counties under the mirror of Jiamu County, including Fox Hill? "You are practitioners." Seeing this scene, the little king screamed. The next instant the solidified figure was transformed into a flash of green smoke, whistling as it fled the temple. Lu Duanran's eyes stared tightly at the wisp of green smoke, and with a face that carried a bit of heaviness, he pushed open the doorway and walked towards the courtyard behind that short wall. Countless black shadows came from all directions, yet they only passed through Lu Chuanran's body, and then instantly turned into two ends. The crone let out a gasp. How is that possible? Black shadows twisted and still want to converge together. Lu Chuanran around the body of a little firefly is attached to the black shadows above. The black shadows immediately turned into green smoke dissolved. Resentful curses Lu Chuanran did not hear. His eyes began to emit a faint golden light, and his body was tinted with a layer of golden splendor. Just like that, through the obstruction of layers of black mist, he came straight to the pine tree and threw the torch in his hand towards the tree. The old crone desperately flinging the branches of the tree, wanting to throw off that flame, but the flame not only did not abate, but instead was spreading upward along her tree. Watching this scene both shocked and fearful, the old crone's face of resentment is more and more profound, the face of the grimace to the heavens, his voice mournful. "Ah, uncity god, you'll lose your own virtue if you break your promise. You said you wouldn't interfere with our cultivation. How can you secretly use the hands of cultivators to kill me? You two-faced man, I curse you to never get rid of the position of God's way and never be free. It just burns until it burns out. Beneath the gray fragments, there are uncountable white bones buried." As this old crone dissipated, the words on the title page of the golden book that had surfaced slowly disappeared from Lu Chunran's mind. Bonding with Pine Charmer, 0/5. Pine Phantom, Taoist half a century. Human face and tree body. Good to confuse people. The The mountains and forests born of strange gas, thought people harm. Lu Chunran looked deeply at the skeletons on the ground, his heart filled with shock. Just how many people did this pine charmer eat? Immediately afterward, Lu Chunran looked around, and at the corner of the empty compound, there was a dry well. He approached the dry well and looked down. Sure enough, the young prince collapsed under the withered well, still holding that long sword tightly in his hand, his eyebrows slender, the corners of his mouth thin, that clear face with a bit of unearthly coolness. Only the pale face masked his original inclination, some miserable, fingers toward the tip of his nose to explore. There is still a faint sniffle. Sure enough, I was charmed by this pine. Good thing I got here in time. I'm still breathing. Lu Chunran took a deep leap and carried the young prince out of the dry well, bringing the fainting man inside the temple and laying him flat on the ground. The young prince's body was already a bit stiff from staying in the snow for so long, and it was imperative that his body temperature be restored as soon as possible to avoid the more serious consequences of losing heat. The snow outside is getting heavier and heavier. Before the snow stops tomorrow, it's impossible to go back to the caravan station. Lu Chunran frowned slightly, and after pondering for a while, he stepped out of the door, sought out a large wooden bucket, patched up the few places where the water was leaking, and placed it in the center of the broken temple. After hitting it full of snow, I found some broken wood and straw and boiled some water and poured it into a barrel. Searing flames reflected in his cheeks. The only way to keep him warm is to take a warm bath, the simplest and most primitive way. After a while, Lu Chunran put his hand into the bucket, sensed the temperature of the water, and nodded. Immediately afterward, Lu Chunran took a deep breath and groped for a moment between the young prince's waist and abdomen to find the belt, after which he quickly drew it out. Swish dash. After skillfully removing the heavy snow shirt, he was left with only the snow-white inner shirt within it. Snowfox on the side stared with wide eyes, silently watching Ranner's skillful maneuvering as he watched him about to probe his hand into the young lord's collar. No! At the sight of this scene, a few moments of anxiety inexplicably surfaced in the snow fox's heart, and a thought echoed in the fox's mind constantly. Never let Ranner undo this girl's collar. Well, I'm doing it for Ranner's own good. Ranner is a young man with a strong bloodline. What if he does something hurtful to someone else? Absolutely not. No way. When you're an ant, naturally, there's nothing personal. That's all. With this thought, the fluffy fox's tail was swinging gently, opening the fox's mouth. A mouthful of aura was ferried towards the sleeping little prince. End of chapter. Chapter 14, Snowy Days and No Nights. Chapter 14, Snowy Days and No Nights. Well, a murmuring voice rang out in the mountain temple. The young king couldn't open his sleepy eyes. Muddled between, just feel warm around the body. Is lying in the place a little hard? Body aches have a kind of indescribable difficult. In his mind, he vaguely remembered the scene that happened just now. In this blizzard, he followed Lu Duanran's footprints all the way forward, and at first he could vaguely see his cloak hunting in the cold wind, and then later on, the snow sky tumbled and blurred his vision, and in a moment of inattention, he fell into the snow shell. For the snow, since childhood and the Shangjing grew up and the young prince is not a stranger. Just in his impression, snow should be slender and feeble, just like the soft and watery Jiangnan girl, but the north of the increasingly intense snowfall, but changed his impression of the snow. Rustling wind sounds straight into the ear, not like a girl, but like a vicissitude of the old man. The snow jiajia blowing in the face of the unmasked, like a blunt knife cut flesh, raw pain. He admitted that he was the one who had underestimated the snow in the north, and that he should not have followed in the footsteps of that fox-furred male without any preparation. By the time he rose from his snowy shell, Lu Chunran's figure had already disappeared into the wintry night. Later, he met the mountain tree charm that took the form of Lu Chunran, and between 3 words, he was charmed by it, and when he reacted, his body had already fallen into a deep sleep. Then later, his soul, he was able to clearly see the tree charm incarnate into his own likeness walk into the mountain god temple and sit beside brother Lu and talk and laugh. That was the moment. The little prince's heart has sunk to the bottom of the valley. When listening to that pine charm proposed to want to let the land brother to follow him together on the mountain to dig the strange treasures, the little prince's heart has been like an icefall flying slag. At the moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Oh, brother Lu, you must not follow that pine charmer. If brother Lu agrees, I am afraid that he will end up in the same situation as himself. He only hated that he could not speak out to remind him. Just, next moment, his breath caught in his throat. The vault of the snowy moon, not full of high hanging, was the scattered starlight a shake, instantly spread the sky and sprinkled, lingering in the body of the foxfur teenager. A bit of firefly light then bloom, as if a bit of haze, shine in this residual drunkenness of the thick night, dispersed the lingering haze. Inside the dark and heavy temple, the fox-furred young man was holding a torch. a pair of snowy eyes black and white, looking up and down without shame to heaven and earth. The vastness of the atmosphere filled the entire temple. Cold wind whistling, long hair flying, if immortal or ghost, everything seems to be silent scroll. Inside the compound, outside the dry well, it's a roaring fire. So Pine Charmer, it just burned out? This was the last image that came to the little king's mind. At the end of the day, inside the temple, Lu Duanran reached out and unlocked the young prince's collar. Her thin shirt had been soaked through with snow, and she was cool and wet. His hot breath spit on the side of Li Zijuan's face. Ear to ear, the little king's body softened a few points. A touch of scarlet as from her ears rose up. It's hard to tell, but the little king's pectoral muscles are quite big, Lu Duanran said to himself. When I wanted to undo the extremely tight belt on the side of the waist, the gentle breath from the snow fox flowed into the lungs through the little prince's 7 orifices, and then the little prince sneezed heavily. Achu dash. Li Zijuan woke up, those eyes just looking at the man crouching over her. 4 eyes. Lu Duanran's hand, out of place, rested on her chest. Brotherly, Lu is just. He wanted to explain that even though they were both men, it was still indecent to act like this, not to mention that the man in front of him was really handsome, and he didn't want to be thought of by the young prince as having a broken sleeve fetish. Li Zijuan's eyes looked to the bucket of water set up on the campfire to the side before turning his head and speaking calmly. Brother Lu doesn't need to explain. I know everything. Thank you for saving Brother Lu's life. There was a momentary silence in the temple. Li Zijuan let Lu Chuanran's hand rest on her chest. Feeling the heat coming from the palm of her hand, her heart did not know what to feel. Well, can Brother Lu move his hand away? I'm a little out of breath. Brother Lu is a strange man and a tall one. She did not have the slightest doubt about the character of the person in front of her. Ken in the haze of that demonic Gasmondi, lofty and immovable, in the face of danger as if the person of the pine. How can it not be a gentleman? This time, some experience in the north has already made this young prince from Shangjing thoroughly produced the heart of pulling together this fox for a young man who walked down from the mountain. Lu Duanran spilled a smile, realizing that his actions were a bit inappropriate. He stood up with a long body and spoke softly. Brother Li, your body is afraid of losing temperature. Li Zijuan's body sat up straight, while then with his frozen hands, he held his ankles and took off his boots. The snow-white socks had been soaked through with snow, half penetrating the jade-like skin and condensing with a few crystal drops. Long hair cascaded down her face, clinging to her cheeks along the snowy water, and her bushy lashes were lightly blinked with spots of frost dotting them. She then raised her head to look at Lu. Dusty ran with a slight bit of embarrassment between her eyebrows and mumbled her lips. Brother Lu's kindness in saving his life is something Zijuan will never forget. It's just, I wonder if Brother Lu can evade for a bit. I really don't like to enter the bath naked in front of others. I hope Brother Lu will understand. Lu Chenran was first stunned. Then he silently turned around. This reminds him of the college dormitory at the time of the Blue Star. The northern people bathing is never in the big bathhouse, but most of the southerners are twisted, like to bathe alone. Just the mountain god temple is just such a room. After thinking, he is sitting with his back next to the mud sculpture. Light coughing said, well, I'm not looking. Yeah. From the other end of the clay model came the voice of the young king. Fine rustling. Li Zijuan strained to take off the clothes on her body one by one. A circle of bandages slowly fell from her chest to her ankles. She tightly gripped the piece of jade in front of her chest, and with all of her body's strength, she walked towards the bucket of warm water, stretching her legs and stepping in. Whoa! The searing heat warmed her stiff body, and Li Zijuan sat silently in the water, a slight warmth on her body. Outside the window, the snow is still falling, and soon a thick layer is piled up. Brother Lu was, in his opinion, upright, and indeed did not act in any way that was contrary to a gentleman, and she slowly closed her eyes. In his mind vaguely echoed the towering figure of Ruosong, and the burning, lingering nostrils of his own ear. Snow days do not see the night, and blizzards are like waterfalls. She shook her head vigorously, and in the midst of this confusion, the blurry figure that had just risen slowly dissipated. Li Zijuan's heart had a will that was more determined than anyone else's, compared to the destiny she has been carrying since she was a child. What is that young man in fox fur, whom she has known for a few days on the road? Make good friends, lay the foundation for the future, and be a good friend. After she had set clear the position of this fox-furred boy in her heart, her taut heart could not help but relax for a minute, and she let out a long breath of relief, silently chanting in her heart, Li Zijuan is a man, more husband than a man, gentleman, if jade. End of chapter. Chapter 15, Giving the Sword Dragon's Breath. Chapter 15, Giving the Sword Dragon's Breath. The snow outside the window seemed to be a little lighter. Behind him, the sound of the water constantly coming from the wooden barrel. Lu Chunran sat cross-legged in front of the severed head of the clay sculpture. The firelight ruffled the dark room, accompanied by the whistling wind and snow. There is a little bit of ghostly. This is not the first time he has seen the broken head clay sculpture in the mountain god temple. Under a closer look, the temple in the mountain is the same as the Fox Mountain temple that clay sculpture had broken in the same position. Initially, Lu Chenran thought that it was caused by the erosion of rain and snow over the years, but now it seems like it was chopped off by an inexplicable force from the neck of the mud sculpture. Are all the mountain god temples in the 16 counties under Jammu County so and so? What exactly is the meaning of this county city god? Allowing demonic and ghostly things to occupy the temples of the righteous gods of incense and fire without any jurisdiction is no longer simply a dereliction of duty. If Lu Chuanran guessed correctly, combined with the pine charm burned when said Jammu County, this place is afraid of long ago demon ghosts, rampant scourge of the earth. Lu Chenran is thinking when, behind the sound of the water gradually weakened, and then there is a fine rustling with the sound of clothes. A quarter of an hour later, it was then that he heard the young prince open his mouth. Brother Lu, I've taken a bath. I can turn around now. Lu Duanran slowly turned around and looked at the man in front of him. Will be wearing the clothes, hair watery and a few scattered, clear cheeks, if a lotus flower, as if you can pinch the water. Li Zijuan draped the snowy shirt on his body, found some hay, and sat silently by the campfire with his arms around his knees, staring at the few green smokes. There was a bit of silence within the temple. Only Lu Duanran didn't feel awkward. The young prince pursed his reddish lips, and after some deliberation, he picked up the antique long sword from the ground that had been pinned to his waist, and the scabbard was of Nanmu wood, and there was nothing special about it. Clang! When she drew the sword from its sheath, there was a bit of watery light brimming, and the quivering was like the sound of a dragon's roar. The clear, cold blade reflected in her clear, haunted eyes. This sword, it meant a lot to her. The young prince took a deep breath, gently caressing the blade of the sword with his hand, and then he was holding the sword with both hands, his clarified eyes slightly converging as he got up and handed it over towards Lu Duanran. Brother Lu, I can't repay you for saving my life. This sword is called Water Dragon's Breath, and I have always had it with me since I was a child. I would like to present this sword to you today, and I ask that Brother Lu not refuse it. Lu Chenran gazed at the dragon pattern engraved on the sword. This sword he had seen before, a few hours ago. This sword is still with the little king dance in the snow. Point butterflies such as flying through the snow like a shuttle, like a fairy walking in the snow. Real people singing in the wind. He would have refused. Only to raise his head was to see the young prince's sincere gaze, slightly curved corners of the mouth, cheeks without the slightest hint of play acting, written with sincerity, instead of hesitation. It is better to make a quick decision. Think of this, Lu Chenran is to receive the long sword. There is no tedious gratitude. Straight talk. Many thanks to Brother Li for the sword, caressing the dragon Jin pattern on the sword. In his mind, the title page of the golden book moved leisurely, and a line of writing slowly emerged. Bonding with Kensui Ryujin, 0/365. The Chu sky is 1,000 miles clear of autumn. The water goes with the sky and the autumn has no boundaries. I have a sword dragon's breath, which can break the water of the Tsangjiang River. Seeing the appearance of the golden book's title page, Lu Chenran was slightly stunned. Yes. How can the companion sword of the Prince of Shang Jingfu be a mortal object? This love can be considered precious. Seeing Lu Chenran accepting the sword, the young prince smiled, reached out and broke a few logs and put them into the fire, and then he was leaning against the wall, wanting to sleep with his eyes closed. A day of running around should have been exhausting, but at the moment there was no sleep. Lu Duanran suddenly opened his mouth and asked, why did Brother Li appear near this mountain god temple? This place is at least 20 miles from where the caravan has set up camp. The snow fox on his shoulder climbed down, the fox's nose sniffing gently at the sword of that water dragon's breath, the fox's head seemingly pondering something. The young prince was slightly embarrassed for a few moments, but he opened his mouth with sincerity. These days I want to cook wine and enjoy the snow with Brother Lu to show goodwill, but I can't help it that Brother Lu always politely refused. And then I saw Brother Lu going up the mountain alone, fearing that Brother Lu would be in danger, so I have been following Brother Lu, but I didn't expect to be charmed by the pine demon. And I almost died here. Lu Chenran blinked his eyes, and then he was staring at the clay figure with a broken head in a daze. Brother Li, since the royal family's caravan entered Jiamu County, could they have paid attention to the mountain god and land temples along the road? Li Zijuan blinked, and following Lu Chenran's gaze, he also looked towards the severed clay figure. She, who was smart, had guessed what Lu Chenran was confused about after only a slight analysis, but this was also precisely what she did not understand. Brother Lu. The royal family's caravan started in Sanjiang County, and during its journey it also rested and reorganized several times between these mountain god temples. But since entering Jiamu County, The gods worshipped at the mountain god temples along the way are indeed all like this severed clay sculpture. Inside the mountain god's temple in the same county, there was also a spider demon that had been coiled up for an unknown length of time, but fortunately there were enough fellow dark masters to join forces and get rid of it. Lu Duanran narrowed his eyes and confirmed with her. Only Goodwood County? It should be. Seeing the confusion in Lu Chenran's mind, Li Zijuan spoke out to remind him. Brother Lu, the caravan is not far from Jiamu County. Tomorrow morning if the snow is smaller, follow the caravan to depart in Jiamu County to consolidate for a few days. You can go to the city god temple to explore the news. Good thing too. Lu Duanran nodded. The next morning, the blue sky was as clear as water. The young king slowly opened his eyes and yawned. Last night and Lu brother all night long talk. The two people talk a lot of fun, and then do not realize is to sleep over. This sleep is to sleep until noontime. The snow-white fox fur was still covered with the fluffy, warm fur. Brother Lu? The bonfire was still burning, and it was obvious that someone had filled it with new firewood, but there was no one from Brother Lu inside the temple. She folded the fox fur carefully, lest she soil the flawless white fox fur, before rising and pushing open the worn wooden door. There was still a slight snow flurry in the sky, and the slight cold wind was not cold. The very thickly piled snow had left a long trail of footprints, with a large and small trail, so that it was evident that there was a trail of plum prints left by a fox. Following the footprints, Li Zijuan stepped on the soft snow, making a creaking sound, and walked about half a mile up the mountain. There seems to be a sound of spring water sounding in the mountains, a large swath of plums in the cold bloom. If the white clouds period frost ray snow, blooming in the corner of the cliffs, ice crystals crystallized spring water from the top of the cliffs along the snow falls to the bottom of a Wang lake. Elegant plum fragrance dancing. The sun reflects. There is a white man quietly sitting on a stone. The figure into the field of plum. The occasional finch swooped and flew slightly, sending ripples across the lake. Snowy mountains, clear water, flying snow, birds. There are willow branches fishing unfrozen lakes. End of chapter. Chapter 16, The Most Gentle Woman in the World. Chapter 16, The Most Gentle Woman in the World. The late winter sun is not thick or blazing. Pines hanging mistletoe. Snowy paths. Spring water, sparrow chirping rabbit walk unceasingly in the ears and eyes. Lu Chunran sat cross-legged in front of the lake with a woven fish cage in front of him, holding a willow branch as he meditated quietly. The snow fox lay beside him, on all fours, its fox eyes blinking incessantly as it looked down at the swimming fish under the lake. Before he realized it, he had been sitting here for 3 hours. In his mind, a golden book title page floated leisurely. Bonding with frozen spring water, 1/1. The unfrozen spring water in the mountains has a sweet taste, and those who drink it often will live longer. Bonding with Kensui Ryujin, 1/365. Bound to the northern snow fox, 3010/3300. A wind came out of nowhere and ruffled his long shirt. And then, on the golden book's title page that belonged solely to Ice Spring, there were words that quietly emerged. Frozen spring water, water repellent, elementary. A row of light cranes rose up in a long song, distantly embedded in the water-washed blue sky. Lu Chunran long exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and flicked the hem of his robe. Silently feel the body of the great force of nature. Put the eyes to see the distance. The eyes of the crystal clear. Seems to contain a lake full of still water. Water repellent jutsu? At that moment, he heard the creaking sound of feet on snow from behind him. Brother Lu, could it be that you haven't slept all night? The sunlight was a bit harsh, and the young prince covered his eyebrows with his hand, half closed his eyes, and walked towards him from a distance, uttering a question. Lu Chunran slowed down, brushed the hem of his robe, looked at the young prince, and stretched. Getting used to meditating all night long has become a habit. Did Brother Li sleep comfortably? I saw that you were really too sleepy at dawn, so I really couldn't bear to wake you up. Li Zijuan walked to his side, handed over the folded fox fur in his hand, and sat down in a crouch next to him. Thanks to Brother Lu's fox fur, I slept well and warmly enough last night. Reaching out to touch the white snow fox, he was unknowingly met with a fierce glare from its fox eyes. She looked at the snow fox with some embarrassment. It seemed that she had left a very bad impression on this fox earlier when she tried to make an offer to buy it out. Then, she was rushing at the fox to open her mouth, with a few pleas in her voice. Rather a vindictive fox. Apologize to you, okay? Just let me touch it. The snow fox glanced at her disdainfully. The fox head raised high and proud, elegantly walked to the other side of Lu Chuanran, and then his body curled up into a ball. His furry fox tail covered his fox paws, and closed his eyes to sleep. Unsuspecting vixen. Suddenly, the snow fox froze for a moment, blinking her fox eyes, and a reddish hue was rising from her ears. How can you curse yourself? The little prince stared at the snow fox who was far away from him with a few grudges in his eyes, and gently shook his head, and then he was leaning on his cheek with one hand, looking sideways at Lu Chenran, who was still meditating. The sunlight touched lightly, reflecting on his face, crystallized more than jade. Undeniably, Lu Chenran looks very handsome. A pair of sword eyebrow with brush strokes lightly picking. The pair of clear eyes, do not see look forward to have a bright. This all the way following his footprints. Stepping on the pine in the snow path Su Xing. Occasionally there are bushes and shrubs to pull the robe. Gradually or birdsong in the branches. Li Zijuan only feel the chest-wide spacious sprawl. Never had such a sense of comfort. What is Brother Li looking at? Is there something on Lu's face? The sudden outburst startled the young prince for a moment. Then she coughed lightly and pursed her lips and smiled. What is Brother Lu doing with a willow branch? It's not fishing, is it? Lu Duanran winked at her and shook the pole in his hand. Just fishing. The young prince froze for a moment, and then he was raising the corners of his mouth and snickering. The Prime Minister of Great Zhou, Duke Jiang, had a fishing line for all his fishing, and Brother Lu just takes a willow? Isn't that a little too perfunctory? Lu Chenran narrowed his eyes and looked at the deep lake in front of him, and then he was flinging the willow branch in his hand. When the flexible branch was flung with the force, only a water line was seen rising up from the lake, like a fish line, biting the branch. Per dash, the water line was already in the water, creating a small ripple on the surface of the lake, the ripple spreading as Lu Chenran smiled and snickered. Brother Li, how does Lu's fishing line compare to Jiang Gong's? Li Zijuan stared at this scene with wide eyes and eyebrows full of unbelief. Then she took a deep breath and softly said, in the future, I won't make a fuss about any peculiarities Brother Lu has. Lu Chenran smiled and said nothing. The water-repellent art, elementary, that he would obtain was not able to break the river to avoid water, but it was easy to control the water by condensing it. The two sat cross-legged on the shore of the lake, talking freely in between waiting for the fish to bite. Fishing requires patience. Lu Chenran is a mind in the body. Intuition is very sharp. That condensation of water beads and gathered into the waterline underwater, even if there is a hint of movement he can detect. Do not need to care about chatting distraction lost fish. Why must Brother Lu go to Shangjing to seek immortality? For auntie. Well, I'm a little hard of hearing. Literally. Was Brother Lu raised by his aunt? Where is Brother Lu's birth mother? I'm an orphan. My aunt picked me up under a big tree. Brother Lu. I'm sorry. No harm done. Nothing that can't be mentioned. So in Brother Lu's mind, what kind of person is auntie? Very gentle? Very stern? At those words, Lu Chenran gently pursed his lips, his hand tenderly stroking the snow fox curled up on the side. The fox held his breath, both ears stretched high in fear of missing a single word. Li Zijuan silently looked at Lu Duanran's eyes. This was not the first time she had felt something similar from him. His pair of eyes seemed like a deep pool, clearly as clear as can be, but how could she not see what was contained in the pool? And then, Lu Chenran laughed softly and opened his mouth with a slight hint of coyness. Auntie Su, perhaps in the eyes of others, she has always been unsmiling, cold and unapproachable. Only to me, she is that most gentle woman in the world. Maybe in her mind I'm still the little boy who hugged her leg, eyes wide open, reaching out for his aunt to shake a tree of peaches for him. The snow fox's body trembled slightly. Its fox eyes had a few wet reddish color, and then it parted its body and buried its head in its fluffy tail. At those words, Li Zijuan silently looked at the lake and was silent. Brother Lu's aunt? I want to meet the woman who has received such a favorable comment from Brother Lu. Right at this moment, the willow branch in Lu Chenran's hand trembled slightly and unnoticeably. Brother Li, the fish is biting. His eyes narrowed and his wrist was flicked with force. Wow. Calmly on the lake is instantly pulled out of a series of water droplets splashing. Two grass carp jumped up, shaking down a crystal beam into oblique, shot pieces of fish scales vaguely with gold. Lu Duanran's sword brows rose slightly as he spilled a smile. Looks like we've got a meal for lunch. End of chapter. Chapter 17, Mr. Underneath the Monolith. Chapter 17, Mr. Underneath the Monolith. Burning fish is a skill job. At least that's what Lu Duanran thinks. After a while, looking at the unnameable object in Lu Duanran's hand that had been roasted into charcoal, Li Zijuan covered her mouth and hid her face as she laughed. After a few days of contact, no matter when is always a cloudy and light expression of the Lu brother. It turns out that there are also not good at things. Brother Lu, it seems that auntie has raised you really well. You've never cooked a meal for so many years. Right. 10 fingers don't touch the spring water. Lu Duanran looked at the fish carbon in his hand with some embarrassment. The matter of cooking rice. When he was in Blue Star, he would only be able to make a bubble noodle. Ben wanted to show his hand in front of the little king. How rare. Does Brother Lu also have a look of embarrassment? Ha ha ha. The snow fox looked at this scene, buried its fox head, and sighed helplessly. Some throw the fox. Brother Lu, in the future, if there's any more cooking, it's better for me to do it. Li Zijuan grabbed a grass carp from the fish cage and waved it in front of Lu Duanran, and then he was very skillful in ripping open the fish, removing the eggs, picking out the bones, and throwing the gall bladder. After all this, the processed fish was placed on the stone slab, under which a blazing flame was burning, and in less than a moment, the fish would be cooked through. Freshly killed fish, no other spices, just a little salt. The mouth is full of the fresh flavor of the fish. Li Zijuan split the roasted fish into 2 halves, handing the slightly larger one to Lu Chenran, her hands blending into the white snow, unable to tell which one was fairer and more delicate. Lu Chenran received the grilled fish, and then the two of them were sitting opposite each other, eating the fresh fish in the spirit of the rule of food without words, sleep without words. After eating lunch, Lu Chenran felt the warmth in his belly and burped. The fish cooked by Brotherly has a very good flavor. It's just that the amount is a little less, just a nickel full. Li Zijuan was taking small bites of her own portion, and when she heard this, she smiled with a guffaw. I don't know who burned that grass carp into charcoal just now. It's too little for this moment. Lu Duanran's face reddened, and it was not good to argue with him. The warm sun hangs high, shy face, burning a plain white fox fur warm. After eating lunch to satiate their stomachs, the two of them returned along the same path. The mountains. There is a sea of plums floating in front of the eyes, red and white mixed. Full of trees are cherry points of bright red. There is a slight wind, causing the fragrance of the nose. Swings up pieces of red rain fly, 3 or 2 white plum petals, blown by the wind, fluttering and rolling, sticking the snow fox full face. The little prince followed behind Lu Chenran, weaving in and out of the waxberry forest. The snow in the sky fell leisurely. The weather in the mountains changed at the drop of a hat, and it looked like it would be another heavy snowfall tonight. In order to prevent the footprints from being covered by the blizzard, before dark, we must arrive at the place where the caravan is resting as soon as possible. A troop of horses rested a little by the side of the official road for 2 days. At 3 minutes past the hour, the traveling merchants as well as a group of dark men began to wake up one after another, with meat cooking in the pots, and laughter everywhere, discussing the strange things that had happened along the way. Uncle Wang walked to the front of the young prince's tent and spoke softly. "Young prince, are you awake?" After waiting for a long time without a response, Wang Bo's heart suddenly had a bad idea. Lifted the curtain, was to see the tent empty, where there is still the shadow of the little prince. The little king is gone. Could it be that he's been taken captive? Wang Bo ran through the entire merchant fleet. None of them found the little prince's figure, and his heart couldn't help but start to feel anxious. Mr. Lu is missing too? Uncle Lu is still recuperating from his injuries, and when he heard about this, he was busy as getting up and dressing, closing his eyes and thinking, those mountain thieves along the road definitely don't have the guts to captivate the people of the prince's mansion. Perhaps the young prince didn't quite make it into the mountains and got lost. The snow is getting bigger and bigger. This kind of day where splashing water is ice. I'm afraid that it's better to send people to search the mountain quickly, and make sure to find the little prince before it gets dark. Yes, sudden snow, rustling down. The news of the little prince's disappearance quickly spread throughout the entire merchant fleet, and for a time the entire merchant fleet was on edge. The tiger mountain god in the car cage woke up from his meditation and opened his eyes, but he noticed that Mr. Lu, who had been meditating beside him, had disappeared. The tiger's head lifted up and stretched its ears, listening to the chaotic sounds around it, all of which were conversations about the disappearance of both Mr. Lu and the little prince. Howl. It sat up violently, its wide tiger eyes filled with incredulity, swallowed hard and muttered, could it be that Mr. Lu has abandoned Woohoo? But Mr. I have been with you for more than a month, and it's only been 5 days, so how could you have left so quietly? Roar. Compared to the ethereal and unsearchable immortal of the unholy mountain, it is obvious that Mr. Lu, who is within reach, is a bit more real. The tiger mountain god had never been this tense and anxious before, his nostrils constantly exhaling burning breath, the feline's characteristic purr sounding in the midst of the wind and snow. Can't. If Mr. Lu really abandoned himself, then why did he previously leave that promise of having a relationship with himself for more than a month with himself? I want to worship Mr. To solve the confusion in Tiger's heart. Tiger, think of it this way. Then there is a terrified tiger whistle echoed in the entire mountain forest, and then in the caravan of all the panic, the more than 10 feet of the snow tiger broke out of the cage, ahead into the pine forest. Following Lu Duanran has not yet dissipated the smell of all the way in pursuit of the go. The tiger stepped on the snow-covered ground, whistled up the pine forests, startled the birds in the sky, and flew away. The snow tiger's unusual movement has instantly alarmed everyone. The bull-thick wooden cage, instantly broken. In front of the snow tiger is like papier-mâché as fragile, cannot carry a poem. What's going on? How did that snow tiger go crazy? One of the darts stared blankly at all this, and suddenly an unrealistic idea came to his mind and spoke tentatively. Do you think this tiger spirit has gone in search of Mr. Lu dash? Is this you being crazy or me? Then why pick a time when Mr. Lu isn't around to break the cage and go crazy? Walking from afar, Uncle Lu, who had just recovered from a serious illness and whose feet were floating, heard these words but was suddenly startled. Mr. Lu is a very human being. He was poisoned by the 100-day wormwood, but he managed to pull his life back. How can we speculate on what a normal person would do? It is very likely that the young prince is staying with Mr. Lu. It was better to follow this tiger spirit than to go around like a headless fly in the mountains. Thinking about this, Uncle Lu was waving his hand in a hurry and hissed at the darkmen on the side. Come on. One team follow the tiger, the other team check the footprints around. Keep searching the mountain. We must find the little prince before dawn. Snow rustling down, sprinkled in the pine branches, such as ink floating white. The two of them followed the traces from whence they had come, and headed in the direction of the caravan. And in a short time, they seemed to hear the sound of a rush of running, accompanied by the sound of a tiger's whistle, and a faint cry further away. The young prince's eyes lit up. It's the merchant caravan that's come looking for us, Brother Lu. She turned her head, but she saw that Lu Chenren seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and turned back to walk against the direction. Brother Lu, where are you going? Earlier, when I went to the mountain, I borrowed one thing from you, sir, and now I shall return it. Where is Mr. Mr. is under the monolith. Brother Lu is joking again. Lu Duanran smiled casually, his eyes lit up with a faint glow, his mind's eye constantly following the mountain. Finally, he found the stone monument from last night, so he patted the snow on his body and walked towards the monument. Brother Lu? Lu Chenran slowly lowered his body, his hands plucking away the layers of snow covering the stone monument. A shimmering purple lingji swung gently in the wind. He touched the purple leaves of the firefly cheese and said gently, almost forgot. Lu has come to return the fireflies. End of chapter. Chapter 18, Holding the Flickering Immortal Gift with an Imaginary Hand. Chapter 18, Holding the Flickering Immortal Gift with an Imaginary Hand. The setting sun reflects off the mid-levels. The dots of glowing fire that had faded from its luster around Lu Chenren slowly emerged as the words fell, floating ethereally around him. Stone monument under the fireflies. The body is getting bigger and bigger, purple petals gradually stretching longer and longer, in the wind and snow slightly swaying, as if in the guide that a little bit of sporadic fireflies. Tap 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 dash. Messy footsteps came from behind him. It was the merchant caravan's bodyguard who had followed the snow tiger in search of him. Little prince. It's the little prince. The little prince is really there. Little king. Li Zijuan turned to look at them and stretched out his index finger to make a shu-dash gesture, stopping the group of dark men from shouting. Then look at the 10-foot-long hanging snow tiger. Has long been on all fours. Hidden tiger roar, obediently squatting on top of the snow. Tiger eyes unblinking watching Mr. Lu. Vermilion haze clouds against a sky of snow. That one firefly cheese slowly floated into the air, pulling itself out of the root that was deeply rooted in the ground, leaving this land that had been growing for several eons. In that blood-like afterglow, the bleak mountain forest is suddenly emerged a bit of luster. A cluster. A cluster. Subsequently, it is a succession of fireflies in the sky, inlaid in this red haze in the sky. Everyone was staring at this scene in a daze, holding their breath. Cedar deep, countless fireflies in the light. Can vaguely see that the fox fur floating? There is a wind swing. Wrinkles ran lines show Lin Rin as immortal. Lu Duanran tilted his head, looking at the firefly chi, and inquired, "You're coming with me?" The breeze ruffled the robe of that fox-furred gentleman. The branches drooped over his hair, and there was the evening sun that had been spreading over his back, accompanying his walk, and the jade was warm and glowing. Heaven and earth are also silent, and the falling snow can be heard. Hearing Lu Chenran's words, the body of the tiger mountain god, who was squatting far away, trembled violently, and the pair of glaring tiger eyes were filled with incredulity, and the slightly twitching tiger whiskers interpreted the unrest in its heart at this moment. How can that herb have such immortal fate? How can it always accompany Mr. Lu? The tiger's claws subconsciously rubbed against the snow. At this moment, the jealousy and envy for a medicinal herb reached the peak of the tiger's life, and his heart anxiously murmured, "Quickly say yes. This is the kind of immortal fate that you couldn't cultivate in 1,000 years with a tiny elixir." The firefly cheese circled around Lu Duanran's body twice, and then it was transformed into the size of a palm, converging the fireflies in the sky, and landed on his shoulder. The title page of the Golden Book in Lu Chenran's mind slowly floated. Bonding with Firefly Chi, 2 out of 10. This is a bit of a surprise to him. It seems that the previous Firefly evening also counted as a part of the bond with their own. The place was calm again, and the last of the remaining light spilled out. Lu Duanran looked at the merchant darkman rushing in front of him. His cheeks were tinged with a bit of guilt as he clasped his hands and spoke softly. It is really Lu's fault for taking the young prince AWOL and causing everyone to worry. Where? Without Mr. Lu, how would we be able to see the beauty of this fairyland? What are you talking about? Mr. Lu Jr. So and so, how can we roughnecks stand it? That's it. Ho ho tiger. Suddenly came a low tiger whistle shocked the crowd. Before this tiger mountain god showed too good behavior, so that the crowd forgot its existence. This tiger whistle instantly is to pull the crowd back to reality. One by one are all terrified backward, for fear that this tiger are pouncing into its belly of the food. Lu Chenran turned his head to look at the tiger mountain god, seeing the color of grudge written all over his tiger eyes, vaguely knowing what was in his heart. The corner of his mouth curved. And is Mr. Lu the kind of person to renege on his promises? Tiger Kuan, don't worry. When the words fell, he laughed out loud when he saw the unabated grudge on his tiger face. It seems that this snow tiger's heart, for his own words of the edge of the month, is very concerned. He slowly walked into the tiger spirit and took out the technique of jerking a cat in his previous life, rubbing its large tiger head, and said gently, well, next time if we travel far, Mr. Lu will inform Tiger Kuan in advance. It's Mr. Lu's fault for worrying Tiger Kuan. The fur at the tiger's spotted head was not as rough and hard as Lu Chuanran thought, but instead it was warm and smooth and vegetal. The snow tiger's eyes flickered slightly. The tiger's face actually had a few points of humanization of the color of joy. The kind of hollering sound unconsciously is from its throat sent out. Shocked, the crowd of onlookers swallowed their saliva. To Lu Xiaoyan, this strange man, from the heart to give birth to a strong sense of awe. After a while, one of the guards of the prince's mansion voiced out a reminder. Young prince, young Mr. Lu, let's go back quickly. Steward Wang and Steward Lu are afraid that they will be waiting impatiently. Li Zijuan nodded, and Lu Duanran exchanged a glance with him, and then the group headed toward the official road at the bottom of the mountain. The little prince came back safe and sound. Wang Bo, together with Uncle Lu, who had just recovered from a serious illness, naturally breathed a long sigh of relief. When they heard that the young prince was almost killed by the mountain god temple, their palms were sweaty with nervousness. Luckily, they were saved by this little Mr. Lu in time, which was really a blessing amongst misfortunes. Wang Bo raised his head and looked far away at the Lu Gongzi, who was sitting on the side of that snow tiger. The blankets of flying snow pounced on his face. One person, one tiger and one fox, but there was no sense of half a sense of incongruity. In his heart, he was even more grateful and in awe of this man who had walked down from the mountain. So can get rid of the demon excels in the magic person. Also do not know where the teacher, that is, to the prince's house. By virtue of the small prince's layer of relations, I am afraid that will also have to be worshipped as a guest of honor. Uncle Wang, the caravan leaves tomorrow. Now that you have been fortunate enough to return tonight, why don't you eat a warming with the merchant group? Li Zijuan took care of the snow on his body and opened his mouth to propose. Uncle Wang held his long beard, nodded and smiled. Well, just listen to the little king and eat the wendings. The stringed moon will rise, the cool moonlight like water, sprinkled on the snow all over the place. Li Zijuan walked over towards Lu Chenran, who was still meditating, and then he quietly sat next to him, leaning on his hand, looking at his side face, and did not make a sound. After a while, Lu Chenran woke up from his meditation and looked at the dazed little prince beside him and lightly smiled and joked. What are you looking at? Zhu Yingtai? Oh, who is Zhu Yingtai? It's a story to tell you sometime. I'm a lot like this guy? A little, but you and she are essentially different. Is the story good? Well, it's quite touching, and the average person will cry when they hear it. Then I'm not a normal person. I don't cry. Li Zijuan laughed softly. Only, no one knew how much heartache she had hidden behind this glibbery mark of hers. And tears, perhaps from the moment Li Zijuan was born in the prince's mansion in a daughter's body, were already drained. Well, you're two of a kind. Lu Duanran winked at her. Put. The young prince laughed out loud, the absolutely beautiful face in an instant like the first melting of ice and snow, 1,000 furious. She then restrained her smile and returned to that light smile, and with her hands behind her back, she rose and spoke. Let's have a meal together. It's a very special meal. I guarantee you haven't had it before. What meal is so mysterious? Wenden. End of chapter. Chapter 19, Eating Salted Vegetables and Rolling Tofu. Chapter 19, Eating Salted Vegetables and Rolling Tofu. Wendy, Lu Duanran admitted that this word was attractive to him, and even his aunt, who was sleeping soundly on her shoulder, opened her fox eyes and sniffed the aroma that drifted on the wind. All the snow was swept aside, and a shed was erected on the official road paved with green stone slabs, a tripod set in front of a campfire, with a square folded rim, a slightly bulging belly, attached ears, and curly-tailed, bird-shaped flat feet, with a circular tray cast between the flat feet, and 3 cross-shaped skeletonized holes in the bottom of the tray. Under the rim of the mouth, there is a relative back to the head of the dragon pattern. From the shape of this tripod alone, it is a large tripod can be added under the tray charcoal to warm food. The tray in the center of the skeleton hole can be used to ventilate to remove the ash. It was only when he followed the scent with the little king and looked at this square of warm tripod. Between his eyebrows is a curve. Will smile. The depths of the pupils surfaced a few color of reminiscence. Li Zijuan glanced at Lu Duanran and inquired at the sight. Why is brother Lu laughing? Lu Duanran smacked the corners of his mouth and returned. Well, it's weirdly nostalgic to remember some of the old days. This warming cauldron is not very different from a hot pot, and it is true that he has not eaten a hot pot since he came to this side of the world for so long. Little mister. Lu is here? Have a seat. Little mister. The prince's house of this warming soup base is from 100,000 miles away from Shu County far away, to cornelian cherry seeds as a supplement, tender vegetables and animal meat into the soup shabu. Into the mouth will have a burning hot feeling. No need to sip the lipstick. The lips will be cherry red like a woman, with the cornelian seeds put in. This warming is perfect for serving in the middle of this cold day. Seeing the arrival of the young prince and Lu Duanran, Uncle Wang and Uncle Lu's eyes narrowed into a gap with smiles, and then they opened up those traveling merchants, bringing in plates of frozen fruits and vegetables, lean meat. During the winter months, young vegetables are scarce, but it is also good to store cabbage, radish, sunflower, onion and leek. However, these vegetables are different from Lu Duanran impression of the call. Cabbage named song are categorized in the category of sunflower vegetables. Mouth is not as crisp and delicious as the blue star, basically just a little better than the weeds. Uncle Wang put a piece of frozen tofu into the warming pot and rolled it, picking up a piece and putting it into his mouth, squinting his eyes with a cozy floating look. Eat the salted vegetables and roll the tofu. The emperor's father is not as good as me. A strong aroma surrounded the mountain. A fire crackled. Animal meat was rolled in a warm pot. Fruits and vegetables were placed on all sides. Brightly colored flavor plates rested on the edge of the case, and green wine was already warmed in the cups and jars, escaping with a mellow fragrance. The snow outside the shed is flying. Even though the wind and snow are cold, the shed is as warm as summer. There are songs echoing in the mountains, sighing freely at the freedom of the red dust, the moon over the plums. There are no years in the mountains, and the cold ends without knowing the year. As the caravan moved forward, Lu Chenran had not yet listened to the sermon of the true immortal of Buxian Mountain, but he also had such an epiphany. The broken tiger cage has long been repaired. Lu Chenran waist hanging water dragon in, still with the tiger cage sitting in the same car. Silent meditation. Occasionally, Li Zijuan will also come to Lu Chenran's carriage to sit for a moment, casually pointing out the scenery on the way. Eloquent conversation. Lu Chenran sitting quietly to the right. Laugh and follow the heart. The two people are mutually interesting. It was just that whenever the young prince got on the bus, the snow fox was always in a bad mood, never looking at her with a proper eye, only leaving her with a furry fox tail. A few days later, the caravan had already passed Stone County, Yushu County, and Fengyang County, and after traveling another 210 miles, they would be able to enter the city of Jiamu County. Tonight, when the caravan passed through Qingping County, they found a vacant lot and settled down, preparing to go to the county town to exchange for some food and clothing. Lu Duanran closed his eyes, and in his mind, a golden book title page floated leisurely. Bonding with Firefly Ganoderma, 9 out of 10. Bonding with the god of Fox Mountain and Tiger Mountain, 16/30. Bonding with Kensui Ryujin, 7 of 365. Bound to the Northern Snow Fox, 3017/3300. 3 hours later, when Lu Chenran awoke from his leisurely meditation, he got out of the carriage and asked Uncle Wang and the young prince for some books on the strange geographies of the Northern Realm, and then he rejoined the carriage. The firefly chi bloomed with warm light, hanging above the booklets and illuminating a small area in the pitch-black compartment. The snow fox's tail curled up warmly between Lu Chenran's neck, half squinting as she dozed off. Lu Chenran's body heat giving her fox body a refreshing comfort. Tiger Mountain God will tiger head over, spit out his tongue, although cannot read the book still with the smell of ink, but also look with pleasure. Although the carriage although narrow, a person, a fox and a tiger but also has a few cozy feeling. It doesn't have to be so bright, the light will sting your eyes. Lu Duanran reached out and touched the glowing flame cheese. The light dimmed a few moments with it, and bits of glowing fire fell into his hair. Borrowing the fluorescent light, Lu Chenran looked through the books and paper books in his hands, and probably also understood some of the folk wild history about the counties in Jiamu County, Qingping County, where the merchant caravan was resting. was considered one of the largest counties among the 16 counties under the jurisdiction of Jiamu County. Of course, compared to the counties beyond the north, it would inevitably be dwarfed, if not worthless. Qingping County covers a wide area but is sparsely populated, and it was the blood-soaked battle 200 years ago that really made him famous. The battle was personally led and supervised by the former female general and kiss in General Zhuoli, who was known as the god of war in the Rakshasa kingdom. Two of the world's most elite armies killed in this Qingping County, ambushed corpses all over the place, blood flowed into a river, leaving behind an ancient battlefield that is still deserted today. According to the book Jiamu Miscellaneous Chopping Block, Rakshasa country offenders will be under the command of the elite soldiers 10,000 people to aid the northern border, vowed to die to guard the border of the Great Zhou, and down to the heavy soldiers up to the general. Set the army overthrow of the tragedy of the Rakshasa country will be blocked outside the northern border. With the loyalty of General An's family, the late emperor appointed the Marquis of the North, and on September 30th of the year for the cold food, the people of the North all eat cold food to sacrifice the Marquis of the North and kiss. Roughly speaking, there was a general surnamed An who fought with the Rakshasa kingdom in this place, and finally stopped the Rakshasa kingdom's army outside the northern border at the cost of wiping out the whole army. And then this general surnamed An was posthumously awarded the title of Marquis, and a cold food festival was set up. Lu Duanran let out a long sigh and muttered to himself, "It's not easy for a woman to lead an army, and it's still so tragic. This is a great man of the world." Shaking his head gently, he continued to scroll down the list of strange stories about Jiamu County. The night is getting late, and the cold wind cuts through the windows of the car. The young prince simply washed up and prepared to go to bed, with a head of green silk scattered and draped, wearing only a lined white coat, white as snow, green silk like ink. Seeing that the light was still on in Lu Duanran's compartment, he blinked and walked lightly into the room, only to see that Lu Duanran was seriously flipping through the books and didn't seem to notice himself. Li Zijuan came over and said softly, "Brother Lu, what are you looking at?" Lu Chenran returned to his senses and glanced at her. Although that face he had seen often, but that stunning beauty still made him have a few moments of trance. He then spoke, "Well, it's just a matter of learning a little bit about Jiamu County, and maybe finding messages about those clay figurines in the mountain temples dropping their heads from these strange stories." Li Zijuan sat down cross-legged, holding a bronze mirror in his hand, organizing his grooming, and suddenly opened his mouth. "Brother Lu, a few days ago, didn't you say you wanted to tell me a story with me? The kind that makes you cry when you hear it." End of chapter. Chapter 20, Know Your Nephew Better Than Your Aunt. Chapter 20, Know Your Nephew Better Than Your Aunt. Inside the wagon, the glowing fireflies emitted a soft, halo yellow glow that shone on the books and paper scrolls that were placed on Lu Chenran's lap. He rubbed his eyes, which were a little sore, and set aside the book he was browsing in his hand, yawning. Why does Brother Li want to hear a story on a whim? Li Zijuan placed the bronze mirror in his hands and his arms and smiled lightly. "I drink too much tea in the daytime and can't sleep. Wang Bo and the others have all gone to the county to make purchases again, and I was bored in the tent by myself, so naturally I came to find Brother Lu." As he said that, he found a spacious place in the carriage, leaned against the tiger mountain god's fluffy fur, and laid down comfortably, then turned his body sideways and just looked at Lu Duanran's face. The cold wind seeped through the gap in the car window. A ray of pale moonlight shone through right then, directly into Lu Chenran's eyes. He looked at the handsome male lying on his side and spoke in a warm voice. "In ancient times, there was a scholar named Liang Shanbua." Li Zijuan calmly listened. The glow of the firefly chi was dull, and the warm, cramped compartment countered with a few moments of coziness for her amidst the wind and snow outside the window. In the past, whether in the mansion or in the public place, all is to show the image of a fluttering gentleman. When she is tired, she will empty her mind, cook a pot of tea, watching the scenery that is not pleasing to the eye. After spending a few hours alone like this, she would put on the mask that said gentleman like jade again, always upholding the image of a gentle and modest gentleman that her father wished for, always showing people with a smile. Only by the side of Brother Lu could she remove all her defenses, blinking slowly, listening to the fox-furred gentleman speak in the gentlest and slowest of voices. The story is very long, and the version Lu Duanran chose is the version of the movie from the late 20s of the Blue Planet, in which a lot of classic words and phrases came out. It just doesn't matter which version, which clip. When he spoke the true nature of the scholar named Zhuing Tai, the body of Li Zijuan, who was lying on his side next to the snow tiger, was slightly trembling, startling the tiger mountain god, who was listening with great interest to the tiger's head and brain. The snow fox lying on Lu Chenran's shoulder stared at Ranner with eyes full of suspicion. "Do aunt?" For Rant's small mind can be said to be the most understanding. No, nephews are not more than aunt. Her heart secretly said a bad, straight staring at Li Zijuan. The heart of the thoughts. Ranner wouldn't have made up such a story because she saw through this little prince's identity. would she? But she has a piece of jade in front of her chest. If not, that day smelled the smell of blood in the sky anemone. That is, at first glance. Even I have deceived the past runner is how to guess out? In the dimness, the glowing fire swayed slightly, shaking the young king's cheeks, so that the expression on her face could not be clearly seen. Lu Duanran still spoke the story softly. I ask, the heart has a guilty conscience. Do not concentrate on the article. Think of that female hairpin skirt. But unfortunately, the future even like a brocade. The heart of the matter do not dare to see the light. All the way until Lu Chenran uttered those memorized words. I have not dared to look at the goddess of mercy since. Li Zijuan silently lowered his head, yet smiled with a few self-deprecating smiles and gently shook his head. The woman named Zhu Yingtai in Brother Lu's mouth, a brash, willful, naive loveseeker in his own mind, was simply selfish and stupid. After all, it's just a fabricated story. If a woman has no fairy magic to interfere, how can she stay in bed with Liang Shanbo for so long without revealing her gender? No words to the front. With you to share a cup of water, love in a strong meaning, outflow of the heart drunk, regardless of injustice or fate. Do not say butterfly dream, but also you in this life before the world. Both fly over the 10,000 mountains to go. Lu Chunran lightly read the last chapter, and then he was meaningfully looking towards the little prince, gently saying, Brother Li, the story has been told. What do you think? The young prince slowly got up, straightened the folds on his white shirt, collected the complex expression on his cheeks in the dimness, and looked at Lu Duanran anew, the corners of his mouth once again hanging on that humble and gentle smile. Brother Lu, this is really a novel story. Although there are many holes in it, like it was made up by a storyteller at a tea house. It is beautiful in its depth of male-female friendship. Lu Chenran was stunned for a moment, gazing at her calm face, and then he was gently lamenting. Brother Li is truly very human. After some trial and error, the heart was unable to help but have some doubts about his own guesses. It's not right, is it? Could it be that one's suspicions are faulty? Not like why the young king had half a ripple in his heart about this story. Li Zijuan smiled back. Yes, as Brother Lu said before, I am two of a kind. It's getting late. Brother Lu should rest early. I'm going to bed as well. As the words fell, she stepped out of the carriage, her white-shirted figure just disappearing into the darkness. Lu Chunran silently looked at her departing back. Tonight, the young king left in a bit of a hurry. He then gently shook his head, casting away all the tedious thoughts, and meditated with his eyes closed, the title page of the golden book floating leisurely in his mind. Bonding with Firefly Ganoderma, 9 out of 10. Firefly Chi, its leaves like grass, real big like beans. Purple, night vision with light, eat of food, a hole in the heart of the Ming, food to 7, the heart of the 7 apertures hole, can be the night book, the night moon is high, the wind and snow are long. Li Zijuan walked slowly towards the tent alone, and in the darkness, no one could see her face clearly. 2 lines of tears silently flowed down from the corners of her eyes as her hand tentatively reached towards the piece of jade at her chest and slowly removed it. The bundle of crowns scattered, full head of green silk is flowing out, in the wind scattered. Her cheeks slightly changed, softer a few points. Zhu Yingtai? She murmured softly. How could her heart be as calm as the one she showed in front of Lu Chenran? And how could there be no feelings of emotion and yearning for the butterflies flying together? However, Li Zijuan clearly knows that the Zhu Yingtai in Lu's mouth is just a spoiled and naive girl, and she is destined to be a person of 2 worlds. Li Zijuan took a deep breath, and then just looked at the hazy moon, letting the mixed thoughts in his mind dissipate with the wind. After a long time, she wore the jade carefully on her chest again, once more resuming her former appearance. From the moment she was born, that was to live in the world in the body of a male child. She was the only son of the prince's house, and the humble gentleman of the prince's house of Great Zhou known to the world. Don't be capricious, don't be pampered, don't live or die by yourself, don't love any man in the world. This is her life. The corners of Li Zijuan's mouth stiffened into a smile, and with years of practice, she could make every muscle at the corners of her mouth curve into the most beautiful arc. A gentleman is like a jade. It was the mask that would bind her for the rest of her life. End of chapter. Chapter 21, 7 Orifices to the Divine. Chapter 21, 7 Orifices to the Divine. The air is exceptionally fresh in the morning hours. The snowy mountains are hazy, the cold plums are fragrant, and when you breathe in and out you seem to be able to feel a light clear mind. Lu Chunran woke up in a haze from his meditation, and the title page of the golden book in his mind had words slowly floating on it. Bonding with Firefly Ganoderma, 10 out of 10. The next moment, Lu Chenran's body stiffened, and then slowly collapsed into the carriage. Then he saw his body lying on the carriage like a puppet without strings. Outside the car, it was a pure white world, containing the tops of the forests, Through the distant snow-capped mountains thin as paper. Nearby, snow rolls gently in the breeze and melts as it falls, surrounded by everything so quiet lawn. Slow and silent. People walking on it, like traveling outside of time. Like a picture. At this moment, Lu Chunran's figure slowly floated in the air, quietly looking around the week, with no sadness or joy in his heart. All the state of mind just now seemed to belong to another person. It was a scene he should have been surprised by. However, now his heart is not even half a bit of surprise. That heart is like a calm lake. Shock cannot be half a bit of ripples. On the page of the Golden Book's title page that belonged solely to Firefly Chi, there were words that quietly loomed. Bonding with the Firefly Ganoderma and gaining access to the 7 apertures to get out of the Yin spirit. At this moment, it seemed as if the souls of the 7 orifices had merged with everything around them, silently feeling the extreme tranquility of this world and the marvelousness of heaven and earth. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lu Chunran's 7 orifice soul re-entered his body and uttered a sigh of relief. Is this what it feels like to have your Yin God out of your body? I don't know why. With the cultivation of the 7 apertures of the Yin Shen, Lu Chunran only felt that his state of mind gradually changed. Without realizing it, it was much more peaceful. That is, when encountering something, it is difficult to let their hearts ripple. A complicated thought suddenly rose. You're not going to make a karmic connection all the way to a clear mind, are you? He wasn't sure if that was a good sign or not. It was still some time before the sun was fully up and the weather had cleared. Exhausted from the wind and dust along the way, there were still quite a few people in the caravan who were still sound asleep and had not yet awakened. Lu Chunran straightened up his clothes and spoke with the Tiger Mountain god. Then he walked unhurriedly towards the monumental forest not far outside of Qingping County as recorded in the Jiamu Miscellany Chopper. Taking advantage of the fact that the merchants' fellows who had gone to Qingping County to make purchases last night hadn't returned completely, Lu Chunran wanted to go and see if that ancient battlefield described in the book was as strange and bizarre as what was written on the side of the book. Perhaps because Lu Chunran's dress at the moment in this county is too conspicuous, carrying a backpack, shoulders also lying on a snow fox. At a glance as to come here to play to enjoy the snow and landscape of the children of the family. He just walked to the Qingping County near the city gate. There is a group of children surrounded up, talking about it. Mister, can you come to Qingping County for a visit? Do you need an informer? Mister, don't look at me as small, but I'm familiar with the dozens of miles around Qingping County. I'll take you wherever you want to go. Just $3 big. Sir, pick me. I'll take $2 big. Lu Chunran guffawed, and in his heart, he couldn't help but lament that the children of this world were too knowledgeable, and that they were already earning money for their families when they were still at the age of tufts of hair. Then he squatted down and opened his mouth to inquire. Then do you know how to get to the ancient battlefield Steel Forest? However, he did not know that after these words fell, the children who had originally surrounded him, dispersed in a flurry and avoided him. Soon, there was only a child with boyish sideburns left in place, dressed in a clean green cloth shirt, with a long snot hanging from the tip of his nose. Lu Duanran looked at the scene in front of him with some confusion, and the child wiped the snot from the tip of his nose and bravely walked up to speak. Mr. Big, our parents won't let us go to play around that part of the ancient battlefield. They're so scared that they're all afraid to take the gentleman. Lu Duanran blinked, looked at the tiger-headed boy, squatted down, and asked kindly, "Oh, then why don't you run?" "Because Mizuno isn't afraid." "What's there at the ancient battlefield?" "My father said that there are unclean things over there, and that it is easy to be possessed by dirty things, but Shueisheng has already been there secretly, so it doesn't matter if he goes there again." Lu Chunran froze for a moment, and then he was smiling gently, taking out a few large sums of money from the parcel and stuffing them into his pocket, touching his head in the process. "Mizuno just needs to bring me next to that. No need for Mizuno to go in." Shueisheng huffed a big sniffle, and with a few big bucks in his pocket that this big gentleman gave him, he ran towards the mountain not far away. "Mr. Big, we have to hurry. Shueisheng has to go home for lunch at noon." It had just snowed last night and the rugged mountain roads were not easy to navigate. Following Shueisheng's steps for about half an hour or so, Lu Chunran came to an artificially cut path. The path was flanked by a river that had been frozen by thick ice and snow, and just looking around alone, there were no flat depressions in the high and low rolling hills, so there was no one gathered here. Along the way, the human population is getting less and less. Birds and beasts are not seen half. Even in the surroundings there is a faint mist born. Lu Chunran's eyes slightly narrowed, the hard eyes constantly scanning everything around. The temperature was getting colder and colder, and it wasn't a wind chill, but a chill that seeped into the marrow of his bones. Finally, traveling to a tall granite monument, Shueisheng stopped and spoke. "Mr. Big, this is the ancient battlefield. In the morning you can't see anything. If it's nighttime, you can see the two armies fighting back then. My father said that's called some kind of mirage. Lu Chenran looked longitudinally towards the depths of the stone monument. This was supposed to be a mausoleum mound, with stone monuments staggered over the entire hill. And at the end of the pile wrapped in stone monuments, there was a 10-foot-high alabaster monument of abundance. Countless rocks are carved with inscriptions, recording the life of the tomb owner. With the erosion of the years, it has been a little blurred. Over the centuries, in this cold and barren land, these tombstones have witnessed a batch after batch of mountain people. As the book Jiamu Miscellany gradually disappeared into the river of history, who would remember the tens of thousands of soldiers who sacrificed their lives for the North in those years? Lu Duanran walked slowly, his fingers gently stroking a trail of years, the wind mixed with snow clearing floating, blowing the face of raw pain. Lu Chenran walked to the deepest part of the mound, and a snow-white figure was suddenly reflected in his pupils. Under that tall monument, a woman in white held a large handful of paper money and stood there quietly. At her feet was an uncountable amount of yellow paper, blazing in this roiling wind and snow. The woman's bun trembles lightly, and the violet orchid steps sway slowly. A head of long, snow-white hair, as if it were snow falling from a ghostly blue ice ocean, and a thin white shirt on her body, making people worry about whether her thin body could withstand such severe cold. How dare someone burn paper under that monument? Who is this woman? Seemingly noticing Lu Chenran, the woman's icy pupils surveyed his body for a moment, her eyes as cold as ice springs, seeming to have a cold current, and then he turned and left, leaving a snowy shadow in his wake. Lu Duanran looked at her distant figure, and then looked down at Xu Weisheng and gently said, Xu Weisheng, do people always come here to burn paper at the mausoleum mound? Mizuno scratched his head a bit puzzled and said softly, why do you ask? Mr. Big? Lu Duanran opened his mouth. Wasn't that woman just now burning paper to honor the dead armorer? Suisei sniffled and looked at him with a strange look on his face. Mr. Big, are you mistaken? There's no one else here. It's just us, isn't it? End of chapter. Chapter 22, The cold armor under the monument should not be forgotten. Chapter 22, The cold armor under the monument should not be forgotten. The wind and the snow are long and pouring into a vast monument. Hearing Xu Weisheng's words, Lu Chenran's heart rippled slightly, and his eyes once again looked in the direction that the white-shirted woman had gone. The ground was covered with thick snow and there were no tracks. In this lonely and deserted monument forest, the scene just now, as if in a trance, and then look at the 10-feet-high monument. There is no burning traces of sacrifice. The woman is not human, not a demon, that would be a ghost. This was still the first time Lu Chenran had met a soul ghost after coming to this world, perhaps because of the 7 orifices of enlightenment that he had just obtained, in which the eyes and eyes of the 2 orifices were connected to the netherworld, and he could look into another world? Looking at Mr. Big beside him, who suddenly froze without words, Xu Weisheng blinked and raised his head to ask, Mr. Big, what's wrong with you? What woman? Lu Duanran came back to his senses, bent down and touched his head softly. Nothing, I was wrong. Let's keep going. Wind and snow irregularly in this side of the monument in the forest rolled. Years and years piled up the snow. All show that this monument forest for a long time no one has come. The snow fox on his shoulder jumped down, his fox face solemn, walking on the snow, leaving a field of plums as a sign of respect for this monumental armor. Lu Chenran walked slowly, and for some reason, the trace of coldness that had risen in his heart when he passed by this place just now gradually dissipated as he gradually approached the center of the mausoleum mound. Beneath this square of stone standing in the wind and snow are buried the bones of strangers. Perhaps the woman who burned the paper for the party's sacrifice has her loved ones lying within this mausoleum. He had once traveled thousands of miles into the north, spilled a pool of blood, and his bones were buried deep in this uninvited place. Ridiculous is that. In order to family and country and the people and leave home to die on the border of the countryside soldiers. Bones buried in a foreign tomb for many years. But because of the mirage recorded that year that the tragic battle mirage, and gradually be surrounded by the people of the county to the cause of the evil on the body and the fear of the last few people who burned paper offerings were not people, but the very ghosts they avoided? How could this magnificent mausoleum be infested with evil spirits? Lu Chenran took a deep breath and slowly walked to the 10-foot monument, his fingers touching the spots on it that had been eroded by the wind and snow, and reading the handwriting engraved on the monument. And kiss, the word is Do, a native of Zhong County, Shu County. 16 is from his father's campaign. The size of the battle more than 30 games. Women's body, the more than men for fierce. 24 years old will be under the command of 18,000 people to save the northern border. Served as the rear hall of the Chong Emperor. Vowed not to retreat. The whole army of 18,000 levels. All died in the Qingping County. After the emperor posthumously awarded the northern border marquis. At the time of his death, he was not yet married. Read here. Lu Chenran took a deep breath. Pupils looking at the monument is more than a few points of solemnity. This woman general of the former dynasty, at the age of 24, was buried in this cold and bone-chilling land even before she had any love for a man or a woman. But the passage of time has gradually erased this amazing woman. Let history will be sealed in this cold monument tomb. Her life, in this mausoleum, is unrecognized. Even the inscription is blurred. The winter morning sun, finally is rising. Hot light burns this monument forest more than 10,000 monuments jade. The snow-covered pine slowly fell, and the rising light diffused the remaining red, through the gaps in the branches, shedding spots of light and shadow on the 10-foot-high monument. Lu Chunran had his hands behind his back, but his heart had several ups and downs. At this moment, this monumental forest forged by the battlefield of the ancients was just like this rising sun in his heart, and it was the hottest. He turned slightly sideways, his voice like a mumble. It shouldn't be like this, they shouldn't be forgotten. In this room, there was silence. Afterwards, Lu Chunran took a long breath, suppressed the chest of the monstrous intention. With the rising sun, lifting the robe long body and rise, the snow on the ground fragmented into snow water, floating light reflecting the colors. A little bit of snow water, under the manipulation of the water-repellent art, melted with dust in pieces, turned into thick juice and ink, rolling up the smoke and snow squatters' souls, and spreading with it. 2 large lines spilled out. I'll sleep in the dew and eat in the wind, and drink blood instead of rouge. Never say that a woman is not an Englishman. Who says that a red face is not a vassal? After doing so, he leaned down and touched Xu Weisheng's head and said softly, "Thank you Xu Weisheng for bringing me here. Let's not disturb their rest. It's time to go." This scene stunned the Xu Weisheng on the side, who sniffled. His heart poofed, gulped furiously, and opened his mouth. "Mr. Big, are you an immortal?" Lu Duanran guffawed and opened his mouth. "How could I possibly be an immortal? But some furry blindfolding small arts. Let's go back." After saying that, he was holding Xu Weisheng's hand, one after the other, and wordlessly walked out of this square monument forest. The rustling snow fell, covering the traces they had left along the way, and just disappeared into the wind and snow. Just after Lu Chunran's front foot had left, a thick smoke dispersed, and then the woman in white once again leisurely surfaced. She converged eyebrows, plain hands like snow. The sunlight reflected on her body is extremely cold and elegant. The light oblique reflection on her cheeks cannot tell whether the morning manner brightened her, or she brightened the morning manner. That stunningly beautiful face was as cold as her demeanor, as if it were a wilderness of smoky trees and an empty valley of orchids. She gazed coldly at the faraway back of the man in fox fur, then turned and looked silently at the words that had been lifted under the monument. After a long time, she spoke softly, "Thanks." It was the first time she had ever received a gift of laying down a gift, even though it was only a poem. And then, she once again touched out piles of paper money from her bosom, letting it burn in the roiling snowy sky, the burnt ashes dissipating in the wind and flying. Her long, snow-white hair drifted in the air, and her cheeks, ever cold, smiled gently, the corners of her mouth curving out. This moment is like the first melting of ice and snow, and the warmth of spring. "My generals, Susanna Tao has come to see you." She smiled. After paying more money to Xu Weisheng a few big money, Lu Chen ran holding the snow fox in his arms as toward the location of the merchant team walked over. Here from the merchant team there are more than 10 miles of road. Noon should be able to walk to. Xu Weisheng's hand tightly earned the big money given by Mr. Big, wiped his nose, put it on his lap and counted it, and the corners of his mouth were happy. Hey, 7 big bucks. Enough to buy a lot of gourds. Clutching the money tightly, he was bouncing all the way home. Just in his mind, he still kept recalling the scene of that great gentleman who had just written with snow water melting ink. Just panting all the way home, he pushed open the front door with a bang and then rushed into the kitchen, startling his mother, who was cooking. "Mother, I met a great gentleman today, and, hey, I took him there. He gave me some big money." His mother came over with a smile on her face and took out a handkerchief and wiped his nose. "Don't be in a hurry. Tell me nicely, what kind of Mr. Big? Where did you take Mr. Big?" Xu Weisheng spat out his tongue, and then he just kept his mouth shut. Knowing a son is not like a mother. One look at Xu Weisheng's silent appearance, his mother had a bad feeling, and quickly looked at him and opened her mouth. "Xu Weisheng, where did you take that Mr. Big?" Xu Weisheng stammered, his eyes looking at his mother a little evasively. At this time, Xu Weisheng's father's face changed, a little not very good, and quickly asked, "Xu Weisheng, tell father the truth. Did you lead that Mr. Big to that ancient battlefield? Did you go in yet?" End of chapter. Chapter 23, The Mothman. Chapter 23, The Mothman. Suisei nodded with some fear. Xu Weisheng father is a hard laborer. Although 2 years of private school, know the stupidity of those townspeople. But the ancient battlefield is really too evil. Every night there will be a fog rising in the sky. If this time towards that fog deep look, you will be able to see a large area of spreading shadows. There are dingo and horse hissing echoing in the sky. The scene of the battle, though magnificent, was also tragic, and the 10-mile mountain road around the mausoleum, no matter in winter or summer, gave people a coolness that penetrated into the marrow of the bones. So the people of Qingping County kept it secret. Eva's father, take Shuweixing to the mountain god temple to wash away the bad luck. It'll be troublesome if you get possessed by those evil spirits. Where is there a mountain temple anymore? The clay figurines have lost their heads. What then? Father Shuweixing smoked a stick of dry tobacco, then exhaled a smoke ring. There's a new moth-old Taoist there at the second road entrance. I'll lead Shuweixing and let the Taoist monk break it. After lunch, Shuweixing's father then led Shuweixing towards the place where the old moth Taoist had set up his stall. The second road crossing is the busiest part of Qingping County, snow-covered and cleaned, with a lot of people and cars. A corner, sitting on a plate an old Taoist, his cheeks carved with traces of age, white hair bandana, half-squinted triangular eyes. A lone look at the demeanor is quite a worldly high-mansome charm. Next to the stall stood a wooden pole with a yellow streamer, on which were brightly written several inked characters. On a par with the sky, living with the earth, there are a lot of people who come to tell fortunes. When it was the turn of Shuweixing's father and son, Father Shuwei led Shuweixing forward and described in detail the matter of Shuweixing entering the ancient battlefield with him. At first the moth Taoist did not care. However, when he looked at Shuweixing, his cloudy old eyes narrowed, his heart suddenly trembled violently, and he caught Shuweixing's hand and asked, "Child, is there anything strange about that great gentleman you speak of? Did he give you anything?" From this child's body, he felt a majestic and heavy essence and blood chi that he hadn't felt for a long time. This chi naturally didn't belong to this child. It must be the breath of the thing left on him by the great gentleman in the mouth of this child. Shuweixing's hand was a little sore from the moth Taoist's grip, and his heart became a little fearful. He didn't dare to hide anything, so he described what he had just seen with the moth old man. "Shuweixing, quickly take the money you took from that big gentleman and give it to the moth Taoist." Shuweixing hesitated for a while, thinking about it. That is, he reluctantly felt out a few copper coins given by Mr. Big from his pocket. Instead, he just took out 6, secretly tucking the last one into his sleeve. "It's from Mr. Big, and Mr. Big asked me if I'd seen his sister burning paper in the cemetery. But then Mr. Big said it was his eyes." When the moth Taoist sniffed it, he took a deep breath, and a flash of greed flashed in his old eyes. The woman in white in the mausoleum mound. For the perennial traveler in Jiamu County, he can be too familiar. That is the days of Jiamu County land. The wrist of the iron blood. The eyes cannot tolerate half a bit of sand of the city Godovan, and Daoxian, and since that Mr. Big can see in Chenghuang, he must be a practitioner of Taoism, so he must have a strong essence and blood chi. He took the 6 big coins in Shuweixing's hand, and upside down in his palm, he looked meaningfully at Shuweixing and said, "Child, you're showing the ghost the way, and you even dare to take the ghost's big money? That Mr. Big you're talking about, he's a ghost." These words, immediately the water-born father scared half dead. Busy with this moth Taoist asked can have a way to break the situation. The moth Taoist stroked the 2 whiskers at the corners of his mouth, and then he was touching a 2-eyed mask from the bag behind him, handing it over to Shuweixing's hands. "This mask is called a special head. These days wear this thing to sleep. You can drive away the evil spirits to avoid the epidemic. Even wear 7 days to ensure that you are safe and sound. These 6 large coins will be counted as consulting fees, and today the old man's fortune-telling times are full, so he will not be divining anymore." Words are self-centered to pack up the things. Backpack, hunched over, hand holding that written, with the sky, with the earth with the life of the yellow streamer, is walking into the wind and snow. Shuweixing followed his father towards home, playing with the mask called the head of special design in his hands, and for some reason, he felt that compared to the great gentleman who wrote in ink with the wind and snow, this moth old man was even less of a good thing. The moth Taoist walked to a secluded place, observing that no one was around. He carefully took out the 6 copper coins and placed them on his palm, greedily sniffing the essence and blood chi on them. Cultivated from a moth to the Tao of today, the moth dogs took 4 whole armors. As a moth, a naturally short-lived species, Ben could not have lived more than 10 days and nights. However, being hatched in the ancient tree of Fox Mountain, it had already been born with a spirit from the moment it was born, and was even accompanied by a gifted evil art, which the moth Taoist named Heaven and Earth Live Together. By following the scent and seeing a living creature, one can make a sacrifice and cast a spell, placing the soul of the chosen person on the balance of power with one's own soul, and offer sacrifices to the heavens together. The two virtual souls work together to burn their chi and blood longevity until one of them dies from burning out their longevity. And the only living thing left can then take all of the other living things' longevity and chi and blood into its pocket. From weighing mayflies, to weighing flies, to weighing butterflies, to weighing house mice, to weighing poultry, pigs and dogs, to weighing people. So far, Moth Taoist had already possessed a lifespan of more than 400 years, even in the demon world. Apart from those plant species, it was definitely considered a long-lived species. However, this method of sacrifice has a limitation, and as the lifespan increases, the interval between each weighing becomes longer and longer. Therefore, the Moth Taoist had to seek out something with an extremely long lifespan in order to not waste this trade-off. His footprints had searched all over Jiamu County, and this great gentleman in cultivation had finally caught his eye. The human race is a naturally long-lived species, and those who have attained it even have the essence and blood chi of several eons. With this big money to view his person, that Mr. Big is afraid that he doesn't have at least 4 katas of essence and blood chi. However, compared to the old man's 6 armored lifespan, it's far worse. As long as the old man wants to, he can be on par with the sky, and live the same life as the earth. The Moth Taoist put the 6 copper coins into his bag and locked onto this person's scent. So he followed the odor and chased towards the official road of Jiamu County. The merchant caravan moved slowly along the official road leading to Jiamu County. The evening sun, through the windows of the car, outlined neatly arranged patches of light in the compartment, which, from small to large, spread out all the time. Half of Lu Duanran's body was sitting cross-legged in this spot of light. The title page of the Golden Book floated in his mind. Bonding with the Fox Mountain Tiger Mountain God, 17/30. Bonding with Kensui Ryujin, 8 of 365. Bound to the Northern Snow Fox, 3018/3300. End of chapter. Chapter 24, Watching the Mirage Tonight. Chapter 24, Watching the Mirage Tonight. The sun is setting in the west. The sun was setting through the curtains of the car, the redness mesmerizing everything in a trance. Lu Chunran woke up leisurely from his cross-legged sitting path and surveyed everything in the carriage. The Tiger Mountain God followed his movements. His tiger legs folded in an awkward to the extreme way, arching his tiger back and placing his paws on his thighs, meditating in a decent manner. The comical action made Lu Chunran couldn't help but chuckle a little. Auntie Sue was still studying the water dragonine hanging around her waist, her fluffy fox tail sweeping back and forth, and her fox eyes were lost in thought. Just then, footsteps came from outside the carriage, and then they saw the little prince walking towards himself with a bowl of porridge in his hands. His demeanor was the same as before, with a calm demeanor and a smile at the corners of his mouth. The Liangzhu that Lu Chunran spoke of last night seemed to have no half effect on her state of mind. Not ripples. He naturally sat down beside Lu Chunran and handed over the bowl in his hand. Brother Lu, you haven't eaten tonight, have you? Try the porridge I bought. Lu Chunran took the bowl of kanji. Perhaps because of the 7 orifices of enlightenment, his 5 senses were much stronger compared to before. He could clearly smell the incense smoked on the young prince's clothes covered the original fragrance of her body, just in his eyes bright double orifices, but still could not see its half of the appearance of a daughter's body. That's weird. The snow fox looked at the little prince with disgust, skimmed its fox mouth, and burrowed into Lu Chunran's arms. Subsequently, Lu Chunran took a spoon and sipped a mouthful of porridge, slightly raised his eyebrows, and into his mouth was a plum's refreshing flavor, refreshing into the lungs and sweetness. Is this plum porridge? The young prince naturally detected the snow fox's unfriendliness towards himself and was somewhat helpless. Then he pursed his lips and laughed lightly. Well, today is the Cold Food Festival in the north. All of Qingping County is selling cold food. I thought that the cold wheat porridge is not good, so I brought an extra bowl of plum porridge for Brother Lu. How does it taste? It's sweet, as long as it suits Brother Lu's taste. The little prince laid his cheek on his curled up knees and turned his face sideways, just watching Lu Duanran finish the bowl of porridge one bite at a time. Last night, she lost sleep. The state of mind seems to be in the sky, snow and wind in the lonely trek for a long time. The body is tired and lonely filled. This trek is destined to have no goal, just aimless all the way forward. However, Lu Chunran was like a bright light that suddenly appeared in this eternal blizzard, perhaps not warming her body, but no longer lonely. Brother Li, why are you so nice to me? Setting the empty bowl aside, Lu Chunran's gaze gazed at her and gently said. Li Zijuan subconsciously avoided his sincere gaze and lowered his head in a gentle manner. Brother Lu is my friend, and besides, it's just bringing a bowl of porridge. Lu Duanran smiled, but didn't point it out, even if he was meditating with his eyes closed. But now his own 7 orifices are clear. That 3 hours, can clearly feel the little prince toward his own carriage came several times, just in the way of their own still meditating. Did not walk in. A friend? But if it were anyone else, Brother Li would have done the same, right? Li Zijuan got up and looked at Lu Duanran with complicated eyes, and then he was sprinkled with smiles. Perhaps, Brother Lu, tell me a few more stories. There was a pause, and then he spoke again. Not the old cross-dressing kind of story. Lu Duanran froze for a moment, then laughed helplessly. If such a classic story as Liang Zhu can be described by you as a cliché, how many good stories can fall into your eyes? But she still insisted. After thinking for a while, Lu Duanran could only helplessly open his mouth, babbling about a story of a wolf confronting a flock of sheep in a grassland. But what surprised him was that for such an abstract story, she didn't make any comments, but just listened quietly while the corners of her mouth curved in a graceful arc. Beautiful. Extremely beautiful. Just then, the carriage that had been moving forward stopped. The sky is getting dimmer and dimmer. That round of sunset completely sank into the snowy mountains. The sunset canopy, the bright moon will rise. The two reflect each other. Uncle Wan walked to the front of the carriage, his hands tucked into his sleeves, and spoke. Young prince, Mr. Lu, the road ahead is blocked by snow. The fellows are shoveling snow at the front. I'm afraid I won't be able to go beyond the boundaries of Qingping County tonight. Hey, it's really unfortunate. I'm afraid it'll be another day at night when we get to Jiamu County. Li Zijuan tightened the clothes on his body, ruffled the curtains and looked towards the outside of the carriage. A refreshingly cold and chilly air lifted one's spirits, followed by the elegant scent of plums that blew into her nostrils with the wind. Perhaps because of the scarcity of pedestrians on this official road, snow-covered mountains, the deepest place is 3 feet, not to mention the horses carrying goods. That is, it is difficult to go into the people are inches. In the mountains, especially in the approaching waxing moon, it is common for the mountains to be blocked by snow. But fortunately, the purchases from Qingping County have just been completed, and the supplies are abundant. With a soft sigh, she spoke. Very unfortunate. Then let's rest here for the night and leave tomorrow. Yes. Lu Duanran heard, but thought of something, hands slightly pinching each other, 10 fingers bone crunching constantly, slowly pressed the knee to get up, walked down the carriage, looking at the distant sky. The cold wind wrapped in snow and ruffled the fox fur on his body. In the gray place where the moon is not yet full, there seems to be a bit of luster quietly spread. Then looking at the young prince on the side, he spoke out to comfort him. What is Brother Li sighing for? Perhaps this is the providence of heaven retaining us, and can give us a glimpse of the traces of the years hundreds of years ago. What does Brother Lu mean by that? Li Zijuan blinked and looked at him in disbelief. Lu Duanran looked solemnly at the sky. Today is the Cold Food Festival. There will definitely be a mirage above the mausoleum mound. And then he looked back at her. Gently. Let's boil a pot of wine and gossip. We might be able to watch the mirage tonight. In the makeshift shed, there is a stove to warm the wine. The strong aroma of wine escapes from the stove fire, obscuring the clumps of waxed plum fragrance. The tiger mountain god yawned and walked out of the cage, tilting his tiger head and squatting beside Lu Chenran, licking his mouth and looking blearily at the green wine in the furnace. Lu Chenran looked at the warm drink, his eyes extremely gentle. Inside the shed there were cold plums accompanied by wine, and the fire was burning brightly. A hooked moon, flying in the sky. Cold Food Festival night is extremely bright. Sickle moon reflected in the snow. 2 by 2, the fireflies cheese shimmering as if the glittering insects point, such as the mirror water swing. The night scenery is like a picture, and the people are also in the picture. The young prince, raising his eyes to the bright stars and moon, looked distant and indifferent. Buzz, her 10 fingers stroked the zither, accompanied by plum wine. The sound of the zither in the moonlit night was ethereal to the extreme. In the sky, it's snowing. At some point, the fog suddenly thickened. There was a huge shadow creeping through the depths of the fog. Then, under the trance of the bright moon, accompanied by a few zither sounds, Lu Duanran tilted his head up, and his eyes chased the smoke and clouds. They're coming. End of chapter. Chapter 25 Invitation with a jug in hand. Chapter 25 Invitation with a jug in hand. In the distant firmament, the ancient battlefield that originated hundreds of years ago slowly emerged. First a horseman leaped out of the black fog. Then 10, 100, 1,000. 10,000, and after just a few breaths of time, a vast cavalry rushed out of the black fog. Look, what's that in the sky? There's a huge army in the sky. Looking at the canopy, a dartboarder opened his mouth in shock. Uncle Su, an old traveling merchant who has been walking this road for years, looked at the scene and smiled. Every year during the Cold Food Festival, this canopy, there will be such a sight, which can be considered a strange scene in Qingping County. And the first time I saw it I did feel very rare. On the other side of the canopy, there is also a murderous cavalry. The difference is that this cavalry is clad in white armor, with white horses and silver saddles underneath, and all the eyes of the caravan are fixed on this scene, and on the gun-wielding woman at the forefront on the white horse. She was masked with an iron face and silver armor, holding a bronze lance. and her eyes were cold as she gazed ahead. The woman general. Who is she? The young king asked gently as he pressed down on the strings. Lu Duanran looked at the female general with a complicated expression, having an iron face blocking her from seeing her face clearly. Former Marquis of the North, and Tao Xian. The young prince let out an "oh" and looked up at the sky. The heavens and the earth were snowy. The moonlight hung, and at this time, although there was silence, it seemed as if the hoofbeats, like rolling muffled thunder, had rung in the ears of the people. Both sides of the cavalry. The charge is like a line of tidal wave. The canopy and the horse hooves trampled under the tremor more than smoke and dust. A few moments later, the two cavalry rumbled collision together, into the bone into the flesh of three. This scene, all the crowd of View Mirage, are white, shaking heart and soul, personal and witch, like a leaf duckweed, small and incomparable, accompanied by the clanging sound of the Jiaotong zither on the young king's lap. The silver-armored female general rushed into the chaos of the army, her lance dancing in her hand, and every now and then someone died and fell off her horse. Even without the shouts, the hooves, the neighing, the moans of the dying, it's still a sad picture to sing about. Everyone in the caravan was holding their breath, silently looking at this mirage from what was left behind hundreds of years ago. The battle was won by the female general. She touched a jug of wine from her waist, her silver armor glistening with streaming awnings in the moonlight, her cold eyes under her iron face, silently gazing into the distance. The deep gaze passed through the thick years of history, through the distant sky, and melted with the fox-furred male on the ground. Lu Chenran looked at her in a daze. These eyes were familiar, only he couldn't think of where he had seen them before. She rolled over and dismounted from her horse, carrying the wine jug and raising it to her cold cherry lips, and then, with one hand, she made a vain grab towards a cold plum in front of the shed where Lu Duanran was. Phew! The cold wind howled and whirled around Meadowwood. A few pieces of cold plums fly slowly, in the eyes of the crowd, since the pull of an invisible force, and fell in Mr. Lu's cup of warm wine. At this moment, everything around is so quiet. Lanes, plum-proud snow blooming, the clanging zither sound of the young prince, gradually, ethereally slow, winding up the empty valley, brooding and wandering. Lu Duanran stared blankly at the cold plums in the cup, raising his head to gaze at the silver-armored female general. Her sandalwood mouth opened slightly, and she seemed to have crossed over to that distant river of history, murmuring softly. From the corner of her lips, Lu Duanran seemed to read two words. Thank you. Thank you? Is it a word of thanks for the poem mentioned under his morning monument? The look in her eyes was leisurely like frustration, holding the wine pot in her hand tightly, facing the fox-furred gentleman on the ground, with a jug of wine in hand, as an invitation. Everyone in the merchant caravan was looking at that scene incredulously. I looked at the female general who raised her cup to invite wine on that side of the dome, and I looked at Mr. Lu who was holding warm wine by the fire, and there was no sound for a long time. Lu Chenran took a deep breath, raised his cup with both hands and sipped the last mouthful of wine in the cup through those leaves of cold plums, raised his head slowly, and then stood up long, and the roiling snowy sky blew on his face in a free and solemn manner. To the general. The female general nodded faintly, tilted her head, and sipped her wine. One drink. Finished the pot. She then threw the wine jug on the battlefield littered with corpses and turned around. That silver armor shining like snow, mirage, disappeared into the sky night. Thick night residual drunkenness. A traveling merchant gulped furiously, looking incredulously at what was happening in front of him, and spoke tentatively. Uncle Su, in the past, at the Mirage of the Cold Food Festival, was there also a toast from that general? Uncle Su was equally confused. He has been walking on this official road in Jiamu County for more than 20 years, and he is too familiar with this mirage. The mirage on the canopy will always be the everlasting scene that records the tragic history. He was familiar enough to know when the female general who wielded the copper lance had decapitated her enemy's skull, and when she had raised the copper lance in her hand to the heavens in a vow of victory. Only, he had never seen the woman general's cold eyes, nor the jug of wine at her waist, nor the motion of holding it as an invitation. I've been traveling this road since I was a kid, and I've never seen this before. He looked at that fox-furred male with a complicated expression and muttered, Mr. Lu Xiao is a strange man. In the snow and wind, Mr. Lu had already sat down by the fire again, still holding warm wine in his hand, with a gentle face, as if everything that happened just now did not exist. The Tiger Mountain god stared at the scene in front of him with his tiger eyes wide open and his mouth wide open gasping for air. Having practiced at Fox Mountain for more than 200 years, how could it not know the identity of the female general recorded in the Mirage Curtain? That's the city god of Jiamo County, and Xing Wang. Even when Shang Huang meets Mr. Lu, he still has to give Mr. Lu the benefit of the doubt? Who the hell is Mr. Luck? Li Zijuan silently stroked the Jiao Tongqin in her hand, looked at Brother Lu with a complex expression, and softly said, "Brother Lu knows that General An?" Lu Duanran smiled and gently shook his head. "Not acquainted. Then why did the Lady General invite wine?" Lu Duanran blinked his eyes, the wine breath on his face. His face was like a red jade drooling, but his eyes were as bright as stars, cheeks slightly bulging. "There are a few pieces of cold plums, strong acidic flavor cleansing the sinking wine," quietly thinking, and then guffawed and said, "Probably. I gave enough respect to the armorers under those monuments in the mausoleum." "Oh, so that's it." Lu Chunran drank the warm wine in his cup in one go. In his mind, a golden book title page slowly emerged. Bonding with a leaf of cold plums, 0/5. The cold plums of Qingping County, containing them and drinking them, can be 1,000 cups of wine, and when they are spit out, they are glistening. End of chapter. Chapter 26, the better looking a woman is, the more likely she is to cheat. Chapter 26, the better looking a woman is, the more likely she is to cheat. The sound of the zither curls up and down. The scene on the mirage of the general's invitation to drink all the pots, so that the presence of the crowd of walking merchants is quite high, accompanied by a burst of plum scent. The 4 big altars of green wine rose set up on the side of the makeshift shed, as much as empty. In the second half of the night, there was a little snow in the sky, and the people were all drunk, and then they went back to their tents and went to sleep. The young king's eyes were misty, and his slender arm rested on Lu Chunran's shoulder as he moved out with hobbling steps. "Brother Lu, I want to drink water." 2 blushes rose from the side of his ears, and his mouth continued to exhale the fragrance of the rich wine. LOL. Lu Chunran casually stuffed a piece of green plum in her mouth, also in a drunken demeanor, and helped her inside her curtain. She was about to get up when her hand grabbed her arm and she murmured softly, "So dizzy. Brother Lu, stay with me for a while." She hadn't gotten so drunk in a long time, and when she was drunk, she could forget what she was burdened with. Lu Duanran, although his mouth contained a leaf of cold plums given by Endao Jun, could not get drunk from 1,000 cups, only the green wine was really strong in nature, coupled with the mellow aroma of the aged wine, but his brain still felt a dizziness. He had more strength than he needed, so he was pulled by her and leaned against her side. The wind and snow outside the drapery was cold, but the young prince's body heat burned with wine, and he just felt a wave of exhaustion come over him, and sat down beside her in a daze, leaning on his cheek to doze off and drift off to sleep. Anyone who drinks a lot of alcohol knows that when you get drunk, you may just want to take a nap, but when you open your eyes the next day, you don't even know how you fell asleep. Ram-ung. It was late at night, and snoring rose and fell in the tent. After there was an incense stick of work, Snowfox probed his head and walked in, and when he saw the 2 sleeping soundly, he frowned with a displeased face. Isu looked at leaning on the side of the little vixen, one leg stretched diagonally and one leg slightly curved with eyes closed and soundly sleeping Lu Chuanran. The expression on the fox's face was complicated. Looking at him, his face couldn't help but appear a kind of expression of his own child going out to learn something bad and hating it's not fighting for it. With a quiet sigh of relief, there was a haze of smoke in the moonlight, and then, an elegant and dignified woman slowly appeared within the curtained tent of the young prince, her eyebrows slightly knitted, her black and white exceptionally clear eyes carrying a few points of accusation, but full of doting gazing at the soundly sleeping Ranner, noiselessly walked to his side, gently sat down on his knees, put his head between his knees to pillow his legs, veiled hand gently softened his forehead. The action is as gentle as ever, but softly murmured accusation. How can a man who wants to achieve great things be greedy for the things in his cup, without Auntie around to control you? You've let go of your heart to have fun, haven't you? You've only been away from Fox Mountain for a few days. Have you forgotten everything that Auntie taught you? Encountered a few chances and really regarded yourself as an immortal? Brat, you are far from it. His mouth said so, but the movements of his fingers were extremely gentle. Gently held Lu Chuanran's big hand, hands together in front of her chest, silently feeling his temperature. She could feel that Ranner really slept, should not be able to hear his own nagging, and then it is turned around. Fox eyes gazing at the soundly sleeping little prince, snow cheeks slightly bulging, a few times entangled, finally still cannot help but open the mouth. Ranner, you need to learn to guard against women lying to you. How can someone who doesn't even dare to tell you his true identity befriend you? In this world, except for Auntie who's good to you, the better looking these women are, the better they lie. Lu Chunran's body is still sleeping soundly, but now it has 7 apertures, ear through the god quietly listening to the aunt's gentle words. Although it is accusing, but the heart is still rising a warm current, even if it was a vague feeling that Auntie was KFC herself. Brotherly, also really not out of their own expectations. I just don't know how Auntie saw it. He contained a leaf of cold plums without drunkenness. Although there was fainting and sleepiness, but only feigned a drunkenness. After so many days since he had come down from the mountain, he finally saw Auntie Sue again. A snow-white jacket lined her waist like a water wash, and on her left shoulder, embedded with that familiar rose, Lu Chunran closed his eyes and slept soundly, and then he felt his body detach from the ground, and his entire body fell into a warm and soft embrace. As the roses danced, a pair of embroidered shoes nudged the snowy sky, hidden from view. The evening moon was like a ghostly mirror, and the moonlight in the sky favored her alone. She's a snow fox. It is also a fairy under the moon, a fairy among foxes. That stunningly beautiful face, no matter how many times Lu Chunran looked at it, it was never enough. Esau carried him back into the carriage. The sound woke up the tiger mountain god. It stared with wide tiger eyes. Then it was looking at the snow fox with a fawning face, with its big mouth open, just wanting to make a sound. It met Esau's cold eyes. Esau stretched out his index finger and placed it on his lips to make a shhh gesture, and then he was gently placing Lu Chunran in the carriage. The tiger mountain god gulped and swallowed the words that were already on the edge of the tiger's mouth and wagged his tail that was as hard as an iron whip, following the example of a pug. Ears plugged. No listening. Aha! The tiger mountain god was turning his long body over, not to look. Thick tiger claws covered the small round ears. The atmosphere did not dare to breathe a sigh. Isu touched the fireflies, and then a ghostly light was lit up, and through the dim light, he examined his face, and his cheeks were overflowing with a happy radiance. The silhouette was harder than it had been when he was younger, except for the lashes on those eyes, which were still as good as ever. She pinched his cheeks, and finally, without holding back, she gently kissed Lu Chunran's eyes and softly murmured, "I wonder which girl will be so fortunate as to be favored by Ranner. When the time comes, Auntie will have to keep a good eye on you. How can that woman be half as good as Auntie Ranner is to Ranner? Half can't work, at least most of it. No way. You have to love Ranner more than Auntie, otherwise why would Auntie give you to her?" And then she applied a wisp of fox scent, accompanied by incense. Lu Duanran's sleep would be very comfortable. After doing so, Esau slowly got up, her gaze flatly looking at the tiger mountain god, her sandalwood mouth half open. "You, come with me." The tiger mountain god spat out his tongue with a careful face and tiptoed out of the tiger cage, afraid of disturbing the sleeping Mr. Lu. Then its huge tiger body crouched and sat on the snowy ground, and the tiger's paws were clasped together to pay homage to Isu. "My tiger meets the fox fairy." Isu narrowed her fox eyes slightly, her eyebrows were chilly, and she looked it up and down a few times before speaking faintly. "Does my father have a grudge in his heart for robbing the Fox Mountain temple where you sheltered?" The tiger mountain god hurriedly opened his mouth. No resentment. Is there none, or are you afraid to have one? Don't dare." "Ah, didn't. Well, not to hide the fox fairy. At first was driven out of the Fox Mountain far away from other mountains, indeed in the heart of the resentment, but later met Mr. Lu, sowing some of the reasoning of the tiger. The heart of the resentment has long been indifferent to these grievances. Just look forward to being able to stay on the side of Mr. To understand the immortal theory." Esau looked at him faintly and spoke. "Today's not salty mountain immortal for people, even if the mouth said that there is a teachable moment, but the selfishness of all, if you want to correct the fruit, never against the trend of cannibalism. Since Mr. Lu granted you the immortal reason, this father will grant you an immortal fate." A ray of moonlight sprinkled down and ghostly dipped into the tiger mountain god's body. It stared at the tiger's eyes, silently feeling this immortal chi. Turning around again, that woman had already reshaped into a fox body. Just an indifferent word that swept up from the tiger mountain god's mind. "Mind you've been doing okay and are quite spiritual. The immortal road to the Shangjing Palace. You will be the one to protect Mr. Lu." End of chapter. Chapter 27, Jade Feeder Spring, Roe Deer Duck Breasts. Chapter 27, Jade Feeder Spring, Roe Deer Duck Breasts. Lu Duanran is a very naive sleeper. When I woke up, the glow chi was lit up with a faint glow, and it was dawn. In his mind, a golden book title page slowly floated. Bonding with a leaf of cold plums, 1/5. Bonding with Fox Mountain Tiger Mountain God, 18/30. Bonding with Kensui Ryujin, 9 of 365. Bound to the Northern Snow Fox, 3019/3300. He stretched and pulled back the curtains, looking out the window. The snow piled up on the official road had been lightly swept away by the traveling merchants, and the wagons were moving forward. He stroked the snow fox sleeping soundly on top of him, looking at her with great tenderness in his eyes, stroking her fluffy fox tail, knowingly. "I don't know who sent me to the wagon, Iboshi, but guess what? Last night I dreamed of my aunt. Auntie just held me and lulled me to sleep just like when I was little." The snow fox gave a wooing cry and glanced at Lu Duanran somewhat sheepishly, its furry fox tail sweeping his mouth. Lu Chunran carefully wrapped up the one-leaf cold plum gifted by the female general and placed it in his pocket. wiped the blade of the water dragonine with a silk, and then continued to read the strange and miscellaneous stories that he had requested from the young prince. The story in the book was very interesting, which recorded many incredible places, but it gave Lu Chenran a feeling of reading the classic of mountains and seas, such as one of the paragraphs, so that Lu Chenran smelled it. Very strange. 4,000 miles west of the northern border, there is a spring named Jade Feeder. Jade feeds the wine, and the wine spring injects into it. It is 1 zhang wide and 3 zhang deep, and the wine is as beautiful as meat and as clear as a mirror. There is a jade fruit on the top. Take the wine and drink a cup. If you cannot get drunk, you will be able to realize the immortal principles. Rest with heaven, no dry time. There is a preserved wine on the edge of the rock, which tastes like the preserved deer. If you drink this wine, you will not live or die. The name of the wine is Sprinkles. The name of its preserved meat is Chuanfu, and it is eaten one piece after another. The general idea of the book is that somewhere in the western part of the northern realm, there is a spring called the Jade Feeder Spring, which is about 1 zhang in circumference and 3 zhang deep. What flowed in it was not spring water but a kind of potent wine, and beside the spring water were placed the jade dignity and the jade fruit. If one took the wine from the spring and drank a cup of it, one would not be intoxicated by the potent wine, and one would be able to gain enlightenment from it. Putting the book in his hand down gently, Lu Chenran leisurely lamented. The world is quite large, and there is such a mysterious place. It is a pity that this book called Divine Anomaly Scripture does not clearly label the location of the wine springs, or that the wine springs are just a strange place made up by the storyteller, and there is nowhere for the writer to investigate. Just then, footsteps came from outside the carriage, and then they saw the little prince carrying a small box in his hands towards Lu Duanran. Seeing Lu Chenran not meditating but idly reading books, he couldn't help but snicker. It's rare that Brother Lu didn't meditate today. Lu Duanran looked over at her, intentionally staring at the knot in her throat between her neck, then laughed. You can't meditate all the time even if you steal your life. One can go crazy. Li Zijuan pursed her lips and smiled, entering the carriage, setting her boots aside, lifting the food box in her hand, and smiling at Lu Duanran. Brother Lu hasn't had breakfast yet. Are you hungry? Well, a little hungry. She opened the food box, which contained several plates of pastries, and a rich fragrance came to her nose. A light taste, melt in the mouth, sweet but not greasy, long aftertaste. Seeing Lu Chenran eating a pastry, the young prince coughed lightly and spoke intentionally. Well, that Brother Lu, a little too much wine last night. I wonder if I did anything indecent. Something indecent? Lu Chenran thought about last night. Brother Li's wine was very good. That is, she fell asleep and just lay there quietly, but her hand strength was very strong. Scratching his arm raw pain, he scratched his head and laughed. Brother Li, I drank too much last night too. The events of last night are not remembered. It was Brother Li who brought me to the carriage last night? Li Zijuan blinked and was relieved to see that Lu Duanran did not look like he was lying. Yesterday, a moment before she passed out drunk, she still had a trace of consciousness, just remembered that she clutched Lu's arm tightly to prevent him from leaving. As for how Brother Lu returned to the carriage, she was not quite sure. If he knew that she pulled his arm last night to force him to stay with her, her image in Brother Lu's mind, I am afraid that it will plummet. She then stuffed a piece of cake towards her mouth and opened her mouth in a serious manner. Well, last night Brother Lu was very drunk, and I was the one who sent Brother Lu back to the carriage. Oh, I see. I've caused trouble for Brother Li. Lu Duanran looked at her with deep thought. Out of the way. Li Zijuan lowered his head somewhat sheepishly, sitting on the shoulder of Lu Chuanran Snow Fox, listening to the little king in front of him blabbering made-up blind words. Fox eyes glaring round. Also do not know why. The heart gave birth to a few points of gas-puffing feeling. Silently said, Look, what did I say? The prettier the woman, the better she lies. The ones who lie without even blinking. Ranner is also really stupid. A piece of redemption. People say whatever they believe. Obviously his aunt gave him a hug back. Lu Chenran forced the laughter in his heart and finished the last piece of pastry. The merchant caravan traveled unhurriedly towards Jammu County. In the sky, there were hawks circling around the pine forest. Whoa! The sound of rushing water quickly reached the ears of the two men. Not long after, the carriage stopped, and immediately after, Wang Bo rushed towards the carriage and opened his mouth. Young prince, Mr. Lu, there is an unfrozen river ahead. The current is very swift, not very good for crossing. You need to prepare for it. I would also like to ask you two to take a rest first. After crossing this frozen river, you will be able to travel another 10 miles or so westward to reach Jammu County. Lu Chenran stepped off the carriage with the young prince, and they walked towards the very front of the caravan. The wind is getting stronger, rustling the pine forest, pulling the pine needles diagonally. Lu Chenran looked around carelessly, but his eyes blinked suddenly, looking towards the unfrozen river in the distance. The water was cold in winter, and an old man, dark, with only his whiskers white between his jaws, sat on a rock by the shore, holding up a jar of cloudy wine, which he was drinking in the not-so-thick sunlight. Perhaps it was just the most usual scene, but the next action of the old man attracted him. The old man seemed to choke on the pungency of the wine, and then he was half squinting his eyes, half enjoying himself, half leisurely dumping all of the remaining half a jar of wine into this river, muttering under his breath, "Son, that's all I have left for the old man. Drink up." Lu Chunran came over and surveyed everything in front of him. "That is," he greeted the old man. "Old folks, what is the meaning of pouring wine towards this river?" That old man heard a sudden voice from behind him, stared a jolt, and only after he saw the visitor clearly did he breathe a sigh of relief and laughed. "Harm, my lord. It's a long story. P.S. Thank you all for your monthly votes. And thank you to Mo Mirror's little boss for the 1500 points reward, to Easy Fairy Brother for the 1000 points, and to Summer's Splendor for the 500 points. Thanks for the 100 points from Artway, Con Top of the Fantasy, and Like to Dive So Bald. Thank you all for your monthly votes. Thank you, thank you, thank you." End of chapter. Chapter 28, The Corpse is Incorruptible, and a Young Child Observes Its Soul. Chapter 28, The Corpse is Incorruptible, and a Young Child Observes Its Soul. Lu Chenran lifted up the corner of his robe and sat down next to the old man, fished out a pot of green wine left over from last night from his arms and placed it in front of the two of them, speaking with a smile. "May I have a word with you?" As he spoke, he poured wine into the old man's tankard. He loved to listen to stories, especially those told by such weathered and bitter elders. Not long after, the young prince also came over and sat cross-legged beside Lu Chenran, looking at the old man with a smile on his face. The caravan didn't want to go around the mountains for a couple dozen more miles, and were getting ready for the river crossing, which would take some time. The old man was not formal, and after receiving the bowl of wine, he couldn't wait to take a small sip, smacking his lips and squinting his eyes in enjoyment. "This wine is good, but also strange clear, Lu. Wine on the face dispersed the cold." The old man's mouth exhaled burning hot breath. "Is open to talk." Little old man called Wang Er. "Is this Jiamu County people?" Not to hide a few gentlemen towards this Mudloach River pouring wine habit, has been more than 10 years. The little old man has a baby. People are also loyal and honest, but why the best thing in life is wine, has reached the point where a day does not drink. It feels like lice all over the body to itch. One night there was a rainstorm in the sky, and he got mouthy that day, and said something about the wine in Jiamu County being bland and tasteless, and the flavor being far different than what wine springs are, and I don't know what kind of wind he was pumped up with, but he had to go out and look for wine to drink. The coroner in the city said my son died of drunkenness. How could my son die of drunkenness? This Loach River current is very fast. Even a normal person will drown in the water. Ah, poor me there. A few days did not return. I searched for a few days. In this river fished out his floating body. Must be drunk. Not pay attention to step in the air. Lu Chunran looked at the old man with a sigh on his face. However, the river drowning in this world is not rare, especially in the north. The freezing river current is rapid. A little inattentive a step in the air. The water is not a problem. Fatal is the cold winter. The vast majority of people who fall into the water died of hypothermia. It was only from the old man's ambiguous words that he heard a key place. Wine Springs? Is it the same place as the jade feeding spring written in the Divine Anomaly Sutra? This place is under the jurisdiction of Jiamu County, but the book says it's 4,000 miles west of the northern border. The old man is again towards the mouth, poured a mouthful of wine. Perhaps with the passage of years, the pain of losing a son in middle age is also gradually look away. Leisurely. Later, the little old man will my dead son to bring home. Into the coffin. Just wait for my son head 7 a pass will be buried. These days, my son's body did not have half a trace of decay. A little puffy cannot see. Also just a month after my son's burial, there were children who saw my son standing in this Loach River, begging for wine toward passers-by. Hearing this, Lu Chenran's heart couldn't help but develop a few moments of curiosity. The corpse is not rotten, and there are young children watching his soul? Could it be that the old man's son has become a drunkard in the Loach River? And then, the little old man found a fortune teller. He counted a fortune for my son, said my son became the wandering wild ghosts. Poor me there, Lu. Even if it became a ghost, also want to ask for a bowl of wine to drink. This is not, for one thing, in order to let my son peace of mind. Do not want to hurt the innocent. The little old man will come here every day at the hour of pouring wine for him to drink. And secondly, it is also the passerby to give hand. Do not want someone not even fall into the river drowning, to bear the loss of the son of the little old man. Lu Chunran looked deeply at the old man and clapped his hands in praise. Great goodness from the old country. Instead, the young prince was staring with furrowed brows at the fast-moving Loch River in front of him. If you do not take the official road directly from here to cross the river to Jammu County, you can go 20 miles less mountain road. This Loch River is not wide, but the current is very fast. Every year in time to cross the river unfortunately drowned a lot of people in it. But why is it that for so many years, no one has even repaired the bridge over the Loch River? Are all those officials in Jammu County on a diet? Old folks, after all these years, the local parental officials haven't built a bridge here? After hearing this, the old man laughed out loud and looked meaningfully at the handsome gentleman in front of him. Building a bridge? The county's Yao Sikong has been thinking about the bridge building money approved by the higher-ups every day. To Langjuns, the little old man has spent quite a bit of time here today and has to go home to take care of his sick mother-in-law. The story was told and the wine was almost gone. That old man red-faced hiccups, is to the two white-shirted gentlemen again bowed, trembling step on the official road, around the 20 miles of mountain road, toward the Jammu County direction to go. Seeing this old man leave, the young prince squinted his eyes, not knowing what he was pondering in his mind. Not long after, Uncle Wang came over, shaking the snow and water from his body, his stubble covered with ice crystals, and shook his head. Crossing the river won't work. The horses' legs freeze and shiver as soon as they enter that Loch River. The caravan will have to take a detour, and we should be able to get to Jammu County before dinner. The young prince nodded, only his mind was long gone. The caravan resumed its journey, making its way down the muddy river. Tap dash. The horse neighs and the whip is flicked. Lu Chenran sat in the carriage, leaning on the wall of the car, his hands constantly flipping through the book Divine Anomaly Scripture, trying to check some of the information about the mysterious wine springs in the mountains. Just that there is very little mentioned, not to mention the detailed address, and even whether there is the wine springs have yet to be deliberated. After thinking about it, he picked up the book again, turning to the title page of Jammu County, his fingers following the table of contents from top to bottom, looking for messages about Jiuquan. Soon it is to the afternoon. A long time sitting on the plate so that his legs are a little sour. Is to stand up, will be a miscellaneous books in the arms? In the carriage activities, lifted the curtains, diffuse eyes to the outside of the car. The road wants you, far from the bifurcation into two. The bifurcation will arrive. One was headed to Jammu County and the other to Beijiang County. Right in the middle of this wind and snow, at the fork in the road, a bow-backed old Taoist walked head-on. Simply look at the dress, wearing a long crown, hair and beard are white, triangular eyes squinting, wrinkled cheeks have a little bit of Taoist charm. The clothes on his body are a bit dirty and unkempt, with a burden on his shoulder, holding the yellow flag with the words, equal to the sky, the same life as the earth, in his hand, and in the snow and wind, there is another kind of unbridled and unrestrained wind and bone. The old Taoist walked forward with a hobbling gait, and then he was walking to the front of the merchant group, his voice hoarse. The poor Taoist has been practicing all the way from Sanjiang County, heading to Shangjing to seek Immortal Destiny. Tired from the journey, I wonder if I can follow the caravan and travel for a while. Uncle Wang sized up the old Taoist in front of him, and then he was looking at the young prince, riding on his horse. Li Zijuan looked back at the old Taoist in front of him. I don't know if it's an illusion. This old Taoist always gives himself an uncomfortable feeling. Just hearing that he was also going to the capital to seek immortal fate, he did not refuse and nodded lightly. The old Taoist nodded his head repeatedly to say thank you, and then walked towards the back of the caravan on his own. Seeing this scene, Uncle Wang couldn't help but raise his voice to remind him, "Old Taoist, the wagon behind the caravan has a tiger cage with tigers in it, so be careful." The old Taoist nodded his head with warm cheeks, and he responded with a voice. End of chapter. Chapter 29, Fluttering Moths. Chapter 29, Fluttering Moths. The Moth Taoist had traveled westward for the past few days, not stopping halfway along the way, and finally whisked up the footsteps of this merchant caravan before it reached Jammu County. He followed the 6 coins in his arms, searching for the location of the great gentleman. The caravan of horses traveled through the setting sun, and the wilderness outside the carriage was full of flawed white. Lu Chenran slightly closed his eyes, his body with the swaying body gently rocking. Mood and the desire to sleep not sleep, gradually calmed down. Not long after, his brow furrowed. Because of his 7 apertures, Lu Chenran could clearly sense that there was a thing tainted with his own scent coming closer and closer towards him, and it seemed to be coming prepared. He squinted his eyes, and under the observation of his mind's eye, elementary, in a few breaths of time, he was able to find a few golden rays of light in this thick ink, black and white world. Looking at the shape of the golden glow, it was roughly a tree stick, a giant fluttering moth, and 6 large coins. How did the big money for Suisei end up in the hands of this fluttering moth? There was disbelief in Lu Duanran's heart. Has been sleeping soundly. Tiger Mountain God slowly raised the tiger head, tiger eyes staring at the not too far away. As a demonite, for the mountains in the essence of the smell is very sensitive. Even if the Taoist line is enough to turn into a person, the body of the demonic gas is not covered up. This is also the reason why there are many demonic ghosts belonging to not far away from miles to go to the upper capital, listening to the immortal preaching. No matter how many azimuths of the Tao, demonic chi completely refined before never talk about the immortal intention. It took about an incense stick of time for the moth Taoist to identify the compartment where the owner of the big money was, with the caravan of foot merchants that inquired about some of the strange news about this little Mr. Lu. Moth Taoist pondered for a while, slightly sorted out the body of the ragged robes. There is the wind and snow whisked by, is quite a few points of the immortal wind and Taoist intention, seemingly walking slowly, but the speed is not slow towards the carriage to go. I heard from those traveling merchants that Mr. Lu is also preparing to go to the capital to seek the immortal fate. The moth Taoist laughed, a few moments of remembrance showing on his cheeks. Lao Dao Ia. Cultivation 50 years, but always not immortal intention. These years traveled all over the world, rivers and mountains, looking through 3,000 Taoist books, looking for the method of longevity, cannot be obtained. This has been intended to give up on this road, but did not think that not salty mountains of the true immortal out of the world, that this has already put down the obsession again. But in turn, chaotic heart, we are all travelers who met on the road by chance, and we are the same people who went to the capital to seek the fate of the immortals. So it's really fate. Lu Chunran gazed at this moth-old Taoist, and in his heart, he made up his mind to try to find out the intention of this fluttering moth. So he pulled open the curtain of the car and laughed. Meeting is destiny. Please get in the car and talk. Taoist master. The moth Taoist's expression paused for a moment, and then the light in his eyes suddenly released as he smiled and opened his mouth. Good thing, too. Lao Dao. I have some old mountain tea here, so I'd like to invite young Mr. Lu to have a taste of it as well. He went up inside the carriage, placed the yellow streamer beside him, picked up a clean cloth robe and draped it over the short case of the carriage, and sat down on his knees. Come, taste this old mountain tea of Lao Dao. The moth Taoist lifted the pottery pot on the short case, shaking his hand slightly. The tea rolled down the tea bowl like a bead of thread. The color was muddy. Poured too full. With the back of the hand gently pushed, the bowl of tea will slip to the front of the Lu Chuan Ran, and then he himself is holding another bowl, lifting his wrist and tilting his neck. A mouthful of a large portion of the drink, and then smiled and praised. Good tea, Mr. Lu, please drink it. Lu Chunran calmly looked at the tea soup in front of him that was muddy yellow in color. It should be the original tea that was hastily picked in the forest. This kind of tea is bitter and astringent. Ordinary people cannot drink. In his mind, on the other hand, there was the golden book title page floating slowly. Bound to the moth of the northern realm of Fox Hill, 0/50. Shadow in the Fox Mountain north border of the Pale Pine, life 6 Kazi. Born short-lived species. Got the Pale Pine immortal intent inculcation. Born with a different color. Born with a spirit. Weighing the art of the evening. You can loot the life of the lesser of the things in order to prolong their own life. Bound to the branches of the northern pines, 0 out of 100. The northern border pines fall a branch, and there is no one who knows it is available. Not the nature of an extraordinary thing. Seeing this scene, Lu Chunran's heart was slightly startled, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the yellow streamer, while in his heart, he guessed about the old Taoist's origin as well as his intentions. Perhaps this big fluttering moth sensed its presence from Shui Shang's big money, staring at its ample essence and blood qi, and lusted for it. I just didn't think that a fluttering moth hatched on that northern pine in this Fox Mountain was so extraordinary, and the branch that fell off had such an amazing origin. What exactly is that northern pine? Moth Taoist smacked his lips, as if in the flavor of it. A bowl just finished and then lifted the teapot, drinking while saying, I have lived for 60 years, and I only love the flavor of this bitter tea. How can anyone know the taste of a bitter tea? But this time to come back to the moth of the Taoist is a surprise. Buy one get one free. This practice in the back of the man, but also lying on a tiger spirit, presumably also hitchhiking to listen to the Taoist. Lu Duanran's eyes looked at the moth Taoist with a few moments of regret. Heaven and earth heterozygous. Such a horrible talent. After listening to that immortal sermon, he will definitely achieve greatness. That is, opening a cave is not a difficult task. It's a pity. Throwing out some natural longevity species, 6 armors worth of longevity is indeed a lot. It's just that there's an old saying that people will die and goods will be thrown away. Since one covets one's essence and blood qi, the death is not unjust. After talking to each other for about half an hour, the caravan finally stopped. At Shenzhen, the sky had dimmed. After traveling all the way, we finally arrived at Jiamu County. Moth Taoist said goodbye to Lu Duanran with a smile and turned around to walk into the city. After spending half an hour with Lu Duanran, He had already confirmed that this person's life expectancy was indeed long, and it was time to sit on the altar and prepare some corresponding sacrificial offerings. Not long after, the young prince came over, glanced at the faraway moth Taoist and frowned. Brother Lu, you'd better stay away from this old Taoist. For some reason, he always gave me an uncomfortable feeling. Lu Duanran smiled and said with a few ghostly emotions between his eyes. No harm done. It's a dying man. A dying man? This old Taoist has a full heavenly court and a great deal of vitality. Where exactly did Brother Lu tell that? It'll make its own death. How does Brother Lu know? Intuition. Oh. Li Zijuan tidied up the clothes on her body and naturally patted the snow on her shoulders for Lu Chenran and gently said, Isn't Brother Lu going to the city god temple for incense? It's getting late today. Let's go buy some invocation incense tomorrow. And we can also buy some prayer incense along the way to pray for Brother Lu's aunt. The snow fox squatted on Lu Chuanran's shoulder, the fox's eyes glaring round, and the plum paw was stealing to step on the little prince's hand that was placed on Ran's shoulder, cheeks bulging. Also don't know why. Can't accept this little prince to Ran her half-intimate action. But her heart and no deep in her heart, she has no right to help Ranner do what choice. One can only mumble in one's mind. Bless me? Thinking kinda weirdly all over the place. Lu Duanran stroked the snow fox's fur and laughed. Well, just follow Brother Li's. End of chapter. Chapter 30, The Coming of the Lower Yuan. Chapter 30, The Coming of the Lower Yuan. Winter nights in the north are long, and the bright moon refuses to end the night. The caravan temporarily found an inn to settle down. Not coincidentally is close to the next Yuan festival water rituals. All over the tourists come to visit the temple fair is extremely large. Everywhere the inn has been full. Wang Bo had wanted to take out the identity of the Shangjing royal family to let the shopkeeper pack out 2 upper rooms, but was reprimanded by Li Zijuan, and had no choice but to entrust the little prince and Mr. Lu Xiao to share a room. Inside the inn, the room was quite large, with 2 beds placed opposite each other. Burning mustard incense floating slowly, candles shining brightly on the lampstand, and a couple of charcoal pots sitting in the corner burning brightly. The snow fox crouched on the windowsill, her fluffy foxtail wagging lightly as her fox eyes gazed out at the lights shining brightly under the snow in Jammu County. Jammu County is the largest city east of the northern border. Tsuwa has more than 10 years have not come to the big city. The streets and alleys are noisy and people are thick, and the smoke and fire is very sufficient. Lu Chanran sat on his own bed couch, fished out the divine anomaly scripture from his arms that he had been flipping through on the way. The young prince took off the snow shirt on his body and hung it aside. Seeing that Lu Chenran was still reading at night by the light of the lamp, his cheeks then revealed a few smiles. His body came over. Brother Lu has been reading the whole way, not like a seeker of immortal destiny, but like a scholar. Lu Chenran raised his head and glanced at the young prince, then smiled and said, Where is the reader and not what Confucianism and morality, but just some interest in these miscellaneous geography. Li Zijuan looked at him meaningfully and spoke. The divine anomaly scriptures and the Jiamu miscellaneous chopping block, not to mention ordinary people, are difficult for even those poor and corrupt scholars to read and understand. Did Brother Lu learn to read and write from his aunt? A woman who knows the ancient seal characters is not rare in this world, and I'm afraid that when Brother Lu's aunt was young, she was also a young lady from a great family. The snow fox crouching on the windowsill, fox eyes staring hatefully at the snow outside the window, gritted his teeth and sulked. A woman can't understand ancient seal script? You're the one who's a woman. And this father is also very young now. But she had no way to talk back, and could only keep reassuring herself in her mind that although this girl child's mouth was a bit damaged, she was also praising herself. Lu Chunran glanced at the snow fox who was pretending to enjoy the snow but was actually straining his ears to eavesdrop, and then looked at the little prince and snickered. It could be. Doesn't Brother Li also know the ancient seal script? Li Zijuan blinked, and then he coughed lightly and said in a serious manner, That's different. I'm not a woman. I know, a gentleman like a jade. That's natural. Why is Brother Li blushing? Yes? The little prince touched out the copper mirror from his bosom and took a look, and then it was the veiled hand that fanned by the ear. Maybe the house is too hot, and the body isn't quite used to the cold on this journey. Why does Brother Li carry a copper mirror with him all the time? Does a great man also carry a copper mirror with him? Copper mirror? Bringing a copper mirror because Brother Lu lets go outside and take a stroll. The curfew in Jammu County is very late. Until the hour of dawn, Li Zijuan did not move to change the topic. And then he was proposing with a straight face. Lu Chenran put the books in his hands into his arms, and did not want to break the pot, so he smiled and nodded. Good thing too. For the first time, he felt that this little prince is good everywhere, treating people gently and courteously. Only in his heart there is a heavier machismo plot than that of a man. Get up, clothed in fox furs. With one hand, he carried the snow fox over and placed it in his arms. rubbing its head and rubbing its chin. The snow fox tilted its fox head slightly, squinting comfortably and not forgetting to squint at the little prince. For the way Ranner choked this little king just now, Snow Fox was very satisfied. Li Zijuan put on his long shirt, thought about it, and threw that bronze mirror aside. Brother Lu, let's go. 2 men and a fox traveled in company. As the largest city in the eastern part of the northern realm, there were still a lot of merchants gathered. Along the way, all the stores are big red lanterns hanging high. Even though the night is already late, there are still a lot of people. Noisy sound, play sound, endless. The 15th day of the 10th month of every year is called the Lower Yuan Festival, which originates from Taoism, and together with the 15th day of the first month of the lunar year and the 15th day of the 7th month, it is called the Three Elements, and it is also one of the most traditional festivals in this side of the world. The origins of the Lower Yuan Festival can also be traced back to the more ancient water rituals of this side of the world. Over time, the water festival has evolved into a festival with folk beliefs and Taoist characteristics. Taoism has been deeply rooted in this region for thousands of years, and its influence on the northern part of the country is particularly significant. Therefore, the people of the northern part of the country regard the Lower Yuan Festival as the most important day of worship, in which they pay homage to the Shui Guan Dadi, who is in control of the waters of the earth and can eliminate disasters and blessings of peace and prosperity. The Heiwan Festival has also become a festival for praying for blessings and calamities, and for relief and peace. However, in Lu Chuanran's impression, an ancient even the calendar does not even bother to mark the Lower Yuan Festival. Gradually forgotten in the long river of Blue Star's history, only a small portion of the countryside may still have a hint of remaining flavor. Halloween, Christmas, and other foreign festivals are much more lively than such traditional festivals. In contrast, the two brothers of the Lower Wonders are much better known. Shan Yuan Festival, eating lanterns and enjoying lanterns. Mid Yuan Festival, burning paper money and releasing river lanterns. Ghost Festival and Day of Sacrifice, lively and eerie, each with its own flavor of festival. All the way, all the traders, or the person who hosts the festival, are preparing for the water festival in a few days. Lu Chen ran walking in the middle of the fireworks of this piece of earth. A long time ago, I felt the bustling hustle and bustle of the popularity of that kind of hustle and bustle. Along the way through the streets and alleys, Lu Duanran has seen a lot of people in the open space in front of their houses. Place tribute. Rice has been frozen hard, burning incense on the burning curls of smoke. There were even large families with strings of silver money hanging from their eaves. As if he could see Lu Chenran's curiosity and doubts, the young prince gently explained. Brother Lu seems to have stayed in the mountains all year round, away from the worldly red dust for too long. On the eve of the Lower Yuan Festival, there is a folk custom of burning incense and tributing silver to pray for blessings, commonly known as Puku, or the universal crossing of lonely souls. Lu Duanran nodded and spoke with a smile. That's right. In his heart, he could not help but think of the good man Wang Er by the Loch River. I don't know whether his drunken son will be pardoned and forgiven by the city god of this place on the day of the Lower Yuan Festival, and whether his orphaned soul will be pardoned and forgiven by the city god of this place on the day of the Lower Yuan Festival. The downtown is burning all around the curling smoke. Swana sound, gongs and drums from all directions, crowded streets, people stepping on people, everyone is almost being pushed by the tide of people. The little king pulled Lu Duanran's hand in case the two of them get lost. From a distance, not far from the city hall, a theater stage was erected. On the stage, there are people hitting the ball, demonstrating the sword dance, and even bear somersaults, stepping on the rope, swallowing the iron sword, etc. Under the stage, there are witches and wizards explaining the dry mouth, shout drums and cacophonies. No one comes out to play in the empty alleys, and the candlelight passes like the time when the lanterns are released. A wandering girl returns to find a fallen earring, and a neighboring man looks at it and feels the tug of a thread. At first, he didn't quite understand the meaning of this poem, but when he saw such a crowd, Lu Chenran's heart couldn't help but feel a little bit of emotion. Witches clamor for details of the year's events, and the Tsong shrine is busy with 10 miles of drums and pipes. The ancient sages have recounted the meaning of this temple in great detail. End of chapter. Chapter 31, A Living Water. Chapter 31, A Living Water. Hulu. The father-in-law has tea. The mother-in-law has tea. The mother-in-law's sister-in-law has tea. The girl's brother-in-law has tea. If the girl wants to eat, the two bowls on the stove will go to get it. The two take it away and walk slowly, and cry and chirp when they have soaked their hands, sharpening the scissors, grabbing the chopper. Though I am a peasant farmer, I am traveling in the north animal track and the south farm. The new hot rice is warming my heart. The half-cut melon is dipping in the sauce. The people of Jiamu County lived a stable life, and the economy was especially prosperous during the time of the temple fair of the Lower Yuan Festival. The voices of the vendors in this area are all wonderful in their own way, and they can even improvise lyrics and play songs. Lu Chenran and the young king walked on the streets of the fireworks in prosperity. The vendors carry their burdens through the streets and alleys, hawking food and clothing, playing and watching, in a very interesting way. According to the little king's words, it is singing guanpu. Singing is to use a singing voice to sell, yelling out as if singing. Quan poker is similar to Blue Star's prize promotions, such as darts and roulette wheels, throwing dice to see the number of points to give you the corresponding items and so on. Lu Duanran hadn't felt this way for a long time. Perhaps, as the young king said, he had stayed away from the world for too long. Continuing on, along the road came a troupe of oddly costumed theatergoers. There are stilt walkers, lion jugglers, iron workers, folkloric theater groups that play such things. Amusement activities are called social fire, also known as the performance of social fire. The two men and the fox just wandered around and roamed. In the middle, he bought 2 bunches of gourds, but because the snow fox on Lu Chenran's shoulder was too eye-catching, he could only hold it in his arms in the end. Brother Lu, if you can't find the immortal fate in the capital, what should you do? Suddenly, the young prince turned around and looked at Lu Duanran. Lu Duanran ate the gourd and exhaled the cold wind, thought about it and gently opened his mouth. Then I will go to this world and look around, move around and open up your horizons, such as the yellow sands of the desert in the west, the vast grasslands in the northern part of the country, the 10 miles of the Qinhuai River in the south of the country, and the rich peonies that fill the city of Shangjing. The sky set off appendicular fireworks, their dull luster fading. The lights, however, stayed on for the darkness of the night. The young prince let out an "oh" sound, and a few points of envy surfaced in his eyes. It's good to travel. It's good to travel. One should travel around. I really envy Brother Lu. I also want to be like Brother Lu, to get away with great freedom. Lu Duanran blinked and said softly, why can't Brother Li be free? Li Zijuan tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the splendid ground fireworks on the canopy, exhaled a mouthful of huffing and shook his head gently. I'm about to reach the crown, and according to the laws of the imperial court, I'm to go back to my own fiefdom, find a family by the book, marry and have children, and live out the rest of my life. Going up to the capital to seek immortality is probably the last thought I left for myself when I left the Shangjing royal residence. Lu Duanran stared blankly at her and didn't know how to comfort her. On the contrary, the snow fox standing on his shoulder stared at the little prince with an unbelievable face, and in the middle of the fox's head, he didn't know what kind of charming images had surfaced. Take a wife and have a child? Her? Ha! Suddenly, the young prince turned back to him, his eyes staring straight into his pupils, his burning breath lingering between their noses. Brother Lu, if I go to the fiefdom in the future, will you visit me? Lu Chenran blinked, and then he was nodding his head happily. Well, it will go. You're my friend. Must we go? Definitely go. Then we'll pull the hook dash. Pull the hook. Deal. No lying to me. Of course it's not a lie. The little thumbs pulled together, followed by a thumbs-up embrace. Brother Lu has really become an immortal, so he won't have to leave the red dust and not ask about the world in the future, right? Naturally not. The young prince took a bite of the gourd and asked as he walked forward, are you so sure, Mr. Lu? I've read the Taoist books. The 3,000 great paths are merciless and not tainted by worldly karma. That's misguided. What makes you say that, Brother Lu? Being immortal, one must first have a human character. This crooked reasoning of yours, Brother Lu, has left me speechless. How is it crooked? Okay. The snow fox silently lowered its fox head, chewing on these words from Ranner. 2 people and a fox continue to stroll along the street forward. Not long is to stroll to the outside of the city god temple. At one corner, surrounded by a lot of people, from time to time came the sound of sighs. There were flashes of fire and curls of black smoke that went straight up into the sky. 2 people in the spirit of watching the mind went over, is to see a 10 feet long paper horse on the snow, in the paper horse next to a pool of water. There is a person frowning, holding a torch in his hand, wanting to bake the water in the pool. The water ritual is just a few days away, and no solution has been found yet? The other fat Taoist scratched his head inside. What can we do about this? Who would have wanted it to be so cold this winter? What if we can't find a solution on the day of the water ritual? A short Taoist man came over, looking at a bag of coarse salt on his shoulder, panting, clattering as to pour the salt grains into the water. This extravagance startled the onlookers watching the spectacle with a series of gasps. Unlike the coastal lands, the north can only harvest salt from salt wells. The cost of boiling salt is much higher than that of sea salt, and the transportation cost of sea salt is very high. In the north, salt is an expensive thing. Although taxes have been less in the last few years, they are still over $40 a pound. With such a bag, I'm afraid it's less than 60 pounds. But in order for the water ritual to be held successfully, one had to grit one's teeth and put this precious salt into the water in anticipation of the water melting away in this side of the pool. But the bag of salt went down, and it still didn't work. Why? Water rituals used to be made with salt water that didn't freeze. Maybe it's just too cold this year? It used to feel this cold only in the waxing moon. Indeed, the vase of ice that I observed placed at the gate of the city froze very early this year. If there's no water in the water ritual, it's all ice. The city god and the water god mustn't be angry? Outside the water hole, the people on the sidelines were talking to each other. Lu Duanran silently looked at everything in front of him, looked at Lu Duanran, and inquired in a small voice. In the past, did the water rituals of the Lower Yuan festival require living water? The young king nodded and said, indeed, but the dripping water in the north is a real nuisance as well. After a pause, she continued to speak. Moreover, during the period before and after the Lower Yuan festival, the legendary water officer Great Emperor will tour the world, descending on top of the water sacrifice, eliminating and resolving the people's enduring plights and sufferings, and the way of good and evil in the world lies in the hearts of the people. By lending a helping hand to those in distress or helping others to be happy, you can accumulate great blessings for yourself. The words have not yet finished, but found beside the Lu brother has already disappeared. Once again raised his head, but saw the Lu brother has already walked to the water pool before. In the midst of that fat Taoist's puzzled gaze, his fingers lightly tapped a pool of ice. The wind swirls the snow and raises it slightly. The ice in the pool has melted. A pool of living water. End of chapter. Chapter 32, Salt expensive in the north. Chapter 32, Salt expensive in the north. Under the night, there are strong men working the iron. A tree of iron is like a broken firefly, against the backdrop of the sky, in front of the pool of water in front of the city temple, the gentleman in fox furs, pointing at the icy pool with his finger. The Taoist priests surrounding the audience were stunned in place, staring blankly at the scene in front of them. Silence, Sir you. The fat Taoist woke up from his trance, raised his hand, and was about to say something. That a living water cham broke the ice, through a clear pool, breaking the quiet waves of this place. The next moment, the water in the pool, as if the white practiced to the edge of the pool gushing out, still dozens of paces away. There is a trace of moisture to the face. Cold days in the freezing ground. There will soon be a steaming fog spread in this room, cold and dashing. The fog filled in the pool next to the two sycamores, fell up Ice Prism Road. Lu Chenron's hand scooped up a stick of water between the pools and ruffled it against the wet wind. Slightly water-repellent miniatures. This winter, none of the pools in this area will freeze. And then, he turned to look at the fat Taoist beside him and laughed softly. The Lower Yuan festival is both the birthday of the water official and the day to inspect the good and evil on earth and listen to the plight of the people. And the water official will not care whether the water rituals use living water or not. And the sincerity of the heart is enough. The crowd also froze in place. The fat Taoist's reaction was the fastest, and he hurriedly was bowing to Lu Duanran, bowing his head. Thank you for your relief, but I don't know where you are from, so we Taoist temples can entertain you. Only to look up again. The little gentleman was already far away with the handsome gentleman beside him. Far away. Just a single word was left behind, dispersed in the slightest vapor, until his back disappeared. Salt is expensive in the north, and it is better not to waste it. The crowd of Taoists looked at each other in disbelief, but they didn't know what this young gentleman's words meant. Just at this time, suddenly a Taoist pointed at the water in the pool and looked incredulously at the scene in front of him. Look at the pool. Just short Taoist poured into the pool of coarse salt. At the moment it is like willow flakes, dense from the pool of water emerges, sprinkled on the side of the pool, reflecting the snow, leaving a land of glittering white. The fat Taoist seemed to have thought of something, and in a hurry was walked to the edge of the pool, bent down, and grabbed a large handful of coarse salt. Instead, his whole hand paused. The coarse salt floats itself from the water without any semblance of wetness. The fat Taoist's fingers rubbed the salt grains, opened his mouth wide. His fingers once again poked towards the edge of the pool on a ground of glittering white. His expression was even more stunned. Grain of salt. It's all dry. Perhaps this man is a traveling gentleman with a moral compass? However, when he thought back to the gentle movements of this person just now, and then thought of his words when he left, the water official will not care if the water rituals use living water. The sincerity of the heart is enough. The fat Taoist's heart was a jump. He hastily was putting the coarse salt in his hand into the bag and shouted, Mr. However, with the dense flow of people walking by, where could we still see the location of the Mr. Fox Fur from the party? Brother Lu is quite good at accumulating blessings for himself. Walking in the middle of the downtown area, the young prince looked at Lu Duanran. his eyes flickering with a few points of ingza, and snickered. A show of hands. Help if you can. And you're not looking for money. After a pause, Lu Chunran glanced at the young prince, the corners of his mouth curving slightly as he smiled faintly. Brother Lu won't think I'm showing off in front of people, right? The young king laughed. Brother Lu, hanging the word wealth on one's lips is not what a high person does. High people all regard money as dirt. How can I claim to be a highborn man? To be able to hold my head high and be a human being in this world is already a big deal. The young prince wanted to say something, nodded, then shook his head again, with some subtlety in his heart. Thinking back to this period of time, Brother Lu followed the caravan all the way to the smoke washing water. Whether it is forced out of Uncle Lu's body of the 100 days of AI, or in front of the wooden cage to soothe the snow tiger, or willow branch fishing frozen lake, and mirage on the iron-masked general drinking, but Brother Lu are all cloudy and lighthearted. Do not seek fame and fortune, not half of the utilitarian heart. Perhaps only a person like Mr. Lu is worthy of the word seeking immortality. There are some things that can't be scrutinized, so think about it. What's the difference between Brother Lu and the immortal I heard about in the Taoist books? Even if a human immortal traveled through the red world, I am afraid it would be just like that. The streets and alleys are bustling, not because it is cold and less tourists. The snow has long been countless shoes stepped hard on the ground. Sticky soles full of slush. Lu Duanran searched around. These days there is no such thing as a beautiful group, but also cannot distinguish the taste of the tea house good or bad. The caravan stayed in the Jiamu County is not much time. Want to go door to door to taste obviously impossible. However, the name of this 8 treasures tea house, from the door in and out of the endless guests, must be the taste of this home is good. Lu Chenran didn't hesitate, and with the little prince in tow, he walked in. The tea house's waiter is a discerning one. Seeing the 2 gentlemen with extraordinary temperament enter the door, even with a smile and a yell, will welcome the 2 into the house. Both of you inside, please dash. There are no more elegant seats on the 2nd and 3rd floors. How about a window seat on the 1st floor? You can also enjoy the snow and the moon. What would you like to drink? Our specialty is this 8 treasures tea. Then it is to taste it. Xiao Er turned his rushing to the back kitchen with a yell and sang, 8 treasures tea le two. Then, it was time to warmly welcome the next wave of guests who walked into the restaurant. Inside the room hot air, the corner of the charcoal pot burning is prosperous. The little prince took off the body of the heavy snow shirt, put on have aside, leaning on the arm, surveyed the window outside the shape and color. Lu Chenran tilted his head to survey the decor of the restaurant. But there is a big difference with the north. A strong northwest style, perhaps in order to integrate into the culture of the north, but also invited a teacher look like a man on the spot to leave a few pieces of ink, to facilitate the future hanging on the wall. Looking at the clean-cut scholar, the temperament is not like an unusual person. The short case has a light sandalwood incense curls floating, all quiet and peaceful. Only, Lu Chenran nowadays, with his 7 apertures clear, could clearly smell that the sandalwood incense burning beside this scholar was to cover up the faint odor of his body. What kind of flavor is that? It's kind of in between demonic and immortal auras, which is weird, but Lu Duanran was pretty sure that the pedagogue was not a human being, shouldn't be a ghost either. He has a shadow. Mr. Teaching slightly closed his eyes in contemplation, and then it is to lift the wolf will be moistened good ho. In the short case placed on the corner of the plum ink slightly swinging, slowly shin shin shin, to a clear mind. Turn the sleeve such as turning the waves, ink and pen in one breath. After writing, it is to rest the pen in the hand on the pen holder, squinting and meditating. In the early winter of Lianglu, October half of the month, the Huller's dumplings are fasting for the 3 officials. The winds of heaven and earth and water are in harmony, and the nation is at peace with the elimination of disasters and the reduction of blessings. Very well. Just then, the pedagogue slowly opened his eyes, as if he felt something. Lifting his head, he looked at the seat of Mr. Foxglove, who sat not far from the window. His heart was slightly startled, and his mixed white pale eyes were slightly stunned. This Mr. Fox fur smells like that moth? The next chapter will be a little later, starting tomorrow with one at around 8 a.m. and one at around 6 p.m. End of chapter. Chapter 33, The Scholar with the Crow's Eyes. Chapter 33, The Scholar with the Crow's Eyes. 2. 8 treasure tea is here, please enjoy. Not long after, the teahouse's junior held a tray in one hand, walked briskly to the table by the window, placed 2 porcelain bowls on the table, and then was busy entertaining other guests. Lu Chenran returned to his senses and stopped looking at the scholar, but the pale eyes of the scholar were still reflected in his mind during the glance he had just taken. Is the scholar with the ink still blind? The young prince is obviously well versed in the tea ceremony. Lifting up the sleeves of his robe, as if flowing in the clouds and water, on the boiling water shallowly poured into the tea bowl, shallow injection of 7 points. Both hands holding the bowl a swing, Wow. Once you cover the tea lid and let it simmer, you can wait for the aroma of the tea. Then she was bowing her head and smiling lightly. Does Brother Lu know that there are rules for drinking this 8 treasures tea? What's the lecture? Drinking 8 treasures of tea is the most important is to stew cover. This tea material is mostly dried fruit, rushed into the boiling water. The need for boiling water stew tea broth can be flavored. Drink tea, but also slanting covers skimming the floating material in the bowl. You can drink this tea broth. So it is. In fact, Lu Duanran had a deep memory of this 8 treasures tea. The jaws of the people who are freezing off. In the north of the Blue Star, every few days before the year will be boiled 8 treasures kanji. But with this 8 treasures tea has a different flavor. This 8 treasures from the northwest tea, also known as Sanbao Tai, tea as the base, mixed with berries, jujubes, pecans, etc. In the choice of tea, jasmine in the summer is the main. The winter is the main green tea. Generally speaking, this 8 treasures tea can be brewed for many times, and each tea ingredient is brewed for a different time. So every time you sip it, the flavor of the tea is waiting for the freshness to come. In Lu Duanran's opinion, while drinking tea while eating the bowl of dried fruits, or supplemented with new condiments, compared to the taste in the mouth, more enjoyable is the process of adjusting the tea, which is full of city life, but also have some fun. Leisurely, outside the window the snow is falling. A tree of plums bloomed by itself. The yellowish petals are like wax flakes, set off by this big red lantern of the tea house, which has a different flavor. Tea house outside the bustle of cars and horses. The tea house is like a leisurely and comfortable another side of the world. Looking at the bowl of various types of tea materials gradually stretch, Lu Chenran picked up the bowl of tea, gently sip a mouthful of tea, only to feel half of the earth's harvest, half of the joy of abundance, since the Fox Mountain to come, all the way although it is hurried. But Lu Chenran also saw a lot of people, a lot of things. It really fulfills the saying that life is like a play, and all the piles and pieces, which is not more bizarre than in the drama of the book. At this moment, Lu Duanran's heart was a quiet wave. Fishing out the book from his arms, he flipped through the title page of the book and sipped his tea. The snow fox curled up in his arms, sound asleep. The young prince looked out the window silently, not knowing what he was thinking. Is this the first time you two have been to Goodwood County? As Lu Chenran was viewing the book, a gentle voice suddenly came between his ears. Lu Chenran looked up and saw the pale-eyed scholar with a warm face walking towards him, smiling. Yeah. Song Mei scholar is also familiar with himself. Self-centered as in Lu Chuanran's side sat down, laughed. The 8 treasures tea from this 8 treasures house is also considered to be one of the best in Jiamu County. Young sir is quite elegant, making tea, enjoying the plums, watching the snow, and reading. If I'm not mistaken, what I'm reading should be the Divine Anomaly Sutra. Do you mind if I sit here for a little while? The man approached, and only then did Lu Duanran observe the visitor in detail. Personality is not high. The appearance is clear and unusual. Although the scholar, but quite a few points of the meaning of the immortal wind in Taoism. The pair of pale eyes are not blind. On the contrary, is bright with a clear light. The young prince on the side looked at Lu Duanran suspiciously, not knowing what this person's intention was in suddenly coming to accost him. But I'm just tired of strolling around and want to take a short rest here. The pleasure is not as good as Mr. Fong's ink writing. Please sit down. Mr. even knows about the Divine Anomaly Sutra? As he spoke, Lu Chenran's afterglow was carefully sizing up this person. The visitor was by no means mortal, and certainly not human. I have dabbled in some of them, and since Mr. Small reads the Divine Anomaly scriptures, do you have any impressive stories written in them? The pale-eyed scholar inquired gently. In fact, Lu Chenran read this book of fun, is to appreciate the world of all the wonders of geography. If you want to say which chapter of the story most attractive to himself, that is no better than the previous view of the Jade Feed Spring. Dear and dear breast, to say impressive, the book records really have such a place. I do have some yearning for the Jade Feeder Springs, but the book records that this spring is far in the north of the country to the west of 4,000 miles, away from this Jiamu County is very far away. However, I have looked through many books, but none of them have recorded this spring in detail, like it was compiled by the person who wrote the book. Lu Chenran spoke while holding up the teapot and poured a bowl of tea soup for this pale-eyed scholar. With this timing, the distance between the two was kept within 3 feet. In his mind, the title page of the golden book slowly emerged. Bonding with the Rafflesia butterfly, 0/50. This cave fairy species, according to legend, Ma Gu's clothes were transformed, 2 or 3 months out of the cave, to 6 or 7 months, such as silkworms into a cocoon. Cocoon broken into moths, was transformed into butterflies. There is a poem, the Luofu butterfly has wings like a skip, and colorful clouds fly toward the sky on a clear day. The colorful clouds fly towards the sky on a sunny day. The golden color of the brocade light is separated from each other. And the immortal writes articles about the world in full bloom. The butterfly flies like a phoenix. And the immortal rides into the Taoist priest's room. In the room was born the son of the phoenix. And the air of the 400 hills was purple. Seeing this scene, Lu Chenran's heart could not help but marvel. This is a fairy butterfly. Did this just meet a moth and then a butterfly? But I don't know why this butterfly is looking for him. The pale-eyed scholar took a light sip of his tea, then looked at Lu Duanran and spoke with deliberation. I've been teaching in Jiamu County for some time now, but I haven't heard of this jade feeder spring for 100 miles around. Well, since I was young, I learned some face reading and chi-looking techniques from my family. Looking at Mr. Face, it seems to be haunted by an inexplicable strange chi. I wonder if Mr. has met any strange people in these few days? Of course, I did not mean to curse Mr. And please don't think too much of it, sir. When Lu Chenran heard this, he smiled. It turned out that this butterfly could see that he was entangled in his body by the spell cast by that moth, and that's why he came up to accost himself. Along the way, this was still the first kind-hearted demon he had seen. Before Lu Chenran could make a comment, the young prince on the side seemed to have thought of something. Narrowing his eyes and pondering for a while, he opened his mouth. Sir, if we're talking about strange people, the merchant caravan traveled all this way, but they saw an old Taoist with a yellow streamer at the fork in the road outside of Jiamu County. The wind and snow were too strong and I was in a hurry to get there, so I didn't read the writing on that yellow streamer clearly, but that old man sat and talked with Mr. Lu for a long time, about an hour. I don't know if the strange chi that Mr. Lu mentioned has anything to do with that old Taoist. End of chapter. Chapter 34, Lust, Human Nature, Request for Follow-up Reading. Chapter 34, Lust, Human Nature, Request for Follow-up Reading. Two gentlemen, please also take shelter near that city temple tonight. What makes you say that, sir? Li Zijuan raised his head slightly, but he saw the pale-eyed scholar showing a few moments of hesitation, his lips mumbling for half a day, and after a moment of deliberation, he opened his mouth. The Taoist. The words came to an abrupt end. The young prince raised his head with a few puzzled faces, but he saw this pale-eyed scholar looking somewhere out the window, his face somewhat not quite right. Sir, what's wrong with you? Upon closer inspection, there was even a slight tremor in his hand holding the tea bowl. Lu Chenran followed the pale-eyed scholar's gaze and looked through the window to a lantern hanging on the eaves not far away. There were several dark shadows fluttering and whirling the lamps inside the cage. The fluttering. Under the winter night, there are moths to the flame. Ha! Why are there still moths in winter? It's strange. Aren't moths afraid of fire? Li Zijuan's surprised voice rang out. The pale-eyed scholar's face gradually paled as he took a deep breath. Afterward, he was making a hurried bow to Lu Duanran and the young prince, with a few moments of panic in his expression. Two gentlemen, I have important matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. After leaving these words, he panicked and walked towards the outside of the tea house, losing his image as a high-profile person, and soon disappeared. The young prince returned to his senses and looked after the distant figure of the pale-eyed scholar. Inexplicably, Brother Lu, this scholar is also really strange. He just came to strike up a conversation and ran away without saying two words. On the contrary, Brother Lu, tomorrow we will get up earlier and go buy some incense to pay homage to the city god there, or to drive away the evil. Lu Chenran looked thoughtfully at the fluttering moths within the lantern not far away, and then glanced at the back of that pale-eyed scholar's hasty departure, and gently nodded and said, It's time to take shelter near the city hall. Brother Li has finished his tea? It's already late. We should go back. Lu Chenran picked up the snow fox, wrapped up the fox fur without slowing down, with the little prince is to leave this 8 treasures tea house. At night, the sky was again covered with light snow, rustling down. Snow roiled around his piped fox fur. It was still cold in the north at night. After re-entering the inn, sitting on the bed and couch, the two men and the fox sat cross-legged in front of the charcoal fire pot, warming their hands. Although this world does not have the warmth of Blue Star, it has its own way of heating, such as the inn where Lu Chenran is staying, and the superior rooms are called pepper rooms. Presumably, it is a small amount of pepper, which is mashed into a paste and applied to the walls. This way it isolates a layer of insulation, and then hang blankets on the surrounding walls, set fire chi screen, but also made a mantle with goose feathers, and the floor is covered with blankets. The walls were also very elaborate, and when they were built, they were made into a hollow sandwich wall, also commonly known as a firewall, with a fire path leading directly to the bottom of the Kong bed, forming a warm Kong, which was used to warm the house with this heat. The principle is rather similar to the hotbed in the northeast of Blue Star. Most of the charcoal burned was also charcoal rather than the expensive coal. Brother Lu doesn't have much sleepiness? Some. The young prince is slightly embarrassed. Want to find a few topics with Brother Lu? just all like a stone sinking into the sea. Not long after, a shy sound of men and women came from next door. Li Zijuan's surface calm, just a touch of scarlet but still floated up to the ears. Eyes from time to time to steal a glance at Lu Duanran, but to see he is still old and calm, slightly shaking his head, flipping through the books in his hands, seems to be reading happily. Brother Lu, can't you hear the moaning next door? Naturally, I can hear you. It's still Brother Lu's realm that's profound. I'm a bit disturbed listening to these unpleasant sounds. What do I have to do to calm my mind? Why meditate? Because the sound is unpleasant. Lust is only human nature. Desire. Could it be that Brother Lu is also listening? Naturally, I'm listening. The snow fox lifted its fox head, its eyes looking at Ranner suspiciously. Li Zijuan's heart, slightly a few points of unwillingness, obviously are listening. Why only their own thoughts of the mind messy? Brother Lu's strength of determination. Could it be that he was only taking care of himself and said so on purpose? Then why didn't Brother Lu have any reaction? It's natural to get bored after hearing it too much. Ha, Snow Fox? This is not that Lu Chunran pretends to be a gentleman, compared to the Japanese program that Blue Star has seen, but it is just a little bit of depressing sound, and it is boring to listen to. Li Zijuan forced himself to calm down and regained his modest gentleman's appearance as he spoke out in agreement. Well, I'm just asking, and I think it's boring too, and I usually hear too much about it. So it is. Is it possible that Brother Lu doesn't believe it? Believe. Is the belief that I'm boring, or do I usually hear too much? Believe it all. Well, Brother Lu, I actually don't hear too much of it. So it is. But boring is true. That's right. The soundproofing of the inn is really bad. Not much longer. The moans from next door grew louder and louder, and could even be described by the word aroused. Li Zijuan's face became more and more scarlet, feeling that the thin shirt under her tunic had been soaked through by the sweat that had come from nowhere. Tightening her legs together, she let out a long breath of relief, and then stood up violently. Brother Lu, let's go stay at the city hall. Can't listen to it anymore? Find it unpleasant? No, it's just that it occurred to me that pale-eyed scribe said for us to take refuge in the city temple tonight. Well, that's just it. Better to believe it, and I really think that old Taoist is weird. So that's how it is. I thought it was Brother Li who had a stiff upper lip. How is that possible? Let's go then. Lu Duanran's face was expressionless, only arching his back slightly as he rose, grinning slightly, tucking a few volumes into his arms. He picked up Snow Fox. Brother Lu, what's wrong with you? Can't straighten your back? Oh, a little upset stomach. Would you like some hot water? It's okay, 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 it's okay. Afterward, the two of them walked out of the inn. It was already midnight, and the road was no longer bustling with people. And it was silent. It could be half an hour of walking just like that. With snow falling on them, the two men pushed open the city's gates under midnight. The bright moon is full. The tiger mountain god was lying on his back in the tiger cage, making huffing and puffing sounds from his throat as he slept soundly. Born in the north, as a northern snow tiger, such temperatures were too rare for it. That is, in the waxing moon, the temperature here fell some more. Only need to tuck the tiger's paw under the belly. Let the cold wind blow. Still can sleep soundly. Tap 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 dash. Just then, the sound of footsteps came. The round ears of the tiger mountain god twitched slightly, and then he sensed something. Raising his tiger head and yawning, his pompous tiger mouth opened, revealing several fangs so large that they could be stuffed into a bull's head. Moth? What are you doing here? The moth Taoist's hands were beating yellow streamers as he walked towards it step by step, with a goatee, triangular eyes, and eyes that glowed an eerie green color amidst their turbidity. Snow tiger, is also considered a fox mountain spirit species, but the whole day does not think of progress, and now even degenerate to ride on the human carriages and horses to the capital. Your moral heart? The tiger mountain god merely glanced at this moth and said disdainfully, what do you know? My tiger is already evening out on the side of a tall man. To be by the side of a superior man is to cultivate, whereas you, a moth, fluttering about in a haphazard manner, can't live more than 10 days in the thing. Thanks to Lioli for 600 points. Thank you Mo Mirror Little Boss for 1000 points. Thanks to Summer's Splendor for 1000 points of reward. And thanks to Wuji for 2000 points. Thanks to Yifan Xiaololi. ZLFQ's 100 points reward. Thank you. Late update on the next chapter. Too busy at work during the day. Didn't manage to touch the fish. End of chapter. Chapter 35, The Moth to the Flame. Chapter 35, The Moth to the Flame. The Tiger Mountain God felt that his own Tao was not inferior to this Moth Taoist. It is that the two people's lifespan is not much different. This Moth Taoist will be the means to take their own no way. Moreover, he is a noble northern snow tiger. This Moth, Even if the cultivation is accomplished now, in the view of the noble my tiger, it is not good enough. An unorthodox demon has a little bit of evil magic in his body, and he does not know how to jump out of the way for good. Between demons, there can be chains of contempt. Moth Taoist looked at the large tiger head. Green light in his eyes flickered. His throat issued a hissing low roar. Hanging at the side of the body of the hands are clenched and into a fist. Veins rippled. Moth origins were a lifelong pain in his ass. The Moth Taoist's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if it was about to drip water. You snow tiger. Well. The high person you are talking about is that Mr. Lu, right? Even if that high person's Tao is deeper, I will swallow him tonight, and later take your tiger life. Said. In the hands of the yellow flag written, with the sky, with the earth with the life, is from the ground is inserted, that from the Fox Mountain pines fell on the stick. There is a metaphysical yellow gas ghostly spread. The Tiger Mountain god instantly felt himself being held by an inexplicable technique, unable to move any further. However, it was too lazy to move. Just yawning, a pair of round ears covering the eyes of his ears, he resumed tucking the tiger's paw under his belly, his tiger's eyes looking at the moth with disdain and snickering. You want to deal with Mr. Lu? My tiger advises you not to be so presumptuous. How can you, a fluttering moth, know of Mr.'s magical powers? Opening the tiger's eyes again, the figure of the Moth Taoist had already disappeared into the roiling wind and snow. The Tiger Mountain god surveyed this yellow streamer inserted beside him and muttered to himself, this stick is divine, and when that moth is dead, perhaps it can be given to Mr. The city temple of Jiamu County was built in the inner city against the mountain, and the moonlight gradually poured down, light as water, reflecting the temple. Perhaps because Lu Chenran came too late with the young king, a large city temple is quiet. Only a thuja pine rooted in the courtyard, push open the door of the inner temple, is able to see the enshrinement of a seated statue of the city god. The night is already deep. The temple palm with oil lamps, can vaguely see the appearance of this city god, wearing silver armor, with an iron face, like a general. The city god of this place is similar to the deities of the Blue Star, and those who have made great contributions to the people can be spontaneously set up by the people of this place as the city god after death, and worshipped with incense. A simple 4 chairs and a table were placed against the wall in the temple. There was a lamp on the table, as well as an incense burner. A small jade bowl rested on the lamp, which contained no lamp oil but a wick. Seemingly sensing the arrival of the two, Tong Di, there was a flash of warm yellow firelight that burned up from inside the small bowl. Candle flickers. There was incense inserted on top of the censer and lit brightly. There were wisps of incense floating, lifting up into the nostrils of the clay figure. The two of them scanned the circle. And then they went to a futon, hands folded in their sleeves, and dozed off against the wall in a muddled manner. Behind Li Zijuan, the 10 feet tall silver statue stood tall. The moonlight penetrated the paper window, surmounting the outline of her cheeks, which could be painted. She was indeed sleepy after a long night of shopping. His head was unconsciously tilted down and fell onto Lu Chunran's shoulder. Lu Duanran's arms stroked the snow fox's fluffy fur as he spoke softly to himself. It's time to buy a small house for Eboshi. It'll be easier to carry on the road. And then, he went to sleep in a leisurely manner. I don't know how long it's been. The stars and moon are not seen but they are clear and white. It was not warm when it shone on people, but it was extremely pure. Lu Duanran was shaken by a watery light and woke up from his sleep. The title page of the golden book slowly floating in his mind. Bonding with a leaf of cold plums, 3/5. Bonding with Kensui Ryujin, 11 of 365. Bound to the northern snow fox, 3021/3300. His body was a little tired and his spirit was a little weary. Through the moonlight that filtered through the windowpane, tilting his head, he was able to see the young prince sleeping soundly, without half a snore, and without being able to discern his expression, though she made herself behave like a man at all times, or rather carried tightly the mask inlaid with a gentleman-like jade, so that everyone she met felt a special presence in her eyes, and felt in it that gentle sincerity. However, Lu Chunran could still feel that this young prince who came out from the Shangjing mansion was already a little different from when he first met him. Lu Duanran gently got up and lifted her head from his shoulder, a touch of fragrance floating. The little king has the protection of the city god. That moth won't dare to mess around. Now, he's going to tackle that moth. Putting the snow fox on his shoulder and putting on his shoes, he was wordlessly walking out of the city hall. The very moment he pushed the door open, behind the city god statue tightly closed eyes, slowly opened. Silently looking at the fox fur male far away back, seems to have a light's eye. The moth dodger chased that Mr. Foxglove a long way. The materials needed for the altar had been prepared, and they were ready to start moving right away. But they had never thought that those two people would come to the city god temple, to make a move on the people inside the city god's temple. He wouldn't dare even if he had 10 guts, provoking that crazy woman. the city god of Jiamu County. He was afraid that he would chop his body into 8 pieces. The moth Taoist took a deep breath, and a hint of hatred surfaced in his eyes. That butterfly in the east of the city. If he hadn't been nosy enough to speak up and warn. And how did this Mr. Big come to hide in the city temple this night? This Tao would like to see how long you can hide. With this in mind, the moth Taoist sat under the pale pine, resting on his knees, only separating a wisp of divine sense to feel the strange movements around him. Not much longer. LOL. In the stillness of the snowy night came the sound of a bolt. Far away, moth Taoist fixed eyes, is to see the fox fur public out of the door of the city temple, is now sitting in the courtyard under the pine, also do not know what the reason, lit up a side of the fire. The blazing fire that was burning was like a fluorescent light that blossomed under this dark night. Well, God help me. Snow tiger, right? When the old Tao swallows this Mr. Big, I'll go and swallow you. The moth Taoist took a deep breath, and then he sat on his knees, stood upright in position, knelt on top of the Dayin palm prepared in advance, took out the Dayin Jiao, and bit the blood in his index finger and dripped into it. After he had made 4 bows only to the fox-furred gentleman, he washed himself with snow, gashed and burned incense, and drowned his hair in blood. The burning of incense is to welcome the gods and the yang, and the burning of hair and blood is to use the yin and the yin. After death, the spirit belongs to the yin and returns to the earth, while the soul belongs to the yang and is omnipresent. Therefore, sacrifices communicate with both the yin and the yang. Then, a party of weights and measures emerged from the void. A 3-foot-long fluttering moth is placed on the left, and a fox-furred male sitting cross-legged is placed on the right. Scorch the void soul. After there was an incense stick of work. Suddenly, a gentle voice rang out from the ears of the moth Taoist. Has the Taoist ever heard a story? Moth Taoist's body couldn't move, and when he jerked his head up, he saw that Mr. Fox Fur, who was on the balance of power, looking at him with a smile. What's the story? Moth to moth. End of chapter. Chapter 36, Mr. is a human immortal. Chapter 36, Mr. is a human immortal. As this great gentleman's words fell, the moth Taoist's eyes snapped open, gazing at the side of the weighing in front of him. In a column of incense, the shadow condensed by the moth became dimmer and dimmer, and the essence and blood chi burned downward madly, without any intention of stopping. Then look at the other side of the stable as a mountain. Mr. Fox Fur, the silhouette is still solid. That weighs the karma fire devouring does not seem to have the slightest effect on it. The moth Taoist's face instantly turned pale. His anger and fear were both hard to hide, and he gulped furiously in horror. How is this possible? How could your essence and blood chi be so vigorous? How is it possible for your longevity to match that of the old man? Come on, stop it. However, all beings are equal on the balance of power, and it is not possible for the caster to change the result. I didn't think that I had crossed Jiamu County for several eons, but today I was actually planted on a person. Compared to the essence and blood chi of the 20 armors, the moth's 6 armors were just too small. The last image that surfaced in the moth Taoist's mind was the sneering face of the snow tiger from Fox Mountain. You a fluttering moth. Moth Taoist's face is distorted, almost cannot see the original face. 7 orifices in the blood flow, and even the pores on the skin also continue to seep blood. A few breaths of time, blood is soaked through the Taoist robes. The whole person has been a bloody man. As the essence and blood chi disappeared, the moth Taoist's consciousness grew shallower and shallower, blankly opening his eyes and staring at the night under the hazy moon. There were flames rising up like columns of green smoke. Not far away, under that pine tree, was a light that shone brighter than the bright moon in the firmament. It was warm, and seemed to be a ray of sunlight slanting over the world, about to penetrate and spill over his body, trailing long shadows. Giggle. It is the nature of the moth to follow the light. Even a 3-foot moth is hard to change. Fluttering. The 3-foot-long fluttering moth fluttered its wings feebly until there was no breath left. Lu Chunran quietly sat cross-legged under the green pine, looking over the chapters of the divine anomaly scripture in his hands, the illusion on it being none other than moth to flame. Sound and color and desire for gain lead all beings to scramble and chase, to walk on this path without doubt, to destroy their bodies without remorse. Is it not as sad and lamentable as a moth, causing ridicule? He rose slowly, went to the fire, and stooped to pick up the scorched moth, sighing with emotion, like a moth to a flame. Can you not begrudge the burning of your body? It seemed that a majestic and pure essence blood slowly integrated into Lu Chenran's body. His 2 eyes were like a bright lake, clear and spiritual. A clear wind surrounded his body, and then returned to calm. Lu Chenran felt that his mind seems to gradually calm down. Breathing is easy and unimpeded, feeling that all the limbs and bones are very comfortable. There is a kind of tired people have just done the feeling of walking cans. The state of mind became more and more peaceful. The distractions in his mind became less and less. and he even had an ethereal feeling. His own longevity has roughly increased a lot more. As for the specifics, he is not sure. Compared to the strand of the northern realm Tsangsong intercepted to himself, it is obviously insignificant. I also wonder if this 3-foot plus fluttering moth will fetch a good price. He slowly got up, extinguished the flames here and there, puffed the snow on his body, and turned around to walk towards that city temple once again. The night moon is like water, clear but not flashy. The palace was still quiet and peaceful, and the little prince had curled up in a corner, sleeping soundly. It was only after Lu Chenran walked into the temple with the corpse of that moth in his hands that the eyes of the city god sculpture seemed to light up with an essence. A wisp of smoke and fire spread around, and Lu Chenran sat the moth underneath him, resuming his seat beside the young king, relaxing his body, his eyes gazing at the fluttering candle flame before lazily stretching his back. The little prince finally felt a warm current next to his body, and his body came over. Candle flickering, dark scent floating prairie. Within Lu Chenran's mind, there was a golden book title page slowly floating. Bonding with a leaf of cold plums, 3/5. Bound to the moth of the northern realm of Fox Hill, 0/50. Bonding with Kensui Ryujin, 11 of 365. Bound to the northern snow fox, 3021/3300. After a long time, Lu Chuanran's eyelids gradually heaved and closed his eyes. As if he was affected by something, he yawned and also fell soundly asleep. Inside the city hall, there was silence. Even the sound of wind and snow outside the temple was silent at this time. Right after Lu Chenran fell asleep, within the oil lamp on the offering table, a pool of lamp oil shook slightly, and the flame on the wick abruptly sprang up a foot high. In the green smoke of the prairie ground, a dark shadow nickered, and the fog silk hovered and filled the entire compartment. In the nothingness that was not visible to the naked eye, a silvery armored figure with an iron mask on his head slowly descended from the offering platform, lightly removing the iron mask from his head and placing it at his side, silently looking at the resting Foxford man, and then at the moth corpse that was seated under his buttocks, with several shades of color hidden deep in his eyes. Moonlight shot into the temple through the doors and windows, sprinkling a silver spot on the dark ground, and the woman walked slowly without making a single sound. She then took a deep breath, and with her vermilion lips she lightly exhaled a wisp of breath toward its face. The snow fox opened his eyes, glanced at the city god on the offering platform, and then glanced at the soundly sleeping Ranner, and then he curled up in his arms again, as if he were a quiet cat under the moon, sleeping peacefully. The color of the moon is like a wheel, but it is not real. Lu Chuanran slowly opened his eyes, suddenly realizing that he was in a place covered with a green and ghostly green. A woman in white quietly sitting at the stone table, shoes from the corner of the white shirt shallow dew, 3,000 green silk like water slowly flow, fondly wrapped around the waist, a handful, and then a few more children appeared, looking as if they were shrunken versions of her, carrying plates of wine and meat in their hands and placing them on top of the stone table. Lu Duanran looked around the surroundings, even though the surrounding rockery surrounded by green and green, but always give him a feeling of not really. At this time, the woman slowly raised her head, looked at Lu Duanran, tone flat. Without your permission, Doubtfire has the audacity to invite you to come and sit in the mansion. The words were polite, but there was just a cold aura that Lu Chenran could feel from a long distance away. When he saw the visitor clearly, Lu Chenran withdrew his sight, walked over to the white-clothed woman and sat down, smiled, and politely opened his mouth. So the female general on the Mirage is the city god of this Jiamu county, and Chang Huang. Ando nodded calmly, only her eyes were on the dishes on the stone table. This is still her first time to feast guests. She has always been bad at words, and she does not know what she should say to ease the embarrassment of the moment. Lifting her head, her voice is as light as ice, calm and indifferent, and she said bluntly, "Mr. is a human immortal?" Lu Duanran was stunned for a moment. Then he spoke. "I dare not call myself an immortal. I am just someone who went to the capital to seek immortality." Ando didn't say anything, just sat quietly where he was, his eyes gazing at him. After a moment, she spoke again, her voice still as light as ever. "How do you kill a moth if you're not an immortal?" Lu Chenran finally understood what this ice pimple-like woman wanted to ask and smiled. "I have not touched that moth. Everything is that moth's own fault. It just happens to be that the essence blood chi is more vigorous than his." What does an city god intend by inviting Lu? End of chapter. Chapter 37 Follow Mr. and be a child. Chapter 37 Follow Mr. and be a child. There was another long silence. Susanna Anderson suddenly clapped her hands, and then a girl slowly came over and sat down beside her in a well-behaved crouch. And then, she pointed at the girl towards Lu Duanran and opened her mouth. "You will, afterward, follow the gentleman and be a boy." Lu Duanran face puzzled to look at towards their own walkover seems like a porcelain doll like a small child. Lips red, teeth white, 2 strands of hair winding cheeks, Set off the skin color pinking shue. Look at the appearance. Is simply a scaled down version of the Enshanghuang. And Xinghuang, what is the meaning of this? This female general had invited herself here, and she had taken in a child in her own confusion? Andorra looked at him silently, then spoke. This place, heavy with grievances. A certain person needs to guard Jiamu County and cannot leave. This is a wisp of a certain split spirit, following you to the capital to ask the true immortal on my behalf how to transcend the resentful souls in this place. Lu Chenran stared with an odd expression at the girl who walked towards him. She gave a salute to him and was standing quietly beside him, as if she was a porcelain vase. No, what's going on? Lu Chenran is now in a state of confusion. What is this woman going to do? She didn't ask herself, and she just shoved over a doll? Forgive Lu's slowness, but I still somewhat don't understand what Enshanghuang means. And Tao Susanna's eyes slightly drooped, also do not know what to think, perhaps because of her limited ability to express. Slowly get up, curved his hand. There is a flash of light into the Lu Chuanran's mind. A section of broken images emerged from Lu Duanran's mind, and after an incense stick of work, Lu Duanran felt that he seemed to understand the woman's meaning. It was probably after that war in Qingping County in the north a few hundred years ago that the entire Jiamu County had countless more grievous souls, and on the contrary, that mausoleum mound in Qingping County did not have the people's sacrifices, which led to the extremely heavy grievances in this place. Those land deities of mountain temples with shallow Taoist skills could not withstand this kind of resentment, and under the impact of this resentment, one by one, they all died a violent death. This is also the reason why all the clay figurines in the mountain god temples that Lu Chenran saw along the way had lost their heads. Since the news that there is an immortal on Buxian Mountain spread, this Enshanghuang has always wanted to let a wisp of his own spirit go up to the capital to ask that immortal what methods there are to overthrow the wronged souls in this world. It's just that the journey to the capital is really far, and Susanna Anderson's body still needs to exert all her strength to suppress the ghosts here and bless the people of Jiamu County, so she really has no time to spare her hands, and a wisp of her spirit is still shallow, so it's never possible to go to the capital safely. Certainly nothing for the gentleman. This wisp of distraction. Send the gentleman as a child. Lu Chenran. Why did this woman give herself the feeling that she couldn't survive? So she sold her daughter? And it's still a wisp of her spirit? Weird to the core. He then turned his head to look at the shrunken version of Susanna Ann. Little Andorra also looked at him with wide eyes. The two are just staring at each other wide-eyed here. And Taoxian quietly looked at Lu Duanran, her cool eyes flickering slightly. Mr. Reluctant? Lu Duanran hesitated for a moment. Then he nodded and opened his mouth. Jiamu County has been under a lot of resentment, but it's not a solution. However, Enshanghuang's child doesn't need to be sent to Lu Mao. Lu Mao will go to the capital to replace Enshanghuang. Before the words were finished, the girl came forward, tilted her neck, looked into his eyes, and said crisply, "Do you resent me?" Lu didn't mind. "You think I'm a liability?" Lu didn't feel that you were a liability. "You feel like distracting yourself from taking care of me?" Lu didn't feel. "Then why don't you want me?" Lu Chenran realized that for a moment. He couldn't say any reason. So he sighed and said, "Good, then you will follow Mr. Lu." After that, he was looking at the cold woman and opened his mouth. "If I can see the true immortal, I will definitely help Enshanghuang to inquire about it. And this girl, along the way, I will also help Enshanghuang to take care of." Ando looked at him quietly, and then he was picking up his glass of wine and nodding slightly. "Thanks." He then drank the wine in his cup. It was the second time she had toasted with the man in front of her. And then, the room then fell into an awkward silence again. Lu Duanran ate the scanty, watery dish and looked at the silent her, thinking for a moment, breaking the peace in this room. Does City Godin know of the existence of the Jade Feeder Spring under the jurisdiction of Jiamu County? A certain leisure time has turned up information about this wine springs in books. It's rather curious. And Tao Solve smiled and thought for a while, and then she gently nodded her head and said, "I don't know about the Jade Feeder Spring, but there is a wine spring. 16 years ago, a mortal entered by mistake and died drunk in the springs. This man has not yet completed his sentence and is being held within a certain netherworld. If the gentleman wants to know, a certain person can call him in and ask him." Lu Chenran's heart gave birth to a few unexpected colors, and after pondering for a while, he opened his mouth. "And please trouble the city god." Andao nodded, a pair of beautiful eyes drooping slightly as she reached out her plain hand to summon a child. "Bring the drunks." Not much longer. There was a burst of water mist that filled the air, vaguely transforming into the form of a human figure that appeared in front of the two, bending its knees above the ground. The man looked at Andorra with an agitated face, took a deep breath, and opened his mouth. "Master Xinghuang, I've been waiting for 16 years. You summoned me. Is it that my sentence has expired? I have been peaceful all these years, even though I am a lone spirit. I have never hurt any people, and I have even helped the villagers of Jiamu County with their fishing more. The next Yuan festival is approaching. The drunkard knows that the water official patrols heaven and earth and can solve the problems of people and ghosts, so he naturally thinks that he has completed his sentence, atoned for his sins, and can go to the next life. Andosal's eyes looked at him indifferently, then spoke faintly. No, 17 more years. You were summoned here as a question from the gentleman. It was only then that the drunkard realized that a man in a fox fur was sitting beside Andosal. It was just that he couldn't figure out the man's identity, so he only addressed him as Immortal Elder. Wang Xiaosan has met the Immortal. I wonder what the Immortal wants to see me about. Lu Duanran raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. Wang Xiaosan, is your father Wang Er? Listening to this Immortal Elder's words, Wang Xiaosan's face instantly surfaced with surprise as he nodded his head. Could it be that the Immortal knows my father? Lu Duanran smiled and said, yesterday, by the Loch River, I did have a meeting with your old father. Upon hearing this, a few excited colors appeared on Wang Xiaoer's face, and just when he wanted to say something, he glanced at Shanghuang and stopped his words. After a moment's hesitation, he asked cautiously, Immortal, I have an unkind request. If Immortal can still see my old father, could you please take a message for me? The words had just fallen, and for fear of causing displeasure to the Immortal leader, he was busy continuing to speak. White hair to send black hair. Small person would have been the world's unfilial, for the son of a man but not filial piety. Small person sinned deeply. Now, small person's biological father is still on the earth. Fed the small person 16 years of wine. I can't collect his body and put it in a coffin to fulfill my filial piety, leaving my father alone on earth. I have no face to face my father at home. Also please Immortal to the little man home. Old man said, son in this life cannot repay the old father. The next life willing to do cattle and horses for the old father has repaid the grace of nurturing. End of chapter. Chapter 38, Just a Spirit. Chapter 38, Just a Spirit. Lu Duanran looked at the drunkard in front of him with some sighs. In this world, the average lifespan of a person is only 50 to 60 years. For Wang Er or Wang Xiaosan, 16 years is too long. If we wait for another 17 years after the alcoholic has served his nether punishment, I am afraid to see only the weeds in front of the door and a shovelful of soil on the ground. Even if that Wang Er did not die, I'm afraid that it is also dying in vain to add to the pathos. He sighed, then looked over at Ando Sansa, and after some deliberation, spoke, Uncity God, can you invite this drunkard's old father here to meet with you, so as to fulfill the shame in this man's heart? If you want to find the wine fountain, but also rely on the drunkard, and both have to ask him, naturally, to give in return in order to solve the karmic entanglement with it. And Cheng Huang nodded lightly, and then he gently waved his hand, and there was a touch of sandalwood fragrance that drifted out from here. Seeing this scene, the drunkard's face instantly surfaced with excitement, kowtowing and crying bitterly. Thank you, City God, for your fulfillment, and thank you, Immortal Master, for your fulfillment. A residential house in the eastern part of the city of Jiamu County. Inside the house mansion, Mr. and Mrs. Wang Er had already fallen asleep. For some unknown reason, Wang Er suddenly woke up, and it seemed that he smelled a iffy sandalwood scent between his noses. He lifted up his pants and went to touch the night pot to relieve himself, but he fell to the ground without paying attention. Goo my ass. When he got up and climbed up, he was rubbing his eyes and staring blankly at what was in front of him. Where else would you have your own bedchamber? This is the early winter of October, but before it is a rockery surrounded by green bamboo, not far from a deep courtyard. Wang Er didn't know where he was yet, and was full of confusion as he surveyed his surroundings and subconsciously pinched his face. Oddly enough, I thought I was sleeping inside the house. Where is this? Just as he was wandering around, catching himself not knowing where to go, a pink-faced girl came over from a clump of green smoke not far away, looking at him like an ant on a hot pan, and couldn't help but giggle. Old man, you're that Wang Er, aren't you? Where had Wang Er ever seen such a strange thing? He subconsciously gulped a mouthful of spit, forcefully suppressing the panic in his heart, and hurriedly was kneeling above the ground, carefully opening his mouth. The little old man's family lives in Urxiankyo, Jiamu County. I don't know. What does the Immortal want with little old me? The curved moon is like a sickle, spilling white water in all directions, while a sandalwood scent wafts through the forest. After hearing the old man's words, the girl laughed again, crossed her arms and walked to his side, patting his shoulder. Wang Er lowered his head, but could not see the shadow of the girl. His body was instantly paralyzed. Shivering, Supreme Immortal, little old me just got up to pee, mistakenly entering this place. I don't know anything. He closed his eyes tightly, not daring to look up at the girl. The boy looked at the scene with amusement and laughed. I'm not an immortal. You come with me. With that, He walked towards the front. Wang Er tremblingly got up and followed behind this boy. As he entered the deep courtyard, the boy closed the doorway with a backhand. Instantly, all the hustle and bustle is rejected. The small courtyard is quiet and secluded like in the deep mountains. Cultivated bamboo and lush forests. Rocky rockery. A cool breeze comes. Looking at everything that was like a dream, Wang Er continuously gulped. Endless waves rising in his heart. The two of them traversed a dense bamboo forest along the stone path, and the child was bouncing along in front of them, humming unknown rhymes under his breath, which combined with the sound of the bamboo forest whistling in the wind, as if the sea of bamboo was also swaying along with it. Finally, two conversational voices came to his ears, one of which was very familiar. He fixed his mind, but he saw that there was a table of wine and food on the stone table in the distance, and there were two people sitting on the side, looking somewhat familiar. That child fixed his footsteps, bent down and bowed to those two by the stone table, and softly said, "My lord, that Wang Er has been brought." The bright moon was there. Lu Chunran held a wine bottle and chatted with the drunkard in front of him about the wonders of that wine spring. After hearing the boy's voice, he looked over towards where Wang Er was. Wang Er looked fearfully at the two people at the stone table, and when he saw Lu Chunran's face, he suddenly trembled and subconsciously exhaled. The moon is as favorable as water, and on the snow-white reed mat, a fox fur white shirt is also made of snow. Although I am old, I am not confused. Isn't this the gentleman he met yesterday afternoon beside the Loch River? Little old Wang Er. Meet the gentleman. Meet, oopsie daisy dash. Greetings to the city god. With a plop sound, he was kneeling on the ground, kowtowing non-stop. The woman sitting on the other side of the stone table was not the city god of Jiamu County? Lu Chunran got up and smiled as he walked towards that Wang Er, reaching out to help him up and laughing lightly. But I can't afford this great gift from the old man. As he spoke, he handed over a glass of liquor. The city god asked you to come here. It's your son, he has something he wants to talk to you about dash. My son? My son is a junior? Suddenly a word came from behind the old man. Dad. The drunkard stood there, staring blankly at the old man with a slightly stooped figure, who was wearing a big coat that looked a bit bloated, but from the face that was full of vicissitudes of life, he could still vaguely make out the outline of his old father for a few moments. Wang Er's old yellow eyes are not too clear, but found that the surrounding scene has long been not familiar with their own. As if in a dream, all fuzzy cannot see, but only that called their own father's shadow, extraordinarily clear. Following the voice, he looked steadily at the drunkard for a few moments before he spoke out with some uncertainty. It's my son? Looking carefully at the somewhat familiar garment on the drunkard, wasn't it the same one the drunkard wore when he was buried 16 years ago? It's me, Dad. I'm Junior. Upon hearing this, Wang Er's old eyes gradually widened and reddened. His body staggered a few steps as if he was about to rush over, but nearly fell to the ground. It really is my son. He walked towards the drunkard with a hobbling gait. His rough hand touched the drunkard's face, and a line of old tears instantly slipped down his furrowed cheeks. It's been hard on my son. Father has finally met you. The heart had 1,000 words, but they all turned into just this one sentence. Lu Chunran naturally didn't bother the drunkard's reunion with his old father, and sat back down on the stone table with his head down, sipping his drink. The girl beside her blinked at the alcoholic father and son who were hugging not far away and spoke. Sir, why don't they talk? They just cry. Lu Duanran raised an eyebrow and subconsciously glanced at Dao Xian, who was drinking alone on the side, to confirm that it wasn't this lump of ice that was seeking his pleasure. He then lowered his head to look into the girl's brimming eyes and thoughtfully spoke. Because people can't speak when they're excited. What's the excitement? An emotional impulse caused by some kind of stimulus, and the mind ebbs and flows as a result. Why don't I feel that way? There will be later. Why later? Because you're going to follow me. Just follow the gentleman? There will be. Lu Duanran wasn't sure. After all, the girl was only a wisp of Andao's distraction. End of chapter. Chapter 39, Little Anne. Chapter 39, Little Anne. After about 2 columns of incense, the drunkard arrived in front of Lu Chunran with Wang Er, and it looked like he should have finished chatting. The drunkard poofed was kneeling down in front of him and kowtowed. Thank you city god and immortal master for making me whole. Wang Er bowed 90 degrees to Lu Duanran and said in a serious voice, Immortal elder's favor. Wang Er will never forget it. For the rest of his life, Wang Er would like to worship the immortal seats of the city god and Mr. Chang. Lu Duanran shook his head with a smile and waved his hand. Mr. Lu didn't do anything either. Nor did he have the idea of making you erect a life shrine to worship. But you father and son should thank, and city god Lu Mao also just mentioned it in passing. Wang Er turned around and once again bowed deeply to Chang Huang, making a gesture to show his determination. City god's great kindness. Wang Er will not forget it. After today, pray for the city god's temple 3 joss sticks of incense every day. rain or shine. And Daoxian lifted his eyes and looked at him faintly. Seeing that he was still clasping his hands, he stretched out his hand, slapped it in the air towards Wang Er, and said in a quiet voice, Wang Er, it's time for you to wake up. The moon is like a kongho, and it swings with a cold mane. Wang Er, who was still sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes and woke up in the middle of his dream. His face was sweating and gasping for air as he half paralyzed on the ground to calm down, cold sweat having long since dampened the jacket beneath him, the urinal beside him, and the unfastened pants told him that everything had been a dream. It's just that everything in the dream was so clear, and one did see the alcoholic sun. What's wrong with you, old man? Inside the room came a thin rustling sound. Not long there is a head of white old woman hobbling over, and then hastily is to help up the paralyzed on the ground Wang Er. This touch was a shock, and his body was wet and sweaty, as if he had a nightmare. She hurriedly patted Wang Er's back, smoothing his breath and wiping the cold sweat from his face with her sleeve. Feeling his mother-in-law's breath, Wang Er took a long breath of relief, panting and looking at his mother-in-law, but his cheeks were overflowing with a few glowing colors. Bitch, I was just greeted by an immortal and the city god, and guess what? I met our mistress. The old woman frowned tightly, and the back of her hand was probing towards Wang Er's head. What nonsense are you talking about at night? Junior's been gone for over a decade. Wang Er struggled to get up, patting his chest to smooth his breath. His expression was agitated as he opened his mouth. Honey, listen to me. Yesterday afternoon, didn't I go to pour wine for Junior? And I met a gentleman in fox fur. Listening to Wang Er describing the scene, the old woman's eyes were also filled with disbelief. After all, the close contact with the city god and the immortal chief brings an aftertaste that no mortal can imagine. It is not the kind of nothingness in the mouth of those storytellers in the tea house. And in addition to the excitement there is also a little bit of fear. Wang Er's description was really evocative, coupled with too much excitement. A rosy color actually rose on his old face, describing it all in a colorful manner. Speaking voice with a few excited trembling, just to the end, and gradually turned into choking. There I am, 17 years to reincarnation. My son. The old couple hugged each other and wept bitterly. About half an hour, the old woman assisted Wang Er. The two came to Wang Xiaosan's hearth, burned a few incense sticks, then helped each other back to the Kong. For so many years, the old couple had only one son, Wang Xiaosan. The two of them tucked in, lit an oil lamp, looked out the papier-mâché window, and rambled on about their nightly conversations. Old man, tomorrow you must go to the city god temple to offer incense. And that Mr. Fox Geo. See, people can be good to thank people. Offerings that the immortal sign should be done or to do. The immortal is also a person. Also have to excuse polite. You cannot be silly. Got it, mother-in-law. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. The sky is bright. The little prince snuggled up to Lu Duanran but slept soundly. Gusts of wind through the hall, if any, ruffled the sandalwood incense on the enshrinement platform seems to dance like a dance. Suddenly her ears twitched slightly as she seemed to hear the sound of conversation in her ears, though it was not the voice of a raucous adult, but rather that of a young child. Half closing her eyes, confused and heavy, she seemed to see a girl squatting beside Lu Chenran. The sunshine is very good. For this jade porcelain-like girl shallow injected a layer of radiance. Face like a wall of jade in general, lips slightly smiling, as if the quiet painting beauty, especially the pair of big eyes, as if swirling full lake deep water. The girl squatted and reached out her finger to poke the snow fox curled up in Lu Duanran's arms. The snow fox slightly knitted its fox face and glanced at the city god statue clad in silver armor. Then it yawned and shook its fox body. What's your name? The girl opened her mouth crisply to ask Fox. Snow Fox turned his back a little impatiently. The girl then changed direction and crouched in front of the fox again, poking her fox tail. Why don't you say anything? Is it because you won't talk? Snow Fox stared at the girl with a slight bit of suspicion, then glanced at the city god on the offering platform, pondering for a moment, and then there was a dawning realization. This girl is not, in essence, that city god, although it is only a wisp of her subdivided spirit, but it is also independent. Thinking this way, the fox's eyes were born with a few moments of tenderness. Boing dash. The girl laughed and rubbed the snow fox's head. So you can't talk. Just then, a gentle voice sounded beside the girl. Its name is Eboshi. Whose child are you and how did you get here? What's your name? The young king straightened his clothes, rubbed the corners of his sleepy eyes, and leaned down, looking at the girl and gently inquiring. I am a child of the gentleman and have no name. Which gentleman? The girl reached out her small hand and gently patted Lu Duanran's cheek. It's Mr. Ha? Li Zijuan looked at Lu Duanran with an odd expression on his face. He hadn't seen her for a night. Where did he find this girl? Just looking at the mark on the girl's shirt, she subconsciously raised her head to look at the city god of this place, and seemed to see a glint of light from the city god's eyes. Brother Lu? Lu Chenran stretched a lazy waist, yawned, slowly woke up from sleep, eyes with a smile, as if they were immersed in the realm has not yet returned. In his mind, a golden book title page slowly floated. Bonding with a leaf of cold plums, 4/5. Bound to the moth of the north of Fox Hill, 1/50. Bonding with Kensui Ryujin, 12 of 365. Bound to the northern snowfox, 3022/3300. And then he rose slowly and tenderly to look at what was before him. At the girl. He then made a bow to the sculpture of the city god and gently said, "And Changhuang, this time to the capital. In this farewell, Lu will take care of her." And then he picked up the moth's body, and the snowfox crouched on his shoulder, holding the girl in one hand and looking out the door into the very sunlight. The young king followed him. Inside the temple, sandalwood incense floated quietly. Lu Duanran touched the girl's head and gently said, "Let's call you Little Anne." Yes. Is it the same name as Iboshi? Sure. Yes. This trip to the capital is one more person. End of chapter. Chapter 40, No Immortal Fate. Chapter 40, No Immortal Fate. A ray of the morning sun had just risen. The short Taoist man in the Taoist robes yawned and reluctantly got out of his comforter, put on his woolen felt boots, and cleaned the city temple as usual. Approaching the next Yuan festival water sacrifice, there are more and more incense burners coming to the city god temple to pray for blessings, and in recent times he doesn't even have much time to sleep. As the city temple's night watchman, the short Taoist had to clean the main hall twice a day. Clean once before you open the door at dusk, and once after you close the door at Ohio. This tradition has been going on for many years. As for the reason, the fat Taoist privately is secretly told the short Taoist, probably Jiamu County, the city god master afraid of noise and cleanliness, so the city temple at night after the door is closed tightly. The guests want to enter cannot enter. Ershin bridge over there. Wang butcher do not believe in evil. His strength is very big, can pick up 300 pounds of pig's run, in the middle of the night, but also special to go hard to push the door of the city god temple. The door does not move, not to mention that the king of the butcher went back to a serious illness, ate a number of pairs of pills to get well. Since that time, Gamo County hadn't bothered the city's oldest man at night. The short Taoist was holding a broom in his hand to clean up the snow in the courtyard. It had snowed quite a bit last night, piling up a layer on the lapis lazuli bricks. As he swept down to the pine tree in the yard, he stared a little suspiciously at the extinguished fire under it. Did someone burn a paper here last night? I don't remember that. After a moment of daze in place, the short Taoist shook his head, just as if he had misremembered, and then carried a broom ready to go to the main hall to sweep the sandalwood ash falling on the enshrinement table. Just not yet to the hall. The short Taoist is to hear the head of the temple came from the thin rustling sound. Not a person, at least several. The short Taoist's heart abruptly startled and he subconsciously gulped. He remembered locking the gate last night. How did these people get in? Did you forget it by your own carelessness? The short Taoist threw down the broom in his hand, was panicked and ran toward the gate of the city god temple. Saw that the latch was not worm-eaten, intact, inserted in the door. The copper locks are still hanging well. For a time some puzzled. Oddly enough, where did those guys come from? There was no one there last night when I locked the door. He reached out his hand and tentatively pushed the gate, and it did indeed ripple as usual, not as if someone had opened it. The short Taoist scratched his head and turned back towards the main hall, picking up his broom and preparing to go sweep up the incense ash. Just entered the hall, is to see a fox fur wearing a gentleman, right hand carrying a large fluttering moth, left hand holding a wonderful girl, squatting on the shoulder of a white fox. The short Taoist froze and looked at the person in front of him. This body of fox fur, his impression is very deep. Last night it is this person to help the fat Taoist stirred a pool of living water. He swallowed his saliva and subconsciously opened his mouth to ask, "This city temple is not yet open. Sir, how did you get in?" The young prince looked at the short Taoist with some confusion. What is there to ask? And the door wasn't locked? Don't you just push the door and come in? It's rare to see no passers-by coming to the city god temple to take shelter from the wind and snow for a whole night. It felt empty and weirdly creepy when myself and brother Lu came here last night. Lu Chenran smiled gently at the short Taoist. Greetings, Taoist master. Does the Taoist master know where there is a store in this Jammu County that can make some rare and antique items? I did pick up a moth last night. You see. As he spoke, he raised the fluttering moth in his hand. At first, Lu Chenran wanted to sell this moth, but once he woke up, he realized that he had already bonded with it, and it was just that he lacked a parcel or something. So wouldn't it be a good idea to make use of it and make a parcel out of this moth? The short Taoist is still in disbelief, has not yet slowed down. After a while before returning, you mean the store that makes customized literature and antiques? Sir, there is a gentleman on Toad Road in the east of the city who likes to study this kind of thing the most. If you want to have something customized, you might as well go there and take a look. Thanks. After Lu Chunran thanked the short Taoist man, he led Shaoan and the young prince towards the gate. The short Taoist raised his head to look at the sculpture of the city god, and then at Mr. Fox Fur, who had already walked to the door, and suddenly remembered that the key to the bronze lock was still in his hand, so he walked briskly out of the hall and spoke out to remind him. Sir, the key. LOL. The sound of the door opening had come out. Lu Chenran looked back at the short Taoist and said in confusion, what else does the Taoist master want? The short Taoist looked down at the key in his hand, and then up at the already open door. He froze for a moment before speaking cautiously. It's all right now. Take care. The young king looked at the strange short Taoist, reached out and pushed this gate, and shook his head. What's with this Taoist master's fussiness? He's just as strange as the pale-eyed scholar I met before. Then he followed Lu Duanran out of the city god temple. The doorway closed again, and the latch in that brass lock which had disappeared a moment before reappeared languidly. The short Taoist shivered and took the key, stepped forward and opened this doorway slowly, rubbing his hands together and gazing at the distant Mr. Fox Fur. This is not the gentleman who, I am afraid, could make the city god invite and send away politely. The words spoken by this gentleman last night seemed to echo in his mind once again. The water officials also don't care if the water rituals use living water or not. The sincerity of the heart is enough. Hiss. The short Taoist instantly blushed, only to feel that he couldn't even hide his full heart. He panicked and ran to the small house on the side, pushing the two senior brothers who were still sleeping soundly awake, his face full of excitement and his speech slurred. Elder brother, don't sleep. We saw the water official last night, Mr. Fox Fur, a real immortal. The three Taoists who were in a hurry to get dressed hurriedly walked out of the door and looked towards the distance. Outside the temple there was a stillness and snow covered the mountains. And where is that Mr. Foxglove anymore? The fat Taoist's gaze went by the low-flying finches, and he sighed quietly. It seems we don't have that immortal fate after all. Outside the city hall, that a pool of water swaying, there are wind and snow whisked, leaning over the sparrow, will be in the surface of the pool but also pick the head startled to fly, causing the pool of water in all directions, sparkling. The fog hides the dawn and the clouds vaporize. Last night all night snow. The mountain road is a little slippery. But there have been a lot of incense one after another towards the direction of the city temple came. Fish and roam the figure, each robe sleeve swinging quickly. The young prince followed behind Lu Chenran, always feeling as if there was something he had forgotten to do. Suddenly she seemed to remember something and hurriedly was speaking. Brother Lu, it seems like we forgot to buy the invocation incense for blessings. The caravan is leaving Goodwood County this afternoon. Well, there's still time. Lu Duanran took Xiaowen's small hand and proposed. It's not too late for Brotherly to go buy some incense. However, I'm going to make a trip to Toad Road in the east of the city, so let's meet at the inn in the afternoon. Well, the young prince answered with a hasty mouthful. He then turned around and ran towards the city temple on the hill. End of chapter. Chapter 41, Back from the Dead. Chapter 41, Back from the Dead. The sunrise sprinkles the mountains with red. Lu Chunran held Xiaowen's small hand and slowly and leisurely walked towards the bottom of the mountain. From time to time, Xiaowen turned back to look at the little lord's back as he went up the mountain, his little mouth opening several times as if he wanted to open his mouth to ask something. What happened to Anne? Lu Duanran noticed her and squatted down to ask gently. Little Anne's eyes widened as she opened her mouth to inquire. Mr. Big, why are all these people going to bully? I think it's the heart that seeks peace. Begging for a kiss from Lord Anne? It's not a peaceful kiss. It's peaceful. What difference does that make? The words are different. Little Anne listens to them bully every day. It's a blessing, not a bully. Oh, Little Anne can hear what those incense seekers have in their hearts? Before I could. Now I can't. What do they pray for? It hadn't occurred to me that as a wisp of distraction from Susanna Ando, he could hear the hearts of these incense burners. Lu Chuanran looked at the shrunken version of Susanna and with some curiosity. Her ceramic face was flushed by the wind, and her hand was a little itchy for a moment, so she pinched her rosy little cheeks. Little Anne pondered for a moment, snapping her fingers and milking them. To be rich, to take the test, to be an official, to have children. Lu Duanran spilled a smile. Rather, it's similar to those college students who worship the god of wealth and Blue Star. Those who write online articles want to ask for a 10,000 subscription. Those who study want to pass every exam. And college students want to get rich all of a sudden. Suddenly he understood and Dawson somewhat, listening to these broken thoughts day after day, and removing a demon in her spare time. How did she stand it? Day after day. This was more painful than going to work. No wonder the whole person was tortured like a lump of ice. Where are we going now, Mr. Big? First to Toad Road, then to Wine Springs. Is there a toad on Toad Road? There should be no toads in winter. Where did the toad go? Going to bed. They can be so lazy, just like Eboshi. Snow fox? Then the snow fox jumped off Lu Chunran's shoulder, shaking its fluffy fox tail, and walked ahead, leaving a trail of plum prints. The east side of town in Goodwood County isn't too far out of the way, and that Toad Road is easy to find. Lu Chunran came to this neighborhood. The street was bustling with pedestrians, mostly some stalls selling walnut strings. If it was in Blue Star, this street should be called Antique City. There were quite a few tourists, with fewer near the edge. All the way to inquire soon is from these people to explore the short Taoist people in the curio store. The store was on the far east side of Toad Road, next to a river, but because of winter, that river had long since frozen over, and there were still quite a few children frolicking on it, playing out of the skids. Lu Chunran walked to the front of the store, admiring the large inked plaque with the words Luofu written on it, with a pair of couplets pasted in front of the door. The vast dry universe nurtures rare and exotic treasures. The passing years sharpen heirloom antiques. This store owner's tone is very big. Lu Chunran, holding the girl, walked up. Is to push open the door. Is the shopkeeper in? However, when that shopkeeper walked downstairs, Lu Chunran froze for a moment, and then his cheeks were smiling gently and said, "Sir, we are destined to meet again. I've got a big moth here with strong wings." Rather, he did not think that the owner of this literature store was the pale-eyed scholar that he had previously met at the restaurant. Compared to Lu Chunran's blank stare, the pale-eyed scholar's complexion looked extremely shocked, and even his pupils were somewhat incredulous. He subconsciously took a step back, and then those pale eyes were staring straight at the fluttering moth in Lu Duanran's hand, seemingly startled. After deliberating for a long time, the pale-eyed scholar took a deep breath and slightly arched his hand at Lu Duanran, and his address was changed to one of respect. "My name is Luo Shu. I don't know Mr. Your name, previously in front of Mr. Much Meng Wang, please Mr. Understanding. Last night I was inking at the Eight Treasures tea house, and inadvertently sensed the breath of the moth Taoist from the body of this fox fur man, and intended to speak out to remind him, but found the moth Taoist's moths nearby, and in a moment of some panic, he fled in haste. That moth Taoist's magic is so profound that it is hard to find an enemy in the whole Jammu County, and he himself is afraid to avoid him. I didn't think that the unrivaled moth Taoist in Jammu County would become a moth in the hands of this gentleman in just one night. This gentleman in front of me is afraid that his Taoist skills are far beyond his comprehension, and his gentle temperament may not be true." Lu Chunran smiled and also saw the butterfly's scorn for himself, so he opened his mouth gently. "My name is Lu Chunran. I am not a person of any high level of Taoism. There is no need for you to be polite. Sir, I came here on a whim to ask if sir could make a package out of this moth's wings. What's the price?" Luo Shu breathed a huge sigh of relief. It's good that it's not specifically inquisitive. His face was then heaped with smiles as he stepped forward and opened his mouth with a warm face. "If it's what the gentleman wants, what more money do I need? Just do it for Mr. Lu Chunran shook his head and spoke with a serious face. "One size does not fit all. Just name your price, sir." Luo Shu opened his mouth in some embarrassment, and then he also reacted to what was wrong. How could such a high person casually owe himself a favor? For such a high person, this was a very taboo matter. After a slight hesitation, the pale-eyed scholar asked with a bit of tentativeness, "I venture to ask you, sir, is it a long journey to make a pack?" Lu Duanran nodded and said, smiling, "I won't hide it from you, sir. This trip is to go to the capital to seek the fairy's fate, and it's natural to bring a lot of things for the long journey." Asking for the fairy's fate? The pale-eyed scholar's heart was instantly moved, rubbing his hands together and carefully saying, "To make this parcel I don't want Mr. Silver. I wonder if Mr. Lu can help me ask a question if he goes to the capital and meets a true immortal?" After a pause, and feel that he has no friendship with this Mr. Fox Fur, hastily added, "But if it bothers you, sir, forget it." Lu Chunran blinked, and then he opened his mouth to inquire, "What's the question?" From the tone of this Mr. Fox Fur's voice, Luo Shu sensed a goodwill that seemed to be in play. He then hurriedly got up and invited Lu Chunran into the center courtyard. Suddenly, Lu Chunran only felt a light trance, and in the next moment he walked into a heaven and earth. There is no more snow in the sky. This yard is planted with pear trees, is in the period, full of trees full of snow blossoms. In the enclosed pear bush, there are four sides of the wind of the elegant pavilion. The breeze gently, swinging clean fragrance burst. A butterfly roams through this secret land of birdsong. Lu Chunran's heart was slightly shocked, not having thought that this unassuming little store actually had a different world. Luo Shu beckoned, and a few butterflies brought up a pot of tea and placed it on the low table, while a few others spread the white reed mat with orchids. "Please don't mind the humble abode yet, sir, have a seat." While saying this, a butterfly is picking up water and carrying the sounding spring to fill the big pot. Another butterfly gently stirs the tea with a lifting cloud. and the tea becomes slightly fragrant. Not too strong. Not too strong. Just right. When the tea bowl was about to be filled with 7 minutes of tea, Luo Shu handed over the bowl of tea with both hands and nervously opened his mouth. I want you to help me ask the immortal whether there is any immortal method in this world to bring back the dead? End of chapter. Chapter 42, a one-man show with pink ink on stage. Chapter 42, a one-man show with pink ink on stage. In fact, Sangmu scholar has always been skeptical about the fact that there are immortals on Buxian Mountain. If not, why have we never found any trace of immortality in the past few eons? Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the northern border is too remote. He begged the tall man in front of him to go to the capital to ask the true immortal for himself. But in fact, it was just a euphemism for asking Mr. Lu after all. After living for so long, he had never seen a human whose lifespan could be even longer than that moth. Perhaps because of the Tsangmu scholar handsome elegant threw off the temperament of the natural already have bone. Mild attitude is not annoying. Lu Chen ran end of the tea bowl. Lightly sip a mouthful. Slightly a few curiosity asked. Back from the dead? Does the gentleman have any regrets? Luo Shu sighed and waved his hand, commanding a few butterflies to pick up the moth's wings. And those butterflies then found a corner. And one by one, you and I began to sew up the package. Actually, I'm not going to lie to you, sir. It's just a little bit of my obsession. More than 200 years ago, Luo Shu came from the mountains, came to Jiamu County, east of the city of Xiaoya Pavilion settled. Enjoy the snow reading and copying paintings. Leisure time will feel the fireworks of the earth. His favorite thing was to listen to the opera, accompanied by the sound of gongs and drums. The lady's maiden holding a folding fan and half covering her face. Just like holding a pipa and half covering her face. It was while listening to the opera that he met a playwright named Fennel and fell in love with the lady's maiden that she played on the stage. Soon after, the Rakshasa army came to invade the country, and the war stretched from Qingping County to Jiamu County. The soldiers of the Rakshasa country captured dozens of people in Jiamu County and threatened Fennel with their lives to sing opera, and Fennel didn't refuse. It was a one-woman show in which the Fennel girl appeared on the stage, and that night, while Jiamu County was silent, the theater was brightly lit, and the Rakshasa soldiers sat under the stage, drinking and eating, and laughing wildly. On the stage, it is the Kunkiang Manchao of the boudoir Dan, and off the stage, it is the jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards, and evil spirits are in the way. Accompanied by the close sound of gongs and drums, Fennel's voice is like climbing a mountain, wall to wall, a mountain, stacked and stacked, and then, a long-planned fire spread in that theater, the fire by the wind, leaving a large black marks, rising smoke rolled, rushed to the sky like a dragon. When the Rakshasa armored soldiers discovered it, they found that the door had been blocked tightly long ago. Lu Chunran's face was suddenly solemn, his heart already vaguely knowing the follow-up. And then, the butterfly in the corner was still busy, and the package he wanted was already mostly sewn. Luo Shu shook his head with a bitter smile and spoke softly. The building of the theater collapsed, but the play of the Fennel has not ended. This Lu Duanran has heard of. The old ancestors had a rule that when an opera singer opens his voice, he must finish it. The play has begun. The 8 parties are open to listen. 1 party is human, 3 parties are ghosts, and 4 parties are gods. Opera singers, this is especially important, even in the Blue Star, so the death of the martyrs of the theater will be not a few. I'm so stupid. Really? Rashu lifted his pale, lifeless eyes and continued. I only knew that Fennel was going to sing that night, and those Rakshasa Kingdom armorers were going to listen to the opera. I didn't know that Miss Fennel had already made up her mind to die with them, and didn't rush into the fire in time to save her from the fire for all these years. I've been searching for her soul, but I just couldn't find it anywhere. I know you can't come back from the dead, but Fennel's death will always be a thorn in my side, and it's my obsession. The story of the pale-eyed scholar is told. Those butterflies also finished the package as well. Luo Shu handed this package to Lu Chunran with both hands and gently said, Sir, the package is ready. Lu Duanran touched the transparent, thin, cicada-like package, and then looked at Luo Shu and spoke with a slight hint of emotion. If we get to Shangjing, and Lu Mao finds a true immortal, I will definitely help the spirits of the 10,000 armored soldiers who died in Qingping County back then along with the ones you asked about. Then thank you, sir. Luo Shu arched his hand towards Lu Duanran with a smile on his face. His words paused, and then he glanced at the snow fox lying on Lu Duanran's shoulder, and after pondering for a while, he turned around and walked into the house. Not long after, his hands took out a small white tent-like backpack, which was padded with goose down, and if it was carried behind his back lived like carrying a small house. Mr. Lu, I see that your fox has no shelter from the wind and snow. Winter, the weather will only get colder and colder. This small tent is my leisure time. with the pear petals in the courtyard cast, along with this package, is to give it to Mr. This little tent is enchanted, and even a violent storm can't blow it apart. Little Susanna blinked her big eyes, and at a glance, she spotted the backpacking house in the hand of the pale-eyed scholar, and reached out her little hand toward the small tent. Give it to me. Luo Shu raised his head to look at Lu Duanran, and then he lowered his head to look at this girl child, and then the corner of his mouth was hooked into a smile, and he leaned down and gently handed this small tent into Xiaowen's hands. Then you will carry it for the gentleman. Mr. Lu is carrying a big bag and you are carrying a small one. This pear small house is really beautiful, small and delicate, all the time to the surrounding diffusion of the pear fragrance. The snow fox from the body of Lu Chuanran jumped down, nose sniffing this pear petal fragrance. Little An placed it next to the snow fox and squatted on the ground, her arms pinned to her knees, her hands cupped around her red cheeks as she spoke crisply. Did Aboshi like it? The snow fox gently glanced at Xiaowen, and then it shook its fluffy fox tail and barked at Lu Duanran. Boing dash. For Auntie Asu, alone for an unknown number of years, back to basics with a few points of childishness, coupled with the fact that the essence is still a woman. For this kind of pink stuff from the heart is irresistible, though she would have preferred to sleep on top of Rant's body. Lu Chunran's heart gave birth to a few points of joy. This Tsangmu scholar is too good at being a man. That is, the things he sends are all so pleasing to the eye. This is a small house belonging to the Aunt Ah, so that he simply has no way to refuse. Ha ha ha, wonderful. Lu, brother, you send Lu Mao this small house. Lu Mao is really unable to refuse. Fennel matter. Lu Mao will definitely help you smell inquiry. We leave you here. The laugh was mid-air and full of joy. He had the golden book title page floating slowly in his mind. Affiliation with Pear Canopy, 0/2. The pear courtyard is full of fragrance. Bonding with moth wing burden, 2/50. With the moth wings of the world as a burden. No matter how many things are as light as a cicada's wing. Seeing Lu Chunran smiling broadly like this and arching his hand back towards himself, Luo Shu knew that he had kissed the right place with this ass. And with an unstoppable smile he kept sending Lu Chunran to the door. And then he just looked at Lu Duanran's distant figure and muttered at the corner of his mouth. Today is a lucky day. In this world, it's fate to get acquainted with someone as high as Mr. Lu, not to mention his promise. Then he thought of something, and a snicker covered his cheeks as he spat towards the ground. Ha! Just how bold was that fluttering moth to dare to put its hand on Mr. Moth to flame. The ancients are not sincere in deceiving me. End of chapter. Chapter 43, Li Zijuan. Chapter 43, Li Zijuan. Walking down the road back to the inn, Xiaowen carried the pear poupon on her back, her right hand grasping the shoulder strap, her left hand holding Lu Duanran's hand, jumping step by step as she bounced down the street. As a wisp of Susanna Anderson's subdivision, what he saw from the time of his birth was always the dark and lightless city palace, and even the sun in the sky would make Little An excited, not to mention the snowy sky. The snow fox was still squatting on Lu Chunran's shoulder, its fox paws wiping the corners of its eyes as it stared ahead. Mr. Big, why are all these people looking at Little An? Xiaowen shook his little hand and looked at Lu Duanran. For some reason, every time he saw An and looked at the little face that resembled a shrunken version of Susanna An, he felt a little out of place, probably because An is cute. What a cutie. It means to endear yourself to people. Oh, Lu Duanran laughed lightly. Back at the inn, the merchants of the caravan had already woken up one after another, and were getting their luggage ready. As they were about to leave for Beijiang County in the afternoon, the young prince was wearing a snow shirt and was talking to Wang Bo about something. When his remaining light glanced at Lu Duan then, the corner of his mouth was hooked up with a smile and walked over towards him. Brother Li is back already? So early? Thought she was going to be praying for a long time. Li Zijuan looked at Lu Duanran and opened his mouth to snicker. I missed Brother Lu, so I came back early. No food by day, no sleep by night kind of miss? That's not true. Li Zijuan skimmed his lips and answered dryly. That's good. I might set out on my own in the next few days and go out on a long trip. Ha! Li Zijuan froze, feeling only a momentary heaving in her chest as she blinked. Where is Brother Lu going? Well, not really. A man walking around can't hold up the caravan. Lu Duanran was going to check out the wine spring that the drunkard had mentioned. Brother Lu. She was just about to say that she also wanted to accompany Brother Lu for a walk, but the words came to his lips but he swallowed hard. Born in the royal family, the personal emotions always come last. Can't be capricious. She also bears in mind the responsibility she carries. There was a momentary slight touch in her heart, so she spoke tentatively. Then after Brother Lu finishes his tour, he will still come to the merchant caravan. Looking for me? Lu Duanran was stunned for a moment, perhaps because of his mind's eye and meticulous observation. Even though the little prince hid it well, he still detected a hint of pleading on her cheeks. as well as a few moments of sadness that he couldn't understand. The young prince, who was always shown as a fluttering gentleman, was a bit strange at the moment. The snow fox narrowed its fox eyes and surveyed her, skimming the fox's mouth, and then it turned its head to the side. Naturally, I will. There is only one official road to Shangjing. It's easy for a person to catch up. Hearing Lu Chenran's words of assurance, the little prince smiled. That smile was heartfelt, not half-hidden, and it was huge. Even if Lu Chuanran often see this cheek, but still feel in that moment of beauty as if Cheong Messi just a promise. Why does the little king look as if it is the fulfillment of any wish? And then she slowly walked towards Lu Chenran, and fished out a jade talisman from her pocket. The texture was a bit rough, but it was exquisite, with the word Jiamu lightly engraved on it. The warm midday sun poured down, lining her shadow and outlining her silhouette. The wind wrapped in the snow clear, blowing up the corner of her robe. Beside the steed, the two shadows overlap a few points, but if it is not, her gaze softly straight lay, not shocked and not slanting to look at Lu Duanran. Brother Lu, this is the peace talisman I begged for you. The journey to the capital is long and there are many dangers in traveling alone, so be sure to bring it with you. For the first time, the original noble identity, the wealth of the country does not allow her to give him something, in the end, to get out of the hand but only a piece of rough texture of the charm, even if, in her heart, she knew that Brother Lu should not be able to use such things. Thank you, Brother Li. You're welcome. We're friends. Li Zijuan smiled gently and put on an air of entitlement. It was just that this gentle smile was mixed with a few bitter flavors that only she knew. After going to Shangjing and returning to your own fiefdom, it'll be hard to see each other again, won't it? In the eyes of the world. After all, she was a young prince, not a county princess, and he also knew nothing of his own gender. So should she have any more audacious extravagance? For a while, he had 1,000 knots in his heart, and 100 different kinds of feelings came to his mind. Iboshi, I certainly haven't forgotten about you either. After a moment's pause, she fumbled for another jade talisman and tentatively reached out to the snow fox. There was a moment of dismay in the snow fox's eyes, staring blankly at the peace talisman. Her hand reached halfway, or retracted. Xiaoyi is not like their own, she knows in her heart, but then the back of her hand is a point of warm touch. What caught her eye was a fluffy foxtail, albeit in a shallow sweep. The snow fox then proceeded to tilt his head to the side again, not looking at her. Li Zijuan's cheeks, however, had a few more smiles. What about mine? Little Andorra blinked her big eyes and held out her little hand in a brittle manner. Li Zijuan was a bit embarrassed, which she had forgotten. Lu Duanran touched Xiaowen's head and said with a serious expression, Anne, it's not polite to ask for gifts from others. Why? A gift is a piece of someone else's heart, and hearts can't be asked for. Why? Because it's someone else's affections. Why? I'll make you a piece in a few days. Good. Not long after, Uncle Wan walked over with a smiling face and opened his mouth. Young prince, little Mr. Lu, we can depart. Li Zijuan nodded, while then glancing at the mild-mannered fox-furred male, rolled onto his horse and drove it to the front of the caravan. Lu Duanran silently looked at the little prince's faraway back. His hand stroked the fluffy fur on the snow fox, and in his pocket was the peace talisman. I don't know why. At this time, his heart should have been a little sadness of parting, but it was so calm. As he came all the way to the knot, he seemed to have been influenced by those strange objects, and he himself became more and more puritanical and desireless. Lu Chenran's heart could not help but give birth to a few doubts. Ask yourself, is this really yourself? The snow is diffuse and makes a soft spin. The caravan is traveling again. Lu Chenran sat cross-legged on the carriage. The tiger cage was behind him, but I don't know if it was his own illusion. He always felt that the body of the tiger mountain god seemed to have shrunk a little. The tiger mountain god's tiger eyes stared straight at the moth-winged burden carried on Lu Duanran's shoulders for a while, and then the fawning color on the tiger's face became even more intense. It cautiously came over, its round ears tucked in and out, smiling indifferently, rather giving Lu Chenran a husky feeling. Mr. Lu, this stick is for you. It was left behind by that moth, and my tiger feels that this stick is extraordinary, and has come to pay tribute to you, sir. Lu Duanran took the stick, smiled, and placed it at his side. Thank you, Tiger Kuan. That moth Taoist has quite a few treasures. Right at that moment, words slowly flicked on the title page of the golden book in his mind. Bonding with a leaf of cold plums, 5/5. End of chapter. Chapter 44 Befriending a cold leaf of plums and getting whale drinking, primary. Chapter 44 Befriending a cold leaf of plums and getting whale drinking, primary. Next moment, Lu Chenran is to feel the chest cavity. The first bone came a tingling sensation, and then this tingling is turned into an itch, and finally is from the chest cavity from the inside out there is a kind of volatile meaning. His eyes were tightly closed, but his expression was surprisingly calm and peaceful. The tiger mountain god looked at Mr. Suddenly motionless, stretched out his tiger paw, and somewhat curiously waved it in front of Mr. Lu Chuanran's face. Lu Chuanran's sudden opening of his eyes was what startled him, and he sat down with his buttocks in the center of his mind. On the page of the Golden Book's title page that belonged solely to one leaf cold plum, there were words that quietly loomed: bonding with a leaf of cold plums, and receiving whale drinking minor art, elementary. Feeling this vastness in his chest, Lu Chunran only felt some dryness in his voice, picked up the kettle beside him and took a sip. The water in the kettle then flowed into his abdominal cavity without a single drop of water remaining. The water went into the belly, but there was no sense of fullness. The spell is amazing. It just doesn't work. From the name of the technique alone, it rather looked like a side technique that could drink a lot of water in one breath and store it in the body. Lu Duanran raised an eyebrow and snickered. Doesn't that make me a camel? The color of the sky gradually dimmed, and the carriage was still moving forward. Lu Chenran surveyed the stick that the Tiger Mountain god carried to himself. Before, the stick was still sewn with a yellow streamer on top, but the Tiger Mountain god suspected that it was bad luck, and hard to tear and rot away. The stick was just an ordinary stick, except that a trace if any of Xian Huang's breath would always flow outward from it, a breath that Lu Chuanran was familiar with. When he was meditating on his knees under the pale pine in the north, that old pine tree had given himself this kind of subtle feeling. The firefly chi bloomed with a yellowish glow, snow danced outside the window, and the wagon wasn't moving very fast, the wooden wheels creaking from time to time. The snow foxes curled up and the pear pupon sleeping sweetly. The little Undal Susanna lying on the Tiger Mountain god's neck sleep soundly, two little hands grasping the tiger's pair of round ears. Saliva drops to the Tiger Mountain god neck of the circle of fluffy hairs. The Tiger Mountain god wants to shake the hairs but do not dare to shake. Looking at this cozy scene, Lu Chenran's heart felt quite a bit of happiness. Along the way, the number of wonders he had bonded with had increased, and that golden book had gotten thicker and thicker. Affiliation with Pearpole, 1/2. Bonding with Fox Mountain Tiger Mountain God, 20/30ths. Bonding with Mothwing Burden, 3/50ths. Bound to the branches of the northern pines, 0 out of 100. Bonding with Kensui Ryujin, 14 of 365. Bound to the northern snowfox, 3024/3300. There was a sudden realization in his mind. Traveling all the way, what he heard and saw along the way, wasn't this also a kind of cultivation? Lu Duanran set the stick aside, allowing the golden book title page in his mind to bond with it, and quietly sat cross-legged in the carriage, flipping through a tome titled Northern Territory Journal. This booklet is some years old. The body of the book is even made of bamboo weaving. Perhaps it has been a lot of people have looked through. That is, the weaving of the hemp rope are wrapped in a thick layer of pulp. In the city palace with the drunkard talked about some things about the wine spring. The drunkard provided him with the location of the wine spring. Is hundreds of miles away from the Jiamu County at the foot of a mountain. Is located in a remote, sparsely populated. Away from the official highway to the capital there is still a long distance. If you were traveling on foot, a fast-footed person would have to walk for 2 full days. Counting the days, there were less than 2 months left before the true immortal sermon on the 9th day of the waxing moon. There can be no further delay. We will leave in the next 2 days and go early. As usual, the young prince habitually came to Lu Chenran's carriage. She more and more feel lazy a lot. In the past leisure time, either playing the piano or sword dance. But now, with Lu Duanran did not chat about something. Li Zijuan just lying there, do not talk, also feel at ease. She had seen Lu Duanran's methods, so she knew that he would be able to protect her at any time. And sometimes this confidence was a bit strange even to her. What's wrong with yourself? Obviously in his heart, he has told himself countless times, Lu brother to himself is just a passing traveler in the rivers and lakes, and they are destined to be people of 2 worlds. She has also cut off the hazy feelings that were about to sprout in her heart countless times. Brother Lu, can you accompany me for a walk? Well, it's just the 2 of us. After half a day's hesitation, she suddenly came up with these words. Lu Chunran froze for a moment, then he smiled and nodded, placing the bamboo slips in his hand aside and walking out of the carriage with her. The traveling merchants were busy unpacking their baggage, and porridge was cooked and meat roasted over a roaring fire. The 2 of them stepped on the snow, all the way along the mountain path to conceal their steps, and came to a haystack. The little king is open arms, back to the clump of snow straight lying on it. Plop dash. Lu Chunran looked at the scene with some nostalgia, so he followed suit and laid down on the snow. On the snow, there are 2 marks. Neither of them said anything, they just looked at the moon in the sky like that. There are no neon lights in this era, and when night falls, it's pitch black. Moonbeams and a host of stars shone on the silent night. There are wind and snow whisked slightly smoked, wrapped in Li Zijuan body fragrance, quietly immersed. The flavor is very unique. some like cool lotus. Suddenly, Li Zijuan, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly opened his mouth, breaking the silence in this room. Does Brother Lu never have anything on his mind? Lu Duanran blinked and laughed. What makes you say that, Brother Li? Li Zijuan rolled over and grabbed a handful of snow with his hand. She silently felt the snow in her palm gradually turning into ice and then water, and softly said, I don't think Brother Lu is a person. Of course I'm not scolding Brother Lu. Rather, I can't feel Brother Lu's emotions. If I have to say no human flavor, Brother Lu doesn't look like a teenager, like a Taoist priest with no desires. Lu Chunran froze for a moment and turned his head just in time to meet her dark pupils, on which his own shadow was clearly reflected. He didn't know how to answer, and tried to say something, but a finger was blocking his lips. Li Zijuan leaned on her cheeks and just lay on the snow, looking into his eyes and softly said, Brother Lu doesn't need to answer. I know all about it. Perhaps I am only mortal and do not quite understand the wonders of the immortal path, but only as a friend or rather an unsurprising passerby on Brother Lu's journey. If one day Brother Lu really seeks immortality, do not forget the original thought in your heart. Her words were soft, and the concern on her face was overwhelming. Along the way, this is only how long, from Fox Mountain to Jiamu County, Lu brother already has a kind of bones have become feeling. The appearance is still the same appearance. The clothes are still the same clothes. But between swings, the smell of immortality on his body is getting heavier and heavier. Lu Chenwan's mind was a blank. He suddenly realized that as he traveled along the way, and kept making connections along the way, he didn't know when he started, but his own heart became more and more ethereal. If I had to describe it, it would be white in a void room. The distractions in the heart, the delusions were gradually cleaned out. Ethereal to the extreme. He didn't know if this was a good sign, but if after finding a true immortal, sometime in the future, he became less and less of a human being and cleared his mind, it would go against his original intention of seeking immortality. He just wanted to be qualified to stand by Aunt Ezra's side. That's all. But what exactly is this cultivation of immortality? Or is it a gradual dehumanization? Lu Duanran was a bit confused when he first sat cross-legged under the pale pines of the north. Just a mortal. P.S. Next chapter a little later. Before 12. End of chapter. Chapter 45, Friends. Chapter 45, Friends. Brother Lu, are you alright? Li Zijuan's concerned voice echoed in his ears, bringing his thoughts back. Nothing, just thinking about something. Lu Duanran turned his head, facing the wind wrapped in the snow clearing, gently said, Why would Brother Li want to talk to me about this? Li Zijuan rested his arms under his head, tilted his head, and curved the corners of his mouth. Before, Brother Lu and I said that there is a human character next to the word immortal, so I guess Brother Lu's intention shouldn't be to become a desireless immortal either. Brother Lu will be leaving in a few days, so I wanted to remind Brother Lu. As her words fell, Lu Chunran looked deeply at her before speaking in a serious manner. Brother Li, I've figured it out. What? As long as the original intention of the heart remains unchanged, what does it matter if one embarks on a journey to find immortality? Brother Lu, there are times when one can't restrain oneself just because one wants to, otherwise there wouldn't be the existence of the phrase mind over matter. Lu Duanran blinked at her, his eyes clear as a lake, his face smiling. It's up to Brother Li. Li Zijuan was a bit surprised. Why are you relying on me? The wind and snow slant to the shade of the pines. A gust of cool fragrance dispersed between the two of them with the wind. Lu Chenran took a deep breath, his eyes gazing at the touch of moonlight that fell on her forehead, and opened his mouth. As long as Brother Li reminds me more, so that I always remember my original intention and heart. Li Zijuan let out a pfft laugh, and in an instant it was like an icy smile that made the bright moon lose its color. Then Brother Lu mustn't forget to look for me dash. How could I forget? Good. Thanks. You're welcome. We are friends. Moon paving the pine forests. There was silence in all directions, except for two figures that appeared and disappeared. Li Zijuan sat on the snow, with Lu Duanran looking at the thousands of stars, the sky reflected into the sky, such as waterlight quietly dipped down, as if caged with a veil of smoke. In silence will be the land of the natural unity. All for the white flaws. Brother Lu, tell me that Liang Zhu story again. I want to hear it again. Didn't Brother Li think the story sucked? I didn't say that. I just thought the story was a little illogical. Then why do you want to hear it? The last time I heard it was a little lumpy. And listen carefully this time? I just don't want to forget the story. Lu Chunran looked at her silently for a while, and then his voice was resounding in this silent forest. In ancient times, there was a scholar named Liang Shanbua. This time, Li Zijuan listened very attentively. She listened carefully to everything in the story, memorizing the words that came out of Lu Chuanran's mouth word by word. Compared to the last time, Brother Lu spoke slowly, but this time, It was full of emotion. In the stillness of the moonlight, her heartbeat ebbed and flowed, and the emotions within her were close to breaking out of their cocoons. For a moment, she would like to abandon her identity and responsibility regardless of everything, and loudly tell the person in front of her that she is the Zhu Yingtai, just that it is ultimately a dream of hers. Indistinct, obviously close to her eyes, but also at the end of the world. Let's not talk about butterfly dreams, but return you to this life and the one before it, and fly over 10,000 mountains in pairs. 1 hour later, Lu Duanran finished telling this chapter. Li Zijuan took a deep breath, her eyes gazing deeply at him, and slowly raised her hand. Brother Lu, let's high five. Lu Duanran looked at her with some confusion. Let's be friends for life. These words, as much as they were said to Lu Chenran, were not said to her heart. After the high five, is to be the heart of that wisp of thoughts completely cut off. After this, the world no longer have a daughter body of Li Zijuan. There is only the little king of the royal family, the flamboyant gentleman, Gentleman Ruoyu. Yes, for life. Friends. Lu Duanran also raised his hand. After they high-fived, they were smiling at each other. Her heart had become enlightened, and how could it not be enlightened for Lu Chunran? Embarking on this path of seeking immortality, there is no need to purposely avoid anything, even if the karmic connection will make one's heart unconsciously become ethereal, but as long as the original intention of the heart remains unchanged, no matter what one cultivates, what difference does it make? We should go back. Good. Li Zijuan got up and raised his head to look at the high moon. Under the night color, there is a stillness, like a painting with ink. Instead, her mind murmured softly, just, friends, will there be regrets? How much farther do we have to go? Mr. Big? So tired. Can I ride on this big cat? On the rugged mountain road, everything around is covered by snow. A round of bright moon hanging high above the sky, sprinkling moonlight. 2 figures, a small one, slowly walking in the deserted path. The snow tiger behind the 2 men was walking carelessly, and when he heard this, the large tiger head immediately trembled, and the round ears shrank, covering the ear holes. It had only been a day since he had followed Mr. Lu away from that caravan, and the girl had already ridden on her neck more than once, riding just as she was, and always tugging at her ears. They were swollen. When did I, Tiger, the god of the mountain, ever suffer such humiliation? Lu Duanran was holding the bamboo slip of the Northern Territory record in his hand, recognizing the direction, and after hearing Xiaoan's words, he guffawed, glanced at Xuehu, and said gently, then you ask Tiger Kuan if he'll let you sit. Xiaoan was carrying Anti-Ace's small tent on his back, so he bounced over and patted the Tiger Mountain God's head. Big cat, can I sit? The Tiger Mountain God shook his head violently, shaking off the snow covering his body, but his eyes were quietly glancing at Mr. Lu, sizing up the snow fox and checking out the faces of the 2 men. Boing dash. The snow fox on Lu Chenran's shoulder glanced at the Tiger Mountain God, and its fluffy tail swept the snow on Lu Chenran's shoulder. The Tiger Mountain God instantly had a jolt, immediately spitting out his tongue, his tiger face fawning and lowering his huge tiger head. What a big cat! Xiaoan crossed her waist and stretched out her little hand to pat its tiger head with satisfaction. Then she lifted her little legs and climbed up, her 2 little hands grasping its ears. Let's go! Seeing this comical scene, Lu Chunran couldn't help but shake his head and laugh lightly. Then his gaze once again looked at the bamboo slip in his hand. At our present footing, we'll be there by noon tomorrow. Just hold on a little longer. Xiaoan's small hand patted the Tiger Mountain God's head and spoke crisply, and isn't afraid to get tired. Tiger Mountain God. Mr. Big, when will Brother Li and the others follow? The walk is so slow. Xiaoan is not to be called brotherly. He is to be called sir. Why can't you be called brotherly? Isn't that what Mr. Big is called? I can, and can't. Why not Little Ann? Because Little Ann is too small. Oh, it's just us on this trip. Brother Li and the others won't follow. Why? Because. Lu Chenran's tone paused, and as he touched the water dragonine at his waist, a trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 46, Stonewall Jushu. Chapter 46, Stonewall Jushu. Brother Li has more pressing matters. She plays the piano so beautifully, yet Little Ann has only heard it once. There will be opportunities later. Lu Chunran rubbed Xiaoan's head. Good. An hour later, the 2 men, a tiger and a fox, walked into a mountain stream. The wind and snow were in full swing. The road was even narrower. The mountains were clear and cold, and there was already 3 inches of snow on the road. Strong wind wrapped in snow blowing in the face of raw pain. This is like a knife cuts the feeling of flesh. People who have not experienced does not quite understand this kind of windy and snowy weather. Not a column of incense. The whole person will be wrapped in snow into a white dumpling. Is the eyelash hair on the snow? but also will be exhaled by the hot air condensed into ice frozen. Lu Chenran wrapped in thick fox fur, embracing the snow fox, hands folded into each other's sleeves, slightly bowing his body. Every step he took would create a deep pit in the snow-covered ground. The snow gradually seeped through the cracks of the shoes, and was turned into snow water by the body temperature. Sticking in the pants' legs, the coldness penetrated into the heart. At night, there were no lights or people to be seen. Even the faint starlight in the sky was obscured by the whistling snow fans, making it impossible to discern the direction. If it weren't for the weak glow of the firefly chi, if you weren't paying attention, you would have stepped out of the way and fallen into a snow pit. Lu Chunran took a deep breath of cool air and violently poured a mouthful of liquor towards his mouth in an attempt to ease the stiff chill in his body. The degree of wine is not strong, and even has been hidden ice ballast. A mouthful of irrigation, refreshing into the lungs through the cold. Phew! Lu Chunran shivered violently as he looked around. His mind's eye had been probing towards his surroundings, trying to find a place where he could hide from the wind and snow. In this dripping weather, if you walk up for a night, you are afraid that you will freeze to death in the middle of the wilderness. Riding on the tiger mountain god's neck of the little Andao Solve's hands tightly grasped the pair of round ears. Constantly falling wind and snow piled up on her body has become a snowpack. If you insert a gourd divination, and then put 2 pieces of children's stones, no need to trim, can become a snowman. Suddenly, a light appeared in the field of vision of Lu Chenran's mind's eye. Not far away, there was a mountain wall with a large lentil-shaped hole recessed into it. Lu Chenran's heart breathed a sigh of relief, but he was able to use the mountain wall to avoid the wind and snow. Inside the pit, the tiger mountain god had the sense to come to the front of the cave entrance and lie there, using his massive tiger body to block the snow clearing that kept pouring in. Lu Duanran swept clean the snow that had poured into the cave, and then he opened his bag. There is no firewood here to build a fire to keep us warm, so we have to eat cold, dry food. On the way out, the young prince gave himself 2 large pieces of cooked beef, and with the wine and cold beef, he was able to fill his stomach, and shook the snow off her body vigorously and picked up a slice of beef and put it in her mouth, chewing and pouting. Mr. Big, the meat is so hard. It's good enough to have something to eat. Tiger Kuan can't even fish for food. It's hard, but it's delicious. That's good. Doesn't Eboshi eat? Yeah, I might not like beef. Oh, the snow fox stepped down from Lu Chenran's shoulder, and then it was stepping on the tiger mountain god's head. Looking at the wind and snow in the distance, Lu Duanran fished out the copy of the Northern Territory record from amongst his baggage and ate his beef while checking his location. By comparing the names of the several places that could be found above the bamboo slips, and according to the drunkard to provide himself with the approximate location, Lu Chuanran borrowed the light of the fireflies, and after a bit of time, it became clear that the location of the Jade Feeder Springs was roughly clear. If he hadn't gotten lost, he would have only had to cross this mountain stream to see a village, and the wine spring would have been on the hill above the village. This place is indeed desolate. Birds don't. It's fate that drunkard can find it. The village wasn't far from his location, only a few dozen miles further west, but it was clear that he couldn't go any further tonight. Just at this time, Shaoan's voice suddenly echoed in the middle of the not-so-large cave. Mr. Big, look at the stone wall here. There are shadows on it. Lu Duanran walked over with some curiosity. By the glow of the firefly chi, he scrutinized the wall. Perhaps it is the magic of nature. The stone wall natural concave, on which the vermilion ink. If this alone, Lu Chunran may be thought to be some travelers to the interest of the dancing facsimile on the top of the stone wall. But the silhouette drawn by this vermilion ink was moving, and if one looked carefully, it seemed to be vaguely visible as a scene from one's life. Probably a mountain man came to a pine tree, met an old man carrying a wine gourd. The two talked to each other. The mountain man is quite interested in, and then is followed by the old man up the mountain to walk for a while. The two came to a spring, raise a glass of wine. Not long ago, the mountain man is head first into the spring, drowned in it. This one image, looping continuously on this stone wall, was just like the mirage Lu Chunran had seen in Xingping County. What is this wonder? Lu Chunran tentatively put his hand over, and when he was about 3 feet away from the stone wall, the title page of the golden book in his mind slowly appeared. Affiliated with Ishibi Jushu, 0/1. Nearby the dead are not buried. Between the wall has a natural picture of its shape. Are like its life, such as light brush shu into its appearance also. According to the title page of the golden book, as long as someone dies near this stone wall and is not buried, there is a chance that they will become a picture on this stone wall. Lu Chunran raised his eyebrows and squatted down beside this stone wall, carefully surveying the images on it. The spring recorded on the stone wall. Could it be the Jade Feeder spring he was looking for? And who was the old man the mountain man met? Why could he drink from the spring without getting drunk? And why did the old man have to take the mountain man to drink? And also, How can it be so simple to just take a sip of a wine fountain that has a chance to realize the immortal intent without getting drunk? Everything will be known tomorrow after we find that wine spring. He shook his head. And then he was carrying little and over, leaning in front of this stone wall and closing his eyes, wanting to take a nap. The long trek had taken a bit out of him. There is no fire in the cave, only shelter from the wind and snow. The boots in the snow water continues to send bursts of coolness, that is, tightly wrapped in the fox fur, but also do not see half the warmth. Outside the cave, the wind and snow howled and gusts of cold wind raged. I do not know why. Lu Chuanran suddenly feel more and more sleepy. Eyelids seem to have a force majeure gradually droop down. The tip of the nose lingers with a subtle fragrance. That fragrance is very familiar. Phew. Not long after, accompanied by the faint glow of the firefly cheese, Lu Chuanran was sleeping soundly with Shaoan. The snow fox jumped down from the tiger mountain god's head and looked at the sleeping two. A wisp of tenderness flashed between her eyes. Following, a smudge of smoke hazy in the midst of this snowy sky. A figure knitted its brows and appeared in the middle of the cave. Still with that plain white dress, clad in that black and white piped crane cloak. One of the woman's hands gently stroked Lu Duanran's cheek, and those fox eyes that were like autumn water were filled with warmth. She applied the fox scent. Asu's eyes looked at the meager moonlight that penetrated into the cave. Her vermilion lips lightly opened, and the moonlight swayed on her face, which could clearly reflect the delicate fluffy hairs on the tip of her nose. Subsequently, she spat out a foxfire that warmed the cave. P.S. Next chapter later. End of chapter. Chapter 47, Mountain Stream. Chapter 47, Mountain Stream. Qingdian's foxfire burned in the very center of the cave, and the temperature in the cave gradually rose. Su Rang sat there relying on the stone wall, a plain white jacket, like a blooming hibiscus, hazy and languid. In this dim cave, through the foxfire, can see the plain white skirt wrapped in her glittering rhyming delicate body. Lu Duanran was resting on her knee, sleeping soundly. However, his seven orifices-in spirit could perceive that with Auntie Sue's gentle movements, even through the cold clothes, he could still feel her body temperature, like a traveler who has trekked for a long time in the middle of the ice and snow, without the slightest goal in mind, full of loneliness and fatigue, and then, under this sky of snow, finally found a cabin with a burning fireplace. The snoring of the tiger mountain god kept coming to his ears. Esau did nothing extra, just gazed tenderly into his face, and so it remained until dawn. The final night and all-night snow stopped. Lu Chuanran slowly opened his eyes and looked towards the outside of the cave. The snow that fell last night had nearly blocked the entrance to the cave, leaving only a small hole. Everything around them was extremely quiet, as if it could be heard slowly awakening. He stretched and yawned, greeting the sleepy-eyed Anne. The title page of the golden book slowly emerged in his mind, and a line of words floated ghostly. Knotting stone wall, 1/1. Knotty pair pong, 2 halves. Bonding with the god of Fox Mountain and Tiger Mountain, 23/30. Bonding with Mothwing Burden, 6/50. Bound to the branches of the northern pines, 3 out of 100. Bonding with Kensui Ryujin, 17 of 365. Bound to the northern snowfox, 3027/3300. On the title page of the golden book belonging to Pear Pine and the one on the stone wall, words quietly emerged. Knotting a pear tree, able to open a non-time, and obtaining the art of urging a minor, beginner, blessed with a stone wall. I was awarded the art of driving away stones, beginner. 2 more fun and quirky little arts. The same as Lu Duanran guessed is not bad, but after this night's suffering, his heart for can drive the flame magic needs more and more strong. If there is no ant beside the night watch, his own contracted a wind chill may be said. The snow fox was curled up in the middle of the pear poof, huffing and puffing as he slept, and Lu Chuanran jerked the snow fox's tail with some heartache. After that, he was pulling little Anne's little hand, leading the tiger mountain god out of the cave, along the mountain stream that had not yet frozen, all the way to the depths, stepping on the snow-covered. Smell the birds chirping like piccolos, full of silver-wrapped eyes. A winding path presented in front. The scent is then quietly immersed in what appears to be the scent of plums. This mountain road seems like a different world from last night. The mountain is not high, and do not see the peaks of the steep, but it is better in the vast, and now by the diffuse snow dress makeup, just like the graceful beauty bloom with the fragrance. Little and jumped all the way, left and right, showing the nature of a child, walking forward for a distance of a few dozen feet, then blinked his eyes and opened his mouth somewhat doubtfully. Mr. Big, where is the cave we stayed in last night? How come and can't see it? Lu Chenron's feet just raised to walk, suddenly stunned, vaguely aware, so he turned back again to look in the direction of the stone wall. The mountain walls on both sides were straight as a pine. And where were the depressions? And where is the big lentil-shaped hole? Only that stone wall Jushu stood straight up there. Lu Chenran froze, and then he took a breath. and a few grateful colors were born on his face, and he made a bow towards that stone wall Jushu, and deeply said, "Thank you for taking Lu in for the night." Peach Village is a small, isolated mountain village located in the westernmost part of Gammon County, near Little River County. Because the land is in between two mountains, the transportation is very inconvenient, but the village is quite a lot of young and strong, but also because of the remoteness of the place rarely meets the robbers of the mountain bandits and thieves of the stream. The days are also full of life. An old man with a dog was carrying a stick all over the mountain to find frozen winter rabbits. It snowed heavily last night and the wind blew hard, so according to past experience, I'm afraid a lot of rabbits will freeze to death. The old man used his stick to knock here and poke there, but half an hour passed without catching a single one. Woof, ooh, woof. Suddenly at this time, the old man's hand holding the yellow dog first barked furiously, and then the tail is clamped in the middle of the buttock groove, whimpering backward. The force is not small, actually will be the old man yanked a jolt. Years of experience told the old man that a ferocious beast must have come near the village. When it is winter, the snow closes the mountain. Those on the mountain cannot find food. I am afraid that they are hungry to go down the mountain to eat people. Thinking so, the old man's steps flew and he ran towards the village, shouting, "Everyone keep an eye on your chickens and ducks. I'm afraid they are coming down the mountain." A voice went down, followed by a lot of young and strong people with shovels and hoes in their hands rushed over from the house. Woof. Oh, it seemed that because of the many people following behind him, the yellow dog's guts grew, baring its teeth and staring viciously ahead, growling incessantly. Not much longer, a ponderous figure slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and looking at the snow tiger that was almost 3 feet long, all the villagers sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss, oh my god, this big white bug, I'm afraid it's going to become a spirit. Go and call for the bow. If this long worm swoops in, dozens of people won't be enough to bite it. A tense atmosphere gradually permeated this peach village. In a poor and remote place like this, where few outsiders come, there is usually a fence wall outside the village to guard against both mountain thieves and wolves. Don't be afraid, folks, it won't hurt anyone. We want to go to the mountains over there, and it seems to me that the map can only be borrowed from this village. Just then, a voice came from the distance. The group of villagers looked at each other, wondering for a moment if they were going to believe the voice. Having heard too many rumors of tigers catching people as ghosts, who can guarantee that this human voice is not from that ghost? It wasn't long before the villagers got a good look at the visitor as the big white bug got closer and closer. A young gentleman in fox fur, carrying a bundle and holding a porcelain doll in his left hand, followed by the 3-foot-long bug, slowly walked toward the village. The old man carefully stared at Lu Duanran's feet, and when he saw that both the man and the girl doll had shadows, the heart that had been hanging in the air was released, and he kindly reminded him, "Your Excellency should go back. That mountain is a man-eater, and none of us locals will go up that mountain." The fence wall wasn't open, and through the fence the old man spoke out. "Oh, mountains eat people? Why is that? Little old me doesn't know. That's how it's been passed down from the village's ancestors. Can the male keep that big bug away from the village?" "Tiger Kuan, you go over there." The tiger mountain god opened his mouth, and then he was wagging his tail to walk a little farther away and lie down on the snow. Seeing this scene, everyone in the village had their mouths wide open in surprise. After all these years of living, this is the first time I've ever seen such a strange thing. "Old folks, can you let Tonner and I go in and sit down? I'm a bit tired from traveling all the way, so I hope the old folks can stay the night." The people in the village looked at each other, and the old man hesitated, but opened his mouth. Go open the door for this male." Lu Chunran was hastily his hands to bow and thanked. "Thank you so much folks. Thank you." Cackle. The rolling logs holding up the fence wall were taken down and the gate was pushed open. "Where did you come from, sir?" The old man tentatively walked forward, his body intentionally keeping a few moments' distance from Lu Duanran, and opened his mouth to ask. Lu Duanran turned around and pointed behind him and opened his mouth. "From that hill over there, follow that mountain stream." "Ha? That mountain stream? That. Is there anything uncomfortable in your son's body?" The old man's expression clearly gave birth to a few oddities as he looked him up and down carefully. "No, how old folks, listen to you. There is something wrong with that mountain stream?" "There's nothing wrong with the mountain stream. It's that water that's the problem." "Water? Yeah. The locals know you can't drink the water from that mountain stream." "What is the reason for this?" "You will die of thirst if you always drink from that mountain stream." End of chapter. Chapter 48 Peach God, request for catch-up reading. Chapter 48 Peach God, request for catch-up reading. Dying of thirst? It's been a long time, and it's cold outside, so sir might as well come in and warm up before we say. After the old man made sure that this little gentleman in the fox fur was indeed a human being, the villagers were visibly enthusiastic. Peach Village for a year and a half have not seen a foreigner. The village of young people one by one around Lu Duanran, shocked and respected, heard that he wanted to go to the back of the village of that mountain, as if he took him as a high man who traveled the world. Young sir is truly a tall man. I've had a real eye-opener today. That big bug listens to little mister. This fox squatting on Mr. Shoulder is strangely handsome. This enthusiasm caused Lu Chunran to develop a few moments of embarrassment and waved his hand repeatedly. Not much of a guru, sort of some meager Taoist skills. He led Shaoan into the village, followed the old man, and after walking along the village path for a while, he came to a low mud house. Half of the house was built underground, as most of the remote villages in the north were, warm in winter and cool in summer. And the doorframe was so short that you needed to keep your head down if you wanted to enter the house or you would easily bump your head. Sir, please also sit down. The little old man's name is Huang. He is the village head of this peach village. It's just that this place is so remote, and there are so many strange things going on around here, so I always have to be careful. So I hope you won't be offended. And I don't know where you're coming from, and what you want to do on that mountain. The old man personally brought him a bowl of hot water, greeted Lu Duanran and sat on the kong, smilingly asked, "Don't look at this fox fur in front of the gentleman is not very old, but can make that head of the white longworm so obedient." The village people have never seen this kind of fairy tactics in their lives. A dozen young boys are standing outside the house, toward the house probing, looking at the bustle. Lu Duanran took a sip of the hot water and handed the bowl to Shaoan to warm his hands, then said in a warm voice, "My name is Lu. I came down from Fox Mountain in Stone County, and I wanted to go to Shangjing. When I was passing through Jiamu County, I heard that there was some kind of wine spring in the neighborhood, and with some curiosity in my heart, I groped and sought it out." Old man, what is the reason you say that the water from that mountain stream will kill you with thirst if you drink it? The village chief sat cross-legged on the kong, drank a mouthful of hot water, and smoked a dry cigarette. "It's been like this since my grandparents' generation. Everyone in the village drinks water from the well, and in winter they boil some snow." Lu Chunran closed his head in contemplation, remembering the picture he had seen on that stone wall Zhu book. And then he inquired, "Old man, is going to the source of this mountain stream the same way as going up the mountain?" Hearing that this little Mr. Lu still had the intention of going up the mountain, the old man's brows were a bit anxious and he spoke out to persuade him. "It's a road. Out of the village it's all the way towards the east. If Mr. Lu is curious, he can go to the east end of the village over there to take a look at the source of the mountain stream. But don't go up that mountain. In these decades, there are outsiders like you who come here. They all go up the mountain to look for the wine spring, and as a result, they go up the mountain and never come out again." Lu Chunran smiled gently at the old man. Then he nodded and said, "Thank you, old man, for the hot water. I'll go to the source of that mountain stream to have a look." Having said that, getting up, he took Shaoan's little hand and bid the old man farewell. Village Chief Huang stood up and kept sending him out the door, looking at his distant back, not forgetting to utter a command. "Mr. Little mustn't go up the mountain. It's really going to come out." Lu Duanran waved his hand. Right after Lu Chunran left, there was about an incense stick of effort. A short villager then caged his sleeves and walked into the village headman's house, slapped his body, stomped the snow on his feet, sat down on his butt on the hot bed, and sighed, "Old master, I just went to that peach forest east of the village to take a look, and I'm afraid the old peach trees won't last the winter." Hearing this, Huang village chief silently picked up his pipe and puffed a few mouthfuls of dry tobacco. "How many years has it been?" "It's old man. It has not been easy to last this long. Why do you think it's thundering in the middle of winter for no reason?" The short villager also shook his head inside. Peach Village is called Peach Village because there is a large peach forest at the foot of the mountain at the east end of the village. Whenever the peach blossom in March, the whole village will be lingering with a lingering peach fragrance. There is a slight wind drop, but also will be swung a falling red rain fly, embellished with the entire mountain village. And this peach forest, if you want to trace it back, originated from the ancient peach tree that had lived for an unknown number of years, born and raised by the earth and fall from the ground, soaked in color and no sound also susu, scarce arable land in the mountains. The village people's livelihood depends on the fruit of this peach forest. Naturally, this peach forest is particularly important, especially to the old peach tree. Heart is more reverence. Every year harvest time, to its worship, this old peach tree has accompanied the peach villagers through one and another a. It witnessed the peach village one after another villagers from youth to become a family, to the present old age. The people of Peach Village affectionately called that old peach tree Peach God. However, some time ago, for some unknown reason, a heavenly thunderbolt suddenly exploded in the middle of that peach forest, and as the people rushed there, all they saw was the charcoal black trunk of the tree that had been scorched by the lightning. The Peach God, who was worshipped as a sacred tree in the hearts of the villagers, is going to die. It is like a dying old man, lonely and stubborn in this peach village, walking through the last winter of its life. Let's not bother its old man this winter. The village chief sighed and looked out the window in silence. It's snowing again. The light wind makes people gradually drunk, and the warm sun burns the jade. Lu Chunran held Xiaoan's small hand and picked up the steps along the green stone-paved path between the villages, all the way towards the foot of the mountain. According to the route indicated by the village headman, one only needed to keep walking towards the east, and one would see the source of the mountain stream. When the sun was about to set, Lu Chunran arrived at a peach forest. This peach forest is at the foot of that mountain, covering about a few hundred acres. Into the woods. Lu Duanran I diffuse forest light. It is already the middle of October. The peach forest leaves all withered. The setting sun oblique diffuse residual red. The branches of the 3 or 2 is still open. Boing dash. The snow fox had already woken up from its nap and yawned, squatting on Lu Chunran's shoulder and looking out over the peach forest in front of him. In the past, the lush peach forest, now all dyed white, as if wearing a layer of white silk, layers of vegetation, all the way to the end of the field of vision. As he kept walking forward, a peach tree suddenly caught Lu Chunran's eye. It was an extremely thick peach tree, almost a dozen adult males spreading their arms to encircle its trunk. It just drew his attention to it. Now this old ancient tree has been completely different. Once strong branches are turned into charcoal. From the center of the trunk seems to be a terrifying force from top to bottom through. It was struck by lightning. It's a shame the old tree is dying. Lu Duanran caressed the peach tree, feeling the cracks in the trunk and sighing a little. What kind of tree is this, Mr. Big? Little Ann asked crisply, carrying her pear poncho and walking around this peach tree. It's a peach tree. It doesn't look like a pine tree. It's ugly. It's just been struck by lightning, and it's beautiful when the peachy reddish color is in full bloom. Then why isn't it open? Peaches don't bloom until spring. Spring? Won't that be a long time? Little Ann won't see it. Lu Duanran blinked and leaned down, stroking Xiaoan's head. Does Ann want to see a peach? And nodded vigorously. Want to see? Lu Duanran slowly straightened up and extended his fingers, gently stroking the peach tree that had lived for an unknown number of long years. Hypnotic technique, elementary, condensing sweet rain in jade dew, able to open out of time. P.S. Hater has launched a monthly rescue program at you. End of chapter. Chapter 49, The Peach's Death, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Chapter 49, The Peach's Death, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Under the ancient peach tree, Lu Chunran's fingertips, there was a touch of soft light leisurely trailing, like a drop of manna. Per dash. Drops fell on top of this scorched tree trunk and dipped into it, and the branch of this peach tree struck by lightning suddenly shook, and a bone slowly emerged. The wind and snow blew through at a leisurely pace. The only thing I can hear is the peach forest birds jumping and singing lightly. With the snow clearing, more quiet. The sun set little by little. The red color of the mountain is reflected, and then a peach in the branches of the old peach tree leisurely bloom. The sunset scarlet with the peach red. 2 kinds of red. Lu Chunran picked off the reddish peach and placed it in Xiaoan's hand, smiling gently. Ann, here, Mr. Big, is this a peach? So pretty. This is just one. If it were a mountain full of peaches in bloom, the beauty would be like a picture scroll. Ann, has Mr. Big ever seen a mountain of peaches? Never seen it. Then how do you say head? Dappled sunset fell on the ground. Through the branches and leaves gaps had like stars flickering. Lu Chunran's eyes skipped a touch of tenderness, reached out to touch the snow fox's fluffy hair, gently said, someone once shook a tree of peaches for me. Who is it? Auntie. Oh. The snow fox's eyes were stunned, and there seemed to be a point of trance in her pupils as she just looked at the scorched ancient peach tree, silently fuming. Mr. Big, do peaches look good on your head? Good looking. Little Ann is going to give this peach to His Excellency. Which lord? Yay for Ankusama. Okay, let's keep going. Aha. Lu Chunran was carrying the snow fox in his arms, pulling Little Ann's hand, and walking towards the distance, and in a matter of tea, he disappeared into this peach forest. Not much longer. Per dash. Another bone was sprouting from the scorched branch of that ancient peach tree. Purr, purr, purr. This was followed by a succession of thin voices that drowned out the depths of the peach forest in Jinglan. Then, the branches of the demonic peach tree trembled, following which it picked up the drop of manna high and rolled it to the very center of the peach tree. And then the countless branches and trunks gathered like in it, holding that drop of manna tightly in the very center. There was a soft pop, as if something had cracked in the trunk of the tree. Whoa dash. The sound of running water in a mountain stream was unrelenting. Moon on a branch. Lu Chuanran walked towards the source of the mountain stream while Su explored the scenery at the foot of the mountain. Finally came to the village chief, said the source of the mountain stream place. He stood under the foot of this mountain, hand on the eyebrow looking at the peak, half of the mountain. was a piece of smoke shrouded. See is not true. Lu Duanran squatted down and looked at the spring in the mountain stream. The water was very fresh and cold, no different from the usual unfrozen springs, and there was nothing strange to be seen. The more you drink, the thirstier you get? You'll end up dying of thirst? Is it salt water? But if it has a salty flavor, how come the villagers can't drink it? He reached out and tentatively ruffled the water of this mountain stream. In his mind, a golden book title page slowly floated. Bound to the mountain stream of greed, 0/1. The ghost of the drunken man. Hate and resentment. Think of the transformation. The stream is still not drinking, although to slow down the thirst, really do not drink also. Lu Duanran froze, looking incredulously at the spring in his hand. According to the title page of the golden book, the water in this entire mountain stream is the drunken drunkard who died, the lust of death. Although drinking quenches the thirst, but in reality it is the same as not drinking water. After a long period of time, the body does not feel that the intake of water. Naturally, it will die of thirst. I see. No wonder those villagers died of thirst. It's late at night. Lu Duanran then prepared to spend the night on his knees here, waiting for tomorrow's dawn when his vision was clearer before going up the mountain. He patted the snow on his body and stretched out his hand to that mountain stream. Moment. Dash. The stones under the water were broken out of the water, and condensed beside him to form a stone house that would be able to accommodate 2 people. Seeing this regular stone hut, Lu Chuanran's heart does not feel a little fluttering. This small art of stone driving is really practical, is simply a wilderness survival tool. Other people are still pitching tents there, and you can build a house in minutes if you have rocks. If we have some kind of stone driving technique, can we just build a building? If you can't afford to buy a house when you're in the blue planet, you can just build it in this side of the world. This is so cool, Mr. Big. I picked up a lot of sticks of firewood. Shaoan carried the pear poncho on his back and held a small bundle of twigs in his hand, bouncing over and placing it on the ground, looking at Lu Duanran with an inviting face. Little and really knows her stuff. What are we having for dinner? Have boiled beef. Well, the flames were then blazing. Snow Fox lying in the pear canopy, eyes full of warmth looking at the busy masters, the heart of a sense of satisfaction and warmth. She had been worried. Ran her if one day by the heart of the clear spirit without a trace of dust and dirt what to do? In hindsight, perhaps that worry of his was unwarranted. Along the way, witnessed the growth of Ranner. Perhaps he had once been confused, but now he had seen through the heart. Perhaps the doll that was still in its infancy back then will one day actually go to a place that he or she would never have imagined. Mr. Big, the meat you cooked is awful. Aha, don't cook it later. Good. Early morning. The villagers of Peach Village continued to get up as usual, folding quilts and tidying up their rooms. The village chief stretched his back, grabbed a handful of grain and went out to feed the chickens. Just at this time a fresh breeze, the coolness comes straight into the heart and soul. Suddenly, he wrinkled his nose, only to feel something strange. A familiar scent seemed to permeate the air. What's that smell? The mayor frowned. Wifey, do you smell something? So fragrant? The old woman cooking in the house smelled the sound and came out, sniffed around, and then her eyes were wide open, puzzled. Peach fragrance? Where did the peach scent come from in this winter? It's so thick. It wasn't just the village chief. The entire Peach Village had smelled the rich aroma. Just at this time, Tua ran towards the village in a hurry, coming up for air and yelling, "Oh, my God, guess what I saw? That peach grove at the east end of the village. It's open. It's all open, blooming denser than spring. Phew." The breeze floats lightly, wrapping a peach petal and sprinkling the village. Hearing of this strange event, instantly all the village faces came out of their homes and ran towards the direction of that peach forest. And then, in their eyes, they saw an image that was enough to shake this life. Every peach tree in the peach forest, peach full bloom. The cold wind brushed, and then trembled, shaking the body of the delicate petals. Falling like rain, a gust of wind sprang up, accompanied by a sky full of snow, rolled countless petals flying up to the sky, and then it was changed into a rainfall. The village chief struggled to keep his eyes open, looking deep into the old peach tree. A sliver of the morning sun fell, accompanied by the morning awnings. The peaches of the entire peach forest fell like raindrops, and in the beginning of the day, they were intertwined. This peach that blooms regardless of the time of the year is beautiful and bewitching, and behind this bewitching is the failure of the peach tree to cross the thunderbolt, the death of the tree, the withering of the tree. Village chief, the peach god has come to life. End of chapter. Chapter 50, The Village Chief Gossips 2, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Chapter 50, The Village Chief Gossips 2, Request for Catch-Up Reading. The sea comes to mind. Here, this is the world of Peach Red. Full of trees are all reddish red. The village chief's eyes were filled with awe as he took one step towards the peach tree. There is a slight wind, causing the fragrance of the nose, swinging up the red rain fly, but also 3 or 2 powdered leaves, was gently blown by the wind, fluttering down, sticking the mayor of the village full of face. Achoo! The mayor sneezed involuntarily and carefully held this peach petal at the center of his hand. The ancient peach tree that had existed for an unknown number of years and was on the verge of death. This time, it seems to have really become a god. After about a column of incense time, the peach in the peach forest has all fallen. In the ground above the thick layer of puffing, the only remaining in the air is not extinguished peach fragrance. The village chief sent someone to fetch an incense burner from home, respectfully placed it under the tree, burned 3 sandalwood joss sticks, and when the incense burned halfway through, all the people of Peach Village gathered one after another in front of the ancient tree. Candles were lit, paper was burned, and the people of the village, in order of seniority, knelt down under the tree of the peach god. Just as everyone was kneeling down to pay homage to the peach god, Tua raised his head and suddenly saw a huge peach hanging alone on the branches of an ancient peach tree. Master, quickly look, did the peach god bear fruit? Everyone looked up in amazement. On one of the branches of the peach god, there was a large peach, heavy and hanging there. The mayor rubbed his eyes vigorously. Fruit? The winter-blooming peaches had already shaken him to his core. But to have a fruit? Just as the village headman marveled, the branch twitched slightly and, in full view of the crowd, shook off the peach, which fell into the village headman's hand. The village chief froze in his tracks for an instant. Then the image of the gentleman in the fox fur reaching out and pointing down the manna involuntarily appeared in his mind. After a few breaths of time, the village chief took a deep breath, shock written all over his brow, and muttered, "It's Mr. Lu." It was Mr. Lu who saved the peach god. Having heard that, all the villagers instantly exploded. An uninformed woman hastily opened her mouth to ask the people beside her, "Mr. Lu? Which Mr. Lu?" "It's that Mr. Lu who went up the mountain yesterday. He was accompanied by a big white insect. I've been saying for a long time that Mr. Lu is a man of the way." "Village chief, you're not making this up, are you?" "Nonsense. It's true that women are all short-haired and short-sighted. Didn't you see the peach god give the village chief a peach? This is what the peach god and the village chief said. How can it be false?" The village chief turned his head and looked at the path leading to the mountain with a complicated gaze and said quietly, "This is Gonlin Yu Lua. This is divine magic. That Mr. Lu, I'm afraid he's not an immortal. It was the gods who enlightened the peach god." The mind replayed the scene of the party, when he thought that he was in the same room with the immortal, and even that immortal used his bowl to drink. The village chief's waist couldn't help but straighten up a lot. "Oh village chief, what did you see just now? Tell us about it." For gossip, this kind of thing, the person who says gossip and the person who listens to gossip can almost be said to enjoy the same level of pleasure. The village chief cleared his throat. Is to add fuel to the opening. The other day that day thunder, can be peach old. Peach old is always insisted on not dying. Mr. Lu was peach old spirit touched. This is down to the earth, out of the enlightenment of the peach old. See through the mystery of life and death, but also in the peach old, and said some immortal Tao of the mysterious sound to help the peach old cultivation. Mr. Lu is a very high value of the peach old. We are not an ordinary village after the peach village. Mama Kami. The villagers all came to a sudden realization, and they all scad and gushed over the matter. Then the village chief suddenly remembered to what, and hastily as lifted up the peach in his hand, raised his head to look at the ancient peach tree, and tentatively asked, "Elder Tao, are you asking me to deliver this immortal peach to Mr. Lu?" The branches of the ancient peach tree swayed slightly. The village chief nodded with a solemn face, then carefully held that peach in his arms, turned to look at the villagers behind him, and opened his mouth. "Tua, Shui Sheng, you two go home in a while to change into new clothes and follow me to find Mr. Lu. This is Elder Tao's gift of thanks. We must deliver this immortal peach child to Mr. Lu. Is that clear?" Tua and Shui Sheng's faces were instantly filled with excitement. Such an honorable task. This was delivering something to the gods. The two of them nodded vigorously, and then they ran towards the village in a puff of smoke. The village chief's old face, excited face, wins the red jade. The heart cannot say what the taste. Seems to be a bit of joy. He walked towards the village with the peaches in his hands, his mouth chanting over and over again, "Peach Village, this name is not very good. I'll have to change the name. What is good to call it? From now on, let's just call it the Village of the Immortal Peach." The soft breeze of the early morning ruffled through the tops of the forest, the pine needles clattered, and the coolness spread from top to bottom to this piece of forest. A sparrow, with a new worm in its mouth, took a sharp pick and zipped to its destination. Choo-choo. The young birds in the nest scramble to poke their heads in and chirp. Today is a good day. That is, the air is mixed with the fragrance of peach. Lu Chenran stretched his back and woke up from his meditation. The flames in the fire had already gone out and a few wisps of green smoke emerged. Shaoan was sleeping soundly with his arm around Snowfox. The wind ruffled the hem of his robe, and the sunlight pierced the leaves, casting flecks on the snow-white fox fur. Clear spring, snow water, stone room. At the moment, there are really a few elegant and unenvious flavor. The title page of the Golden Book slowly emerged in Lu Chenran's mind, and a line of writing floated ghostly. Bonding with the mountain stream of greed, 1/1. Bonding with moth-wing burden, 8/50. Bound to the branches of the northern pines, 5 out of 100. Bonding with Kensui Ryujin, 19 of 365. Bound to the northern snowfox, 3029/3300. And then, on the title page of the Golden Book belonging to the one of the greedy mountain stream, words quietly emerged. Greedy mountain streams. Receive delusion-breaking technique, elementary. A little paranoia busting? From the introduction on the title page of the Golden Book alone, it looked like a technique similar to Mind's Eye. Iboshi, wake up, we're going up the mountain. Lu Chenran reached out and touched the snow fox's head, smoothing her fluffy fur, and said in a warm voice, boing dash. The snow fox slowly opened his eyes, his fox paws rubbing his drowsy eyes and wiggling his fluffy fox tail. Mr. Big, you're awake early, and sat up, patted the snow off her body, and carefully straightened the pearly poncho on her body. Come on, let's go to Wine Springs. Yes, boing dash. The two men, one fox, traveled up the path that led up the mountain. Not long after Lu Chenran had just gone up the mountain, the village headman chased him all the way with Shueisheng and Tuwa, and came to the source of this mountain stream. The mayor's hand was holding the peach, and underneath the peach was a piece of red silk, which smelled strange in the wind. Shueisheng's face was frozen red, rubbing his hands together, looking at the fire that had just been extinguished not too long ago, and opened his mouth. Master, we seem to be late. Mr. Lu has already gone up the mountain. Tuwa crouched down and took a closer look at the footprints on the ground. Mr. Lu hasn't been gone long. He was definitely here an hour ago. Mayor, what do we do? The two lads looked at each other in disbelief. The village chief looked at the path up the mountain with a few tangled faces, and after pondering for a while, he fiercely clenched his teeth, and then looked at the two lads and asked, Shueisheng, Tuwa, do you two dare to follow me up the mountain? End of chapter. Chapter 51, The Fountain of Greed, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Chapter 51, The Fountain of Greed, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Never go up the mountain is an ancestral motto that has been passed down in the Peach Village for hundreds of years. Over the years, generation after generation of Peach Village people have continued to confirm the truth of this ancestral motto with their lives. Old Master, this is written into the ancestral training. Never go up the mountain. Subconsciously, Shueisheng just opened his mouth. Instead, Tuwa took a step out, crossing his arms, his face full of bravado. Master, I'll go with you. Mr. Lu is in the mountains anyway, and I've long been curious about what that wine spring is. Seeing Tuwa said so, Shueisheng once again looked at the red peach in the village chief's hand, thought twice, and then clenched his teeth and made a decision against his ancestors. To hell with the ancestry, Gramps, I'm coming with you. Up the hill. The three of them knelt on the ground and paid homage in the direction of the peach god, and then they followed the footprints left by Mr. Lu and carefully walked towards the mountain. Lu Chenran roamed along the trail on the mountain, taking in the scenery as he roamed towards the top of the mountain. Mist filled the surrounding. The mountain blue trees, snowy paths, winding water. It was not as barren as Lu Chenran thought. On the contrary, it was beautiful and unusual. All eyes are freezing fog. Sometimes there are flocks of birds flying around, chirping a piece of song, suddenly embedded in the picture. It's like a fairy resort. When looking at the mountain from the bottom of the mountain, he could not feel the wonders of the mountain at all. Lu Chenran seemed to gradually understand the meaning of the phrase being here in the mountain. Tour this mountain. In fact, the observation of things in the world is also the same. People are in a different position. The starting point of the problem is not the same. So for some of the objective knowledge of things inevitably have one-sided. Anyways, it was idle to walk all the way. Lu Chenran did a poetry comprehension in the meantime. The mountain did not repair the road, so Lu Chenran all the way is to follow the more flat place small feet. In this snow-covered, leaving a series of clear footprints. Mr. Big, haven't we reached the wine spring you mentioned yet? I don't know where that wine fountain is either. What about Little and getting lost? Follow me. Little and won't get lost. Why wouldn't Mr. Get lost? Because the road is trodden by me. Oh, after walking for about 2 hours, I suddenly heard a sound of water flowing. A constant vapor filled the fog. It's wine springs? Lu Chenran's heart was suddenly stirred, and he was sniffing the sound of the water as he made his way forward. The way up the mountain was exceptionally smooth, and he himself did not meet the mysterious old man as mapped on the stone walls Yushu. The midday sun shines on the Rincon spring. Lu Chunran finally sought out this spring. Wisps of wind blowing warmed the snow here. The blue sky white clean as water. Green pines and bamboo lurks for green hair. White jade draws out shallow ink green buds, like emerald, dripping that is permeable. A huge piece of granite stood beside the spring, with ink stains on it. Jade spring. Sigh. A black and white crane. Tail across the pine forest. Nowhere in the sky. A little hovering. Wings are fast chopping. Head into the spring. Ripples. The view is beautiful. Beautiful beyond words. Only a touch of disappointment surfaced in Lu Chunran's heart. This spring water is the same as the water in the mountain stream. And there is no strong smell of wine. Not to mention what dear wine cups. Little Anne, in a rare lack of chatter, followed herself without moving, the pearly poncho behind her moving. Is this the fountain of wine that the world seeks? It should be a fabrication by the person who wrote the divine anomaly scripture. This jade feeder spring may be the source of the mountain stream of greed. And Wang Xiaoshan should have died of thirst rather than drunkenness after drinking this water. No wonder this spring can't be knotted. I guess it's so. It's already been knotted. Lu Chunran let out a long sigh. And then he shook his head, holding little Anne's hand, touching the snow fox on his shoulder, and spoke. Let's go. There is nothing divine here. The scenery is quite beautiful. And then he was following the footprints he had come from, walking towards the bottom of the mountain. The little stone house he had built at the foot of the hill was still standing, and the fire had gone out completely, leaving a smudge of charcoal on the white snow. As the sun gradually set, Lu Chunran followed this little traveled path all the way along the direction of the peach village, and once again came to the peach forest at the foot of the mountain. His gaze looked at the ancient peach tree that had been scorched by the heavenly thunder. The branch still had the bones that had bloomed when he came. Hey, Mr. Lu, you're back? In the middle of the peach forest, a familiar voice suddenly came out. Lu Chunran looked at the place where the voice came from, and he saw the village headman walking towards himself with a surprised face. Lu Chunran looked at the village chief with some surprise. This place was still some distance away from the peach village, but he didn't know why the village chief was here. Seemingly seeing Mr. Lu's confusion, the village chief walked up and smiled. Come to see this old friend of mine. Hey, a while ago, O Winter Thunder, this old friend of mine split into pieces to find an empty space to come here to see it. So it is. Lu Duanran smiled. Mr. Lu hasn't eaten dinner yet, right? The mother-in-law at home should be slightly better already. Go with me to have a bite to eat. The village chief's enthusiasm. Lu Chuanran was not in a position to refuse, and with a smile, he nodded. Good thing too. In the distance, there was a handful of green smoke floating. It seemed that when they saw Lu Chunran walking down from that mountain, all the villagers along the way saw Lu Chunran coming back together with the village head, and they all walked up to greet him and say hello. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the village headman's small courtyard. A wisp of curling smoke rises up in the dark. It is the time of fire on earth. Granny, quickly bring Mr. Lu Xiao a bowl of hot soup to warm his body. Gu, the day is this cold yo. Follow the village chief into the house. Mr. Lu is back? The meal is just about ready. Let's have some here. Not long after, the village chief's old wife came out of the kitchen with a bowl of chicken soup, smilingly handing it over to Lu Duanran. Mr. is exhausted. Have some hot soup first. Thanks a lot. Lu Chunran smiled gently and took the bowl of hot soup that the old woman handed over. Inside the house, the oil lamp's light swayed, and the shadows of the village chief and the old woman were reflected on the wall, so that a melting warmth seemed to rise inside the house. Lu Chunran's brows spread out, and he was placing the bowl with chicken soup on his lips. Suddenly, Brain, the title page of the golden book slowly floated out. Bonding with Jade Feeder, 0 to 1. Jade feed the wine. Wine spring injection. It is 1 zhang wide and 3 zhang deep, and the wine is as beautiful as meat and as clear as a mirror. There is a jade fruit on the top. Take the wine and drink a cup. If you cannot get drunk, you will be able to realize the immortal theory. He will have no time to rest with the sky. Lu Chunran's pupils contracted violently. His smile froze on his face, staring straight at the porcelain bowl in his hand. The chicken soup reflected his eyes, a ghostly light floating slowly. Paranoia breaking technique, elementary. He slowly raised his head and gazed into the old woman's kindly face. The village headman smiled as he packed up the beds. Mr. Lu Xiao, drink soup warm up your body. End of chapter. Chapter 52, Whale Drinking. Chapter 52, Whale Drinking. Paranoia breaking technique, elementary. Can break through the illusions created by the minds of mortals. A silence, as Lu Chunran's eyes operated the delusion-breaking minor art. All the delusions around him were like the surface of a calm lake, rippling in circles and gradually dissipating. In his eyes, a surfeit of vastness floated leisurely, and all the gentle images of the peach village in front of him were scattered around like sheared confetti. The snow is like a flurry of flotsam and jetsam. Lu Chuanran is now sitting cross-legged on a stone. From time to time there is water splashing onto the body. The mountain waters still flow. Run snow slightly waves. The water flow around a tall dense banyan tree. The banyan tree is wrapped by the snow. Just like a block of ice in snow huagai. A heavy smell of alcohol filled the entire mountain. And in the sky, interspersed with clusters of snow resembling feathery flakes, circled around him, congealing into a pile of ice. Whoa dash. The sound of the rushing water kept echoing in his ears. At this moment, Lu Chenran realized that he was actually in the middle of a valley, with two banks of cliffs facing each other, covering the sky and leaving only a line of sky. Mountain water surged down in torrents from among the crevices of the two rocks, and the mist spread throughout the valley. And in his hand, the bowl of hot soup handed over by the village chief gradually took on a prototype shape, actually changing into an exquisitely shaped jade bottle. Lu Chenran took a deep breath, and a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. If he didn't possess the golden book title page, he was afraid that he would have been lost in this illusion. In that moment, the time he perceived differed from the real world, a difference that cut him apart, as if he had merged into the inner stream of time, gradually becoming indistinguishable from the inner and outer worlds, and reaching oblivion. And then, he kept the motion of holding the wineglass and glanced with his afterglow in the direction where the spring was located. On the dome of the sky, hexagonal snow crystals, diving lightly with the wind, just like a layer after layer of soft clouds. At the top of this cliff, there grows a green vine, wantonly enchanting, branches and vines covered with heavy snow. In no time, wrapped around a pale pine. On the vine, a large green gourd hung. Dramatically, Lu Chunran actually saw a pair of children in this gourd body, big eyes, long eyelashes shallow of volt, black and white pupils seem to have a few points of playfulness. Gourd body with the wind leisurely swaying in the vines. This gourd eyes saw that Lu Chunran stayed in place, delayed to drink the wine spring in his hand, is slowly induced to say, Mr. Lu Xiao, drink, why don't you drink? Seeing this scene, Lu Chunran's heart was already fully enlightened. The illusions that he experienced just now were all cast by this green gourd, and he could not help but sigh in his heart. This gourd's illusion is so powerful dash. The old man that the mountain man met that I watched on the stone walls Jushu frescoes. I'm afraid that it is also a manifestation of the illusion that it condensed. But now it seemed that this gourd also didn't know that he had already broken through this side of the illusion. Lu Chunran carefully surveyed the cup of wine in his hand. His nose sniffed, and then, a few oddities surfaced on his cheeks. Based on the nose alone, this is a very ordinary wine. If you were judging by the degrees of the blue star, it would be more than enough to have a 20. Just such a small cup of wine. Not to mention the drunkenness of the drunkard who can drink buckets of wine every day. That is, any adult woman in the north can be bored by a mouthful of wine. If it is put on the wine table of the northern people of the blue planet, it is to be with the children on the table. How is it possible to die drunk? There must be something odd about this wine bottle. Thinking so, Lu Chunran then unfolded his mind's eye and carefully observed the wine bottle in his hand. But I saw a ray of golden light from the bottom of the wine bottle connecting the entire wine spring. The spring water rippled, and the wine in the bottle rippled with it. Seeing this scene, Lu Chunran's heart vaguely had a few guesses. He once watched a Peking opera titled Sizhou City, in which a woman named Lady Jellyfish was walking on the road with 2 buckets of water, ready to flood the southeastern part of the country, while Zhang Guolao, one of the 8 immortals, heard about it and hurriedly rode a donkey backwards to stop Lady Jellyfish halfway, requesting that the donkey be allowed to have a drink to relieve its fatigue. The Lady Jellyfish didn't recognize Zhang Guolao, so she readily agreed. Who knew that the donkey drank 1 bucket of water in 1 gulp, and drank the other bucket down to just a tiny bit? The Lady Jellyfish was shocked to learn that her 2 buckets actually contained water from all over the world, and she was so angry and annoyed that she casually poured out all the water left in the buckets. The water was so overwhelming that it flooded Shui, and then flowed to the next city of Surabaya, and countless people were buried under the water. Could it be that this wine bottle is the same as those 2 buckets of water of the Lady Jellyfish? It appears to be a cup, but it is a fountain? In that case, it makes sense that the alcoholic could be drunk to death. Even if a normal person can drink, it's only 3 to 5 pounds, but this is a whole spring. But, Lu Chunran shook his head and laughed softly, and then a burst of vast sounds came from his abdominal cavity. Whale drinking technique, elementary. If the whale swallows the river and the sea, there is no end to the time. The essence of the water in the spirit of the market, the art to get its shape, but not all the real. It is a small also. According to the title page of the Golden Book, as long as you drink all the water from this spring, you will be able to realize the immortal fate, and you can transform your whale drinking technique. And so, under the anticipation and gaze of that green gourd, Lu Duanran raised his wine bottle. Snow covers the mountains, as if a layer of white brocade. Green Gourd had lost track of how many years he had existed in this mountain. Seeing that the fox fur gentleman has been immersed in the illusion he constructed for him, after drinking the bowl of chicken soup, its eyes are wandering in the snowy sky, his mind flying with the snow to nowhere. The green gourd was born in and feeds this spring. The two complement each other, it gives the spring its liquor, and the spring gives it immortality. Accompanied by the gentle flying snow, the green gourd and the wine spring spent one after another only, with its birth of spiritual wisdom, the heart gradually born a word called freedom. The green gourd want to leave this wine spring, want to walk down the mountain, to see this side of the world. Wine springs give it eternal life, but at the same time they bind it to eternity. Since the time of birth, the green gourd will never be able to leave this wine spring, for it has already been born spirit. This is not a fairy fate, but more like a kind of gentle curse. I can't remember how many years ago it was. It must have been a couple of A's. That day as usual, it looked up at the sunset clouds rolled. The mountain snow is big. Shamsun all is a snow cage. Later, the mountain came a white deer. The white deer could see what was on its mind, so it told her a method. Just need to trick the open spirit to drink this wine spring, and drunkenly die in it, constantly collecting the desire of the dead. Day after day, when the desire of the dead filled the mountain stream, this wine spring will be born again in the middle of a gourd, and at that moment, it is the time of her liberation. Don't feel guilty, it's just that they have greed in their hearts. The white deer told it so. Green gourd has never been so excited. And now, as long as this fox-furred male dies drunk in the wine fountain as before, it will be relieved. Green gourd slowed down. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile as he swung around and spun on this vine man. Its smile grew whiter and whiter, and it just looked at the fox-furred male drinking wine, already fantasizing about the red dust escapades that would come with relief. 3 breaths later, Green Gourd's smile then froze on his face. P.S. Shall we? Request for recommendation. Request for catch-up reading. Request for monthly votes. Request for hugs. End of chapter. Chapter 53 Drunken Gourd. Request for catch-up reading. Chapter 53 Drunken Gourd. Request for catch-up reading. The sky is like an eye, and the white snow is like the awn of an eye. Jade feed on the surface of the spring. The first no ripples were born a circle of ripples. Then, is blowing wind and snow to this for a soft, snow clearing melted with the wine gaslight as a butterfly, fluttering in the wine springs in the air. The fog hidden from the sky. Gobble gobble dash. Then it was bubbling upwards, and the bubbles made by the alcohol were drifting away with the fluffy snow. What happened? Green Hulk's eyes went wide and he took a deep breath, staring in awe at what was in front of him. In an instant, the spring was like a dragon sucking in water, rolling up 1,000 waves. Under the wine spring, gradually formed a huge vortex, crazy to all around the spring pumping. Loud. No sound. Do not see any sound. And then, is to see a circle of water waves violently spread out, is to make this jade feed spring surface instantly downward concave in, as a smooth water bowl. Rumble. A thunderous sound was born from the flat earth. The bowl of water shattered, splashing 1,000 layers of snow. Green Gourd's face gradually changed from shock to the color of panic, subconsciously swallowed his saliva and murmured out, "No way, how is that possible? The fox-furred gentleman sitting on a plate. Just one drink. Is he going to drink this whole fountain of wine dry?" As if to confirm what she thought in her heart, the gentleman in fox fur actually stood up, tilted his head and raised his cup, pouring the wine in the cup into his mouth. The boundless springs of wine seemed to pour downward from heaven. It's dozens of times more magnificent than the waterfall. Azure. Shaowen stared dumbfounded at what was in front of him, pushing Lu Duanran's body and pointing at the wine fountain and opened his mouth. "Mr. Big, don't drink anymore. Look, why is this wine fountain getting smaller and smaller?" The snow fox blinked her fox eyes. A touch of doubt surfaced in her heart. It was just a matter of being able to see through that illusion. When did Ranner learn the whale drinking technique behind her back? At this moment, there seemed to be countless grass mud horses galloping through Green Gourd's heart. A bad thought surfaced from her mind. Damn it, if this wine fountain is really drained, one won't die, right? No way, can't be like this. He has to be stopped. Hundreds of years had passed, and Green Gourd had never seen such a strange thing. He was born in the wine spring, and at the same time feeds the wine spring, and the relationship with the wine spring has long been complementary. If this wine spring is suddenly withdrawn, it is inevitable that there will be any impact on himself. Thinking this way, the green gourd was twisting its body on the vines with great force, and then with the force of inertia, it made a strong leap towards the front. Tom. The green gourd was planted on top of the snow and swept up a piece of snow. A hazy mist then filled the body of this wine gourd. There was a wind gently floating. A woman with a slender figure then slowly emerged in the midst of the roiling wine, wearing a green brocade robe with a wide collar, shallowly exposing a tender white and slender neck, lips like cherry red, with a ponytail tied on his head, a gourd-shaped hairpin on his braid, and 2 leaves slightly swinging with the wind. Up and down the view, the feeling is refreshing. There is a trace of the man's thunder and lightning, perhaps because too anxious to type. There are still a few points of clothing, eyes smoked by the wine gas to the disorientation of the face through a touch of seductive blush. Anxious and panicked in the direction of the Lu Duanran ran over. Bastard! Quickly shut up for my old lady. Don't drink it. The old lady's water is going to be drained by you. It was just that her words had just fallen, and before she could run to that fox-furred male side, the water in that wine spring was completely drained with the naked eye. The rocks are bare, revealing dry beds of teeth. Even in the air, there is no more smell of alcohol. The green gourd's eyes immediately flashed a color of despair. Hand toward Lu Duanran's direction, and inattention, did not stabilize the body. Feet slipped, then plopping, planted in the snow shell, raising a flurry of snow clearing. Lu Chunran slowly put down the wine bottle in his hand. The title page of the Golden Book floated ghostly in his mind. Affiliation with Jade Feeder, 1/1. In his chest, the monstrous vastness became even more intense, and the sound of booming thunder could be faintly heard. Blessed with the Jade Fountain and awarded the whale drinking technique, intermediate. If the whale swallows the river and the sea, there is no end to the time. The essence of the water in the spiritual market. The art has its shape, but not all the original truth. The whale drinking minor art has indeed evolved. Before, it only went in and out, but now it's like a water child with some more wonderful uses. While Lu Chunran was pondering and studying the technique, he heard a burst of women's ramblings coming from his ears. My wine, my wine, my wine, my wine. Lu Chunran turned around and looked at the green-clothed woman with a face full of mourning with some surprise. Snow sprinkled between her long hair, falling on her slender eyelashes, only that pair of black and white pupils. At this moment is a few points of stagnation, a face of grief and despair. Could this be the green gourd? Surprisingly, a strangely beautiful woman, with a truly stunning look, especially with that drunken flair. It's just a rough character. Green gourd seems to see this fox-fur gentleman noticed her. For a moment is the anger attack heart. Indignation. A few steps is toward him over. Cheeks overflowed with I do not know whether it is excitement or drunkenness, a touch of halo red. You're a wine thief. Give me back my wine. While saying that, he waved his fist and punched towards Lu Duanran. Just when she was less than 3 feet away from Lu Duanran, the title page of the Golden Book in Lu Duanran's mind appeared again. Bonding with Drunken Gourd, 0/365. Born and bred in the Immortal Gourd. Good wine by nature. Often addicted to wine. Get drunk. Next moment, Lu Chunran is to feel the mind seems to have a seed set in it, and then it is transformed into a wine spring, swirling in their own sea of consciousness. In the underworld of the woman has a few points of contact. Feeling the fountain of wine in his mind, Lu Chunran tilted his head to dodge the woman's fist, and subconsciously stretched out his finger, pointing it at the woman's head. Give me back mine. Pung. A voice came. Immediately afterward, a mist filled the air. This green-clothed woman then transformed into a large green gourd and fell on top of the snow with a plop sound in the midst of Lu Chunran's surprise. The wine. Green gourd's body swayed, those big eyes confused, seemingly dropped by this sudden fall, and his mouth spoke words that had not yet been finished by the party. Shawan blinked her eyes and curiously squatted beside the green gourd, nudging the leaves of the gourd with her hand and said crisply, Mr. Big. Gourd's eyes seemed to be spinning. Boing dash. The snow fox came over and sniffed back and forth around the gourd, seemingly pondering something. Lu Duanran was amused by this scene and bent down, picked up this green gourd and opened his mouth. You drunken gourd. So unreasonable. Obviously you lured me up the mountain before. How can you say that I stole your wine to drink? The green gourd was held in his hands, glaring and vicious. If greed hadn't already been in your heart, how could my old lady have lured you to the mountain? Lu Chunran blinked and did not argue with her. Thinking of that spring of wine in his mind, he tentatively extended his index finger to point at this green gourd again. Pung! A flash of fog filled the room instantly. Lu Chunran felt a weight on his arm, and then a scarlet cheek was reflected in his eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 54, Are you really not playing with me on purpose? Chapter 54, Are you really not playing with me on purpose? 4 eyes. Green gourd stared wide-eyed. Cheeks also do not know drunkenness or what reason. Rose red, tightly pursed Jew lips. Obviously by the scene in front of the eyes of the shock is not light. How did you do that? Earlier, her gourd body was still grasped in the hands of this foxfur man, merely nudging herself to automate her form, followed by the sensation of a hand with residual warmth wrapping around her waist, the body of the green shirt trembling if ripples. precisely ripples to the posture of the roaming wonderful boundless. A belong to the gourd of the fresh aroma lingering in the tip of the nose of the Luchuan Ran. Although the green gourd is not a human being, but since its incarnation, it is also vaguely aware of the thing of earthly propriety. The body is not allowed to be touched by others. I can't say what kind of feeling I have in my heart, and I was so annoyed that I lifted my leg and kicked it towards him. You, let go of me, you wine thief. Lu Ran is also in the middle of surprise, did not react, is not intended to be frivolous to her. Noticing the kick that Cheng Hulu had sent towards him, he once again stretched out his finger and pointed it towards her head. Sure enough, it was as he thought it would be. Pung! The woman's leg just kicked out half. There is a piece of hazy mist dispersed, once again turned into the green gourd, stable and settled in the hands of Lu Ran. What the hell kind of spell did you use? The green gourd was in a hurry and popped up in Lu Ran's hands, the two gourd leaves messing up in the wind, glaring roundly. She is not stupid. How she is also 1,000 years of Taoist gourd, but by the fox fur man in front of her to play in the palm of the hand? Where on earth did this number come from? Is it just running towards you? Lu Ran, however, was holding this green gourd in one hand, narrowing his eyes as he pondered why this was happening. Could it be because of the seed that had condensed in Fawn's mind? This green gourd was born in the wine spring, and one used the whale drinking miner technique to pocket all the water from that spring, and along with that, one could control this green gourd? Green gourd, however, did not know what was in his mind, and when he saw his narrowed eyes, looking back and forth at his own body, he subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of water. What's this man up to? He's not going to make himself into a wine gourd, is he? The green gourd's heart was filled with anger, but the expression on his face was gradually frustrated, and even the pupils were filled with fear of this man, and his voice gradually became much smaller. I really didn't want to harm anyone. It's all because they got greedy in their hearts and went to drink from that wine fountain for the sake of the Immortal Destiny itself, and that village under the mountain. I've warned them all hundreds of years ago not to go up the mountain. Please. While speaking, Cheng Hulu's eyes were quietly glancing at Lu Duanran's reaction. Lu Ran froze for a moment. He hadn't expected that this arrogant gourd's mouth would even say the word beg. Green gourd seemed to sense that his selling of misery had worked. Immediately afterward, her eyes were red, and her black eyes were filled with begging for Ken and almost had tears hidden in them. Sir, I really am a good gourd. Lu Duanran blinked, sighed, and opened his mouth. It's not like I'm some kind of forced evil. What's the point of looking at me like that? While saying that, he still placed that green gourd steadily on the ground, and then stretched out his fingers to point at this gourd body once again. Pung! A puff of smoke filled the air. However, next moment, the cheeks of the green gourd that had reshaped into human form then evoked a wry smile. The corners of his mouth gathered in a smirk, and he let out a disdainful laugh. Ha ha ha, brat, playing with my old lady? See you later. A burst of snow cleared the ground and scratched down a line of deep marks. Immediately after that, the green gourd was hidden into the snow, flying towards the distance traveling, like a fast-digging groundhog, just a blink of an eye, ran out dozens of feet away. A few moments of self-satisfaction arose in her mind especially. The wine fountain was gone, but she didn't feel anything different in her body at the moment. So, she was free? If I can't beat you, I can't run from you? I'd like to thank this brat, but it's a pity that the world is so big that it's hard to meet again once you're gone. The green gourd again ran for a while, saw that the fox fur man did not catch up, the heart by the birth of a few points of doubt. Could it be that the old lady really misunderstood him? And really a kind gentleman? Another half a mile forward, the green gourd suddenly stared wide-eyed, only to feel his body was pulled out of the earth by an inexplicable force. His body suddenly trembled. A gust of wind came, rolled up the falling snow of the yarn, pounced on the green gourd full face, slightly cold. Following this, she reappeared as a large green gourd, and with a whoosh sound like a meteor, she slid back into the hands of the fox fur man. Lu Ran quietly sat on the ground, looked at the gourd in front of him, and gently smiled and said, "Looks like we're see you later, green gourd." After a pause, Lu Ran added, "The party's recluse technique is rare, green gourd." Her eyes were filled with annoyance as she stared at the person in front of her, pursing her lips tightly, obviously already grieving to the extreme, and there were a few points of misery in those black and white eyes. Obviously the green gourd has understood its own situation. Cannot fight, cannot run, soft cannot, then try hard. Thinking this way, the large green gourd is willow eyebrows, in the hands of Lu Ran bouncing, leaving only a stubborn mouth and a stubborn temper. Wine thief, how on earth did you do that? You want me to be your wine gourd? I advise you not to even think about it. You look like a handsome scholar, but you're full of ideas. The scolding of the broken mouth should have been hard to hear, but the voice was clear, as if the pearls and jade fell on the plate. Tinkling. Lu Duanran sighed and covered Xiaowan's ears to prevent her from listening to the filthy words. Immediately after that, he threw the green gourd aside, curled his fingers, and knocked twice against the gourd. Bang! Bang! The green gourd looked like a tumbler, twisting twice askew on the snow. A tear overflowed from those eyes in an instant, stained with tear stains, but still stubborn. Miss Green Gourd, you always have to give me a chance to explain. Green Gourd turned her back, looking like she didn't want to listen to him. Only the two slightly moving gourd leaves still betrayed her. After Lu Chunran deliberated for a while, he opened his mouth with a few apologies. I am Lu Duanran. I have basically understood the existence of your friend, and the magic of the party was not performed by Lu, but this square of wine spring has entered the mind of Lu. The wine spring has been summoned to your friend since it perceived your friend's departure. The green gourd was silent for a moment, silently turning the gourd around and speaking. Sure you didn't mean to toy with me? Lu Chunran. Then change over to me. I'm not an unreasonable gourd. And crouched down, patting the gourd leaves with her small hand and winking. Big purr, why are you called a purr? Do you always snore when you sleep like a big cat? Green gourd glanced at Xiaowan and hummed lightly. Whose kid is it? Senior. I'm a gourd, not a snorer. Oh, big Lulu. The snow fox crept over and sniffed the gourd's body, as if pondering something. Thanks to Stranger Self for Dust's 5,000 points reward. Thanks to Mortal's 500 points. Thanks to Lone Shadow Shang Under the Moon's 500 points. Thanks to Xiaohua Old Age's 500. Thanks to 525's Alliance. Pouring River's Eye. Separate Sorrows. And Bookmate 712's 200. End of chapter. Chapter 55, Don Xuan, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Chapter 55, Don Xuan, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Lu Duanran stretched out his finger and tapped the green gourd. Pong! The gourd transformed into a woman in green, sitting on her knees in the snow, also not making a sound, as if gambling. The snow flurries flew a little lighter, tinted with a halo of red in the crimson slanting sun. When the green gourd didn't make a sound, Lu Chunran didn't take the initiative to ask. Leaning under that banyan tree and tilting his head up to look at the gorgeous evening sunlight above the dome of the sky, the banyan tree, covered with snow and ice, stretched out its shadows, and the only sound of falling snow was the silence of the fields. The green gourd face was calm, and after cursing in his heart, only then did he feel that a certain place in his heart was gradually empty, yet it was filled with a certain kind of thing, and he could not say what it felt like. Surname Lu, what you mean is that the wine spring is in your body, so in the future, old lady won't be able to leave you? It's like this, it's a no-brainer. Helpless? It's your honor to have my mother by your side, and you're still not happy about it? Xiaowan immediately stood up and walked over to the woman in green, crisply saying, I'd love to. Big holler follow little Anne. Green gourd. The snow fox glanced at her, then walked back from the green gourd side and resumed squatting on Lu Chunran's shoulder, combing the fluffy fur on the fox's body. Lu Duanran's face had a few moments of embarrassment as he coughed lightly and held little Anne in his arms as he spoke. What shall I call you? My friend? No names. Then I can't keep calling Taoist friends, can I? Green gourd froze, her eyes glancing at him casually. Just call me Green then. Cyan? Call me Green. Do you know the white lady? Unacquainted. Who is this man? Just asking off the top of my head. Oh, you don't look like a gourd. Like what? The character is rather like a sprightly, walking warrior woman. Rather, it makes Lu Chunran's heart have a few feelings, all the way around. Let himself feel someone taste of the woman, but it is a gourd. After a pause, Lu Chunran then picked up the snow fox and introduced it seriously. She's a boshi. This is Little Anne. Little Anne, say hello to your little green sister. Boing dash. Xiaowan followed the adult's example and looked at the gourd with a serious face, making a bow with both hands. My name is Xiaowan. Meet fellow Daoist Hulu. Xiao Qing glanced at the girl, amused by her action. She was poofing out a laugh, then seemed to react to the fact that she was getting angry, so she pulled her face down again. I say again, I'm a gourd, not a hoot. Lu, what are you doing running up this mountain for nothing? Where were you originally going? Lu Duanran opened his mouth. This trip is to go to the capital to seek immortal fate, and when I came across this place, I heard the strange news about the wine spring on the mountain, so I wanted to come and have a look. So you came here and drank the old lady's wine? Don't say anything about this being a helpless act of moralizing. I don't believe you didn't see through that illusion. That's right, Mr. Lu is greedy for that strange object, but what happens after that is out of my control. Seeing that this fox fur man actually admitted it in a generous manner, the green-clothed woman's face gave birth to a few moments of surprise. You're honest. So, mountain man. Green gourd's face instantly chilled, glaring and serious. I've said that it's none of my business, it's those with greed in their hearts who went up the mountain and took their own lives. Did the villages below the mountain not advise them not to go up the mountain? Good advice is hard to persuade the ghosts. Even if they don't die of drunkenness in this wine spring, they will die of their own greed. Lu Chunran frowned slightly, not knowing how to retort for a moment. Since when? A few koshi ago. I don't remember exactly how long. A white deer told me that as soon as I condensed these delusions, another gourd would grow, and then I would be free. Lu Chunran's eyes narrowed as he looked at her, and then he spoke faintly. It seems that you were compelled by that white deer. How is that possible? Fairy White Deer is a self-proclaimed immortal disciple. Can't you feel the karma of these delusions? If Mr. Lu didn't guess correctly, the more delusions condensed in the mountain stream, the more miserably you'll be revolted. And in the end, you'll be worn out of your own mind, and can only be used as a winegourd by that white deer. Fooled by it? Wait, why aren't you the one who's fooling me? If you think so, there is nothing Lu can do. Me. Lu Duanran slowly got up and packed the bag he was carrying, and then he opened his mouth. Is there a way to rub out the delusion in that mountain stream? Green Gourd shook his head. Lu Duanran pondered for a while, seemed to have thought of something, squatted in front of Shaoan, and said in a warm voice, Little do you have a way to contact in Changhuan? And blinked, then nodded. Mr. Big, Little and give it a try. Immediately after that, Shaoan took down the pear poof behind her back, swept the snow from the ground, sat cross-legged on the snow, cupped her face, and fumed silently. The Green Gourd, on the other hand, walked towards the vine man that had birthed him, casting a spell in his hand to collect this green vine. After about an incense stick, Lu Duanran touched Shaoan. Well, Shaoan pursed her lips, a little aggravated. My lord taught Littlean. Littlean forgot. Lu Chunran. He rubbed Littlean's head and said gently, It's okay, Littlean will just keep chanting in her mind now. Mr. Big wants to see in Xingwang, Goodwood County. Thick snow smeared the city hall in a clean white, and Tao Susanna a white shirt sitting silently under the window case, dealing with the important matters of Jiamu County, the arrival of the water sacrifice, so that her already busy work even worse. That is, even a little bit of free time or no longer, just she always is not good at expression. Hand under the civil and military judges also dare not disturb themselves, each sitting in the hands of things. It was at this moment that the broken thought suddenly surfaced in her mind, and she frowned, listening intently. Omi contends that he wants to call to see in Xingwang? What do you mean? After a little thought, he put down his hands. A wisp of green smoke is dispersed here. Shaoan frowned, sitting cross-legged on the snow, his small hands dead against his temples, a look of trying to think. Seeing this scene, Lu Chunran felt a little funny. Squatting down, his big hand was rubbing her little head, smiling. Little if it's not possible, don't contact in Changhuang, I'll think of another way. I'm not sure if my own little water-repelling technique can move this kind of strange river. While pondering, he tenderly rubbed On's cheek. Just then, Shaoan suddenly raised her head, her cold eyes gazing at Lu Duanran. Shuedai's eyelashes shallowly undulate, closed his eyes, as if he exhaled a mouthful of cold air, then reached out his hand to subconsciously touch the cheeks that were touched by Lu Chuanran, still with a few minutes of residual warmth from his palm. Lu Duanran froze for a moment, looking into those eyes, the same as the white-clothed city god in the memory, cold as the same. Thanks to Stranger Self for Dust's 5,000 points reward. Thanks to Mortals 500 points. Thanks to Lone Shadow Shang Under the Moon's 500 points. Thanks to Xiaohua Old Age's 500. Thanks to 525's Alliance. Pouring River's Eye. Separate Sorrows. And Bookmate 712's 200. End of chapter. Chapter 56, Atonement, Request for Follow-Up Reading. Chapter 56, Atonement, Request for Follow-Up Reading. Shaoan stood under that banyan tree, tilting his head and gazing at Lu Duanran. This was the first time since Andosolv had become a city god that he had looked at people from this low angle, and there were still a few things he was not used to. As the divine sense of the honored one entered Little Anne's body, all the memories of this journey were like a torrent of walking horses, madly surging into Andao's mind, deeply entangling the divine soul. Her eyes flickered slightly, and her fine eyebrows knitted slightly. Then she took a deep breath, suppressed the nonsense, and spoke faintly. Summoned me. What is it? Seeing the same as in Tao Susanna's eyes, Lu Chuanran is aware of the arrival of an city god himself, and bowed with both hands. Mr. Lu hastily summoned an city god here, so I'm much disturbed. It's just that the delusion congealed here has seeped into this mountain stream, and the people in the village can't drink the water here. And Lu was thinking whether in Shanghuan would be able to rub out the delusion in this place by magic. At this, Ando nodded faintly, the not-so-smaller man with his hands behind his back, looking around and surveying his surroundings. A few moments of amazement grew on Green Gourd's cheeks as he muttered in his mind. This girl turned out to be the city god of Jiamu County? The not-so-small take on the accent is comical. Green Hulu was merely chanting something, when suddenly she saw in Tao Susanna twisting her head around, those cold eyes staring straight at her, and she couldn't help but blink, subconsciously holding her breath. I said it in my heart, why is she looking at me? She can't be that small-minded, can she? This woman can't be able to hear my heart, can she? It can't be. Chang Hulu thought so, and then, immediately afterward, she saw Tao Susanna's cool eyes looking back and forth on her body, and then walked towards her, reaching out her hand. She wanted to touch Chang Hulu's head, and then Xiaoan's hand just froze in midair. Susanna had forgotten that she was now borrowing Little An's body and was not big enough to stand on her tiptoes, so she could only touch Green Gourd's shoulders. His lips moved, a bit of a mouthful. Lu Duanran coughed lightly and spoke out to ease the awkwardness of the moment. And Xing Wang, what are you doing? Xiaoan's cold eyes flickered as he gazed carefully at the Green Gourd, and after 2 breaths, he spoke faintly. Gourd, keep your head down. Green Gourd, listen to Xing Wang and bow your head. Green Gourd grunted, reluctantly bent down and nodded. But the rest of the light is careless swept the side of the body of everything, stealing a look at Lu Duanran. Suddenly, the fine eyebrows knitted. Feel the head on the strange itchy. The body is subconsciously trembled a little bit. Tighten the waist of the hand. The sides of the nose rolled out of the fine beads. And Dora withdrew her hand and suddenly came to this without a word. Bad Gourd. Green Gourd, wide-eyed, stood up and crossed his arms, and with his neck in the air, he argued with Susanna and, I'm the good Gourd. However, she realized that Tao Xuan's eyes didn't stay on her own, but instead looked at Lu Duanran. Lu Chenran narrowed his eyes and looked at the Green Gourd, not knowing what he was pondering. Seeing this scene, Cheng Hulu's body could not help but shiver. Could it be that these two people wanted to wipe themselves out here? Thinking in this way, he saw Lu Chenran walking towards him unhurriedly, the Green Gourd's heart tied with the snow tumbling. The heart is already sure that this fox fur man want to do to their own hands, cannot help but is to retreat backward. Lu Chenran, however, had already walked to her side, stretched out his hand, and touched it towards the Green Gourd's head, and then, in the Green Gourd's horrified gaze, he clenched his palm and grabbed a small black gourd on her head. Uncity God, are you saying that the delusion of this dream is related to this black gourd? He had just stood beside the two and watched them. After Susanna Anderson stretched out her finger and pointed it at the head of the Green Gourd, a small black gourd slowly emerged, attached to it, radiating a strong aura of delusion. Ando nodded. This gourd, planted with seeds of delusion. Seeds of delusion? It should have been buried in the ground by the so-called white deer fairy. Lu, let go of me. Cheng Hulu vigorously shook her body, wanting to break free from his hands. Seeing this scene, Lu Chunran sighed and stretched out his finger towards her head. Pung! The woman in green is once again transformed into the appearance of a gourd. Unlike in the past, this time her gourd, hanging a small black gourd, in this snow-covered, exceptionally obvious. And Dora came to the vine man where the Green Gourd had once grown, leaned down to examine the marks on the ground, and spoke. The seed is planted here, and if it sucks up all the delusions of the stream and bears a delusion gourd, I'm afraid it will make a big mistake. Green Gourd also reacted at this moment, his eyes rounded. So how do I get this black gourd off my body? Facing Lu Chenran, she also had some fear in her heart. If this black gourd really can't be solved, she was afraid that she would have to take a knife. That is, her 1,000 years of Taoism would also be reduced to nothing. But Green Gourd had a feeling that the other party wasn't going to do that, and that's why he was a bit emboldened. And Dora gave her a deep look with cold eyes and said faintly, unring the bell. Susanna and surveyed the source of the mountain stream, and then she reached out her hand toward the mountain stream, and then, in the midst of the Green Gourd's shock, she waved her small hand, along with the rumbling sound comparable to thunder. The water vapor in the mountain stream steamed like a monstrous sea of fog. The water in the entire mountain stream began to slowly rise upwards, and in a moment it was transformed into a thin stream, all surging into the small black gourd. The delusion of this stream, because of you, can only be dissipated by you? Why should I have to dissolve this delusion? Lu Duanran stretched out his hand and tapped the gourd twice, then lifted his head and looked at Susanna and, this gourd is deeply sinful, and since she is unwilling to dispel her delusions, doesn't City God have a way to cure her of her sins? And Cheng Huang coldly glanced at the Green Gourd and faintly said, then let her turn into a delusion gourd and refine it. Cold sweat broke out on the Green Gourd, and with a panic in his heart, he shook it in Lu Chenran's hand. I'll just dissipate. And then her eyes carefully glanced upward at the small black gourd, lowered the head of the gourd, thought for a moment, and spoke in a low voice. Then what's going to take the edge off? Lu Chenran raised his hand and knocked the Green Gourd's head again. The force was not small. Thumping. Naturally, I'm going to atone for my sins. How do I redeem myself? Do good. Oh, I know. Seeing this gourd's rare lowered head, Lu Chenran again held up the green gourd, his expression giving birth to a few rare moments of seriousness. Bad gourd, do you really know? I know. Do good. Then Lu asks you, if one day you are successful in doing good deeds and the delusions you carry gradually dissipate, will you continue to do good deeds? Why should I do good when I'm not even guilty at that moment? Lu Duanran let out a long sigh and shook his head. He knew that this green gourd had been devoured by this delusion for years and years, and subconsciously it was going to affect this gourd's mentality, and it was impossible to immediately reverse her mentality. And then he was hanging this gourd on his body and spoke faintly. Then follow Mr. Lu first, and atone for your previous transgressions. Green gourd seemed to have thought of something and asked with wide eyes, so the white deer that cheated me doesn't have to atone for its sins? End of chapter. Chapter 57, Cold Plum Spring, request for follow-up reading. Chapter 57, Cold Plum Spring, request for follow-up reading. At this moment, Green Gourd's mood was complicated. Hanging in the branches of Vine Man, stayed in this mountain for 1,000 years. It was not easy to see a kind face of the white deer granny, told his own method of liberation, but did not think that person is actually using himself to condense that what delusion gourd. Thinking this way, the heart becomes more and more angry, but can only disheveled sigh. Lu Chenran knew what was on her mind and spoke faintly. Naturally. Surnamed Lu, take me to arrest her. Dare to lie to my mother. My mother must beat her half to death. Lu Duanran flicked her gourd twice more. Think so much about erasing your black gourd first. The green gourd hung itself on Lu Chenran's waist, and the two gourd leaves shook and stopped talking. Little Andosol saw that this was over and faded away. Mr. Lu, if there is nothing else, I will leave. Lu Chenran made a bow with both hands and said gratefully, thank you, Uncity God. Mr. Lu is grateful. If it had been before, Andosol would have nodded bashfully and simply walked away. It was just that for some reason. This time her mind had some more inexplicable memories brought to her by Shawan, and a few inexplicable feelings surfaced in the depths of her eyes when she looked at this fox-furred male in front of her. Perhaps she didn't even notice herself that she was saying a lot more compared to before. It was originally under my jurisdiction, and I have to thank you for your help. And Xing Wang is polite. Ando nodded, and then he was re-sitting on the snow, speaking faintly. Little An, please sir. Words, cold eyes as a closed, but also do not forget to read back on the pear canopy. Not long after, Shawan was stretching a lazy waist, yawning a big yawn, and in the depths of those eyes, a few moments of stupidity with a bit of clarity once again surfaced. She raised her head and looked at Mr. Big, who was looking at her, and as if she thought of something, she said with a resigned face, Mr. Big, Shawan has called for His Excellency many times, and His Excellency just hasn't come. Lu Duanran froze for a moment, followed by a guffaw. It seemed that Shawan was not aware of everything that had happened in the party. He reached out and rubbed Little An's head tenderly. Little An has just called in the adults. Really? Naturally, it's true. And did Mr. Big say to Lord and kiss that Little An was obedient? Of course I said that. Little An doesn't believe it. Because Little An said before that the beef cooked by Mr. Big wasn't good. The green gourd hanging on Lu Chenran's waist poofed and opened his mouth. Surname Lu, how bad was the meat you cooked to make the doll remember it until now? Cook it for you and you'll see. I don't eat beef. It's fine if I have wine to drink. By the way, surnamed Lu, I'm warning you, in the future, you absolutely can't use your old lady to fill up with wine. Do you hear me? You find yourself another gourd to go. Why? When I say no, I mean no. Depends on my mood. Absolutely not. You white fox, why are you biting my gourd leaves? You still bite? The sun was fading. The color of the night is like water, spilling over a land of euphoria. A round of moonlight brushed the snow all over the mountains, reflecting on the dry spring bed of Jade Feeder. Lu Chenran lifted his feet toward the Jade Feed spring. After thinking for a while, is to stretch out his fingers, gently pointing at the exposed as pebbles. Snow drifted from the sky, condensing into frost and spilling onto the frozen earth. Abruptly, a spring reappeared in the middle of this dry spring. Following that, all the snow around was turned into water streams and poured into this square jade-fed spring. The spring seems to be warm and soft hand gently stroked through the soil-wrinkled brow, but also seems to be a seed is slowly breaking out of the ground. The roots and leaves of the green blossomed out of the soft dew. The night lanes were quiet, wrapped in the wind and frost wetting his fox fur. Whoa! This new and pure mountain spring water continues to flow down the mountain along what was once a river, overflowing the mountain streams that were once crowded with delusions of grandeur. The water in Peach Village will be drinkable from now on and won't freeze for the rest of the winter. The villagers, too, no longer need to boil snow water. Lu Chunran let out a long breath and looked at this new spring under the moonlight. And then he seemed to remember something and felt out from his bosom the one leaf of cold plum that In Chenghuang had once gifted to himself, gently cast it in this new spring. First, there was a light wine gas floating in the 4 fields, and then, this wine gas became more and more dense, and soon it was transformed into a wine spring, wandering in this new spring. Wine springs are such wonders that should not disappear because of him. Perhaps, a few eons later, this leaf of cold plums will be like the previous green vine, condensing a new spirit, and by then, what kind of a side of light will this place have? After all this, Lu Chenran turned around and wanted to leave, only for his gaze to rest on the rocks engraved with the words Jade Feeder Spring. After a few moments of thought, he smiled to himself. Here, it shouldn't be called Jade Feeder Springs anymore. Should be. With a wave of his hand, the square stone was then reconsolidated into a few large characters with the wind, snow, and wine under his small art of stone repelling. Cold Plum Spring. Phew. The village headman's hands held the immortal peaches and followed the trail left by that little Mr. Lu, step by step, towards the front. Along the way, the 3 of them didn't see anything strange. This mountain was just like an ordinary mountain, but the scenery was a bit more beautiful. Accompanied by the rising sun, the 3 of them followed Lu Duanlan's footprints until the setting sun. Mr. Lu is walking really fast, obviously not much earlier than we went up the mountain. How come we can't catch up? Don't complain, Mr. Lu is an immortal. It's only strange to leave footprints. I'm not complaining. I'm marveling at Mr. Lu's divinity. Is it getting to the top of the hill? Seems like it. Is that man Mr. Lu? Shui Sheng's face was delighted, and he quickly was opening his mouth. It must be. Isn't that fox next to Mr. Lu? The 3 of them were about to catch up and send the immortal peaches in their hands over when they suddenly stopped in their tracks, staring blankly at what was in front of them. Here, it is a world of moonlight, containing the tops of the forests, and thin as paper through the distant green hills. Nearby, pine needles swayed gently in the breeze, dropping snow dots to stain their bodies. In the middle of the dry spring, a spring of water slowly but silently spreads outward. And all of this, Shizuran is like a picture. The man in the fox fur, waving his hand, turned 10,000 clumps of snow into spring water, trickling down. Mr. Lu, the rich smell of alcohol filled the entire mountain. Really immortal. Turns out there really are wine springs in the mountains. So, the one who bestowed this mountain with wine springs is Mr. Lu, the old village chief muttered. The fairy peaches in his hand swayed slightly, and then he sensed Lu Chenran's breath, jumped down from the village head's hand, and went straight to Lu Chenran. Lu Duanran received the huge peach with a surprised expression, and in his mind, there was a golden book title page floating slowly. Nodding Peach God Fairy Peach, 0/4. The peach does not know when it is born as a peach, but after it is transformed by an immortal, the grass and trees spring up and bear immortal peaches. End of chapter. Chapter 58, Linjiang Fairy. Chapter 58, Linjiang Fairy. Mr. Lu, little old me has finally met you. The old village chief took 2 steps forward, nearly 60 years old, but the body is hard. Walking a day in the mountains, still red-faced, smilingly came up. Mr. can go up a hill pretty fast. Lu Chenran turned back and looked with some surprise at village chief Huang, who had walked up the hill. The mind's eye told him that the person in front of him was not the illusion of a demon or ghost, which made his heart a little puzzled. Wasn't it the ancestral training of the peach village that he couldn't go up the mountain? Moreover, what was the matter with this peach tree that suddenly flew into his hands? Seemingly seeing Lu Chenran's doubts, the village head spoke with respect in his eyes. Mr. Lu, this immortal peach was commissioned by the peach god to be given to Mr. Lu by the little old man. Peach god? The old village chief weighed his words, scouring his stomach full of ink and trying his best to say something literal. Sir, on the morning of the day you went up the mountain, the peach god drew out new buds the night before amidst the cold mist and frost and dew, and the whole peach forest under the mountain bloomed with peaches as much as it could. And these peaches are a gift of thanks from the peach god, his old man, to Sir. Lu Chenran was first stunned. Then he thought of the ancient peach tree that had been struck by lightning that he had seen when he went up the mountain earlier, and he couldn't help but chuckle. So that's it. Rather, he hadn't thought that his unintentional action had brought this peach tree to life. The little old man thought that he must send this peach over to Mr. as soon as possible. Lu Chenran held this immortal peach in his arms, a lingering light fragrance lingering around him, and smiled with a gentle face. In that case, Mr. Lu will accept the peach god's kindness. Seeing this Mr. Lu accepting the peaches, the old village head breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Lu, it's getting late. Let's quickly go down the mountain and have a dinner. The house's mother-in-law has already made chicken soup for Mr. Lu, and also stewed minced braised pork. Yet, Lu Chenran touched his stomach. Today he had eaten some unpalatable boiled beef in the morning. He hadn't eaten for the whole day, and he did feel hungry. Old man, got a drink? Right at this moment, the green gourd on Lu Chunran's waist suddenly made a sound, startling the village chief who was walking towards the bottom of the mountain. Looking around, he rubbed his eyes vigorously to make sure he wasn't looking. A talking gourd? And 2 eyes? Lu Duanran frowned slightly, and with his hand raised, he hammered twice at the green gourd. Bang! Bang! Then he looked at the old village chief and said with an apologetic face, "This naughty gourd is usually wild and accustomed to savagery, and does not know earthly etiquette, so please don't take it to heart, village chief." The village chief wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly was heaping smiles on his face. "Mr. Lu, it's not in the way. Gourd, if your honor wants to drink, I still have old wine at home. It's enough." Just the rest of the light is still glancing at the green gourd with 2 big eyes. Its demeanor is dynamic, seems to have a spirit. Every change in the eyes is worth pondering, secretly sighing in his heart. This is the immortal's magic treasure? I have to see once. This life is so lucky? No wonder the old man in the family used to say that those who have lived a long time have seen a lot, and what they have seen today can be written into a legend and passed down to future generations. Village chief, the water in that mountain stream is drinkable. I don't know what happened an hour ago, but suddenly that water disappeared into thin air, and after a while a new spring flowed down the hill. The water is running so fast that it doesn't even freeze. A few people had just come down the mountain and arrived in front of the peach forest, when a few young boys came around and spoke in a loud voice. Shueising Tuwa glanced at each other, and there was a bit of self-satisfaction above his face. They had seen Mr. Lu perform the spell with their own eyes. He then majestically stepped forward and spoke loudly. "What's all the fuss about? Mr. Lu came here to the mountains just to help our village with this matter." "Humph, I saw Mr. Lu cast a spell with my own eyes." Seeing Tuwa say that, a group of villagers suddenly understood and looked at each other. Sure enough, it's Mr. Lu. Following that, his expression was then filled with respect as he looked at that Mr. Fox first standing next to the village chief. "Thank you, Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu is truly a man of high character. I'll go home and put up a plaque and offer it to Mr. This Mr. Lu came to Peach Village, first saved the peach god, and then revitalized the water source of the mountain stream that had been undrinkable for hundreds of years. This matter was simply unheard of, and what could be explained except for the means of the immortals? God must have sent down to save Peach Village. There are some not very old, a brain to run to the Tuwa front, say all the good words, begged Shueisheng Tuwa to tell them about what they just saw. Shueisheng were to experience this feeling of being star-studded, talking some of the floating, a face of bullishness. Ahem. It starts with Mr. Lu descending from the heavens. A crowd of villagers are sitting in a circle, listening, while exclaiming with emotion, envious of Shueisheng and Tuwa too, secretly chagrined in their hearts why follow the village head to send peaches is not their own, even if Lu Chenlan's skin is thicker, but listening to the 2 young men on the side not avoiding people touting themselves, and from time to time also add a few words of jealousy. The heart is also born a few points of embarrassment and helplessness. After making a bow to the village chief, he hurriedly left the place and walked towards the ancient peach tree. This peach tree, with the time to see, has been very different. The night fog, the old peach tree is like a shadow. The original scorched branches and trunks drew out a lot of new shoots. Under his mind's eye's observation, he could see that the old peach tree's circumference was covered with greenish-green dots of spiritual light. I can vaguely feel the old peach tree gulping these green aura light points, although the movement is subtle, but under his mind's eye is nothing to hide. While Lu Chenran's heart was surprised, a thoughtful look appeared between his brows. Peach tree is a heavenly spiritual wood. This peach tree is afraid that it already has its own set of breathing method. This peach tree is afraid that it has gained the Tao. At this time, suddenly the peach tree reached out a branch towards Lu Duanran, followed by an old voice that reached his mind. I thank the immortal for pointing out the clear path. The immortal is truly a man of high character. Lu Chenran blinked. He did not think that this peach tree actually gave birth to a spirit, and it looks like the Tao creation is not low. And then he arched his hand. A show of hands. Lu Mao is just a traveler who went to Shangjing to smell the Tao. I can't be the immortal in the old gentleman's mouth. I also wonder where Mr. Lu's immortal hometown is? Fox Hill, Stone County, Goodwood County. I have not heard of this immortal mountain. I think it is also a fairyland. Mr. Lu is wanting to go to the capital to hear the Tao. I do not know as when next year. Not next year. Just on the 9th day of the month this year. The old peach tree was silent for a moment and spoke. Then Mr. Lu doesn't have much time left. I wonder how Mr. Lu plans to travel to Shangjing? Naturally along the official road on foot, but the Shangjing is more than 50,000 miles away from here. If Lu Mao along the official road on foot, I'm afraid to go for half a year. I do not know if the old gentleman can know the shortcut? After pondering for a while, the old peach tree slowly spoke. Has Mr. Lu ever heard of Lin Jiangdu? End of chapter. Chapter 59, All the Way South, Request for Catch-up Reading. Chapter 59, All the Way South, Request for Catch-up Reading. Linjiang Ferry? Lu Duanran fished out the Book of Northern Territory records from his bosom, and after searching for a while, he found this ferry marked next to the Tsangjiang River, just downstream of Beijiang County. According to this place toward Linjiang Ferry, 600 miles southeast, it shall be here. What's so special about this place, old man? Linjiang Ferry in time will be fog. Then there may be a mirage building appeared in the fog. According to the rumor that the mirage building can travel on the ice, the speed is very fast, can be traveled 5,000 miles a day. However, I have only heard about it. Right at this moment, the old village chief came to Lu Chenran with a red face and respectfully said, instead of all the villagers of Peach Village, the little old man thanked Mr. Lu for his great kindness, and asked Mr. Lu to stay in this Peach Village for a few more days, so that we can also give Mr. Lu a good reception. Lu Chenran made a bow with both hands and thanked this old peach tree, then looked at the old village chief and smiled. Staying for a few more days is not necessary. Lu still has if. Just give a mouthful of food tonight. I'm really hungry. That's natural, haha. Mr. Lu, please also follow little old me. After bidding farewell to the old peach tree, Lu Chenran followed the village chief all the way towards the peach village. Inside the village is a large and bustling area. A group of villagers have set up a lot of tables outside. A clay stove made of mud. A large iron pot is placed on the worship, is rising upward steaming hot air. The villagers chatted as much as they could and waited for the feast to begin, and the 10 or so village women gathered around the tablet, washing and stewing vegetables and cutting them up, and were very busy. Little An's nose sniffed, and his eyes just went wide. Mr. Big, that smells good, eh? What's that tied up? Lu Chenran looked toward the village, and all 4 hooves of a fat pig were tied up with twine. Following that, a long-lost smile appeared on his cheeks, and the cravings in his belly were tickled with emotion. This is going to kill the rags. What's the point of killing rags? Eating meat, naturally. Oh, the old village chief smiled mysteriously at Lu Duanran, and then said somewhat smugly, Mr. Lu, you are afraid that you have not eaten mince. Mince taste can be called a great, that the county head is rarely able to eat authentic. Use a sharp knife to make a capsule towards the neck of the boar. Use an iron basin full of boar's blood. Wash the intestines, pour the whole basin into it. Make blood sausage, and stew it in a pot together with boar's meat and mince, and TSK, 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 TSK. Lu Chenran looked at the butcher who was sharpening his knife, and there were a few moments of anticipation in his eyes, while in his heart he silently read, pork stew with sauerkraut? That's really nostalgic. For those who live in the northeast part of Blue Star, no matter where they are, all they miss is nothing more than a bowl of sauerkraut. Compared to the south of sauerkraut, northern sauerkraut has a unique flavor. If only from the perspective of food culture to analyze, that sauerkraut is the essence of the food culture of the northeast. Very northeast regional elegance of the pig-killing dishes. If there is a lack of sauerkraut, that is, what is the world's delicious will also be eclipsed. Stewed spare ribs with sauerkraut. Stewed vermicelli with pork and sauerkraut. Fish with sauerkraut. Sauerkraut can be traced back to the Western Zhou dynasty. Zhouli recorded sauerkraut is also known as mince. Feed the beans. In fact, sunflower mince is about sauerkraut expression. In the Northern Territory records, the explanation of mince is even more thorough. Mince, blocking also. The raw brewing of mince is blocked by the cold and warmth, so that it cannot be rotted. Lu Duanran was holding Shaoan, and the snow fox was lying on his shoulder, silently looking at this red-hot and busy appearance of the peach village. The moon is high in the sky, shining down on this earth, rolling in hot oil. Frying oil zipped up, the aroma dispersed with the wind, and immediately provoked a group of people to eat their fingers. Mr. Lu, dinner is ready. Let's eat. Lu Duanran stroked Shaoan's head and said gently, let's go eat. The strong smell of killing pig's food surrounds the village. The fire crackles under the earthen stove, and the pork rolls in the iron pot, accompanied by the snow that flies in the sky. The laughter at the table resounded throughout the sky, and as the wine was mingled and spilled, it did not take long for each of them to be in a sound state. The wine rises several times. The intention is as smooth as the sea. Perhaps this is the happiest time in the hearts of all Northlanders. That is the purest smile, but also the most simple heart of the villagers here. Whether it's the Blue Star, or here, perhaps in this world, It's more precious to appreciate the era that has faded into obscurity at Blue Star. Early in the morning, the mists were slight. The morning sparrow chirps softly on the pine branch, jumping and spreading its wings, and then it startles down the snowflakes. Lu Chunran yawned and stretched out his arm from the Kong. A cold wind blew by, instantly freezing him to the point of shivering, and he hastily stretched his entire arm into the quilt. It was the most comfortable night's sleep he'd had since he'd gotten out of Jiamusi County, and the burning hot Kong was still soothing, even though it was cool now. Snowfox curled up in his arms sleeping soundly. Shaoan sleeps on the left side, seems to be in the middle of a dream, still turns bar the corner of the mouth, obviously dreaming of something. Green Gourd's belly is full of wine, staggering to stay on the Kong head, yawning. A golden book title page slowly floated in Lu Chunran's mind. Bonding with the Peach Goddess Fairy Peach, 2/4, bonding with Mothwing Burden, 9/50, bound to the branches of the northern pines, 6 out of 100, bonding with the Drunken Gourd, 2 of 365, bonding with Kensui Ryujin, 20/365, bound to the northern Snowfox, 30/3300, seemingly seeing that Lu Chunran had woken up. Green Gourd popped over towards him and opened his mouth. Lu, hurry up and get off me. I don't want to hang on your body. And do you listen? I naturally obey. Well, then listen and stay the same. Green Gourd, strongly resisting the desire to sleep back. Lu Chunran got up and put on his clothes, straddled the Green Gourd, tied the water dragon yin around his waist, shook up Shaoan, packed his bag, and walked out of the room. Mr. Lu is leaving already? But do you dislike the little old man's poor hospitality? Mayor Huang was feeding the chickens, and when he saw that Lu Chunran was already fully dressed, he hurriedly greeted him. Village chief, this is where words. Last night's meal is really Lu Mao has eaten the best meal. In fact, Lu Mao would like to stay for some more time. Just the journey to the capital is far. Lu Mao in a hurry to catch up the road. It is really inconvenient to stay longer. Village chief Huang sighed, and then he took a lot of dry food from within the house, and handed over some broken silver. Mr. Lu, for the Peach Village to lead a new spring. Is really the Peach Village great grace? Only to give some dry food in the unreasonable. Slightly prepared some silver money. To Mr. As a cozy, I hope that Mr. Do not refuse it. Lu Chunran frankly accepted the dried food, but returned this handful of broken silver. The village chief's kindness is appreciated by Lu, but it's just that Lu can never accept this money. Please also ask the village chief to take it back. He has already gained something from that mountain. Citing the new spring is just casually. No need to send a thick gift. Accepting the opposite is the heart of the shame. Village chief Huan looked at Mr. Lu with a complicated expression, his heart filled with emotion. Is this the immortal with the way? It's really beyond the comprehension of the commoners. Seeing that Mr. Lu refused, he could not force him to give it, but had to personally send him to the entrance of the village. Where is Mr. Lu planning to go? To the Linjiang Ferry. That's a few hundred miles away. Mr. Lu can follow this mountain road all the way south, and you'll be able to see the official road of Beijiang County. Thank you, village chief. No, Mr. Lu is polite. Farewell. Then, village chief, take care, Mr. Lu. Village chief Huan gave a deep salute to Lu Duanran, with mixed feelings in his heart. This is the last time we'll see each other in this life, isn't it? Perhaps that is the case with Xianfan. Ho ho ho. Outside the Peach Village, the Tiger Mountain God shook off the snow on his body, and was trotting all the way towards Lu Duanran. It has been outside the village all day. Lu Duanran smiled and touched the Tiger Mountain God's head. Yamatsukun. Set out for the Rinken Ferry. Roar. Boing dash. Mr. Big. Let's go. Surname Lu. You give me released. Ha? Why is there a big cat here? P.S. Requests for catch-up reading. These days of catch-up reading are important. A major recommended position is at stake. So please don't feed the book. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 60, Xiaoi. How wonderful it would be if you were an ant, please. Chapter 60, Xiaoi. How nice it would be if you were the ant, requesting for follow-up reading. A rooster crows as the sky breaks and the sun brushes the pines. With the snowy winter, there weren't many pedestrians on the road at such a time of year. Wrapped in a warm fox fur, Lu Duanran sat under a pine tree and roasted a fire. While in his hands he looked over the book, the Northern Territory Journal, and planned his journey for the next few days. If you follow the route marked on the bamboo slips, if you want to go to Linjiang Ferry, the nearest way is to pass through the Rotten Peach Mountain, and then take a boat to follow the unfrozen river called Tipsy Water, and keep sailing downstream. If we follow this route, we can reach Linjiangdu in just 2 days. Bone-chilling cold wind wrapped in snow and broccoli blowing head-on. Not long hand is no feeling. Lu Chuanran gritted his teeth and stuffed the bamboo brief into the moth wing baggage. rubbing the frozen red hands. The snow fox's eyes walked over with a bit of heartache. Its fluffy foxtail wrapped around Lu Duanran's hand like a hand warmer. Seeing the situation, Lu Chunran tenderly rubbed its head and spoke out to himself. Do you want Auntie Sue? Well, that's the woman who saved you from the eagle's mouth. Boing dash. The snow fox narrowed its fox eyes and reached out a small paw to touch his face. Lu Chunran caught the snow fox's small paw, and in the midst of her confusion, he picked her up, buried his head deeply in the furry fox fur, and took a deep breath. Hoo dash. His face was slightly tilted, his eyes slightly narrowed, and a cozy, contented smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. It's a feeling that people who have never owned a cat will never experience. It was a blissful fullness that overflowed from the bottom of the heart from the outside, and the common name for the action was sucking on a cat, even if it wasn't a cat, but a fox. The snow fox's cheek swish was colored with a layer of halo red, for fox paws froze in midair, just wanting to kick him away, but reacted that an ordinary fox was not supposed to have such strength. Then he could only force down the shyness in his heart and let him do whatever he wanted on his body. Boing dash. A faint fragrance lingered on the tip of Lu Chunran's nose. The smell was the same as the body fragrance of his aunt's body. He slowly put the snow fox down. His eyes looked at her with a few complexities. Iboshi, how wonderful it would be if you were the ant. The sunlight sprinkled down in the middle of the human fox, scattering a few charming flavors, setting off the kind of lustful feeling at this time. However, it is clear that once you reach out, you can touch each other, but there is a partition, as if it stretches across the end of the world. As Lu Duanran's sigh fell, the snow fox's eyes instantly went wide and round, shock written all over the fox's brain. She hadn't heard right. Had she just done this to a fox and said something so misleading that this was something that could be said? Is there a problem with your own understanding? Or what? I think it's just that I miss myself so much that I said that. There's no connection to what he did just now. There must be. Thinking so, the snow fox's eyes were gentle in the middle, and her cheek pressed against the palm of his hand. Boing dash. Mr. Big, you're up early. Shaoan yawned, rubbed his eyes, looked at the tiger mountain god, then blinked again and stared at it for a while, somewhat puzzled. Big cat, have you gotten smaller? Why does it feel like it's not as big as before? The tiger mountain god yawned. The tiger's mouth was wide open, almost able to fit Shaoan's head. After Shaoan said this, the tiger's head was lowered, and then it was wide-eyed. How did my tiger get smaller? It must be hungry. This sentence it just want to take off the mouth. Glanced at Lu Dust and then, is raw swallowed down. Hit a vague, cultivate with success. Lu Chunran narrowed his eyes and pondered something. As he traveled all the way from Stone County, he also gradually noticed the changes in the Tiger Mountain God. Under the observation of his own mind's eye, the tiger's chi seemed to be getting more and more sufficient. Just then, the title page of the Golden Book in his mind slowly floated. Bonding with the Peach Goddess Fairy Peach, 4/4. Following that, on the title page of the Golden Book, which belonged solely to Immortal Peach, there was writing that quietly appeared. Fruiting with peaches, causing the seed disease to bear fruits, and obtaining the art of planting spirits. It can make the seeds grow fast and bear fruit? A few moments of surprise flashed in his eyes. This reminds Lu Chunran of a story he once read about an old Taoist who used pear cores to grow a tree of pears in a downtown area. It's just that I don't know if this magical little art can achieve this same effect. Then he shook his head, patted the snow on his body, raised the burning fire, and carried the snow fox toward the path that led to the rotten peach mountain. The green gourd at his waist swayed, staring round and tugging. Lu, either point me and release me, or lift the gourd up a bit and keep it out of your pants. Unsurprisingly, it took 2 more hits before it subsided for a while. Deviated from the official road of Beijiang County, this wilderness path seems particularly cold. Winter snow rustling, more so that this road is rare. After traveling a dozen or so miles through the mountains, they were unable to see a single home. The sun gradually sloped westward through the tops of the forest and spilled onto the snow, casting mottled orange and red pale shadows. After traveling for an unknown amount of time, along this mountain path, Lu Chunran finally arrived at the foot of the mountain named Rotten Peach, which was labeled in the Northern Territory record. The whole Rotten Peach mountain clouds, if you look down from the top, like a steamed bun shape of the mountain seems to be a gossamer family wrapped, pine needles hanging on the freezing fog, the roadside rocks vaguely white. The streams in the mountains have long been frozen into ice, and the snow is soft and creaky when you step on it. The water bag is still stored in the not much last night burned leftover cool white. Good and only Lu Chunran with small and 2 people drink, but also enough. Tiger Mountain God did not have to drink. Thirsty will have to eat the snow. Put. A pine tree suddenly threw over. Lu Chunran tilted his head, and he saw a long-tailed monkey with brownish-brown fur all over his body, his tail hanging on the branch, licking his lips and staring straight at his bag. Lu Chunran blinked. a few strange colors appearing on his face. This monkey is not afraid of the tiger following beside him. It is really strange. Is it not afraid that this tiger spirit will eat it? Seeming to see a response to his action, that long-tailed monkey rubbed his hands together and jumped down cheaply, grabbing a handful of picked pine nuts in his hand, and walking crookedly with both feet on the snow as a human would normally do. He then pointed to Lu Duanran's bag, and then to the pine nuts in his hand, spreading his hands in some embarrassment. You're a funny monkey. You want to trade food with me? Lu Duanran leaned down and opened his mouth to ask. The long-tailed monkey nodded at once, scratching his pink monkey butt again. I don't have much dry food here, so I'll just have to give you another one. While speaking, Lu Chunran touched out a piece of dry food from his moth-winged bundle and handed it to the monkey's hand. The monkey received the dry food with a smile on his face, handed over the pine nuts in his hand, and after paying homage to Lu Duanran again, he leapt back up the trunk of the tree, and with a turn disappeared into the forest tops, out of sight. The monkeys here are quite spiritual. Just then, Little An jumped down from the tiger mountain god's neck and rubbed his frozen and slightly reddened face. Mr. Big, Little An is thirsty for water. Lu Duanran took out the water bag from his bag and handed it to Xiaoan, and shook the water bag and spoke with a disappointed look on her face. Mr. Big, there's no water. No? After rummaging around in his bag for a while, he thought about it and then felt out the peach and handed it over. Then eat this peach. If Little An eats the peaches, Mr. Big and Ebony won't get any. Why don't you mention Gohu, whose neck is sore after carrying you for so long? The tiger mountain god looked at Xiaoan with a grimace, eyeing the peach. Big cats are meat eaters, not peaches. After pondering for a while, Lu Chunran thought of the spirit-seeding minor art that he had just acquired, so he could take this opportunity to try it out. Then it was that he leaned over and placed the peach in Xiaoan's hand, stroked her head and smiled gently. Little An eat first. Remember to give me the peach kernel when you're done. End of chapter. Chapter 61 Monkey Wine, Request for Catch-up Reading. Chapter 61 Monkey Wine, Request for Catch-up Reading. What does Mr. Big want with a peach kernel? The peach is very big. Need to small ends two small hands together to be able to hold. The four fields do not hear the sound of other people. Only the remaining snow tufts of velvet, the thick fragrance of the peach Su dipped to. Lu Chenran rubbed her rosy cheeks. Growing peaches? Naturally. Why do you want to grow peaches? Only one peach is naturally not enough for everyone. Oh, the green gourd at his waist heard the marvelous conversation between the two men, and his two large eyes glazed over as he laughed out loud, the gourd's body swaying in the wind. Surname Lu, you brain stupid. Here cold. Not to mention, is the spring you planted a peach kernel? How to wait a few years it. Lu Chunran curved finger as played this green gourd a bit, not salty and said, if you start keeping quiet now, you'll still get a few peaches when they grow. Green gourd grunted and closed his mouth. Not far away from the tree, the long-tailed monkey was eating the dry food in his mouth. Suddenly he wrinkled his nose, seemingly smelling the aroma of peaches. He pinched the dry food with one hand. He jumped over following the scent, his tail hanging on the tree trunk. Following this, the dried food that the long-tailed monkey was pinching was frozen in his hands. Looking at the peach that Xiaoan was holding in his hands with an astonished expression, and subconsciously swallowing his saliva. Peaches? The long-tailed monkey's monkey eyes are full of envy, followed by a burst of scratching, staring straight at Xiaoan gulping down the peach. The rich peach aroma spreads through these mountains and mellows out. In a short time, the peaches were only left with the peach kernel. Lu Chuanran found a clearing, squatted down, pushed aside the snow covering the soil, dug a small hole, and then buried the peach kernel in it. Stretching out his finger, as he had done with the hypnotizing minor art, he gently pointed it at this square of dirt. Sarayuchan, fruitfulness of seed disease, Boo dash. With a drop of crystalline manna falling into the soil, the next moment, everything between the mountain forest and heaven and earth is so clear and detailed that you can hear the delicate sound of a peach kernel buried deep under the snow breaking through the ground. Following that, the peach kernel will be in the eyes of the crowd, breaking out of the ground, at first as a new bud, and then crazy upward growth. Just a few breaths of effort. It has been lush. The fine wind ruffles the branches of the peach tree, and then it is the time to open the non, and then fall in droves. In a short time, a large peach was produced, hanging heavily on the branches, and the rich peach flavor was spreading uncontrollably. There are peaches to eat. Boing dash. Hiss, surnamed Lu. How did you do it? My tiger. The tiger mountain god looked at all this in front of him with a face of awe, licked the tiger's beak, and squatted on the ground, rubbing his tiger paws and twitching his round ears. Mr. Lu is truly a human immortal. This peach should always have a share of my tiger. Not far away, the long-tailed monkey looked at the incredible scene in front of him with wide eyes, inhaled deeply, swallowed his saliva forcefully, put the dry food in his mouth, resisted the idea of asking for a peach, and even ran towards the distance. Rotten Peach Hill. As you can see from the name, it must have been named after the peach trees that grew all over the mountain. This mountain is remote and far from the official road of Beijiang County, and is sparsely populated, which is a place where people rarely come. It was also hard to imagine that there was a Taoist temple in such a remote place. Tap 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 dash. A sprinting sound came. A long-tailed monkey hurried into this Taoist temple along the drool, not forgetting to close the door and scratch the monkey's butt. A shabby clay figure over 10 feet tall stood, with a floating duster hanging from the clay figure's right arm and his left hand resting on his knee. Taoist temple's offering platform. Sitting in a worn-out robe of the old monkey, compared to the long-tailed monkeys, obviously already have a few points of Taoism in the body. At this moment is closing his eyes to rest his mind, chanting something in his mouth. If you listen carefully, you will be able to tell that it should be the embracing the park, old ancestor. The long-tailed monkey climbed onto that offering platform on all fours, scratching his cheeks and opening his mouth with a grin on his face. What's the matter, you little monkey? Where did you snatch that dry food again? The long-tailed monkey gulped down the dried food, his eyes wide. Old ancestor, we traded for this dry food. It wasn't robbed. Oh, there are still pedestrians on this hill? It's not just people. It's like we're seeing an immortal. Immortal chief? Nonsense. Really, old ancestor. That immortal buried the peach kernel in the ground. A little swish and a peach tree grew, bearing a big pile of peaches. Old fragrant. That old monkey who was originally sitting in human form heard about this. His eyes suddenly stirred, and he actually jumped up, gasping for air. You little monkey, don't make things up. We'll beat you up. We wouldn't dare to lie to our ancestor. Ancestor, we want to eat peaches. We're craving them. Give us some more. The old monkey did not listen to the long-tailed monkey's bitter plea. Pacing back and forth in this hall, pale beard warped, the heart is restless. It's been living in this rotten peach mountain for 300 years. 200 years ago, he followed a Taoist priest, learned to read and write. The Taoist priest also taught him a lot of people's truth, and also gave the old monkey when to take the name for Mingwu. Mingwu has learned a lot of Taoism, and in his heart, he has a little more respect for the cause and effect of the world. Later, the old monkey personally buried the old Taoist master, inherited the Taoist master of this Taoist temple, because of the understanding of human etiquette. So many years under a group of monkeys, and monkeys are more constraints. Which is the most important one is to give and ask. Unlike some places of monkeys, the practice of that mountain robberies, infamous, annoying people. If what the little monkey said was true, the person who planted the peaches might really be a Taoist master, or a human immortal. With the immortal fate right in front of him, Mingwu had to wonder if this was the only chance he had in his monkey life. With that, Akira took a deep breath and looked out the window at the setting sun. And where is the ferry? It's on the road just up the hill. Go greet everyone. Bring out the several jars of monkey wine we brewed 70 years ago, and look for that immortal for a few peaches. Move fast. Don't miss it. The little monkey jumped up, licked his saliva, and walked out of the Taoist temple to yell. Then, a large group of monkeys suddenly appeared in all directions. The old monkey looked at the group of monkeys and monkey sons with a serious face, coughed, and spoke solemnly. You will carry these 3 jars of monkey wine with us to meet the immortal master later. Don't make a mess. Just follow what we usually teach you. Don't mess up the etiquette and make the immortal chief bored. Do you hear me? The last of the sunlight fell. Lu Chenran sat under the peach tree, holding the snow fox and feeding her peaches one by one. The tiger mountain god took a big bite of this hard-won food. Although tigers are not vegetarians, but this is the food that Mr. Lu has transformed with his magic. Even if he has indigestion, he still has to take a few big bites. Green Gourd had already transformed into a human form and was nibbling on a peach when suddenly her nose knitted and her eyes widened as she put down the peach in her hand. Lu, do you smell alcohol? Absolutely great wine. End of chapter. Chapter 62 Peaches and Wine, request for catch-up reading. Chapter 62 Peaches and Wine, request for catch-up reading. While saying that, Green Gourd was already sitting up and looked over in the direction of the scent of the wine. The wine is rich and approaching. Following Lu Chenran's line of sight, the rugged path, suddenly appeared the brownish long-tailed monkey who had just exchanged dry food with himself. The monkey's hand still holding a small flag, waving, walking in the forefront. Following the long-tailed monkeys followed a string of 4-foot-tall long-tailed monkeys. What made Lu Duanran feel amazing was that these monkeys took orderly steps and stepped on the nodes, although the 2 feet stood unsteadily and wobbled, looking a bit funny is all. At the very back, there were 6 monkeys that were a little bigger, with fur that was a little darker in color, carrying 3 wine jars, sealed with red clay. And even then, they still couldn't hide the mellow aroma of the wine. When the fish line reached the entrance of the road, the long-tailed monkey with the flag came on all fours to the side of the gentleman in the fox fur. Stopped. and looked toward the back. Seeing that these monkeys did not mean to threaten themselves, but instead had a courteous face, Lu Chenran grew up, leaning on that moth Taoist stick in his hand, and smilingly said, "I don't know what all of you are looking for Lu here for." Immediately afterward, a golden-brown long-tailed monkey with a length of more than 5 feet came out from the group of monkeys. It was wearing a tattered Taoist robe, with a Taoist scarf on its head and 10 square cloth shoes on its feet, and its hands full of fluffy hair actually gave a cupped arching salute to Lu Duanran. Immeasurable longevity blessing. Poor Taoist Mingwu came here uninvited. Meet the immortal. I hope the immortal is not offended. While speaking, its afterglow stole a glance at Mr. Foxfur standing not far away under that peach tree, looking at the fruit hanging on the peach branches, opening out of time, bearing out of time fruit. This is indeed an immortal spell. However, when the old monkey gazed at this Mr. Foxfur, a few doubts arose in his heart. He couldn't feel that this Mr. Foxfur had half a bit of Taoism in his body, and was simply standing there plainly, completely like a mundane gentleman. Could it be that the peach tree was not transformed by Mr. Foxglove? Is the little monkey mistaken? Right at this moment, the green gourd holding a half-eaten peach in one hand, circled around this old monkey, is laughing. "You're a monkey. You're a good learner. Your wine is good. Let the old lady taste it." The green gourd's words fell. A hand, the distant altar of sealed monkey wine, is out of the air to fly to her face, waving her hand is ready to slap that mud sculpture open. The old monkey blinked and scratched his cheeks, and was shocked at the sight. Could it be that this woman is the true immortal? Under the gaze of careful observation, it is also true to be able to perceive that the woman's own Taoism is extremely deep, and I am afraid that it is far higher than my own. The old monkey took a deep breath and was ready to pay his respects to this woman in green. "Dare I ask this fairy?" But the words have not fallen, but saw that dressed in fox fur to the gentleman, frowned, face with a few points of displeasure, to the woman in green clothes to open the door. "Gourd, you shall not be rude to the Mingwu realist. Return the wine and come back." Cheng Hulu glanced at Lu Duanran and hummed lightly, eyeing the wine altar in front of him with some reluctance. Lu Chenran had a bit of a headache with this recalcitrant green gourd, and after shaking his head and sighing, he stretched out his finger and made a point in the air at the green gourd. Pung! A puff of green smoke filled the air. The woman in green was then transformed into a large green gourd in front of a group of monkeys. Lu Chenran stepped forward, reached out to cover the gourd's mouth, knocked twice, also did not dare to slow down this Taoism in front of the unknown number of old monkeys, clasped fists and returned the salute. "My name is Lu Chuanran. I have met with realist Mingwu." The old monkey stared at the incredible scene in front of him. This woman in green with a profound Tao was just a wine gourd for this Mr. Foxfur? What the hell? The old monkey took a deep breath, lowered his stance, and inquired carefully, "Dare I ask the immortal, this gourd, is it yours?" Lu Mao is just a person who went to the capital to seek the immortal fate. This voice of Mingwu Xinjing's immortal loan cannot be afforded. This is just a greedy wine gourd. Let Xinjing laugh. I do not know what Mingwu Xinjing came to do. How did the old lady get greedy? Bang bang. The old monkey only felt his heart jumping. His breathing was a little short of breath, and he looked at the scene in front of him with a face of astonishment. It scratched its cheeks a little nervously, but was already certain that the Foxford man in front of it was definitely immortal. Before had taught the enlightenment of that Taoist said to it, "This world in fact, there is a kind of people. The cultivation has been profound avenue to the simple. See through the red dust to return to the truth, so it will be no different from the mortals. And the more this kind of Taoist deep generation, the most like to travel to the red dust. That is, it belongs to the kind of good talk category. If this kind of high people in a good mood, casually point out somewhat, can make their own cultivation road thereafter less stumbling, seeking immortality all the way to a straight road, benefit a lot." The old monkey weighed his words in his mind. How could he get this immortal elder to show him the way for his own cultivation without appearing to be overly purposeful? Its thoughts fluttered, and as its gaze wandered over the green gourd for a moment, it had some ideas. This immortal chief was carrying a wine gourd, so he thought he was a good drinker. "Mingwu has met Mr. Lu." "Oh." The old monkey took another deep breath and spoke tentatively. "Poor Tao's monkey grandchildren want to eat Mr. Lu's peaches." Poor Tao thought to use a few jars of his home-brewed monkey wine to exchange with Mr. Lu for a few peaches, to give the monkey grandchildren a break from their cravings. Lu Duanran froze for a moment, and then he was guffawing and laughing. "So this is the matter, ah? This tree of peaches Lu Mao cannot eat all. Give it to the real person's monkey grandchildren to eat it is." While saying that, he was picking up the pale pine wooden stick in his hand and tilted his head to hit the peach. The old monkey scratched his ears for a while and said with some anxiety, "How can I ask for Mr. Peach for nothing?" It waved its hand. and those little monkeys carried over the several jars of monkey wine and opened the clay mold. Instantly, a fragrance of wine that was thick to the extreme spread throughout the entire rotten peach mountain. These several jars of monkey's wine have been aged for 70 years. Please don't mind if you don't mind. Please take it. Behind the monkeys on the peach has long been greedy. See, a peach fell down. Is a swarm of up. Monkey hand A. Gnawing not happy. Monkey wine? Lu Chunran naturally heard from a variety of books. The monkeys in the mountains pick fruit in a hole. The beginning of the winter food storage. But if the season does not lack of winter food, the monkeys will forget that there has been a hole in 100 fruits. And then this hole in 100 fruits will be gradually fermented, and then brewed into a hole in 100 fruits of wine. And as time passes, the liquor dwindles, making it much harder to get the monkey wine. This type of wild brew is a matter of chance, and true monkey wine is worth thousands of dollars. Then it is a thank you to realist Mingwu. Lu Duanran did not squirm, leaning on the pale pine stick that beat the peach, and smiled. I was about to say something else. Next moment, Mr. Lu is truly an immortal. Poof. Under Lu Chunran's astonished face, the old monkey actually directly knelt down on the ground and kowtowed. Mr. Lu's immortal Dharma and Taoist skills are profound and unfathomable, and he is still willing to exchange immortal peaches for wine with the old monkey, so he is really a man of high moral character. Old monkey I cultivate on this rotten peach mountain for hundreds of years can't rely on nothing. Now strangling all kinds of method can't advance again. Mr. May point out one or two. Thank you very much. End of chapter. Chapter 63, Snow Monkey in the Northern Realms Rotten Peach Mountain, request for catch-up reading. Chapter 63, Snow Monkey in the Northern Realms Rotten Peach Mountain, request for catch-up reading. What does the real person mean by this? Get up quickly. The old monkey was kneeling down, and he was even more sure that Mr. Fox fur in front of him was the true immortal that he had been searching for. After hundreds of years of waiting, immortal fate was right in front of its eyes. It took a long breath and opened its mouth. Mr. Lu, the old monkey, since I opened the spirit of wisdom, I have been diligently practicing, just not the right way. Cultivation so far for a long time cannot be advanced. Never enter the Tao. The years are wasted. The sense of life will not be long, but also hope that Mr. Lu mercy, point me one or two. Lying on the side of the tiger mountain god looked at this old monkey kneeling to sell the miserable appearance. Open mouth. Boredom swallowed the snow, but the heart cannot help but give birth to a few points of smugness. An inexplicable feeling of superiority set in. Look at this old monkey. Unlike my tiger who has long been accompanying you, sir. Sensing the immortal destiny day by day. TSK, there is also a gap between monkeys and tigers. Lu Duanran cried and laughed a little. I'm afraid that the real person has misunderstood. Lu Mao himself still do not know where the way. Real people since the practice in the rotten peach mountain hundreds of years. Counting is more Lu Mao senior. Lu Mao, and how can I dare to speak out to point out the real person? While saying that, he put the pale pine stick in his hand aside and reached out to help the old monkey up. The old monkey was immediately a bit anxious, and his heart was not willing to say, Mr. Lu, is it possible that you don't want to instruct me because you think I'm an alien of the demon race? I see Mr. Lu beside the Tiger Mountain King accompanied by Body. Old monkey, I practice for a long time. Self-purification. And never done evil deeds, but also regulate many monkeys and monkeys' grandchildren do not take the good small not to do. Not to take the evil small not to do, is also considered to be a few merits in the body. Why is Mr. Lu is not willing to have compassion on me? When Lu Chenran heard this, the hand that had been stretched out in midair was slowly lowered, and he let out a long sigh. It's not that Lu is unwilling to point out to the real person. It's really because I am self-conscious of my own shallow Tao, and I don't want to delay the real person's cultivation. The old monkey froze, and then he was shaking his head and sighing bitterly in his heart. It seems to be their own fairy fate is shallow, cannot enter the eyes of the real fairy. Things have come to this point. The immortal has obviously spoken, politely refused, and how not to be humane self-tangling it. Right at this moment, Lu Chunran reached out his hand to help the old monkey up, and Mingwu Zhenren followed the trend, and was about to say something when he heard Mr. Lu open his mouth. If the real person does not mind that Lu's Tao is shallow, it is possible to discuss the Tao with the real person for a while, and the word instruction should not be repeated. Hearing this, the old monkey's face immediately rejoiced, got up and was to Lu Din Ran long worship, nodded. Then thank you, Mr. Lu. Within Lu Chenran's mind, there was a golden book title page slowly floating. Bonded with a long-tailed spirit monkey in Rotten Peach Mountain, 0/30. There is a mountain in the northern border, called Rotten Peach Mountain, with monkeys with long tails, born with a natural spirit and a long lifespan. Spirit monkeys have suffered for a long time, and their magic power is empty and they cannot be immortal. I must eliminate my stubborn thoughts and clear my mind. and my spiritual light will shine through. Seeing this, Lu Chenran's heart for a moment to have a few feelings. This old monkey in the body, just too heavy in the heart of the obsession, only to be depressed not rode. So that, his mind then thought of the Purity Sutra. Perhaps it could be of some use to this old monkey. With this in mind, Lu Chenran inserted the pine stick to the side and turned around to fumble for a pen and paper from his moth-winged baggage. Just at this time, the snow fox elegantly walked over, with light steps, and came to Lu Chenran's side. The fox's eyes slightly narrowed, sizing up that Northern Territory pine wooden stick, and also without knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional, made a turn. The fluffy foxtail was lightly raised, and with a sweep, the stick was swept down. When the old monkey saw this, he subconsciously raised his hand to catch the fallen wooden stick. Next moment, since the pale pine wooden stick, there is a Wang Xianhuang spirit bright chi around the old monkey's body. Dots of aura appeared at first, turning into variegated spirit fragments that dipped into the old monkey's fluff. Mr. Lu, the words had not fallen. A huge pale pine instantly appeared in the old monkey's eyes, standing on top of a mountain, a majestic and appalling aura spreading throughout the entire mountain pass. A giant tree in the sky, tree trunks towering in the fog. A glance cannot see the head, counting the wheel of the year. For fear of living 10,000 years, the old monkey's entire body suddenly trembled, and his mind fell into a sinking state. Shaowen, who had been playing with the little monkey, unintentionally turned around and was surprised to see the old monkey with light coming out of his body. Mr. Big, this old monkey is glowing all over. Lu Chenran raised his head doubtfully, and then he saw the old monkey sitting on the snow with his eyes closed, and under the eyes of his heart, there was constantly aura surrounding the monkey's body. Hiss, squeak dash. This scene shook all the monkeys. Each one put down the peaches in their hands and gathered around the old monkey, not daring to breathe. I don't know how long it's been. The moon was curved like a sickle, spilling water white in all directions, while the forest was hazy and vague. The old monkey slowly opened his eyes, only to feel that everything around him was so silent. Every bone in his body seemed to have changed, and even between breathing and exhaling, he gave himself an unprecedented sense of ease. The old monkey took a long breath and looked at Mr. Lu with awe in his eyes. Now that the black-brown fluff has been turned into snow white, how could it not know in its heart that its own change is all thanks to the guidance of Mr. On its monkey's head, there was some etching, and the Mingwu realist reached out his hand and tentatively touched it. The cold wind is blowing the monkey wine here, and the aroma of the wine is spreading. On its monkey's head, 3 more hard hairs. The old monkey's breathing was a few moments heavy, and he swallowed violently, and then he knelt down on the ground and made a long obeisance to Mr. Lu. Mingwu thanked Mr. Lu for his guidance, Mr.'s renewed kindness. Mingwu shall remember it for the rest of his life. Lu Chenran looked at the old monkey with a slight bit of surprise, and then he looked at the pale pine wooden stick in his hand. Could a mere branch of the northern pine grant this monkey such a creation? No wonder a fluttering moth growing on a pale pine has such amazing arts. The old monkey saw that Mr. Lu was pondering something, and did not make a sound to disturb him, and after thinking about it, he pulled out a hair on the head of the monkey, and then respectfully handed it over. Mr. Lu, this hair is condensed by the old monkey. I perceive the creation. If you use it, you can place it in your palm and lightly exhale a breath, and it will be transformed into a small monkey for you to drive. Although the old monkey knows that Mr. may not use it, he can still serve tea and water for Mr. On weekdays. Lu Chenran reached out and took this hair, and in his mind there was a golden book title page floating leisurely. Bound to the snow monkeys of the Rotten Peach Mountains in the north, 0/50, the original long-tailed monkey of the Rotten Peach Mountain was transformed into the snow monkey of the north by the Immortal's enlightenment. Bonding with snow monkey Hao Mao, 0 out of 10, an immortal enlightened a snow monkey in the north. 3 hairs were born on the back of his head, and he put it in his palm and exhaled, thus transforming it into a monkey. End of chapter. Chapter 64 800 Miles of Trenchwater, request for follow-up reading. Chapter 64 800 Miles of Trenchwater, request for follow-up reading. Seeing that Mr. Lu really took the monkey hair he handed over, the old monkey, excited for a moment, do not know what to say, clapping his hands and scratching his cheeks, thought for a while, is rubbing the frozen butt, will be that a large altar of monkey wine held over. Bang! Slapping open the red clay plastic seal, he personally handed it to Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, try the wine that old monkey I personally brewed. Lu Chenran did not squirm. After putting the rough hair into the moth wing burden, he sat cross-legged on the ground, and casually invited a piece of stone, and with the small art of driving stone into the appearance of a cup of wine, scooped a cup, and tasted a mouthful. Sticky wine juice sticking to the wall of the cup, without a trace of bitterness, into the mouth is full of sweet and mellow, mixed with a light fragrance. After the throat at the throat, from the abdominal cavity is surging a burning. The mouth of the sweetness for a long time not dissipate. In the blue star, Lu Chenran is not like to drink. Beer is okay, but that kind of after a variety of spices flavored what fragrance type, soy sauce type of high degree of white wine, is really not drink what good. Give others a kind of sows can't eat fine chaff feeling. I did not think that this monkey brew is to give themselves such a good experience. Mr. Lu, how does it taste? The old monkey came over and asked with anticipation. These several jars of monkey's brew is that even it can't afford to drink, has been hidden in the cellar. Good wine indeed. Lu Chenran smacked his lips and savored the taste in his mouth. A smile was written all over the old monkey's face, and a sense of happiness spread across the monkey's face. There were few words more flattering than the immortal master's praise. It's good that sir likes it. Eboshi came over, his little paws picking at the edge of the wine, his nose in a cluster. When Lu Duanran saw this, he took her in his arms and placed the wine glass at her foxy mouth. Does Eboshi want a drink? Boing dash. A few moments of embarrassment surfaced on the snow fox's face. Just now being held by Ranner to feed the peaches is not even a problem. Now you have to hold yourself to feed the wine. Can't help but let Isa's mind surfaced past memories. In the Fox Mountains, that mountain god's temple, he was also holding Ranner like this. The fox paw pushed against the rim of the cup, subconsciously wanting to refuse, but when he lifted his head, the fox eyes reflected his gentle pupils and a face full of eagerness. Does he know? That's how Auntie Sue fed me kanji when I was little. I like it best when Auntie holds me like this. Snow Fox's cheeks are rising up two red clouds. Really, which pot is not open, which pot? Pointed ears flicked. The heart muttered in a small voice. To remember something that happened so young. But there is a wave of inexplicable joy surging to the heart. Do not know why. Reached halfway to the paw is withdrawn. And then let Ranner will be the cup of wine to the mouth. Hesitantly, she stuck out her red tongue and rolled the drink in small bites. Lu Chunran couldn't help but sprinkle a glance on Xiaoyi's light pink red lips. His heart filled with tenderness. Even if it is only the snow fox following around, it is still a kind of happiness, isn't it? Lu, give me a taste. The green gourd that had been hanging on his waist was finally a bit unable to hold back, his big, boozy eyes staring unblinkingly at the vat of liquor. You really want to drink? Gourd blanked him without hesitation and licked his lips. Naturally. Lu Chenran then pondered for a while, then raised his head to look at the old monkey and opened his mouth. Real person. This monkey wine flavor is very fresh. But it is some of the hooked-up Lu Mao abdomen gluttony. I do not know whether Lu Mao can with real people to exchange a altar of this monkey brew to take away. The old monkey glanced at the green gourd and hastily was nodding and shaking his head again. Mr. Lu gave the old monkey me an immortal destiny. The old monkey from Mr. Lu here is already a heavenly benefit, and how can I accept Mr. Lu's things? These three altars of monkey brew Mr. Lu take away is. One thing leads to another. Besides, Mr. Lu didn't instruct the real person on anything. The old monkey opened his mouth with a serious face and refused. Mr. Lu also invited the old monkey me these monkeys' grandchildren to eat fairy peaches. And this is already the old monkey took advantage of the sky. If you charge Mr. Lu's things, it is a bit insatiable. Not in the reason, but also please Mr. Lu do not want to make it difficult for the old monkey. Lu Chunran cried and laughed, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. You old monkeys know more about etiquette than anyone else, so I'll accept the good intentions Lu. The old monkey hemmed and hawed. Lu Duanran first felt out the water bag, thought about it and then put it back again. Then his eyes were shifted to the green gourd, considering something. He didn't want to put this monkey brew in a water bag, then little and wouldn't have any water to drink. Cheng Hulu inexplicably felt a cold chill, raising his head to look at Lu Duanran, always feeling that there was ill will written in those eyes, followed by a gulp as those black and white eyes widened, revealing a wary look. I'm warning you, Mr. Lu, don't you dare. Gudu. The words were not finished. The entire green gourd was then already pressed inside the wine altar by Lu Chenran, his mouth filled with wine. Lu, the green-colored gourd body, along with the wine immersion, and gradually stained with a smear of scarlet. If the burning Zhu Yun, black and white eyes constantly turning in circles, less than an incense stick of work. The altar of monkey wine has seen the bottom. Altar wall does not see the slightest residue of liquor. Extremely clean. After doing this, Lu Chunran took out the drunken gourd and rehung it on his waist, looking at the astonished old monkey and mildly said, this gourd is recalcitrant and makes a mockery of the real person. Where? Real person. Mr. Lu has a tight schedule for this trip, so I'm going to depart, so I'll say goodbye. The old monkey froze for a moment. His eyes then revealed a few points of reluctance, but he also knew that the immortal chief could not possibly stay in this rotten peach mountain for too long, and opened his mouth. I wonder where Mr. Lu is traveling? Lu Duanran took out the book Northern Territory Record. The bamboo slip unfolded and placed it in front of the old monkey, pointing to a river in front of Peach Mountain. Lu intends to go through this rotten Peach Mountain first, and then go down the mountain to find a boatman to go downstream along this trench water, all the way to Linjiang Ferry. The old monkey frowned, seemed to say something. The words came to the mouth mumbling. Do not know whether to remind Mr. Lu. After all, Mr. Lu is a high-level person, but it seems to be their own words. What does the real person want to say? But there is no harm in saying it. Mr. Lu, the 800 miles of rapid water is not frozen river, because the river is very rapid, with a weak water in the north, goose feathers floating down, reed fixed bottom sinking. There is no boatman. No boatman? Lu Chenran looked carefully at the Northern Territory record, looking for other routes, but realized that if he wanted to go to Linjiangdu through the direction of Rotten Peach Mountain, there was only one way to go down along the tide water. What's to be done about this? If we return there, we will be delaying the trip instead. Seemingly seeing Mr. Lu's dilemma, the old monkey stepped forward and rubbed his palms together as he spoke. I do know a doorway. Old monkey, that might help you, sir. End of chapter. Chapter 65 Sharks, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Chapter 65 Sharks, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Hearing this old monkey's words, Lu Chenran was bowing to him and opened his mouth. And please be truthful. The old monkey had a flattered look on his face, and quickly was waving his hand. I can't afford the great gift of sir. The old monkey knows that this rotten Peach Mountain is close to the side of the foothills of the Trenchwater. There are 2 sharks from the East China Sea living, and they have a boat that can cross this river. But this shark's nature is odd. Do not want a mortal silver copper. Whether willing to take people across the river all depends on the mood. The old monkey can lead Mr. to find those 2 sharks, to help Mr. Lu cross the river. Lu Duanran was stunned for a moment before he opened his mouth. The sharks of the East Sea? That's a long way from here. The old monkey nodded. Before the old monkey with these 2 sharks drink together, but know some of their origin. These 2 sharks do not know as older or what reason, was driven out of the clan. Initially just A, the other day came A. Now these 2 sharks in the water beside the saliva to live. So it is. After a pause, the old monkey took a look at the girl, who was still fighting with the monkeys in a ball, and opened his mouth. The place where that shark is located is more remote, so let the old monkey lead the way for you, sir. Follow this trail all the way down, make a few more turns, and it's only a night's walk, and you'll be at the foot of the mountain by dawn. Lu Duanran arched his hand in gratitude. Trouble real people. It is my honor to lead the way for you, sir. Old monkey, how can it be trouble? While saying that, the old monkey has waved his hand. The group of monkeys and grandchildren who are still eating peaches gathered together. His voice serious. Today and tomorrow the old man will lead Mr. Lu down the mountain. When the old man is not at home, you don't make any mess. Do you hear me? The group of monkeys all nodded, not forgetting to nibble on the peaches grasped in their paws. Seeing this slightly comical scene, Lu Chenran couldn't help but have a few laughs in his heart. The same voice responds to the same breath. If one wants to swim freely between heaven and earth, gain the wisdom of connecting heaven and earth, and reach the level of awakening and enlightenment, one first needs to learn the characteristics and qualities of heaven and earth. And these monkeys have obviously already been initiated into this path, and have received indoctrination, which is yet rare in this world. Lu Chenran picked some more peaches from the peach tree and stuffed them all into the moth-winged bundle, saving them for Shaoan and Auntie to eat on the way. Compared to the ordinary baggage, this is built by the Pale-Eyed Scholar baggage inside the Qianquan. Does not look big, but there is a point of Sumero hidden mustard seed. Mustard seed Sumero road rhyme. That is, even more things, can be included in it, is a good baggage. Makoto, let's get going. Sir please. Shaoan sat on the tiger mountain god's neck, grasped its pair of round ears, and pointed at the gourd on Lu Duanran's waist and opened his mouth. Mr. Big, the gourd seems to be broken. It's all red. She was drunk. Oh, the snow fox squatted on his shoulder. Its fluffy fox tail wrapped around Lu Chenran's neck as he leaned on the pale pine stick and followed the old monkey, walking forward along the mountain path. In his mind, a golden book title page slowly emerged. Bonding with Snow Monkey Hao Mao, 0 out of 10. Bonding with the god of Fox Mountain and Tiger Mountain, 29/30ths. Bonding with Mothwing Burden, 13/50ths. Bound to the branches of the northern pines, 10 out of 100. Bonding with the drunken gourd, 6 of 365. Bonding with Kensui Ryujin, 24/365. Bound to the northern snow fox, 3034/3300. The winter nights are long and windy. Pedestrians in Rotten Peach Mountain were scarce, and by the second half of the night, a cold wind was already raging in the mountain. Lu Chenran took a deep breath of cool air, rubbed his somewhat frozen face, and sat down with the old monkey under a big rock to rest a little. From the baggage took out a few pieces of cold dry food, to the small and handed over a piece of the past. It is on the cool water, gulped some. Also do not taste what flavor. Dry food on the cool water in the stomach. There will be a cool air from the chest slowly expanding. Phew, the north is cold. Especially a walk for a day. Even wearing thick boots. Toes are frozen stiff. So cold days, if you do not drink a few drinks to warm up the body. After thinking about it, Lu Chenran picked up the gourd, and the green gourd's vermilion color had already faded, revealing its original green color. Green gourd deng a jolt. Want to be with the usual? Want to say something strong, but the pro head of the brain is a blank. It's over. What's coming is coming. He will not really want to be good at. Lu Duanran just shook her. And then as the gourd belly of the wine poured into that stone cup. A drink. Monkey wine into the abdomen. On a warmth rising, he wrapped up the fox fur. Will that shawl over the body of the small and tight? Is closed his eyes. Nap. But even so, a halo of red inevitably colored green gourd's body, and her black and white eyes swept haphazardly, feigning a look of disinterest. Mr. Big, the gourd seems to be drunk again. It's all red. Shaoan nibbled on the dry food in his hand and patted the green gourd. Lu Duanran had already closed his eyes and did not make a sound. Green gourd. Under the ghostly moon. The four fields are slightly confused. Cheng Hulu's afterglow quietly glanced at Lu Duanran's sleeping face, and for a moment she was a little distracted, thinking that this guy would just take himself a drink. Surname Lu. It's not that bad, she said to herself in her mind. A red sun, about to break through the foggy white. The group walked through the snowy forest and along the trail toward the base of the mountain. Lu Duanran raised his head to survey the lush snowy ridge, in which there was a curved path circling down, while the road was overgrown with bushes. The old monkey wiped away the fine sweat on his forehead, put his eyes in far toward the mountain to survey some. Is a happy way. Mr. Lu, if we go forward another dozen or so miles, we'll be at the place where those two sharks live. The mountains were secluded, a little damp from the proximity of the unfrozen river, and all the soles of the feet were covered with mud and snow. Is Mr. Big arriving soon? Littleton is so hungry and doesn't want to eat the steamed buns. Hold on just a little longer, and you'll have enough to eat when we get to the place. Good, my tiger. For about an hour, Lu Chunran finally arrived at the foot of the mountain, looking at a wooden house in the distance, just at lunchtime, with rising smoke from it. Mr. Lu, it's here. Allow the old monkey to go and say hello to those two sharks first. While saying this, the old monkey ran towards the wooden house. Whoa! The sound of waves of dirty water was constantly in his ears. A constant stream of water washed up on the shore and condensed in clusters of ice, frozen between the rocks. Strangely beautiful. Not long after, Lu Chenran was able to see the old monkey greeting himself from afar, shouting loudly, Mr. Lu, come on. Behind the old monkey followed two fishmen covered in scales, a fish-tailed man, with a blue complexion, fins in his ears, and a harpoon in his intricately patterned hands, relied on his tail to swing forward across the ground. Is this the shark of the East China Sea? Rather bizarre. Right at this moment, there was a golden book title page slowly floating in Lu Chenran's mind. Bonding with the Fox Mountain Tiger Mountain God, 3030. End of chapter. Chapter 66 Ocarina Sound Frightens Jiao, 2-in-1. Chapter 66 Ocarina Sound Frightens Jiao, 2-in-1. My tiger. Tiger Mountain God suddenly felt that Pangran's size seemed to have changed at this moment, and the snow-colored fluff without half a speckled coat was particularly harsh in the light of the sun. Even its breathing feels extraordinarily redundant and heavy, and it feels the aura soak into the blood veins between exhaling. All the way up the road it did not notice anything strange. What is this sudden feeling? Subsequently, under Shaoan's puzzled gaze, the Tiger Mountain God's figure became smaller and smaller, and in the end, it actually shrunk to the point where it was like Shaoui, squatting on the ground, and resembling a big cat. On the tiger's face, a few whiskers quivered, the same as a silver taper. Big cat, why are you so small all of a sudden? As soon as Shaoan picked up the Tiger Mountain God, he grabbed its two round ears and looked from side to side. The Tiger Mountain God was also immersed in this change, shocked for a long time without reacting. Although it was not clear what had happened, it knew clearly in its heart that its Tao had once again made a breakthrough, and it must have been inseparable from Mr. Lu and the Fox Fairy over there. Lu Chenran looked at the shrunken body of the Tiger Mountain God. This was the first time he had felt the changes brought about by the bonded object, and in his mind, on the title page of the golden book that belonged uniquely to the Tiger Mountain God, there were words floating in a ghostly manner. The power of the mountain god can take in the soul and condense the spirit, and you will be given a requiem. A requiem? Lu Chenran pondered over the wonders of this technique. Compared to the previous minor arts, it was obvious that the level of the art obtained this time was higher, and from the name alone, Could it be that it could tranquilize the soul? Or perhaps suppression? This was the first time that he had acquired the means of immortal art along the way. Right at this moment, the old monkey had already brought the two sharks to welcome over. His afterglow glanced at the tiger mountain god that had already shrunk into a cat. A trace of consternation floated out of his eyes, and then he suppressed the doubts in his heart, and introduced them to each other with a smile on his face. Mr. Lu, these two are the sharks from the East China Sea. This is Mr. Lu. We'll have to trouble you both for this boat ride. Lu Chenran rushed at the two sharks and bowed. My name is Lu Chenran. Meet you two fellow Taoists. Crossing the river is a problem for you two. The two sharks glanced at each other, both seeing a touch of surprise in the other's eyes. Just in the house. Although the old monkey did not say very straightforward, but the words do not imply the two. This Mr. Lu is not an ordinary person, even if it is not immortal, but also definitely a travel around the high people, slightly out of the point of view, so that the old monkey's Taoism has a breakthrough. This sight is really as that old monkey said. From its body cannot feel half of the rhyme of the Tao. The Tao line is very high. I am afraid that it has already reached the realm of subpuru to the real. Thinking of this, cannot help but be a little nervous. Panicked is to arch his hand to return the salute. No trouble, no trouble. The long journey, Mr. Lu must be hungry. The house happens to have burnt fish. Mr. Lu, eat some together to warm his body. Please dash. Lu Chunran smiled and was leading Shaun to follow behind these two sharks. The houses of the two sharks were humble, built on the waterfront. A fire was burning in the middle of the room, and on it stood a large pot in which fish was stewing, and there was not much salt to accompany it. Freshly fished out of the fish, frying and grilling can fade a little fishy flavor. If the water slowly stewed, do not add wine to remove fishy. The strong fresh fishy flavor is unacceptable. However, after being hungry for a day, Lu Chunran didn't pick at anything and drank a bowl of fish soup to warm his belly, and barred her mouth, a hard-to-accept look on her face. This fish soup is worse than Mr. Big Stew. As the words fell, a few moments of embarrassment surfaced on the faces of the two sharks. I didn't know that Mr. Lu was coming, so the rice was stewed roughly. As a mackerel, even if you eat things in the water raw, you won't find them unpalatable. Lu nodded at Anne's head. As a guest, it's a treat from the host family. You can't be so rude. Why? Because it's the Lord's hospitality, and that kind of talk sends chills down people's spines. Oh, and knows. Afterward, Lu Chenran was speaking to the two sharks with an apologetic face. The words of a child who doesn't know any better. I hope that the two fellow Taoists won't be offended. Sir, where are your words? Children? Understand. Fellow Taoist, when do we need to be able to cross the river? Sir is in a hurry? It's a bit of a rush. Then we'll both get ready here. Trouble. After a quick meal, the two sharks stepped out of the room and inspected a shanty-roofed boat tethered to the side of the crude dock, which wasn't exactly small, nor was it big enough to fit in the shallows without bottoming out. Not long after, the two sharks returned to the house and smiled at Lu Duanran. Mr. Lu, the boat is ready to go. It's really troublesome. Fellow Taoist. Harm. Sir is too kind. Seeing that Mr. Lu was ready to board the boat, the old monkey sent Lu Chenran to the shore, saying with a bit of reluctance, the old monkey will leave you here, and have a safe journey, sir, by the grace of the real man. If Mr. Lu wants to drink again, come back to Rotten Peach Mountain to find old monkey. There's plenty of wine to go around. Ha ha ha. This remark of the real person, Lu Mao has memorized it. Can it be counted? The old monkey was instantly delighted, and continuously was nodding his head. Naturally, it's the gentleman who remembers to come. Having tasted such a fine wine, I'm afraid I'll never be able to drink anything else in the world. Ha ha ha. I don't deserve such a comment from you, sir. Real person. Mr. Lu is leaving? Farewell, Mr. Lu. The scaffold boat floated at the water's edge, bobbing up and down with the waves, and Lu Chenran boarded the boat with Shaoan. The cold wind is blowing, and the scaly waves are like a shaking veil. Sharks pushed the head of the bamboo hat. A yell far away, alarmed the sky birds beat the air rustling up, and then it is in the surprise of Lu Chuanran, jumped into the tropical water. Both hands pushed the tail of the boat, the tail of the fish aflutter. Blue lines swing away. The shanty boat then traveled leisurely towards the water. Seeing Mr. Lu's astonished face, one of the sharks staying on the boat laughed and said, Mr. Lu, this is called the weak water in the trench water. That is, the goosefeather cannot float. Not to mention the wooden boat. We sharks are used to staying in the water. With the water tribe is not too different. So you can take advantage of the water to push the boat. This trip is not close to the water. We two people take turns to go down to push the boat. So that's how it is. It's an eye-opening experience for Lu. I really thank you, fellow Taoist. Ha ha, You're welcome. Lu Chenran walked to the bow of the boat, looked at the old monkey who was still looking at him from the shore, and waved his hand at him. Real people go back. Mr. Lu is leaving. The old monkey bowed deeply to Mr. Lu, who was gradually moving away, and said in a loud voice, "Don't forget to look for the old monkey." "Sir, won't forget." The sound ship's a long way off. It was only until that small boat completely disappeared from the old monkey's sight that he came back to his senses. His eyes filled with complexity. Clap clap clap, clap clap clap. The waves faded away in the distance, and the old monkey stayed where he was for a moment, scratching his cheeks. It just felt like everything that had happened in the past 2 days was marvelous. The leaves of that immortal peach tree haven't fallen yet, and the entire rotten peach mountain has left traces of Mr. Everywhere. Maybe fairy fate is the way to go. Lu Chenran sat on the edge of the boat, and idly, he touched out a peach kernel that he had eaten. This peach kernel is very large, holding in the hand is the size of a fist. While thinking, is to take the stone knife in accordance with the memory of the appearance of the carving on the side of what? What are you getting at, Mr. Big? Shaoan sat on Lu Duanran's lap and looked at the peach kernel in Lu Duanran's hand that she had gnawed the rest of. Make an ocarina. What's an ocarina? An instrument that plays a nice sound. Is it the same as Brother Li playing the piano? Pretty much. Why Mr. Big is doing the ocarina? Trying to blow it off. Can and blow too? Naturally. With a cheeky grin. Anne's hands were cupping her cheeks, her eyes staring unblinkingly at him as he drilled holes in the peach kernels. Earlier, the prototype of the ocarina was a stone used for hunting, and some stones had naturally occurring cavities, and when the forefathers used such stones to cast their prey, the cavities in the stone produced a whistling sound due to the airflow. Later on, the ocarina gradually developed into 3 holes, 6 holes, 9 holes. The shape is also different, and with the gradual development of the ocarina can play the sound, but also more and more rich. The tone is low and mellow, ethereal and soft, and can be used for solo, ensemble or accompaniment. Lu Chenran was concentrating on carving the peach kernel in his hand when the sharks boiled a pot of hot water, came over, placed it on the short case in the boat, and sat down. Where is Mr. Lu going on this trip? First go to Linjiang Ferry, then take a boat to cross the East Sea by water and head to Shangjing. Crossing the East Sea by boat? Could it be that Mr. Lu wants to go ride that mirage? Oh, fellow Daoist also knows about mirages? The shark smiled and nodded. Then he thought of something and opened his mouth. But this time Linjiang Ghost City seems to have changed to City Lord. It is rumored that that City Lord is extremely bad to talk to. So many great demons have been driven out by it. Even that mirage building has been taken over by it. Ghost Town? Mr. Lu doesn't know? Not really. The shark spoke as he took a sip of the hot water. Before the stroke of midnight, the Linjiang Ferry is no different from an ordinary city. But after the stroke of midnight, until the stroke of midnight, it will be covered by a mysterious fog, at which time the whole city will be greatly changed, and a lot of demons and ghosts live here, so it's called the Ghost City. And won't the people of this place feel the anomaly? That's not true. Ordinary people can't see that fog either. So it is. Chatting with the sharks, it wasn't long before an exquisite peach ocarina appeared in Lu Chenran's hand. It's finally done. The shark had never seen this before and was a little surprised. What is the purpose of this object? Sir, blow the music. Mr. Lu is really elegant. Lu Chenran guffawed, and then he was holding the peach ocarina with both hands, got up, and stood at the bow of the boat. Sunset to oblique. There is a lonely island floating in the distance in the middle of the tropical water, full of cedars and lush green. A cold wind that swept away all this mortal clamor. Looking at all this in front of him, Lu Chenran took a deep breath. Woo, woo. The ancient sound of the ocarina is the most frustrating, and the sound of the ocarina is the most mournful. The center of the river is coiled up an ocarina sound, and then it is floating in the whole river. Whimpering sound clear. At this sound, the 2 sharks pushing the boat froze for a moment, and then they looked over in the direction of the sound. In the front of the boat wearing fox fur Mr. Isolation. Boat with the water. Ocarina sound dazzled the water. The wind with the ocarina fly. A sense of peace from the soul gradually swept deep within the 2 sharks, who stared blankly at the bow of the boat, looking at the setting sun. It's a feeling that's hard to describe, but only feel listening to Mr. Lu's ocarina sound. All the sadness in this moment are dissipated with the wind. The rest of the heart is only calm. The depth of the heart of the pain. The East China Sea expelled by the pain. Entrenched in the heart of the obsession, and then dissipated. Whoa! The boat suddenly shook in the water. And then there were countless swimming fish coming from underwater, circling around the boat, poking out half of the fish head, staring at the person who played the ocarina. Under the vermilion clouds, there were flocks of finches flying around the ship, chirping a piece of sound. Embedded in this side of the picturesque wonders, there is a hidden fog on the surface of the river, filled with the whole temperature of the water. The original turbulence of the river seems to be because of the sound of this ocarina. The waves stop. Calm down, mister. Big blows really well. Little and touched the silver taper beside her, bobbing her head gently as she sat in her chair, her short legs swaying to the rhythm of the ocarina sound. The Tiger Mountain God's eyes went a little into a trance, and he just stared at Mr. Lu, his round ears not moving, and the years he had spent in the Fox Mountains seemed to come back to his mind. Snow Fox squatting sitting in the transmission, slow blinking watery eyes staring at him in a daze. The bottom of his eyes there is a fog will be gathered not yet gathered. Oh, the sound of the ocarina was still drifting in the wind. Lu Duanran closed his eyes, lightly exhaled breath between his lips, and the sound of Requiem constantly echoed in his ears. And he had never felt so peaceful in his mind. Snow drifts. This side of the picture was maintained for a long time. With the broken jewels in the sky, Lu Chunran only felt that his heart was full of feelings in this slow ocarina sound. A touch of disappointment. A long time to echo in this river above. Not peaceful rest. Looking away from Mr. Lu, who was standing at the bow of the boat, the shark took a deep breath and softly said, Mr. Lu, truly a human immortal. The two had just come back to their senses from that peaceful ocarina sound, and they seemed to have sensed something, and their brows tightened. Turning his eyes, he looked toward the underwater, and his heart was aghast. There was only a ripple of water approaching, but the naked eye could only see the water waves and could not see through the darkness underwater. In the eyes of the sharks, the huge black shadow underwater was clearly visible, and was coming down the water. Mr. Lu, little. The words had not yet fallen. Suddenly, anon. A high-pitched seal of a dragon's roar broke the picture of the quiet lanes of this place, and the ocarina sound came to an abrupt end. The clap 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 clap. The waves of the river ebb and flow. The birds are frightened, and the swimming fish are scattered. Jiao jiao. The shark was so horrified that he didn't know what to do for a moment. Roar. The Tiger Mountain God was so shocked by this dragon's roar that he exploded. A terrifying sense of oppression originating from within his bloodline instantly filled his entire body. Bending his head down to the ground, not daring to move, Lu Chenran's eyebrows were condensed, and under his mind's eye, he was looking through the underwater layers at the black shadow that was swimming rapidly. Augur? Next moment, the wind was so strong that tens of feet of waves were lifted from the river. A huge dragon with a white body, antlers, and a golden pupil with a blue mane broke out of the river, its pupils flashing with a few points of luster as it stared at the boat. The river fog, gradually surging. End of chapter. Chapter 67, The Water Dragon, 2-in-1. Chapter 67, The Water Dragon, 2-in-1. With the appearance of the dragon, the river is stacked up 1,000 waves, such as snow splash. A wave-stacked wave toward the location of the boat rolled. The temperature water for a moment was actually broken, under which revealed a large area of reefs. Rolling sky. You can see the bottom of the river sediment gullies. The swimming fish fleeing in the river water were shaken up by this sudden onslaught of horrifying torrent, and then they were scattered all over the ship's board. Slap. The shark's face was suffocatingly red, holding onto the shanty wooden boat in the churning river water, staring fearfully at the white scow that had suddenly appeared. Mr. Lu. Lu Chunran held the ocarina in his hand and stared at the white jiao in front of him with a grave expression. He took a deep breath and did not know the intention of the white jiao in front of him. The gushing river rolled on, lifting the fox fur on his body to crack and rattle. The snow fox slowly got up and traveled behind Lu Chuanran, its fluffy fox tail spreading out, its fox eyes gazing at this white augur, its body long ready for anything. A biting cold air gradually spreads on the tailed water. Following the sky rising fog gradually turned into hexagonal ice prisms floating above the water. The white jiao did not make any movements. More than 3 feet of dragon whiskers hanging down from the corner of the eye. I do not know how long the dragon body with the waves undulating, but stable as a mountain. Its body spread around the water and the gas. Golden dragon pupils just gleaming gazes at Lu Duanran, or rather, gazing at the ocarina in Lu Duanran's hand. That dragon pupil was as big as an adult. Anon. A dragon's roar came again. For some reason, Lu Chenran sensed a trace of eager anticipation from within the golden pupils of that white augur. He gazed at the white scaly dragon, and as the mind's eye gazed under the detailed observation, Lu Chenran saw clearly that the body of this scaly dragon was covered with the rotten mud at the bottom of the river, like barnacles in a whale, sticking on top of the scaly dragon's smooth skin. This rotten mud at the bottom of the river seemed to have caused this white scaly dragon to suffer a lot of pain and suffering. The rotten mud on the body of the white augur, blurring out a myriad of shapes, people and demons and beasts, just in the shape of a skeleton, with only 3 big black holes where the face was, whimpering with the wind. shingled boat with the waves in the river overturned. The hull of the boat constantly came from the sound of flapping knocking, accompanied by a burst of ghostly screams like sobbing. Under the river gradually surged a layer of black miasma, more and more dense. A thought rose in Lu Chunran's mind. Could it be that this rotten mud was transformed by the unjust souls in the river? Lu Chunran took a deep breath and looked at the white scaly scow in the water, then pointed to the ocarina in his hand and gestured at the white scaly scow. The white scaly dragon's huge dragon head nodded at once, exhaling a vapor from its nostrils, its tail swinging. Fruity. Lu Chunran's heart was clear. This scaly dragon is afraid that it has been plagued by the grievances in this lying water for a long time, and the ocarina sound that he casually played had an effect on the rotting mud on his body, allowing him to find a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this rapid river of fierce water, once devoured countless living beings, sunk to the bottom of the river, turned into countless grievous souls. Day and night tormented this river dragon king. He then smiled gently at Bai Jiao, holding the ocarina in both hands. He stood at the bow of the boat and blew the peach ocarina in his hands again, his breath pouring out. Woo, woo woo, the ocarina sound of the past once again surrounded the dirty water. Next moment, above the river, the sound like a dark tide is suddenly quiet. The four fields no longer hear the sound, only the remaining ocarina sound, echoing in the sky. A song for the requiem. The ocarina sound is like a pair of warm and soft hands, gently brushing over the body of this white augur, smoothing out its tightly wrinkled brow, like a seed slowly breaking out of the ground and blooming with a soft dew. That round of the day is finally completely sunk into the river, surrounded by a Lanjing, only the wind and snow wet people's clothes. The silence in this room seemed to make it possible to hear the sound of that heartbeat of the augur. The golden pupils of the white Jiao gradually became softer, and the mind was as quiet as a flat lake when it heard the sound of this soul-soothing ocarina, and the large head of the Jiao gently swayed along with the whimpering sound. The two sharks looked at such a scene in front of them in shock, and looked at Mr. Lu, who stood at the bow of the boat calmly playing his ocarina. An incredible thought echoed in their hearts. Is this augur in the river also begging for Mr. Lu? As the sound of the ocarina continued to reverberate, the layers of miasma on the surface of the water were gradually suppressed. The sound of the song lingered, gusts of smoke emerged, and the layers of silt that adhered to the augur body fell off and hid beneath the surface of the water. Requiem chanting is like heavenly music, although there is only one person, Lu Chunran, an ocarina, but as if there are thousands of people together to cater to, turned into a soul-restoring Taoist talisman. If the snow generally fluttering down in the river, woo, the Taoist talisman fell into the water, gradually abating the layers of silt on the Jiao, gradually revealing the souls therein, among which there were both men and women, but all of them were full of grievances. Oh, following that, the Taoist symbols were integrated into the countless souls, swirling a circle of golden Taoist rhythms, and the grim-faced skeletons gradually calmed down, revealing their original faces, as if waking up from a dream. The face above is full of peace of mind. This trench water swallowed millions of living beings, thousands of years of accumulated grievances. In this moment by this go to the soul, slowly melt. The wrong souls may have that sinister evil thought in their hearts, but they are soothed by this song of peace and comfort, and the ice melts away. The white augur's body swung freely to the sound of the ocarina, gently holding up this one shanty boat, gently looking at the person playing. After a long, swimming fish returned, birds surrounded them, and a moon rose. The wind is blowing and the sky is high. In the midst of the tropical water, the rotten mud on the white Jiao has already disappeared. A transparent soul shuttles through the river, emitting a faint golden light around its body, simple but dazzling, reflecting the river in a magnificent and gorgeous way. Around the shed-roofed boat, blooming with an ethereal luster, as if it were a glowing fire, adorning the landscape here and there. It's beautiful. Shaoan grabbed the round ears of the tiger mountain god and looked at the scene in front of him with starry eyes. The sharks had boarded the shanty boat long ago and froze, staring at the gorgeous scene before them. Starlight poured down, engraving this place, like a painting, reflected in the river, beautiful and quiet. Snow Fox's eyes are full of gratifying color gazing at the scene, looking at the ocarina player. The heart floats full of mildness. A wave of compassion and soft goodness filled the heart. Chang Hulu swallowed his saliva, glanced at Lu Chunran, pursed his lips, and also did not know what he was thinking. The song ends. Lu Chunran slowly put down the peach ocarina in his hand and gently looked at the white scaly dragon in front of him, arching his hands in a salute. Mr. Lu has met the Dragon Lord. Greetings, gentlemen. Tranquil spirits danced around him, nodding and smiling, bowing and bowing. Lu Chunran also smiled and returned his salute with a smile. The ghosts of the wrongdoers have dispersed, and the river is once again at peace. Anon. A loud and clear dragon roar. The white scaly dragon gazed deeply at this Mr. fox fur. Its smooth dragon body was already all white and flawless, and it gently lifted up this puffy wooden boat. The rotting mud congealed by resentment at the bottom of this river will never bother it again. Then the white scaly dragon raised its head. Its 3-foot whiskers swayed in the wind, and a watery mist turned into crystalline bubbles spat out from the dragon's mouth and slowly drifted away beside Lu Chunran. Dragon Lord. This is. Lu Duanran was a bit stunned as he reached out his hand and lightly touched the blister. Bang! The water bubbles ruptured and transformed into countless watery flowing rhythms, all of which surged towards the long water dragonine sword at his waist. Next moment, buzz! His waist satchel of water dragon bard is uncontrollably chirping and trembling, fused with this water aura. That's silent for a long time. The spirit of rhyme seems to be awakening at this moment, shaking down the dust of a long time rust marks. Clang! The water dragon's grimoire had been sheathed since, like a stream of light that shot up into the sky. The blade of the sword circled around the white auger, and was piercing through the twilight sky, with strands and strands of green sword chi seeping out, illuminating this place with a blue color. Following that, there was a sword chi that shot straight up into the sky to shoot at the fighting bulls. The 3-foot blue blade appeared in the world, and the plain white moonlight sprinkled the earth in a spectacular manner. The 3 gilt characters of Water Dragonine were slowly sealed above the hilt of the long sword. This sword, which was rumored to have cut through the waters of the Zhangjiang River, came to life at this moment. Immortal sword? The shark took a deep breath, only to feel that what they had seen today had turned both of their worldviews upside down. First, Mr. Lu's ocarina sound. Swimming fish play in the water, surrounded by birds, followed by the Dragon King appeared, in order to smell the ocarina and then the immortal sword sheathed. Mr. Lu. The shark's heart sighed softly, seeming to know why that old monkey from Rotten Peach Mountain had treated Mr. so well. To meet such a human immortal is a rare destiny in this life. Zhao Long gazed at the long sword. The dragon pupil surfaced a trace of shock. Even she did not think that this sword will actually live over. Afterwards, her pupils were filled with respect as she looked at Mr. Fox Chio, and her head gently bowed towards him. Thank you very much, sir. The voice was a bit slender, causing Lu Chenran to be stunned for a moment, and then he hurriedly opened his mouth. The Dragon Lord's gratitude is a bit heavy. The White Jiao shook his head and asked out loud, where is Mr. Lu going? This trip is by boat, and I want to go to Linjiang Ferry. I have nothing to repay you for your kindness, so I'll give you a ride. Thank you, Dragon Lord. You're welcome. The words fell, and then the auger was sunk into the river, and the head of the auger held the scaffold boat, traveling toward the front, under the color of the moon like a wheel. The handle of the water dragon Jin slowly fell down from the sky. It floated behind Lu Chenran, and there was a sense of spirituality flowing within the body of the sword, flipping back and forth a few times before it was hidden from view. And then, within Lu Chenran's mind, there was a golden book title page slowly floating. Bonding with Sword and Water Dragon, 124/365. Getting the rhythm of the water spirit of the legendary water dragon monarch. The spirit of the sword is firstborn, belonging to the immortals, and the mortal transforms into an immortal. He reached out and touched the ancient and simple scabbard at his waist. The stains on it had now all fallen off, revealing a bit of golden light, the spiritual rhythm flowing, the gilt seal engraved with the 3 words Water Dragon glorious, bright and glittering. Lu Chenran then guffawed and turned around and flicked on the sword. Ding dash. The sound was crisp and clear, and an invisible ripple of air shook the surroundings of the immortal sword. You're out of luck. The immortal sword rubbed against Lu Duanran affectionately. Today, blowing the ocarina and meeting the Dragon King was a great surprise. The immortal sword circled around Lu Duanran, chirping and trembling with the sound of gold and stone. Obviously just a sword, but the excitement was visible to the naked eye. Lu Chunran put the peach ocarina in the bag, tilted his head, looked at the bright moon in this place, looked at the snowy mountains and misty fog on the shore, the scaly dragon floating under the boat, and turned his head to look at the long sword, which was like a spirit and then stood up on its own. Perhaps at this moment it can truly be called the water dragon's breath. The Tiger Mountain god's eyes were filled with envy as he looked at the long sword, and a thought arose in his heart. My tiger doesn't have a name either. I don't know if you have the chance to give it a name. Shanty boat is still traveling on top of the dirty water. Different from the past is that the 2 sharks who pushed the boat before have already sat in the cabin. Countless swimming fish surrounded the shanty-roofed boat, and Shaoan lay on his back, staring unseeingly at the swimming fish moving in and out of the lake. Even the Tiger Mountain god, who had really transformed into a big cat, stared unblinkingly at the swimming fish under the boat, and a certain attribute in his heart seemed to have suddenly awakened as he stretched out his claws, and his fingertips protruded from his meat pads, wanting to hook the swimming fish in the water. I told you you were a cat. Only cats eat fish, and crossed her arms with a look of seeing through. My tiger is a tiger. Then why are you catching fish? Fish is meat too. Humph. You're younger than little and now, my tiger can get bigger. I don't believe it. Inside the shed-roofed cabin, Lu Chenran sat opposite the two sharks, drinking tea. The two sharks looked at each other, and then they were carefully looking at Lu Duanran and softly spoke. Mr. Lu, you will be passing through the East Sea on your trip, right? If you can ride that mirage, you will definitely pass through the East Sea. One of the sharks then gulped and looked at him with some embarrassment, then rubbed his hands together and spoke cautiously. If Mr. Lu goes to the East Sea and passes by the shark tribe, could you bring something for me? What is it? The sharks also knew that Mr. Lu had traveled in a hurry on this journey, and a few awkward colors were born on his face. My daughter got married some days ago, and I couldn't go to the East Sea, so I thought to ask Mr. to bring a congratulatory gift for my daughter. Surely I won't let Mr. bring it for nothing, but I can't get anything out of it. The shark looked at Shaoan, who was touching the fish at the stern of the boat, and then he was taking out a blanket-like thing and whispered, Mr. Lu, you are tired of running all the way, but you don't have anything to settle down. And I see that the girl is also young in age, so I think she must not be used to sleeping in a mountainous place. This blanket is we in the East China Sea to collect seaweed soft things compiled from the sleeping blanket. Lying on it, even if it is cold, will be born heat. This cold weather will certainly be able to help Mr. Lu. Duanran smiled, then spoke. Why don't you send the congratulatory gift over yourself, fellow Daoist? The shark said with a deep sigh, gesturing to the shark beside him. The two of us have been expelled from the East China Sea, and it was he who came to tell me about my daughter's marriage. I know I don't have many years left. I thought I could leave what's left to my daughter. It's kind of the last thing I can do for my daughter as a father. In this world without cell phones, the landscape's soundproof, but cannot block the human feelings. Lu Chunran thought about it. Shaoan also really cannot freeze with himself, and this trip also got on the boat of these two sharks, and did not pay any boat fee. Is there anything else that fellow Taoist wishes to say to my daughter? Mr. Lu will definitely bring all of it. As he said that, he reached out and took the sleeping blanket. In his mind, there was the golden book title page floating slowly. Bonding with seaweed sleeping blanket, 0/2. The East China Sea sharks use seaweed to weave sleeping blankets. Lying, very warm. End of chapter 68. Chapter 68 Auntie's Little Thoughts, 2 and 1. Chapter 68 Auntie's Little Thoughts, 2 and 1. The night moon is still flowing. The gentle moonlight splashed on the wastewater. The white scow undulated forward amidst the shallow waves. The scaffold boat half floating on the river, and the sound of the water waves gushing against the riverbank constantly coming from the ear. When the shark saw Mr. Lu accept the sleeping blanket he had sent, his face was immediately happy, and then he carefully held out a shark pearl from his bosom, and presented it with both hands to pass it over. The crystal shark beads scattered a soft luster since, reflecting the night bright as a candle. Mr. Lu, I really don't have anything I can send to my little daughter. Thinking about it, the only thing I can take is this shark pearl. Please sir, can send this shark pearl to my daughter's hands. Lu Duanran touched the thing called a shark pearl, and a few moments of amazement arose in his eyes. It's not a common thing. In his mind, the golden book's title page reappeared. Bonding with the East Sea shark pearl, 0 out of 10. Hanging pearls in 4 pendants. Daytime like a star, nighttime like the moon. The night pearl, anciently known as Sui Zhu. Hanging pearl, however, this treasure only existed in the historical legends of the Blue Star. Modern people see what is called a pearl of the night. Most of the things are fluorspar, or mixed with a lot of rare earth minerals. Who cannot say whether there is no such a thing in ancient times? So far are unknown. Perhaps just a colorful, translucent and fascinating fluorspar? The shark scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed. This bead was left to me by my grandfather, and has been carried with me all these years. Thinking that this bead will have to be passed on all the time when I'm gone. The exact value of the bead I'm not quite sure. Right. Speaking here, the shark seemed to remember something. That is, from the cuffs, touched out a bamboo tube, which contained a rolled-up leather paper letter. Almost forgot. Please Mr. Lu to give this letter together to my daughter. Lu Chunran placed the night pearl along with the letter in the moth wing bundle and smiled. Mr. Lu will definitely bring this letter with the beads for fellow Daoist. Hearing this, the sharks were instantly grateful and rose to bow deeply. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Lu Chenran hurriedly propped up this shark's body, but it's just to bring some things along the way. It's not worthy of such a big gift from you. Say, you don't charge any fee to send Lu across the river, and you also gave Lu this blanket. It's Lu who should be thankful to you. The shark glanced deeply at Lu Chenran, his brows filled with frustration, mumbling to say something, but all that was left on his lips was thanks. Stay in this rhythmic water river for more than 10 years. Can meet Mr. Lu, how fortunate. I think only Mr. This kind of Taoist high people do not bother to covet their own point of the ragsit. His mind rambled a lot, but he felt a little ashamed. And trusting someone to bring something, and thinking about this and that. I'll never see you again after I've sent you across the river. After chatting with the two sharks for a while, Lu Chenran memorized the location of the shark tribe, and in a short while, the roofed boat passed through the narrow waterway and docked at an uninhabited shore. The white scow gently lowered the scaffold boat, the dragon's tail ruffling the water. Lu Duanran draped the sleeping blanket in his hand over Xiaowen's body and rubbed her head. Is it warm? Warm. That's good. Only little and has a blanket to cover her. Isn't Ei afraid of the cold? I'll hold Ei. She won't be cold. Oh, I don't want a blanket. I want Mr. Big to hold me too. You're a big boy. And Eboshi is still young enough to be hugged. Oh, the tiger mountain god, who had transformed into a big cat, had his mouth turned away and his tail high in the air, with an expression of seeing through it. The snow fox that was absent-mindedly looking at sleep, heard this. A few points of embarrassment immediately surfaced on the face. The fox eyes glanced at Lu Chuanran, was thinking of something. The entire fox body was already being held up, for little legs stomped in the air, the slender soft little paws curled up, all hot, boing dash. Following that, the fox's eyes were reflecting Lu Duanran's gentle pupils. Snow Fox's cheeks floated a touch of scarlet, every time by Ranner held in the arms. The heart will always give birth to a feeling of peace of mind. Smacking his mouth, chaotic thoughts is a mess in the mind. Xiaoyi is still young. That sounds weird. To be hugged sounds weird too. What's going on in Ranchan's mind? For some reason, there was more than a few inexplicable feelings in his heart. Once or twice would be fine, but she only felt that Ranner seemed to be a little too intimate with this snow fox, always giving her a feeling that it was deeper than her feelings for her aunt. Although this fox was changed by herself, it's not like Ranner knew that this snow fox was changed by herself. Even looking at the snow fox eyes, are full of a kind of eagerness, from the heart of the intimate tenderness, a touch of tenderness, with his look at the small and also or green gourd or something, is completely different. Obviously, after living with her for so long, how long has the snow fox been following him? The snow fox then hastily was shaking its fox head. What are you thinking about? What's there to dwell on? Ranner should be missing her too much. That's why she has something in mind for this fox heart. It should be like this, right? Right. It must have been that requiem that Ranner played that affected him. The snow fox's eyes were stunned for a moment, looking at the bright moon in the sky, lazily fox body lying in Lu Chenran's arms, as if with a few points belonging to the fox's lethargy. The narrow fox eyes floating with a few points as even her own cannot be detected by the flavor. More and more appears to be rich. But if that's the case, why is it that every time Ranner looks at the snow fox, her eyes are filled with that kind of fiery passion that she can't understand? Lu Chenran naturally didn't notice the thoughts of the snow fox in his arms, but his hand couldn't help but stroke her spine more delicately. The fluff was warm and soft. The snow fox's body trembled slightly, but she just obediently did not refuse, closing her eyes and letting his hand touch her cheek. Perhaps she herself was not sure, the unearthly she, for this kind of gentle touch. Subconsciously perhaps there is still a little like it, right? Lu Duanran patted Xiaowen's head. The blanket was given to you by two uncle sharks. Go and thank them. And lifted the sleeping blanket that covered her head halfway up, revealing most of her doll face, her big eyes blinking. Thank you both. You're welcome. You're welcome. The shark returned somewhat flattered. He then rejoined the river and looked at Lu Duanran, arching his hand in salute. Mr. Lu, then so long. Farewell. Two fellow Taoists. The sharks looked at each other, and then it was with some reluctance that they pushed the shingled boat and swam back into the river, accompanied by the bright moon of the clear river. The shark sitting in the cabin surveyed the bowl of tea left by Mr. Lu and looked at the seat where Mr. Lu had once sat, transfixed, followed by a smile. I've been ferrying people through this dirty water for more than 10 years. I never thought that one day, I would ferry a human immortal. It's all karma. Looking at the shingled boat gradually moving away, the white scaly boat in the river surfaced, and a few odd colors arose in its eyes. Mr. Lu's conversation with the two sharks in the boat didn't avoid anything, and she heard everything. The emperor of the great Zhou country spread the news, said the capital of the mountain is not Xianxian, and will be on the 9th day of the waxing moon on the altar to preach this thing. These days can be said to be spreading the rumor. It is the white Jiao that has always stayed in the wastewater, also knows about this matter, as a rhythmic water dragon king, living for many years, initially heard about this matter, scoffed at it, right as a joke to listen to, but it is Mr. Lu such a deep Taoist masters want to go to the capital, which makes the white Jiao's heart slightly shaken a few points. Could it be, is this matter true? The white scaly dragon's whiskers picked and gazed at Lu Dinran, and as the dragon's tail waved, It spoke. Mr. is on this trip. Is it to seek immortality in Shangjing? Lu Chunran rubbed the snow fox's cheeks and smiled gently. Exactly. White Zhao's heart rippled slightly. Fruitful. It seems that he is going to face up to the fact that there is a true immortal on Busan Mountain. The road to the capital is long and difficult. Mr. Lu, have a safe journey. My concubine will bid farewell here. Lu Duanran nodded and smiled archly. Thank you, Dragon Lord. You're welcome. The White Zhao paused and spoke again. In a few days, my concubine will also go to Shangjing to hear the immortal sermon. And at that time, I will continue with Mr. This is goodbye for today. Said. Is head into the river. A few waves under the roll. No longer the figure of the White Zhao. With this white scaly feet, from the lower slice of water to the capital, time is only half a month. Deal with the souls in the water, and then go to the later days is not too late. Shui Longing hung in mid-air, gazing at the distant white scaly dragon, his sword bending as if he was sending off. Lu Duanran watched the White Zhao disappear into his field of vision, and then he organized the baggage on his body, felt out the book Northern Territory record, and discerned the direction of the road. After crossing this river, the distance to Linjiang Ferry is just a few dozen miles. If we were quicker on our feet, we could be there tonight. The soft moonlight drew a thin dark shadow behind Lu Chenran, and in his mind, the title page of the Golden Book floated, seemingly reminding him of what he had gained from traveling on this journey. Bonding with the Tokai sleeping blanket, 1/2. Bonding with the East Sea Shark's pearl, 1/10. Bonding with Snow Monkey Howl Hair, 3 out of 10. Bonding with Mothwing Burden, 16/50. Bound to the branches of the northern pines, 13 out of 100. Bonding with the Drunken Gourd, 9 of 365. Bonding with Kensui Ryujin, 125/365. Bound to the northern snow fox, 3037/3300. The night is deep. The moonlight in front of me was like a practice, and the river was like snow, accompanied by the slender clouds and the bright moon filling the sky. Lu Chunran held Shaoan's hand and carried the snow fox in his arms as he traveled all the way south. Perhaps because there are too few people who can cross the trench water, Lu Chuanran has not seen any silhouettes along the way. The rolling hills gradually undulated into the distance, and the moonlight that enveloped the mountains gradually faded. Ishan night-shrouded mountain shrubs, thick snow covered the road ahead. Occasionally see a few paw prints left by the beasts, but no traces of penetration. The closer we got to the so-called ghost town of Linjiangdu, the thicker the fog became, blocking the moonlight and making it look especially bleak. Lu Duanran could only touch the glowing fire chi and shine it on the barren path ahead. The snow fox in his arms raised its fox head from time to time to look at himself, causing Lu Chenran to be a bit puzzled for a while. For some reason, he always felt that there was something strange about his aunt tonight, and sometimes when he gazed down into her eyes, he always subconsciously avoided. Because of what? In his mind, he could not help but recall the years of Fox Mountain. Every time he saw his aunt, looking at her beautiful face, sniffing her elegant fragrance, but his heart could not give birth to half a reverie. While his thoughts were racing, a child's voice pulled him back. Mr. Big, those two blue men said that the Lord of Ghost City was scary, and the big cats heard them, saying that they drove away a lot of demons. My tiger, I'm afraid it's a savage demon that's a few feet tall, with a big bladder and a bloody mouth that spits out fishy breath when it opens its mouth. Lu Duanran smiled and touched her head. Little N doesn't do bad things. Even if that city lord is scary, what can he do? Little N nodded as she carried Pearpaw on her back and hugged the big cat. Yes, oh, Little N is very good, not like a bad gourd. Senior, how am I broken? Green Gourd shifted vigorously and stared at Shaoan with wide eyes, muttering in dissatisfaction. The fog is getting thicker. In the thick fog, Lu Chunran can vaguely see a few lights are bright, far away from the bright as a star. It was past midnight, and most of the city was under curfew, so it was obvious that these lights were not lit by people. The lights are just a few miles ahead, but Lu Duanran feels that the distance is farther than from Tendishui to here. The man was traveling through the fog. Finally, he met a pedestrian carrying a lantern. Or maybe it's not a person, it's a demon with a lantern. Face pale, neck stretched out extremely long tongue drooping down from the corner of the mouth, convex eyes staring at Lu Chuanran who was marching towards the ghost city. In Lu Chenran's memory, a demonic ghost with such a look should be called a flying head barbarian. People? It had been a long time since the flying head barbarian had seen anyone in this ghost city. How did this man in fox fur get in here? He doesn't look like a Taoist priest. It should be the ghost that the cat demon captured. The further he walked towards the front, the more demons and ghosts he encountered, and the more lines of sight that gathered on Lu Chenran. Countless lanterns gathered in one place and wandered down the road, taking advantage of the snow and reflecting a ghostly red sheen. Everyone's mind was filled with the same doubts as that flying-headed barbarian. How do people get in? At this time, Shaoan seemed to see something. Holding the big cat in his arms, he ran towards the front with a bounce, and then he looked at a half-human high rat in front of him, and handed the big cat in his hand up. Big cat, here's a rat. Do you want to eat it? Rat, tiger mountain god. Perhaps stemming from the fear in his bloodline, the rat shivered a bit and took a few steps backward. His eyes filled with fear as he stared at this white cat. My tiger does not eat. Aren't you a meat eater? Rats are meat too. Humph. It's the cat that eats the rat. You're the cat. The tiger mountain god yawned and lay in Shaoan's arms, not bothering to pay her any attention. It was just that a thought was born in his mind. Breaking through, that being a cat was actually not bad, and looked at the fleeing rat with some sadness. Mr. Big, the rat got away. Lu Chunran walked up and held her small hand as he said seriously, don't wander off. Stay close to me, okay? Oh, I don't know how long it's been. The lights snapped on. Lu Chunran's ears vaguely came a sound of gongs and drums, accompanied by the whimpering cold wind, regaling the soul. Dum 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 dum. He stopped and looked silently at what was in front of him. A round of cold moon into the eyes. Shallow light reflected in the ancient and heavy city wall. The eaves of the wall cigar arch. Solemn city gate stands here. With a pervasive chorus of gongs and drums, torches burned on the walls, illuminating this part of the world as if it were daytime. There was no semblance of an eerie and spooky atmosphere, while above the city gate, 3 words were written in ink. Rinku Ferry. The whimpering of the trumpet was heard at this moment, accompanied by the clamor of drums and music. A stirring suona ran through Qingzhou, the midnight bell rang through the sky, and the heavy city gates roared open. Clang-ung, clang-ung. Heaven and earth were silent, and the demons and ghosts that were originally bustling with lanterns were silent at this moment. Ghost Town. Here it is. End of chapter 69. Chapter 69 Isu. This birthday gift is a bit heavy, 2 in 1. Chapter 69 Isu. This birthday gift is a bit heavy, 2 in 1. The red candles placed in the lanterns quietly spit out their tongues of fire, illuminating the gates of the city. On the road into the city, every place is colorful and red. The pale moonlight mixed with the luster of the torch, spilling a crimson red. Countless red lanterns in the hands of the demon ghosts will be a piece of this place, reflecting the red, festive. Come to this side of the world so many years, all the way to find the immortal. Lu Chunran has seen many wonderful things. The mind is gradually quiet, has gradually have transcended the thinking of mortals. But what was in front of him did take him a bit by surprise. In his impression, a ghost town should be a desolate and deserted place, with worn-out gates, ghostly red lanterns, and whimpering ghostly voices filling his ears. It turns out that ghost towns can also have a human flavor. The heart is also slightly shocked emotion, so carefully thought. He still carries certain stereotypes belonging to people. Why must one define demons and ghosts as alien? Demon ghosts have lives of their own, don't they? It's not right. The good thing is it's not too late for the mind to notice. This kind of lights, even the neon-lit night of Blue Star, does not seem to be brighter than it. As far as the eye could see, the city gates were wide open, but the crowd of demons and ghosts around them were not in a hurry to enter the city. Instead, they were all holding lanterns and standing quietly outside, seemingly waiting for something. Right at this moment, the flying head barbarian that had been following Lu Chunran walked over and stopped at a distance of about a foot from him. The flying head barbarian had been following the gentleman in the fox fur for a long time. At first, he thought that it was the cat that brought him in, but when he looked closely at the cat's Taoism, it wasn't much higher, and he didn't feel like a cat demon that could bring people in. Its long neck twisted into a shape as it stretched its head toward him, hesitating for a moment before speaking up. Perhaps it is a bit presumptuous, but is the gentleman a man? Lu Duanran was stunned for a moment and turned back to look at the head in front of him. Then he nodded gently. Exactly. When the words fell, the surroundings immediately fell silent. All the demons and ghosts turned their heads to look at this uninvited guest that appeared in the ghost city. Their sights brushed together, staring at Xiaoyin Anzhong a little hairy, subconsciously grasping Lu Chuanran's arm tightly. There were a few large demons whose ghostly green eyes gazed at Lu Duanran and subconsciously licked their lips. Hearing this, the flying head barbarian cautiously came over and spoke out to remind him. Mister, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. This is a ghost city, not a place for people to stay. It's better to find a quiet place and wait for the dawn. Dawn, the fog disperses. You can go out. Although the demons and ghosts living in the ghost city are subject to the control of the ghost city's city manager, there is no shortage of people with greed in their hearts, and mortals ultimately do not belong here. Lu Chenran smiled, not thinking that this flying head barbarian was still a kind-hearted person. Then he spoke out. Thank you for reminding me, fellow Daoist, but I, Lu, did not get lost here, but heard that Linjiang Ferry has a mirage building that can travel 5,000 miles in a day. which is why I came here to take the boat. The flying head barbarian let out a gasp of surprise, looking this Mr. Fox Fur up and down with a look of incredulity. How did you get in here? Sir, Linjiang Fairy Night Fog. Mortals cannot see, even in the river, to live most of his life in the fisherman. The ghost city of the matter is only a half understanding. This is also the reason why for so many years, people living in Linjiangdo have only heard rumors of this ghost city, but very few have seen it. From the Rotten Peach Mountain Tendency waterside, came here, looked at this side of the fire, and came in. The flying-headed barbarian took a step back and re-examined this Mr. Fox Fur up and down. The water is too small for ordinary people to cross. Could it be that this person is a Taoist priest who cultivates the way? But there is no half-aura all over his body. But the more closely he looks, the more it gives it an inscrutable feeling. Hiss. The flying-head barbarian seemed to have thought of something, and then his eyes were filled with respect as he looked at this Mr. Fox Fur and asked in a small, tentative voice, could it be that Mr. Lu is also here for Lord City Lord's birthday banquet? A birthday banquet? Didn't know about that. Can you tell me more about it with Mr. Lu? Lu Duanran was instantly interested. This way over, also heard a lot of stories about this city lord. Without exception is this ghost city new city lord. Means iron blood. Do things without mercy, is a horrible big demon. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't curious. The flying head barbarian's neck retracted, sweeping from side to side and lifting the lantern in his hand before speaking. Ghost City wasn't this lively in the past. Tonight is the city lord's birthday banquet. That's why the great demons around Linjiang Ferry came here together to spontaneously celebrate the birthday of Lord City Lord. While saying that, he also pointed out to Lu Chenran in the range of etiquette. Among them there is no lack of some cultivation thousands of years of great demons. The blood is majestic, afraid that is not inferior to the white scaly dragon in the tailed water. So it is. Mr. Lu should have brought a lantern in. It was a bad thought on Lu's part. Gradually, more and more demonic ghosts converged towards the Linjiang Ferry. The sky is covered by streaming clouds and the moon is slightly hazy, and the light interwoven with red lanterns stretches over the side, like a long dragon, which is quite beautiful. Looking at what was in front of me, empty hands did seem a bit otherworldly. Lu Duanran thought about it, and then he touched out the firefly chi from his baggage, found a pine branch, and hung it on the end of the branch, picking it up one by one. The firefly chi glowed with a soft halo of light, spreading outward in a ripple of stars. It's kind of fitting in here. Clang-un. Clang-un. Once again the bells rang out in this room. The gates are completely open. There was a light breeze descending slightly, which caused a burst of fragrance. Following that, all the demons and ghosts split into two columns from the left and right, leaving a wide avenue. The air was filled with the fragrance of Gue, followed by Lu Chuanran's sight. Inside the city gates, first came out two snow-white rabbits, about half a man tall, with baskets in their hands, gently covered with a silk cloth, which were filled with the petals of Gue. The rabbits' paws kept raising their Gue towards the sides amidst the clamor of the gongs and drums. The cold wind blended with the scent of cinnamon is intoxicating. Mr. Big, it's a rabbit. Little and opened her mouth with round eyes. Shoo! Lu Duanran patted Xiaowen's head, signaling her to keep quiet. The snow fox in his arms, however, sensed something and raised his fox head, surveying towards the city, his brows slightly furrowed as he muttered in his heart, what's she doing here? After mentally counting the days, it did seem to be the day of her birth. I can't believe I forgot about it. The snow fox blinked its fox eyes, then it figured something out and continued to lazily curl up in Lu Chenran's arms. It's not like I've forgotten for a year or two. Forget it. Accompanied by the clamor of gongs and drums, the sound of ethereal kongho came faintly from the city. But teen dash. The sound of the zither slowly plucked at the heartstrings of the demons and ghosts, as if it were gripping the human soul, spreading all the way. The clouds that had obscured the long moon were dispersed, and favor was like water. About a dozen rabbits carried a luxuriously decorated large red sedan chair as it waddled out of the city gates, a rich aroma constantly permeating the air. Upon seeing this palanquin, all the demons and ghosts bent down respectfully, their brows filled with awe and reverence. Seeing this scene, Lu Chenran's heart was filled with wonder. The degree of astonishment in his heart grew thicker and thicker, but this unknown novelty gave him an unprecedented feeling. It was just that the scene of this crowd of demons and ghosts worshipping that group of rabbits was a bit comical in any case. The flying-headed barbarian on the side saw that the sedan chair was getting closer and closer, traveling along that avenue in its direction, and panicked, bent down, reached out and pulled Lu Chenran, and reminded him in a low voice, Mr. Lu, quickly lower your head. Lord City Lord is here. The sound of footsteps is getting closer and closer. The flying-head barbarian is a little anxious, but still bends down and lowers his head, fearing that his actions will impinge on this lord. Not long after, the sedan chair carried by a group of snow-white rabbits stopped in full view of the public. Following this, a pair of slender white catkins reached out from the curtains, a veil of snow swirling in the wind beside the carriage, and beckoned toward one of the rabbits. Next moment, he saw the snow-white rabbit receive a token from the hands of the man in the sedan chair, and ran over towards the direction of Feta barbarians with a bounce. Then, standing still, the rabbit's head lowered. Leaning down, he respectfully handed over the token in his hand. I'm thankful that Sir remembers his lordship's birthdate. If you are not busy, Sir, please come to my lord's residence. My lord has an invitation. As he spoke, all the demons and ghosts outside the ghost city looked at the person who received the token with a stunned expression. The man was dressed in fox furs, with a wine gourd at his waist, a snow fox in his arms, and holding a child like a china doll, which is not the point. Importantly, how this gentleman looked was very ordinary, could not feel where any Taoism was, and there was nothing magical. If he walked on earth, he was just the most ordinary mundane gentleman. It's just that to be able to appear in Ghost City and to be personally invited by Lord City Master, how could it be an ordinary person? The flying head barbarian on the side gulped furiously and lowered his head, not daring to look, but his long neck was already vaguely trembling a little. The surrounding crowd of demons and ghosts did not differ much from the reaction of the flying head barbarian, but their after glances were all glancing at that Mr. Fox Fur, thinking wildly, who is this man? Invited by Lord City Lord himself? Moreover, looking at the tone of the city lord, he is still respectful. I'm afraid that he is a person with a high level of Tao, at the very least not inferior to the city lord. What exactly is this person? Under the eyes of everyone, Lu Chenran subconsciously took the token, and for a while, he was also a bit puzzled. This ghost city himself is also the first time to come. Everywhere still feels strange. Listen to the tone of the lord seems to recognize their own. Have you ever seen this character? The lord of Ghost City? This token is made small. Should be made of cinnamon wood, light and soft in the hand, still with a touch of fragrance. Immediately afterward, in his mind, there was a golden book title page floating. Bound to Katsuragi Senpai, 0/30. The rabbit is also an immortal. The rabbit made the laurel sign by cutting down the laurel tree itself. Lu Chunran immediately gave birth to a few points of surprise. Did not think that this piece of mediocre token, but also catch up with their own tigers. This ghost city of the city master is exactly where? But it was too late to think about it. And if he saw the city lord in the latter part of the night, everything would be known. He carefully put this token into his burden and bowed his hand respectfully to the snow hare in front of him. Thank you for your lord's invitation. Lu will definitely pay a visit on time. The big white rabbit child nodded, and then it was sat on the basket, bouncing back to the palanquin. The sedan chair rose and marched onward. Successively in a few thousand years next to the great demon stopped, but did not as before that Mr. Fox Fur like handing out the token. Just a verbal word. The meaning is the same as the words of the party. Are the latter half of the night to go to the mansion to have a catch-up? Ghost City Lord, such a big person birthday banquet. Qualified to go to the mansion to celebrate the birthday of the demon ghosts are not many. A group of demon ghosts understand. At least this more than 100. 000 demon ghost city lord's mansion is absolutely cannot be loaded. But this differentiation also made this group of demons and ghosts more and more curious about the identity of that Mr. Fox Fur. What kind of character is this? I'm afraid not. A thought instantly surfaced in the demonic ghosts' minds, and they looked at each other in disbelief. After the car parade, a group of demons and ghosts began to flock towards the ghost city one after another, carrying all kinds of commodities on their bodies, rather like a temple fair on earth. Inside the ghost city, the same lights, left a small stall, seems to be prepared for these demon ghosts, countless demon ghosts in which to shuttle. Lin and the arrangement, but also marvelous. Flying head barbarian carefully looked at Mr. Lu in front of him and bent down to bow. I hope that you will not take it to heart if I have offended you much before. Lu Duanran shook his head and helped him up, laughing. Nowhere, but I also want to thank you. But I still have some important things to do, so I won't accompany you first. The flying head barbarian hurriedly was nodding. Goodbye, sir. Then, he looked at Mr. Lu's distant back and fumed for a moment. A number of demons gathered around, gossiping. Flying head barbarian, who is that gentleman? Do you recognize? Tell me quickly. Hurry. Heavens, the Lord City Master himself invited. I can't even think about it. Flying head barbarian coughed a stunned neck in the sky around a few times, suppressing the joy of the heart. A serious open mouth. It's just a human immortal. Look at you guys. You're not stable at all. Human immortal? What? It's really an immortal. Flying head barbarian, you really know this immortal? I can't speak of acquaintance, but I have spoken a few words with the gentleman. And, well, how do you know that the gentleman even complimented me twice? Said that a certain great goodness is going to be attained. A boar spirit looked at it with a face full of envy, then rubbed his hands together and opened his mouth. Flying head barbarian, you've gotten rich. If you really have advanced in your Tao, go and don't forget about us. A pheasant spirit nodded repeatedly. Flying head barbarian, the immortals have said that you are of great goodness, so go toward this path and you will surely gain something. The flying head barbarian shook his head, the corners of his mouth nearly curling up to the sky. Certain don't even care about Mister's compliments. Mister's lantern is still made by my reminder. It can't be helped. At that time, the immortal struck up a conversation with me as soon as I came in, probably because he thought I was gifted. Wow, and really envies you. Shawan licked his fingers and looked at the flying head brute and opened his mouth. Flying head barbarian? It froze for a moment, looking at the little girl in front of it, then its neck turned around and looked at Lu, who had turned around to look for Lilian, and a few moments of embarrassment surfaced on its face. Ahem. Lu Duanran smiled at it, and then he pulled Shawan over as he opened his mouth. Children are naughty. Don't take it to heart. Mr. Lu will take my leave. After that, he turned around and merged into the stream of people, disappearing from the vision of several monsters. The flying head barbarian opened his mouth. His face suddenly flushed, and he shrunk his neck. Ghost Town. At the attic on the top floor of the city lord's mansion, the slightest hint of refreshing cinnamon fragrance floats ethereally. A huge pool of white jade inlaid with pebbles strewn with a light sheen. Hazy light mapping in the water. Countless petals floating on the water surface. The pool water ripples gently swinging. Layers of fog spread. A silhouette from the water surfaced, got up and stood up. 3,000 hair was wet by the water. Jade fingers will be scattered, long hair floating gathered in the back of the head, dripping with crystal and droplets of water dripping downward. The long eyelashes fluttered gently. The eyes were closed tightly because of the water. And under the hazy moonlight, the fragrant shoulders were as dazzling as Snow White. Vegetarian hands slightly closed, cupped the pool water in the laurel petals. Lips gently blowing in the hands of the laurel water. Following that, it was gently tossed into the air, the flap accompanying the water as it smashed into the pool, sending ripples. The woman's vermilion lips gently hooked up, then looked at the full moon outside the window, charmingly talking to herself. Esau, it's been a long time. Your Ranner, is it a birthday gift for the palace? This birthday gift is a bit heavy. P.S. Ezra, ask for monthly votes. Please recommend. End of chapter 70. Chapter 70, The Treasures. It's on the shelves tomorrow. Chapter 70, The Baobabs. It's on the shelves tomorrow. It hits the shelves on December 27th at noon. It's been a long journey, and I'm finally writing it for the shelves. Thank you all for your support in catching up on your reading over this period of time, and we've also rushed up to 3 rivers. Every shelf is actually the most apprehensive mood, which is equivalent to the author of a final exam, to the time to hand in the answer sheet. Still very happy. So, still licking my chops and begging for a first order. The first thing is to feel some excitement. Did not think the author of this bland style type, or will have so many readers old masters to accept, and has been chasing to the present. Thank you for everyone's dedication, but also thank you for the friendly. Every time I feel that the readers greatly are talented. So proud. There is a feeling of like-mindedness. Bow down and pay your respects. In fact, we may all see that this book is considered a road to seek immortality, but not exactly, because the protagonist does have a purpose to go forward again. As for a reader greatly doubt, is not to the upper capital. The book is finished? Answer. No, it won't, because according to the book, it's almost November now, and the main character is going to be in Shangjing in December. The outline framework of this book the author did very seriously. Each paragraph of the main line is also written in detail, and the middle is the protagonist all the way over the sights and sounds, and the plot after the arrival of the Shangjing is the first volume of the small culmination, and will not let everyone disappointed. Because the author was previously from the sea, this is still the first time to try to write immortal literature. It is inevitable that there will be a lot of shortcomings, but the author has one of the biggest advantages, that is to listen to advice. I will read every comment, and then combined with some of my own considerations, under the premise of not deviating from the main plotline, the author will listen to all the readers. After all, the readers are the author's bread and butter. If you're wrong, you should be criticized, right? As for the emotional line, this everyone rest assured, because this book is not a bulldozer text. The author also dislikes rough feelings, and do not like to write a lot of many female protagonists, but the author wants to make every female character under the pen have blossom belongs to their own charismatic side, although it cannot do vividly, but will do their best to portray, so that everyone has something to remember. Shall we, as a mature fox fairy child, treating feelings above a certain kind of kinship must be tangled, but once you look inside, it will surely be blazing hot. Fiction is not reality after all. Reality can be done in 2 days meeting 3 days in one line, but fiction is still about logic. Each female character's journey, the view of the protagonist gradually changed. The character is also subconsciously affected. The author is a pure love party. I believe that true love of a person is for him to make changes. Li Zijuan, Brother Lu, and Xing Wang, So certain female characters may not start out with a likable appearance, but will definitely try to change and be a female character that people like subsequently. Green Gourd? There is also the problem of broken chapters. The author admits that there are times when he is playing it safe. It is to make that day's catch-up reading can meet the expectations, so as to PK on the recommended position. But after the shelves, the author promises to do his best not to give everyone a card plot cool. After all, we all know that the taste of the inches stops is very difficult to bear. As long as everyone trusts the author will do her best to return the favor and try to update. Then there's the issue of updating after it hits the shelves. Because this kind of text is not particularly good to write. Even if you look at the fine outline, there are times when you have to go back and forth to modify. After all, the readers of The Old Man to See is that kind of bland but cozy flavor, is not it? So, the author will do 3 shifts a day. And even if it's 2 shifts, it will definitely be a big chapter with a lot of words. Welcome readers and lords to come and taste and urge the author. The plot after Shangjing. Some readers have previously considered whether it will be boring or the same as the current one. The author hereby promises that it will not be. After arriving in Shangjing, the plot of the next volume will be even more exciting. And the worldview of this book is also large. The setting is written oh so much. And this book, the protagonist's hangover. The author thinks he is not a system text. Just dig a hole here first. The follow-up will gradually reveal to solve the mystery. And then, who hasn't read Springsteen? The author is out of the sea. For circumventing the review is simply a breeze. Do not underestimate my feelings after the progression of feelings, emotional flow, and mosaic between the banda. Thank you all so much for your support along the way. And then thanks to my editor Duri UCI. Everyone who wants to write a book, you can go inside to him yo. The man was very gentle. He was so gentle. I cried my eyes out. The author harassed him every day relentlessly and he was gentle with him. Never seen such a good editor. 1,000-mile horses often have a bereavement, but not often. I'm a puffer. And he's willing to point me in the right direction and tell me where I'm going wrong. Right down to hand-holding. This book will be written as long as possible. Notice will be sent ahead of time for vacations and will be made up. Love your dog authors. This testimonial is written to the author's bread and butter, the reader lords. Acknowledgements. End of chapter 71. Chapter 71 Auntie. Ranner finally sees you again, begs for her first. Chapter 71 Auntie. Ranner finally meets you again, begs for first order. 3 in 1. Where are we going, Mr. Big? Littleton was tugged by Lu Chuanran's hand, his big eyes staring curiously at everything around him, looking left and right. Having never seen so many strange and bizarre contraptions, feel free to wander around here for now. I'm going to be a guest at the city lord's house in a while. Oh, Ghost City in the arrangement is an unusual city and not too different. A main road. Dozens of small roads scattered on both sides of the road. To say different words, but the stalls of these demons and ghosts of these vendors of goods. More peculiar. Not to talk about the daily wear. More than some of the mountains and wild rarities. There are many antiques, but few can be in the eyes of the golden book title page cannot recognize the things. Take and there is no use. In winter, the most popular are some fresh fruits and vegetables, and I do not know what kind of magic these demons and ghosts are preserved. The most outrageous is that there are also selling ashes, and there are quite a lot of ghosts gathered around to buy them. Of course, there are also selling all kinds of food and meat, where is not necessary to buy, just meat to buy some more. This time Tiger Mountain God followed himself, suffered a lot of hunger, perhaps because of the scene just now. All the stall owners were very enthusiastic when they saw this Mr. Lu passing by their stalls, and even if they didn't buy, they would send some to taste, which was a surprise to him. Speaking of which, the same living in the territory of the Great Joe, the culture between the human demon ghosts also have common ground. As for the exchange of big money, and the people used no difference. With the little king when they parted, she left herself a lot, also enough to use to the capital. Mr. Big, there's a bull with long legs. I think it's a bull demon. Why doesn't it turn into a human? Probably don't like it. That demon is selling gourds, which look different from green gourds and have no eyes. The green gourd glared and wobbled, disgruntled. Don't compare an ordinary gourd to me. I'm an immortal gourd. Shaolin skimmed his lips and was about to argue something with Green Gourd when he suddenly looked over towards a short distance and opened his mouth. Mr. Big, there's something so beautiful there. following Xiaowen's line of sight. Lu Chunran looked over towards the small stall not far away, and a few moments of surprise arose in his eyes. Surprisingly, there are still sword scabbards for sale. Lu Chunran's afterglow subconsciously glanced at the water dragon's jin floating behind him. It's time to match it with a better scabbard. Thinking of this, Lu Chunran led Xiaowen towards the stall. The woman who set up the stall had a few plump figures, and lightly dotted a vermilion sand at the corner of her eyes, and when she saw Lu Chunran's arrival, she did not feel surprised at all, and smiled and said, "Is it true, sir, that you wish to match a scabbard to the sword that follows you?" Lu Chunran was a bit surprised, not thinking that this boss lady could see the water dragon's bard. Now the immortal sword has a sword spirit, since floating behind him, even the low-level demons and ghosts cannot detect its existence. "I do. Is there a fit?" The woman glanced at him meaningfully, and then she was fumbling out a few polished scabbards from behind her, handing them over and opening her mouth. "See to it, sir, it's all made of fine cinnamon wood, and it all fits." Lu Chunran lowered his head and surveyed the scabbards. Workmanship is indeed exquisite, still with a hint of osmanthus aroma breath. Take a look at the eyes. We know that must not be ordinary. Obviously with the Ghost City other vendors sold is not a level. After looking at it for a moment, he pointed to one of the greenish-colored scabbards and spoke. "May I see it? Be my guest." "Sir." Lu Chunran picked up the green ink scabbard. A flash of light floated out from the top of the scabbard, and the water dragon circled around the green ink scabbard a few times. Buzz. The sound of the sword chimed and trembled. Following that, in Lu Chunran's mind, there was the title page of the golden book slowly floating. Bonded to Katsuragi scabbard, 0 to 1. The rabbit is also immortal. The rabbit made the scabbard from a laurel tree, and it is immortal. Surprisingly, it's from the same person as that token? The woman looked at this scene. The corner of the mouth is gently hooked, snorting out a happy voice. Following the eyes are with a few points of lethargy to look at the snowfox in Lu Duanran's arms. Vermilion lips lightly opened. Sandalwood mouth half open. "Esau, it looks like your Ranchon likes my scabbard a lot." With the fall of the woman's words, everything around as if the time stops. The noisy street at this moment silent. The world lost color. All the demons and ghosts are maintained a breath before the posture. Immobile. Subsequently, a stringed moon like a jade hook swinging here. The pure white world into the eyes, as if draped in white silk. Layers of vegetation, all the way to the end of the field of vision. I can't recognize the roof. I can't tell the difference between the entrance and the exit. It's all quiet. The 4 fields are quiet. No birdsong. No one speaks. Only a laurel plant grows in the lake, filled with the fragrance of laurel. The voluptuous woman's form gradually transfigured and her appearance changed, followed by a moon-colored jacket, lying on her side on the laurel. Moonlight lined her face, vegetarian hand holding a pot of green wine, leaning on her cheeks. A shallow drink. His pursed lips, slightly raised his eyes a swipe, smilingly surveyed the snowfox on the ground. A snow clearing filled the air. To Sue's cheeks is with a few points of halo red, frowning eyebrows looking at the woman on the moon laurel. "Moon flare? What are you talking about? You still don't have any decency as usual." The rabbit jumped down from the laurel tree, jade feet shallowly stepping on the lake, mixing up a ripple, cheeks scarlet, stretching out a jade finger, gently picking up the snowfox's chin, exhaling like an orchid, with a mellow aroma unique to green wine. "It's obvious that you're the one who's thinking the wrong way, and you're blaming it on me." Snowfox's eyes glazed over, snatching the flask from her hand and arguing, "What am I thinking of?" Bunny gave her a meaningful look. Following that, a look of joy surfaced on his face as he excitedly said, "It's rare that you remember my birthday." "What? Taking your family ranner out of the mountain? Or can't afford to support it anymore and is ready to send me as a co-parenting husband? Gee, don't tell me. This congratulatory gift is quite original, so I'll take it." Snowfox looked at the person in front of her. A point of annoyance slightly surfaced on her face. Her slender hand clenched her fist and gently hit her. "What nonsense! How could I give Ranner to you as some child husband?" Bunny giggled over his stomach and glanced at her, debauchedly laughing. "Aren't you just the same as before? What's there to be ashamed of when you're gentle and overbearing bower? What? Could it be that you want to keep it for yourself as?" Before the words were finished, Esau was already standing up, obviously not wanting to discuss too much on this topic, and gave her a blank look. "He's still a kid." There was silence for a while. Snowfox looked to her and spoke softly. "Aren't you in the Eastern Realm? Why have you come to this Linjiang ferry?" The rabbit stretched out and lay lazily on the lake, pouting. "Too bored to be alone. Thought I'd stay close to you. And it just happened to look good here. So I took it." "You have the Mirage too?" "Aha. Ranner is going to take the Mirage to the upper capital." "Okay." When her words fell, the snowfox was looking at the rabbit with an odd expression, looking up and down, How come there's no hesitation at all? Why should I hesitate? You don't like to go against me? I should be thankful that you're even giving me Ranner. When did you say you were giving it away? The rabbit's eyes widened and snapped to his feet, looking at Snow Fox, looking at her gentle cheeks and licking his lips. So you brought him to me? And picked my birthday to deliver it. I was accompanying Ranner to the capital in search of the immortal fate, and followed him for fear of an accident. Just passing through. You don't remember my birthday? Forgot. You shedding is shedding. What's there to argue about? What going up to the capital to seek immortality? Is there any immortality? Don't you have any numbers in your heart? Maybe there is? Then perhaps. Bunny gamely turned her back on her, not looking at her. Also, I don't know if it's because she doesn't remember her birthday or she doesn't have a birthday gift for herself. Or maybe both. Snow Fox secretly relieved. Good hanging will Ranner sent out. Visible Rabbit a lost look, but hesitant. Do not know what to say. Good. Thought for a while can only change the topic. Absent at the birthday banquet there. Don't you have to go? The maid will go for me. You know I don't like this kind of hustle and bustle. So, the city lords those demons saw were all fake? Aha. I'm going to leave first. Ranner will notice if I'm gone for long. Aha. Really gone. Aha. Esau sighed softly, then hugged the rabbit from behind. Tenderly. Angry? The snow bunny's eyelashes drooped and her eyebrows knitted lightly. Obviously we picked it up together. I just had to leave for something. Sorry. The scabbard doesn't cost anything. I carved it for him. Aha. The rabbit waved his hand, and the illusion of this place disappeared into the clouds. The water dragon Jin cheerfully circled around this green ink cinnamon wood scabbard, followed by a clanging sound. The sword was sheathed. This green ink scabbard is as if tailor-made for it, embedded in it properly, more in line with the size than the original ancient scabbard. Next moment, within Lu Chenran's mind, there was then a golden book title page floating ghostly, nodding as cinnamon wood scabbard. Cinnamon born on the moon. In order to cast illusions, and obtain the small art of inviting the moon. Inviting the moon minor art? What kind of spell was this? For a moment it made Lu Chenran cry and laugh a little. However, he was able to feel Shui Longyin's state of mind, a joy that did not seem to be faked, and then he raised his head with a smile on his face and looked at the plump woman in front of him. Fellow Daoist, how is this scabbard sold? The mind is ready to be hacked. The woman gave him a complicated look, and then she beckoned. The original scabbard on his waist then flew into the woman's hands as she spoke. It's only for exchange, not for sale. Just take it since you like it. Sir, this. Lu Duanran was a little surprised, but in his heart, he knew that he had taken advantage of a great advantage, and was about to say something, when a rabbit wearing a festive little red jacket on its upper body, half a man tall, hopped over towards himself and respectfully said, Sir, my lord has an invitation. The woman selling the scabbard waved her hand impatiently. Mister's business is important. If you regret it, just bring it back and change it. I'm still here. Lu Chenran gave her a deep look, followed by an arching bow. Then it is a thank you to fellow Daoist. You're welcome. Lu Chenran then looked at the red-coated rabbit in front of him. Please lead the way. There's no need to be so polite. Sir, it should. Pulling Littleun, he followed the rabbit all the way forward towards that city lord's mansion. The snow fox in his arms didn't know for what reason. At this moment, suddenly gave Lu Chenran a very strange feeling. He secretly guessed something in his heart. Perhaps the new city lord of that ghost city had some relationship with his aunt? That's why he treated himself extra favorably? 9 times out of 10. That's it. I just don't know if it's a friend or a foe. But seeing his auntie doesn't have any great intention of resisting, I think there shouldn't be any danger. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, Lu Chenran finally came across the city lord's mansion. It wasn't quite what he thought it would be. It wasn't like a mansion. More like an attic, the entire loft, half of which fell at the surface of the ground, and half of which was built out of thin air on a tall laurel tree. Looking around, a flat 4 exhibition of snow spread to the sky. A group of white rabbits from the snow poking their heads gazing at everything in front of them, has not yet arrived. Will be able to smell a burst of osmanthus fragrance, all around the lamps filled with lanterns, lights, osmanthus under a lake, as if live. Sheep osmanthus leaves fall on it, as if the rain points with scaly waves. Open water lilies. It wasn't like a place where a demon lived. There was something beautifully anachronistic about it. Followed the rabbit through an unknown number of flights of stairs. These wooden uprights, with their handrails coated in a moon-colored lacquer that had not dried and had an amber sheen, were lightly embellished with dots of laurel. Inside the hall, there were already quite a few great demons sitting in the seats. The placement of the seat is based on the status of the order of the ranks. Lu Chuanran was arranged to the right side of the lord of the city, which is a most elaborate position. But with the scene outside the city, the seat of a crowd of demons and ghosts, but did not say anything, just one by one to talk to each other. carefully measuring the sitting at the top of that Mr. Fox Geo. Before the hosts arrived, a tray of bunnies walked through the hall, serving trays of delicacies and food, preparing for the feast. All the demons gathered around the table, which makes this period of time or all the wind food. Lu Chuan ran. Some of the food finger moving. Tong soft beef intestines, bulking sauce, red sheep sticks, ascending hot. 8 immortal plate. A plate of delicacies were hot and steaming up. A time the aroma filled the room. Just the master has not yet arrived. No one dares to move. After about an incense stick of work, the master of the banquet finally came out, draped in a large red cloak and veiled so that he could not see his face. He sat himself down in the chief. After a while, waiting for all the demons at the table to be seated, she got up, raised a cup of wine in front of her, and opened her mouth with a big smile. Many thanks to all of you for coming to congratulate us on our birthday. A certain person is also a newcomer, and in the future, we will need all of you to take care of us. You do not need to be formal, scurrying tables to climb the conversation. Groups of 3 or 5 drink can be a certain first drink. As the words fell, the city lord drank his cup full. The great demons present also consciously picked up their cups and raised them to drink. A cup of lukewarm wine down. The atmosphere here is warmed up. In the hall, there came a group of dancing singers. The sound of Kongho resonated. The hall was dazzled by candlelight, reflecting a halo of red, burning hot stove fire, bubbling outward with wisps of sparks. It was only at this point that Lu Chunran felt that the line of sight that had been staring at him was a little less, and his heart couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Shaoan sat on his lap, and as she took small bites of the dish, she didn't forget to feed it to the tiger mountain god at her feet. Big cat, you eat too. My tiger will eat that venison. Which one is the venison? The tiger mountain god straightened up, arching his back, his 2 front paws picking at Lu Duanran's legs, and his nose sniffing. You give Gohu all that plate. Mr. Big is still going to eat, and give you the greens. Tiger mountain god. Lu Chunran's afterglow glanced at the ghost city lord not far away from time to time. He wanted to go to the capital to ask him, but for a time, I do not know how to open. Just then, with a dance in the hall afterward, between the seats an old turtle is the first to stand up, holding a shiny bead in his hand, towards the city master. A salute high voice. I have met you, my lord, and now that I have heard of your birthday banquet, I have prepared one of these muscle beads to present to the city lord as a token of my appreciation. The city lord nodded indifferently, then signaled the maid beside him to receive the clam bead and set it aside. The Clearwater River god has a heart. The old turtle hurriedly was lowering his head, suppressing the joy in his heart. It's good that your lordship likes it. The first one to send a congratulatory gift is always able to make some impression on this lord. Immediately after that, another snake demon stood out from the table, triangular eyes narrowed, spitting out scarlet tongues, stepping forward, holding an exquisite wine pot with both hands, gently opening the lid of the wine pot. There was a fresh fragrance permeating. Meet the adults. A hand of wine is the moon dew condensation. 10 years before you can receive this pot. Cold is cold, but can condense the spirit of quiet rest. Today as a birthday gift, congratulations adults. To show the heart. The city lord nodded and signaled the rabbit beside him to take the pot of moon dew again. Have a heart. As these two offered their gifts, the entire hall resounded with an endless stream of voices. One by one, the great demons scrambled to be the first to touch out from their arms the exotic treasures that had been prepared long ago, and honored them, wanting to leave a 3-point impression on this ghost city's new city lord. That city lord also took it all in, his face still bland. Not long after, the entire hall, all the demons and ghosts were also sent one by one. In the next moment, all eyes looked in unison at the body of that Mr. Fox Fur, who resided in the chief, with a few hidden agitations. This Mr. Lu was personally invited by Lord City Lord. I wonder what congratulatory gifts he has brought for his lordship. Brother Turtle, do you know the bottom of this gentleman? It is not known, nor is it clear where it is practiced. It looks no different from a mundane gentleman. Does Brother Snake know the depth of his Tao? What do you think of the one that could make his lordship so right? And oh, the sound of whispers kept coming, and Shaoan shook Lu Duanran's arm and said quietly, Mr. Big, we didn't prepare a congratulatory gift. Lu Chunran pondered for a while and rubbed Little N's head, then slowly got up and put down the wine cup in his hand, then faced the city lord with an arching bow and a gentle smile. I, Lu, have met Lord City Lord, and I have met all of you Taoists. I am a mere mortal, and it is indeed Lu's good fortune to be able to meet you all today at this legendary Linjiang Ferry, and to drink this wine with you fellow Taoists. The birthday gifts of all of you have really shocked Mr. Lu. As the saying goes, wine is tasteless without the moon, and scenery is not beautiful without the moon. And today all of you Taoist friends have arrived. Lu Chenran turned his head to look at the city lord and made a bow to continue. It is too much of a pity to be in a pavilion without the company of a clear moon, even though there is fine wine. The crowd of great demons all looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing for a moment what this Mr. Fox Fur was going to do. Lu Chenran gently waved his right hand, and a watery aura filled the entire hall. It is to invite a round of clear moon, a small help to the pleasure. Inviting the moon? This sentence with really shocked this demon ghost. Tonight the moon outside is very bright. Could it be that the moon outside invites to the great hall? If this gentleman is not talking big, the Tao is afraid to be deep and unknown. But there are some demons who don't believe it. Which one of us here is not 1,000 years old? But to say you can invite the moon is too much of a lie. The rabbit maid who was currently pretending to be Moon Whiskers looked at Mr. Fox Fur in a daze for a moment. According to the Lord City Master's orders, he only needed to hold out until the banquet ended in her place. This Mr. Lu himself was not sure of his origins, but it was obvious that the Lord attached extreme importance to him. It was holding its breath and gazing at the great hall with a serious face. Following, clanging, a sword roared. In full view of everyone, an immortal sword floated behind Mr. Fox Chio and then flew out on its own. Xian Xian Jian? The people see this, are very surprised, have inhaled cool air, a moment actually do not know why. The old turtle stared blankly at the scene. It could not feel any connection between this sword and Mr. Lu. The eyes flashed with a few inexplicable meanings. A person who couldn't see his Taoist skills, like Mr. Mundane, but had an immortal sword. None of what follows needs much explanation. What is this if not a return to basics? The one in front of me is afraid that he really is a Taoist master. If I can be instructed by Mr. Lu, perhaps dash. Just as the people were each thinking, the next moment, the candle flames in the entire hall were extinguished, and the entire hall was suddenly plunged into darkness. The water dragon chants circled the main center of the hall. Following, snow like moonlight like soft water like quiet diarrhea this temple. A round of the moon. Flying sky. Gue born on the moon to give illusion. Invitation to the moon. Warm and moist if fluorescent. The gauze lights rose in all directions, as if they were dotted with glistening insects and tilted with infinite light. The moonlight in the temple, crashing with moon dew, swirling in the cups of wine, startling the ripples flooding, if shaking rot, like a waterfall of moonlight. The scenery is like a painting. This place is also into the painting. In the middle of the night drifting, called the heart pith shaking, a full moon. It's beautiful. The group of bunnies who stayed in the corner with their plates were all tilting their heads, looking at the bright moon in the temple and lamenting. The old turtle has really opened his eyes today. Yes, Mr. Lu, it's so beautiful. But there's always something missing. The snake demon tilted his head, looked at the bright moon in the temple, raised the wine cup in his hand, spat out his tongue and spoke. What's missing? The leopard's head scratched its head as well. This kind of illusion art Fox can also perform. Just compared to this bright moon, the great demon present is more surprised is the immortal sword that draws a circle. Outside the loft above that laurel tree, Yufu was lying on his side on the trunk of a tree, hugging a pot of green wine. His eyes shallowly narrowed with a trifle of ecstasy as he lazily gazed at everything that was happening in the hall. The city lord in there was a fake, and she had always been averse to attending such events. Her eyes focused on that Mr. Fox Fur, who resided in the chief, and surveyed a few times, and then she smiled, leaning on her cheeks, also not knowing what she was pondering. Following that, there was the sight of a moon, floating spectrally within the great hall. Is this the birthday gift from Lu Chenran? She blinked, followed by a poof of a smile, the corners of her mouth curling up in a smile, laughing softly. This birthday gift, though pleasing to the eye, this palace likes it. Looking at the bright moon hanging high in the hall, her eyes were filled with thoughts. Then after thinking about it, she spontaneously pulled off 2 hairpins and threw them from the laurel tree to the clear moon hanging high in the hall. Sandalwood's mouth was half open, and she murmured softly, "It's a pity that this moon is beautiful, but it's a bit cold and missing something." The next moment, the moonlight hanging high in the temple is the hairpin from the laurel into which, but see a beauty, from the light out, at first but the size of the body, down to the ground, that is, with real people, slender waist, beautiful neck, veil floating, such as clouds, such as the fairy, carrying songs and dances. Looking at this scene, the crowd of demons and ghosts gathered to drink in the great hall. Their eyes were mesmerized, looking at the beauty's poise, unable to stop themselves. All of them laughed out loud. That's right, that's what I'm talking about. Mr. Lu is a good tactician. Look at the dance. Look at the dance. This dancer is still gorgeous. Mr. Lu is such a tall man. I've only seen it in my life. Accompanied by the dance of the woman transformed into a hairpin. The sound of Kong Ho, accompanied by the sound of the flute, echoed in this room. the ancient sound of 8 or 8. The flute is the most one. This sound, however, is like an arrow, and the arrow goes into the clouds. The sound of the zither in the moonlit night was ethereal, and the reeds swirled with moonlight. Not far from the laurel tree, looking at the singing and dancing women in the temple, the corners of the rabbit's mouth curled up into a satisfied smile, nodded, and took a sip of wine. That's right, how can you have a moon and not have a dance? Then he narrowed his eyes and lightly raised the corners of his mouth, looking towards the fox fur man in the temple. Lu Chunran stared blankly at the woman who suddenly appeared in the hall, which was not a manifestation of himself, and then he sensed something and looked towards the outside of the hall. On that laurel tree, the woman in a moon-colored jacket holding a wine gourd, blinked at him, followed by stretching out a tender jade finger, gently leaning against her lips. Her eyes gradually narrowed, making a shu gesture. After leaving a smile, he turned into a green smoke, with the fragrance of osmanthus filling the air. Who is that woman? Lu Duanran blinked his eyes, a little confused for a moment. The lord of the city? And who is this one sitting next to himself? The snow fox he was holding in his arms was staring blankly at the scene before him, pondering for a moment. Obviously, not the scene where the woman dances under the moon, but the one where Ranner is eye to eye with the rabbit. That rabbit was actually eyeballing Ranner right under his nose? An indescribable feeling inexplicably surfaced in his heart. A sudden pain, a little panic, especially after seeing that rabbit. What was that rabbit trying to do? It was already dawn and misty, a joyous feast that ends in parting. All the demons and ghosts had finished their fun, and each of them bid farewell to each other in a drunken state. Lu Chunran had plums in his mouth and had drunk a lot of wine. Although he wouldn't get drunk, his brain was inevitably a little groggy. Arranged by a small rabbit to go to the guest room to sleep, Shaoan with the Tiger Mountain got a room. Perhaps because the city lord commanded something, the small rabbit also did not forget to take off Lu Chuan ran across the waist of the green gourd, an ancient brain placed in Shaoan's room. Lu Chunran's mind was a little tired, and looking at the large bed in front of him, he lay down with the snow fox in his arms and closed his eyes. The bronze goose and fish lamps beside the bed spit out light, and the crane paper window floats in watery white. A light mustard aroma curls and floats, and everything is quiet and peaceful. After a bumpy ride, it didn't take a moment for Lu Chunran to fall into a deep sleep. Snow fox slowly sub his embrace climbed out, a touch of snow-colored mist haze, followed by a silhouette slowly appeared. Eyes gazing tenderly at this familiar cannot be familiar with the sleeping face. Ranchan, Ezra said softly to himself. Just look at it for a long time. Vermilion lips curved, gave him a sweet smile, such as the spring breeze, wrapped in inexhaustible tenderness. Only this smile, but is mixed with her own, cannot understand the flavor. The early sun rose, orange-red sunlight spilling onto her cheeks, her long, slender lashes casting shadows in her fox eyes, quiet and peaceful. Perhaps it was because the rabbit's sudden appearance gave her an inexplicable sense of crisis that touched something in her heart, or perhaps the sunrise at this moment was too cozy, causing her thoughts to sprout many things she hadn't thought of before. What child husband, bah! That bunny's got some nerve. Esau thought so. She was finally reaching out, tentatively, to stroke his cheek. Lu Duanran woke up. It was sudden. He rubbed his eyes and stared blankly at his aunt, who had suddenly appeared before him, though the blankness, too, was feigned. Auntie? What followed was a flash of surprise that overflowed. Auntie, Ranner finally sees you again. Esau's hand then froze on his face. P.S. For chapters of content, writing and forgetting to split the chapter. So a big chapter together. There will be another one later. Too sleepy, going to bed. End of chapter. 72. Chapter 72, I'll always be your aunt. Chapter 72, I will always be your aunt. What are you doing here, Auntie? Isu looked at Lu Duanran's surprised face. Those eyes were full of joy and also mixed with the purest and strongest feelings in his heart. It should be affection. Bronze swallow fish lamp ruffled green smoke, floating here and there, filling the surrounding everything like a dream. Esau's heart is born a few anxious feelings. How to explain all this? Hiding from him and following her around as a snow fox? Ranner wouldn't find his practices morbid? Even an ant is not qualified to pry into his privacy, let alone without the slightest bit of avoidance, accompanying him all the way in his quest for immortality. Would Ranner be annoyed with herself? What about applying fox scent and walking away, erasing her memory? Something that might hurt Ranner, was something she would never do. Why did Ranner come to her senses at this exact moment? Lu Chunran could see Aunt Sue's entanglement, and knew in his heart that it was not the time to poke and prod at this. Suddenly felt a trace of melancholy. With the aunt's character, I am afraid that she will really leave herself. After a little thought, then it was in front of her, pinched his cheeks, incredulity written on his brow. Am I dreaming again? I must be dreaming. Hand out a step without a trace. Isu's fox eyes raised lightly. If it is an ordinary person, lies in front of her has long been nowhere to hide. But in front of him, in front of his own, this hand pulled up poured full of blood in front of Ranner. She cannot see his lies. Or maybe she never thought he would lie to himself. Then she was smiling gently, but did not answer his words, just silently applied a touch of gentle fox fragrance. A touch of sleepiness then floated up to Lu Chuanran's heart. That would be the dream, Ezra said softly in his mind. And yet, at some point, there was a huge sigh of relief in his heart. The next instant, the man in front of her was already in the midst of her slightly stunned gaze, holding her warm and soft body tightly in his arms, his cheek pressed against her ear, whispering softly, "Auntie Sue, I miss you so much." Esau stared at the fox eyes, only to feel a heat in his waist. If the lake-like eyes, in this moment rippled with countless ripples, but did not hide to resist, only wearing a light clothing, a touch of warmth is from her skin surging up, delicate against the fox body lightly trembling. At the time of the confusion of the mind, without the constraints of the spell, a pair of fox ears immediately stood up, trembling and trembling. The remaining light carefully glanced at Lu Duanran. Fortunately Ranner did not notice, and with a sigh of relief, silently shrunk back that pair of fox ears. Lu Chunran pressed his face against her soft and delicate spine, and the long hair that hung down from his ears brushed against his face. "Auntie Sue, I've seen so many people and demons along the way." He met the young king who was dressed as a man, and also met the city god of Jiamu County, saved the peach tree, collected a green gourd, drank the wine of the monkeys of the rotten peach mountain, and played the ocarina to draw out the scaly dragon. The world is really amazing. Have seen many, many things. Lu Chunran's mouth and nose, lingering fragrance, as if back to the Fox Mountain again under the ancient tree, lying in the snow on the bush, without half a point of reverie. Just stay beside her. I think it is the happiest thing in this world. Listening to his plain words and unfolding narrative, Esau wiped away the shyness in her heart and finally reached out her hand and gently patted his broad spine. At this moment, Lu Chunran only felt that he had fallen into a soft and cozy scent. Looking up, only to see a pair of cut water autumn pupils are looking at themselves, white cheeks still with a little redness, eyes gazing at him tenderly, but did not avoid more than a few points of tenderness. I know that Rant's words cannot be heard by Auntie Sue, but I still miss Auntie Sue so much. There's so much more I want to say to Aunt Sue. Esau was still looking at him gently, maintaining his previous posture as if he had actually appeared in his dream. It was just that Lu Chunran knew that if he really dreamed of Auntie Sue, it must not be that simple. A touch of morning sun, through the white crane paper window, sprinkled a few spots of light shadow. It made Esau's eyes drift for a few moments, and she couldn't see his eyes clearly. Listening to him tell the story all the way, obviously he also followed the personal experience, but from his mouth, but still let her mind wandering a few points of anticipation. He wanted to say a few words to comfort him, but this was in his dream world, so he couldn't act excessively, and could only let Ranner hold himself like this, one as gentle as that of Fox Hill. Lu Duanran's gaze went through the window and looked at the sky. It's hard to associate the Lingjiang Ferry in the daytime with the song and dance of last night. He would naturally embrace Auntie Sue, but the mind is not half waves, not born blasphemous impulse, only a few points of uneasiness. Auntie, however, also received his embrace. Her heart in the end, what is the idea of it? Think of yourself as just that Fox Hill kid? The drowsiness seemed to be getting stronger, and so did the touch of fox scent that he knew was his aunt's fox scent. It will be very difficult to see Auntie again after she falls asleep this time, and that snow fox will be extra careful from now on. Auntie Sue, can you not go? I don't want to wake up. After a few final murmurs, his eyelids closed heavily and he drifted off to sleep. Aso looked at Ranner, whose breathing gradually evened out, with a complex expression, then slowly placed his head on her lap, her veiled hand stroking the middle of his forehead. Bunny nearly had you taken away from your aunt, and how could Auntie give you away? The fog coiled in her heart was getting thicker and thicker, and for a while it made this fox unable to see clearly into her heart in this complicated sentiment. She rose slowly and looked out the window at the intense blazing sun. His own mind, which he had submerged for I don't know how many years, was softened by just a short time with him. Kindred spirits? Maybe it'll be more. Following that, Esau leaned down and gently pursed her lips, following which a few spots of scarlet red surfaced on her cheeks. A soft kiss against his forehead. I'll always be your aunt. Sleep well. The morning in the city of Linjiangdua water was exceptionally clear. There were finches through the curls of green smoke, rummaging through the snow for seeds. Before the red sun came out, there was a clamor coming from next door. Big cat, why does your mouth smell so bad? And you snore when you sleep. Shaoan pinched his nose and stared wide-eyed at the tiger mountain god who was lying on the bed and was sleeping on all fours with his belly exposed. My tiger didn't snore. The tiger mountain god was a bit aggravated. The purring sound was made because it was too comfortable, and it had no control over it. Little and is going to tell on Mr. Big. Go-hoo. Don't you go disturbing Mr. Big's sleep. After all, the Tiger Mountain God knew a lot. And when he heard this, his tiger's eyes immediately stomped, and he blocked in front of Shawan. Why? Mr. Lu is sleeping. It's not like and is going to wake up Mr. Big. You'll disturb Mr. Big. Little and doesn't make a sound. Not like a big cat snoring. My tiger. The green gourd looked at the two bickering species with boredom. Yawning, its gourd body red and drunk. Last night, she stole a lot of the monkey wine that Lu Chunran had hidden in her. The Tiger Mountain God seemed like a door god, squatting in front of the door, blocking Shaoan's way. Chirp! A bird swept past the window and flew around the cinnamon tree. Its eyes were instantly and uncontrollably attracted, staring straight at the sparrow. The next moment, 4 feet violently stomped, body rustling up, pounced on the swallows flying close to the front. Chirp! The sparrow was instantly startled, and hastily lifted its wings, flying away from between the claws of the Tiger Mountain God at the 1000th moment. The Tiger Mountain God looked somewhat helplessly at the sparrow that had gone far away and cocked his thick tail regretfully. There is no catch. Go-ho dash. Then suddenly he thought of something and jerked his head back. Little and had already disappeared. It's broken, Go-ho. Why are you just catching birds? Lu Duanran rubbed his eyes and yawned. It was then that he sat up from the bed, not knowing what he was thinking about. Snow Fox was lying on the bed, glancing at him with a sheepish look on his face, not knowing what to think. Iboshi, I dreamed of my aunt last night. Lu Chunran rubbed the Snow Fox's head as he held it in his arms. Boing dash. Seeing this, the Snow Fox breathed a huge sigh of relief, letting Lu Chunran's big hand jerk on its fluffy fur, not realizing that he had actually gotten used to enduring the action of being jerked. Lu Duanran straightened the clothes on his body and stretched his back. It's been a long time since I've slept on such a soft bed and couch. The next moment, in his mind, there was a golden book title page slowly floating, bonding with the Tokai sleeping blanket, 2 halves. End of chapter 73. Chapter 73, Rabbit. City Lord's Mysterious Invitation, 3-in-1. Chapter 73, Rabbit. The City Lord's Mysterious Invitation, 3-in-1. A wisp of fresh air around the finger. In Lu Chunran's mind, above the title page of the golden book that belonged to the East Sea sleeping blanket, there were words that leisurely emerged. Knotting a sleeping carpet, pointing to the center of the eyebrows. Those who do not sleep will also sleep, and they will be given a small technique to fall asleep. A little technique for falling asleep? Lu Chunran blinked, and then he looked at the Snow Fox in his arms, and for a moment in his heart, he actually had some bad thoughts. Shaking his head, he cleansed his mind of the nonsense. The sun was shining outside the window, and it was a beautiful day. Lu Chunran drank a lot of wine last night that the Lord of the City. Get up a rare feeling of spiritual platform clear. Not the slightest feeling of headache. The whole person relaxed a lot. I do not know if it is too long not to be held by the ant to sleep. The eyes with a smile, as if it is still immersed in the realm of the yet to return. Snow Fox curled up in his arms. Seems to be not in good spirits. Last night stayed up all night. Nodding his head, slightly closed Fox eyes. Unintentionally, but more of a seductive feeling. Just then the doorway was carefully pushed open. Following this, half a little head, with big, dark eyes, peered through the doorway towards the inside of the house, and, seeing that the gentleman was already up, pushed open the door. Mr. Big, you're up? Well, what's wrong with Anne? Looking upset? Anne's long hair fell behind her shoulders in a messy scattering, 2 strands of fur sticking up. Lu Duanran placed the Snow Fox in his arms inside the pearpuff and walked over, picking her up in one arm, placing the girl on his lap, and fished out a ribbon from his pocket, tying her hair with a slight bit of clumsiness. Most girls of this era had only one type of underage hair. First, the hair was divided into 2 strands, symmetrically knotted into 2 large vertebrae, knotting the hair at the top and parting it on the sides of the head, and leaving a small lock of hair in the bun to hang down naturally, as if it were a swallow's tail, tied out, like a little maid, and watched Mr.'s rough maneuvers in the brass mirror, wiggling her calves and puffing out her cheeks. Mr. Big, the big cat has bad breath. Oh, how do you know? Little and smelled it when she was sleeping. It could be that Tiger Kuan ate too much meat, or that there are worms inside his stomach. He also lies next to Anne's pillow and snores so loudly that he can't sleep. Tiger Kuan is doing this because he feels comfortable. Big cat is comfortable. Little and is not. I'll speak with Tiger Kuan in a moment. Good. After a while, the Tiger Mountain God was carefully drilling in along the doorway, squatting not far away, sticking out his tongue and licking the corners of his mouth from time to time, his appearance looking quite a bit embarrassed. Lu Chunran tied up Shaoan's hair and put her down, and then he was walking towards the Tiger Mountain God, and as he picked up the round, fat cat, he spoke out. Tiger Kuan opens his mouth. Roar. The tiger mountain god cooperated by opening his mouth, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. His bright red tongue stretched out widely, and a thick stench of fermented proteins filled the air. Lu Chunran carefully examined the tiger mountain god's teeth, which were a healthy yellow color and did not have any tartar attached to them, so it should not be caused by food residue, and he did not think that the tiger mountain god's intestines would be bad. Could there be parasites in the gut, affecting digestion? When he was in Blue Star, Lu Duanran was a big cat breeder and had smelled the stinky mouth of many cats. Usually cats eat too much dry food. The stomach and intestines do not digest well will be like this. Not only bad breath, that is, when defecation, the room will be full of a stench for a long time. This kind of thing could be big or small. But what if Shaoan stayed with the tiger mountain god for a long period of time and it affected Shaoan? A worm that could wriggle in the tiger mountain god's gut was thought to be unusual. It seems Tiger Kuan has some intestinal problems and needs to see a doctor. My tiger is sick? The tiger mountain god's eyes widened and closed his tiger mouth. No wonder he always felt hungry lately. It's possible. Shaoan grunted and pointed at the great tiger mountain god and opened his mouth, and just said there was something wrong with the big cat. He wouldn't even eat his greens. Tiger mountain god. Goho may indeed be sick, but it's definitely not from not eating greens. Just as Lu Chenran was pondering where he should find a doctor to examine the tiger mountain god, a knock came from outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. Is Mr. Lu awake? Lu Duanran walked over and opened the door. Outside the door stood a half-human tall rabbit wearing a small undershirt, and when he saw Lu Chunran walk out, he opened his mouth with a courteous face. Your Excellency would like to speak with Mr. Lu alone tonight. Your Excellency also made it a point to emphasize not to let Mr. Lu bring his attendant pets to see her. Lu Duanran was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Shaoi? She is not one of Lu's favorites. The rabbit was a bit embarrassed and scratched his bald head with an awkward look. My lord just said not to let Mr. Bring your snow fox. The eyes of the snow fox that was taking a nap inside the pear poncho suddenly glazed over. Its fox ears stretched out as it peered at the rabbit outside the door. What did that rabbit want? Could it be that you haven't died yet? Lu Chunran's remaining light glanced at the ant who was eavesdropping, and after a slight contemplation, he opened his mouth gently. Taking a boshi doesn't really hurt anything, does it? Well, that's a word from the gentleman that will carry itself. The rabbit bowed respectfully to Lu Duanran, and then it slowly retreated. Lu Duanran straightened his clothes, carried his bag, and hung the drunken reddish-green gourd on his waist from next door, then led Shaoan out of the small courtyard. Falling snow will be cleaned in all directions. Push the door is to be able to smell a burst of osmanthus aroma. Raise your head. You can see the dozens of feet high osmanthus tree perched not far away. Branches and poles pale if ancient, have not been pruned for the original state. Large branches and trunks to the surrounding area, shading this side of heaven and earth. Leaf blades are flooded with points of silver flow, piled up with snow to fall. If the laurel tree is golden, and even let Lu Chenran have a kind of body in the narrow land under the golden tree feeling. The small courtyard is built according to the laurel tree, and the white tile and laurel wood building is smoked in the snow color. The sparrows that the tiger mountain god didn't catch went back and forth to the branches, their cries brittle and tender. Everything is so fresh and eye-washing. Night drunken sleep hastily did not feel, and now the eyes are open to look out over the world. Fit to look at all the ghost town, although not see the artisanal prosperity but as if the heavenly work of good success. Lu Duanran carried the snow fox in his arms and slowly walked out of the courtyard. The streets of the ghost city were less bustling with demons and ghosts at night. Everything was so silent and empty, only a few small rabbits walking on the snow, brooms in their hands cleaning the streets. There is an old turtle sitting under the tree, from time to time towards the small courtyard not far away. Rubbing his hands seemed to be waiting for someone. Saw that last night's Mr. Fox Geo out of the courtyard. His heart was happy, and hastily is to get up, pretending to have just passed through this place, a face of surprise. Hey, what a coincidence. My old turtle met Mr. Lu again, and blinked and pointed at the old turtle. Nonsense. You've obviously been sitting here for ages. A trace of embarrassment surfaced on the old turtle's face, being poked and prodded. He didn't know what to say for a moment and scratched his head unnaturally. Lu Duanran arched his hand at the old turtle and smiled. What is it that you, fellow Daoist, are looking for Lu? I wonder where Mr. Lu's immortal hometown is and where he's going? Mr. Lu came from Fox Mountain, passing through this place, and this trip is intended to go to the upper capital to seek immortal fate. Going to the capital to seek the fairy's fate? The old turtle froze, and a few doubts arose in his mind. This news has been rumored for a long time in the territory of the Great Zhou. This matter is rarely taken seriously by big demons. After all, cultivation to a certain point. This side of the world all have their own views. Only the kind of not yet transformed into a newborn spirit of small demons will be taken seriously. Right. But, Mr. Lu, such a high person but also want to go to the capital. This let the old turtle a moment. Some cannot grasp the authenticity of this news. It then slowed down and stated its purpose. Mr. Lu, do you have time later? Old turtle has a temple by the Clearwater River in Black Pine Forest and wants to host a banquet for Mr. Lu. I also hope that Mr. will give the old turtle a thin face. It bent over and looked at Lu Duanran with a respectful face, a few moments of anticipation flashing in its eyes. Who cares about the unsalted mountain? True immortal. It was able to see Mr. Lu's magic last night. That immortal sword without a spirit automatically take off the sky to invite the moon. Turn the hairpin into Mr. Lu must be a high-level person who travels the world, not an immortal, and the Taoist practice must be deep. As a turtle people, it has other demons do not have the innate lookout technique. Turtle born long life, repair for a long time. It will be able to feel out in front of the person's longevity of the thin and thick at a glance. The mortal's lifespan is more than 2A, but in front of Mr. Lu, it is impervious to look through. As the Black Pine Forest's Clearwater River god, the old turtle has lived for 1,000 years. In the Black Pine Forest even has its own temple. Borrowing incense, the power of the people's wish to take shape, but the cost of doing so is naturally very large. If no one to point out, I'm afraid that can only watch themselves empty the rest of their lives. If you can get Mr. Lu, such a high person, to seek an immortal to guide the way, not to say get rid of God's way, is for their own future. To seek a way to make a living is also good. Hearing the words of this old turtle, Lu Chunran was helpless in his heart. This old turtle's drunken intent was not to drink wine, and I thought that I was afraid that he was the same as that old monkey from Rotten Peach Mountain, who thought of himself as an immortal. What could one point out to this old turtle? It would be really irresponsible of him to talk nonsense. Those who can really instruct it. This Ghost City's city lord is afraid to be one of them, but obviously this old turtle begged to himself. Must be that city lord has rejected it. Lu Mao's tiger is sick. Today I have to go outside the mountain to find a doctor for it. The banquet of the Taoist friends. Lu Mao is afraid that there is no chance. The old turtle's heart vaguely borne a few points of loss, but the cultivation of thousands of years, the heart but also open, know that the immortal fate is not to come. Listen to Mr. Lu's tiger is sick. The old turtle is to think of something, opened his mouth. Mr. Lu's tiger is sick? Has Mr. Lu found a doctor? Lu Duanran shook his head. Lu is new to Linjiangdu and is not familiar with it. The old turtle hurriedly was speaking. Mr. Lu, the old turtle has a neighbor who also lives in the Black Pine Forest. It always catches many exotic beasts on weekdays and knows the method of food therapy. If Mr. also does not have a clue, it may be worthwhile to go to the Black Pine Forest to look for it. There may be a way. Oh, the Black Pine Forest? Where is this place? Go a few dozen miles west out of Ghost City and you'll see a large black forest. Follow the only road in the forest and go all the way through it, and you'll see it. Sir, thank you for your guidance, fellow Taoist. Lu Duanran arched his hand at the old turtle in gratitude. Mr. Lu is welcome. The old turtle was a bit flattered and quickly was shaking his head. I can't afford a gift from Mr. Lu. Besides, it's not certain if I can cure tiger. Lu Chunran looked at the old turtle in front of him with a few slight feelings in his heart. In his eyes, this old turtle body breath is pure. Want to be an honest meditation is also very rare. Just this 1,000 years of the old turtle with old monkeys is not the same. To the incense God rode into the shape. Once the incense is lost, is the Taoist lost? It can come to find themselves. Want to come to the end of the road. He hugged the snow fox and thought for a moment before speaking anyway. Does the temple of the Taoist friends have people to offer incense on weekdays? The old turtle shook his head inside. Few offerings are made. Lu Chunran deliberated on his tone, then still opened his mouth to comfort this old turtle. Taoist friends are also considered a river of God. Since the use of incense together cultivation, want to get rid of fear is difficult. Immortal destiny is difficult to meet, but if it is a God has the way to maintain a party. Since there will be folk incense honoring Taoist friends, or do not be discouraged, only good. If it is the heart, I think it will not be bad. The old turtle smiled bitterly and nodded. Thank you, sir, for comforting the old turtle. In my heart, I can't help but think that if I had started by traveling in all directions, I might have found a way out long ago. So why would I have to wait here and waste my life? Lu Chunran nodded and smiled as he made a bow at the old turtle. Mr. Lu will take his leave first. Take care, Mr. Lu. Lu Chunran held Shaoan, turned around, and was walking in the direction of the outside of the city, and in a short while, he disappeared from the sight of the old turtle. In the empty ghost city, only the old turtle was left sitting under the eaves with a sad face. If a high-ranking person like Mr. Lu is going to Shangjing to hear about the Tao Could it be that there really are immortals in Buxian Mountain? But once I leave this Qingshui River, I will lose all my Taoist skills and become no different from an ordinary turtle. Can I make it to the capital? After thinking hard for a while, the heart for a moment to take the idea, will be a little crooked turtle shell right after a bit, suddenly thought of something, and hastily is towards the direction of Mr. Lu went to look over. Mr. Lu, however, has long since disappeared. The old turtle frowned, patted his head, and sighed. Damn it, my damn head. I forgot to tell the gentleman to go hunting for that neighbor of mine at night. He sleeps during the day and is most tired of being woken up. What if he is awakened by the gentleman and rushes him? Its neighbor is not bad-tempered. The same black pine forest of the great demon, usually is also peaceful. There are times to catch rare and strange things. Will also come to the clear water temple to share with their own. But lately these days it's not in a good temper. And every time I see it, it's always in a depressed state of mind and crazy. Hey, I've got this going on. Offended on both sides. The old turtle's demeanor was getting more and more dejected, and his turtle head was looking even more despondent. He touched a walking stick from among the turtle shells and leaned on the snow, hobbling with his steps as the red sun shone on his turtle shells, walking slowly and leisurely in the direction of the clear water temple. Lu Chunran walked along the avenue of the ghost city and kept walking for a long time before he finally saw the gate of the ghost city. The big red lanterns from last night are up high and have not been taken down. Guarding the entrance were two large rabbits, wearing a suit of armor made of bark, lazily leaning against the gates of the city, chatting about nothing. Standing here every day is a bit of a rabbit craving. Want to eat what? Rabbit. I want to eat fish now, bunny. One paw held a stick. One paw held a smoking gun. Smoke filled the room. Eyes slowly returning to clarity, sinking out a smooth breath, his body softly hitching against the wall, wriggling his rabbit lips twice, cozying up. The smoke ring was puffed out in one puff. Obviously an old smoker. It's that image that's funny how it looks. The big rabbit saw Lu Chenran walked over here, looked suddenly panicked, and then is hastily put the hand of the smoking gun in the pocket. Careless. The sparks on the cigarette is burned to a bunch of rabbit tails, lit up a few black smoke. It hastily was scratching its ass and snuffing out the flames. Ahem. The big rabbit coughed and was about to spit the spittle on the ground, but then he stopped the action and forced himself to hold it back, and with a movement of his throat, he swallowed it. Mr. Lu the sleeper? Rabbit. Mr. Lu wants to hang out? Rabbit. Lu Chuanran forced back the laughter in his heart, looked at the two men with a serious face, and nodded. Well, wanted to take a trip to the Black Pine Forest. Then, one of the rabbits threw the stick in his hand casually, and without avoiding it, he took off the bark on his body in front of him and replaced it with a small shirt, spilling out. I'll see Mr. off, and when Mr. comes back, pinch that token and I'll pick up Mr. Rabbit from the ferry. It's too much trouble. Harm. No trouble, Your Honor, ordered the rabbit. Lu Duanran couldn't help himself a bit. Rabbits usually couldn't tell if they were male or female, but he was pretty sure that this was a rough male rabbit. After following that rabbit for a while, he came to a river where a small boat was docked. Mr. Lu, get in the boat, rabbit. Shaoan hugged the fat mountain god and winked at the rabbit with a cheeky grin. Thank you, rabbit. The rabbit glanced at Shaoan with some embarrassment and scratched his head, followed by a hefty smile with a touch of shyness. You're welcome, rabbit. Thousands of miles of smoke and waves. The Tsangjiang River. The wind is blowing. Swinging up the river has not yet frozen water piece. Scale wave of shaking yarn. Snow drifted from the sky and adorned the river. A big boatman stood in the pontoon boat, pushed the hat on the head, stood in the bow, let out a song. Suddenly it is to startle the flying birds in the sky, shoot the air rustling up. The boatman smiled broadly and crouched down to check the catch in his nets. Winter Linjiang ferry is too cold. The river fish is eating fat. A fat body thick. Just one will have a 5 or 6 pounds. Just then, the water rippled around. The boatman raised his head and squinted his eyes, and was gauging the position of the sun to estimate the hour. When, without looking, he saw a small boat suddenly appear above the vast river. The boat stood a male in a gorgeous fur coat, with a small girl in his hand. It's not important. The important thing is that the ferryman on that boat is actually a rabbit, feet as tall as half a man, and wearing a chambray shirt. It was as if the ship had suddenly burst out of the water and docked again out of thin air at the adjoining pier. When did the extra boat come out? A rabbit half a man high? When the helmsman rubbed his eyes and looked more closely, the boat was gone, leaving only the male in snow-white fur, leading a child in the direction of the Black Pine Forest. Could it be my eyes? Perhaps he was wrong. After all, this matter is too bizarre, but that wearing snow-white fox fur of the gentleman is a real existence. The boatman dumped out the river carp and the fishing net, the largest of which weighed 15 or 16 pounds. He suddenly thought of something and put the carp aside. Then he shouted at the figure in the distance. Sir, The road to the Black Pine Forest is blocked. We can't go any further. The voice was lost to the cold wind and annihilated in the sky. Seeing that the gentleman did not turn around, the boatman scratched his head, and then he sighed. It's probably too windy to hear. Anyway, in a while this gentleman will have to come back. I just don't know if he'll buy my fish. I just caught it. It's fresh. Turn your head. Instead, he suddenly realized that the biggest red carp he had just caught was nowhere to be found. Instead, there was an extra grain of broken silver on the tablet, which he carefully picked up and turned upside down with his hand. Years of peddling fish. The heart for the weight is a degree. This grain of broken silver is about half a taels. The boatman was puzzled. Looked around. Everything around is still the same as before. Empty. Only the river is silent. That 15 or 16 pounds of carp is really worth just that. There was something faintly heard in his ears. Not quite audible, but it seemed to have the word rabbit in it. Something's wrong. After saying goodbye to the rabbit that sent him ashore, Lu Chunran led Xiaoan all the way along the forest path. The black pine forest that Old Turtle was talking about was up in the mountains. There is only one road up the mountain, next to a cliff. Sunshine, looking down from the mountains. The view is extremely wide. The entire Linjiang Dushui city into the eyes. The smithy workshop smoke is Su. In his mind, there was a slow whisking of the Golden Book's title page. Bonding with the East Sea Shark's Pearl, 3 out of 10. Bonding with Snow Monkey Howlhair, 5 out of 10. Bonding with Katsuragi Senpai, 3/30ths. Bonding with Mothwing Burden, 18/50ths. Bound to the branches of the Northern Pines, 15 out of 100. Bonding with the Drunken Gourd, 11 of 365. Bonding with Sword and Water Dragon, 127/365. Bound to the Northern Snowfox, 3039/3300. Lu Duanran only felt a sense of relief in his heart. Along the snowy path between the mountains, enjoying the peace and silence of the moment, and feeling this side of heaven and earth in detail. Perhaps because it was in the southernmost part of the north, the wind was not so hard, and it was not cold on the cheeks. With each meditative exhalation, you can enjoy the peace that this heaven and earth brings to you. Mr. Big, we can't afford to cure the big cat's bad breath. Sell him. Gohu, I eat less. Your mouth stinks. Mr. Big, the green gourds aren't even talking. Green Gourd is drunk and sleeping. Oh, Lu Chenran rubbed her head, holding her little hand, away from the cliffs of the mountain road to walk farther. If Xiaoan is not careful, out of slipping down can be trouble. Mr. Big, there's a man sitting up front. Following Xiaoan's gaze, Lu Chunran really saw a traveling merchant sitting on a rock resting his feet and eating dry food with cool water. The skin is tanned and muscular, and even in such a cold day, he is not dressed very thickly. Seemingly seeing Lu Chenran and the two of them, the traveling merchant patted his butt and sat up, picking his stretcher and walking over, chewing dry food in his mouth and slurring his words. This gentleman, the road ahead is blocked by rocks and is impassable. Upon hearing this, Lu Chunran smiled at him and said, clasping his hands together, thanks for the reminder, friend. Then it continued onward. The traveling merchant, however, looked at the fox-fur-clad gentleman with a surprised face and scratched his head. Is this a case of not believing your own words? Think you're cheating? Swallowing the dry food in his mouth, the traveling merchant took a deep breath and exclaimed, my lord, I really didn't lie to you. I walk this road every day, and the front is really blocked by a stone, and I still have to wait for some time before someone can come and push that stone down together. I'll go over there. Harm. The foot merchant helplessly shook his head. He stayed here for a while, also advised a lot of people. There are always people who do not listen to their own advice. Stubbornly up the mountain, not a moment or gray down. It's none of your business anyway. In another half hour, his companions would be back, and by then, with the combined efforts of all of them, he would be able to push that rock down. That's what the traveling merchants were thinking, but I don't know what the reason was, but I always felt that there was something wrong with this fox-furred male. In the middle of winter, a person with a girl child, and a cat and a fox, a look of a worldly son trekking in the winter, but also did not bring two guards. Isn't he afraid of being robbed? It's weird. The more he thought about it, the traveling merchant found it strange that the girl following beside the gentleman also looked like she was not afraid of the sky, and the bag behind her back was also very nice. Like a pair tied up, not like an unusual thing. No one goes out with a fox and a cat, and the cat doesn't run away, and the fox just sleeps in his tent. The traveling merchant who had been walking this mountain road for many years was also considered to be knowledgeable, and frowning, he was suddenly startled by one of his own thoughts. Is this Mr. Fox for a human or a demon? But that gentleman looked strangely kind, and his talk was elegant, not like a man-eating demon. Some things can't withstand blind thought. The more you think about it, the more itchy in your heart, a kind of cat-scratching feeling. The traveling merchant hastily swallowed the dry food in his mouth. drank a mouthful of water to smooth out, shouldered his burden, and followed along the circling mountain road, ghostly and godlike. P.S. 3 big chapters, and one more in the evening. End of chapter 74. Chapter 74, 2 in 1. Chapter 74, 2 in 1. The gradually setting sun filtered through the snow, tinting it with an orange halo. Lu Chenran followed the direction pointed out by the old tortoise. Along the black pine forest this path all the way forward. About a quarter of an hour's work. And indeed saw the foot merchant said the huge stone, not biased blocked in the way up the mountain must pass. He took 2 steps forward and tapped it with his finger. The stone was solid, not like it fell naturally. It should have been placed here on purpose by someone, and the path should have been blocked for a while. Lu Chenran waved his hand, and the stone, which weighed about tens of thousands of pounds, moved a little bit on the ground, and near the edge of the cliff, it let out a loud rumbling sound and rolled down, leaving the position of the blocking stone and walking forward not more than 10 steps. Shaoan was suddenly dozing off, rubbing his eyes and vaguely saying, Mr. Big, Little and is so sleepy. The words have not yet fallen. Is the eyebrow lowered? Do not know what the reason. Plopped down on the snow. Sound asleep. A flash of surprise arose in Lu Chenran's heart. It was fine a minute ago? Immediately after that, not only Shaoan, the green gourd on his waist, the tiger mountain god, seemed to be affected by something, one after another, closed his eyes and fell asleep, collapsed on the snow. Seeing the bizarre scene in front of him, Lu Chenran's eyes gazed at everything around him as his mind's eye unfolded. Vaguely visible in the air floating a wisp of light golden streams of light. Slow prairie, the cold wind blowing, scraping a touch of light fragrance if anything. This fragrance seemed to be similar to the ant's fox fragrance. Perhaps the party wasn't as intense because the spell was cast over a wide area. Is it because of the little art of falling asleep that I just acquired that I didn't fall asleep as soon as they did? Lu Chenran did not dare to be careless. Careful meditation. The remaining light glanced at the ant still in the pear canopy. See, she was not affected by anything. Pondered for a while. It is the little and embraced up. Dragged the family toward the front of the mountain road to continue walking. The entire black pine forest was silent at the moment. Shoes stepped in them. Silent. The field is full of crimson at sunset. The stone that blocked the road was like a dividing line. Stepping into this, the birds in the forest fell down. Scattered piles of snow. The entire pine forest in addition to Lu Chenran. But there is no waking creature. The pine deer leaned back on all fours. The pheasants froze above the snow. And the green snake hanging in the treetops froze to a stick. Hoo-hoo. The entire black pine forest is now sleeping soundly. Uniform breathing sound. Diffused this mountain. Light fragrance attack. Lu Chenran slightly closed his eyes. Body gently rocking. Mood and the desire to sleep not sleep. Gradually calmed down. Lu Chenran shook off his head and continued to walk forward. And then he saw a demon that was about 1 person tall. The huge brain. The body round and heaving. The whole body of the bird. Like a capital heart. Lying on a big rock, the whole cat's head tilted back, the earthy eagle's hook slightly open, was snoring. There was also a parrot-like thing clutched in its paws, and a small house filled with all sorts of curiosities was placed next to it. Just don't know why. Lu Chenran can feel that this owl is not in a very good state. The already round and large eyes, one open, one closed. There is a circle of dark circles of deep color around the corners of the eyes, especially haggard. Lu Chenran moved over and scrutinized the owl. Could this be the neighbor that old turtle was talking about? It was nearly nightfall, which is logically the time when owls are active. Wasn't this sleepy black pine forest the cause of it? However, as far as Lu Chenran knew, the owls that slept in the daytime would choose a safe place to sleep such as a tree hole or a rock cave by nature, and it was impossible for them to sleep soundly on a rock with their heads tilted up. Just then, there seemed to be the sound of water flowing from the forest not far away. Whoa, whoa, accompanied by the sound of water. Vaguely, a delicate golden bell sang shallowly in his ears. The tune is melodious, and it moves in the ear as if it were a fairy buzz. The scent is diffused in all directions, ethereal and cold. People's minds and souls for a clear. The further you move forward, the stronger the aroma becomes. Lu Chenran's heart stirred and he frowned. Could it be that the old turtle's neighbor is not this owl, but someone else? Is it this humming woman? He looked at the path in front of him, which could only accommodate 1 person, and gently placed little and next to the stone. Rubbed the snow fox's head, and gently said, Iboshi, keep an eye on them, I'll be right back. The water dragon Jin slowly floated behind him. Boing dash. The snow fox looked at Lu Chenran's faraway back and couldn't help but feel a few moments of worry in her heart. This is still the first time Ranner left his sight. The heart is a little relieved. Looked around. Thinking about it, is for these people into a touch of fox gas. Not long after, the tiger mountain god was the first to wake up. his tiger face looking at everything in front of him with a confused expression. Weren't you just walking down the road? Gohu, where is this? You keep an eye on N, and I'll go follow, sir. Snow Fox instructed the Tiger Mountain God, thought about it, and drew a circle in place. You stay in this circle and don't move until Mr. and I return. As the words fell, the fox's body was hidden in the forest path. The further he moved forward, the clearer the soft chants became. Whoa dash! A small stream flowed down from above, interspersed with a few patches of laurel. Swirling and flowing downstream, he squatted down and gently raked the stream with his hand. Feeling the gush of warmth from the stream, his eyes flashed with a hint of curiosity. Black Pine Forest's clear water river has been frozen solid. This creek is not half the ice. On the contrary, is rising stock of hot air. Both sides of the snow dissolved in the water, turned into a mist filled with this place. Continue forward 2 steps. It was the sight of a set of footprints, luscious and small, 5 toes pointing on the snow. Distinctive. In the distance, a sliver of moonlight floated, distinctly visible. Lu Chunran's heart was slightly strange, but he also did not dare to be reckless. As the distance got closer and closer, he finally saw the color of the moon clearly. It's a bib embroidered with laurel. Next to the bibs, a few moon-colored jackets hung sporadically. A burst of osmanthus fragrance floated ethereally. Lingering in his nose, Lu Chunran's eyes contracted slightly, and in an instant, he reacted to something. Then there was a glimpse of a painting in the fairies that came into view. Wow! A ripple went through the hot spring at the end of the stream. If the clouds subside and the rain clears the green sky and smoke, the misty vapor, like a dreamlike silhouette, floated out of the water and got up and stood up. Apricot smoke run like bright eyes, appearing to its body fiber wanchingly. Rhyme cross flow. The long hair, smooth as a silk forge, was wet with water, and reaching up, she gently floated the loose locks together behind her head, dripping crystal droplets downward. The hot springs, not too deep, will be able to be no more than thighs, slender and voluptuous, but already lifted up the water. The water beads smooth from top to bottom, sliding down. Transparent, light aroma with hints of cinnamon wine. The woman was dressed in a moonlight-colored veil, her snow-colored eyelashes blinking gently, and under the hazy moonlight, her fragrant shoulders were as dazzling as Snow White, instantly brightening the rippling light of this spring at sunset. Pink and white catkin held the wine gourd high, jade arm like snow, spread the wine into the mid-air, those crystalline wine in the evening sun's reflection. If the colorful glaze, crystalline liquor along the gourd wall, flowed into her Jew lips. Outpatients want to be like light clouds that cover the moon. It is floating in the air like the flowing wind returning to the snow. This place is immortal and beautiful. Immortality overrides the desires of the heart. Lu Chunran already recognized the person in front of him. It was this person who took off the hairpin and transformed into a spirit last night at the birthday banquet of the city lord. He turned around, already guessing in his heart that this woman was afraid to be the real Ghost City lord. It was just such an awkward scene for the first official meeting. The subtle sound attracted the attention of the moonwhisk. The whole black pine forest was already drowsy. Her eyebrows knitted tightly, her brows shallow condensation as a river, obviously didn't feel half of the fluctuation of the aura. Who was the one who appeared? Following that, turning around, he was looking towards Lu Duanran's direction. After seeing the visitor clearly, he was first stunned, his eyes staring at him for a while, then he threw the wine gourd in his hand towards Lu Duanran. The water splashed in all directions, and the wine gourd landed steadily in Lu Duanran's hand. Yu Fu's tightly knitted eyebrows slowly unfolded. Zhu lips hooked up a smile, reaching out a move. A touch of moonlight was turned into a snowsuit draped over her body, taking the lead in breaking the tranquility of the room. Well, the encounter was somewhat amusing. This is the second time we've met, isn't it? I was thinking of meeting you at the city lord's mansion after bathing. After a pause, Bunny waved at him. Ranner, help Auntie help me pass the clothes over there. Lu Chunran looked at the wine gourd in his hand in a daze. For a moment he didn't know what to say, and couldn't notice the woman in front of him being ashamed of herself. That Ranner was called very naturally. Help Auntie? Thoughts raced through his mind. Had he ever seen her before? Could this person be a friend of the ant? A bosom friend of sorts? But I've never heard Auntie say that. The rabbit used a moon-colored silk handkerchief to tie her hair, and as the evening sun set, the clear moonlight brushed against her body, just as if it were raw smoke. I see you have a wine gourd with you as well. Would you like to drink this pot of cinnamon wine I made? The corners of Yu Fu's mouth contained a flirtatious smile, but her eyes were filled with complex emotions. A quiet handout eased his embarrassment. Lu Chunran took a deep breath, turned around, pulled his hands up to his eyebrows, and apologized with a deep and long bow. My name is Lu Chunran. I didn't know that the fairy was bathing here. It's Mr. Lu who is being rash. I was lost in thought, even though there was already a hidden guess in his heart. Lu Chunran still took the initiative to ask, Fairy, is that city Lord of Ghost City? I suppose so. What are you doing here in the Black Pine Forest? Lu Duanran turned his back, listening to the thin rustling sound of dressing behind him, and opened his mouth. Fellow Daoist Turtle said that Black Pine Forest has a doctor who is proficient in food therapy, and Mr. Lu thought of coming over to take a look. The leprechaun of the Black Pine Forest? Oh, you mean the owl? It's out there sleeping. Then that should be it. Yu Fu quietly glanced at Lu Duanran. See, his hands press the knee, body slightly leaning forward. The expression is also quite respectful, obviously listening attentively. Her heart is extremely satisfied. When I first saw the kid, I thought it was nice, and I let that fox raise him pretty well, white and clean. But that fox was right next to him, eavesdropping, and the rabbit glanced at the corners of his mouth. Why are you suddenly looking for a doctor? Is there something wrong with your body? I am also quite skilled in medicine. Come here, let me take a look. It's not Mr. Lu, it's just that Tiger's intestines have some problems, so I won't trouble Senior. Don't call one Senior after another, it sounds weirdly uncomfortable. If you don't mind my age, call me Aunt to hear it. The snow fox, who had just followed over and was hiding in the shadows, glared vigorously with her fox eyes, and that's when she saw the scene in front of her. 1,000 precautions are necessary to prevent a home invasion. What's your name, Auntie? Although Ranner called her aunt, in theory, there really wasn't any problem. It was just that for some reason, it was strangely uncomfortable in her heart. This rabbit is truly shameless, but if it thinks that this kind of underhanded tactics will be able to enlist Ranner, this rabbit is afraid that it's overthinking it. Seeing that Lu Chenran did not make a sound, the rabbit raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with calling an aunt? Are you afraid of me? I'm so gentle. I'm better than your aunt. The rabbit clearly detected Snow Fox's annoyance, and knowing in his heart that he couldn't expose it, he spoke again in a vague manner. It's not like I'm asking you to call your godmother, you child, and you're oddly cognizant. A few moments of helplessness arose in Lu Chenran's heart, while pondering how he should retreat. A touch of fragrant wind was already lingering on the tip of his nose, and the corners of Yu Fu's mouth curved slightly as he walked over in his direction, warmly saying, "Well, I heard that you traveled a long way from Fox Mountain all the way here. Wanting to go to Buxian Mountain to hear the way? Indeed. I want to go to Shangjing to seek the fairy's fate, so I want to take the water route on Elder's Mirage and cross the East Sea. Just here the atmosphere is a little ambiguous." Lu Chenran's heart is still a little embarrassed. The words have not finished, then suddenly felt a soft body side, warm fragrance dark dip. Yu Fu put on her clothes and stepped forward to take Lu Chenran's arm. Her moon eyes slightly narrowed as she glanced at where the snow fox was, and tenderly said, "So it's because you want to ride the Mirage? Well said. Call Auntie Whiskey and I'll let you ride the boat." Lu Chenran took a step back, did not move and withdrew his hand from her arm, arched his hand in a salute, took a deep breath and respectfully said, "Please don't make things difficult for me, Senior." The rabbit's brows furrowed, and he looked at the fox-furred man with some surprise. Then he spoke. "Boring? Forget it, I'm not going to tease you. You said you were desiring to ride the Mirage to the upper capital to seek immortality, right?" "Exactly." The rabbit's gaze roamed in the direction of the snow fox's hiding place, and after a long time, he turned his gaze back to stare at Lu Duanran. "What's so great about the immortal edge? Having to ask for immortality? Mortal life is short, and Lu seeks immortality so that he can always be by the side of one loved one." The rabbit's pupils shrunk slightly, and with a deep look at him, he opened his mouth. "Loved ones? Your parents?" The snow fox hiding in the shadows looked at him silently, holding his breath. Lu Chenran was about to say something. There is a bright luster in his mind. This kind of light, Lu Chenran has not seen for a long time. Then there was a golden book title page floating slowly in his mind. Bonding with the moon rabbit of the Eastern Realm, 1/3300. The rabbit is also a spirit, but the one who accompanies the laurel is also an immortal. So it is a fairy in the moon and is called the moon rabbit. Lu Duanran's eyebrows rose lightly, his pupils shrinking slightly. P.S. There's one more to go. Begging for monthly votes. End of chapter 75. Chapter 75 An immortal sword runs through Qingzhou. Chapter 75 An immortal sword runs through Qingzhou. It was really as he had suspected. This moon rabbit in front of me. I'm afraid the Tao is not below aunties. Lu Chenran took a deep breath and exhaled it slowly, clasping his hands. Not parents. Lu was born an orphan. An aunt of Lu. "Oh, your aunt?" The moon rabbit's mind asked despite already knowing what was going on. "This fairy-seeking reason of yours is rare. It seems that this aunt of yours is very important in your heart, right?" Lu Chenran smiled gently, and it seemed that when he mentioned this person, a rare touch of shyness was attached to his cheeks. North wind cold, all over the snowy mountains and pines. Ordinary mountain wild baby, abandoned in the snow. Not after a few hours will be swallowed in the snow. How lucky I can meet Ant. It is Auntie will be a hand to raise Lu Mao adult. Lu Mao all the way to seek immortality, is in order to repay Auntie. Hear this. The moon rabbit looked at him deeply as the setting sun gradually sloped late, and under this clear moon, she saw a touch of tenderness in the eyes of the man in front of her. Not that kind of very deliberate, is very natural flow out of the kind of. Moon rabbit's hand involuntarily clenched lightly. Spirit eyes is deeply staring. I see. No wonder you refused to be addressed casually as well. The heart was a light sigh. Picked you up. And me, too. The moon rabbit straightened out the clothes on her body. Her face was a little less flirtatious and her tone was a little more serious. The mirage will appear at Linjiang Ferry at the stroke of midnight tonight. So don't delay. Words fell. The afterglow as toward the snowfox hiding direction looked over, glanced at the corner of the mouth. Actually gave birth to a few points of envy. But there is a kind of loneliness floating in the heart. Frustrated. Lu Duanran arched his hand and bowed his thanks. Thank you, elder. The moon rabbit looked at him, and then it spontaneously pulled out a hairpin and threw it towards him, opening its mouth. Between you and me, it's not a bad fate, so I'll give you a hairpin for your evening. After a pause, the moon rabbit thought of something else, and a smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth as he continued. Well, the moon that was given to me, Auntie quite liked it, with all her heart. In the future, if there is fate, you and I will meet each other. After she said that, her slender jade fingers lightly clasped, and her voice crisply resounded in the mountains and forests, scattering that mesmerizing fragrance. The forest sounds gradually became noisier in the moonlight cover, and the drowsy black pine forest awakened to the chirping of birds and animals. Lu Duanran made a deep bow to the moon rabbit and spoke. Elder's scabbard. It fits well. Many thanks for the scabbard. The moon rabbit didn't know what he thought of. His cheeks just gave birth to a touch of redness, lightly coughed and waved his hand with a look of unconcern. Just don't forget me. A splash of green smoke dispersed. The moon rabbit then disappeared in front of Lu Duanran's eyes. Lu Chuanran's eyes followed the distant back of the moon rabbit. His heart did not know what he was pondering, when suddenly he heard a thin rustling sound coming from the bushes. Too late to react. A snow-white fox popped up towards him, intimately curled up in his arms. Those fox eyes were covered with sparkling autumn water, and her cheeks were tinted with the color of haze, like red lotus roots in white. Ranner's few conversations with the moon rabbit were ordinary, but they made her heart slightly sweet. Esau was a very easily satisfied fox by nature. Boing dash. Just following him around was happiness for her, I guess. Lu Chenran was holding the snow fox and had just stepped out of the forest path when he heard a cacophony of voices. Tigers whistled and eagles screamed, and there seemed to be all sorts of yelling and cursing mixed in. Don't talk to me, you foul-mouthed cat. My tiger is a tiger. Ha! A tiger? A tiger repaired into a cat? Get out, don't disturb my sleep. This place isn't your house. You walking chicken so unreasonable. Ha! Go away. If I wasn't so sleepy, I'd teach you a lesson. My tiger, oh you who? Walking chicken. Look at your black eyes and weak face. I'm not weak. I'm a total insomniac. TSK, can you come in if you can? This circle is right here. My tiger won't come out. Can you get out of the ring if you can? You coming in? You come out. Lu Chenran raised his eyebrows and looked at the scene before him. The tiger mountain god cocked his tail, opened his big mouth, and huffed at the owl. Just how that look was so beat up. The owl fluttered its wings, clutching something like a quail in its talons, hooting and hollering with the tiger mountain god, making a scene. It seems to have sensed that someone was out. The owl hummed and looked at that Mr. Foxglove with one eye open. The tiger mountain god changed its arrogant appearance just now, squatting on all fours and licking its mouth, with the appearance of a good cat. Go who you're back, sir. Lu Chunran glared at the tiger mountain god without any good humor, and then he was looking at the owl with a few awkward moments, arching his hand in a salute. My name is Lu Chenran. Are you a neighbor of the Clearwater River god? I, Lu, have come here to seek you, sir. The owl was thinking of losing his temper with this Mr. Fox fur in front of him, but the gentleman's attitude was too good, and it was introduced by that old turtle of the Qingshui River god. As the saying goes, reach out and don't hit the smiling man. The eagle's beak opened, scratched his head, and opened his mouth. It's me. What can I do for you, sir? When Lu Chunran saw that this owl's attitude had improved, he politely said, I heard from the Clearwater River god that you are good at food therapy. I wonder if you can help Lu examine this tiger. I do have a few spirit peaches here. They taste delicious. While saying that, he evened out a few peaches from the moth wing bag and handed them over. The owl blinked and spoke with a surprised look on his face. There are peaches at this hour? Speaking, the eagle's claws are grasping the peach. The eagle beak chattered a bit, a fresh aroma from the mouth overflow, and then the eyes are staring greatly. This peach tastes good. Although the aura is sparse, the taste is very good. Where did you get it, sir? It was grown by Lu himself. The owl ate someone's peach. And naturally, it was not good enough to refuse the gentleman's request. Since you are a friend of the Clearwater River god, then I will show this tiger. Open your mouth. Ha! Within a few moments, the owl had finished his inspection and handed over the quail he held in his talons. Yawning, sir, this tiger has some worms inside its intestines. It's not a problem. It will naturally get better after eating this fat legacy captured by a certain person. Lu Duanran was a bit surprised. When he was in the Blue Star, he had only heard of this strange bird from the Shanhaijing. This is the first time I've seen it. It looks like a normal quail, but with a yellow body and red tail. He looked at the owl after a moment of curious poking around. Fellow Dioist, what is the use of this bird? This bird is called Fatty Legacy. It's not common. Eating it can cure insanity and kill parasites in the body. It's just the right thing for this tiger to eat for insanity. So that's how it is. Thank you, fellow Daoist. You're welcome. Lu Chunran took the Fatty Legacy and said goodbye to the owl, leading the sleepy little one down the mountain in the direction of the Qingshui River. The owl yawned and hung onto a thick branch, dozing. I won't see you off, sir. I'm too sleepy. I do not know what the reason. These days always feel sleep is not enough. Turn a blind eye. Watched that, Mr. Fox Fur walked out of a long way. The owl is ready to sleep peacefully. However, in less than a candle mark's worth of time, a small turtle ran to its perch in a hurry and shook it awake. Elder, wake up. The Clearwater River god has words for me to bring to you. The owl opened his eyes a little impatiently and glanced at the green turtle under the tree and spoke. What's the matter with that old turtle? In such a hurry? The green-haired turtle took a breath and spoke in a single word. The river god asked me to tell Senior. In a while there may be a big gentleman wearing fox fur to come to Senior. This big gentleman is a world-traveling master. Senior must not get into a conflict with Mr. Lu. The Immortal Destiny is right in front of you. You must be polite and courteous. The owl glanced at the corner of his beak and muttered casually. You're late. That Mr. Lu has already been here. That's why that old turtle believes in all the charlatans. Where did he get so many world-traveling masters? What kind of immortal destiny? A fairy still won't cure his tiger? The green-furred turtle opened its mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. The owl was growing impatient, fluttering its wings and glaring with big round eyes. Why aren't you leaving yet? Say something. The green-haired turtle weighed his tone, then spoke. The river god said that he has already thought about it, and is ready to cut off the incense of the divine path here, and cross the sea alone to go to the upper capital to find the immortal destiny, and asked me to come in order to notify Senior that the river god doesn't have time to say goodbye to Senior. The green-furred turtle's words had just fallen. The owl's eyes were instantly widened, sweeping away the disheveled state, full of unbelief. Old turtle, has he gone crazy? Doesn't it know how serious the consequences of severing its own divine path would be? Which goddamned man did you listen to again? As neighbors of the Black Pine Forest, the two have been friends for more than a few hundred years. Suddenly heard that the old turtle wants to cut off the incense god road, to go to what on the capital? The owl's heart is an unspeakable sour, and with a few points of disappointment, cannot help but some of the god thought of tiredness. The old turtle's dilemma it is aware of. Rather than empty life in this clear water river, it is better to go to gamble. Although the fate of immortality is remote, it lifted its head and looked out into the distant sky. Hey, this old turtle. The owl sighed, fluttered its wings, and was flying towards the distance. The parting shot was to take another look at its old friend. Lu Chenran walked along this frozen clear water river all the way towards the bottom of the mountain. The breeze floats in, and the four fields return to silence. The firefly chief floated in front of him, dotted with starbursts that illuminated the night in the mountains. The further down the mountain, because the forest leaves are too dense, moonlight cannot shoot in. The greenstone paved road is covered with snow, extremely slippery. After walking for a while, Lu Chenran again saw the old turtle that he had seen in the early morning, and at the moment, his face was all smiles and red. His eyebrows were long and his lips were thick, and his 3-inch short beard was stained with frost and snow, and he was standing in front of himself, and it seemed that he had been waiting for him for a long time. Mr. Lu, it's good to see you again. The old turtle slowly walked up and slowly spoke out. Lu Chenran is trying to say something, but see that the old turtle stretched out a head spit. Do not know spit out a mass of what things? Lu Chenran looked touched for a while. Do not quite understand. A small, thin gift. No respect. I hope Mr. Lu won't mind. The old turtle was not ashamed to have lived for a long time, but he was very clear about human accidents. It was only then that Lu Chenran realized that this was a gift from him, and with a slight start, he did not refuse. Shaking his head and waving his big sleeve, he swept away the clump of water plants before looking at it, which turned out to be a clam shell. The mussel shell was about the size of a millstone, and had a somewhat aged appearance. Are these mussels? The old turtle nodded. The old turtle also has no very good things to give away. This clam is a 100-years-old clam in the Clearwater River. It's breeding yuanju, collecting water vein essence, can help cultivation. Open according to the words. I really see this clam shell. There is a baby fist-sized beads. Beads warm, color clear. Just look at this appearance. Is a very good treasure. What is even more rare is that Lu Chunran held it in his palm, and he could really feel the abundant water essence chi in it. What is the meaning of this, fellow Daoist? In his mind, there was the golden book title page floating slowly. Affiliation with Clearwater Mussels, 0/20. The beads are stored in the mussel. The essence is not lost, nourishes the elements and replenishes the chi, and is pure and pure. It is a heavenly creature. The old turtle looked out at the stars here. The remaining light of the setting sun is obliterated. The sky is as dark as iron. The old turtle's heart of the stars and the moon has risen in the sky, bright as snow. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Thanks to Mr. Lu's guidance, the old turtle I decided to cut off my own incense in God's way position, and go on a trip to Shangjing to seek that immortal destiny. Lu Chenran's expression was slightly stunned as he patted the soundly sleeping Shaoan in his arms, then looked deeply at the old turtle. Fellow Daoist, you have to think carefully. This trip will be hard to turn back. The old turtle shook his head and sighed softly. Mr. Lu, the old turtle severed his own divine path today, but I don't know if I'll be able to see Mr. Lu again. If we don't take advantage of the fact that we still have some strength left, when will we wait for the day of seeking the immortal destiny? The road is difficult. The road in the more divergent. If it is a long time stagnation here, fixed trapped in the heart and dare not front, only want to figure out the comfort. It can stay in this clear water in the river, waiting for the empty consumption of longevity. It had waited too long for this day. A life is a long journey. Although these kinds of words are already clichés, the old turtle is deeply convinced, especially the word trekking, which can be seen as difficult. After handing over that mussel to Mr. Lu, it will have no more attachments. Whether it can cut off this incense and fire divine path, success or failure will depend on this. Following, the old turtle paid deep obeisance to Mr. Lu, and then, he sat cross-legged on the snowy ground, the water spirits around him rippling madly. The black pine forest Clearwater River, which was originally just frozen, boiled at this moment as if it were a pot of boiling water that was cooking. The birds of prey feeding on the river are nowhere to be seen. The cold moon clear sky. There is a hidden lightning just like a thin snake cannot stop leaping, such as a touch of black and white lost color. Located in the upper reaches of the black pine forest in the middle of that dilapidated temple, the clay statue on the god's platform vaguely gave birth to a few cracks. Cracks expanding rapidly, more and more big. In the blink of an eye all over the entire clay statue, Lu Duanran stood in the distance, silently looking at what was in front of him. The divine Tao was difficult. Cultivating the divine Tao was difficult. And cutting down the divine Tao was even more difficult. What is difficult is the incense that has long seeped into the soul. And what is difficult is to sever the incense connection with all living things. In the temple of the Qing Shui River god, an invisible incense chain was biting a large tortoise of more than 10 feet. Even though the tortoise was struggling a lot but still refused to let go. This scene was something that the entire Linjiang fairy of demons and ghosts could forget to see. Even mortals can feel the sky cloudy, like a sign of snow. As that incense chain got tighter and tighter, a large mouthful of blood was spat out of the old turtle's mouth. Put. Turtle blood spilled over the entire Clearwater River. This old turtle ultimately failed to break free from the chain on the Clearwater River temple, and its ponderous body lay sprawled in the sky, dying. Countless great demons looked at this scene from afar, shaking their heads and muttering to themselves. This old turtle, too, has really been forced to do nothing. Cutting off the divine path of incense and fire is a life of 9 deaths, and even if one survives, one's entire Tao will be dispersed. If it had been a few hundred years earlier, I might have been able to break free of that incense chain, but now it's too late. Hey! Lu Chunran looked at this scene and shook his head, holding the mussel that he had gotten from the old turtle in his hand with some emotion. This old turtle, unfortunately, also gave himself a mussel. It's a gift that one shouldn't accept. The Shui Longyin immortal sword just stayed suspended and hidden behind him. The spirit has become, with the master's state of mind since there is a sense of meditation is around him in a circle, and then the sword blade is a turn. In the Lu Chuan ran surprised, pointing to the sky. The next moment, clang, the immortal sword is sheathed. The sword buzzed. In the sky, the sound of a dragon's roar faintly filled the air. A green and cold immortal sword ran through Qingzhou. 100 feet above the sky, a sheathed immortal sword pointed at the Qing Shui River temple from afar. The blade of the sword was so strong. The sword intent was so strong. that even this round of clear moon was slightly inferior. All of the great demons stared blankly at the scene in front of them. That immortal sword was familiar. It belonged to Mr. Lu. Even last night, there was a bright moon. Following, brilliant sword light showered down from the sky. A crisp sound of chains breaking resounded throughout the Linjiang ferry. Pa-dash. Aromatic chains on a giant tortoise. Cracked. End of chapter. 76. Chapter 76. Willing to carry a landmaster to cross the river. Chapter 76. Willing to carry a landmaster to cross the river. As the thick ink rolled over the clouds, it crushed all the water vapor out of them. From the time the first piece of falling snow fell until the snow was like a waterfall, it only took 2 breaths of effort. The immortal sword was suspended high above the ground. The sound of dragon's roar filled the sky and earth, and that sword she spread all the way to the end of the sky as far as the eye could see. A spectacular sight. With the sound of gold and stone bursting through the sky, the divine soul chains binding the old turtle snapped inch by inch, and that old turtle finally broke free from the bonds of the incense chains. The water dragon's Jin hung over the Linjiang ferry since, not moving a muscle. Next moment, the old turtle clay figure in the temple at the source of the Qingshui River crumbled and turned into gray fragments that dispersed in the sky along with the dancing falling snow. This side of the Clearwater River's incense Shinto, it was cut off by this sword. Countless demons and ghosts held their breaths and looked at the immortal sword in fear. Their bodies seemed to be immobilized. Their atmospheres did not dare to breathe. Their faces were stiff and full of fear as they stared at the water dragon Jin, not daring to move a single muscle. The entire Linjiang ferry's great demons were all coming out from their habitats at this moment, and rushing towards the direction of the black pine forest in unison. That old turtle's self-dispersal of the incense and fire divine path was just too sudden and somewhat unimaginable, and they didn't know exactly what had happened. The cool moonlight reflected in the sky and became a sea of color, which went around the pine forest and drained all the way down along the mountain tops. Thick night appeared a gap, at first but a narrow one. The moonlight is difficult to penetrate. Sprinkle down here. Then, the gap is getting bigger and bigger, finally revealing a round of bright moon behind the canopy. The earth is white. After a long time, that immortal sword was finally accompanied by a buzzing sound, transforming into a streak of light that passed through the sea of moonlight, gradually fading away in the sight of all the demons and ghosts, dissipating into the entire sky. The scene of the old turtle cutting off the incense of the divine path in front of him caused countless demons and ghosts to smack their lips and talk. A certain person remembers that Mr. Lu invited the moon at that time, and this is the Guemu sword that appeared behind him. That old turtle's timing is really good, thanks to the help of Mr. Lu's immortal sword. Do you think that old turtle made up his mind to cut off his own divine path because of what Mr. Lu had enlightened him? Not really. In addition to participate in the Linjiang Fairy Ghost City Lord Birthday Banquet, many big demons have their own habitat. Get together are not easy. Extremely rare is to take advantage of this black pine forest happened in the big event party gathered together, chatting with each other. In the sky above the black pine forest, the owl fluttered its wings and stopped on a pine tree, staring blankly at the scene in front of him with an extremely complicated expression, looking up to the sky with a blushing sigh. As a neighbor of the old turtle, it was no more sensitive to his breath, but it was such a 1,000-year-old turtle's incense divine path that was condensed that was destroyed by that biting sword light in a raw manner, and it had never seen this kind of scene that caused the demon to be shocked. The discussions of the group of demons all reached its ears, and a feeling of disappointment suddenly arose in its heart. Mr. Foxglove, who had come to find himself in the party, so he's the owner of this immortal sword. Immortal Destiny is in front of us. The heart seems to have felt a deep bond can be rushed through. There are a few points of despair. Immortal Destiny is so. Come and go are in a hurry. There are plain and strange. There are also unexpected changes. It just may not be all that choppy and impassioned. If I had been more polite to Mr. Tiger, or if I hadn't rushed to sleep, would my fate have changed? Would fate have changed? The owl thought this and stayed still. The water dragonine transformed itself into a stream of light and reappeared beside Lu Chunran. The sword was bright and seemed to have drawn from the bright moon, and after cutting off the incense of the Shinto path, the whole sword was even brighter as snow. The water dragon's bard itself was also excited, the sword buzzing and spinning in circles as if it was inviting credit with Lu Duanran. It seems that I underestimated this immortal sword. Lu Duanran smiled and touched the green Guei sword scabbard. The old turtle feels that he has walked from the door of the ghost, just when he cut off the incense and fire of the divine way, has been equivalent to half of the invalid. That is, it is not impossible to dissipate the spirit. However, Mr. Lu was able to cut the chain of incense and fire again, pulling it back from the ghost gate. At this moment, the old turtle's heart and chest, there are waves of volatile intention whisking, never felt so light, even if the art is lost, but the door of the heart is open. Although there is no Taoist body, but has been condensed to Taoist heart. If you want to take it first, you must give it first. I once thought that I had no chance of immortality, but how could Mr. Lu not have instructed me? At that time, he had too many demons in his heart and had not thought carefully about the meaning of Mr. Lu's words. Going up to the capital to smell the fairies? It doesn't matter if there's a fairy in Shangjing or not. Cultivation is a process of traveling. The result is not important. Even if the not salty mountain really has not been immortal. But in this, one has not tasted no harvest. Instead of sticking to one place and wasting his life, desperately trying to maintain what remains of life as a mortal's preference, though there is great terror between life and death, we must face it more openly. Compared to this vast expanse of heaven and earth, how small is the Qingshui River? The old turtle slowly got up and paid 3 deep bows to Lu Duanran. Thank you, Master Lu. Lu Chunran was slightly surprised for a few moments, not knowing what it meant by calling itself a teacher. The old turtle gazed at Lu Duanran and slowly spoke. Having been blessed by Master Lu's unwillingness to point out a foreigner like me and teach me the truth, the old turtle has no regrets. This old turtle, I'm going to cross the East China Sea, all the way forward. If it is to cross the past, after this willing to do a foot for the landmaster, or home guards. If I can't, I can only hump Master Lu again in the next life. As the words fell, the old turtle was already swimming into that clear water river. The huge turtle body was more than 10 feet. The ice on the surface of the clear water river was broken in droves. The clear moon slanting through the mountain pine needles. In Lu Chunran's body sprinkled dappled spots of light, accompanied by the sky of snow. The entire Qingshui River's water in an instant is choppy up. It was as if the river had opened in March, and countless ice rafts poured into the Sanjiang River and into the Linjiang Ferry. The old turtle raised his head to look at Lu Duanran, took a deep breath, and opened his mouth. Old turtle, may I hump Master Lu for a ride across the river? It's not a long trip, just the distance from Qingshui River to Linjiang Ferry. And next, old turtle is going to run to the East China Sea. Lu Chunran smiled, and did not refuse the good intentions of the old turtle. Then is still sound asleep with the little one. Pick up the snow fox, stomped on the back of the turtle. Whoa dash. The Clearwater River roils and surges. Downstream, late winter is foggy, and cold months squeeze the fog and tear the haze. Lu Duanran touched the peach ocarina from his moth-winged burden, to the side of his lips, and opened his mouth. Mr. Lu, let's give fellow Taoist a final ride. Woo! The ethereal sound of the peach ocarina is like a big, swirling river, east and west consistently, flowing without return. Who is left in heaven and on earth to hear this voice? The only thing that remains is a vast flood of stars and rivers, a continuous narrative of rivers and mountains, a song for the requiem. Countless great demons melted into the sound of this ocarina. In that wind, under that moon, the eyes were still and soulful. A demon slowly got up, lifted her skirt, worshipped this crescent moon in the firmament, gazed at the ocarina player, and danced. A wolf demon prostrated itself on the ground, tilting its head up and looking out at the bright moon in the sky, and the sound of the wolf's howl carried through the mountains and forests. When the skies falling snow wrapped with smooth down the Qingshui River ice rose, rushed into the vast Sanjiang River when the forest wind attacked. The turtle on the back of Mr. Fox fur covered with robes with zirin sprinkled, as if the drunken moon mountain ghosts. The moment. The entire Linjiang Ferry didn't know how many eyes of great demons were looking at this scene from afar, looking at the old turtle that had severed its Tao, saddened by it, sighing, lamenting, or cheering, leaping, and stealing for joy. Did the 1,000-year-old turtle turn into a mortal and go east into the sea to seek death? Or, perhaps, a new beginning? P.S. Hate ER has requested a monthly save from you. End of chapter 77. Chapter 77, 1,000 miles of Sanjiang River in January, 100 demons walking at night and looking at the mirage. Chapter 77, 1,000 miles of Sanjiang River in January, hundreds of demons walking at night and looking at the mirage. Oh, the ocarina is not a flute, nor is it a blowjob. And the sound of the flute is more desolate than the sound of the blowjob, while the sound of the blowjob is thicker than the sound of the flute, with Lu Chunran's ocarina sound swinging the entire black pine forest. Due to the moon rabbits, a touch of fox scent, deeper impact of the birds and beasts, has not yet completely awake the entire black mountain forest, in this moment revived, empty and vast, with a gentle breeze, on the Clearwater River, downstream on the back of the old turtle, wherever that Mr. Fox fur went, it was birds chirping and rabbits walking, chirping finches, twittering rats. The whole of this place is awakened at this moment. The peach ocarina flows this side of the moon, floating through the moon sea, around the pine forest, along the Qingshui River all the way down the drain, playing Shinner. Requiem is to provoke all the demons and ghosts, cleansing the hostility in their hearts. The old turtle silently felt all this and carried Mr. all the way down the Linjiang Ferry. The pupils of the demons in the black pine forest also shrunk slightly, silently feeling the mood brought about by the tune and muttering to themselves in their hearts. It's Mr. Lu's ocarina sound. It can calm the mind. The snake demon stared blankly at the divine scene in front of him, then looked at the rat demon beside him and inquired in a low voice. Mr. Lu, it's time to leave Linjiangdu, isn't it? I heard that Mr. is going to the Buxian mountain in Shangjing, and that old turtle cut himself off from the position of incense in God's way for the same reason. Is there really an immortal in the unholy mountain? Mr. Lu is all set to go sniffing around, so I'm afraid it's really going to happen. An otter guessed so, but when he turned around, he saw that the wolf demon had already begun to pack up his belongings and went down the mountain. Old wolf, what are you doing? Since I went up to the capital to smell the road. The snake demon slapped his head and was busy speaking. Certainly go too. So is a certain. Certainly. The cold moon sprinkled all over the black pine forest, spotted with few shadows, accompanied by the sound of the ocarina. Thousands of miles of Sunjiang River in January with. In this room, there are 100 demons walking at night. A host of traveling merchants lay strewn across the snowy ground of the mountain road that had just entered the black pine forest. The sound of an ocarina was heard, waking them from their sleep. Ah woo. A foot merchant stretched his back, confused with overwhelmed look at the scene in front of him, scrambled to get up and check the side of the bag. Good and the goods are not lost. Only then a big sigh of relief. Why am I sleeping here? Why are you all lying down? One of the traveling merchants scratched his head, puzzled. Strange. At first I followed a strange Mr. Fox fur up here, and the rock that was in the way was thrown down the cliff with a wave of that gentleman's hand, and I followed it forward 2 steps and fell asleep. There are old foot merchants frowned. This mountain road walking ears. The rumors of the Linjiang ferry is also heard. What the gods and ghosts heard a lot, but met is still the first time. I'm afraid that Mr. Fox fur isn't a fox demon. The old man looked at him meaningfully. The traveling merchant's body surfaced in a cold sweat, and he patted his chest somewhat thankfully. That demon wasn't bad. He didn't rob us. A group of traveling merchants were chatting with each other in a lively manner. Suddenly, a small child yelled at them. Father, look, how the ice of the Qingshui River has melted away. Whoa! The sound of rapid turbulence echoes through the mountains as the river gushes downhill to the Zhangjiang River, interspersed with ice. In mid to late November, in the middle of winter, the ice on the Clearwater River melted. Strange. Very strange. The traveling merchants looked at each other in disbelief. Woo! The sound of the ocarina in the distance became clearer and clearer, constantly echoing in the ears of the group of traveling merchants. Where did the ocarina sound come from in the middle of nowhere? Just then, one of the front-running merchants suddenly let out an ouch and fell onto the snow in a panic, gulping furiously as he kept backing up. He stretched out his fingers to point tremblingly into the distance. Shivering. Demon. It's a wolf demon. It's really a wolf demon. Following his line of sight, under the moonlight, he could only see a 10-foot-tall wolf spirit, darting towards where they were at the bottom of the mountain, with a ghostly green creepy luster flickering on its huge wolf head. It's a wolf demon. Be careful. We're outnumbered. We'll light torches and we're not afraid of it. The faces of the traveling merchants around them were suddenly horrified, and they immediately got up and surrounded each other, lighting torches in a panic, holding various weapons and sticks in their hands and placing them in front of them. The elderly merchant, with a serious face, stepped in front of the crowd, holding up the torch in his hand, and shouted at the wolf demon. Wolf demon, if you want to do wrong, there are quite a few of us, so it's not easy to bully, so quickly retreat. However, when his words fell, the wolf demon continued to dart downwards as if it hadn't heard them. A touch of ghostly moonlight sprinkled down. The old man's pupils shrunk. Even the weathered man had never seen such a scene before. Rumble. A voice like rushing thunder resounded through heaven and earth. A crowd of traveling merchants in sight. Behind that wolf demon, a demon kept emerging. There were snakes, eagles, and leopards hooting and hollering, blending into the thick night, all of them darting towards the bottom of the mountain. Raise the sky of snow clearing and flying, rippling the landscape. One by one, the traveling merchants stared blankly at the scene in front of them, and their hearts grew strange. Obviously a scene of great horror, but why did their hearts not give birth to half a bit of panic? Accompanied by the whimpering ocarina sound, the group of demons crossed the border. Obviously a very fearful scene, but under the clear reflection of this bright moon, it is exceptionally beautiful and dreamy. From the beginning to the end of the group of demons did not look at this group of traveling merchants. From the side of the crowd rubbed the edge and passed, leaving behind the back, hidden in the darkness. Even a deer demon picked up the luggage they dropped on the ground and handed it over politely, then continued to follow the group of demons and traveled towards the bottom of the mountain. Brilliant snow light shook the foot soldiers for a moment, seems to be unable to see the things in front of them. The traveling merchants gulped and subconsciously murmured, "So many demons, are they after something?" Not really. Next moment, that ocarina sound was finally close. Whoa! The clear water river surged, and following that, a huge turtle that was 10 feet wide went all the way down with the current. Moon in the sky, moon in the river. The eyes of the crowd reflected the bright moon, the shadow of the bright moon. There is a Mr. Fox Fur stood steadily on top of the turtle, hands holding a peach ocarina, blowing his own whimpering ocarina sound, dazzled the room. A foot merchant's eyes instantly widened, as if recognizing something, was about to export, but was beside the old man covered his mouth. Let the person who took the turtle along the Qingshui River from running into the Tsangjiang River, leaving a moon shadow in vain. That Mr. Fox Fur's figure disappeared after a long time. The crowd just took a deep breath and looked at each other, only feeling that what they had seen tonight was too marvelous. With the disappearance of the giant tortoise, this gushing river of clear water gradually froze and once again changed into its previous form. The wind and snow wrapped around the snow clearing and blew cold on his cheeks. A traveling merchant looked at the scene in front of him somewhat disoriented, took a sip of the water in his water bag, and opened his mouth in disorientation. Daylight. That's the rock that Mr. Foxglove pushed away. The crowd was silent, not yet having recovered from this succession of shocks. First, I somehow fell asleep, and when I woke up, I saw a group of demons crossing the river, followed by an old turtle carrying an immortal down the river. Any way you think about it, the events of the night were too frightening. The traveling merchant took a deep breath, then looked at the old man beside him and tentatively opened his mouth to ask, "Groups of demons by ocarina sound, is that Mr. Fox Chio an immortal?" No one answered him, because no one knows. Perhaps soon, the mouths of the storytellers at the Linjiangdu tea house in the northern realm would be filled with yet another ridiculous tale of wonders. Or, perhaps, the rumor mill has added an extra dash of color. 100 demons walk at night. The old turtle had been carrying Lu Duanran into the Tsangjiang River, surging into the thick fog that gradually rose above the river. It was past midnight and into the night. Its 4 feet stopped pawing the water and slowly came to rest in the middle of the river. A song to end the requiem. Lu Chenran placed the peach ocarina in his hands and his arms and looked at the scene before him. The ghost city was still as brightly lit as ever, with continuous lanterns reflecting on both sides of the river, lined with an orange-red halo under this moon. Just then, a rumble of thunder was heard. The Linjiang ferry has its own fog filling the sky falling snow into rain, all of a sudden pouring down. As far as the eye can see, thousands of miles above the Tsangjiang River, instantly turned into a white blanket. A thick and majestic atmosphere permeates the 4 fields, and the mooring stretches on and on. Whoa! In the haze, there will be a huge figure from the fog through the out, trailing a pavilion out of nowhere on the Tsangjiang River, will emerge from the surface of the water to breathe the river fish scared away. Above the pavilion, there were flags roaming and fluttering, on which 2 big characters were recorded in seal script Guanhan. Lu Chenran stood on the back of the turtle and looked out at the mirage spectacle before him, shaped like a snake, its body buried in the river and large, with horns like a dragon, red hyena, scales below the waist all the reverse, appealing to the gas transformed into a building, as if the city, standing in this pouring rain on the river. Is this the mirage of that moon rabbit? Shaoan yawned, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and looked at the huge mirage dragon in front of him, which was filled with buildings and clouds, and exclaimed, "Mr. Big, why is this snake carrying the house on its back?" A journey of sound sleep finally awoke at this moment. Lu Chunran rubbed her head and said gently, "This is the ship we're boarding." "What ship?" "Mirage." "Who is the mirage and who is the building?" Seeing that Mr. Big didn't take care of himself, Shaoan squatted down and picked up the tiger mountain god. His little nose sniffed and said with a look of surprise, "Big cat, your mouth doesn't stink. My tiger, it's cured." "When was it cured?" "While you sleep." "Oh." The old turtle tilted his head up and looked at the attic, with a few hidden memories floating in his eyes, then looked back at Lu Duanran and deeply said, "The mirage is here." As the old turtle's words fell, above the mirage, there was a staircase made of clouds and mist that extended from the deck all the way to Lu Chenran's feet. A half-man-tall rabbit stood on the building ship and spoke respectfully. "Mr. Lu, please dash." Lu Chunran nodded at the old turtle at his feet, and was holding little N's hand, holding the snow fox, and ascending that ladder of clouds and mist. He then stood halfway up the fog ladder and turned his head to look at the old turtle. The old turtle deeply bowed to Lu Chenran. "Master Lu, go on, take care." Lu Duanran was slightly stunned when he heard this, and was at a loss as to how to return it. However, the old turtle worshipped again, and then sank into the water, and the water waves surged up, and it was already gone. Looking at the old turtle's eastward figure, Lu Chenran stood in a daze on the ladder of clouds for a long time and sighed softly before boarding the deck of the Mirage. Speaking of which, this was the first demon to call himself master, and now it was rather frustrating. In particular, the old turtle went to seek immortality, and I do not know how the results. He intended to ask one or two, or can help, but unfortunately I do not know what the old turtle's mind. I do not know if there is some enlightenment. This self-breaking incense god seems to be unwilling to involve him, and hastily go. Long body up. Lu Chunran finally did not too immersed in it. The old turtle lived for thousands of years. There is this disaster should also be able to see through. Seeking the road is difficult. Everyone is the same. His immortal destiny may not yet have a way out. So why lament so much? Just as he was standing before the wooden rail of the building ship, looking out over the moonlit night of the Zhangjiang River, he suddenly heard a sound of footsteps. Then, on the river bank is a road lights clusters of shadow. Close to sea, countless monsters are gathered on the river bank. Every place in all directions are lit up. The hands of the demons and ghosts were all carrying lanterns, which were everywhere, instantly illuminating a bank. Looking at Lu Duanran from a distance, the clear, faint lights lit the bright moon of this place, and in the air, the various voices of the demons echoed constantly. Thank you for Mr. Lu's ocarina sound dash. Mr. Lu, have a good trip. Mr. Lu, a certain person will also be going to Shangjing, so I'm here to see you off. If you're free, sir, go back to Linjiangdu to visit. Don't forget us. Mr. Lu Chenran smiled at the demons, following which he stood on the Mirage and waved his hand at them. The rarity of what he saw all the way in Linjiangdu, the insights in the ghost city, no matter when he remembers them, they are all valuable. It's an amazing yet ethereal journey. Along the way, this kind of thing, will we meet a lot of them? Drinking with this group of demons in the Lord's mansion. The encounter is really simple and pure. This is no matter how many read the Jiqi miscellany cannot be experienced the wonderful meaning of being there. It is really evocative. It won't be forgotten. He spoke softly, and then he slowly turned around and walked towards the depths of the building ship. It was long past midnight, with a river of stars overhead. Unconsciously, the sky has been flooded with a hint of fishbelly white, yellow in green, and blue on green. The Mirage swayed gently, hidden in the thick fog of this side, and the river returned to calm once again. The demonic ghost stared at the disappearing Mirage in a daze, and that feeling of frustration in his heart grew deeper and deeper. Do you think Mr. Lu will really remember us? The wolf demon spoke. I suppose so. The snake demon said uncertainly. Whether Sir remembers or not. Anyway, a certain person is going to make a trip to Shangjing. Me too. End of chapter 78. Chapter 78, Yufu's Boudoir. Auntie can't see dirt and dishonor. Chapter 78, Yufu's Boudoir. Auntie can't see the mess. Falling snow rustling, sprinkled on the deck of the building ship. Quietly wash. With a long chirping sound from the Mirage, the body of the building swayed slightly for a few moments before traveling through the thick fog. Wall lamps lit up. The deck has long been hanging beads smeared red, countless clusters of ghostly blue light, floating, fluttering, hovering and dancing in the mirage of the misty colorful gas. A half-human tall rabbit stood right at the mouth of the cloud ladder, wearing a light moon-colored shirt, smilingly looking at Lu Chuanran who was ascending the cloud ladder. My name is Rabbit 18. Meet Mr. Lu. The rabbit's words paused slightly, and then its afterglow glanced at the snowfox squatting on Lu Chenran's shoulder, suppressed the flash of teasing intent in the depths of its eyes, and respectfully continued. Lord Yu has already instructed that Mr. Lu's ups and downs will be taken care of by my concubine during this time. As the words fell, Rabbit 18 was giving a deep Hail Mary. The snowfox sniffed its nose and didn't react too much, but only observed with her penetrating eyes, not too far away and not too close, vigilantly sizing up the shadowy moon rabbit in front of her. Rabbit 18 body, vaguely with wisps of laurel aroma dazzling. A careful sniff. The fragrance Su Huai is the new sunshine of the laurel petals, is still entrained with the flavor of the sun. Esau blinked, her fluffy fox tail sweeping over Lu Duanran's neck in a sudden reaction, then somewhat childishly puffing up one side of his cheeks. The fox's mouth lightly exhaled a mouthful of huff, but his face showed a trace of helplessness. What Rabbit 18? Where's Rabbit 18 from? I knew she wasn't honest. The corners of Moonwhisker's mouth that could not be suppressed looked provocative enough to Snowfox. But the mirage is someone else's. Himself and Ranner's side is not in the right. Really, if you argue about something, on the contrary, it is a little petty. Thinking so, Esau shook his head helplessly. The original four-legged squatting posture was slackened, lazily lying on Lu Chuanran's shoulder. Anyway, Ranner doesn't know who she is. So what does it matter whether it's Rabbit 18 or Moonwhisker? The monstrous sound of the waves echoed in Lu Chuanran's ears as Mirage moved forward on the surface of the water. Lu Duanran stepped forward and helped Rabbit 18 up, smiling gently. Elder's kindness is appreciated by Lu, but there is no need to take care of daily living. Just before the words were finished, when his hand had just touched the rabbit's arm, there was a golden book title page floating in his mind. Bonding with the moon rabbit of the Eastern Realm, 2/3300. The rabbit is also a spirit, but the one who accompanies the laurel is also a fairy. So it is a fairy in the moon and is called the moon rabbit. Lu Chenran was stunned for a moment, and then a few oddities arose in his eyes. The mirage was the moon rabbit's. She could have done nothing to hide it and appeared in front of herself in a dignified manner. What need was there for any deliberate disguise? There's no need to disguise yourself as a maid who takes care of your own living. The heart is so, but also did not poke, but obviously already see-through, but still need to not move to cooperate with the play. It's a weird feeling. Mr. Lu doesn't have to be polite. Please follow me. Rabbit 18 smiled, a tuft of snow-white tail twirling. Then she leaned down and looked at the pearly ponchos that Little Ann was carrying behind her back, and said gently, "Is this heavy? Let me help you carry it." Anne's head shook into a rattle. This is Iboshi's house, and Mr. Big is letting Little Ann carry it. Who is Iboshi? Rabbit 18 blinked, some cunning in his eyes. Iboshi is Mr. Big's fox. Oh, does Ann carry Ei on his back every day? No, Iboshi prefers to be hugged by Mr. Big. So, Iboshi likes Mr. Big a lot? Aha! And nodded without hesitation. Snow Fox's fox cheeks but floated up a touch of scarlet, breathing still a few scattered, pursed lips, glaring at the rabbit who constantly lured words from Xiaoan's mouth. Rabbit 18 took in Snow Fox's expression but ignored it, squatted down and looked at Xiaoan face to face, and said gently, "Does your Mr. Big hug Ei a lot?" Aha! It seems that Mr. is very fond of Iboshi. Mr. Big likes Little Ann too. So, do you like to cuddle on Ei or Ei when you sleep? Xiaoan lowered his head and thought for a moment, his big, dark eyes blinking as he scratched his head. Hug Iboshi a little more. So it is. Rabbit 18 smiled and rubbed Little Ann's head, then walked on the green stone-paved boatboard, pointing at everything around him and introduced the facilities on the boat with Lu Duanran. From the outside, one could never feel the subtleties in the mirage. It is like a cave, lurking in many exotic beasts, and even grass and trees on the back of this mirage, growing for I don't know how many years, all the way to sea. All along the way is a small rabbit, holding scissors or kettle, is building the grass and trees in the compound. Elder, are there other people on the mirage? Mr. Lu called me 18 on the good. This mirage floating in the East China Sea, regardless of the people demon ghosts, if there is a chance to see, have the opportunity to board the mirage every once in a while since they will find a pier on the shore. There will also be people go down. So it is. Lu Chenran surveyed the scene in front of him, his heart filled with astonishment. Follow this rabbit all the way towards an elegant compound. Countless copper lamps illuminated this side of the bright crane-mouth furnace spit out dazzling smoke, mixed with a burst of bamboo sound. In the middle of the encountered all kinds of people or demon. Not a few. See Lu Chen ran from the deck up. They did not give birth to what curiosity, apparently has been accustomed to this. It is late in the day, so sir will rest in this guest room for now. Rabbit 18 pointed at this elegant pavilion in front of him and opened his mouth. But by the senior's arrangement, Lu Duanran naturally had nothing to pick on. Green tiles and white walls, obviously not the style of the northern realm, but some of the appearance of Hui architecture. Exquisite courtyard door. There are small rockery, ponds with koi carp, planted a lot of 4 seasons of grass, a laurel in the mist half hidden. Since the growth of this yard, caressing the carving of the bird painting is extremely luxurious. A few neon curtains overlap and hang. This room is not like a guest room, but more like a place where the owner lives. And to be clearer, it should be the boudoir of the moon rabbit. Following Rabbit 18 along the long corridor of laurel wood, the floor of the corridor was smeared with tung oil, so smooth that it was like a mirror. Walking on it, like a mirror, through the center hall, around a moon rabbit looking at the moon screen. On the case placed yen taplin incense burner, out of the few fragrance around the screen. In the center is placed sandalwood rosewood glazed shortcase after a brocade collapse. Short eucalyptus in front of 2 chairs fall wrong. Against the door there was a guqin, and on the low table there was a pot of tea brewed after the rain, and strangely enough there was a half-eaten box of preserves sitting beside the teapot. 2 moonlight-colored bibs scattered on the bed above the couch. Peach-colored blasphemy pants some messy pile up next to the pillow. One of the Lu Chuanran also feel a little familiar. Seems to be hanging in the black pine forest next to the hot springs on the branches of the trees. Under the bed, a pair of white velvet boots were draped softly over 2 silk-dyed white rosettes. The large red mantle was rolled, and a variety of chiaroscuro romance novels were stacked haphazardly next to the pillows, with the title pages folded. At first glance, The room's furnishings are extremely elegant. Second look. Just messy. Lives like an unkempt nerdy girl's boudoir. A rich aroma filled the room. Not of burning sandalwood, but apparently of the longtime owner. Lu Duanran stood in the room somewhat awkwardly, neither walking nor not walking. The snow fox in his arms knitted his brows. The scene in front of him was strangely familiar. As if he remembered something, the corner of his mouth contained a gentle light smile. Somewhat helpless. She's still the same as before. The nature seems to himself to be big and bold. A woman should not be so inattentive to details, but also always have some small love hobbies that Esau cannot understand. Is that what she is though? If he suddenly became quiet and virtuous, he would not get used to it. Rabbit 18 scrambled forward and pulled up the large red mantle, coughed lightly and opened his mouth somewhat unnaturally. That Mr. Lu, the previous guest of this room, just left. It hasn't been cleaned up yet, making you laugh. Having just finished bathing in the black pine forest, she hadn't expected Lu Chenran to show up so early, and on the spur of the moment, she had forgotten to clean up her boudoir properly. Now, if that snow fox saw it, it would have something to laugh at itself again. Although Yufu knew that Asu wasn't going to laugh at himself, a gentle scolding was inevitable. Well, my concubine will clean up now. Mr. Lu, wait for a while. While saying that, his hands were busy organizing everything on the bed and couch that was in a mess. Apparently, tidying up her boudoir was the sort of thing she rarely did, usually leaving it to her personal maid. Lift up the brocade quilt. The several pieces of close-fitting blasphemy rolled into a messy ball, placed in the barrel next to it, holding a large pile of miscellaneous romance books, a brain all piled up in a side of the bookshelf. Stuffing the loincloths toward the inside of his little boots, he kicked them under the bed, and when he picked up the half-eaten box of preserves, he did not forget to take one out and stuff it into his mouth. Lu Chunran smiled helplessly, although he didn't have any cleanliness fetish, but obviously, this messy room was afraid that it would get messier and messier the more this moon rabbit cleaned it up. Placing the moth-winged burden on the short case, Lu Duanran fished out a piece of silk from his bosom and smiled. Don't bother, senior. It's better to let Lu come. How can this be? Mr. should still go and sit over there. My concubine will go and make tea for Mr. Words have not yet finished. Lu Duanran has already wiped up the dust in the house, but what surprised him a little was that the things in the room were extremely clean, without half a trace of dust. Skillfully taking out a small broom to clean the half-burned soot, he spread out the brocade collapse in the complex eyes of Rabbit 18, with a look of habit. Looking at this, Rabbit 18 smiled and opened his mouth. It's not common for a man to take the initiative to clean up his house, so I guess the gentleman's upbringing was excellent. In this era, it is still macho thinking, not to mention doing housework. Even the initiative to enter the kitchen will be blamed. Of course, the poor family does not care about this. Auntie can't stand to see dirt, so Lu has had the habit of tidying up his room since he was a child. Auntie? Well, Lu is an orphan, and it was Auntie who brought Lu up. I'm sorry for mentioning Mr. Pain. No harm, no foul. While saying that, Lu Chenran is skilled from the barrel picked up those blasphemous clothes, neatly folded into a small square, on which there is also a hidden fragrance. Elder, where do I put these? Rabbit 18's cheeks subconsciously surfaced a touch of redness. His eyes glanced at Snow Fox, who was obediently crouching at the corner, and he slightly sighed in his heart, like a child she taught, and his demeanor was like hers. Then he reached out and took it, tucking it casually into his pocket. Well, just give it to the concubine. Seeing Lu Duanran with a broom ready to sweep out the small boots she kicked under the bed, Yu Fu's heart lifted, and she hurriedly was speaking. There's no need for Mr. to pack that sock. Leave it under the bed for now. It's out of sight. Mr. has traveled all the way here. The boat is tiring. He hasn't eaten dinner yet. Right. My concubine will go and make some food for Mr. Lu. I also don't know if I really want to go cook or if I'm just embarrassed and want to leave. Thank you, Elder. Rabbit 18 nodded absent-mindedly, and with a wag of his rabbit tail, he walked out of the room, carefully closing the doorway behind him. Seeing that this rabbit had left, Lu Chenran let out a sigh of relief. After rearranging the bed and surveying the surroundings, a taut heartstring was finally lowered. Shaoan had already chased after the tiger mountain god and frolicked in the middle of the courtyard, and Green Gourd, with a drunken look on his face, lay down on the short case and slept soundly. Even Eboshi had run off somewhere and was nowhere to be seen. However, Lu Duanran was in no hurry. Sitting cross-legged on the brocade collapse, he fished out a variety of books from his baggage, combing through the routes along the way to Shangjing. It's November 18th, counting the days to the 9th day of the waxing moon, just over a month. According to the speed of this mirage, crossing the East Sea and waiting until this mirage sails into the Yangtze River and stops at the Jinling Ferry, the time is at most 10 days, which is still plenty of time in terms of time. Lu Duanran laid out the strange objects he had acquired along the way on the short case, counting the number of people, both bonded and unbonded. I was surprised that I had gained so much without realizing it. I don't know where Brother Li has gotten to. The caravan's footwork was not much faster than his own, and he thought he would have to go faster alone. If the young prince wants to get to Shanjing before the waxing moon, the only way is by water. A bright moon in the sky spilled into the room, leaving behind dappled moon shadows and a surge of moonlight. About the mirage. In fact, Lu Chenran's heart has always been some doubt, because for the mirage is what ancient books and canonical books have always argued. During this time, he also looked through many ancient books, and the book Moon Order said, pheasant into the great water is a mirage, a snake crossing a tortoise gives birth to a tortoise, and crossing a pheasant gives birth to a mirage. Things are different, but the senses are the same. The Book of Classes, on the other hand, is much more detailed. Snake and pheasant and give birth to a son said the, like a snake with 4 legs, that is, the augur also, or said mirage also. The first month of the snake and pheasant intersected with the egg, when thunder is into the earth several feet for the snake, after 200 or 300 years, is able to rise. Eggs do not enter the ground, but for the pheasant. Most of these books, however, agree on one thing, that the mirage is a product of a snake and a chicken born across species. It's still a little weird. Between the ancient heaven and earth, it seemed that there was no biological segregation of species, and all sorts of strange and bizarre things always appeared. But this was not strange, and all the great demons would eventually transform into human beings. But this is not an indication of how noble a species man is. What with the human form being the body of the Tao, and the human race being born with the body of the Tao and all that, but it's just that primates have the hands to use them in the most convenient way. An odd scene suddenly came to his mind. If a snake demon and a chicken demon can give birth to a mirage demon, where's the man and the fox? Immediately, Lu Chenran hurriedly shook his head, throwing these wild thoughts to the back of his mind. This was not yet something that he was now qualified to explore. Just then, Lu Chenran's mind's eye seemed to have discovered something interesting, and he slowly got up and kept walking towards the fire candle that was lit in the corner. This is a body of red candles, burning in the lampstand, dazzling smoke and fire, vaguely with the Attic influence diffusion. He reached out and touched the candle, and as expected, there was the golden book title page floating slowly in his mind. Bonding with Mirage Wax, 0/5. It's fat and wax for candles. Incense were 100 paces. The smoke also has the shape of the building. P.S. Happy New Year to everyone. There's one more to go. I was adjusting my routine last night. You guys aren't going to go behind my back and cross the new year, are you? Right. End of chapter 79. Chapter 79 Isu. How long have you liked Ranner? Chapter 79 Isu. How long have you liked Ranner? The entire mirage rose and fell with the wind and waves, traveling through the ice, and disappearing back into the fog. A fox with a body as white as snow looked around and saw that no one noticed him, so he quietly followed the moon rabbit and slipped in. The windows of the dining room cast in strands of moonlight, lazily spreading over the veranda and favoring the earth. A burst of mixed smoke dispersed, and the half-man-tall rabbit 18 was transformed into a moon-colored silhouette, passing out from a few laurel leaves. The moon whisked lazily stretched her waist, and with a casual wave of her hand, there was a moon-colored apron over her chest, blocking the snowy mountains like peaks. Her eyes narrowed, one hand holding a kitchen knife she'd taken from somewhere, and she surveyed the golden carp kept in the clear pool, counting on her fingers and smiling with satisfaction. Just decided it was you. Reaching out, a stream of light wrapped itself around the fathead fish in the pool water and flew out. The fish's tail fluttered, raising a cascade of fizzy water droplets that lifted the white fox all over its body. The moon rabbit will carp on the plate, is thinking about how to dispose of good. Is behind came a thin footsteps. The moon whisk head did not lift, just self-concerned about brushing the ears hanging down the green silk, faintly said, "Why don't you go sleep in your pearly poncho? Come here and watch me cook." It was exactly like the pure familiarity of old friends reunited. The fragrance floated and obscured a moon shadow. With his long, slightly damp hair draped over his head, Esau walked towards her at his own pace, not annoyed by the water that the fat-headed fish had flung onto her, closed the door of the room tightly, and sat down on a chair to the side, leaning on his chin as he stared at her as she killed the fish. "Why do you suddenly want to follow Ranner to the capital? This period of time is not staying quite well." Moonfleet clenched her fists and draped the head of the fish on the counter, knocking it out in 2 blows. Turning to look at Ezra, the small fragrant tongue licked the corners of the vermilion mouth. The vegetal hand gathered the long hair. The moonlight appeared to the rabbit's cheeks even more ripe charm, smiling like, "Oh yo? What's the matter? Did you get a bad taste in your mouth?" Esau's face was a bit embarrassed. This rabbit's language was always so bold, yet an unnaturally light cough followed, warm and faint. "Just asking." What to eat or not to taste. With a look of understanding, Moonrabbit shook his head and shook the brightly shaken kitchen knife in his hand. Then why are you blushing? Yes? Esau reached up and touched his cheek, then thought of something and frowned, pointing at the Moonrabbit and opening his mouth to change the subject. Haven't you changed your habit of throwing things around? And you still want Ranner to help you clean up the house? Yufu reached out his hand as blocking the mouth of Esau. The two snow-white long ears rise, since the folded cover the ear holes. Summon patience. Got it every time. It's just for today. It's not like you didn't see me in the shower earlier. She then seemed to have thought of something and reacted. Her eyebrows furrowed in dissatisfaction. You're changing the subject again. Asa held her fragrant cheeks and looked out the window somewhat unnaturally. Instead, Moonfleet had rested the cleaver in her hand on the counter and stepped in front of her, picking up her jaw with one hand and winking her eyebrows playfully at her. I heard that girl doll say that some women always like to stay in Rant's arms and don't sleep even if they have a house, so it is a bit shameless to hear that. Bunny, you're the one with no shame. Oh, I didn't sleep all day in someone's arms anyway. Issa's face flushed and she reached out to slap her hand away, arguing, what's wrong with sleeping in Rant's arms? It's not like, nothing special. Yufu's eyebrows rose in surprise. What else did you expect to be special? You really are the stuffy type of woman. What nonsense. Esau looked at her with rounded eyes. I've always treated Ranner as family to look at. So that's it. That's good. That's good. Moonwhisker feigned a great sigh of relief, patted his chest, winked, and grinned. I didn't realize that you and I were sisters, and that one day you'd have a chance to become my mother-in-law. After you and I will call each other well. You call me sister and I will call you mother-in-law. Following that, the rabbit was bending over and making a shallow Hail Mary, giggling. Concubine Yufu meets Granny. At these words, Esau's brow furrowed and he got up to look at her with a serious face. Bunny, I'm warning you. No messing around. What Granny? What nonsense? Yufu skimmed her mouth and stretched her languid body, and a shy blush was on her cheeks. See how nervous you are. What's not to worry about with me? Look, I can cook. I'll work hard. I'll serve you both well. As long as some mother-in-laws don't steal food behind people's backs. Nothing to lie in Ranner's arms to sleep. AI. The world is going down. How can there be such a woman who is also a house of cards? Esau argued in a serious manner. You rabbit are just babbling here. It's obvious that there's nothing there. You like to ramble on. Are you kidding me? Or is it about Ranchan? Snowfox only felt a bit of a headache. This rabbit was getting bolder and bolder. It was just that for some reason. It was clear that this joke should have been extremely offensive to her, such as something about lying in Ranner's arms and sleeping or something, but it sounded like it didn't have that kind of tiresome feeling in her heart. Instead, there would be an inexplicable shyness, a sense of being poked and prodded, but it was true that he liked sleeping in Ranner's arms because it was cozy and warm, and there really wasn't much else, there really wasn't. As for the words that wouldn't be offensive, it should be because one looked at this Moonrabbit as if she were a relative. That's why the words she said didn't seem offensive to her. If it were someone else who said those words, such as some little prince named Li Zijuan. Wait, why does it remind me of her? But he didn't know that this tangled expression of Esau's was already nowhere to hide in Yufu's eyes. The Moonrabbit's eyes narrowed slightly at this move by her best friend. Knowing her as she had over the years, she was bound to be greeted with a reprimand if she even said that about her. But her instinctive reaction in front of her was to be powerless to defend herself. Moonflower's heart rippled slightly as she gently swallowed. Good lord, it can't really be true that I'm right. This snow fox is playing Foster on Fox Mountain behind my back? No wonder it doesn't look for itself much anymore. And it doesn't look for itself. Then the pupils were born a few points of TSK. This snow fox look usually a virtuous look. The more this look good and quiet. Secretly play the more. Usually read a lot of romance novels. Those novelists like to set up this kind of contrasting persona. This fox is afraid that he is already in the middle of it and doesn't know it. But somewhere in the heart, there might be a little joy. This snow fox, too, finally doesn't have to be alone? Yufu shook her head. Following which, the appearance of that fox-furred gentleman came to mind. That being said, it would also be her favorite type. Right. Gentle and courteous, she took a deep breath and questioned with a sudden cry. Esau, how long have you liked Ranchan? Esau was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted and opened his mouth. It's been over a decade. And from the moment I picked it up, I've loved it as much as my mother. Don't get smart with me. You know what I'm talking about. What's it say? You're hopeless. The moon rabbit looked at her with a look of indignation. A kind of anger. And don't go over to her without saying anything. They themselves and the snow fox were not human beings. Earthly etiquette was not to be honored. Demons were supposed to be spontaneous and follow their hearts. Earthly etiquette was used to constrain people. What did it have to do with them? She wasn't sure why the fox took this so seriously. The demeanor had been no different than a human, even more observant than a human. Esau pursed his lips and looked at the round of the moon, murmuring faintly, "Whiskers, you know, some things aren't as simple as they seem, not to mention that Ranchan is just to me." Yu Fu turned around, 2 strands of green silk hanging from her ears, and reached out his catkin to hold her arm tightly in the midst of her puzzled gaze. "Moonwhisker, go cook and leave me alone." Esau struggled a bit, trying to shake her hand off. Yu Fu, however, gripped her arm in a death grip, a pair of bright eyes gleaming as he looked at her and softly said, "If that's really the case, then you and I swear to never fall in love with Lu Chunran. Just the love of a man and a woman, not the love of a kindred spirit." Issa's sandalwood mouth was half open. Her struggles came to an abrupt end, and she raised her head to look straight at Yu Fu. Her face wore a smile mixed with a hint of helplessness, a change from her usual flirtatious, warm and welcoming self. Issa wanted to reach out and swear, but the words were slow to come out. The words went straight to the soul. Obviously it was a very simple vow, and there was nothing difficult about it, but somewhere in his heart it was just affecting himself, and he couldn't just exit the vow so simply. Issa's pupils shrunk slightly, refusing to drop his gaze on Yu Fu's, as if he wanted to ignore the fact that his hand was being held by her. Looking at this appearance of the snow fox, Yu Fu sighed, and his ripe and charming body was wrapped around her slender waist, pressing his head on top of her snowy peaks, quietly feeling her long and powerful heartbeat. In that moment, the heartbeat sped up. "Issa, what are you still running away from? When you hesitate to ask me this question, does it matter if you take an oath or not? Isn't that the answer you had in mind?" It was still the same familiar fragrance of fumigation, and the soft words that stirred Asu's heart of unknown shape. Relationships are really a coin, and it's not which side you choose that matters. It's which side your heart wants to see the most when it's tossed up high. Isu hugged the moon whisk tightly, raised her head and looked at the bright moon on the oceanic sea, vaguely isolated from the layers of fog, just like imprinting her heart, confused in hazy euphony. Answers? Her mind was inescapably flustered. She witnessed the growth of the tiny human cub on Fox Hill, which may have started out as a kindness, but as she raised him, a sprout grew in her heart without her realizing it. The bud that didn't belong to her was just planted deep inside, hidden, waiting for the day it would sprout. Moonfleet, my heart is in turmoil. It shouldn't be. Perhaps, the moment she decided to turn into a snow fox and follow him, she was already following her heart, isn't it? Yu Fu saw her tangled, but also know that this kind of thing is not a moment to be able to accept, is a subtle and gradual impact on the heart. One day, the tide of love will be wrapped in the unstoppable sensibility to break through that high building called the door of reason. Maybe she's more of a fox than she is. That noble, Heart Moon Fox. Is this her chosen one? Heart Moon, the purest and fiery feelings, the direction of the feelings of the underworld, perhaps the direction of the avenue of this world. I'll always be there for you. It's not just going to Shanjing. I have nothing to do anyway. Moonflower stroked her back even more gently, the single layer of clothing between them in no way preventing them from experiencing each other's temperature. As the words fell, Esau snapped his head up and stared at her for a moment with a skeptical look on his face. The moon rabbit turned away a little awkwardly, not looking her in the eye. "Bunny, is that what you're saying because you want to follow to the upper capital?" "How? I'm helping you see inside." "Well, it's been seen." Moonfleet was a bit surprised. "You see what's inside you?" Asu faded. "See to it that you're not allowed to follow after your little tactics." Moonwhisker. The moon rabbit shook his head and had another plan in his mind. That is, he coughed gently and asked a fatal, so that Esau could not avoid the question. "So you're just going to go through life without seeing Ranchan? Hide for the rest of your life?" Esau was stunned and dumbfounded. Just how could it be what she had in mind to follow in such a sneaky manner but not be able to graciously appear in front of him? "Me." The moon rabbit shook his head and sked. "You're just caught in a dead end right now. What would Renner think if she found out that you disguised as a fox and secretly followed him? Focusing on yourself. You never thought about Renner, did you? You, as an ant, are not as good as I was when I brought up Renner." Esau stared at her with glazed eyes, somewhat mortified, but even though she was exasperated, her words were still warm and soft. "Renner is in your hands to bring. I'm afraid it's going to be as scruffy as you are, and you can't even cook." Moonwhisker spoke without thinking. "I'm not as poor as you are. Renner follows me, that's the young palace master, which is like following you to eat chaff every day. The same as the old monk." Esau opened his mouth, always arguing when confronted with her, but he did have some sense. "So what do you say?" Moonfleet looked at her with a smile and spoke. "I'll just follow you along to the upper capital. After all that, you still want to go to Shanjing? Nonetheless, when you go to Shanjing you can appear with honor. What about EI?" Yu Fu smiled at the corner of her mouth. Then she patted her chest and spoke with a confident expression. I am a boshi. P.S. I fell asleep last night and sent it out this morning by touching the fish. End of chapter. Chapter 80. Chapter 80 Surname Lu is just a prude. Chapter 80 Surname Lu is just a prude. As these words of the moon rabbit fell, Esau was visibly stunned. His bushy eyelashes flickered as he looked the rabbit up and down, pondering the possibilities of the matter. And then he spoke hesitantly. That's not very nice. Moonwhisker was a rather spontaneous rabbit, and would have gone crazy if she had been allowed to crouch on Rant's shoulder for a day like herself. The moon rabbit stood in a curvaceous manner. Her arms were pulled in front of her chest, displaying her jade arms to outline her posture. Glancing at Esau, her vermilion lips slightly hooked, and she lazily opened her mouth. Oh, well, tell me what's wrong with that? Esau shook his head. It just feels weird, but I can't tell. Although the moonwhisk said this approach really make Fox heart, but also do not know why. The heart just do not have the bottom. Afraid of being replaced like. Yufu looked at Ace's pair of light pink fox ears that were inadvertently exposed as she pondered the question, and reached out her hand to gather them together, playing with the delicate fluff on the ears. Esau, I think you may have gotten one wrong. Ace frowned, her fox ears closing as she reached out and slapped her small hand away, inquiring in a small voice. What's the problem? Bunny sat down and grunted. That is, I'm doing it to help you now, and Ran is not my child husband. And for now, there is and only this way. If you refuse then I have no choice. You'll just wait and regret it. A silence fell over the dining room as the two women stared at each other in silence. The mirage slowly undulated, and above the black and blue night curtain, the full moon in the eastern sky ghostly sprinkled down the resourceful and clean moonlight. Esau slowly got up, biting her lip, a warm look on her cheeks, and reached out to hold the moon rabbit's hand. I know you're doing this for my own good. It was clear that Moonflare was so looking out for her, but she would even doubt her. When did you become so suspicious? Although the touch of discomfort in her heart still remained, it was no longer important. She also didn't want to look at Ranner every time, only to be able to excuse herself with dreams. The moon rabbit gazed at her with a sisterly expression, a pair of her slender rabbit ears drooping as she stroked her cheek and smiled daintily. Sue, it's good that you know. You're my best friend. I'll help you. Esau nodded gently, his eyes swirling with warm tenderness, and leaned into the moon rabbit's arms, feeling that long-lost warmth. Moonwhisker was always like that, would consider things from his own point of view, despite knowing her small mind. But so what? For a long time towards the end, the friendship with her was far above kinship now. So you promise? Esau hesitated for a moment. Then as if he had made some sort of determination, he resolutely said, Aha! Moonwhisker clapped his hands in satisfaction. Sue, you also know that you and I have very different personalities, and if Xiaoi suddenly changed, how could that child Ranner, with his meticulous mind, not notice it? You're right. Upon hearing this, Esau stared at her with a suspicious face, wondering what she was going to create again. So I propose that these days, the two of us switch. You come as this rabbit 18 to take care of Ranner, and I'll be a little razor for a few days to test Ranner's reaction. You know, all these things need to be rubbed in. Grinding is important. Esau's eyes suddenly paused, and then the whole swish of her face turned red, and even though she was good at deceiving people, she immediately returned to her senses. Bunny, have you been plotting this for a long time? Absolutely not. Esau's reaction was expected by Yufu. Her eyes curved, her vermilion lips lightly opened, and she followed the guidance. Just 3 days. 3 days is always fine. After all, it's only 10 days before the mirage opens up to Jinling. Esau finally hardened in front of her, shook his head, and his exit was with a meaning that could not be refused, and faintly said, No, there are some things that there are only 0 and countless times. This shallow truth was still clear in her mind. The moon rabbit could see her determination, and after thousands of years together, how could she not be aware of her temper? With that tone, it was obvious that it was impossible to discuss it. But, after all, she is Esau. On the surface a clear and cold look, the heart is ultimately soft to the good. Yufu was very clear about what she should do at this moment, so her eyes were full of autumn water. A face of aggrieved lying on her lap, begging, then, 2 days, no can do. Esau hesitated and opened his mouth to refuse. Yufu's delicate cheeks were written with a look of resignation, and her explosive acting skills caused a bit of pearly rain, stretching out a finger and waving it in front of Esau's eyes. Just 1 day, Sue, okay? Esau sighed, knowing full well that if there is one, there is two, but Yufu was always able to hold her temperament, also knowing that she was soft-hearted and could not withstand this kind of choo-choo pleading. Locked heart at this moment slightly shaken, mature pretty face flooded with silk redness. Angry white she gently said, 1 day then. You don't mess around. This kind of gentle softening was something she never refused. Moon Whisker's face was delighted, and when she was caught off guard, he kissed her cheek, crossed his arms and stretched his waist. The kind of laziness under the moonlight with a concave and convex figure was visible. Sue, you're so nice. Suddenly, both of their noses wrinkled at the same time, sniffing at the burning smell that kept coming from the air. What's that smell? Moonfleet suddenly remembered something and turned around violently, her eyes widening. My fish! The water in the pot had been scorched dry. Some of the water stars made a nuisance sound. Only the charred fathead fish, dry on the pot, ruffling smoke outwardly. Esau was a bit helpless. His brows knitted lightly as he reached out and tapped Yufu's brow, reprimanding him softly. I knew you couldn't cook. If Ranner had really followed you at that time, I'm afraid she would have starved for 9 meals in 3 days. I'll do it. Moonwhisker smiled sardonically and stood aside, watching as Snowfox skillfully and gently took the fish and gutted it. Waist-tight apron, delicate figure, white slender palms, inadvertently gathered together the hanging messy hair, with the back of the hand to wipe the forehead of the sweaty behavior, as mature, virtuous and gentle wife. Apparently, she was used to such trivialities. Is this how she spent all these years on Fox Mountain? How boring would that be? Moonfleet thought so in her mind. If he was a man, facing such a gentle and perfect woman, even if he was a monk, he was afraid that his heart would be restless. With the blazing fire, the aroma of food soon came from the dining room, spreading inside the compound of the Mirage. Lu Duanran was obviously unaware that his 2 aunts had already mapped out a course for his future. A man sat cross-legged in front of this Mirage incense, silently flipping through a book of chirography and gossip titled East Sea Miscellany. In his mind, a golden book title page slowly floated. Bonding with Mirage Wax, 0/5. Bonding with Snow Monkeys How Hair, 9 out of 10. Bonding with the East Sea Sharks Pearl, 7 out of 10. Affiliation with Clearwater Mussels, 4/20. Bonding with Katsuragi Senpai, 7/30. Bonding with Mothwing Burden, 22/50. Bound to the branches of the Northern Pines, 19 out of 100. Bonding with Kensui Ryujin, 131/365. The East Sea is more mysterious and vast than he thought. Many records are ambiguous, intermittent, seemingly true or false. Most of them are passed down from ancient times, or fabricated based on certain story speculation. Most of it can't be taken seriously. The faint light of the Firefly Chi is like a bean, illuminating the title page in his hand. All the way to the Linjiang Ferry, sitting on the Mirage, he is finally considered out of the northern border. According to the reasoning of such a long way, in addition to a variety of strange things and monsters, is always to meet some practitioners and Buddhist monks it. But for some reason, I just haven't met any of them. There was no war, the Great Zhou was strong, and the people lived in peace and happiness, a thriving scene. But, this side of the world always gave him a flat feeling. According to reason, this world's spiritual chi is vigorous. How could it also derive a cultivation method? Even if it's not the practicing chi to build a foundation that one expects, there should be some kind of division, but it's just not there. Not even these ZE novels have recorded alchemy, weaponry, talismans, formations and the like, not to mention the immortal sect. Could it be that this is a world similar to the ancient times when all this was in its infancy? It gave him a feeling that heaven and earth had begun, and that all laws were initialized. If that's the case, is that immortal in Shinjing really an immortal? Why must he preach on Buham Mountain? Could this Buham Mountain have any deeper meaning? Holding on to this idea, Lu Chunran flipped through various canonical books, constantly guessing the meaning of unsalty in his mind. The word salty has the meaning of induction in the Zhou. In the Tuan statement of Zhou, it says, Xian, sense, soft up and strong down, the two chi senses in order to be with each other, and no and pi are the same word, meaning big. If we translate it this way, then not salty is great salty and great sense. This world is getting more and more interesting. Lu Duanran shook his head and muttered to himself. Inside the room, the green gourd that had been drunk for a long time had already transformed into a person, wearing a green dress, glancing at the meditating Lu Chuanran, idly rummaging curiously for something in the house. Lying down under the bed, he rummaged through the 2 boots that the moon rabbit had kicked under the bed, cupping the translucent white silk rosier sock in one hand and taking it out of the boot. Worthy of being a mirage, there are so many precious things. Into the hand is a burst of delicate, but there is a strange feeling of roughness, gently tugged. It is very tight. The stretching force is very strong. Autumn water bright eyes a few cuts. Looked around. The house is quiet, and there is no one. Little Ann and the cat were having fun outside, and it was weirdly boring to be left on my own. With this in mind, he removed his silk pants and, wearing only his green shirt, tentatively slipped his socks over his legs. The firm and delicate touch fits the skin with its own slimness. A wind from the window of the moon. The moonlight, glittering with a faint stream of light. Half of the flesh is transparent. still with a few points of slightly cool to the bone. Crystal jade toes for dyeing cardamom, was a natural light pink, as 10 fine white onions, through the delicate half-transparent instep, hidden under the muscle green blood vessels, tightly wrapped in the socks, with a point of haze. The green gourd blinked and padded barefoot to the 3-foot-tall bronze mirror placed on the fat of the bed. Outside the window, a bright moon hangs high, the face in the bronze mirror, green but like warm jade, red lips embellished like vermilion paint. The reflection of the spring was blurry after all, and this was the first time Green Gourd had ever looked at her own look so clearly from close range. She blinked gently, and then opened her mouth with a satisfied expression. So the old lady is so good looking. When his remaining light glanced at Lu Chunran, who was still meditating on his knees, a 3/4 blush unnaturally appeared above his cheeks. Surname Lu is just a prude. With this thought, he came over to him, came behind him, and leaned over to survey the book he was looking through. Lu, do you think I look good in this? And yet, he would not scratch his head, merely standing naturally in front of him, with a face that was still smug. The high-tied ponytail danced with the wind, and the brocade green clothes had more than a little spontaneity and austerity. At first glance it will look like a foppish ranger son, a pair of children's green gourd earrings hanging down on the ear, rippling with light, just legs wrapped in stockings as diluted this sense of chivalrous women of the Jianghu. There was a strong sense of dissonance, or at least, this colors didn't really suit her. Lu Duanran put down the book in his hand and sighed after surveying it for a while. Don't take people's stuff willy-nilly, take it off and put it back. Was it good? Green Gourd's face blushed unnaturally slightly. Ever since the guy hadn't taken his own drink straight away, a few moments of identification with him had inexplicably grown in his mind. Other nefarious tactics aside, at the very least, he's a man who will respect Gourd, isn't he? General, then why are you still looking? I knew you were a prude. Just thought you'd be more suited to darker colors. You really think so? Green Gourd suddenly came over. Light gourd fragrance. Seems to be still there. If the empty mountain knew rain-dipping people spleen God. Despite his look of disgust, he gave advice, and this feeling of being recognized, in his heart, suddenly brought a few more moments of happiness. Aha! Lu Duanran nodded faintly, suppressing the waves that rise slightly in the heart. If a rippling pool of clear water, calming the restless heart. Green Gourd waved his hand. It is the illusion of a darker color socks. Face red haze if burned. Even the pink neck are stained with a layer of redness. Unnatural openings. Just like this? Lu Duanran blinked, then smiled gently. That's right. Green Gourd laughed, then leaned down with a smug expression and casually sat on the ground, looking at him with a big grin. Older women are still a little attractive, aren't they? Surname Lu. If you're nicer to me, I'll change like this every day to show you. Lu Duanran smiled helplessly. Where did I treat you badly? You forced me to drink. Don't you love to drink? That's no way to get your head held down and gurgle like that. I didn't say anything when you stole my monkey wine. One size fits all. Green Gourd's words paused, then added, well, you're not so bad. Just then, an even footstep suddenly came from outside the doorway, followed by Rabbit 18's voice. Mr. Lu, it's time for dinner. P.S. Write something you'll love. Babies, ask for a monthly ticket. End of chapter. 81. Chapter 81. Ranner is indeed not a child anymore. Chapter 81. Ranner, indeed not a child anymore. Rabbit 18's hands carry 2 plates of dishes made with veggies. A plate of steamed carp and a plate of braised fish head were carried on a tray towards Lu Duanran's room. Green Gourd stared with wide, ebony eyes, startled, perhaps feeling a little weak for having worn someone else's things, looked around a bit. In his panic, he touched and spilled the bronze rabbit headlamp on the counter. Bam! A few drops of hot, cream-colored lamp oil tilted from the rabbit's head and dripped from the floor. Immediately after that it was in front of Lu Chuanran, and with a bang it transformed into a green gourd once again. A splash of green smoke dispersed. Following that, 2 silk rosaries scattered on the ground sent slightly, drooping down by Lu Chuanran's legs. The lamp oil was wet and stuck to the threads at the base of the toe of the stockings, clumping and soaking the white flaws. The sequence of movements was but a flash of lightning. Lu Duanran did not think much about it, put the green gourd aside, knocked the gourd head, sighed slightly, placed that luo stocking in his hand, ready to fold neatly and put it in its original place. This green gourd is somewhat wild and stubborn. Squeak dash. Rabbit 18 pushed open the doorway. Following that, his pupils were filled with astonishment as he looked at the scene in front of him. Mirage candles sprinkled with a faint haze, reflecting the room a ghostly red. Lu Chuanran sat cross-legged in front of the mirage candle, knees folded, wet socks. Although the natural look, but put aside the green gourd, is swaying, the atmosphere is slightly ambiguous. Munwisk's vermilion lips curved slightly, curling up and surveying the condensed wet and thick silk white stockings. Crystal clear. Having lived long enough to see more, She couldn't help but spread a flushed red color on her face, looked at him meaningfully and opened her mouth. Mr. Lu, do you need my concubine to wash these socks? The moon rabbit had to consider if his presence was disturbing Lu Duanran. Maybe it came at a bad time. The moon was floating ethereally, spilling moonlight like water, reflecting the moon rabbit's extremely flirtatious mouth. Lu Duanran was stunned for a moment. Looking at the ambiguous look on this moon rabbit's face, he knew that she should have misunderstood something, then smiled and explained. Gourd naughty, wear a little, but also accidentally spilled lamp oil. Dirty senior socks, please seniors do not blame. Mr. Lu will help senior clean it. As he spoke, he reached out and flicked the green gourd with his finger. But I do not know that this scene fell in the eyes of the snow fox not far away. Eyelashes child gently trembling. Fox face tang a moment on the red cherry. Hidden hot. Eyes full of odd and complex color. Nostrils slightly gasping. Some heavy. Ranchon. Indeed not a child anymore. In a flash. It's been more than a decade. Perhaps compared to a demon with a long lifespan it was just a snap of the fingers. But Ranner had indeed grown up as well. Taking quiet fox steps, he carefully patted over. This sniff. That sniff. Fox eyes was in deep thought. Yufu looked at Lu Duanran with a smile on her face, reaching out to take the pair of stockings from his hands, and winking at Lu Duanran with a wink that showed almost teasing charm. Let's eat. After all, Mr. Lu is also a human being. My concubine can understand. Look at this water stains everywhere. In a while my concubine will just go and wash it. Lu Chunran shook his head helplessly. If he went for a useless defense, he would in turn appear to be a bit of a desire to cover up. Getting up, he smiled gently at the moon rabbit and said thank you. Rabbit 18 placed the meal on the side of the 8 immortal table, reached out to greet Shaowen, who was playing outside the window, and in the process chucked a piece of fish into Lu Chunran's bowl. Sir, eat meat. Lu Chunran picked up the fish and placed it in his mouth, slowly chewing it before swallowing it, the familiar flavor filling his taste buds, causing his face to be stunned for a moment. Pupils is born a few points of complexity. The remaining light glanced at the silent squatting at the side of the snow fox. Cheeks flashed a few points of tenderness, gently said, there's something familiar about Senpai's cooking. At those words, the snow fox's breath stuttered and her fox eyes widened as a few moments of apprehension arose in her heart. It's broken. Forgotten. Ranner had grown up eating her own cooking, so how could she not recognize her taste? Rabbit 18's face stiffened slightly. Then it was all smiles again, enthusiastically nibbling at his food and chattering away. Well, is the concubine's cooking to Mr. Lu's liking? Lu Duanran raised his head and gazed at the moon rabbit. Heart but ripples. There is a hidden indescribable feeling, like swallowing, and feel that they are not a little pretentious. Seriously, it tastes like one of Lu's relatives. In the expression, there was no trace of falsehood or artifice, but rather affirmation from the heart. Oh, Mr. Lu's relatives? Auntie? The moon rabbit hadn't expected the man in front of him to be so thoughtful, and just the smell of the meal alone made him suspicious. If that was the case, even if he really manifested himself as Xiaoyi, he was afraid that there was still a risk of being exposed. Tong Yisu glanced at each other, and both saw a look of gravity from each other's pupils. Some things really don't stand up to speculation. If you don't pay attention, you're afraid that you'll show your face in front of him, and if you want to lurk for a long time, the only way is to be more prudent and more careful. The two women's small action is not big. Lu Duanran has already seen in the eyes. Thinking about it, knowing that his reaction is a bit appalling. This kind of thing when the point to the end. Then he took the initiative to speak again, easing the awkwardness of the moment. Well, but it could be that it's been too long since I've had such a delicious meal. Plus I dreamed of my aunt last night, so I'm a bit of a sightseer. Rabbit 18 breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. That's great. I was afraid that Mr. Lu wouldn't be used to eating it. It's good that Mr. Lu likes it. Lu Chunran picked at the fish in the bowl and while eating, he suddenly thought of something, so he opened his mouth to ask, does Senior know where the tribes of the East Sea sharks are? The shark tribe. It should be in that part of the East Sea shallow bay, but there are many tribes. I don't know which one Mr. Lu is asking about. Above the East Sea, there are many tribes, large and small, that mortals cannot see. The race of sharks alone had no idea how many tribes were spread out, but luckily they were all concentrated in that part of the shallow bay. How long will it take, roughly, for the Mirage to travel to the shallow bay in the East China Sea? If we follow the current speed, we'll be there in another 3 or 5 days. So it is. What's Mr. Lu asking for all of a sudden? Lu Duanran smiled, and touched the shiny shark pearl from his moth-winged bundle, as well as the bamboo tube containing the letter, and returned. A friend asked me to deliver a letter to the shark tribe. That's a long enough distance, but if you have a need for it, the Mirage can stop for a day when we get to Shallow Bay and wait for you. Sir, A million thanks. Rabbit 18 blinked, waved his hand and smiled. There's no thanks for that. The mirage always stops anyway. It's not like there's no ferry there at Shallow Bay. My concubine remembers that there is a big ferry in that area, near Haijiu Bay in Donghai County, called Leonyundu, which produces some aquatic products, and cloud tea. It is the Tanmo wine taste is also extremely good. Sir, if you are craving for wine, you can go and buy some to taste after delivering the letter. Upon hearing the wine, the green gourd at his waist came to life with wide, round eyes. Lu, you must buy some more to try. Lu Duanran flicked her gourd head. Delivering the letter is important, so we'll talk about that when the time comes. In fact, for tango wine, Lu Chenran still knows some. The blue star when this wine is colorless and transparent. Cellar aroma is rich, mellow and sweet, long aftertaste famous. What is called 2 phases and even once was selected by the Antarctic research team, brought to the South Pole to drink, but unfortunately later fell. According to the records of the Irrigation South County records, tomorrow, during the period of enlightenment, Tongo Town, there are Yusheng, Xianchuan, Mequan and other bad workshop, relying on the unique well water brewed into a rich, fragrant, unique wine. Since then the brewer gathered the bad workshop. There are South Tango wine, open altar 10 miles of incense a Yaobian. However, the liquor in this world does not have the technology of distillation, and it is estimated that it is merely a fermented bar with a unique flavor. She also asked Rabbit 18 about some of the things that happened along the East China Sea, and she answered them all. At the end of the conversation, Rabbit 18 suddenly remembered something and said with a slight hint of apprehension, "But, Mr. Lu, in a few days there will be a hurricane on the sea. I'm afraid that the mirage is fearless, but I'm afraid that it won't be able to dock at the shore. Once the hurricane blows I'm afraid it won't stop for 3 or 2 days. Mr. Lu had better wait. With the hurricane, these tribes along the coast are afraid to close their doors." Lu Chenran frowned, counting the days. If he delayed some more days in the East China Sea, he was afraid that the time to get to Shangjing would really not be sufficient. In the face of this, there was nothing to be done in the heart but to laugh bitterly. It will have to do. We'll see then. Rabbit 18 nodded, then looked at the half-eaten dishes on the table and spoke. Hurry up and have your meal. Mr. Lu may as well have a good night's sleep. Call my concubine after you finish eating, and my concubine will take these meals away. After saying that, he hurriedly got up and walked towards the door. The snow fox squatted in place, silently looking at Lu Duanran's chewing and swallowing, his heart momentarily at a loss as to what to do. Lu Chuanran squatted down and hugged her as she was at a loss for words, then picked up a piece of fish and placed it on its lips and said gently, "Shall we taste it? It really tastes similar to Auntie." Snow Fox took small bites, always finding the atmosphere rather odd. Ranner's words were also something that made Fox think about it. While chewing, he looked thoughtful. As long as we get to Shangjing, we'll be fine. The moonlight contains exactly the fox face. The complexity in the bottom of the eyes is still not faded. The eyebrows are stained with despondency. Lu Chuanran will be the snow fox's color of the eyes. This dish as much as possible to clean up. Gently said, "It would be nice if Auntie really did it. Do you think so, Iboshi?" Boing dash. Snow Fox gave a vague wooing cry, unable to tell what was pondering in her mind. After eating, Rabbit 18 cleaned up the dishes and glanced at Snow Fox, then quickly walked towards the outside of the room and closed the doorway. "Mr. Lu, my concubine will sleep in the outer room. Just call my concubine if you need anything." Lu Duanran's voice came from inside the room. "All trouble, Senior. The morning at sea is exceptionally clear." The mirage had long since sailed out of the northern realm's boundaries, threading its way above the boundless East China Sea, seagulls waning through the curling clouds, mirage on the small and elegant courtyard, floating in the sea in the mist, rows of bamboo clever fence, the first encounter with the sea breeze. It is rustling. A red sun surfaced from the East China Sea, reflecting a reddish hue. The air was no longer bitter and dry and cold, but moist and salty when you breathed it in. The snow fox in his arms was sleeping sweetly, and Lu Chenran yawned and looked at the active tiger mountain god. The big white cat is early in the morning is running in the house cool, jumping up and down, completely without the tiger gentleman's stability. Perhaps it does not know some of his own bad habits more and more like a cat. Lu Duanran gently put the snow fox aside and walked to the eaves. Smelling the incense, his mind and soul were tranquil. Gusts of sea air, wrapped in the fragrance of the grass in the courtyard. He couldn't help but stretch. In his mind, the title page of the Golden Book floated ghostly. Bonding with snow monkey hair, 10 out of 10. In the next instant, Lu Chenran felt a slight itch on his forehead. However, it was only a breath of effort, and then all the bones in his body rattled, and there was an indescribable sense of relief in his pulse. In the Golden Book, on the title page that belonged exclusively to the snow monkey's hair, There was a string of words that slowly appeared. The snow monkey's hair. Using hair as a medium. Is the painting of what he thinks, and what he paints is what he transforms. And he is given the small art of illusion painting. Illusory painting minor art? This jutsu is somewhat interesting. If we follow the depiction in the Golden Book, we only need to yank off one of our own hairs, elusively draw it as a pen, and transform it into whatever we want? The magic pen? An odd thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. Following the idea of trying it out, he thought for a moment and rummaged through the compartments, then found a pile of rice paper, pulled off a long hair, and moved his mind. As expected, a golden brush appeared in his palm. The water-repelling minor technique moistened a piece of plum mill, turned it into a pool of ink, dipped it in hoe, and began to make a large drawing on the scroll. Blue star. Lu Chun ran rough a few painting skills, but only the most basic sketching. For the national painting but know nothing, racked his brain, thought, drew one out. The palm then brushed against the scroll. Illusory painting. An aura slowly spread out, escaping above this scroll. The next moment, a strange ugly rose emerged from the rice paper, still with a few ink cents. True enough, Lu Chunran's heart was clear, fiddling with the rose for a while, and then he hurriedly drew a golden dollar on the rice paper. In no time at all, a gold dollar popped out. Lu Duanran played with the golden dollar and pondered for a while. What if it is a living thing? Can it have a spirit? Brush a few points. Only for light coloring. A prawn is reflected in the paper. Is the shrimp's whiskers are a little thick? However, not as he thought that. This shrimp with the rose and the golden treasure in general are dead, and know half of the aura, if not with the shape of the shrimp. Said it is a piece of stone is not too much. It seems not to be able to draw tigers and leopards, merely only some dead things. After a few experiments, Lu Chunran already had a rough understanding of this technique. It was just that a look of doubt was born in his mind. According to the previously acquired minor arts, the longer one was bonded with a strange object, the more useful the acquired minor art would be. But the illusionary painting minor art that he had acquired was merely a chicken ribs, no matter how one looked at it. By definition, it would never be like that. Lu Duanran narrowed his eyes and fell into thought. Could it be the way one opens it? Something is wrong? Just then, a thin rustling sound came from behind him. Turning around, he saw Rabbit 18 holding a kettle in his hand, watering the doss in the courtyard with a serious face. Seemingly sensing his gaze, Yufu blinked her eyes and pursed her vermilion lips in a flirtatious smile. Mr. Lu is awake? What's doing? While saying that, he put down the water pot in his hand, and with a little curiosity in his eyes, he came over and surveyed the empty rice paper in front of him, as well as the strangely ugly rose. Mr. Lu, is it painting? A fragrance came from his back, followed by the feeling of three delicate warmth and softness on his spine. Lu Duanran coughed lightly and walked forward without moving. Lu's painting skills are crude, so I'd made Senior laugh. When the moon rabbit saw that strangely ugly rose, she couldn't help but laugh a little, and in the end, she couldn't hold back the laughter that covered her lips. What an ugly rose and shrimp. My concubine is roughly versed in the art of painting, if Mr. Lu doesn't mind. End of chapter 82. Chapter 82 Mr. Feel the pen of my concubine. Chapter 82 Mr. Just feel the pen of my concubine. Yufu blinked at Lu Duanran, points of luster flickering on her slender eyelashes. Afterwards, her cheeks were pressed against his ears, and her lips gently spat out, her fragrance roaming and floating. Then let my concubine instruct you, sir. A light fragrance lingered on the tip of Lu Chuanran's nose, and this intimate gesture made him slightly uncomfortable. But in his heart, he also knew that with his own shallow understanding of the Dancing Dao, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to utilize the wonders of the illusory painting small art. Then he arched his hand and bent over with a bow of thanks. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Please. The corners of Yufu's mouth hooked up into a touching smile as she tenderly said, and please, Mr. Lu, pick up your pen. She curled her fingers and the incense next to the short case waned and floated darkly, with a smoky scent. Lu Chenran picked up a fine brush from the short case, dipped it in ink, and propped it on the paper, and was about to say something when he felt a slender, soft, white hand covering his hand. Sir, feel free to feel my concubine's pen. There are still a few points of warmth. Vermilion cardamom lined with knuckles white, delicate as white porcelain. He was stunned for a moment and subconsciously turned his head back, but he saw that Yufu's cheeks didn't have any other expression on them. A natural look. Maybe they who are demons don't care about these mundane rituals. Suppressing the flicker of charming lust that swirled in his heart, under his mind's eye, he silently felt her brushstrokes, noting every detail of them, dancing together, roughly divided into two kinds of brushwork and writing, and no matter which of them, the most important thing is the brush. The brush, more is the muscle memory accumulated over the years. If you know these, master the tip of the ink wet dry, the strength of the pen, the thickness of the halo, in the mind's eye under the observation. Lu Chenran although not reached proficiency, but also vaguely touched a lot of the doorway. After the cursory nudges, it's all about figuring it out on your own. Yu Fu's plump body are pressed on his spine, just a layer of clothing, vaguely fragrant sweat overflow. On 2 points of warmth force through the back of the paper, gradually rising body temperature, palpitating. Lu Chenran took a deep breath, wanting to quiet the flat lake that rippled in his heart. The way to search for immortality, despite the fate of many wonders, compared to ordinary people already have an incomparable power of determination. But warm and soft warm jade near the body, the heart will still have an indescribable charming breeding. If Lu Chenran turned around at this time, he would definitely be able to see the faint layer of scarlet coloring Yu Fu's cheeks. Demons really don't care about earthly etiquette, but Moon Rabbit is a woman after all. It was only when her hand touched gently, realizing that the person was a man after all, that she would realize that her breath would also be rapid. With the subtle changes in her mood, the fine thin shirt was soon penetrated by sweat, slippery on the contact surface of the two bodies. Deep in her throat, she would even want to let out a regal and soft chant. The moon whisked slightly pursed red lips, ears halo red like to drip blood. Feeling this close move, this disordered heartbeat, is it shyness? Tightening her body, her plain white wrist gently exerted force, the tip of her brush lightly spat out, and the road of fine ink was soft but not endless, slow but not chaotic. A few ticks and a big white cat, and it's already taking shape. How does it feel, sir? As the words fell, Moonwhisker sensed that something was wrong. The words were said in a highly ambiguous and somewhat flirtatious manner. Lu Chenran's forehead was vaguely overflowing with sweat, and with the addition of his mind's eye, he memorized every stroke, took a long breath, and softly said, "Thank you, senior, it feels pretty good." Moonfleet swallowed softly. This feeling is even weirder. The Tiger Mountain God jumped onto the table with a curious face, surveying himself in the painting, but his paws did not rest for a moment. Picking at the plum mill block on the tabletop with a little force, paw dash, ink splatters. On top of Yu Fu's clothes, circles of ink stains were dyed, gradually swooshing in all directions. The Tiger Mountain God seemed to be startled by the sound, or perhaps afraid of being chastised by Lu Chenran. Tail a pinch, ears a lie, his creeping body, like a rat. A smoke drilled into the bed under the couch, turned around, staring round eyes, staring at the outside without saying a word. The crisp sound woke up the sleeping snow fox. Smelling a subtle rumble over there, she followed the direction of the sound and crept her claws to the other side of the compartment. Next moment, the fox's eyes were instantly wide open, and a ghostly grudge was born across her heart. An indescribable sourness suddenly surfaced in his heart. Why is this rabbit so intimate with Ranner behind her back? She's holding hands, almost close to each other, and she's sweating all over the place. Yu Fu, however, as if she did not see her, her eyebrows slightly knitted, bent down and wiped the ink stains under her skirt and shirt, looking at the Tiger Mountain God under the bed with a slight hint of reproach. "You big cat. What nonsense." The delicate lines of the waist fall as far as the eye can see, plump but just right. Such a light reprimand, but let Lu Chenran back to God. Saw the four-legged crouching ant. Fox face has little expression staring at himself, a look of displeasure. This makes Lu Chenran's heart inexplicably gave birth to a few points of apprehension, but he did not do anything wrong. Just follow the moon rabbit to learn a little dancing. Iboshi, what brings you here? This sentence, Shioi, was what brought Snow Fox back to reality and reacted. He was indeed only a snow fox at this time, and if he overreacted, with Ranner's meticulous mind he was afraid that he would be exposed, so just silently looked at him for a while before turning around. The mind kept muttering, "Never mind all that." The afterglow, however, did not for a moment leave Moonfleet's body. This shameless rabbit, taking advantage when there's a bargain. Lu Duanran put down the brush in his hand, walked up, and picked up the snow fox in one hand, wanting to pinch the fox's face as he had done in the past. Only this time, the snow fox in his arms, but struggled a lot. For small paws in his arms stirring haphazardly, fluffy fox tail sweeping haphazardly, eyes are with an indescribable meaning. A turn, jumped out of his arms. Alona Fox plopped down to the pear pupon, curled up to sleep. "Ei, what's wrong with you?" Lu Duanran had a few moments of weakness, yet he knew it. The snow fox turned his back and didn't look at him, leaving only a fluffy white mass in a don't-get-me posture. The moon rabbit had a few moments of surprise as she looked at the fox who had made a mistake. Her fingers gently placed on her sandalwood mouth, and she snorted out a laugh, then turned to Lu Duanran and opened her mouth. "How's Mr. Learning? Want to try it yourself? Is this fox jealous?" It's pretty much the only thing the rabbit has ever seen. Interesting. The corners of Lu Chenran's mouth revealed a hint of bitterness. This was the first time he had seen his aunt act in such a manner. If I didn't have something on my mind, I wouldn't be like this. Pleasing a woman has always been a matter of metaphysics, not to mention pleasing a fox. He crouched down and came up to the pearly poof, rubbing the soft poof's foxtail and speaking softly. Iboshi, is something wrong? The snow fox's tail swept, wanting to say, just go learn painting with the rabbit. Isn't she good at painting? What's the point of looking for auntie? But the words turned to wooing. Iboshi, are you hungry? The snow fox suddenly turned around and stared at him for a while with unblinking fox eyes. How did I do that? Isu did not know what was wrong with her. Suddenly, even she herself felt as if she was a deep-bosom complaining woman. Ranner is very upright is not true, but can't help that there are always people cheating, favoring their own status but still can't find any reason to restrain. The heart is again suddenly born a few points of guilt. Is he too selfish? Obviously. I'm not like this. It's all because of this rabbit. She herself is just Ranner's aunt. All she can do is turn into a fox and look at him silently. Lu Chenran saw his aunt's fox face constantly changing expressions, and not knowing how many little thoughts this snow fox's mind had tossed around in this instant, he just picked it up and rubbed the fox's head. It's a beautiful day outside. Go for a stroll. The moon rabbit stepped forward, her bright eyes half blinking. Mister doesn't paint anymore? Lu Duanran smiled gently. Later, then my concubine will take Mister for a walk around the various parts of the mirage. Good thing too. Sir, the winter solstice is here yet. That's going to be dumpling ears. Eating gnocchi is the right thing to do. Lu Chenran was stunned for a moment, and then he nodded gently. Anything. Great Zhou is a large and vast area, so the difference between the north and south is inevitable, since we should respect the customs of each place. And why compete for a sweet and salty? Yu Fu blinked at him, then said with a flirtatious smile, Sir, wait for a moment, my concubine will go and change her clothes. Saying so, he turned into the room, and a thin rustling sound came out. Lu Duanran raised his head and looked out over the sea. The salty sea air blew the snow fox's eyes and squinted them into slits. When the winter solstice arrives, the Chinese New Year is not far away. It's time to start counting 9. The winter solstice is here. Even above the mirage, there was a joyful atmosphere of song and dance. Crowds of people, thousands of lanterns hanging high and bright. Yu Fu was dressed in a pale moon-colored jacket, simple in style but extremely plain, with a head of green silk removed from the hairpin and naturally draped behind her, only casually gathered with a white ribbon. Lips lightly point reddish-red cardamom. Face did not apply rouge. A change in the past charming and lazy, very fresh and elegant. Two extremely contradictory temperament perfect fusion in this one person. Never stunning, but can make people fall in love at first sight but do not dare to move a hint of delusion. Perhaps it is the reflection of the red lantern. Floating in her cheeks seemed to be dyed 3 flushed. The corners of her mouth hooked up a touch of color like a smile, full of deep meaning to look at him. Let's go. Sir. Lu Duanran's eyes looked at her with complexity. This ghost city's moon rabbit playfully appeared in front of his face, not even bothering to act. What should Lu call senior? Senior would be fine. If Mr. wants to be called Auntie Whiskers, my concubine would also be happy to do so. And what is the need for seniors? Don't think too much of it, sir. It just so happens that I want to wander around the East Sea. The snow fox glanced at the rabbit and narrowed its fine winks, and the urge to beat this rabbit up was actually unprecedented in his heart. Isn't this a conspicuous bag? However, in her heart, she knew that even if the moon rabbit didn't do so, Ranner was afraid that she had already guessed her identity. How could a rabbit maid have so much power in this mirage? And that elegant boudoir was definitely not something a guest could stay in. Boing dash. Lu Duanran rubbed the snow fox's head, held Xiaowen's hand, and followed Yu Fu's side. Mirage is tremendous. Seems to have a hole in the sky in general. The people on board the building are mostly some rich merchants and gentlemen, or walking the rivers and lakes of the chivalrous. Scholars and artists are not a lot of. Bustling, banging on the deck. A freshwater river modeled after the Qinhuai River, gurgling, although not compared to the atmosphere of the 10,000 lights, but has its own 4 light with the spring of the small family. The banks of the river, rendered in lavish lights, are truly like a hazy fairyland if seen from this sea. In the midst of the crowd, Lu Chenran was in fox fur holding a little girl, squatting a snow fox on his shoulder, followed by an extremely beautiful woman, which caused the crowd to look back frequently. However, the mirage above the heel complex, coupled with the legend of the mirage building owner in the public's impression is a big scary demon. But there is not any troublemakers. Mr. Big, what a hoot! Littlin held a piece of cake in one hand and looked around at the crowd. Not far away, the crowd thickened a bit more and seemed to be milling about. In the spirit of hilarity, Lu Chenran curiously followed over, looking at the center wrapped in layers of people. A middle-aged man with a gnarled beard, holding a thick brush, was painting on a 10-foot-high scroll in front of him. Look at the face of the white clean. With the surrounding people's conversations are also gentle, waving their hands and manners have their own scrolls of the airborne. The scroll, with heavy ink splash, but only a few strokes outlined. A tree of cold plum is reflected in the eye. Gnarled branches, with dry ink scattered rough point, will be the strong branches carved vividly. Ink color just condensed not long ago. Everything is fresh. If you gently sniff, must be full of ink fragrance. Since the cold plum branches, extends a number of fine branches branching out, with a fine light ink to draw the plum petals. Burnt and thick 5 colors each other. Each color drawing ink or heap or dip have light and deep. At the top of the scroll, 5 large words are inked in cursive. The 9 days of winter. In the lower left corner, there are 28 words sprawled out in regular script. Try to count the 9 charts between the windows. The remaining cold is gone and the warmth returns. Plum points introduce no remaining white. Seeing that this day is an apricot plant, with the fall of the last stroke, the middle-aged man took a long breath, is lying on the side of the master chair, and then turned to look at the crowd of spectators to witness the painting, made a bow, smilingly said, "Gentlemen, the usual. Take a money shot if you've got it. Leave a round of applause if you don't dash." Perhaps this middle-aged man's speech is elegant, attitude and friendly, with an air of his own, so as stall than the surrounding can be much more lively. As the words fell, the crowd of onlookers clamored, applauding the malfunctions and throwing money in, feverishly. All of them were talking about it. Worthy of being a national painting saint. Once this picture of cold plums is released, there will be no more paintings in the world. Is a pity. Painting saint, this person is too heavy bones. Offended the royal family of the great Joe. The world is so big that there is no place for painting saint. Can only be in this mirage above a corner of the day barely. You do not understand. Ordinary people which have the opportunity to climb this mirage. This is also the painting saint game. Red dust interesting it. Kakushi. This trip to the mirage is already marvelous. But there is still a chance to see the legendary painting saint here. It's not a waste of this life. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Lu Chenran sought out a tea stall and ordered a pot of tea. A simple porcelain pot, 3 sea bowls, starry tea powder, dark and turbid color tea soup, is to survey the middle-aged man's painting. On the winter solstice, it is a traditional custom to draw 9 drawings to eliminate the cold. This picture, also known as a yatu, is a scroll on which 9 branches of cold plums are drawn, each with 9 blossoms, 1 branch corresponding to 1 blossom corresponding to 1 day, and 1 blossom filled with a specific color each day according to the actual weather conditions. It is not difficult to see. This person's painting skills compared to the moonwhisk is more than half a chip higher. Can be said to be the entrance level. Can afford to paint the saint of a name. A tree of cold plums, although reflected in the paper, but can be seen in its bones. Listening to the people around him, it was obvious that this person known as the saint of painting had a story to tell. Lu Duanran drained the poor tea in his mouth, casually lined up 9 large coins on the tabletop, and was ready to look elsewhere. The junior at the tea stall was cleaning up the table, came to the table and put away the 9 copper coins, and wiped the table with the rag that was slung over his shoulder with great force. Tea stall small profits. This bulk tea bowl of money. Unusual guests are at most 2 or 3 bowls of tea, or 2 or 3 money. This Mr. Fox Chio is left 9 money, although not much, but the mood is excellent, as if he could see Mr. Fox for his curiosity, or perhaps there wasn't much business at the tea stall. Xiaoer sat himself down and opened his mouth. "You look strange. Where did you come from?" Seeing Xiaoer strike up a conversation with himself, Lu Chunran sat back down again and smiled. "Linjiang Ferry. Oh, it's the great ferry in the north. Where is the gentleman going?" "Headed for the upper capital. Then we can get off the boat when we get to the Golden Ferry. But it's still far away, so it's going to be a 7 or 8 day walk anyhow." "Who is that gentleman? The paintings are stunning." "Hey, seems to be chatting about what he knows." The shopkeeper is a bit pleased. Publicizing gossip, this kind of thing, whether it's listening to it, or telling it, the heart is very cool. So he cleared his throat and just started gossiping. "Mr. Wu is the saint of painting of Great Zhou. The emperor gave him the title of sage of painting. He didn't give it to himself." Moonwhisker's eyes twinkled for a few moments. She had never had much interest in such stories. Seeing that Lu Duanran was drinking tea and should be listening for a while, he took the snow fox in his arms and put Shaoan on his lap to coax the child. Shaoan took small bites of the plum cake in her hand, and Yufu extended her fingers to gently wipe the cake crumbs from the corners of her mouth. This harmonious scene was rather like a couple with a deep affection for each other. However, the premise was to ignore the playful hint that flowed from the corner of Yufu's mouth. The snow fox stared with round eyes, struggling desperately in her arms but in vain, only allowing the bad woman to rub the fox fur on her body. "Listen to your aunt. Why don't you listen? Look how well-behaved little N is. The Snow Fox's afterglow glanced at Lu Duanran, and seeing that he was listening attentively without noticing his side, he suddenly leaned over to Yufu's ear and whispered, "Bunny, overdo it." This outburst immediately startled Shaoan, who put down the plum cake in her hand and stared at the white fluffy fox with a puzzled expression. "Iboshi, you spoke just now?" Snow Fox looked at her innocently and winced. "It was Auntie Whiskers who misheard me." Yufu rubbed Shaoan's head and said gently, "But and just heard I say rabbit. There are so many people here. Little and is mishearing." Shaoan thought for a moment, then spoke with a serious face. "Nope, Iboshi just talked. How can a fox talk when it's so stupid?" Issa took a deep breath and stared at Moonfleet with a somewhat unpleasant face, but Moonfleet treated it as if she didn't see it and giggled. "It's just that and misheard." Shaoan thought about it and it made some sense, but then he thought of something and immediately opened his mouth to defend himself. "Then why is the big cat talking?" "Because big cats are tigers. Tiger can talk, but not Iboshi? Iboshi might talk later." "Oh." Shaoan looked at Snow Fox suspiciously again and ate the plum cake in her mouth. The Snow Fox curled up in Yufu's arms, her eyes gazing tenderly at Lu Chenran, who was listening to the gossip from the sidelines. Along the way, he witnessed his wings growing fuller, and before he knew it, he didn't seem to be the same boy who was still in his infancy. Ranner is really grown up, perhaps not even in Esau's mind. Unconsciously, many things that had been taken into consideration became unnoticed and gradually became uncaring. The heart, the most precious thing condensed by the heavenly Tao, cannot be controlled by itself, as if it were a frog boiled in warm water. Perhaps there will be a day when it realizes it, but it will be too late. Lu Chuanran listened to this little second tell the story in an endless stream, perhaps because the sound was loud enough. Unconsciously, many people sat at the tea stall, and another Confucian student came along, holding a volume of books in his hand, asking for a bowl of tea soup, sitting there by himself, sipping his tea. When Junior saw the crowd, he talked more vigorously. Rumor has it that Wu Painting Sage didn't suffer a lot when he was young. He started out learning calligraphy under Mr. Lu, a calligraphy expert from the Confucian sect, and later found out that he didn't have any particularly high talent for calligraphy together. One day, Wu Painting Sage was looking through the canonical books and found a story that said, "The highest state of the art of painting is not painting. Painting is transformation." And this article made Wu Painting feel astonished for a moment. Later, Wu Painting Saint asked a lot of the world's great masters of painting, although these masters have their own wonderful meaning in painting, but far from the realm described in the article he read as a child. So he fought to change the calligraphy together, to attack the painting, and gradually mastered the wonderful method of painting. Wu Painting Sage's talent for painting can be said to be unique in the world, coupled with the fact that due to his hard work and study, when he was not yet a weak crown, he had already exhausted the beauty of painting, but ultimately far from that supreme realm in his heart. Mr. Wu walks the world with a pen, is in pursuit of that supreme realm in his heart, along the way left behind the heirloom scrolls of nearly 100, causing the world to pursue. Halfway through Xiao Er's words, none of the tea drinkers underneath were shaking their heads with emotion. AI. Wu Painting Saint is pursuing too ethereal. Painting is not painting. Painting is transformation that is not a realm. That is an immortal technique. The painted sage is looking at the Chi Tan, I think. But what did the Painting Saint offend the royal family for? Exiled in the mirage? Junior. What happened then? The Jianing bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, surveyed his surroundings, saw the young gentleman in fox fur, and wondered what was in his mind. Xiao Er continued to spew out his words, and his mouth was filled with nonsense. Later, the emperor of the Great Zhou knew about this man and summoned him to the upper capital, and when he had seen his paintings, his dragon was greatly pleased, and ordered him not to paint unless there is an imperial edict. But unfortunately, before that, Wu Dao, this person will be worshipped in the Confucian school, to raise the vastness of the gas. Quite a style. And how will pay attention to the emperor this unreasonable request? But private painting. The emperor is not what is not reasonable people. Also turned a blind eye to let him go. Can be said to be extremely valued painting saint. 16 years ago, the Sichuan drought. Many refugees flocked to Shangjing to seek a way out. Wu Dao, this person to cultivate the Haoran scrolls, the heart of the great good. In the heart of the heart, they broke the taboo. Private painting high-profile bidding in the 100 buildings in Shangjing. And finally those 8 pairs of Shangjing hungry bones sold a total of 14,000 taels of gold by the folk, everyone in the bag. The painting saint immediately then dispersed his family's wealth. Relief for the disaster victims. After the dashing did this matter, is to look up to the sky to laugh, sprightly out of the capital. The game of red dust. On the capital of nearly 1 million people are kneeling down to worship Mr. Wu, to see him off. Today's emperor heard this anger. Private painting is a small matter. So high profile and even in front of the emperor's disciples. Against the holy order. Paintings for sale. No matter what the purpose is, this can be said to be offended by the face of the dragon. The entire Beijing, the turn of a small painting saint of you to sell your reputation? Let the emperor's face where to put. And then later, the painting sage disappeared from the eyes of the world, but never thought to hide above this mirage in the East Sea. After Xiao Er's story was told, the entire tea stall was instantly abuzz. All of the tea drinkers looked at Wu painting sage with the highest respect in their gazes. Good. Mr. Wu can be called a true saint. Perhaps the previous saints of painting were called only for their paintings. But once this was done, the great goodness of the people's hearts, the word painting saint, became true to its name. Lu Duanran also lamented after hearing this and took a sip of his tea. Other details of the end of the leaf he did not look into. Perhaps this little too on this matter. Also some exaggerated ingredients. Just through this matter which is a key force. His heart was born a few points of interest. Confucianism? In the northern realm when he had not heard of this door. But from this painting saint teacher Confucianism, and then according to the style he acted. This Confucianism's ideological worldview, but with the blue star's Confucianism benevolence. Etiquette is not too different. To the good is good, to the evil is evil, the ruler is light and the people are noble, from righteousness not from the father, from the way not from the ruler. Of course, the development of the later Confucian black, but also because of Zhu Xi's rationalization of the ideas of the later generations have been misinterpreted and widely publicized use. Just as Lu Chen ran frozen thought, the voices behind him suddenly became noisy. When he turned around, he saw that Mr. Wu standing up from his eunuch chair, looking at the crowd of onlookers, arching his hand and smiling. Today, a certain painting 99 elimination of cold picture. This painting on top of a total of 9981 wax plum petals, in accordance with the winter solstice has always been the custom, since the daily painting of a petal. However, today, a certain person with you all gathered on top of the mirage, leisurely and elegant. Wu would like to ask you all to work together to paint. For this 991 points of plum, coloring a few points of ink color. What do you all think? As the words fell, the crowd of onlookers looked at each other in disbelief. This is to paint on the painting of the painting saint. What should I do if one stroke is ruined? The corner of the painting saint's mouth held a smile, looked around, but did not see a person to come forward to hold the point of the brush, shook his head and continued, since none of you have come forward, then Wu will be the first to add to the list. Saying so, he held his own brush and lit the green ink on one of the plum petals. Ink-dyed plums are quietly reflected on the paper. Gentlemen, please, it's a bit of a lottery. The painting sage smiled lightly, setting his brush aside and looking at the crowd around him. The crowd of onlookers was in disarray. You pushed me and I shoved. And finally a big man dressed as a Jianghu chivalrous man slightly a few shyly walked forward and carefully said, Wu painting sage, then a certain person will add to this painting? Strong man please. Wu painting sage smiled and nodded. The big man held a brush and carefully colored one. And the ugly, rough ink stuck to the scroll. The saint of painting. The jungle man put down his pen in some shame. Ha ha ha, no harm done. Just having fun. Any more, gentlemen? See this big man is really not pursued what? A crowd of onlookers is naturally happy. One by one have to come forward, borrowing brushes, or bring their own brushes, in that scroll pointing the plum petals. This is a lively and joyful place. Wu painting sage looked at the scene in front of him with relief and fun joy in his heart. A gracious smile was always on his lips, and he was methodically busy. He had spent his entire life chasing after the supreme realm of the Danqing Dao, but in the end, he had no hope of this realm, but he had never doubted that realm. Paintings are not paintings. Paintings are transformations. The road to painting is a long one. What are they all doing? Mr. Big? Lu Duanran finished listening to the story has returned to the tea table. Xiaoan wiped the crumbs from the corner of his mouth, pointing to the pair of 99 elimination of cold map not far away and asked. Lu Chunran stroked Xiaoan's head and laughed lightly. It's adding a trifle of color to Mr. Wu's painting, and wants to paint too. Good. Lu Duanran picked him up. There was a lot of crowd in this place, so he put Xiaoan on his neck and rode across towards that scroll. Yufu smiled as she carried Snowfox and followed behind the two, like a family out for a good time. There were many people gathered in front of the scroll, and Xiaoan looked at the 10-foot-high scroll, then pointed to a plum at the top and spoke. Mr. Big, little and wants to draw this. Good. Lu Duanran spontaneously removed a brush and placed it in Xiaoan's hand. She trembled to reach it, but her little hand was a little too small to grasp the brush. Lu Chenran smiled, and then his big hand was holding her small hand. I'll help little Anne. Yes, a little bit of the nib. Light ink spills over the paper. Painted. Let's go. Aha! The three of them then blended into the crowd. Wu Painting Sage slowly sipped his tea and looked at the many streams of people dabbing light ink on his scroll. Suddenly, there was a fresh breeze, mixed with the faint fragrance of cold plums, permeating. He looked at the scroll suspiciously, and his pupils snapped shut. Immediately afterward, there was a cacophony of countless voices of shock. What's going on here? Oh my god. This scroll, how is it alive? I'll go. Where's the painting? Cold plum is alive. The sun brushes the East China Sea, shedding golden light to dapple this place. The scroll dissipates itself. A cold plum is left behind, proud of the snow and frost. 9,981 plum petals, dancing with the wind, and the strong fragrance floating in the sky and the earth. On this endless East China Sea, plum is blooming. P.S. A group has been created. Babies, link below. End of chapter 83. Chapter 83, Confucianism asks for immortality in the world. Chapter 83, the Confucianist asks for immortality in the world. 10 feet high plum tree since out of thin air appeared in the river. Each petal plum in the wind slowly stretched spread, dotted with this side. See this scene. Wu Painting Sage violently sat up from the eunuch's chair, changing his previous Mr. Sven's demeanor in striding towards the blooming cold plums. Stretching out his fingers to feel carefully, he felt the rough texture of this cold plum, sniffed the fragrance of a tree of cold plums, trembled with excitement, and muttered, "Painting is not painting. Painting is transforming. Painting is not painting." Ruosheng's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of eager light, violently raised his head and searched for something in that noisy crowd, followed by an arching bow to the noisy stream of people and a shout, "Sir, please also stay. The latecomer wants to meet with Mr." The crowd was large, but someone must have embellished one of the strokes to make this amazing scene. Immediately after that, Wu Painting Sage again left a bunch of guests behind and chased after himself, leaving an empty crowd of onlookers who hadn't yet recovered from the shock of the party. Could this be the work of Wu Painting Sage? Is there anyone else here? It must be the Painting Sage who did it. I don't think so. I didn't see the Painting Sage looking lost. It must be someone else. Hiss, could this be the legendary realm of the Danqing Dao? The crowd speculated. After all, the scroll dissipated out of thin air, transformed into a tree of cold plums. In addition to the realm of the Danqing One legend, then the rest is only immortal means. After all, this place is supposed to be a mirage. That is, there are any rarities and oddities that are to be expected. Even though the crowd was shocked, they were not able to personally feel the shock that Wu Painting Sage felt in his heart. Not far away, sitting on the tea stall, Confucian saw this scene in front of him. The heart seems to suddenly have a realization. He had seen everything that happened just now. He looked at that Mr. Foxfur with his wife, children and family. A happy look. Since the game of the world, the hand of the golden pen lightly point, the cold plum since the painting. Such immortal magic. Human immortals. Will it be like that, too? Entering the world, marrying his wife, and playing the red dust with his son. This is far contrary to the Buddhist and Taoist principles of leaving the world and leaving the dust, purifying the 6 roots, and cutting off the love of the world in order to become immortal and transform into a Buddha. His heart seemed to have a sudden epiphany. All the troubles along the way were solved after seeing this Mr. Fox Fur, and he muttered in his heart, "The so-called high and wonderful realm of the 2 schools of Buddhism and Taoism of attaining immortality and becoming a Buddha on the ground actually lacks the roots of humanity and is by no means the saintly realm that I seek. This thought of love is born in childhood, this thought can be removed. It is a broken seed nature." He then gave a deep salute to that Mr. Foxglove, who had disappeared into the crowd, and tightly gripped the scroll in his hand. Combined with the essence of Confucianism summarized in his heart over this period of time, at this moment, he only felt that the vivid heart in his chest was full of an indefinable and undefined vastness of meaning. The root of all. For the heart, mind is reason. After the burning of an incense stick, Wu Painting Sage returned to the front of this plum plant with a despondent face, sitting on the recliner with a lost soul, looking at the tree of cold plums that had come out of the painting with lifeless eyes. He pursued an Azzy of Danqing together. Feet almost traveled to every peaks and wonders of the great Zhou, techniques more and more skillful, in order to be worthy of this world painting saint and aim. But the distance from the heart of the realm of the search, after all, is not to comprehend half. But he never thought it was a fabrication in the book. Danqing by no means just Danqing. Danqing also has a road. He wanted to exhaust his life's learning, for the future generations to open up an avenue belonging to the Danqing. The surrounding crowd gradually dispersed, after a long time, until the sun in the sky set. A round of the sea moon rose. Wu Dao is also standing quietly in front of the tree of cold plums, silently looking at everything in front of him. "Since you won't see me, sir, what do you mean by this, sir?" Just at this time, the Confucian scholar holding a scroll slowly walked behind Wu Painting Sage, looked at the roiling stars reflected above the river, and faintly opened his mouth. Senior, you're catching on. The painting saint's pupils instantly shrunk, and these brief words instantly pulled him out of the confusion he was in just now. He took a breath and slowly turned back, looking at the elegant middle-aged man in front of him. Stunned, Senior Brother Wang. It's been a long time. The Confucian scholar surnamed Wang looked deeply at Wu Painting Sage, then placed the scroll in his hand in the basket behind him and stood together with him, looking out at the stars here and there. A tree of cold plum, since the wind does not move, but the plum petals more than 80 all light ink. Only one petal is azure color. Seems to record the weather at this time. After a long period of silence, Wu Painting Sage made a salute and bowed to Wang Ru, his face showing gratitude. Thank you for awakening Senior Brother. Senior Brother did fall a little deeper for a moment. The Confucian in front of him, named Wang Yun, was Wu Dao's fellow senior. After joining the Confucian sect at the age of 18, he changed his lively character and wrote down 7 big words. Saints can be learned from, and then he seriously sought to become a saint. Unfortunately, 30 years ago, but is intoxicated by the Buddhist Lao. For the Buddhist and Taoist away from the dust out of the world is very yearning. The concept of Buddhism and Taoism, but with Confucianism's into the world concept is contrary to the pursuit of sainthood. He left a letter. It is to leave. And found a strange mountain seclusion. Not he left a letter and left to find a strange mountain to live in seclusion. This time, being able to meet on this mirage was really a bit shocking to Wu Dao. In the next moment, Wu Dao suddenly was thinking of something and opened his mouth in surprise. Senior Brother has traveled down the mountain this time. Could it be that he has figured it out? Confucianism has always pursued entering the world for the sake of the world. And since Senior Brother Wang Yun can appear here, I think he must have had his heart solved and come out from the demon of leaving the dust and leaving the world. Wang Yun nodded, exhaled a long breath, and slowly spoke. Just now, I saw the human immortal traveling the world, although he did not make a point to me, but with a personal demonstration. I only felt the vastness of my chest and had an epiphany. I feel since this epiphany still needs to be organized. If the heart is clear, but it is enough to take my Confucian sect on another tilting path. Wu Dao looked at Senior Brother Wang Yun in front of him with a baffled expression, and then opened his mouth with an excited expression. Human immortal? Did you just see a human immortal? Wang Yun nodded lightly, but was far less excited than Wu Dao was. Senior Brother's scroll of cold plums is the result of that human immortal's game of red dust, a little bit at random. Upon hearing these words, Wu Dao's expression was a bit despondent, shaking his head and smiling self-deprecatingly. So it's an immortal? Just a game of red dust? True enough. It seems I was overthinking. Wang Yun, however, reached out, patted his shoulder, calmly shook his head, and opened his mouth. No, there must be a reason for what the human immortal did. That immortal may be using this to enlighten you. And even as I watched from the sidelines, I gained a lot. Wu Dao looked at Wang Yun with a puzzled expression. What exactly did Senior Brother have an epiphany about? Wang Yun sat down, and this room was more silent without the clamor of human voices. He then combed through the words in his head, weighed them, and spoke softly. In order to become a saint, I had been absorbed in the Buddha's old age for 30 years, and the more deeply I studied this path, the more I felt that this path was very much in line with my heart, only that there was always a thought of filial piety in my heart, and so I hesitated, and also gave birth to a doubt. The Buddhists claim that they are not in phase. The Buddha is afraid that the father and the son are tired, and having escaped the father and the son, he is afraid that the ruler and the minister are tired, and having escaped the ruler and the minister, he is afraid that the couple is tired, and having escaped the couple, all for the sake of a ruler and a minister. The father and the son, and the couple are in phase, and they must be escaped. My mind's thoughts of holding on to my parents. In the Buddha's view, it is not seeing clearly the substance of the father-son relationship. It is being confused by superficial phenomena. It is being caught up in a phase, and it is necessary to give up these in order to become a Buddha. Wu Dao stared at him blankly. The idea that a Buddha can become a Buddha only if he doesn't need to look like a Buddha has long been ingrained in the hearts of the universal, but he didn't know the meaning of what Senior Brother Wang Yun was trying to say. However, without thinking about it, Senior Brother Wang Yun's words turned around, and the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of sarcasm as he opened his mouth indifferently. In the spirit of the heart confused, I went down the mountain to seek answers. As a mundane bystander, this way, the heart quite some insights and gains, but the heart of the idea, but ultimately nothing to prove. After all, the world is no fairy, but I have just seen a human immortal, with his wife and daughter, blending into the red dust of this place, no different from mortals. Senior Brother Wu, do you know what this means? Wu Dao shook his head, not knowing in his heart. Wang Yun let out a long sigh, then looked at Wu Dao with a serious face and opened his mouth. This means that the fundamental of becoming immortal and becoming a Buddha, when one leaves the dust and casts off all the love of the world, is by no means unique, regardless of whether one is a Buddhist or a Taoist. In my opinion, it is even too radical. My Confucianism is not to be confused. To follow the heart is the essence of man. Wu Dao's eyes instantly widened as he sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss. If senior brother Wang Yun's words were to be heard by the Buddhist way, he would certainly curse him out. And this comment was to subvert the foundations of these two paths, and was treasonous. The world knows that no matter if one becomes an immortal or a Buddha, the most fundamental thing is to cast away the desires of the heart, cast away all the red dust, and ultimately return to unity to become an immortal. But Wang Yun's words are equivalent to what they have said, and all of them have been overthrown. Wang Yun didn't pay any attention to Wu Dao's shocked look. He just looked at the starry river and muttered to himself, the love of man, the heart of kinship sprouts from childhood. Is the nature given to man by this side of heaven? If a man gives up love, he loses his humanity and his human roots. Even relying on this to become a saint is by no means my pursuit. Wu Dao swallowed his saliva. His pupils filled with incredulity as he looked at senior brother Wang Yun. In his heart, he knew that this theory of Wang Yun's would be like a stone breaking the sky if it exploded in Shangjing. Whether or not he could lead the Confucian sect to glory again was not known, but the Buddhist sect would surely blow up. He looked at Wang Yun and tentatively opened his mouth to ask, then what is senior brother's plan? Wang Yun raised the books in his hands and looked at him with a serious face. Before, I wanted to continue traveling to harvest my senses, but now I've changed my mind. What? I'm going to Shangjing. Going to the capital? Has senior brother Wu ever heard that the emperor of the Great Zhou Kingdom has said that there will be an immortal preaching on the 9th day of the first month of the Lunar New Year at the Buxian Mountain? Knowing, previously, I scoffed at this. The deeper I studied the principles of Buddhism, the more I thought it was impossible. Even if there were really immortals in the world, how could an immortal who leaves the world and leaves the dust be willing to enter the world? But now I've changed my mind. Wang Yun took a deep breath and suppressed the vastness in his chest, and he, who was nearly 60 years old, was actually blushing at this moment. The three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism are broken, and the Buddhism and Taoism in the Central Plain seem to flourish. But in fact, they are all fakes in robes and Taoist robes. Just like the current Confucianism, the whole world is full of scholars. But how many real scholars there are in the world? I'm going up to the capital to hear Mr. Wink's sermon. That immortal from Buxian Mountain is most likely not a cultivator, but a certain sage from my Confucian sect, a sage who entered the world. Only my Confucian sect can say such grandiose words as all living beings in the world. There is education for all. Just like your Danqing Dao. Senior brother Wu, I will lead Confucianism to create another avenue. The way of the world's readers then. Wu Painting Shang froze as he looked at his senior brother in front of him, also infected by his great ambition, to create another path for the world's readers? What a great ideal. But what about yourself? Is it not possible that he, like his elder brother, wants to open up an avenue of Danqing for this latter day? For the sake of the world? Wang Yun's this frank expression of feelings, so that Wu Dao's heart is also a great deal of pride. Two eyes straight light, he took Wang Yun's shoulders, with him looking out over the mountains and the sea, a great roar, to the capital. I am also going with you. I will also open up an avenue of Danqing for future generations, worthy of the name of this painting saint. Lu Chenran, who had already returned to the elegant boudoir, sneezed violently twice. He wiped his nose. A little puzzled, the sudden sneeze was something he rarely did anymore as he practiced all the way through his bonding. Then he shook his head, not to think about this, and walked to the scroll on the short case, touching the brush. Sir, do you still need guidance from your concubine? Moonwhisker blinked aside. Thank you, senior. Mr. Lu wants to practice on his own. Then my concubine will leave you alone. Sir. With that, he closed the doorway and walked out with an in tow. Inside the compartment, he was the only one left. Lu Duanran silently looked at the obscure oil lamps and the dimly lit compartments. On a whim, he contemplated for a moment, plucked a long strand of hair from his hair, and phantom painted it into a golden pen. After dabbing at the ink and closing his eyes in thought, he waved his hand and drew on the paper. A hook, a pick. The water is faintly tinted in this scroll. Illusory painting, as the technique was performed. In the next moment, since it was felt that the divine souls of heaven and earth were closely connected to this scroll, immediately afterward, a flash of light flourished here and there. Unlike the dim yellow of oil lamps, it is also different from the halo red of candle flames, just penetratingly bright, transparently bright. Lu Chenran raised his head, staring blankly at the brightly lit compartment, and took a deep breath, suppressing the surprise in his heart. This one, painted the dimly lit compartment with a touch of light. P.S. A friend's new book set sail song strategy, like history can go to CO. Recommended for everyone. End of chapter. 84. Chapter 84 Let Mr. Lu draw wind for this East China Sea hurricane. Chapter 84 Let Mr. Lu, for this East Sea hurricane, paint a picture of calmness. What you think is what you paint, and what you paint is what you realize. So is that what it really means? Lu Chenran looked at the glimmer of light inside the compartment and muttered, "It's a good thing it's not too late to discover about this jutsu. In fact, the small art of illusion painting, the most fundamental, not like, but what the heart wants, in order to seek a similarity. In other words, what the heart wants, it is what." It was I who underestimated the little art of illusion painting. Quite a few minor arts acquired along the way. Just this one was the only one that gave him a different feeling. Lu Chenran sat up from his chair, pushed open the window, and looked at the clear moon above the turbulent eastern sea. Another day has passed, and it's getting closer and closer to Shangjing. Ah, the heart of the immortal on the mountain of the salty. Expectations are getting bigger and bigger, but also cannot help but guess up that the immortal will be talking about what reasoning. Is it for the world's people? Summarize a road of cultivation? Boing dash. The snow fox crept over, crouching on all fours and looking silently at the brightness of this place. Lu Chenran returned to his senses and held her properly in his arms, lightly sniffing the faint scent of her body. Iboshi, when will you be able to talk? Boing dash. The snow fox rubbed his arm slightly, but no matter how firm his mind was, the temptation in his arms was real now. The snow fox's narrow fox eyes looked at him, and seemed to be full of tenderness even with every glance. With a wave of Lu Duanran's robe sleeve, this glimmer of light slowly faded away. The watery moonlight spilled in through the crane paper window. His heart fluttered, and he placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, the day's fatigue spilling out, and then he fell into a deep sleep. Snow Fox froze on the spot, looking at Lu Duanran whose nostrils were flapping. He was already asleep. As the mirage drew closer and closer to the upper capital, Iso's heart followed suit and soothed a little. Light as the wind, a wisp of green smoke filled the air. The appearance of the white-shirt woman was as gentle as water as the first time she saw her. Ran-chan. She gently reached out and took his large hand, placing it between her cheeks, quietly feeling his warmth. Still asleep, he turned the corners of his mouth, as if he were dreaming, and a hint of drool escaped from the corner of his mouth. Put. Seeing this scene, Esau laughed softly and leaned over to wipe the crystals from the corner of his mouth, shaking his head. It's true that you're still just a kid. 2 more days passed. In these 2 days, Lu Chenran hardly went out, except for 3 meals a day, either sitting cross-legged in front of mirage wax and meditating, or reading various jichi books to prepare before going to the capital. That moon rabbit seemed to really see that Lu Chenran was busy, although he didn't know what he was busy with, so he didn't bother. Just lie down on the short case and stare at him reading with a serious face. But every day, he would disappear with the snow fox for a while, and then he would bring the meal on time and in the morning. This calm is peaceful. Drink tea and meditate. Elder, we'll be able to arrive at Lianyunda today, right? Lu Duanran straightened the clothes on his body and pushed open the window, looking at the sloppy weather. At this time it is the middle of the hour. The sea is only a little light. The canopy is still shrouded in a layer of bleak darkness wandering. Before the winds of the night are gone, a soft mist of water is steaming up on the mirage in the early morning. The two mingled together, so that the elegant courtyard gradually dense with a mass of gauzy morning mist. Yufu lazily lay on top of the brocade couch looking at a romance novel, glanced at Lu Chenran, yawned and rubbed her sleepy eyes. Did 2 days go by so quickly? Lu Duanran sighed as he looked at the ripe and charming woman who was limp on the bed. The previous glimpse on the laurel. With the contact in these days, the image of the moon rabbit in his mind gradually collapsed. A lazy combing appearance. Elder, it's time for you to get up and move. Moonfleet blinked playfully at him, biting her vermilion lip. What can I do if I get up? Auntie doesn't have anything to do, although there is no makeup, but the pair of heart-stopping eyes half open, half closed, lazy and delicate posture, the occasional yawn, but does not lose half of the charm. Hair lazily piled up, not wearing rouge. On the contrary, it is to reduce a few points of flirtation, more than 3 points of plain elegance. That swift and absolutely beautiful posture is often accompanied by Aunt Sue next to Lu Chuanran, but also will inevitably be stunned. Moonflare then seemed to think of something and scratched his head. Ranner is going to deliver the letter to the sharks today, I think. Look at Aunt, this brain to forget. Visit can wear clean clothes to bring, and to give you a wash. The mouth was saying this, but apparently the body didn't move half as much as it should. The unloved foot rubbed against the slender white calf and symbolically rolled over. The snow fox glanced at this moon rabbit with a disdainful face. With a good mouth, having lived for thousands of years, who doesn't know who? Lu Duanran shook his head. This moon rabbit's temperament he had long since seen. Thank you, senior, for your kindness. Mr. Lu appreciates it. Clothes can wash themselves. Moonwhisker lay on the bed with an old-fashioned calm, tugging at the small quilt that rested on his body, stuffing a piece of candied fruit into his mouth, his eyes surveying the rising sun outside the window, and saying vaguely, "Well, Ranchon, you don't have to do your laundry either. Auntie C, there's going to be a hurricane today, and I'm afraid you won't be able to get out." Lu Duanron looked out the window with some confusion. An ultramarine sky with a few clouds. "It's not like there's going to be signs of a hurricane." Then he rushed at Moonflare and said gently, "Even if there's a hurricane, we have to deliver the letter. It can't be delayed for too long, and besides, it's not good to delay Mirage's trip because of this." Moonfleet glanced at him. "You're still weirdly sentimental. So whatever." Lu Duanron smiled and nodded, packing his own bag. "Mirage of that street on the cold plum alone bloom. There have been many people found. It's 9981 light ink petals. Has blossomed 3, only today this third. The color is a little darker, not like the azure blue of the previous 2 days, but the color is slightly darker hidden blue. Gee, that's weird. The color of the plum petals doesn't represent the weather. How could it be? You see, the weather isn't bad today. Who knows? By the way, where is Wu Painting Sage?" At the winter solstice, Wu Painting Sage's scroll of 99 elimination of cold transformed into this tall cold plum, which had already been spread throughout the Mirage, and many people came here every day to admire this cold plum that had come out from the scroll. Because of this matter, Wu Painting Sage's fame in the Mirage had grown a few more points. At this time, Wu Painting Sage himself was standing at the bow of the Mirage, looking at the waves of the East China Sea in front of him, and his heart was filled with an infinite sense of grandeur that could not be expressed. After contemplating for a while, he moved a low table, prepared paper and ink, modulated the color with bright yellow, took a deep breath, and sketched out this side of heaven and earth on the rice paper. The sky is high and the clouds are wide. Early in the morning, Lien Yuandu is drenched in a mist. Wu Dao these days with Wang Yin brother all night long talk, and gradually cut off the idea of going to find that in the world immortal. This kind of wandering world of high people must be unwilling to be disturbed by someone rashly. Wang Yun since a moment of epiphany. He shut himself in the house to write hard, nearly 60 years old, but still radiant, quite a bit of defying the old feeling. Speaking of this, Wang Yun brother's life can be said to be considered a rough life, was relegated to the government even if, but also be hunted down and killed, but fortunately the lucky man, the fate of the world, escaped. Night stay in the ancient temple, met the Tiger Mountain King, should have been eaten by the tiger, did not expect the tiger also pity him, let him go. People often have to experience great ups and downs, great sorrows and great joys, after experiencing the world or after a great illness to realize something, and it is very difficult for people without such experiences to realize something profound. If you don't die in a great disaster, you'll be blessed later. Wu Dao shook his head with emotion. Onlookers gradually more and more people. After all, Painting Saint personally sketching, painting this side of the East China Sea, which is not common. There was a constant cacophony of fine rustling noises coming from this room, worthy of being a painting saint, nearly bringing this mountain and sea to life. Yes, after the light color, it's more like encompassing this side of the mountains and sea in a scroll. The painting saint has already painted the earthly painting. Ah, I'm afraid it's already unprecedented. There were originally a few cloud masses in the sky. The wind gradually picked up, curling around the edges of the scroll's title page and wrapping it in gusts of seafood. Wu Dao frowned and pressed the rice paper with sandalwood and continued to dye the bright yellow light color, looking at the gradually perfected scroll. But his frown was getting deeper and deeper. Nope. Although there is nothing special with the previous paintings, but 2 days ago, I saw the scroll from the tree out of the cold plum. The heart of that strange feeling, more and more intense. It vaguely seemed to be trying to grab hold of something. The painting, it's missing something. But what's missing? Wu Dao was also uncertain in his mind, but can only pen looking at the boundless expanse of the sea in front of them, constantly perfecting the picture scroll in their hearts. Almost the entire East China Sea, engraved in this picture scroll. The sky gradually darkened, and the crowd raised their heads and looked at the canopy with some surprise. It was sunny a moment ago. Why is it suddenly going to rain? Yes, so, the wind has picked up too, and I'm afraid it's not an unusual rain. The sky, originally as gray, seemed to have been splashed with a pot of thick ink. The lead clouds overhead are getting heavier and heavier, and in a few moments, the sky has completely darkened, with thick clouds and heavy ink covering a side of sunlight, and a circle of gold color through the clouds, reflecting into the air. Bar dash. A raindrop fell on Wudo's face, followed by 10, 100, 1,000,000. Woe dash. Countless raindrops poured down, enveloping the entire heaven and earth in this fine curtain of rain. Who dash. A violent gust of wind suddenly rose up with such force that it nearly toppled the crowd on the Mirage to the ground, shaking it to the ground. The entire East China Sea, in a matter of moments, was swirling, and a dull thunderclap exploded throughout Leonyundu. Boom! All of them ran towards the attic not far away, temporarily escaping the sudden storm. Soon, only Wu Dao was left standing motionless in the storm with his pen. Sage of painting, come and take shelter from the rain. Don't paint yet, leave it there. Painting saint, your body is important. The saint of painting. The crowd inside the attic shouted and greeted the painted saint as he came in to get out of the rain. Wu Dao gritted his teeth and stood in the midst of this rainstorm, but the pen in his hand was slow to put down. Where was the glimmer of light that he was pursuing in his heart? Where is it? It's just one more stroke away. He thought it was just one stroke away, but that stroke was the realm that he could not pursue even in his entire life. The sky was already completely dark, and then, as far as the eye could see, terrifying whirlpools were spreading, accompanied by rumbling sounds that shook the heavens and earth. This is a hurricane that can swallow everything in the world. The true great terror of the sea, no matter what it is, in front of this square of heavenly time, it is so small and unbearable. Finally, someone reacted, pointing at the distant hole in the wind that was strong enough to swallow everything, and roaring at the top of their lungs, "Hurricane! It's a hurricane! The hurricane is coming!" The painted sage quickly hide inside this house dash. Painted sage, hide here. Wu Dao took a deep breath, his eyes gazing at his scroll, and then he finally sighed, put the brush down, and twisted his head as he ran towards the attic. At sea, the most terrifying thing is the hurricane. Even a mirage that is in a fog is dangerous. Everyone was looking through the window with a face of fear at the hurricane that was strong enough to gulp heaven and earth, lifting up 100 feet of waves that covered the sky. The winds were howling, the thunder and lightning. Boom! Lianyundu as the most prosperous place in Haizhou, that is, near the sea, whether shipping or shipping, cannot bypass the ferry. Daily ships to and fro, do not know how many. The torrential rain from this hurricane had killed all the ships, so at this point in the rain, there were still countless silhouettes running through the downpour. The flood inundated and engulfed countless cargo ships, and the miserable cries for help were endless. Mirage on the people. Complex look at that constantly falling into the water, or sinking in the water of the cargo ship. A sense of pathos gradually spread in the hearts of the people, yet they know in their hearts that the sea is the most powerless. In that torrential rain, like a waterfall, the crowd's vision, gradually a figure appeared at the prow of the ship, dressed in fox furs, coming this way. People? Seeing this scene, the people in the attic were busy pushing open the windows and shouting loudly at the man. "Little mister, it's dangerous outside, come here to take shelter from the rain." Seeing that the little gentleman didn't have any reaction, as if he didn't hear, the crowd became even more anxious, and one voice converged, one after another. "Little mister, come and take shelter from the rain. Dangerous mister. Small." Finally, the gentleman in the fox fur seemed to hear them and glanced toward the crowd. The crowd heaved a great sigh of relief, and then a jungle man, pushing the doorway open, beckoned at Mr. Fox Fur, signaling him to run 2 steps faster. "Little mister, come and hide from the rain." The little gentleman, however, did not walk toward the attic. The crowd watched as that Mr. Fox Fur walked towards the short case at the bow of the boat on his own, his heart filled with anxiety. "Hey, Mr. Little, what are you doing over there?" Wu Dao in the crowd was staring blankly at that Mr. Fox Fur. That Mr. Some familiar, seems to have seen himself where, but he also stuck his head out of the window and shouted at him, "Mr. Small, leave the painting alone and get in." Wu Dao's words had not yet finished. In the next moment, his pupils were violently shrunk, staring blankly at the scene in front of him, only to feel the color of endless tremors welling up in his heart, beyond words. At this moment, everyone on the Mirage saw this scene. "Maybe for the rest of my life." Mr. Dressed in fox fur, silently walked to the front of Wu Painting Sage's scroll, and spontaneously, shallowly pulled out a golden brush, and shallowly wiped it on top of the scroll. It's just a simple stroke. But, this stroke, a rainbow, in an instant, dark as day above the canopy, vaguely visible to the east of the clouds on the sky, gradually showed fish belly white. Following that, the splash of fish belly white grew brighter and brighter. The 100-foot giant wave that had been spreading out calmly annihilated. The vortex of the sea, with the hurricane dissipated. Everything as if it had never happened. The wind stops, the rain stops, and heaven and earth are silent. A rainbow bridge from the clouds, piercing through this side of thick ink. The setting sun injected gold half and half, reflecting the sky and the blue sea, reflecting the exhaustion of the vault of the sky smoke. The sun is high in the sky and the mirage touches the top. A veiled sheen, if any, drifted through the misty, soft mist. Suddenly, the expanse of the extreme wilderness. This one, painting a side of wind and waves for the stormy East China Sea. End of chapter. 85. Chapter 85, Chivalrous Ladies Flower Tin Falls. Sailor Girl's Loom Weaves Sorrows. Chapter 85, The Chivalrous Ladies Tin Falls. The sailor's loom weaves sorrows. This hurricane came and went suddenly. The rainstorm soon subsided, leaving only the pattering winter rain. Above the mirage, inside the attic sheltered from the rain, countless people looked at what was in front of them. Silent, the atmosphere did not remember to breathe, just staring blankly at that Mr. Fox fur. It's rainbow. The hand of the man who opened the attic door forgot to retract it for a moment, and just gripped on the door handle, gulping, and slowly uttering a sound to break the silence of this place. Mirage fog condensation and the East China Sea green. There are seagulls long over. Slightly up vomit acrid sound shocked a piece. Small mister. Shallow painting a stroke. This side of the sunset winter water. With a touch of clouds and rain. Color withdrawal area Ming. In the middle of the attic. A young scholar who has been relegated to the countryside to visit his family. Looking at the quiet and clear sky. Looking at the flying swallows and seagulls. Looking at the golden East China Sea. I don't know why, but I feel soothed. He took a deep look at the Mr. Fox fur who had gradually disappeared from the view of the crowd, and in a moment of literature, what he thought in his heart could not be stopped. He pushed open the attic, ignoring the fine rain, and ran quickly towards his room, suppressing the exhilaration of the heart, dipped in thick ink, wrote paragraphs of parallelism on rice paper, the embroidered door, the carved roof, the falling sun, the solitary duck, the long sky, the white clouds, the islands are haunted, the palace of laurel and orchids. Unlucky in time and destiny? He smiled to himself. But so what? The real him had died the moment he fell overboard in a boat on a journey back to his hometown to visit his relatives a few months back. Fortunately, he met the legendary Mirage and was able to save his life. The scenery of the first half of his life is infinite and the pathos and loneliness of the second half of his life are intertwined. At the moment he looked at that in the world immortal waving his pen to sprinkle a long rainbow, it has been released. If you don't survive the storm, how can you see the rainbow? Why should life's fulfillment lie in officialdom? If you were not disillusioned in your official career, how could you have boarded this mirage? How could I have met the immortal? The grief and anger in his belly was all turned into this full of blood, and all of it fell on this pen. Muttering, Sir, Princeton has yet to learn your immortal name. Soon, he dropped his pen, got up, and respectfully made a long obeisance in the direction in which the immortal had disappeared. Perhaps, he's going to have to rethink his future path. The rain was getting less and less. And the people sheltering from the rain in the attic kept coming out of the door and reappearing in front of the square scroll of Wu painting sage, looking at it silently. The scroll had long been drenched by the torrential rain, and the ink on it was so stained that it was no longer recognizable as to what was being painted. AI, Wu painting sage's painting, destroyed by this hurricane. That Mr. Fox fur is truly a human immortal, painting a rainbow with a single stroke. Where is that rainbow painted in the painting? Let me see. Could it be this sum? Hiss so random. Wu Dao walked over somewhat soulfully, staring blankly at the scroll that had long since been haloed into a mass of ink. Painting has long been no ink shape, cannot see the appearance, can only be vaguely recognized as the East China Sea. Mr. Zhao's drawing of the rainbow, reflected in the paper. If according to the traditional aesthetic, it must be exaggerated, not half of the meaning of the rainbow, but only a unique flavor. Wu Dao was a little speechless. This one, poorly drawn, probably just a token amount, yet it seemed to express some emotion in Mr. Little's heart, as if he wanted to say something. It was an ethereal, untraceable emotion. Expression? Wu Dao only felt that he had vaguely captured something in his heart. How can a clear sky be painted by a brushstroke without a reason? Why is that? Next moment, Wu Dao seemed to think of something violently, and following that, his pupils shrunk as he looked again at the picture scroll in front of him that was haloed by the torrential rain. At this moment, in his mind, the East Sea was no longer the East Sea, and the scroll was no longer based on natural objects. That long rainbow was written all over the emotions in Mr. Little's heart. Maybe, that's the one he's missing, between seeming and not seeming. To write the god of the form with the god, the heart of things melting, is a kind of painting in the scenery, borrowing things as a metaphor for people, chanting sentiment-style expression and expression. The essence of painting is, in fact, writing what is in one's heart. This shouldn't just be called writing. I guess there should be a difference in the size of the writing. So here it is, capitalization, dancing together, in addition to the work of small writing, but also the need for capitalization, focusing on imagery, exaggerated and bold, vague and simple, with a kind of randomness, pen and brush. Wonderful. Wu Dao, having had an epiphany, clapped his hands and laughed, looking up to the sky. Wonderful. Fantastic. Ha 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 ha. Capitalization. Capitalization. Wonderful. The undisguised appreciation in his eyes stunned the crowd of onlookers, all of whom were staring blankly at that one simple line, unable to fathom it. Sage of painting. You say that Immortal painted wonderfully? But that's just a simple exaggerated stroke, isn't it? What's the beauty of it? Didn't the Immortals just draw a picture for the sake of this side of the sky being clear? Wu Dao shook his head lightly and just looked at the onlookers, pointing meaningfully at his chest. Wonderful in the heart. Phew dash. There was an outcry from the crowd. Wu Dao, however, did not bother to explain. Capitalization. The number of people who can understand the subtleties of it is too small. Or maybe it's too simple and rough and bold. Even a bit exaggerated and ingenious. However, the art of painting is ultimately niche and not well understood. Throughout history, most people just look at the shape, does not look at the god. The painting is only good or bad in the form of similarity rather than similarity. This is the biggest difference between the Western drawing and painting and the Oriental painting. Painting together. The most basic is always similar to the shape. Wu Dao silently raised the haloed scroll in his hand. This dry brush, withered brush as its tone of the landscape painting. By the rainstorm, layers of accumulation of color, halo, coincidentally into a capital. The road is long and difficult to travel, but Wu Dao felt that he already had a direction in his mind. This figure, it's called Rainbow Fairy, right? After Wu Dao put down the scroll, he arched his hand and made a long bow in the direction where Mr. Foxfur disappeared. This, perhaps, is what the gentleman is trying to instruct me in. Between heaven and earth. The first capitalization. Lu Chunran naturally didn't know that he had woken up a certain painting saint with a random stroke. After all, in the Blue Star, writing first appeared in the Warring States, and there is a complete system from writing reality to writing heart, and from small writing gradually to capitalization. Until the Song and Yuan dynasties, painting techniques are sufficiently developed, so relatively far from reality. The Qing dynasty Shi Tao, Bada Shanren, expressing an emotion, to Qi Baishir, red ink leaves, are capitalization. Some of it is similar to Western abstract art, but completely different, really too abstract for the West. With a wave of his hand, he stepped down from the mirage, and the water in the East China Sea was like a warm current that he was allowed to knead. The water-repelling miner technique condensed into a blister invisible to the naked eye around Lu Chenran's body. Surely it works that way? A few moments of surprise grew in his heart. This was a bit of a water avoidance spell. The light blue water bubbles slowly fell into the water, and the water dragon's bane Immortal soared behind his back, since it floated in the water, shallowly lifted up his body. In order to avoid being too ostentatious, he managed to reveal a head in the water, and just stepped on the water dragon's breath, following the waves of the East Sea, following the address given to him by the Turkish sharks, and traveling in the direction of the East Sea's shallow bay. This time, only the snow fox was traveling with himself, and fortunately the road was not too far. If he had walked faster, he thought that he would be able to rejoin the mirage in the evening, and he would not be able to delay much. Just as he was thinking, the words of the Golden Book's title page slowly emerged in his mind. Bonding with the East Sea Shark's pearl, 10 out of 10, hanging pearls in 4 pendants, daytime like a star, nighttime like the moon. Following that, the words on the page of the Golden Book that belonged uniquely to Sailor Pearl emerged ghostly. The East China Sea Shark's pearl, the heart's sadness, the tears of grief and sorrow, and the song of great compassion. The Great Compassion Song? For once, not a strange little art. Could it be that it had a similar effect to the Requiem acquired earlier? Lu Duanran thought briefly. With the illusion of painting small art for reference, the introduction of these techniques, such as the illusion of painting small art of the line of the painting is transformed, can be regarded as an absolute law, but should only be able to paint the reflection of this world, such as what steam engines, light bulbs, this world's level of technology cannot reach. I guess it should not be illusion out of the. He then shook his head and rubbed the snow fox's head as he traveled all the way towards the tribe of the sharks. The people of Lianyundu did not have the people on the mirage to see the real. Just looking at the sky on the dome of the rainbow of the ethereal blooming 7-colored streams of light, curly as if the fairy advent, stunned out of their minds. Under the brilliant heavenly might, all beings are like ants. The boatmen were prepared for the hurricane to destroy everything, but the surprise was so sudden. The sudden winds, the hasty stopping of the winds, the aftermath of this hurricane, is still damaged a lot of cargo ships. The ferrymen while discussing, while carrying bags, some people rack box, some people are busy lowering the sails, some people shouted pulling the fiber rope, actually to be more lively than usual a few points. It must be the immortal lord striking, either that or the Dragon King. Hurry up and pay your respects at the Dragon King temple. The good thing is that the next is not a gale. Wear a good straw raincoat, do not lose their footing in the water. At most some cold. and then drink a few bowls of ginger soup, but also no fear for their lives. But a merchant ship that was sailing in the deep sea was not so lucky. The aftermath of the hurricane broke the wooden planks, and the people tumbled over, as if they were dumplings, and all fell into the sea. Lu Chenran looked at these traitors and chivalrous people struggling in the water, did not want to get entangled with them, the heart is a little heartless, waved his hand, want to send these people on the water floating on the horizontal wood. However, before they could strike, there were figures swimming under the water. Then, in Lu Chenran's field of vision, only the sturdy sharks broke the surface of the water, twisted their fat fins, and with both hands pushed the people who fell into the water onto the raft. Everyone has not yet recovered from the shock and uncertainty, is to see in front of the eyes of this one of the sharks, frozen on the raft paper. Sharks, is it really a shark? Is the sky a legendary shark? As one of the rafts filled up, a group of sharks looked around at something, as if searching for anyone they had missed. Lu Chenran silently looked at the scene in front of him, and his heart was shallowly relieved. Just the sea sharks with the two sharks they have seen some different. Under the body of the fins are wider, the arm is also more powerful, but the face looks a bit hideous. It is written in the book of Searching for God, the shark, living in the water like a fish, does not abolish weaving. When their eyes weep, they can produce beads. It was also stated in the first volume of the Book of Descriptions of Dissimilarities, the augur is Quan Xian, also known as Quan Ku. The East China Sea produced mackerel yarn, and Quan Xian was a weaver, a dragon yarn, the price of which was more than 100 gold. The price was more than 100 gold. In the East China Sea, there was the Dragon Imaging Palace, where Quan Xian wove raw silk, and the raw silk was as white as frost. In fact, the records in the canonical books are not all the same, but there are also similarities, such as fishtailed people, living in the seawater, as if good at weaving. Weaving raw silk into the water is not wet. Weeping tears can become pearls. This is the mermaid recorded in the West. Whether or not this race is a gentle and good-hearted and compassionate race depends on the circumstances. A few of the sharks who were still pushing the raft underwater were talking about something as they pushed the raft. I really let Princess Weaver be right. There really is a hurricane. But how did this hurricane suddenly disappear? Strange. Big brother, what about these humans? We can't just leave them in the raft. They'll die that way. The elders said not to get too close to humans, and to simply rescue them when they encountered humans in distress. But the ferry is hundreds of miles from here, and that hurricane can't be sure when it will come. So what's the difference between letting these people drift around and not saving them? Then the only way is to send them to our tribe and ask the elders to make plans. Yeah. Lu Chenran listened to all of this in silence and sighed slightly in his heart. As expected, the nature of this race was not different from what was written in the books, and could not be summarized by the word good heart. Blue Star cannot see the sharks. Perhaps it is from the goodness of heart of this tribe. There are carrying a variety of treasures, which led to the extinction of the bar. Boing dash. Just then, the snow fox that had been crouching on his shoulder called out. Before Lu Chenran could react, the sea water around him was swirling rapidly, wrapped in a whirlpool. Next moment, he was feeling himself into a warm and soft arms, nostrils lingering in the faint fragrance of the air. Cool, fragrant and soaked. Wow, the tide is rising. The ears are warm since. Lu Chenran slightly stunned, slightly side of the head, is to look at a shocking cheeks, pale white long hair in the water like watercress scattered, snow-colored eyelashes, is a pair of light blue pupils, skin as clean as jade, hidden to see a pair of children pointed ears on the delicate fluff. She was wearing a light-colored gauze garment woven from shark's image, which would not be soaked by water, and the pale white lacing in front of her chest was not fastened securely, and at this time, she was slightly ambling, pointing at the two pieces of tender lotus roots in snowy whiteness. You, the shark girl held Mr. Fox fur in her arms, her eyes gazing at him for a long time, her light pink lips, her voice light. There are the shark beads of my clan. The pale blue pupils looked a few shades of white against the deep ocean. The slender tail of the fish swung gently, bearing just a few snow-colored scales on the end. When the several sharks pushing the raft saw the appearance of the shark girl, they put down the rafts in their hands and swam towards her, speaking out. Princess, why are you tagging along? Ha, how come we didn't see that gentleman earlier? It has always been the males of the clan who have saved the day. The shark girl, however, did not look at the clansmen who surrounded her, and shallowly extended her arm, signaling them to continue with their work. And then her eyes looked at Lu Duanran in a light manner. Shark's beads, where did you get them? Lu Chenran was hugged by her like this, the sound of waves constantly echoing at his ears, and then smiled gently. Can the princess let go first? The shark girl didn't reply, still with her eyes half open, and spoke calmly. You'll drown. Ah, the princess is overly concerned. Lu has some arts in his possession and does not drown dash. Lu Chunran's words had not yet completely finished. That shark woman did not hesitate to let go of her hands. He immediately felt his feet were empty. Good thing the water dragon Jin caught his feet in time. Only then did he calm his body and half float in the water. The raft had been pushed for a while by those few sharks. Timeout. https://22bq/bq74388/371690047_2. HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. 86. Chapter 86, The Lady Warrior is Slow. Chapter 86, Wait for the Warrior Woman. There are so many pearls here. Not to mention the shark's image, which is hard to find. Tomorrow, when the sharks send us back to the ferry, there are many of us, so we can tie up those sharks. The faces of all of them changed, and they glanced at each other with different expressions. Pearls in sharks are definitely considered rare, the value of which is clear to each of them. Scarface, however, frowned and looked around carefully, seeing that no passenger sharks had noticed him. These sharks are our saviors. If it weren't for them, we'd all be dead now. Several other sailors also hesitated, whether this demeanor is pretending or really revealing. Feasible in the sea, ultimately still fear the sea. At least this kind of enmity is not willing to do. Seeing that his companions were all hesitating, the sailor clenched his teeth, came over and spoke in a small voice. Boss, my family is waiting for my brother to bring money back this time. The goods we sailed this time are all our brother's family's assets. What's the use of this cheap life if our family's assets are all gone? In our line of work, who doesn't wear his head on his pants every time he goes to sea? It's so dangerous. Did we survive this time? What about next time? Is it always this lucky? Boss, as long as we do this last one, we'll have nothing to worry about for the rest of our lives. The more the sailor spoke, the more agitated he became, and the crossed muscles of his face quivered and grew more and more hideous. As he said that, his afterglow glanced again at the group of passengers from the merchant ship sitting behind him and continued. Boss, we encountered a hurricane. The merchant ship has been destroyed. These people should have drowned in this sea. Do not forget that the sharks but to each of us a piece of pearl. Even if we die in the sea, there is no way to symptomatize these damned people's mouths inside the pearl. A few of us. You, wanton. As the sailor's words fell, Scarface's countenance changed, and the scar on the side of his face trembled violently twice, and with a single reach, he pulled the sailor over and squeezed his neck. Senior, do you realize what you're saying? Lao San, however, stared at Scarface with glaring eyes, his eyes unblinking as he locked gazes with him. Boss, don't think you do before. Brothers do not have a number in their hearts, or that is to say, do our business. Heart there is not ruthless? This is a one-shot deal. Ruthless, we can enjoy the rest of our lives. Scarface stared at Lao San, but in his mind, he was secretly wondering about the feasibility of this matter. Having lived to his age, this thing called the human heart had long been taken to heart. To be honest, Lao San had only elaborated on what he had in mind, but such words could never come out of his mouth, and he even had to accompany Lao San in his act in order to maintain his image as such a big brother. Scarface's afterglow skimmed the few brothers beside him, but he saw that a greedy light was coming out of their eyes. He knew that at this moment, no matter what the outcome was, he had to say yes. If not, he would immediately lose popularity. Kidnapping the sharks, maybe these brothers will hesitate, but killing these passengers will not have so much guilt in their hearts. In front of the insignificant cost and huge benefits, the hearts cannot withstand the temptation. It's realistic. So, Scarface beckoned slightly, and called the dozen or so brothers to a piece, discussing how they should act. Tin fell silently sitting on her knees. 17 years of hard cultivation. Her inner strength is far from being comparable to that of a very human being. That Scarface with a dozen or so sailors whispering conspiracy, as much as possible transmitted to her ears. Her eyes suddenly evoked a touch of biting coldness, but she did not rush to strike, holding the long sword tightly in her hand and tempering her internal energy. The blue-colored water was translucent. Coral trees were planted on both sides of the road, their fat branches and leaves adhering to fine bubbles that gathered in piles and covered the entire seaway in bloom. Lu Chunran followed behind the shark woman, which was already deep in the tribe. Countless sharks swam by around him, staring at this human on land with a curious face. The princess brought back someone. Did a hurricane at sea bring him here? The look is still oddly handsome. Along the winding path paved with green stone and white shells, it went deeper and deeper towards the tribe of the sharks. A huge coral reef stands in the water, but originally should be luxuriant branches, now all for the exhaustion, rooted in the seabed soil on the root vines, floating on the ground channel crisscrossed with dry cracks. It seems like a dying old man, quietly crouching in the middle of the deep sea, telling the traces of the years. A hale and hearty old shark stood quietly under the coral god tree, but unfortunately, that face was full of vicissitudes. only melancholy and sighs of regret remained. This coral divine tree was nourished by the shark's tears, and it also fed this small world and sheltered the calmness of this side of the deep sea. It is the faith of the shark people. But today's sharks, I do not know what the reason. Originally this more sad community, but seldom can fall teardrops, without enough teardrops to nourish it. This coral reef is also shriveling up more and more. At this time, a few sharks are standing in front of him. Say something. Lu Chuan ran shallow listen to some, probably how to deal with those who fell into the water vendors. Bits and pieces of words, mixed with what the hearts of the wicked and what good and bad character. It is not long. A few sharks is nodded and turned to swim away. A few sharks nodded and turned to swim away. The elder shark waved his hand at them, and then saw the shark lady who swam over towards this side, and again stared at the fox fur duke who was following the shark lady with a slightly puzzled look. Princess, who is this? The shark girl spoke calmly. The messenger. The elder looked at Lu Dusty Ran and saw that he was facing like a gentle gentleman and thought that his skills were not small, so he arched his hand and smiled. Where did the gentleman come from? Who is the letter from? I came from Fox Mountain, and when I was passing through the tendency water, I was entrusted by the two shark Taoists to deliver a letter from home and a wedding gift for their daughters. So it is, please sir, received payment for it. That's a long way, too, so go quickly, sir. The shark elder didn't say anything more and turned around, continuing to look at the coral god tree. After bidding farewell to the elder, Lu Chenran followed the address in the letter and came to the shark girl's house, lightly snapped the door. Soon there was a sound of water running, getting closer and closer, followed by a gentle female voice from inside the doorway. May I ask who I'm looking for? Yoraihiza. I am. The doorway opened shallowly a crack, revealing half a head. When he saw that it was a strange human man, Oiku looked surprised. What does the gentleman want with me? While passing through sleeping water, your father asked me to send a congratulatory gift for the girl, and here is the letter from the family. Tire water? When she heard the name of this place, the sailor girl's expression suddenly became excited, and she hurriedly was opening the door. Is it really my father? Shouldn't be wrong. Tire water? That's nearly 10,000 miles away. It's nothing to come by mirage. Mister, come inside quickly. The princess is there too? Just don't go inside. Lu has important matters to attend to. Lu Chunran smiled at the shark woman and handed over the shark pearl in his hand along with the bamboo tube containing the letter. Sailor woman bit her lip, slightly trembling took the bamboo tube, put the shark pearl on the side, opened the letter paper, held in the hand, looking at the familiar handwriting, while reading, the corner of the eye is uncontrollably red, perhaps because the heart is too pensive, or the shark race is originally a sentimental race. The next moment it was bawling. Drops of teardrops melted into the sea and condensed into a crystalline pearl. The princess fell silent and reached down to pick up the precious teardrops. Nowadays, the clan, the most lacking is the teardrops. Beside this, Mr. Lu's letter is also timely. These teardrops cannot slow down the decline of the coral tree of God, but it can also solve the urgent need. Not long after, it seemed that the husband of the shark girl came, and it was not easy to persuade this shark girl, and then looked at this human gentleman in front of him with a sincere face. Not knowing what to say for a while, after thinking about it again, he swam into the house and took a bunch of sharks and handed them to Lu Chenran's hands. Mister, this journey is not easy, I'm afraid. My husband and wife don't have anything to pay for this road fee, only these sharks. Please don't refuse and accept it. Who doesn't know how hard it is to deliver a letter in this world, or a letter from home from miles away? Moreover, it is even more difficult to send a letter to the sea, and it is also a miracle that this letter was sent here without a hiccup over 10,000 miles. Lu Chenran did not refuse and accepted the sharks. Then, in his mind, there was the title page of the golden book that slowly emerged. Bonding with the East Sea Sharks, 1/2. The East China Sea is a sea mackerel, a dragon yarn, the price of which is more than 100 gold, and it is used as a garment that does not moisten when it enters the water. This gift of thanks, Mr. Lu will accept it. The shark girl wiped the corners of her eyes where the tears had fallen, grateful, and nodded. It's only natural that the gentleman should take it. Inside the room, the shark pearl bloomed with a faint luster. The shark girl silently looked at this father's shark pearl, and for some reason, tears fell from her eyes with a flutter. The kind of pathos in his heart couldn't be suppressed, and he couldn't stop the tears. The luster of the shark beads grew fainter and fainter. Finally, the sudden brightness penetrated for a split second before fading out in the eyes of the shark girl. The shark girl looked at her husband with tearful eyes. Her mind was discerning and she vaguely understood what was going on. Cry. Timeout. https://22bq/bq74388/371690048_2. HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. 87. Chapter 87, The Water Dragon's Breath? Brother Lu, what's your relationship with the little prince? Chapter 87, The Water Dragon's Breath? Brother Lu, what's your relationship with the young prince? Seeing this scene, the lady warrior's face was suddenly shocked. Oh no, that Mr. Foxfur's position was too far away from her, and there was a lot of resistance in the seawater, so this strong man had to strike, which really caught her off guard. Brother Lu, be careful, she yelled out, alerting Mr. Foxfur over there, following which she gripped the long sword in her hand tightly, and with a light tap of her toes, leaving a lotus trace on the ground, she was running away in the direction of Lu Duanran. The corners of Lao San's mouth revealed a hint of a cold smile, the number of thoughts turning both chaotic and mixed, gripping the ringed sword in his hand tightly. Just a couple of steps and you'll be able to touch the man in the fox fur. Just why? That man's face did not see half a bit of panic. Just quietly looking at himself? Could it be that he's already been dumbfounded by himself? A few moments of suspicion surfaced on Lao San's face. The side of the shark woman has already frowned, wanting to swing a wave of water. Will this human from the side of the fox fur man pushed away? Only she just raised her head. Fine Fin's earside, but came a sword roar. Clang. Accompanied by the appearance of this voice, the complexion of everyone present was a trance. Tin Fel was actually a foot on the ground, fell straight to the bottom of the sea, could not help but sweat-stained undershirt without knowing. All the sharks in that instant felt a stern sword intent, like an on their backs, indistinctly feeling a ghostly cold seeping in their backs. A cinnamon wood scabbard appeared out of nowhere behind that Mr. Fox fur. The water dragon Jin has a spirit that protects itself from the Lord. Following that, an azure-colored green aura clipped a dragon's roar and sheathed itself. Tin Drop's pupils suddenly shrunk. Earlier, she had vaguely sensed a wisp of sword intent from this Mr. Fox fur's body, albeit faint and fleeting. This trip around the world has truly brought forth countless capable people, and there is indeed a wonderful variety of people under Ramei Mountain. Her mind murmured to herself, following which she raised her head and looked at the sword that had suddenly appeared. Water dragon? Why are these three words so familiar? It seems like I've heard them somewhere. As this sword floated out, Lao San's pupils instantly contracted, and he was also unable to think carefully about where the sudden appearance of the sword came from, and panically raised the ringed sword in his hand horizontally, protecting it in front of his face. A sliver of the setting sun spilled into the deep water, condensing into a half arc of sword spreading rapidly forward. This sword arc passed through Lao San's body and continued into the deep sea. It's just a shame. Not as the crowd thought of that. Blood chaotic gradient. But also no sound of gold and stone collision echoed the dragon palace. Everything in front of me was extremely silent, as if heaven and earth were fixed at this moment. The only thing was that slow sword arc leisurely yet trailing, as if it had become the background of the seabed. Next, a rainbow condensed by the setting sun stretches across this deep sea. It appears to be a sword. A sword made of a long rainbow of the setting sun that was not big enough to be counted as a dory. Everyone who saw this scene are shocked beyond words. A large dragon image palace, actually silent. The towering rainbow towers over the city. The entire dragon image palace was as small as an ant in front of this sword. Everyone can feel the suffocation and oppression brought about by this sword. All of them look up in a daze, not daring to make the slightest movement, for fear that if this sword is split down like this, he or she, along with the tortoise shell of the dragon image palace, will suffer from the disaster of the poolfish. The oldest three still maintained the action of the party, and then fell to his knees on the ground without a word. His eyes rolled over with white eyes, and some white foam flowed out of his mouth, which soon melted in this square of seawater again. Rumble. A loud clang startled the deep, silent ocean floor. The sound rang, the seabed instantly rolled and boiled, followed by a distant reef of 100 feet from the center of the cross-section. Thick as a mountain peak of the reef from the break downward sliding, fell on the seabed, rolled up the seabed of the mud and sand, clouded the clear sea. Only the immortal sword engraved with the words Water Dragoning floated in the seawater. The heroine froze and looked at everything in front of her, looked at the long rainbow of the sword road, for a moment actually forgot to climb up. In her mind, suddenly it is remembered before going down the mountain. The master asked her questions. There are actually very few smart people in this world, even fewer fools, and the most mediocre. Most smart people are not born smart, but experience the world situation from the mediocre into a smart person. Smart people like to use the cloudy method to solve problems, can be pretended to be profound, but also to cover up the root of it. If you meet this kind of person, how should you deal with it? Previously, she did not know how to answer, and to the master's esteemed one, all the world's affairs are just a sword. The answer, scoffed. A sword cultivator is a sword 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 is a sword. A sword is a sword. So how would it solve the world's affairs and the world's strife? But looking at the sword, she was confused. The affairs of the world are indeed no more than the affairs of this sword. If you can't solve the problem, then solve the people who are causing the problem. Tinfall muttered. Master, what you say is true. The world is just a sword. He had always substituted the identity of this fox fur man into the Jianghu people, but the dreamy glazed underwater dragon palace in front of him was not a level she could relate to. That fox fur gentleman was never a Jianghu person. In the middle of this kind of Jianghu strife that he had just participated in, this on was out of place, because they didn't belong here in the first place. They belong in that world of light. In the world, there really are sword fairies. After figuring this out, looking at that long rainbow, Tin Drop's heart had long since lost too much of its discouragement, and instead, it erupted into a greater fighting spirit. So, there really is a swordway in the world. She also yearned for the other world where this Mr. Foxglove was, and she longed to step into that different world. Tin fell up and tied the few strong men with a rope to a solid. A few sharks carefully came over, and in their miserable and terrified gazes, sent these people to the raft, leaving them to their own devices. With hundreds of miles of ocean around them, the odds were that the men would die of thirst at sea if nothing fortunate happened. That being said, the creation of these burly men was supposed to be like this. A group of passengers looked at everything in front of them with fear and trembling, but in their hearts they were very happy. This time it was certainly a life of 9 deaths, but after all, they survived. A few shark attendants silently cleaned up a bit of the corpse, and seeing that this was done, the warrior woman sat silently, her hands folded around her longsword and her eyes closed. As the streak of rainbow slowly dissipated, the water dragonine spun itself around and reappeared behind the fox-furred man. The crowd of sharks were all staring blankly at this little Mr. Fox Fur, not daring to make a sound. This matter has long since shocked the shark elder out, unbelievably looking at the scene in front of him, followed by looking at Lu Duanran's expression. It was a bit fearful and cautious. I've met you, sir. Lu Duanran patted the water dragon ghost behind him and arched his hand in salute. It is my fault that this sword has taken matters into its own hands and startled the elder. Lu, apologized to the elder. Instead, the water dragon's bane chirped and trembled, expressing his dissatisfaction with Lu Chenran's rebuke. The shark elder smiled sarcastically. How could he dare to accept this salute? And looked at the osmanthus with long sword with a nervous expression. Just now he could really see. A sword-on will be that piece of reef cut into 2 halves. This kind of Taoist high person is just polite. How can these words be taken seriously? The shark elder hesitated for a moment, then bent down and bowed respectfully. Immortal, I wonder where this trip is going. Prepare to go to the capital for a trip to the unholy mountain to hear the word. So it is. The old shark's mind instantly came alive, and he glanced at the shark girl beside him again, then coughed heavily and opened his mouth. I'm not going to hide it from you, Immortal, but over the past 100 years, my shark clan has rarely been able to cry out for some unknown reason. My tribe's coral tree is nourished by the shark's tears. Can be fixed this side of the seawater? But in recent years the shark's tears are getting fewer and fewer, has gradually withered. There has not been a solution. The old shark spoke while carefully checking the face of this immortal chief, and seeing that he did not mean to be impatient, he continued to speak. That, the princess of my clan, Loom Weaver, said some time ago that she wanted to find some time to go to the Shangjing and ask the immortals of the unsavory mountain. The Loom's eyebrows frowned, and a few moments of doubt arose on his face. When did she say that? The snow-colored eyelashes fluttered a bit, and the light eyes looked at the elder of the sharks. The cherry lips slightly opened, and the voice was clear and cold. I didn't. Before the words could fall, a servant girl of the shark clan on the side was smilingly covering her mouth. Seeing this scene, Lu Chenran raised an eyebrow, a sudden bad feeling arising in his heart. The sailor elder glared at the sailor woman, then said with a smirk on his face, that sir, little old me seeks to find out. Isn't this just on the way? Mr. Is to ferry from Jinling to Shangjing, right? There is no one to take care of Mr. On the way. Weaving loom this girl do not see usually cold. In fact, is a warm heart? Immortal, if you do not mind. Let this girl follow the immortal. The right is a maid to make it. While saying that, he also made a color towards that shark attendant. The sailor's servant got down on the loom's ear and said something. The loom was silent for a moment, choosing to close its snowy eyes and skimming delicately, not looking at the elder shark. As the words of the shark elder fell, the snow fox squatting on Lu Chenran's shoulder furrowed its brows lightly, staring intently at the shark woman with a slightly odd flavor in its gaze. Why is there another one here? The little prince's boy is quite nice, but he will be a prince in the future. So I don't think anything will happen with Ranner. Little and was fine. After all, she was a little kid and didn't know anything. Yu Fu, in accordance with the identity, counted as Ranner's aunt. Naturally, there will not be anything. although always like to go behind their backs with Ranner to do some ambiguity, and left the Jinling even if she is followed behind, can only be turned into a fox. A green gourd is a gourd. But this shark girl is not live, watery a big girl, although this is Ranner's own thing, as an ant herself is not qualified to intervene. Esau thought just that, with quite a bit of bitter laughter in his heart. Lu Chunran was a bit helpless. He naturally saw that this was clearly the shark elder's forced sale. That princess weaving loom hadn't even thought about this matter before. With such a cold and icy personality, it was expected that he wouldn't listen to the words of this elder. So raising his head, he looked at the shark elder and smiled. Elder, you are making it difficult for Mr. Lu. What's more, the loom princess herself wouldn't agree to it, and besides, the shark race lives in the sea, so how can they go to the land? The shark elder hurriedly was shaking his head and opened his mouth. This sir has no idea. As long as you drink my clan's holy water, the shark clan can also cultivate into human form, no different from normal people. Lu Duanran sighed and pondered on a way to excuse himself. Lu Mao, this trip to the upper capital. The people who accompany one or two more, but no harm. But this still depends on the meaning of the loom weaving princess, but also ask the elders to respect the idea of the princess. After spending a few moments with that weaving loom, his heart was also slightly able to feel this woman's heart. She would certainly not agree to such a rude request. Lu Chunran exhaled a breath, turned to look at the woman with the long pale white hair, and gently said, "Right, princess." Weaving loom quietly stood there, light blue glistening clear eyes crystal dew thin, pursed cherry lips silent gaze at him, also does not make a sound. Lu Chunran's heart suddenly rippled slightly. Why hadn't this shark girl made a sound of rejection? Silence again. Lu Chunran. Loom. Loom's eyes twinkled slightly for a few moments, just gazing at Mr. Foxglove in front of him. Compared to other sharks, she was born without the ability to cry, and accordingly, possessed the ability to foresee storms at sea. The shark attendant had already spoken some words in her ear just now, and she knew that this Mr. Foxfur in front of her might be the dash of chance to save the coral god tree. If all this can be done for the sake of the tribe, it can give that coral god tree a chance of survival. The shark girl paused slightly. Her pointed ears moved slightly. Her slender fish tail ruffled the seawater, and with less inclination, she slowly turned to face Lu Chuanran, looking at him earnestly. You're an immortal? Not immortal. This sword, what is the solution? A little knowledge of minor arts. The weaving loom stared at Lu Duanran's face for 2 breaths, as if confirming the truthfulness of his words. 2 breaths later, she turned and silently swam in the direction of the Dragon Image Palace until she reached the doorway and turned around again. Pale white long hair in the water fluttering incitement. A round of bright moon from the sea sky, sitting alone in the bosom of the sky. The clear sea water wrapped in fine bubbles, like the floating wind and willow in March sunny spring, lined with her snow-colored eyelashes, light blue pupils, the exquisite but unearthly cheeks, light pink lips lightly opened. Me, want to go with you. As the words fell, she turned around and swam towards the depths of the Dragon Image Palace. She was going to drink that pot of holy water. Lu Duanran? The shark elder was instantly delighted, gulping and rubbing the palms of his hands together. Thank you, sir. It looks like the fairy promised. Immediately after that, the elder beckoned, and at once a group of sharks swam behind him, carrying a tray of deep-sea relic beads in their hands, handing them over with a respectful face. A thin gift as a token of appreciation. Please accept it, sir. Lu Duanran sighed and shook his head. Lu is traveling only to deliver a letter. Elder is going to be displeased with Mr. Lu for doing this. The shark elders opened their mouths and saw that the immortal chief's face had shown slight displeasure, and hurriedly asked the sharks to take these pearls away, and then bowed deeply towards him. Why don't immortal master stay with little old me for some more days? Immortals always seek to get away. Thank you for your kind words, elder. This trip has been very enjoyable as I have seen many magical things. Lu Duanran's words paused, then continued. However, Mr. Lu still has important matters on his mind, and it's getting closer and closer to the time when immortal Shangjing will preach. So it's not a good idea to stay longer. So I'll leave tonight. Not much longer then. Thank you, elder, for your hospitality. Sir, when Princess Weaving Loom has successfully transformed into her form, little old me will see you off. Good. Lu Chunran sat on the mussel with the snow fox in his arms. The snow fox's gaze gazed at him with some deep meaning, and Lu Chunran coughed lightly. Senior, can you let me have a look at your sword? Just then, the voice of the female warrior came from the earliest place. Tin Drop slowly got up and respectfully looked at Lu Duanran with a salute. Lady warrior, do not call Lu Mao senior. It is good to call him brother. Then I apologize for my rudeness. Brother Lu. Water dragoning floated in Tin Drop's hand since, and she tentatively reached out to caress the cinnamon wood scabbard, feeling the majestic sword intent on it. A touch of moonlight sprinkled down on the deep sea. Everything around was quiet and tranquil. The 3 words of water dragonine were reflected in the water, and they were glowing from the Yao Yao. Sure enough, it's Swearangian. This sword, which was gifted to the prince's residence by one of the Ame sword sect sword masters when he traveled to Shanjing, should now be in the hands of the young prince. Tin Drop's pupils then gave birth to several points of complexity, and then carefully raised his head and tentatively opened his mouth. Brother Lu, at the risk of asking, what is your relationship with the young prince? This sword should be the little prince's matching sword. A hint of surprise flashed across Lu Duanran's eyes. The lady warrior knows Brother Li? Well, not exactly acquaintances, but odds are I will in the future. What is the meaning of this? I'm not hiding it from Brother Lu. In addition to the Ame sword sect's disciple all-in-one, I'm also the only daughter of the Shu County family, and I'm traveling the countryside on my own this time, wanting to go all the way to the upper capital. Tin Drop's 2 hands respectfully handed back the water dragon Jin and continued. The little prince's fiefdom has already been determined to be Shu. As the only daughter of the family, the probability is that I will. The next words, Tin Drop did not say, but she felt that Lu Chenran's mind should already be clear. Lu Duanran looked at her in surprise, his eyes full of unexpected colors, his heart touched. The world was a big place, and he had traveled all the way from the northern border to the upper capital. But this world is so small, and meeting a warrior woman at the bottom of the sea would be the fiancé of the young king. Some of it was unbelievable, but I guess the word fate is amazing. Brother Li is a close friend of Mr. Lu, and this sword is exactly what Brother Li gave to me. Brother Lu and Brother Li are very close, very talkative. After all, it is a swordsman who practiced in Ma Mountain. Tinlock has less of the elegance of a lady of the house and more of the big-heartedness of a Jianghu person, sitting down with his legs crossed and asking out loud, so that's how it is. Then what does Brother Lu think of the young prince's temperament? A gentleman is like a jade. Is it really as good as the reviews say? Exactly. Tin Drop sniffed as if he was relieved. Then he suddenly remembered something and opened his mouth to ask, why is Brother Lu here? What was the ride here? Mirage. A mirage on the sea? Exactly. So there really is a mirage. I thought it was a legend. Sure enough. Tin Drop clenched her small fists, and a few moments of anticipation flashed in her eyes. Brother Lu, would it be possible to take me with you and travel to Shanjing together? Lu Chenran. Seeing that Lu Chenran froze in place, Tin Drop hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, but there were a few moments of embarrassment in his demeanor. Brother Lu, don't misunderstand. I just want to see the legendary mirage. We happen to be all the way. No need for Brother Lu to care or anything. Don't look at me as a woman, but I'm no slouch when it comes to fighting. I can see that Brother Lu doesn't put on airs and should be a good person to get along with. When these words came out, he suddenly thought of something again, and sardonically glanced at the sword mark in the distance, scratching his head. Brother Lu doesn't agree? Seeing that Lu Chenran seemed to be hesitating, Tin Drop thought for a moment, slapped his thigh, and opened his mouth. Right. If Brother Lu goes to Shanjing, he has to find a place to stay. The Ame sword sect does have quite a few properties in Shanjing, so when the time comes, Brother Lu's landing place is called Wrapped Up in Me, guaranteed to make Brother Lu stay comfortable. He. Looking at this female warrior with a naive look, Lu Duanran laughed out loud. Compared to Brother Li, this woman is a lot more real. Speaking of which, this was the first female warrior he had seen along the way, diluting some of the fairy flavor of this world. I don't have any old friends in Shanjing, and I'm afraid that the property prices in Shanjing are ridiculously high, so I really don't have a place to settle down. Brother Lu smiled. So that's an agreement? Lu Duanran nodded. The heroine's face was suddenly happy. A strand of long hair brushed her cheek. She shook her head, fished out a ribbon from her pocket, her teeth clenched, and her hands were combing and gathering the long, loose hair. This was followed by a skillfully executed high vertical ponytail. Brother Lu, you're afraid this fox isn't cheap. It looks strangely witty. Well, it's from Auntie, named Iboshi. Iboshi? That name. TSK. Snowfox smacked her mouth, glanced at this female warrior, and thought about the little prince, and then her mind did not know what came to her mind, and a touch of scarlet redness appeared on her cheeks. Boing. Another conversation with this warrior woman. She had seen many interesting things along the way since she came down from Ame Mountain and made her way east. These landscapes, these people, in this era of transportation is not developed, is destined to remember a lifetime. At this time Tao's speak out, is also considered to leave a trace in the heart. If those Taoist priests in Shanjing saw Brother Lu, I don't know how they would look. Dog? Well, there are a lot of Taoist priests in Shanjing, and the emperor also believes in Taoism. What about the immortals on the unholy mountain? I'm not sure about that. Anyway, my master didn't intend to listen to it. But I heard that the state master is quite a Taoist, but he shouldn't be able to compare to Brother Lu. So it is, but now a lot of people are heading to Shangjing. When I came here, I heard that there were immortals appearing on the Linjiang ferry side. Good guy. A bunch of monsters in the dark at night. Brother Lu also crossed over from Linjiang. Right. Could it be that he didn't hear about this? Now the whole of Greatzhou is going crazy. And those who originally didn't plan to go to Shangjing are all running towards it. Seeing Lu Chenron's embarrassed expression, a few moments of amazement rather grew within Tin Drop's eyebrows. Brother Lu, you don't really know, do you? The warrior woman then shook her head again to herself and smiled. It is said that this is what those traveling merchants in Linjiangdu said. It is very true. Definitely not fabricated. Hey, I've traveled all this way. I've seen a lot of demons and ghosts, but there's no sign of immortality. I've always thought that there's no immortality under the sky. But now, I think there must be immortals in the sky. What do you say, Brother Lu? Lu Duanron's face was a little less than pleasant. No semblance of immortality? Are there really no fairies? What's the deal with that immortal on the unholy mountain? End of chapter 88. Chapter 88, Mr. Lu, the princess is not used to using her feet. Chapter 88, Mr. Lu, the princess is not used to using her feet. Brother Lu? Tin Drop pushed Lu Duanron's shoulder in some confusion. Halfway through his speech, I don't know why he fell silent. Could it be that he had said too much just now, causing Brother Lu to be displeased? Lu Chunran pondered over the sights and sounds he had seen along the way, whether it was a demon or ghost, a city god, or a Jianghu passerby. The world was indeed marvelous, and it did give him a dazzling feeling. But, it is true that he has never seen a practitioner. He subconsciously felt towards his waist, only to have forgotten to bring the green gourd, and did not have any wine to drink. The lady warrior has been practicing at Amei Mountain for more than 10 years? 17 years. Then, in the Jianghu, can there be a division of realms? Well, it should be called the method of cultivation. Naturally there is. Is it possible that Brother Lu doesn't know? Been sitting on Fox Hill and didn't know it? A few moments of consternation surfaced between Tin Drop's eyebrows. In her opinion, Brother Lu was afraid that he had already exceeded the martial way innate by an unknown amount. Did he not know the realm? Lu Duanron stroked the water dragon ghost beside him and shook his head. The heroine was a little puzzled. Then she thought about it. It could be that people like Brother Lu, who was afraid that he had already lived for an unknown number of years in the world, were not prudent to know about these martial arts cultivation methods in the world that he was now living in. She had read a lot of fairy tales, such as the legend of the immortals, is to swim in the North Sea in twilight Kangwu, and did not know that a dream of 1,000 years. The heroine then coughed lightly, her eyes looking at Lu Duanron with more inexplicable respect. Brother Lu, among the Jianghu people for martial arts is divided into 3 realms. Drawing internal qi into the body is the first realm. With the increase of internal qi in the body is divided into 9 realms, and then it is stepping into the Hotian. To the Hotian realm, the internal qi in the body can be released externally, can be done with the hands of the weapon and the extension of the internal qi. After this is the innate realm in the martial arts, can be cultivated to this realm of the character is very few, is required to be talented. My master is of this realm. She said that those who can cultivate to the innate are those who have gained some insights in their cultivation, and their mind has gotten some kind of breakthrough. And after proving some kind of Tao intention, they can absorb the internal qi of the heaven and earth, but they can't do it in the same way as Brother Lu did, and break that reef with a single sword. An ancestor of Miamei sword sect once wielded this water dragon Jin and severed the waters of the Tsunjiang River with a single sword, but it's only a legend, and no one has ever witnessed it with their own eyes, and then they haven't heard of it since. This time, having seen Brother Lu break the reef with one sword, Tin Fel felt that he had vaguely felt some of the kind of enlightenment that the master said. At least for the future of the road, for the way of the sword, and do not feel lost. Perhaps the martial arts innate will be able to reach it one day. Lu Chunran frowned and pondered for a long time, and at this moment, he only felt that his head was a bit messed up. Some realization in the heart, and then a breakthrough in the mind? This woman's master is so said. Then they're on this way to travel. From the peach village of the peach tree, then to the rotten peach mountain monkeys, followed by the Linjiang ferry of the 1,000-years-old turtle. Their hearts seem to have some enlightenment. In other words, the state of mind each have a brand new breakthrough. Is it desperate? Or is there suddenly some kind of goal in mind, followed by a whole new path? Soothing his emotions for a moment, Lu Duanron only spoke again. Woman warrior, you said that you met many streams of demons and ghosts along the way. Can they be a threat to woman warrior? Tin Drop spoke after a moment of contemplation. This is to be divided into the strength of the demon, like the kind of transformation success. In the next is absolutely no opponent. Afraid of a photo will be chopped under the horse. But if it is the firstborn spirit, or the mouth spitting human speech. In the next can still cope with one or two. So it is. Lu Chenran's pupils contracted slightly, and in his heart, he suddenly found the many commonalities of the transcendent powers of this world. It's the sense of the heart, or to put it more metaphysically, that is, the Tao in the heart is clearer. His expression then became inexplicably serious. If according to the term in Buddhism, these people, demons and ghosts, the reason why there is a breakthrough, that is to prove the heart of the fruits of the way, rather than any rough how many years of the realm of Taoism. What is the difference between the Tiger Mountain God's 3 years of Taoism and the old tortoise with 1,000 years of Taoism? If we were to follow this division, before that 1,000-year-old turtle had decided to give up the divine path, in a sense, there wasn't much difference between it and the heroine in front of him. All of them have not yet condensed the Tao fruit first class in their hearts, but that's still just speculation. After all, if you really according to this division, those readers of Confucianism, if the heart has some enlightenment, that is, never cultivated, as long as you find the future of the road, I'm afraid that they will also be sitting in the middle of the talk. Once enlightened, prove the fruit of the road. Vaguely, Lu Chenran seemed to have sensed the true meaning of cultivation in this world. What absolute realm is there? And where is there any step-by-step breakthrough cultivation? The word immortal is inherently illusory. It's hard to say about the others. However, the first realm of seeking immortality is definitely centered around this fruit of proof. No wonder those demons and ghosts, after being enlightened by themselves, were so grateful. It's really stepping onto the path of immortality. I just don't know what the immortal who preaches in the capital will say. In Lu Chenran's eyes, a few moments of anticipation arose vaguely. The trip to Shangjing is getting more and more interesting. Perhaps, after listening to the sermon of the immortal on the salty mountain, one's own heart for the so-called fruits of the road will also know a little bit about it. Just then, the palace gate of the Dragon Image Palace opened wide. Lu Chenran stopped thinking and subconsciously looked towards the palace gate. From that palace door, first poked out an extremely white catkin, shaking like snowflakes, root crystal. Then, that hand was tightly grasping the wrist of the shark attendant beside him, lending a slight strength. The high disk of 3,000 light white long hair is revealed, both eyebrows and eyes, like a fine description of the work, not more or less, just right. At the edge of the back of her neck, there was a light sprinkling of white ribbons, and further down, a plain white rosette woven of shark's raw silk lay spread out, and around her waist was a tiered girth woven of sea lilies, tied with a light blue ribbon. Continuing downward, a pair of straight and slender jade legs, as if they were jade, in this clear sea, like jade and jade, a pair of pink feet, light with a little pink, jade toes lined up neatly, toes slender together, toenails crystal clear, half translucent with surplus light, arch slightly curved surface of the foot, ankle smooth and slender not see ankle bone. Just when Tin Drop was marveling at this worldly special thing, he was seeing that the owner of those legs was a bit strange, as if the legs and the body were each going their own way, without control. The left leg and the right leg were forward together, the left leg and the right leg were backward together, and together with the arm on the same side, they swung left and right together. Lu Chenran stared at the shark woman with an odd expression. Shun abduction? As if it were a newborn baby, it could not walk, trembling step by step, still needing to be assisted. The loon seemed to be aware of her embarrassment at the moment, and a slight hint of scarlet appeared on her often expressionless cheeks. After swimming with a fish's tail for over 200 years, who knew that one day you'd have to learn to use your legs? The weaving loon raised its head, a pair of clear and ghostly eyes staring plaintively at Lu Duanran, and then a clear voice resounded in this quiet deep sea. Go, go, as it is now, crawling is faster than walking. Lu Duanran raised his eyebrows, took a deep breath, and opened his mouth. Are you okay? Loom's eyes twitched, and he was silent for 2 breaths. Okay. There was a slight hint of skepticism in Lu Duanran's eyes. Loom saw the doubt in the eyes of this Mr. Fox Fur, and then he looked at the maid who was supporting him. Get loose. The maid obeyed and let go of her hand. Loom's right leg took a step forward, the right foot took another step, and then, the left foot took a tentative step backward. Lu Chenran, plop. The loom did a standard split, legs taut and straight, and sat down right on the floor. O_O. Tin Drop looked at this scene, gulped, sucked in a breath, and spat out a mouthful of seawater. A drop of cold sweat fell from the spine of the weaving loom. She pursed her lips and frowned slightly. Then she raised her head and looked at Lu Dusty Ran, her snow-colored eyelashes bushing slightly. She was silent for 2 breaths. I can. Lu Duanran. Well, Lu didn't say you couldn't. The loom tilted her head, and the maid beside her was hurriedly helping her up again, sending her to Lu Chenran's side. Sir, the princess is not used to using her feet. Lu Duanran coughed lightly and smiled gently. Well, no harm done. Weaving Loom raised his head and just looked at Lu Dusty Rant's expression, then turned his head away and whispered in a low voice, I, for one, am a quick learner. Lu Duanran suddenly cried and laughed a little. Well, Lu understood. How can anyone walk when they make a sound? Children are crawling. Tin Drop hurriedly was walking forward and took the trembling loom from the hand of the maid. Loom, however, pivoted away from her without a trace. Then, those light blue pupils, just gazed at Lu Duanran, and after 2 breaths, softly said, no climbing, okay, Lu Duanran? A few shocked colors were immediately born on Tin Drop's cheeks, covering her mouth and looking at this shark girl, and Lu Chen ran at a loss for words. This, brother Lu, how are you such a person? Lu Chen Ran was first a bit stunned, then immediately reacted, and the corner of his eyes twitched. Which I am, just blurting it out. He took a deep breath, a slightly bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and reaching out, he held the loom's arm. The princess has misunderstood. Mr. Lu didn't mean that. Loom was silent for a moment, head down, gazing at the large hand holding her arm, then looking up at the owner of the hand. Loom Weaving. Lu knows the princess's name. Loom Weaving. Lu Chen Ran. He then looked deeply at the shark girl and spoke. The Loom Fairy is mistaken. Aha! Snow Fox stared suspiciously at the shark woman. Narrow Fox eyes narrowed slightly, his mind sizing up what was going on. This woman was an expert. Right at this moment, the shark elder walked over with a smiling face, holding a fish fork made of secret silver in both hands. But compared to an ordinary fish fork, on this fork, there was an extra piercing prong. Think it would be the prototype of a trident. The elder handed this harpoon to Loom Weaver, and then with a respectful face, he looked at Mr. Fox Fur and opened his mouth. Mr. Lu, take care, elder. Then Lu will take his leave. Have a safe trip. Sir, will do. With the elder's long whistle, the 2 dolphins swam over and surrounded Lu Duanran's body, rubbing affectionately. Mr. Lu, these 2 dolphins will transport the gentleman to the sea. Then thank you, elder. You're welcome. Lu Chunran glanced at Tin Drop beside him, then smiled. Go. 3 people and a fox and a dolphin swam all the way towards the sea, no longer staying back. Shark woman, a hand holding a trident, a hand grasping Lu Dusty Rant's arm, snow-colored hair, and then dance in the deep sea, like a blooming neon dress. Scattered and fluttering snow eyes slightly drooped, looking at their own birth of that pair of legs. The elders of the sharks only said that if they drank the holy water, they could turn their fins into legs, but they did not tell Lu Duanran that once he made this decision, he would never return to the sea again in this life. For the sake of the coral god tree of the One Clan, from now on, will we have to live on land? Follow this gentleman? The snow-colored eyes held a few moments of confusion. It seems, it's just this gentleman then. The group of sharks looked at the departing Lu in silence until the 2 dolphins disappeared from their sight. The shark elder breathed a sigh of relief and silently walked not far from the reef that had been chopped off from the waist, looking at the clearly visible sword marks and smacking his lips. Not bad for Mr. Lu. Turning back to the sea and looking at the clear moon, he also murmured, what a human sword immortal. The dolphin has been sent to the sea. And finally, near the Lianyanduo piece, Lu Chuanran saw the moonlight, fog in the mirage. Looking at the legendary mirage, Tin Drop's expression was obviously somewhat excited. On the mirage, I don't know when there was even a huge laurel tree born out of thin air. The bright moon in the sky reflected on top of that laurel tree, shedding mottled moon shadows. The laurel in the moon, the rabbit in the laurel. A silhouette in a moon shirt sat lazily on the branches of a laurel tree, with the laurel tree as a companion, the clouds and moon as a companion, and the East Sea as a wine. A girl seems to have just cried. Pink little face hung with crystal and teardrops, pear with rain, gritted teeth, squatting beside the woman in the moon shirt, holding a small pear poof, counting the pear petals on it. Aunt Moon Rabbit, didn't you say that Mr. Big would be back after Little and finished counting the flaps? Mr. Big doesn't want Little Anne. Yufu rubbed Xiaowen's head and looked at her with rare tenderness. Your first gentleman just had to go out for something. Really? Then why don't you take Little Anne? Because it's coming back soon. It used to be with Little Anne. Not all without the Tiger Mountain God? Mr. Big doesn't like big cats. Tiger Mountain God. Suddenly, Yufu seemed to have sensed something. Her eyes flicked towards the sea, and after looking at the several figures on the dolphin, she first froze for a moment, and then her vermilion lips were hooked up in a meaningful arc. This little guy, who is restless everywhere he goes, is really attracting women's favor. Jade arm stretched out. The branches on the laurel suddenly came from above the mirage distantly. The dome of the sky, there are countless laurel leaves floating above this East China Sea. Catching the sky, laurel leaves infinite, has been spreading to the side of Lu Chuanran. Mirage lanterns and the moon at night. When the sea is at sea, the fragrance of luachi and osmanthus. Yu Fu patted Little N's head, pointed at the distant figure, and laughed. Look, your Mr. Big is back. Little N, with her pear poncho well behind her back, jumped up and waved her little hand in greeting from a distance towards that Mr. Fox fur. Mr. Big. Lu Chunran smiled gently and was lifted up by that laurel petal, returning to the top of the mirage. Half crouching on the ground, he rubbed In's head and wiped the tear tracks from the corners of her eyes. Why isn't crying? Shaoan lowered her head, the pear put behind her emitting a faint fragrance, while she then looked at Mr. Gentle's face and whispered, Mr. Big is gone and Little and can't find Mr. Big. Not next time. And lifted her head and looked at him. Really? Naturally. It's true. Shaoan looked at the white-haired woman holding the trident behind Lu Duanran, who just stood there calmly with little expression on her cheeks, and then looked at the warrior woman who looked so powerful at first glance. So she turned her head, thoughtfully, and said softly, Mr. Big. Is it possible that Little N is too weak to do anything and is a liability to Mr. Naturally not. Why wouldn't think that? Unlike Lord N, who knows all sorts of things, Little N can only carry Eboshi's little poof. No way. Little N has a lot of skills. What? Her eyes were wide, extraordinarily black and white in the moonlight, and her mind was vaguely expectant. Lu Duanran pondered for a while before gently saying, for example, when I want to call in Xinghuang, I can only go through Shaoan. When I go to Shangjing to help in Changhuang ask for the method of transcendence, only Shaoan can tell her, and when I have too many things on my body, Shaoan can still help me carry Xiaoyi. These can be Little N's skills, and let out an O. Then he looked at Lu Duanran and softly said, Mr. Big. Will Mr. Big miss Little N if she goes away later? Why do you say that? Lu Duanran looked at her, wondering why she would ask that. Shaoan looked at Lu Duanran and was silent for a while, fiddling with his fingers, but the look on his face was serious. Little N, almost to Shangjing. By the time we get to Shangjing, Little N will be no more. And Xinghuang asked her to follow Mr. Big and go to the capital to ask the immortals how to overthrow the souls in the northern border. Lu Duanran froze for a moment. His hand stroking her head stiffened slightly. Sudden reaction. This adorable, porcelain doll like Little N was just a wisp of Chenghuang's distraction. Lu Duanran squatted down and held Shaoan in his lap, feeling her light weight. At this time, he could feel that she was real. Suddenly, an impulse actually sprang up in his heart. How good it would be if there were really no immortals in Shangjing. I'll talk to In Shingo. Lorden will have a hard time without this distraction. But who cares what a wisp of distraction thinks? Lu Chenran hugged her tightly, then tenderly placed a kiss on the girl's forehead. I'll help In Shingo. The moon, hanging in the sky, and blinked and nodded vigorously. After a while, Shaoan looked at the bright moon in the sky and spoke crisply. Mr. Big, the moon is so beautiful tonight. Lu Duanran froze for a moment, smiled slightly, hugged her, looked at the bright moon, and softly said to himself, yes, the moon is beautiful. Subsequently, he was assisting the limping loom weaver towards the elegant little courtyard. Yu Fuyao stared at the shark girl with interest, and her always lazy phoenix eyes seemed to have a little more spirit. Followed behind, 10,000 miles away from the East China Sea, Jiamu County, inside the city hall, and Changhuang, who had a tired look on his face, knitted his brows and approved a piece of Zhangji, constantly circling something on it. Subsequently, at the center of his brow, abruptly, a coolness of his own surfaced. She put down the quill in her hand and reached out to touch her forehead tentatively. Gentle images were born out of thin air in her mind. Feeling that intimate gesture, she was slightly stunned in front of the short case for a long time. For some time now, she had noticed that she was getting more and more out of sorts, occasionally fidgeting without knowing what she was thinking. She then shook her head, casting away everything in her mind, and continued to pick up the brush in her hand, not realizing when the booklet had already had the words Lu Chunran written on it without her realizing it. She hastened to erase the hook with vermilion. Then, Ando Solve was sighing softly. This wisp of divine soul, fed back on top of the main body, had a somewhat large impact on her Tao, or perhaps, she had underestimated the impact of that Mr. Fox for itself on Shaoan. Just then the judge knocked on the door. Ando collected herself and looked toward the doorway. Come in. The judge respectfully walked in, and then picked up the booklet in his hand, which was densely filled with names, all of which had been drawn with a large cross by a single stroke of vermilion sand. He then handed the book over and spoke. My lord, these people whose young lifespan has ended, the ghost dispatcher has already hooked them away as much as possible. It's this Lu Chuanran who was drawn outside the booklet alone by my lord, has already walked out of Jiamu County. I have already ordered the ghost dispatcher to chase after him. Although the judge's roster shows that this Lu Duanran still has one. 680 years of life left, but since it was hooked by the Lord, there must be a reason for it, and it is impossible to say that it is not possible to use some kind of magic to cover up the heavenly chances. And Tao Susanna's pupils rarely surfaced a point of shock, and then hastily was to receive the book. Looking at the brightly shining Lu Chunran 3 words, independent of the other names. It lay crooked in the corner of the paper. It wasn't necessarily one of those times when she had been affected by the wisp of distracted thought and she had inadvertently sketched it on. She frowned and opened her mouth. It's a certain mistake. Recover that ghostly messenger, this man's life is not yet over. A trace of dismay surfaced in the judge's expression as he looked at Lord City God in surprise. A mistake? Ha! When has an adult ever been wrong? Then he spoke with some difficulty. My lord, the ghost guards are estimated to have chased them out of Jiamu County, and they can't be called back. And Shang Huang was stunned for a moment, and then he nodded his head and let out After thinking for a moment, she suddenly got up and looked at the judge in front of her. You and the martial judge keep a close eye on Jiamu County for 2 days during this time, and if those unjust souls cause trouble, immediately burn incense to contact a certain person. A certain person went after the Ghostbuster himself. The judge's face suddenly changed, followed by a bitter smile. My lord, isn't this difficult for me? Those spirits are a bit of a challenge for even the Lord to suppress. Ando Sansa said in a cold voice. It's not like a certain person doesn't return. Judge Wen still wanted to say something, but Judge Wu behind him had already walked up and gave a respectful salute to Endao Xian, then said with a serious face, after your lordship's departure, we hold fast to ourselves, and go forward with confidence. Judge Wen still wanted to say something, but he saw Judge Wu make a color towards him, and then he came to a sudden realization and also nodded his head repeatedly. My lord, please also go in peace. Ando nodded, and then he was waving his hand, signaling the 2 judges to retreat. Looking at the disappearing backs of the 2 men, she slowly got up and, for some reason, walked over to the brass mirror and looked at herself on it. There's nothing to see in a century-old white shirt. Again, somehow, on a whim, she actually made her way to the dresser and rummaged through the box to find a box of dusty rouges. Tentatively, she wiped toward her cheeks, then frowned and wiped the protruding rouge off her cheeks. Casually throwing the rouge box back inside the box, he coldly said, mundane. Then he resumed his seat on the low case, repeating the action of reviewing day after day. A ghostly moon sprinkled with vermilion and a little red. Ando was a little distracted. She lifted her head and looked up at the bright, sliver-colored moon in the sky. The snow-white and translucent moonlight directly enveloped her short case, as if the essence of the moon that originally filled the entire world had gathered here in an instant. The man's words echoed in Andora's mind. The color of the moon. It's beautiful. She shook her head, looked back at the bronze mirror, took a deep breath, seemed to have thought of something, and opened her mouth. Fennel, come in for a moment. End of chapter 89. Chapter 89, do you want me to serve you? Chapter 89, do you want me to serve you? The moon slithered against the mirage, and the East China Sea shimmered above. The journey is very tired. Although there are many wonderful methods, life is also a long time. But Lu Duanran in the end is still a mortal body. The people who are traveling with him have their own moonflower to arrange accommodation for them, so they don't need to worry about this matter by themselves. Pushing open the doorway, he looked at the books and bedding littering the bed. That rabbit didn't clean his room properly again. In the corner, the lamps of mirage wax glowed brightly and faintly. Lu Chenran sat cross-legged next to the mirage wax. The shark's image was spread on both knees. The snow fox found a comfortable position and curled up on it, sleeping soundly. It started raining again outside the window. It rained all night. It was dark outside the crane paper window. The compartment was silent, and the incense on the low case was still sparse. 3 hours later, 2 pages of golden book slowly floated in Lu Chenran's mind. Bonding with mirage wax, 5/5. Bonding with shark, 2/2. Following this, words appeared on the golden book that belonged to these 2 pages alone. Mirage waxing, misting, mist swallowing, mist concentration skill. The kinky mackerel is not glutinous when it enters the water, and is awarded the small art of non-leakage. Condensation of fog. No leakage? Lu Chunran pondered a little. These 2 techniques were, at a cursory glance, quite ordinary. But, if it is possible to condense mist, is it possible to condense into clouds? To say that as a traveler, what is the most yearning? Think of clouds driving fog as one of them. 10 to clouds driving fog riding the wind royal sword. This is the Earth's great freedom. Great freedom. It's something to try for a few days. Lu Chunran braced himself, climbed up from the ground. A long time of meditation. Legs a little sore. Just got up. The afterglow as glimpsed the doorway was quietly pushed open a crack. A flash of light white hair caught his eye. The person outside the door seemed to notice that the person in the compartment did not sleep. The movement of the hand was a little larger. Gently pushed open the door. Don't come in. The compartment piggybacked on some rainwater, drenching the floor. The woman closed the doorway and found herself a corner, cradling the secret silver trident in her arms. Her snow-colored eyelashes closed, and she didn't say a word, just sat quietly. What is the loom weaver doing here? Lu Duanran looked at her with some surprise. The clothes made of shark's raw silk had no trace of wetness, and a head of long hair was drenched with water, messily sticking to the tips of the hair on the forehead. She looked up at him, her lips moving, hiding from the rain. Wanted to say that as a maid was here to take care of him in his bed, but just couldn't get certain words out. Lu Duanran gave her a somewhat odd look. It wasn't like Moonrabbit hadn't arranged a room for her, and it didn't look like she was trying to hide from the rain. Princess Loom, make yourself at home. As he spoke, he straightened the messy bedding on the bed. Weaver looked at him calmly, sitting quietly in the corner, his legs, unlike his fins, needing to be bent, still somewhat uncomfortable. Judas remembered his status as a maid of honor by this gentleman's side, meant to take care of him in his daily life. Although he did not understand exactly how mortals were like, he had read some books about the land and vaguely knew what this word mate actually stood for, seemingly seeing that Lu Chenran's movements gradually became smaller. Her lips quirked for a moment as she looked at Lu Chenran, who had already made up the bed. If one were to act as his maid, what should one say at this point? Lu Duanran repositioned the booklets that Yufu had haphazardly placed on the bed and couch on the bookshelf, glancing with his remaining light towards the loom's location. Winter nights are freezing when it's raining. Her slender calves were still glistening with drops of rain. A strand of pale white hair stretched along her ankle to her Achilles tendon, and her rounded toes left a trail on the floor, the crimson candlelight illuminating a scarlet afterglow on her slightly tilted paws. He didn't think much about it and spoke casually. If you're cold, there's a fire pit in the corner of the room. Pouring a cup of hot tea, he placed it on the short case beside her, and smoothly unclasped the long shirt on his body, covering her bare legs, and gently said, "It's still raining pretty hard out there, so let's go when it dies down." After doing so, he picked up a tome for himself and sat on the couch, studying it in the light of the lamp. The snow fox lay peacefully on his stomach, his narrow eyes glancing at the weaving loom from time to time, and making no sound. The compartment was silent with the dimmed lights. The only sound was the rustling of a flipbook. Feeling the serenity of the moment, Loom looked silently at the cup of tea and cupped it in his hands, the cup shifting and warming. The legs moved, picking up the long white shirt that was still a little warm. As a shark of the deep, how could she be cold? But for some reason, she just didn't reject his kindness. It's raining a little less outside the window. And then, she looked at the man half lying on the bed and suddenly spoke. "Would you like me to squire?" The voice was cold, perhaps mixed with certain emotions, but it was calm, as if it were an insignificant sentence in its mind. The hand had been shallowly placed at the slim collar. All it takes is for this man to say. Lu Duanran's hand turning the title page of the book just froze in midair. The voice was not loud, but it sounded like a stone's throw to the ears. "Numb. A lone man and a widow sharing a room is indecent. It's better for the girl not to joke about her innocence." Loom just stared at him, then repeated the words again. "Want one?" Lu Duanran stared at her. Her eyes did not dodge, only the hand that reached for the collar of her coat seemed to be slightly trembling for a few moments, and it could be seen that her heart at this moment was by no means as calm as her face showed. Lu Chenran took a deep breath, placed the book in his hand aside, turned to look at the shark girl and deliberated on her phrases, trying to make his tone sound as gentle as possible. "Princess Weaving Loom need not take the elder's words to heart. This time you and I are only in the relationship of peers, not masters and servants. It's getting late. Go and rest at your earliest convenience." Loom looked at him silently, also not sure if he had taken his words in, and after a moment of silence, slowly got up. "He's driving himself away, isn't he?" So, holding the long shirt that covered his legs tightly in his arms, and not forgetting the cup of tea in his other hand, he limped to the doorway, pushed the door and disappeared into the rainy night. The trident that had been following her around was the one she had forgotten to take, and it was just sitting straight up in the corner. Lu Duanran got up and grabbed at the pole of the trident with his hand, and with a slip of the tongue, his body swayed. "That heavy?" Mentally, he muttered. "Princess Loomweaver, your fork is missing." He shouted towards the door. His vision was dark and it was clear that Princess Loom had gone far away. What a weirdo. Lu Duanran put that fork back down and lay down on top of the bed, looking through the tome and yawning. In the latter part of the night, there was no moon. Loom sat silently on the eaves of the room, his hand clutching the tunic tightly as he looked into the candlelight in the compartment. It was raining. This shirt, it's thin, yet, it was warm. The mirage rose and fell on the East China Sea, all the way to Jiangnan, which was finally approaching. The scenery becomes more and more beautiful and graceful as a woman. It's been rainy for a couple of days, as much sleet as possible. It's just dawning. Mirage, white walls and black tiles of the boudoir, all planted in front of the door of the bamboo forest, ringed into a fence. In this rain, although not hear the sound of dogs and chickens, but another kind of flavor. In a light rain, within the elegant courtyard, Lu Duanran's voice came. What else is missing? The mist filled the compound, while it gradually condensed into a cloud. Clouds rose and white smoke curled up. The white clouds were condensed but not dispersed, as in a large mass. This white smoke swung around Lu Duanran twice, and he tentatively stepped his leg up, then felt his body gradually lifting up, slowly becoming lighter, just trying to get up off the ground, but always missing something. If you want to leave, if you don't want to leave, if you don't want to go up and down, you can only gently tap the ground. However, Lu Duanran originally did not hold much thought. The immortal edge of the art is so. The most important thing is a state of mind. In order to seek a casual and calm, he took a deep breath, and this time Lu Chunran closed his eyes completely, relaxing his body and focusing his mind. Spontaneously, he pulled out a gold brush and drew a shallow breeze against the cloud beneath him. A sudden wind swept up the clouds beneath them. Lu Chunran felt as if his feet had left the ground, but the cloud was unable to hold his body, and with a flash of inspiration, he cast another unmissable minor art on this cloud. The clear wind supports the clouds and does not leave out the bottom of the bracket. This time, he was finally riding that auspicious cloud underneath him, completely leaving the ground. The white silk that bound her long hair fell apart, and her long hair drifted and trailed in this mist. Lu Chunran opened his eyes and looked at the dark clouds that covered the sky. That feeling of being free from the inside out was finally stretching out as he flew higher and higher. Indeed, a flash of surprise arose from Lu Duanran's brow. These minor arts were stackable on top of each other, and after a few blends, the prototype of Tang Yunji Mushi was laid down. Although he could not fly very high, and could only brush over the treetops, but this feeling of weightlessness, was it not really beyond heaven and earth? He reached up and touched the eaves of the house, but unfortunately, the cloud couldn't rise any higher. The mist underneath them gradually dissipated, and that one auspicious cloud that was bound by the spell, the cloud rose and dispersed. Oops! Lu Chunran's heart was suddenly in a state of awe. The technique was still unskilled, not to mention that it was only a minor technique, so I was afraid that it wouldn't last too long. This height, his own immortal body, fell on the green stone plate, less than a green piece of purple piece. Whoosh! As the mist dissipated, Lu Chunran fell from the clouds. However, he has not yet had time to be surprised, but he fell into a thin embrace, hands subconsciously grabbed, fingerless into the warm and soft, touching a piece of soft and smooth, like pinching a ball of warm sponge, still with a wisp of fragrant wind. The woman's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Immediately after, Lu Chunran's head will be more than a handful of ruah hats. Densely packed rain hid in ruah hats, knocking with the sound of did-did-day. Lu Duanran looked at the suddenly appearing loom weaver with some consternation. The woman set him down slowly, without too much expression on her face, and the rain flowed down her slender arms onto the lapis lazuli, gathering a pool of clear water under her unshod jade feet. Half of her body stood outside the ruah, one hand propped up on the ruah, blocking his head. Seeing Lu Chunran turn back and look at himself with some surprise, he lowered his elegant swan-like neck. Thanks a lot. What brings you here? Loom girl? Loom watched him silently, carelessly brushing the scratched folds of his chest. You didn't bring Rua's hat. Lu Chunran was a little bit in tears. These days no matter where he went, this woman would always be inseparable and follow him, walking with a limp. But for once, she had to be truly thanked. It doesn't bother me, it's just a little rain. After a pause, Lu Chunran added, girl, don't take those that the elder said to heart. They are just peers. Go back to your house. Girl, we'll be in Jinlingdu tomorrow. His words, however, did not get a response, and she was still stubbornly holding up the ruah hat in her hands. Lu Duanran looked at her with complicated eyes. A woman's mind is always complicated and elusive to him. He turned and looked out over the far bank of the river, and the rain sprinkled diagonally again, gothic and full of depression. We'll be arriving at Shangjing soon. Just then, Little An bounced over. Her big eyes swept Mr. Big and then looked at this big white-haired sister and said crisply, Mr. Big, Aunt Yufu is calling you to dinner. Lu Duanran breathed a sigh of relief, finally relieved from this weird atmosphere, smoothly snatched Ruah from the hands of the weaving loom and pushed her towards the room. Princess, it's time to eat. The table was full of food. Two women take their seats. The heroine is not here. Since the mirage has not seen a trace of the dinner table, only the moon whisk with the weaving loom. Two women. The moon whisk is naturally the unchanging moon-colored jacket, but compared to the past flirtatious and lazy, This time her neckline is tied a little tight. Sitting posture is also much more skillful. Between the eyebrows are some gentle flavor. The snow fox jumped onto Lu Chuanran's lap as usual, rubbing against his body affectionately. However, compared to the skillfulness of the past, this time, the snow fox had a little too many small movements. After getting along for a long time, even some subtle differences can be clearly felt. The snow fox's pair of fox eyes were vaguely alive with anticipation and more than a little bit of spirit. Ranchan, eat the food. Yufu habitually took a piece of meat from the plate and put it into Lu Chunran's bowl, but she saw Lu Chunran looking at her with a shocked face. What's going on? Yufu looked at Lu Duanran suspiciously, as if he hadn't noticed anything wrong yet. Boing dash. The snow fox stared with wide fox eyes, just about to pop out of Lu Chunran's arms, muttering continuously in his heart. Oi, fox, you're acting a bit too obvious. It's going to leak. Yufu snapped out of it and reacted. Her veiled hands subconsciously covered her lips, looking at Lu Duanran's odd gaze, and after thinking about it, she hurriedly stretched out her chopsticks again, and from his bowl, she pinched out that piece of meat. Snow fox. P.S. Something came up today, so the fewer words will be made up tomorrow. End of chapter 90. Chapter 90. Our generation of readers. With a red heart A, but also this Shang. Chapter 90. Our generation of readers. With a red heart. Return the piece of the world a clear sky. Lu Chunran looked at this piece of lean meat in the bowl that was being pinched around and raised his head to give her an odd look, wondering what this jade rabbit was smoking. Mr. Lu could have gotten his own food. Perhaps because Asu was closer to Lu Chuanran with the moonwhisk, the golden book title page in the middle of the book, and cannot be perceived what difference. This moon rabbit's nature was always jumpy, and he didn't notice anything wrong for a moment. Moonwhisker coughed somewhat unnaturally, picking at the rice in his bowl, as if he suddenly thought of something, and opened his mouth to ask. Ranner, there have been people outside the gate begging to see you for the past few days. Aren't you going to meet them? Looking for me? Lu Duanran was slightly puzzled. When did this happen? These past few days, he had been meditating in the house or practicing the art of cloud rising outside the courtyard, and he had never heard anyone looking for him. What's more, is there anyone else one knows on this mirage? Loom Weaver, who was taking small bites of cold food on the side, swallowed the food in his mouth and wiped the corners of his lips shallowly, saying faintly, "You're busy." I refused. As the words fell, the snow-colored eyelashes flicked slightly, and the white cheeks were rather unnatural. In the past few days, Lu Chunran was meditating and studying for cultivation. She thought she was just doing what she should do as a maid, so she blocked those people from the door, and when she saw him looking at her with a surprised face, she just assumed that it was because Lu Chunran was unhappy with her trespassing. Lu Duanran's lips moved and he cried and laughed a little. Why don't you ask me? Such as not long ago, he took the liberty of adding a casual on a scroll of calligraphy and painting. That person inquired about. Want to seek their own, find a statement may also say. The shark girl lowered her head slightly, got up, and stood behind Lu Chunran as she calmly said, I was afraid of disturbing you. Lu Duanran was silent for a while and sighed in his heart. This shark woman just silently do. Also do not say. Certain subtle moves, although rough, but the heart knows the moment. Indeed some warmth. Normal people learn that the elders of the clan to be sent to others as maidservants. There will certainly be an overwhelmed, and finally resigned to the process. Just the speed of this feeling, the length and depth of the different. But she didn't have the slightest bit of it, or it was hidden under those cool cheeks of hers. It was as if she had accepted this identity at once, even though she didn't know exactly what was going on in her mind. Lu Chunran suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and his eyes looked at her with a slightly complicated look. What are they all about? She whispered. The reader who holds the painting. Lu Chunran's heart was clear. Sure enough, it looks like the owner of the scroll that drew the East Sea has come to the door, regardless of the reason. Unauthorized sketching on other people's calligraphy and painting. This matter is indeed their own menglang. He rose slowly, straightened his shirt, and said gently, Are they still at the door? Loom nodded. Been standing for 3 days. 3 days? Aha. It hasn't been moved? Aha. Lu Duanran snapped to attention and looked up at the gray sky outside the window. It's been raining and snowing for the past few days. Although the rain and snow were not heavy, the wet cold blowing on his body still could not be erased. Standing outside the door for 3 days in a row, just to beg to see himself. How does it not look like the door to ask for a statement? Lu Duanran also didn't think that the gentleman who was able to paint that scroll of the East Sea was of a careful nature. After pondering for a little while, he vaguely sensed in his heart what that gentleman actually meant. Shall I invite them in? It's to meet. The shark girl nodded and turned to walk out of the room. Moonwhisker silently looked at the distant back of that shark woman. For some reason, his heart unprecedentedly gave birth to a point of crisis that he could not even describe. As if there was a piece of irreplaceable position in his heart that had been abruptly inserted across the board. In the world of love, affection is only one of them in the end. Fox Hill. More than 10 years of long time together makes this affection can be soaked through the heart. But if one day, when he met a man and a woman under the mountain, can be encapsulated in this affection, Ant's intimate care is no longer the only time. Moonwhisker was confused, and for the first time, her gaze looked towards the disappearing sailor girl with a bit of apprehension. Ranner will eventually get a wife and have children. The woman, as it happens, is very good at taking care of people. It can't go on like this. Good thing. It's almost time to get to Shangjing. Outside the elegant courtyard that was leaning against the far corner of the Mirage Avenue, there stood 3 Confucian scholars. From time to time, people passed by and looked at the 3 gentlemen who stood like stakes. The rain dripped continuously, soaking the trio's clothes and sticking to their bodies, and as the cold wind whipped by, one could vaguely see the Jiaonan's calves shivering. These 3 Confucian students were not small in name. One of them was the painting saint Wu Dao, who was famous throughout the Great Zhou. The middle-aged man standing beside the painting saint was rarely recognized. As for the young Confucian on the far side, the name is not weak painting saint. The name of the child prodigy elegant for a while, but some time ago offended a king of the capital, is said to have written what diatribe, violated a major taboo, was relegated to the countryside. The pedestrians coming and going are also hilarious, awe-inspiring and sneering, and there is a lot of discussion. Wasn't that man Prince An? Wu painting sage has been standing here for 3 days already, right? Just who has such great face? What about the other one with the booklet in his hand? It's also from the Confucian sect, isn't it? Not acquainted. People have disappeared and they're licking their chops waiting here. A junior who was quite well versed in small talk spoke up. It is said that the one in the compound is in the world human immortal. At that time that hurricane you did not see. The immortal casually painted a stroke. The whole sky is clear. Hiss. So it is. It dawned on the crowd. At the same time, when they looked at those 3, their eyes were already filled with admiration. These 3 had been standing outside the compound for 3 whole days. Rain or shine. Every day at the crack of dawn, Confucians would go up and knock on the door, wanting to pay a visit to Mr. Only the white-haired woman who opened the door usually left a sentence of Mr. I don't see you before turning everyone away. Although their hearts were curious as to who the gentlemen in the courtyard actually were, the crowd was still extremely in awe of the spirit of these 3 great gentlemen of the Confucian sect who were humble enough to ask for advice. Snow mixed with rain hangs on the cold plums that came out of the scroll a few days ago, like jade clusters of silver. The 3 great scholars exhaled a mouthful of huffing air. The wind was bitter here. The snow was falling, and the chilly wind poured into their collars with impunity. They wrapped their clothes tightly around them, and instead of paying a visit to the door, they just stood in respectful service, waiting for the gentleman in the compound to see them. Elder brother, why doesn't Sir see us? One of Wu Dao's feet was already frozen and shivering from the cold, but he still served respectfully. The snow was already over a foot thick underfoot, and my legs were numb. Wang Yin calmly looked at the gate and opened his mouth. Why ask me when you already know it in your heart? Wu Dao nodded, and the look of awe between his brows intensified. The immortals are testing us. If we can't even stand the wind and cold, how can we realize our ambitions? And how can we preach to the world? If we can't even endure these hardships, how can we see the bones of a Confucian scholar? Prince An shivered and opened his mouth. Wang Yun looked at his junior. A touch of appreciation was born in his eyebrows. This young master of the Confucian sect was known as a prodigy in his early years, and his chest was crowned with literary talent. But he was devastated because he was deposed. The immortal's hand of a long rainbow, but awakened his heart obsession. The heart of the Taoist heart is taking shape. Looking at the young prince, Wang Yun's heart is quite a bit of emotion. Did not think of their own hard study of Confucianism for 50 years? Only from the human immortal wandering in the world of one-day epiphany. This master-nephew of his own, less than the age of his own, was already quite established in his heart. Nowadays, the Confucian sect, which carries out the way of science, advocates the idea of knowing what to do before doing it. But this great enlightenment has given rise to a very different idea in Wang Yun's mind from that. Why should knowledge, action, be split in two? To follow one's heart, to know what one should do, to seek reason in one's heart, and to advocate seeking reason in one's heart, is the way that the world's readers should have in their hearts? Good. Wang Yun laughed. Just then, the door creaked open. The crowd of onlookers watching the spectacle suddenly stared, followed by a round of speculation. Do you guys guess they'll get in this time? Wanna bet? Humph. Inferiority. Such a picture is a beautiful story that can be passed down through the ages. In you people of the Jianghu mouth, uttered so bad. My generation of Confucians are ashamed to be with you and so on. What's the use of having bones? How can a mouth of a reader compare to this great sword in my hand? What's the picture? You hum. Standing still in the wind and snow, afraid of disturbing the immortal's rest, vainly seeking to learn. This is the immortal's door to stand in the snow. Sunman Rizetsu? A storyteller blinked and kept chewing on the words. This picture is indeed flavorful. Coupled with the extraordinary status of those three Confucian scholars, the four words Xian Men Li Xue in the mouth of that sour Confucian is also appropriate. If it is slightly processed with words and ink, it may not be possible to say that this elegant thing can really be immortalized for 100 years. When Wang Yun and the three of them saw that the gate had opened, they looked solemn, shook off the snow and water on their bodies, respectfully stepped forward with a salute, and opened their mouths. This girl, may we have the honor of seeing the gentleman today? The snow fluttered and sprinkled down at the tips of the hair of the woman with full white hair. Her light blue pupils surveyed the three, and then looked at the crowd of onlookers, and faintly said, "Come in." As the words fell, the loom turned around and returned to the courtyard. The three men were instantly delighted. 3 days of waiting, finally is the probation of this in the world immortal. Such a chance. If you miss it, I am afraid that all beings will never have another chance. Just a pity that the three people's feet have long been frozen. Walking but inconvenient, limping behind that white-haired fairy, supporting each other is quite a bit funny. It's almost the end of the month and the wind is very cold. The soil in the compound is not hard and not soft, with the fragrance of grass and trees, and there is a mist spreading here, as if it were a fairyland on earth. There are big cats and girls playing in the yard. Plain snow is light and elegant, and cold plums are lightly dotted with a touch of vermilion red. Finally, the three of them followed the white-haired woman all the way to the study, stopping in their tracks and giving a respectful salute. "Greetings, sir." The white-haired woman opened the door, holding a halberd of secret silver and signaling that they could enter. The three of them collected the nervousness in their hearts, tidied up the messy clothes on their bodies, and respectfully walked inside the study. On a futon in front of a showcase sat a gentleman, a head of long hair tied with a white ribbon, fox fur on the side, all body also white. At this time is reading a book, heard the footsteps of the three people, slowly folded his hands on top of the legs, which raised his head. Timeout. https://22bq/bq74388/371690532 HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. 91. Chapter 91, all the way to the upper capital, end. Chapter 91, all the way to the upper capital, end. Wang Yun's words fell. Next moment, the golden book title page in Lu Chunran's mind floated leisurely, this time different from the previous bonding. That one golden book title page. There was actually a Taoist rhyme across the board. The pale white aura around Wang Yun's body was all collected by this golden book, and following that, an extremely complex heartway rhythm was reflected on it. 1/1 is unique, 2 is even, 3 is many, descending to the root and flowing to the end, and giving birth to all things. The great way is 50, and the heavenly diffusion is 49. There weren't any cumbersome words, just the sheer size of this golden book's title page, but it nearly encompassed his entire sea of consciousness. Woe dash. In the middle of his mind, all the pages that were transformed by the bonding along the way, page by page, flew outward, and in the end, they were actually stapled together, transforming into a golden book. Written, 1/. This title page is stacked at the top of all the karmic title pages. This page is more like a table of contents for the entire golden book. Lu Chenron's pupils shrunk slightly, mentally gazing at the title page of this golden book, and muttering in his heart, 50 great roads. 49 heavenly derivations. What is written on the title page of this golden book? I'm afraid it's not the heavenly Tao. But why did this path that belonged uniquely to this Wang Yun appear in his own golden book? All the karmic ties along the way are nothing more than a title page, on which the small art of attaining enlightenment is inscribed. This shocking change caused Lu Chenron's entire body to freeze. All along, one had attributed the existence of the golden book in one's mind to the existence of some kind of system plugin that was analogous to a hyperdimensional one. However, when this way of the heart, complete and entire, was sealed on it, he felt that this golden book in his mind was by no means transcending dimensional existence, and perhaps it existed in this world, and all the way to the bond. So it seems that it is not that one has chosen the wonders, but that these wonders should have been written within this golden book, or rather, this golden book is borrowing one's own hands, while recollecting the art paths between heaven and earth. What exactly is this golden book? Why did he accompany himself? What is the relationship between myself and the golden book? Or rather with this world where the immortal way is hazy? While Lu Chenran was thinking with his eyes closed, the two Confucians beside Wang Yun had already been shocked into silence. In the sight of the two of them, right after Wang Yun's words fell, a golden stream of light surged out from Mr. Lu's circumference, spilling over onto Wang Yun's body. There was a moment of colorful clarity between heaven and earth. the white light has receded like a tide, and re-melded with Mr. Lu's body into one. Just like a stream of water slowly roaming through but also rushing endlessly. A horrible thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. Senior brother Wang Yun. I'm afraid that he hasn't already stepped into the immortal path. Lu Duanran closed his eyes, sank his heart, quieted his mind, and slowly opened his eyes, slightly sidestepping his body. He did not accept a bow from this earthly great scholar. He stood up long and slowly walked to Wang Yun, who knelt down in front of him and helped him up. And in the midst of his complicated gaze, after a long period of contemplation, he opened his mouth. Lu Mao has not instructed Mr. Wang. This is all Mr. Wang's heart since the epiphany. Cannot accept this kneeling ceremony, but also when Mr. One Immortal Master, the color of loss was written all over Wang Yun's pupils, was worshipping the immortal sect and becoming a disciple under Mr. Lu's seat. Only one's extravagant hope after all? Mr. Lu, is the student doing something wrong? Is it that one's enlightenment is lacking? Or is the root bone old? He looked forward to getting an answer from Mr. Lu. Looking at Wang Yun, who was full of seriousness, Lu Chunran suddenly opened his mouth, but asked him a strange question. Do you remember how the way of the sage, which was engraved in the hearts of countless Confucian students, was the goal pursued by them throughout their lives? Without thinking, Wang Yun returned without hesitation. My generation of Confucian sons pursued since the cultivation of the body, the family, the country, and the leveling of the sky. Halfway through his words, the great Confucian was stunned, just lifted his head and stared blankly at Mr. Lu. If I join the immortal sect and embark on the path of immortality, how can I realize my ambitions? What is the use of this Confucianism if it cannot be used for people's livelihood? Our own creation of the school of mind was never initially for the purpose of becoming immortal. Ah, Mr. Lu, the student understands. The diamond in the rough in the heart is beginning to take shape, and so is sacred learning. It was still snowing and raining outside the window. Intertwined in this part of the world, inside the compartment is silent. Sandalwood incense smoke is only a few floating. Lu Chunran smiled gently before looking at the three Confucians and said, the cultivation of this world, the immortal edge of a drift, but in all directions, everywhere is the road, as if all roads can be certified a great road, but it seems that all roads are the side road. Who cannot give instructions? Lu so and so is immortal, not qualified to instruct anyone, but all of you in the heart of the Tao, but also have some enlightenment. This trip to the capital, Lu so and so is intended to climb the mountain to hear the Tao. These words were summarized by Lu Chunran after several deliberations along the way. From this golden book as well as from within this world, the words fell lightly, but the three Confucian scholars have their own understanding in their hearts. The immortal edge is a path in all directions and everywhere. Mr. Lu, is this explaining the wonders of the immortal way to the three of you? As for the remark that Mr. Lu had humbled himself as immortal and was preparing to go to Mount Buxian in Shanjing to hear the way, the brains of the three Confucians had filtered it out since. If a person like Mr. Lu is not an immortal, then there are no immortals in Great Zhou, or even in this side of the world. Wang Yun lowered his head. He himself is good at self-testing the human heart degree, although it is trembling, but it is always able to nab a step for the city. Not weak, but now watch half a day, is to see the immortal master face is not color, just staring at their own hands of the tea bowl, the heart only in the elusive immortal master's likes and dislikes. After a while, the youngest of the generation, Prince An, couldn't help himself and bowed down to ask a question. Mr. Lu, did senior uncle Wang Yun step onto the immortal path just now? May I ask just what realm he is at on the immortal edge path? And please clear up the confusion for the student. The remaining two also looked towards Lu Duanran. It was a question they had in mind to ask. Lu Chenran sorted out the thoughts in his mind and then pointed at Wang Yun's chest. Concentrate on the fruit of the Tao in your heart. The fruit of the Tao has become a reality. Ask yourself, if you are able to answer for yourself, then you will break away from the mortal realm. This is the first realm of the immortal way. Knock on the door of the heart. He also did not know exactly how the immortals on Buxian Mountain had divided the immortal path in this world into realms, but in Lu Chenran's opinion, the first realm of the immortal path must be knocking on the door of the heart, even if that immortal on the unsalted mountain named the first realm differently from himself. The description, too, was absolutely 8 or 9 times the same. The three Confucian scholars looked at each other, also from each other's eyes, saw a touch of shock. It turns out that in this world, the immortal path does indeed exist. It was just that unlike everyone else's thoughts, what Mr. Lu had said proved that the path to immortality was not the only one for the old man of the Tao, and that this knocking at the happy gate was a path that belonged to the cultivation of thousands of living beings under the sky, whether demons, ghosts, humans or gods. Prince An asked again in a rush to open his mouth. Mr. Lu, what about the second realm, the third realm? Before the young Confucian could finish his words, he was rebuked by Wang Yun, who raised his hand and struck a chestnut. To be over-ambitious before embarking on the path of immortality. If you don't change your nature, when will the fruits of the Tao in your heart be able to coalesce? How can one kowtow to the heart by peering into what should not have been peered into? And how can one answer oneself and knock at the door of happiness? Princeton was busy bending down and said seriously, "Senior uncle is right. It's senior nephew who was overly ambitious. It's a long way to go." Seeing this scene, Lu Chunran smiled slightly bitterly in his heart. The first realm or this way to travel. Only from these demons and ghosts and the people vaguely perceived. As for the so-called second realm of the immortal way, the third realm, and even the subsequent realm, they do not know, is still groping for. Wasn't his trip to the capital to smell the Tao to figure out this immortal way? After the three Confucians hesitated for a while, Wang Yun fixed his mind, and then got up from the futon and said seriously, "I was born to my parents and taught by my master." When the words fell, Wang Yun knelt on both knees and bowed 3 times with the highest Confucian etiquette. Following that, the book that was filled with his own insights from these years of touring the world, the Science of Mind booklet, held in both hands and presented it over. Once again bowed deeply, and said aloud, "Today's trip was so hasty that the student has not yet prepared the 6 rites of mourning. But Mr. Teacher preaches and teaches and solves the student's puzzles, and even if Mr. Teacher is not prepared to accept the student as a disciple, then the student will treat Mr. Teacher as my teacher." Among the disciples of the Confucian sect, worshipping the master has always been an extremely serious matter. The 6 gifts were celery, lotus seeds, red beans, red dates, cinnamon balls, and dried lean pork strips. It means, hard work is better than hard work. Lotus heart is bitter. Red luck shines brightly. Early high school, perfect merit and virtue. Lean pork strips, as a token of our gratitude. After Wang Yun's words fell, he knelt on the ground since, holding tea with both hands and offering it respectfully. Seeing this, Princeton and Wu Dao also held tea together and knelt behind senior brother Wang Yun, pressing their hands on their legs and holding out their chests without regard to the left and right. Being framed by these 3 people in the middle, Lu Chuanran was unable to speak of his suffering. This side of the world, are all demons, ghosts, humans and gods like this? The old monkey on Rocco Mountain, the old turtle on Linjiang Ferry, and the 3 Confucian scholars on the Mirage. Perhaps it was because these 3 were of the same human race. Even Lu Chenran did not notice that his own heart was unconsciously biased in favor of the 3 of them. Heaven and earth are invisible, and the only thing that is valuable is man. Lu Chenran looked out the window at the clouds rolling in, and the rain and snow had stopped since I don't know when. A ray of the setting sun broke through the heavy clouds, shedding wisps of redness that roamed over the East China Sea. Not far away, the crossing of the Golden Ferry is crowded with people. Jinlingdu is arriving, and it seems that this trip to the East China Sea is also coming to an end. Lu Chenran turned back and looked at the 3 bowls of tea in front of him, then let out a long breath and took them one by one. Seeing that Mr. Lu accepted the bowl of tea he presented, Wang Yun's heart was secretly happy, and he also made another long bow and opened his mouth. "I also ask for Mr. Lu's admonishment. Please, sir, admonish me." The 3 Confucians spoke in unison. Lu Duanran felt himself sweating, while being a bit groundless. This immortal master's name he himself is sure to carry. He is now only a mortal son with a golden book title page enchantment. These 3 great scholars, anyone, walk into the Great Zhou, afraid to be able to startle the literary world awater. Instructions? Lu Duanran's heart knows, with their own ability to be afraid to say what words, even if these 3 people deeply speculate. Spread out. Afraid also will be a laughing stock. Since crossing into this side of the world, he had never plagiarized the poetry of the literati and tried to avoid the matter as much as possible, just as a bystander. Lonely for immortal destiny all the way, only seeking longevity. Poetry articles are not their own. Suddenly exported. The heart is also shallow guilt. Perhaps an insignificant sentence will trigger the butterfly effect. Just now that teleology has sprung up because of himself, the origin may have long been inescapable. He sighed. Was he going to have to carry this guilt after all? But carrying it was fine. It was no big deal. Lu Duanran spontaneously pulled out a golden pen. The loom's snow-colored eyelashes slightly blinking. In his heart already know what he means. So he slowly spread a piece of rice paper on the case, picked up a piece of ink strips to study carefully. Light sandalwood incense curls floating, all quiet and peaceful. Lu Duanran slightly closed his eyes in contemplation, lifted up the gold pen that will be moistened in the plum ink on the edge of a slight swing, and then slowly sink into the spirit, to the heart of a clear. Turn the sleeve like a wave. Yang 4 sentences in one breath. Weaving Loom got up, picked up this rice paper and handed it to Wang Yun. The three Confucian scholars hurriedly were reading the 4 sentences in the rice paper. Wang Yun's pupils gradually contracted, and then in his chest, brushed with the color of shock, only to feel that a red heart burning bright, for a long time cannot be calm. What is said on the rice paper is what is said. Mr. Wang Yun's enlightenment is the heart, read through the heart of Mr. So that the life of a person can uphold the heart of a benevolent person with fraternity to help the masses. So the heart of Bing 4 sentences, presented to Mr. Wang Yun, may Mr. Kokoro, with the heart of a sage who is controlling and impartial, set his heart for heaven and earth. The early life is not to cultivate the body in order to wait for it, and cultivate the body to teach it, in order to establish the life of the people, developing the Taoism promoted by the sages, elaborating and inheriting Confucianism, and thinking of the past sages as the successor to the extinct school. I wish my generation of Confucian children, the ideal of political eternity, the people and all the people to benevolence, for the sake of peace in the world, presented to Mr. Wang Yun. The 3 Confucians looked at the handwriting on the rice paper in silence. Snapping his head up, he looked at the gentleman sitting in front of him, his eyes vaguely hazy for a few moments, clenching his fists tightly, his 10 fingers nearly snapping into his flesh without realizing it. Mr. Luck, do you have such high expectations of yourself? These 4 sentences, according to the Confucian sages, aspire to the way, live in virtue, rely on benevolence, and roam in the arts, but also self-development and expansion. Interlocking, the heart for heaven and earth, the heart for heaven and earth, is the heart of the way, which is called the way, and is also known as the aspiration to the way. To establish a life for the people is also the human heart, and with the human heart residing in virtue, a person builds up a complete and self-consistent value with virtue, which is called mission, and is also heavenly destiny. To continue learning for the sake of the past saints, to take Ren as the standard, to follow Ren, to continuously polish our own value, to iterate the value of this era, the middle of the gentleman and the middle of the time, the middle of the gentleman and the middle of the time. Ren is the direction, for the middle. Ren is the direction, for Joan. In the middle of the time is to follow the past and advance with the times, for the sake of peace for all generations. This is the middle way, but also the purpose of swimming in the arts. Confucian scholars have always emphasized the learning while practicing. Practice is to practice, beyond the theoretical link to reality. This is knowledge in action in one. This is the unity of knowledge in action, not only to have to put into practice, but also in the good at a road to the pursuit of excellence, to achieve ease of use. Only in this way can we do nothing without doing, and in this way, we can open up peace for the world. Wang Yun took a deep breath. The thoughts in his heart turned into a torrent. Perhaps this era does not know what is the word faith, but these 4 sentences are also in mind. The road of the heart, although bumpy, our Confucian son also go. He bowed with his hands on the ground, his eyes filled with awe. I wish to lose your gifted students these 4 sentences, marked in the body, stand for our generation of readers in mind, live up to the expectations of Mr. For this world, open a peace. Lu Chenron's eyes were complex as he looked at this mind science great scholar and gently nodded his head. May it be so, sir. Being in the time of the blue star, 5,000 years of Chinese heritage precipitation of how deep, profound, but was the impact of this foreign culture. Countless Confucian classics have long been sung by the Chinese. The 16 words of Yao Shun and Yu's mandate of Zen transition are not even close to the sentence in some so-called scriptures. God said there should be light, and there was light. This foreign culture is widely celebrated. The great ancient Chinese, the road, is the faith, according to abide by the inner virtues, acting with benevolence as a rule, skillful palm of each skill. This is the pursuit, is worth a lifetime to strive for the vision. Not long after, Wang Yun had slowly gotten up, gathered the piece of rice paper in his sleeve, and opened his mouth. Master Lu is traveling to Shangjing? Exactly. We bid farewell to Master Lu, and we will see you in the capital. After saying that, the 3 of them retreated and walked out of the room on their own, bidding farewell to Mr. Lu. Lu Duanran nodded, his eyes glancing at the shore view beyond the seepage. Jinling, the ancient city is not far away, still dozens of miles away. He could already vaguely see the outline of this majestic city. From afar, under the setting sun, the fog blocks the solemn and majestic city. The entire Zhengdu built on the mountain. Looking from the front, layers of urns piled upwards along the mountain. There are 7 layers of walls like terraces arranged in order, enough to make any enemy who wants to capture this majestic city from the front to be deterred. For almost 2 months now, it's really been a long journey across 1,000 miles. I have traveled thousands of miles and have seen an unknown number of sunrises and sunsets, and many landscapes and people. When you reach the Golden Ferry, you'll be in Shangjing. It's been a bumpy ride, Now it's finally here. Jinling, the most prosperous capital city in the world, the humanistic center of the Great Zhou, the dream pursued by countless people in their hearts. It's time to start getting ready to disembark. Lu Duanran tended to the white shirt on his body and walked out of the study. Returning to his boudoir, Loom followed him silently, gathering the packages that came with him. Moonwhisker bounced over with Snowfox in her arms, tenderly tending to Lu Duanran's clothes. Naturally, Ranchan, how about those readers? Lu Duanran looked at the moon rabbit with some consternation. For some reason, it always felt that this rabbit's tone was similar to that of the ant, and even certain subtle mannerisms were generally the same. Boing dash, the Snowfox gave a wooing cry, and it jumped into Lu Chunran's embrace, arching and rubbing. Well, just asking for some advice. Lu Duanran picked up the Snowfox in a hug and rubbed the Snowfox's little cheeks with both hands. The hand stroked the warm fluffy fur of the Snowfox's underbelly as it always did. The Snowfox's body instantly stiffened. Its fluffy fox tail clamped behind its buttocks, its mouth wide open, those fox eyes filled with a hazy sheen of lust. He was about to take a bite of the Snowfox as usual, when he saw the Moonwhisk face suddenly changed, and panicked to snatch the Snowfox from his hands. Fairy whiskers, I wonder what this means. Lu Duanran looked at her with an odd expression. Moonwhisker opened his mouth, not knowing for a moment how he should reply. That Snowfox is a rabbit. Ranner's behavior is fine for herself. How can she touch the fox? It's not. It's going to be in Shangjing. Ranner has to pack up her things quickly. Still as usual, Moonwhisker did not move to change the subject. Also, Lu Chunran smiled gently, and was organizing the things he should bring on this trip. Inside the moth-winged bundle, there were some changes of clothes, some loose silver, and a few fairly soft buns. This time when he got off the ship, he had to find a place to stay, and it was a good thing that he had met the warrior woman in advance and promised to find himself a place to stay. Today is November 28th, and there are just over 10 days left before the 9th day of the Lunar New Year. After getting off the Mirage, let's familiarize ourselves with the environment of Jinling before making any plans. Loom stood silently, holding Little N in one hand and the big cat in the other. Turning back slightly, he saw that Moonwhisker was leaning against the railing, a strange luster flickering in those beautiful eyes, and her cheeks rising a scarlet red that he could hardly understand. It seemed like a lot to look forward to. Fairy Whisker is also preparing to travel to Shangjing? Lu Duanran inquired tentatively. Moonwhisker froze for a moment and hurriedly was shaking his head. Not going to Shangjing, I'll follow Mirage. So that's how it is. Seeing Fairy Fu's look of anticipation, she thought that she wanted to go with Lu. How? Moonwhisker smiled a little unnaturally. Lu Chunran felt a few slight surprises in his heart, but he didn't think much about it. After all, this rabbit's nature has always been jumpy, so he continued to organize his clothes. Moonwhisk glanced at Lu Duanran, and after seeing that he didn't notice him, he carried the Snowfox all the way towards a corner. She looked around and was relieved to see no one around. Only a bang was heard. The Snowfox then transformed into a Moonwhisk. The Moonwhisk transformed back into the appearance of Esau. After the two women looked at each other for a while, the Moonwhisk was clenching her silver teeth and grunted. Esau, you almost got exposed. Still the same as before. Doesn't lie at all. Esau's cheeks were slightly flushed with a blush as she whispered. Was looking forward to it. Moonwhisker looked at her gentle and shy appearance, somewhat hating it, and opened his mouth. You get off the boat now. Remember the location I told you about? When the time comes, I'll control the Mirage to throw Lu Chunran there and make a chance encounter out of it for you. Esau thought for a moment. Her eyebrows knitted lightly as she whispered. But Ranner only arrived here by Mirage, and Auntie arrived before him. It doesn't make sense, does it? Moonfleet reached out a hand to straighten her green silk and opened her mouth. How hard can it be? Just say that you met strange things, slept for a while, and woke up to find yourself in Shangjing. Anyway, there are so many weird things in this world. It's not like you're the least of them. Oops. You're not going to botch the act then, are you? I've helped you so much. A beam of silver light suddenly sprinkled down the bow of the boat, falling all over Esau's lapel. She pursed her lips and looked far away from the busy Ranner, and then clenched her silver teeth and gently said, That's it. Then. It was as if a great deal of determination had been made. What are you afraid of? As long as you don't say the word Snowfox, your family Ranner wouldn't even dream of it. With my help. Moonwhisker patted his bulging chest in reassurance. Looking at Yufu's reassuring appearance, Esau couldn't help but smile as well, yet a little frustrated, and chanted softly, Then Ranner is entrusted to you for these few hours. Well, don't worry. Asu nodded. Just as he was about to fly away, he suddenly thought of something and suddenly blushed slightly, looking at Yufu with a few moments of suspicion in his pupils. You want to kick me out so badly? Just now you were in Ranner's arms with a look of spring in your step. Moonwhisker froze for a moment. then coughed lightly and said in a serious manner, "That's me taking after you. Learn from me? Yes. You've always had that look on your face in your rant's arms." "Really?" "Naturally. It's true. You didn't lie to me?" Moonfleet blinked, a little shyly. "What am I lying to you for? Eso will be convinced. But it's done. There's no point in saying more. And anyway, it's only been a while, and this rabbit can't make much of a fuss. I'll go then." "Well, there you go." "Really gone?" Moonfleet sighed and patted her on the back. "Just realized. You're still the one who's inked up. Go on. If you're so slow, I'll." Esau's pupils stared at once, and he lightly rebuked. "How dare you?" "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." "Go on." Asu gently nodded and looked deeply at Luchan then. His body turned into a touch of green smoke and dissipated in this mirage. Yufu's flirtatious eyes looked at her distant figure, and then she reappeared as a snow fox, crashing over in the direction of Lu Duanran, murmuring in her heart, "I'm such a... You two mothers reunited and you want me to wipe your asses." Then it was time to bounce back to the boudoir. Lu Duanran had already packed his bags and was holding a tome in his hand, reading silently. The snow fox jumped back into his arms and rubbed against him affectionately, muttering in his mind, "Well, no wonder Esau likes to sleep here. There is something nice about the smell of this boy. Why is this kid looking straight at me? What's wrong?" Lu Chunran's body froze in his chair, his eyes staring straight at this snow fox. In his mind, a golden book title page slowly floated. Bonding with the moon rabbit of the Eastern Realm, 11/3300. This snow fox, how did it become a rabbit? Where's Auntie? Following that, there was a sharp contraction within his pupils, as if he had finally figured out why he felt that the moon flicker was strange today. All problems are solved. Could it be that this fox has switched identities with Auntie? And why did Auntie switch identities with her? P.S. Volume 1, Immortal Search, is over, oh babies. The next volume is A New Beginning La. Shangjing, to Shangjing La. Auntie is finally going to meet Lu Chunran. Volume 2, The Immortals in the World, he. End of chapter 92. Chapter 92. Nice to meet you. Jinling. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements Way initially. Chapter 92. Nice to meet you. Jinling. The first emergence of the way of Yin-Yang and 5 elements. Lu Chunran lifted it up with both hands and shook it in the air amidst the puzzled gaze of this snow fox. Boing dash. Moon Whisker's heart was suddenly shaken into his throat, his eyes rolling in circles, his fluffy fox tail scratching haphazardly, and his two little paws mashing vigorously, trying to break free from his hands. What does this bad boy want? Do you usually do that to his aunt? Between the fox's eyes, 2 pieces of mist filled the room since the birth of the fox. How on earth does Esau endure this on weekdays? This uncomfortable and wanting feeling. Silver teeth clenched, her but clenched around the fox's tail, and her little paws curled tightly into a ball of fur. When have I ever been humiliated like this? If you let yourself catch the opportunity, must be today's suffer. No leftover in the body of this brat to find back. In vain. I previously also think that this son is quite a few points of elegance gentleman's wind. The tenderness was left to others, and the little bit of bad taste in his heart was used against his aunt. Lu Duanran naturally did not know what Yufu was thinking in his mind, and slowly placed the snow fox on his lap and rubbed the fox's head. The snow foxes have really changed, and what he perceived in his mind could not be revealed in his face in the slightest degree. Although the moon rabbit always gives a graceful and lazy casual look, but the experience is smart. The slightest change may be detected. He narrowed his eyes for a moment in careful scrutiny and smiled knowingly, his mind vaguely guessing, is it possible that Auntie wants to see me? Combining this with the faint glimmer of anticipation between the eyes of the fake moon flicker earlier, this was the only possibility he could think of. All the way through the experience, the bond of all things, in the face of all the sudden events, originally thought that his state of mind has been more and more smooth and ethereal, but when thinking of this possibility, the heart is also inevitable excitement. Lu Chunran took a long breath, trying desperately to quiet his restless heart, and flicked the hem of his robe with his hand, stirring up a muffled sound, and then stood up long enough to walk out of the room, leaning against the laurel wood railing. Mr. Big, are we getting off the boat? Little Anne's little hand was held by the loom, her little fists clenched on her chest in a look of anticipation. Lu Chunran reached out and gently patted Xiaowen's head, his gaze softly gazing at the deep, thick fog. Yeah, about to get off the boat. Our journey is over, my tiger. The green gourd hung from the hilt of Shui Longyin's sword, his eyes blinking as he glanced at the tiny ground black zucchini pendant dangling from the gourd's mouth. And then, those black and white pupils stared at Jinling. There is a high mountain running through the cloud tops, and also a legendary immortal who will preach from that mountain. Brother Lu, so you're here. You made me look for you. Just then, Tin Drop hurried over, panting heavily. What's the rush? Warrior woman? Lu Duanran looked at her suspiciously. Tin Drop scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and opened his mouth. Lu brother, in a while I may have to sleep over. Lu brother, remember to keep an eye on my body. I just inquired. Want to go ashore? A sleep over. The next day open your eyes. To the shore. I'm afraid brother Lu won't be able to find me. I still have to help brother Lu find a house in Jinling, don't I? Lu Chenran was first stunned, and then he was happy. A gentle nod followed. So it is. Nightfall. Above the mirage. More and more people had packed their bags and gathered on the boards. Looking out over the starry river, 2 gulls and swallows flew from far away, such as the wings of the sheer whisked through the cold winter night, cut down the stream of moonlight, drew a beautiful arc in the sky, and penetrated into the countless stars between the twinkling of the stars. It was a starry river visible to the naked eye, spanning over the ancient city of Jinling. The 3 Confucians stood silently in the center of the crowd. After a while, Princeton spoke softly. Senior uncle, will there really be immortals on Buxian Mountain? Would an immortal in the world like Master Lu also climb that mountain to listen to the sound of immortality? Wang Yun looked deeply at the unholy mountain and spoke meaningfully. Zian, you and I are both disciples under Master Lu's seat, so we will no longer refer to each other as uncle and nephew after this. Princeton's pupils suddenly shrunk. Elder brother. You mean? Wang Yun nodded faintly. Perhaps Princeton had thought about it before, but when what he thought was concluded by the words of his senior uncle, a shock inevitably swept through his heart. When the many coincidences converge into a thread, perhaps the right answer will be reached. So, that immortal on the unsalted mountain is Master Lu. Above the mirage, a mist gradually rose. As the fog spread, a steady stream of people began to lie down on the boards, sound asleep. Hey, wake up! Seeing this scene, some people on the mirage began to panic. The Teahouse's junior smiled at them and opened his mouth. There is no harm. These people who get off the boat only know to sleep on it, and so on tomorrow open your eyes. It is in the city of Jinling all of you. The experience of this period of time, right as a dream. It dawned on the crowd. So it is. This mirage. It is truly divine. Anon. A mirage chant. Mirage fog filled the entire mirage. In this room, there is a sound. The sky was covered with laurel leaves, and one branch rolled up the sleeper and hid it from the sky. Asleep suddenly do not know months. Nothingness like a dream, and scattered like smoke. Already the world and other dust. Empty floating dream body. The overnight breeze was like a gentle breeze. After a light rain, the morning dew condenses on the branches, like a pearl or a tear, like a drop without a drop. Chirp, chirp. 3 or 2 finches hopped around the ground looking for grass seed, and before long they stepped on a sleeping big cat. The big cat's whiskers moved. One cat's paw impatiently toward the side of a raking, then suddenly is reacted to something. Sleepy eyes suddenly glaring round, tail buckled, then pressed a bird under the paw. My tiger. The tiger mountain god's movement was not small, disturbing the still soundly sleeping Shawan, and yawned, rubbing her eyes with her small hands and smashing her mouth. Mr. Big, why is little and asleep again? As he spoke, he opened his eyes and surveyed everything in front of him in a daze. The endless green hills and verdant willows wander through this picturesque landscape. Reflected in front of us is a river. There is a slight breeze, boats on the river in 2s and 3s, willows on both sides of the river, grass and trees to the glory of the banks of the Dahurian orchids, lush green. Shawan hastily was glancing towards the surrounding area. It was good to see Mr. Big sitting under a willow tree, a volume of books in his hands, quietly studying them. When he saw this scene, he put his heart down, rolled the hot spread underneath him into a bag, and hopped over. Where is this? Mr. Big? Lu Chunran stretched his slightly stiff arms and rubbed her head, saying gently, awake? Aha! Last night, a laurel leaf supported a few people, through the thick fog, and then placed a few people here, although I do not know the exact location, but I think it is the vicinity of Jinling. Seeing that a few people were sleeping soundly, Lu Chenran did not bother to disturb them, and by the faint light of the firefly chi, he read the books for the night. The dirt here, it's so soft, running on the soft dirt trails of Jiangnan, which was slightly new to An, who was used to being in the north. All the earth in the north is hard and black, and the climate is so cold that the earth is almost as hard as stone. Such as this soft land, Shawan only felt like stepping on it and couldn't make any effort. She crouched down and poked her fingertips into the wet, soft dirt with a curious look on her face. That's how it is in Gangnam. Oh, the snow fox lay lazily in the pear poof, her flirtatious narrow fox eyes lazily surveying and yawning. Not long after, several people woke up one after another. Tin Drop stretched his block and rubbed his hair. Good morning, Brother Lu. Good morning, warrior woman. She skillfully took care of the messy clothes on her body, walked straight to the riverbank, squatted down and scooped up a handful of water to wash her face. about to dislike not being hardy enough, simply pouted her buttocks and lay down on the ground, sinking her whole head into the stream. Who dash? So cool. And then, Tin Drop snapped his head up, fished out a silk handkerchief from his pocket, and wiped his face haphazardly, refreshing himself. Brother Lu, let's go. Good. The loon silently helped to pack Lu Duanran's luggage, and then, holding Shaoan in one hand, followed behind the two. The four of them then walked along the wet and soft official road all the way towards the city. The ground was full of hoofprints and deeply rutted cart tracks. There was a cacophony of voices as merchants came and went. After walking for about an hour, finally, Lu Chenran looked at this ancient city. Beneath the city walls, people came and went, and countless people poured into them. Literati, artists and swordsmen traveled among them. Shangjing Jinling is like a microcosm of the whole big week. Here, there is all this light and strange, hazy to see, not really, like a dream. Perhaps because he was used to the wind and snow like a sword in the north. When he first arrived at this prosperous place, Lu Chuanran's expression was indeed in a trance for a moment. That unholy mountain, towering just outside the city of Jinling, with its sea of clouds concealing all the immortal dreams. Brother Lu, into the city. Tinfall blinked and patted him on the shoulder. Aha! Lu Duanran smiled gently at him. Brother Lu wouldn't have been reading all night. That's right. My, Brother Lu is still really hardworking. Isn't it the same for a warrior woman? That's natural. I'm the most talented in the Amei sword sex sword Dao. I can see that. Hey! Lu Chenran followed the crowd as they poured into the city gates. The heart was filled with a sense of relief. After traveling 10,000 miles into another world, are we going to be able to meet the immortals? Legendary immortals. In this world, there must be an immortal who rides a sword out to the sea and ascends to the sky, who swims in the sea at dawn and dances in the sky at sunset, a Buddhist monk who condenses his 100-foot golden body with 10 fingers, and a Taoist real person who sits on his head and floats and sinks on the earth. Nice to meet you, Jinling. The prosperity in the city of Jinling was by no means comparable to that of the northern cities. The street is so wide that it can accommodate 5 carriages, but even so, it is still stuffed with people who don't feel it. And when you look closely, you can even see these blonde people from Rakshasa and Qin. There was no doubt that the Great Zhou at this time was definitely the greatest kingdom in this world. The upper capital, on the other hand, encompasses the prosperity of the entire Great Zhou. By the way, I've never asked Brother Lu what kind of house he wants to land in. My Amei sword sect has quite a few properties in Shangjing. I will definitely pick one for Brother Lu that will satisfy him. Tin Drop walked ahead and spoke. Jinling's property prices are very expensive. Even a small courtyard in the city is nearly 10,000 taels of silver. From the pear canopy, Lu Chenran held the constantly struggling snowfox in his arms, and after pondering for a while, he opened his mouth. It's best not to be in the middle of the downtown area. Lu likes it quieter, and the room doesn't have to be big. Simple and ancient is good. Timeout. https://22bq/bq74388/371735665_2. HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. 93. Chapter 93, Reunion. Chapter 93, Reunion. Perhaps it's a long history of hearing too much denial. When he was comforted by the man in front of him for the first time, Zhou Yan took a deep breath as the primordial heart of his first study of the Yin-Yang 5 elements way rose up in his chest after a long time. Mr. Lu believes what Mr. Zhou said? Lu Duanran nodded and picked up the elixir on the short case with a warm smile. I don't know how to sell this elixir. Sir? Zhou Yan looked at the man in front of him. Although he did not know his identity, but he has always acted freely in his life, and those in order to cater to merit and fame and fortune and cater to consecration, rules and regulations. Lowly Confucian nature is very different. I have always been only about the word I, and now that Mr. Lu's approval, at least the heart of the free flow, so he smiled casually. If Mr. Lu likes it, it will be given to you. No merit. Mr. Zhou might as well make an offer. Zhou Yan casually said. A penny, then. Just then, the door of the store was pushed open, and a burly man walked towards Hall Masterly, clasping his fists and saluting. Hall Master, the boat you asked for to Jishan has been prepared. Li Hall Master looked at that Mr. Lu and Zhou Yan chatting happily. A time also cannot grasp this Mr. Lu's preferences. The heart secretly guessed. Could it be that the Sword Dao Master is like strange and weird things? It seems that in the future, he is going to be polite to this Confucian surnamed Zhou. He stepped forward and bowed with a smile on his face. Mr. Lu, the boat is ready. Mr. Came from the north. Necessarily not bad wine. Jiangnan water wine. Light and mellow. My sword clan since I prepared a thin wine for Mr. To receive the wind and wash the dust. Lu Chunran got up and smiled politely at Hall Masterly. Hall Masterly is too polite. Lu Mao still has his family yet to be settled, so I won't bother you if I'm in a hurry today. You and I will catch up some other time. Hall Master Li could only nod his head and greeted the burly man, and after giving some instructions, he continued. Then Mr. Lu should go and rest today, and make sure to come tomorrow, and also let my sword sect give Mr. Lu a good reception to thank him for saving the lives of my sword sect's disciples. When Lu Chenran heard this Hall Master Li say so, he didn't feel too good about excusing himself. Although in the Fox Mountain meditation for more than 10 years, but in the Blue Star, also know the human world. This kind of entertainment, this is face to give face thing. If you do not go, give people save money. People's heart is also certainly not happy. He had to smile. In that case, then I will labor with Hall Master Li. Subsequently, Lu Duanran also touched out a big money from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Yan's hand, and opened his mouth with a serious face. Mr. Lu is new to Shangjing and is also unfamiliar with this place. If Mr. Zhou still has this kind of elixir, he can go to Jishan to find Lu Mao. Lu Mao is happy to discuss with Mr. 1 or 2. Zhou Yan was happy to do so. He usually good to go. Now more than one appreciate their own people, although may not be able to help their own what, but the right as a good friend, is not a loss of elegance. Zhou will pay a visit to Mr. Zhou later. Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhou will take his leave first. Lu Duanran smiled and nodded. Farewell Mr. Zhou. As he spoke, the burly man had already sent Lu Chenran's traveling bag to the traveling house. If you want to go to Jishan, you still need to take a carriage for 5 or 6 miles, and then change to a small boat for a water journey of more than 10 miles. After about an hour or so, the boat stopped. People arrive under the willow. The boat stops in front of the stream. After all the way through the smoke-wash water, Lu Chen ran breathing moist air. All the way since the decadence of all go. Follow the mountain road after walking a short section. Lu Chenran surveyed the lush mountains in front of him. There is a curved path circling up. The road is overgrown. The residence chosen by this Hall Master Li is quite fitting. The mountains are secluded and a little wet and cold because they are bordered by a river. Just after traveling on this mountain path for a while, the dirt was smeared under my shoes. Mr. Lu, it's here. Hall Master Li pointed to an elegant small courtyard not far away and opened his mouth to laugh. I don't know if Mr. Lu is still satisfied with this arrangement of mine. In Jinling City, there were not many sects that could find such a suitable facade house in such a short period of time, except for the Amei Sword sect. Lu Chunran naturally couldn't say anything else, and only nodded his head in thanks. Mr. Lu, please also dash. Hall Master Li led a few people in this courtyard to tour around. Two is not too big. There is no what cumbersome ornate decorations. Simple, a piece of plain elegance. This house is at the foot of Jishan Mountain, next to the not far from the not salty mountain, surrounded by all the stretches of green barriers. If the heart of the mind to look at, the field of vision is very good, quite a gathering of wind and water. Mr. Big, it's beautiful, and said with a cheerful face. Hall Master Li pondered the identity of this little girl, and then looked at the woman holding little N's hand, and for a moment he couldn't pinpoint the identity of these two people. Harm, without such a courtyard, how can one be worthy of Mr. Lu, and this young lady's looks? Jianghu people are the most adept at observing words and colors, and they are used to kissing countless asses in their lives. Brother Lu, can I come to see you in the next few days? Tin Fall came up to him, blinking. Naturally. How long is Brother Lu planning to stay in Shangjing? Not necessarily, but, how about later in the year? That's just right, Brother Lu. I still have to report the recent situation with the elders of the clan, so I won't stay much longer. Farewell, farewell. Afterwards, Hall Master Li introduced how to travel with Lu Duanran, and reminded Lu Duanran not to forget tomorrow's banquet, and then took Tin Drop to bid farewell and left. Lu Chenran surveyed the courtyard in front of him, and then he sat down in the small pavilion in the courtyard, silently fuming. It's been almost 20 years since I came to Great Zhou. Speaking of which, whether it was in Blue Star or Great Zhou, this was still the first residence of its own. There were a few slight feelings in his heart, a feeling of happiness that came with having his own place to live and being able to do as he pleased. Where do I, sleep? Loom spoke softly. Just over there. Lu Chunran pointed to a small house facing the river. The sharks are generally shade-loving, and thought it should be the most suitable for her. The snow fox in his arms surveyed the house for a while, then jumped out of his arms, and after a slight contemplation of his cunning fox eyes, he spat out a breath that dispersed across the sky. Lu Chenran didn't carry much along the way, and after dumping a brainful of the things in his moth-winged bundle onto the tables and chairs in the room, he walked out of the room. Sitting in the pavilion with his knees crossed, a thick mist spread across the compound as soon as the spell was cast. Timeout, https://22bq/bq74388/371788840_2. HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. 94. Acute appendicitis. Acute appendicitis, medicine. Currently in the hospital. Blood work is too high for white blood cells. Acute appendicitis. And if there is no update tomorrow, the author should be in surgery. Excuse me. The pain was unbearable while writing the book. End of chapter. 95. Chapter 94 Auntie, I love you. Chapter 94 Auntie, I love you. Jizan, Kusatsu. The night moon was high, and the forest breeze was long. The curling oil lamps flared brightly. Lu Chenran was sitting upright, not looking away, with Auntie Isu sitting right across from him. Perhaps because Lu Chenran's words were originally few, even if he didn't speak for a whole day, it wouldn't make people feel strange. And Isu was a bit vain, afraid that if she said something wrong, she would reveal the cracks, and then the moon whisks wouldn't even be able to help her round up the lie. So she didn't know what to say for a while. Lu Chenran was just about to say something when his aunt's hand gently covered his lips. Don't talk, let Auntie take a good look at you. Asa stroked his cheek with both hands, those eyes reflecting him. You've suffered a lot along the way, haven't you? The skin of her jade hand was smooth and extremely pleasant to the touch, and a few strands of ebony silk adorned the tip of her nose. He immediately felt a cold, warm, fine rain, as if the wind of the willow had brushed by, tickling his heart and lungs. Even if it is the words of knowing, but the eyes of that a touch of heartache is real. From Jiamu County's Fox Mountain, all the way to the Jinling, nearly across half of the Great Zhou, less wind and snow cold. It's not bitter. It's nothing to see Auntie Su again. Lu Chunran quietly felt the gentleness that belonged to his aunt, and could even feel the gentle exhale from the tip of his aunt's nose. He slowly lifted his head and looked at the face that was close at hand. Auntie Su, if you don't see me here, after I've succeeded in my quest for immortality and returned to Fox Mountain, will I be able to see Auntie Su again? Aunt Su, will you still miss me? This statement, in fact, has two meanings. One is just plain literal. The other was how she would look at herself when he looked at her again one day, after he had really become an immortal? In what capacity would she face herself at that time? Auntie? Ezo? Or Ezo? Lu Chenran's sudden opening of his mouth made Isa's mind tremble in a trance. She opened her mouth. The thoughts in her head were messing with her feelings at this moment. And then, she took a deep breath. Her pupils were full of complexity as she gazed at him. Ranner, I will always be your aunt. No matter what, you will always be your aunt. Lu Duanran was silent at first. Following that, his mind was more than a little relieved. Auntie Su, after all, is just your own aunt, isn't she? Yet there was reluctance in his heart. The shadow of the snow fox had been deeply imprinted in his mind in the deepest part of his heart from the very first moment he saw her. He had never regarded Isu as an aunt, and the expectation in his heart was perhaps that one day he would be able to stand in front of her openly and honestly, and tell her about the original thoughts in his heart. The bright lights were blown into a trance by a gust of wind, and the moonlight was cast on the snow fox's body, a faint stream of splendor clinging to her, as perfect as it had been when he first saw her. She's heavenly. Lu Chenran suddenly got up and embraced Isa without warning. Isa stiffened violently. Lu Duanran leaned over her ear and gently said, Auntie, I love you. Lu Chenran closed his eyes and slowly exhaled this breath. There will come a day when this phrase, Auntie, will become Asu, and that word love will not be mixed with affection, but will be honorable and leave no regrets. He wanted to be the one she depended on. Wanted to be the fox fur that embraced her and sheltered her from the wind and cold. However, he also understood that the current Lu Chenran was not qualified to say such big words. Isu's long eyelashes fluttered twice, and then her cheeks fluttered, and her scarlet face brewed a three-point flirtation, just like a tree that was about to bloom like a peach. After a brief stiffening of her body, she slowly softened, leaning softly against the not-so-broad but hard chest, and said softly, Love you too, Auntie. The night is silent in Jizan. It was as if you could hear it slowly falling asleep, murmuring softly. Outside the window, a river of stars spanned this place, and the stars' shadows glittered with a glazed luster. Lu Chunran embraced Asu and just sat quietly on the bed couch, raising his head to look out at the river of stars in this place. He went on and on about the interesting things he had seen and heard along the way, even though it was clear in his mind that his aunt was aware of them. The color of remembrance floated in Isu's eyes as she slowly sat up from his embrace, patting Lu Chunran's head in his somewhat startled gaze, her face carrying some gentleness, and a few moments of doting mixed in with the gentleness. When you were little, you would always dodge when Auntie patted you on the head like that. It also says that a man can't be patted on the head. He won't grow taller, and if he doesn't grow taller, he won't be able to protect Auntie. Fox Mountain is huge, and Auntie is always losing sight of you when she's not looking. Unconsciously, This little boy who had grown up beside her since he was a child, who had been brought up with one hand, who had to be held and coaxed to sleep at night, who had pestered himself to tell him stories, had gradually grown up too, along the way. In fact, her mind was harboring so many questions, wanting to ask him so many questions, such as how he had learned so many rare and strange arts, and how he knew so much, and why his breath was so long. Only, then she released it. She had seen the little boy, who sat daily on his plate on Fox Hill, mature step by step, perhaps initially adopting him solely because of his unusual and extraordinary nature. In the blizzard of Fox Mountain, he was still in his infancy, sleeping peacefully under the trees of the northern pines, and everything around him seemed to be avoiding him. The falling snow arced around him, and the morning dew dripped on his lips. The boy didn't cry or fuss, smiled and opened his arms toward her, giggling under the azure sky of the unobstructed north. He was not a pool animal, dormant just waiting to open. What's the need to get to the bottom of these secrets? Listening to Asu rambling in his ear, Lu Chenran did not feel upset. The feeling of home that had been engraved in the deepest bones of the soul rose in the heart after a long time. Feeling her gentle caresses, there were actually a few moments of acceptance in his heart. The moonlight hit Esau's face, the shadows gradually dispersed, and what was left was more and more gentle and peaceful. Trance is the image of the most perfect woman in everyone's heart. Ranner, whatever you do in the future, don't let Auntie worry, okay? Lu Chenran's body trembled slightly, as if he finally knew why Auntie had said this to himself. Just as his sudden proposal of wanting to go up to the capital to seek the Immortal Destiny, it could really catch her a bit off guard. It's a long way to go. She had no choice but to transform into a snow fox and make this move. In the past, when I saw certain metaphysical novels, the protagonist pretended to be a bully and finally succeeded in punching his face. What was the feeling of the people around him? Apart from being shocked, would the same aunt be as worried and nervous? Yes, perhaps this is the first feeling in the heart of the people who really care about you. Not for your surprise and feel shocked joy. Is that a kind of a high-hanging heart is finally put down? Slowly and gradually return to the peace of mind. Perhaps in her aunt's mind, removing that pretense of perfection and independence, the aunt was actually weaker than anyone else. In the future, Ran won't make unauthorized decisions, Lu Duanran gently said. Suddenly, he felt a softness in his side, and a warm fragrance soaked in. Turning her head slightly sideways, she saw her aunt gently leaning on her shoulder, shaking her head and opening her mouth. How can a man not have his own opinion? He should make his own decisions when he wants to, and need not pay attention to the interference of others. Auntie isn't a little woman, and she's not accusing Ranner of anything. It's just Dash. She reached out her hand and touched Lu Chenran's chest, those eyes flickering slightly. Extremely beautiful. At the very least, it puts something in Auntie's mind. Lu Duanran nodded vigorously. Asu smiled gently, accompanying him along the way. The growth of this boy, who had been so young in her eyes, was astonishing. He's already learned how to prancing around in the clouds. In this world where the immortal way was broken, as long as he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to stand alone and hold up a huge sky, right? My little boy, grow up fast, Esau's mind murmured. The night moon was high, and the forest breeze was long. In the grassy hall of Jishan, the breeze was blowing in all directions, ruffling the fresh scent of earth and green leaves. It was a small pond, and in the center of the pond, there was a pavilion that was 10 feet long and wide, and at this moment there was someone in the pavilion. She was dressed in a moon shirt. Her head full of green silk was pulled behind her back by a red ribbon, only to make a messy sprinkling of ebony snow, and the long skirt on her body was wet, constantly dripping water stains on the pavilion. Obviously just got out of the shower. Yu Fu sat on the pavilion chair, humming an unknown tune, swinging her untracked jade feet and gently swaying her white jade legs. Not long after, a figure walked over, and without even turning around, Moon Whisker knew who the person coming was. Fox, have you had enough of your Ranner? He's asleep. So weird that didn't sleep with you? You mouth. Asu's face rose with a touch of redness, and after giving the rabbit a blank look, she sat next to her and looked out at the night with her. Fox, how long have we been here? Nearly 1,000 years, I think. It's been so long. Yu Fu handed over a wine gourd towards her, looking out over the bright river of stars that twinkled above Jinling. Fox, how long do you think this star river of Great Zhou will last? There was some complexity in Esau's eyes, and then she looked down and sighed softly. Unclear. I feel now that that little fellow must be the preacher of this world. I don't want him to be. Don't lie to yourself. When would Heartmoon Fox ever choose wrong? The burden is too heavy, and he's still a kid. Child? Yu Fu hummed. Her eyebrows clustered and her phoenix eyes slightly condensed as she stared at the stringed moon above the night. And you spoil him too much. Child? You won't think so when he rides you one day. Esau was silent. Moonfleet shook her head with some hatred, shaking off the droplets of water from her body and looking at her seriously. You and I are both Eastern heavenly stars, and you followed along on this journey. Haven't you realized it yet? But wherever Lu Chenran appears, where is there not a sprouting of Tao rhythm? That Confucian scholar on the Mirage has even asked himself about his heartgate and broken into the first realm. Ezra blinked, unsure. Perhaps, just a coincidence? Consider it a coincidence then. You can afford to wait, but this river of stars in the eastern sky can't afford to wait. Don't forget your mission. You're still really playing foster care here. If that kid wasn't covered in golden light, you'd still be able to adopt him. Isa's eyes stared at her coldly. Don't you talk about him like that. Yu Fu was even more annoyed in his heart, but his brows slowly released, carelessly placing the wine gourd aside while folding his hands. A loving mother has many children. In the beginning, it would have been better for me to adopt him. Isa sighed softly. Whiskers, you don't understand. Yu Fu did not argue with her, and a touch of bitterness passed between her brows as she softly said, Sue, I wouldn't be like this if I really didn't know any better. He is in need of guidance now. Do you really want him to fall into confusion after he realizes that there aren't any immortals in this world? And then you inform him of this? Star River won't last much longer, and Eastern Sky won't be able to hide for much longer. At the time of the annihilation of the stars, this world with no cultivators will become a target in an instant, and at that time, there will be more than just people in a terrible situation. Is this the kind of scene you want to see? Isa's eyebrows shallowly condensed into a river. Her slender jade fingers gently snapped on the wine gourd with a brittle sound. She knew in her heart that in a world where resources were nearly depleted and everyone was faced with the struggle for the great Tao, the sudden appearance of a feng shui resort with vast fertile resources and abundant spiritual qi, how great the attraction really was. The eastern sky, like a crop field, coming up in time for a big year and a bumper crop. Isa slowly closed his eyes and said softly, why must we fight to the death? Wouldn't it be nice to find a strange mountainous place and not ask questions about the world? Just as when she had traveled throughout the entire Great Zhou and finally picked up Lu Chunran at Fox Mountain. She had been sitting in Fox Mountain and had never gotten off the mountain again. In fact, her heart is also clear. The so-called cultivation of the road. Inexplicably die prematurely in the Yangguan Road, or die in the fight for a ray of chance on the one-way bridge, is by no means a rare thing. Yu Fu sighed. She also knew Isa's heart. She's too nice. If you are certified to immortality, you will be able to take everything in a gradual and step-by-step manner, without any disaster or distress, and enjoy all the benefits without taking any risks. Then this so-called cultivator of the Big Easy seems to be too worthless. Moonfleet could see the struggle she was having with Ezio and slowly approached, before hugging her tenderly. If you don't want to talk about it, then I'll do it. Asu's eyes were filled with heartache, and he murmured softly, that's carrying the entire eastern sky on your shoulders. After that stirring, ancient and tragic battle, the eastern heavenly immortal trail broke down and gradually faded into the sky. Moonfleet took a large gulp of his drink and inhaled deeply. So what if you carry the eastern sky? She looked out at the moonlight here, looking at the stars twinkling Star River, a change from the usual lethargy, between the eyebrows all the graceful and luxurious color. Autumn water long eyes flowed out a rare touch of bravado. As the saying goes, in the last dynasty, when the mountains and rivers are shattered, there must be a savior who will come forth to meet the weather of the new dynasty. This kid, Lu Chenran, this palace is optimistic about him. This palace believes that he can carry the entire human world on his shoulders and dare to seal the heavens even with a weak crown and green shirt. As we approach the waning months, the weather is getting cooler and the winter rains have been coming down all night. Crane paper window through the glistening white, sunlight through the partition grill, the whole room will shine brightly. A whole night of burning. The bronze goosefish lamp inside the lamp oil has long been burned out. The table on the incense is still very few. Lu Chunran slowly opened his eyes from into the bed. This sleep was extremely peaceful. The ant beside me had already disappeared, and the aroma of her body remained on the quilt, and somehow the corner of his mouth revealed a gentle smile. In his mind, there was the golden book title page floating slowly, Bonding with Clearwater Mussels, 2020. Following the title page of this golden book that belonged solely to the Clearwater River mussel, its own handwriting emerged in a ghostly manner. Blessed with clear water and mussels, clear water, clear heart, and the art of asking questions. Questioning the mind? The technique obtained this time didn't have the word minor technique, so it was thought that it should be a level higher than the previous technique, the same level as the whale drinking technique. However, this time the introduction was extremely vague, to the point that he wasn't even sure of the exact usage of this technique. Today, however, the mussel is useless to himself. Lu Duanran thought about it, took out the pearl in it, pulled out the golden pen, and made a shallow drawing. A pearl necklace appeared in his hand. Lu Chunran stretched his somewhat numb arms, propped himself up, put on a white tunic, tied his long hair with a ribbon, and walked out of the room. He hadn't forgotten that he was going to the feast today. Outside the house for a long time came the aroma of a meal. Just a shallow smell. It is a finger licking. Following the scent of the meal, he made his way along the verdant path. Aunt Asu had already prepared the meal and was sitting next to the table looking at a book. When she saw him walk over, she smiled and said, "Ranner, awake? Let's eat." Familiar smell of rice. Familiar warm people. A touch of warmth arose in Lu Chenran's heart, and he gently walked over, followed by hugging her waist from behind. "Auntie, stop it." Anne and Loom were still watching. A blush rose on Issa's cheeks and she gave him a blank look. Mr. Big, Little Anne didn't see it. Little Anne's hands covered her eyes, a large gap showing between her fingers, and she stared, wide-eyed and brittle. Lu Duanran laughed and reached out his finger to flick her head. And then, it was the necklace made of the Clearwater River mussel bead that was touched out from his bosom. A stream of color and light pink pearls catch the light. "Aunt Sue, what do you see here?" Esau subconsciously let out an ah. "Ranchan. It's expensive, isn't it?" Loom silently looked at the Clearwater River mussel bead, slowly lowered his head, also do not know what to think again, and smiled cheekily. "Mr. Big, this necklace is so pretty. Try it on, Auntie." Esau glanced at the loom and just wanted to refuse, but Lu Chenran had already walked behind her and slowly ruffled her long hair. A faintly ethereal scent floats by itself, but I don't know if it's her hair or body odor. "Aunt Sue, I made this for you myself. Let Ranner help Auntie bring it on. This one necklace isn't very long." Lu Chenran's fingertips inadvertently touched her neck, and the delicate touch traveled along his fingertips and into his heart. And then his originally dexterous hands became a bit clumsy. It became more difficult to fasten the already unfamiliar latches, and inevitably more touchy-feely. Esau lowered her hazel head and allowed him to put on the necklace for herself. Her face was already slightly red, and after a few touches, a layer of redness colored her fair complexion. Lu Duanran was also a little anxious, lowered his head to take a closer look, but brushed his breath on her neck, but at the same time smelled even more fragrant aroma. Esau slightly lowered her hazel head. Her cheeks were already full of blush, and her undulating chest looked more and more voluptuous. The bright sunlight shed spots of light through the gaps in the leaves, falling on top of the woman's stunning face. When Lu Chenran lowered her head, a few strands of hair hung down between her neck, and at the same time, she smelled an even more fragrant aroma. This stream of burning breath brushed against her neck. She was a little uncomfortable, but she also knew that Ranner did not intend to do so, and was afraid that refusal would hurt his heart, so she held herself back. That heart of pure water and no waves was gone at the moment. With a click, the necklace's clasp was finally closed. "Aunt Sue, it's okay." Lu Duanran wiped the sweat from his palms before taking out a bronze mirror and placing it in front of her. The pale pink pearl necklace fit over her slender, elegant curves, but resembled the delicacy of her skin, and her fair complexion was being tinted with a halo of pale pink, but with the color of the pearls, which complemented. Was it good? End of chapter 96. Chapter 95 Ambiguity with Auntie. Chapter 95 Ambiguity with Auntie. Issa's cheeks were slightly shy, revealing a perfect side face along with a slender neck, quietly looking at Lu Duanran. "Auntie is so pretty," and clapped her little hands together and smiled cheekily. Suddenly it came to my mind that previously Mr. Big had promised himself that he would make a peace sign for himself as well, but he hadn't done it till now. Just pouted and rubbed her hands over the Tiger Mountain God's fat face. Lu Chenran smoothly gathered Issa's shoulder-length hair, gazed at the skillful cheeks, and smiled gently. "It's not as pretty as I thought it would be." Esau was slightly stunned for a moment, and spoke with a serious face as her hands caressed the pearl necklace around her neck. "Really? It's just that it's his heart, and even if it doesn't look good, it still looks the best in her eyes. This necklace is a bit tacky. It doesn't match Auntie Sue." Issa's cheeks flushed some more, pursed her lips, blanked him, and reached out her fingers to gently tap his forehead, speaking warmly. "Just like to be poor." Lu Chenran sat beside his aunt, sniffing the faint fragrance coming from her body and smiled. "Just being honest, in my heart, Auntie is the best looking. No woman in the whole world is as good as Auntie." Esau slightly slumped her cheeks, feigning displeasure, and slapped Lu Chenran's back, her sandalwood mouth half open. "Tacky? The most important thing about a woman is not her appearance. A gentleman should emphasize virtue and heart. How can you judge a woman based on a cheek alone? Auntie Sue is not a shallow-hearted woman, nor is she a delicate young woman who can't afford to suffer. So what's wrong with my words?" Lu Duanran looked at her innocently. In front of his aunt, he could drop all pretense of defensiveness and settle down to be a spoiled child. Looking for a fight, Isu's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and then she raised her slender hand, which was as crystalline as lamb's fat jade, and swung it towards Lu Duanron's heavenly aureole. Lu Chenran hurriedly was closing his eyes, preparing for his aunt's rebuke. However, when Isa's palm was about to touch his head, she suddenly stopped her palm and finally gently lifted it up and softly patted it down, making this intimate gesture of elders spoiling their juniors. Again, he rubbed Lu Chenran's head. Hey, I knew Auntie wouldn't really hit me. Lu Duanron wryly opened his eyes and looked at her with a smile. She bent down and gazed into those eyes of his, like a clear spring, and could almost see her own face from there. Instead, he avoided it, meeting her gaze tangibly. Isa shook his head helplessly and reached out a finger to poke Lu Chenran heavily in the side of his head. You've been out for 2 months and you've dared to tease your aunt. Lu Duanron rubbed his forehead. He had a thick skin since and didn't care about this. Ranner always meets Auntie Sue in her dreams. Auntie Sue's eyes are so beautiful and her eyelashes are so long. Isu froze for a moment. Then some shame. Clearly just said not to comment on the woman's appearance. So there is a gentleman's style. They are his aunt. Of course, can be tolerated. But if it is outside, met some other woman, still like this, is going to be treated as a fopper's prodigal son. Taking a deep breath, he made up his mind that he must talk to him. Only when she raised her head, under the clear, watery, azure sky, she only looked at a handsome cheek, and those clear eyes. The young boy, who had grown up since Fox Mountain, gazed at her deeply and said softly, on this journey, every time I couldn't hold on, I would dream of Aunt Sue's eyes. It's as if Auntie has always stayed by my side, shielding me from the wind and cold as she did when I was a child. Ranchan, there's only Aunt Sue. Isa's lips moved slightly. Soft words, but they were like a thorn that dug deep into her heart. That Fox Hill teenager, unsupported and rootless, is the only one left. Those good-looking eyes gradually flooded with a woman's natural emotion of pity. The heart of the reproach in a moment as if the ice melted, got up to his head into the arms. Those eyes, the only thing left is a strong motherly love. Whispering murmur, with such a sweet mouth. How many women will he trick into going home in the future? Lu Chenran lying in her arms, cheeks into the two groups of warm and soft, although separated by a few layers of clothing, but still plump and soft, silently feeling her care, but no intention of apathy, just peacefully enjoying the peace of the moment. Just having Auntie Sue is enough. He knew this kind and gentle woman too well, even a little more than he knew himself. Isa shook his head and stroked his long hair lovingly. How is that going to work? Auntie will also grow old. Migratory birds have to grow up eventually. Ah, and Ranner will meet the woman who will be with you for the rest of your life in the future. Lu Duanron got up from her arms and looked at the frozen vegetables on the board that had not yet been cut, picked up the chopper, and learned to cut the vegetables by his touch. After I have ascended the unharmful mountain and met the immortals, I will ask for a copy of the immortality pill for my aunt. It was a half-truth, but it fit his filial persona at the moment. Esau silently looked at his clumsy movements, but in his heart, he was again remembering the things he had talked about with Yufu last night, and was a little worried. Ranner's back was turned to her, and at this time, he shouldn't be able to see his own expression, so she spoke out. Ranchan, have you inquired about the immortals on the unholy mountain along the way? Lu Duanron chopped the vegetables less skillfully and casually said, didn't inquire. Why Aunt Sue? Esau slowly got up and cleared the table, speaking somewhat absent-mindedly. There aren't many days left until the 9th day of the Lunar New Year. So you've been planning to climb the mountain lately? Lu Duanron nodded. Let's familiarize ourselves with Jiling in the next few days. Then we'll make plans to climb the mountain. In his heart, when he remembered the immortal on that unsavory mountain, his heart just gave birth to a few moments of anticipation, and he couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. What realm is he in now? Obviously, he is much higher than the Wangyun of the first realm. Esau pursed her lips, a hint of heartache surfaced between her eyes, and gently said, can you not go? If the long expectation, in the moment of learning the truth, into nothing again suddenly learned their destiny, I'm afraid that the feeling of falling is too much to bear. Lu Chunran looked at Isu with some confusion, and the kitchen knife in his hand paused for a moment. Why? Yu Fu crouched on the ground, those fox eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Esau, secretly cheering her on. Come on, say it, say it. Esau glanced at Moonflower and stammered a bit. Auntie has inquired about some of them. If there are none on the unsalted hills. Lu Chenran's pupils slightly condensed, and the knife in his hand was in disarray. In fact, that time in the cold pool encounter bathing Moonrabbit with their own vaguely said similar words, but at that time they did not care too much. It's just that if those words came out of Auntie's mouth, that would be too intriguing. However, if you have something to say, why do you have to hesitate? Could it be that the immortal has a problem with the demon race? This one is a little more likely. With that thought, the knife in his hand suddenly lurched. Hiss! he subconsciously murmured softly, without paying attention. His hand was cut by a sharp kitchen knife, and a deep cut was made, flowing with blood. Isu's words have not yet finished. Is to see this scene, her heart suddenly shot. Hastily is a step forward, from his hands to seize the kitchen knife, eyebrows slightly raised, soft voice reproach. Look at you. Why are you so careless? As he spoke, he had already put the tip of his finger into his mouth and gently pursed it. The soft, tender tongue draped around his fingers, still a little warm. Lu Chenron's heart jumped, silently feeling Auntie Sue's gentleness. A few blushes surfaced on his cheeks in a broken panic, silver teeth slightly under the light touch. Since the feeling of fingertips, there are three cool. After just a moment of being wrapped like that, Esau took his fingers out of his mouth. A few strands of crystalline saliva clung from the sides of her lips, pulling out an invisible thread of silk surplus. Snowfox looked at the scene in front of her with a dumbfounded expression. This atmosphere is too ambiguous, right? When did this fox become so bold? Seems to be aware of the atmosphere at this moment is a bit strange. Tsu violently slowed down the god, and then is the cheeks scarlet. For a moment the heart and soul trembling cannot own. She had never been in such a situation in her life. Her face was flushed, her eyes were closed and her nose was open and closed. Himself, how can this be? Raise his head, is to see the pair of Ranner's eyes with a slight surprise. The mind is more and more complex up, only feel that he looked at the face more and more flushed, cannot help but avoid his head to avoid his line of sight, slightly calmed down the mood, reach out to gather a head full of green silk. Aunt Sue, I'm fine, it's just a small wound. Oh Asus bowed her head, her voice taking on a bit of bucolic cross-respect. The remaining light caught a glimpse of Lu Chunran gazing down at the finger that she had licked, and her heart couldn't help but become even more shy, pulling out a silk handkerchief and pulling over his hand to carefully wipe it off in his surprised gaze, and not forgetting a small rebuke. You don't chop vegetables next time. But I wondered if the rebuke was a cover for her weakness. I'm just trying to help Auntie Sue, Lu Duanran said gently. Asa looked at him with a serious face and tilted his head, stroking the strands of his hair that hung at the tip of his nose. Without realizing it, Ranner was already half a head taller than herself as an aunt. I know you feel sorry for Auntie, but the gentleman is far from a blister cook. This kind of work can be left to Auntie. Well, by the way Aunt Sue, what were you trying to say? Lu Duanran opened his mouth. After this little incident, Esau didn't have much heart to talk to him, so he just stammered and casually coped with the situation. Then with a red face and muffled voice, he forcibly took off the clothes on Lu Chuanran's body. Aren't you going to a banquet at someone's place today? Auntie has already prepared a change of clothes for you. It's right there at the head of the bed. These clothes are a bit dirty. Auntie has washed them for you. When the words fell, he fled the area without looking back. Lu Duanran was somewhat speechless, glancing at the equally speechless Snowfox in the corner, and spoke at his aunt's plump and slender back. Auntie Sue, these clothes were just changed yesterday. They're not dirty yet. If Auntie says it's dirty, it's dirty. So go change it. Timeout. https://22bq/bq74388/371896163_2. HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. 97. Chapter 96. This is the threshold to the unholy mountain. Chapter 96. This is the threshold to the unholy mountain. Lu, the pupils of the three Confucian scholars instantly shrunk, followed by complex eyes gazing at Zhou Yan, looking at Zhou Yan all over his body quite a bit uncomfortable. The person described by this Zhou Yan, besides Mr. Lu, who else is there? In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Mr. Lu really does reside at the foot of this unharmful mountain. Coincidentally met this Zhou Yan in the road. To say the least, why is it not the word lucky fate? Zhou Yan frowned as he stared at the three Confucians, pondering in his mind for a moment, thinking that it might be one of his words that had annoyed his senior uncle. He tentatively opened his mouth to inquire. I wonder why the two master uncles, why are they looking at master nephew like this? Did master nephew say something wrong? Wang Yun took a deep breath, looked deeply at Zhou Yan, and spoke with a serious face. Master Zhou nephew, what a certain person says next. You must put in your heart. Zhou Yan first froze for a moment before arching his hand in a salute and nodding seriously. I am willing to listen to the teachings of senior uncle. Wang Yun weighed his words and said in a deep voice, the Mr. Lu that master nephew saw yesterday is the greatest blessing of your life, and will likely even affect your future path. Mr. Lu said the address is absolutely no error. Since Mr. said that resides behind this tongue forest, it is bound to be here, whether or not you can see Mr. Lu. It all depends on the master nephew's destiny. However, the master nephew can be Mr. Lu valued. I think it must be the heart has been built, has been able to ask himself. If you can ask yourself, will be able to condense the fruit of the road, have the opportunity to set foot in that only exists in the misty in the vastness of heaven and earth. Zhou Yan was listening attentively at first, only as Uncle Wang Yin spoke more and more, he became a bit cloudy, not understanding the meaning of his words, such as, what it means to ask oneself about one's own heart, to condense the fruits of the way, and what it means to have a vast expanse of heaven and earth. But none of this mattered. He was very good at catching words in the midst of details. This Master Wang Yun's words were conveying a message to him that the Mr. Lu that he had met yesterday was an extraordinary character. Does Master Nephew remember? Senior Uncle. The student remembers. Zhou Yan subconsciously nodded. Wang Yun glanced at him and did not say anything more. And then his gaze was directed towards the plain and uninteresting tongue forest. From the outside alone, it is really difficult to see what is peculiar. I think it must be in depth, only to be able to get a glimpse of the wonders of it. With this in mind, Wang Yun took Wu Dao and Wang Ziyan, and together they walked in towards the tongue forest. There were many pedestrians at the foot of Mt. Jixian, and everywhere there were crowned and fluttering cabs and chivalrous men, clustered in the east and in the west, whispering and discussing. 3 great scholars into the scene of Tonglin. Naturally, it startled a lot of people in the heart of the curiosity, in line with the hilarious thought, so Sex also followed into the peace of Tonglin. Only Zhou Yan is still outside of Tonglin, still recalling what Wang Yun said, frozen and dumbfounded. Senior Uncle Wang Yun, it doesn't seem to be quite the same, but he couldn't tell what was different. Speaking of which, Confucianism, whether students or Mr. just looked different. Different years, only that indefinable reader's temperament, such as the same, in the study of the way of the saints. None of them is not shaking his head and dropping the bookcase of the pedantry of the sour midgets, are very uninteresting and tedious. But, today's Uncle Wang Yin seems to have changed. Ask yourself, what is the heart of the self? Zhou Yan confusedly looked at the piece of wood, always felt that Wang Yun uncle this statement as if it contains a deep and thorough reasoning, can be carefully scrutinized and seems to be always separated from a thin layer? If the fog to see the mountain, arguing that it is not clear that the road is not clear. Self-mind? The heart of the way? Ask yourself about your heart? Zhou Yan's heart suddenly flinched as he seemed to have caught something in the dark, staring blankly at the orange gold-colored Dan pill in his hand. What is the way of my heart? In his mind, he seemed to think of what Mr. Lu said yesterday in the hall of a Mei sword sect. Throughout the world, there will always be sages who are not afraid of the world's vision, and create a brand new road for the world. And the road is long distance and far away. I know, he mumbled in a daze. The 5 elements of yin and yang are proposed, and the idea that springs from the heart is the heart of the way, which is called asking oneself about one's own heart. And if one is able to ask oneself questions and answer them, and walk on the path of one's heart, then one has condensed the fruits of the way. Zhou Yan took a deep breath before abandoning the carriage, brushing off the folds of his clothes, his cheeks filled with respect as he stepped into this tongue forest once again. The breeze floats in, and the 4 fields return to silence. Lu Duanran slowly woke up from his initiation. Everything around the grassy hall is filled with a long-lasting mist that curls up and lingers, just casting the technique of asking the mind. Lu Chunran did not feel any difference in his body, nor was it prudent to know the usage of this technique. Only in that moment, his thoughts merged into this tongue forest in front of him, and if his soul went out of his body and traveled far away, all the information in this tongue forest was transmitted into his mind. Does this technique need to be used on living beings? Lu Duanran frowned shallowly and muttered to himself. He looked up at the sun and estimated that it should be time for the feast. Forget it, we'll dig up the use of this technique in the future. There's no need to force it. Lu Chenran casually shook his head, and then he drove the auspicious cloud underneath him to fly to the sky, towards the direction of the distant Jinling city. Just after Lu Chenran's figure disappeared in less than an incense stick of time, there was a sound of fluttering feathers coming from the tongue forest, accompanied by a shadow spilling down. A huge white crane fell from the sky. A crane cry came from far away, straight as if ringing in the hearts and minds of people, cleansing all the noise of the mortal world. The white crane's figure was so large that its spread wings were 3 feet long. On top of his head, a bright red crown was embedded, shimmering like a jewel. The cry is clear as a whistle. Following that, this white crane stopped in front of the grass hall and gazed deeply at it. With the spread of a green smoke, the white crane was transformed into the appearance of a Taoist master, like an earthly straw man, with a slight beard on his cheeks, extremely white, wearing a horned scarf and a bearded dress. The old man gazed respectfully in the direction of the grass hall. The red sun reflects on the shoulders. In front of the grassy hall, Taoist immortal rhythm continuously flowed outward from outside the grass hall, a peaceful place of immortals. Indeed, the old man muttered in his mind. This tongue forest at the foot of Mt. Ji Shi, the old man would pass by every day and take a short break. Today, however, the old man is still the same general. In the Tonlin closed eyes. Suddenly, the entire Tonlin will be in his eyes has changed the appearance of the mist, filled with the surrounding. His pupils instantly condensed, and countless images surfaced in his mind as if he was walking on a horse. Being a crane with 1,000 years of cultivation, he was traveling on Poyang Lake one day, and inadvertently saw a black fish in the lake swallowing a fisherman. Perhaps because of the natural-born spiritual species, the heart gave birth to the intolerance. So he was angry and flew down, pecked the black fish of 100 years of Taoism dead. The black fish died, but the fisherman did not survive. Only the fisherman's spirit was grateful for what the crane had done, lending him his name and giving the crane its appearance. Since then, Senzuru has since changed his name to Chenjitian, and Kusakari is the name he was known by when he was a Senzuru. Between heaven and earth, the more heaven-born spiritual species, the more difficult it was to take shape. The crane this encounter can be said to have encountered the creation, and did not knock the heart door broken into a realm. It coincidentally borrowed the body of the fisherman, to obtain the ability to take shape. It was just that this creation was ultimately borrowed from an external force, rather than being condensed by itself. Later, there was one more fisherman who did good deeds on Poyang Lake, named Chen Jitian. In the midst of countless rainstorms, he saved the people from the fire several times, and the people spontaneously built temples for Chen Jitian to glorify this man of good deeds at Poyang Lake. It is only that after each time the crane performs a good deed and saves a person, the memory of the fisherman surfaces in his mind from time to time, and as time passes, this memory becomes more and more profound. Until now, the grass-clothed Wang often asks himself who he really is. Who is the one doing good deeds? Is it the Wang in grass cloth? Or is it Chen Jitian? Was the man whose temple was erected, the man whom the people sang the praises of, the Wang of Chaui, or Chen Jitian? Obviously, it was a good deed done by himself. Then why did the people sing the praises of the fisherman Chen Jitian? This thought has gradually penetrated into his heart, like a demonic obsession. Immortal Crane knew that if he could not see through this state of mind, he was afraid that his Taoism would be stagnant for the rest of his life. After that memory was like a tide surging through his Tao heart, his heart sank, and in the underworld, a voice from his heart seemed to come from his ears. Who are the do-gooders? It's Chen Jitian. The crane answered the whispered words. No, it's not Chen Jitian. It's the grass-clad wench. No, it's not the straw-clad wench. And who is it that does good? Yes, who is the do-gooder? The voice at the immortal crane's ears echoed continuously, seemingly coaxing his mind's demons. At the moment when his Taoist heart nearly sank, Immortal Crane suddenly came to his senses, and his eyes looked at everything in front of him with complexity. Immortal Crane had once read in an ancient book that there were immortals in the world, and if he met one, he would have the chance to obtain that legendary immortal's guidance. Have you gotten lucky? So he composed himself, silently feeling the hazy mist of the forest, and kept asking himself questions. Who am I? Who's me? Kusakari Wang is me. And who is Chen Jitian? Chen Jitian is me too. What about the grass-clad wench? I am Chen Jitian, and I am also Chaui Wang. Will Chen Jitian do good deeds? Will do good. Does the straw-clad wench do good deeds? Will do good. So, who are you? The immortal crane snapped out of it, and the obsession in his heart seemed to shatter open at this moment. Does it really matter who the do-gooder is? The name and appearance of a person is only an external thing. What matters is the heart that does good, and what is important is what is done when doing good. Why do we have to be obsessed with who is doing good? Is it possible that one's own good deeds need to be praised by others before they are done? Could it be that he was forced to do good because the people built a temple for him? Goodness is not a utilitarian mind. Grass-clothed Wang's pupils in this instant penetrated all the heart of the devil obsession. Like a tide quickly faded. The only thing left is that a heart to do good. Ask yourself and answer yourself. Immortal Crane had finally broken into the first realm at this moment, knocking at the door of the heart. Heaven and earth run smoothly. Before the stop, quietly broken. The crane knew that all of this opportunity and creation came from the immortal who resided in this grassy hall. However, they did not dare to rush forward, fearing that they would disturb the immortal leader who resided here, but only stooped down and respectfully saluted, and then fell to his knees and deeply said, I, Chaui, have come uninvited to pay my respects to the immortal master, and I hope that the immortal master will not be offended. The voice echoed through this mountain for a long time without any response. The old man muttered, could it be that the immortal is not here? I think it must be that the immortal master is gone, but if so, why does the immortal master not want to see himself? With this thought, the grass-clothed Wang took a deep breath, and a stream of light flickered from his fingertips, transforming into a futon. Following that, the grass-clothed Wang was sitting on top of this piece of futon, closing his eyes and resting his mind, waiting for the immortal chief, who The wind floated languidly. Around half an hour or so, this tongue forest slowly walked out a figure again. A snow-white clothed reader. From the middle of the carapace cage of this tongue forest instantly break free from the bondage. Floating out. This person was none other than Wang Yun. When he entered this tongue forest just now, he felt an endless Tao rhythm embedded in it, and as the mist became denser and denser, words kept coming from Wang Yun's ears. However, the path of the Tao in his heart had long since been an open one. This tongue forest, which was like a maze of cages in the eyes of others, was like a no-man's land in his eyes as he traveled along. Following that, Wang Yun took a deep look at this tongue forest behind him and sighed in his heart. This is the forest of inquiring minds. I think, can pass this tongue forest? None is the heart of the fruits of the Tao has become a person. Or to be more specific, breaking into that realm that Mr. Liu had spoken of. Wang Yun lifted his head, looked at the unsavory mountain not far away, and muttered, "Is this the threshold set by Master Liu? If you want to hear an immortal preach, you must ask your own heart and answer your own questions to be qualified to do so. Yes, it must be." The mystery of it all was finally solved. Previously, Wang Yun still had doubts in his mind. If on the 9th day of the waxing moon, all the world's living beings are taught to listen to the sermon of the immortals on Buxian Mountain, the Great Zhou is a vast country with countless capable people, and a Buxian Mountain, how can it accommodate so many people? It seemed that Master Liu had already thought about this a long time ago. Passing through the forest of inquiring minds is thought to be the first threshold. The world to become a Taoist. The talent of the world is only secondary. Not afraid of the world's eyes, the will to the Tao is the first thing. He continued to walk forward 2 steps, and soon he was looking at the grassy hall that Zhou Yan had mentioned. At the foot of Jishan Mountain, Master Liu really does reside here. I don't know if Senior Brother Wu Dao and Senior Brother Zian will be able to pass through this questioning forest. Wang Yun shook his head, and immediately after, the figure of an old man was reflected in Wang Yun's eyes. His heart was slightly startled, and with a few moments of surprise yet, he murmured, "Besides me, there is actually someone else who has already passed through this questioning forest long ago? Who is this person?" Obviously, Grass-clothed Wang had also noticed this man who had walked out of the inquiring mind forest. In the eyes of the grass-clothed Wang, the Confucian body, cohesion of a layer of heavy immortal charm of the first look. If the hands, even if they have 1,000 years of douching, I'm afraid that it is difficult to go down 10 strokes in its hands. Grass-clothed Wang's pupils contracted slightly as he muttered to himself, "Who is this man? Just what kind of terrifying Tao fruit has been condensed?" It's a very simple truth. If you ask yourself about the Tao, the more complex and vast the Tao you ask, the stronger you will be after answering. And the Tao fruits you gather will also be profound. And the door of the heart that the grass-clothed Wang knocked at was nothing more than not asking for one's own goodness. And the fruits of the Tao that were condensed were naturally average. The two of them glanced at each other unspokenly, following which Wang Yun was slowly walking forward, and a stream of artifacts flickered, coalescing into a futon underneath him. Although he didn't know what Master Liu meant, since this first old man to walk out of the inquiring mind forest acted like this, there must be something to say. Wang Yun slowly sat beside the grass-clad Wang and bowed his hand. Wang Yun of the Confucian sect, meet fellow Taoist. The grass-clothed Wang did not dare to be arrogant and hastily returned the salute. My name is Chen Jitian. Meet fellow Taoist Wang Yun. The two nodded to each other, and they stopped speaking. He sat on the futon with his own eyes closed. The wind was blowing, and the sunlight was diffusing through this place, shooting diagonally at this foggy place, casting spot shadows like rainbows. After about an hour or so, an old crone slowly walked out from the tongue forest, and after first looking around, she spotted the two figures sitting cross-legged in front of the grass hall. After thinking about it, he also changed into a futon and silently sat beside the two of them, closing his eyes and resting his mind. Another incense stick of time had passed. Wu Dao walked out from the forest of inquiring minds with a face of surprise, and just when he wanted to say something, he saw the three figures sitting in front of the grass hall. He just wanted to say hello to Senior Brother Wang Yun, but he saw that the room was silent. No one said anything, so he swallowed his saliva, suppressed the doubts in his heart, and cautiously came over, illuminated a futon, and also sat beside the three people. The fog was getting thicker and thicker. In front of the Jikji grasshopper, on 4 futons, 4 first realm cultivators meditated silently. Su Su, the 9 heavens and the world, drifting down a leaf, swinging with the wind, floating, not knowing where it will go. Inside the grass hall, Asu and Yufu looked at the scene in front of them with bewildered faces and glanced at each other. What's going on? Unclear. Didn't Ranner go to the banquet? Yufu had a bitter smile on his face, and then looked at Asu with a complicated expression. Presumably, these are the hearers of the word. Esau was silent. The people from the Amei Sword sect who were responsible for welcoming Lu Chunran had already been waiting at the docks of Jinling City for a long time. When the sun had just risen, Amei Sword sect's Hall Masterly, a group of hall deacons stood at the front of the greeting crowd. Lu Chunran drove the auspicious cloud, and when he arrived at Jinling City, he stepped off the cloud and went on foot. Not long after, he met Hall Masterly, so he stepped forward, clasped his fists, and said hello, Hall Masterly, it's been a long time. Tin Drop blinked at Lu Duanran. Seeing Lu Chunran sizing himself up, Hall Masterly had a smile on his face. Then he signaled the group of deacons behind him and smiled at Lu Chunran. Sir has had a hard journey. The Amei Sword sect has already set up a banquet at the best restaurant in Jinling, the Autumn Wind Drunkenness, and it's rightly regarded as a reception for Mr. Please, sir, wait until we get to the place. Then we'll drink and have a good time. With such a big stance, Lu Chunran's heart was a little scared. But he didn't want to refute his good intentions, so he smiled slightly. There's no need to be so grand. It's really flattering for Mr. Lu that you all came to greet me even in your busy schedules. A deacon of the Amei Sword sect hurriedly came forward and said with a smile on his face, Sir, this autumn wind drunk is not far from here, so please don't excuse yourself. Last time, all the way was by carriage and boat. Lu Chunran had no way to enjoy this Jiangnan scenery, now following the Amei Sword sect's group on the Jiangnan path. Just like this. Through the green stone streets, into the main building called Autumn Wind Drunkenness. Before they had the chance to catch up on a few words, a line of women wearing light purple dresses, sashes fluttering on the ground with fruits and tea floating to them. Clothes are also dancing. People are also dancing. Eyes across the autumn water, die like distant mountains. These Jiangnan women's posture is not superior, but rare as the features are so delicate. Knit your brows and smile with a water village women's unique dispersed warmth. If the garden of Jiangnan is an elegant landscape, that shuttle in the restaurant, a line if the wind-whisking willow women, why not another elegant scenery? Just then, Tin Drop quietly walked over to Lu Chunran's side and whispered, Brother Lu, today, my Amei Sword sect has feasted on the State Master of Great Zhou in addition to Brother Lu. I've always thought that the State Master was a phony. Lu Duanran was a bit surprised. The State Master of the Great Zhou, he had heard about it before. It is said that that person is a Taoist monk and is highly respected by the emperor. The heart cannot help but secretly guess. This national master is not this place to get practitioners. Sitting silently on the mat. After a while, outside the house, there was a cry. The master of the state has arrived. The people at the table were instantly in an uproar. End of chapter 98. Chapter 97 Elder is the Immortal from Buxian Mountain? Chapter 97 Is Senior the Immortal from the Unholy Mountain? Surrounded by the crowd, a green-clothed, Dao-robed man slowly walked into the hall. The face of the Taoist seems to know the age of life. The temples have been gray, but this has not in the least compromised its body of the immortal style of Taoism, but instead added 3 vicissitudes of the bottom. The gentle voice of the Taoist rang out, Poor Dao Minxue, meet you all. With a smiling face, Hall Masterly welcomed this Taoist to the upper seat, cupped his fists, and respectfully said, Greetings to the State Master. The State Master has come here suddenly. There is a loss of welcome. Speaking of which, today, Hall Masterly had intended to simply host a banquet for Mr. Lu, yet his men had suddenly informed him that the State Master wanted to visit the Amei Sword sect, and his heart was a bit puzzled for a while. The master of the country is not simple. According to rumors 16 years ago, this person suddenly appeared in Jinling City. Meet the Emperor. Do not know if the Emperor said something. The Emperor of the Weak, the Emperor of the Dragon Face. Not 2 days is to convene a full of civil and military. The master of the country in front of the civil and military officials. A hand of iron tree to open. Inviting the moon to dance together shocked the full of the civil and military. The Emperor of Zhou was so determined to seek immortality that he personally appointed this Taoist as the state master in the presence of all the officials. The Minxue Daoren, however, was not polite, and sat down on the seat to survey the crowd. His smile still gentle. All of you do what you need to do, and don't be formal. It was only his afterglow that was glancing towards Lu Duanran's direction from time to time. Seeing that the state master had already put down his words, the crowd of Jianghu people were nodding their heads and did not take the state master seriously, moving chopsticks to move chopsticks, and toasting wine to toast. Among the Jianghu people, there are many who aspire to longevity, especially those who are gifted with roots and bones, and are dedicated to learning the sword, just for the sake of one day stepping into the legendary innate realm at the door. What's more, some days ago, a legendary immortal appeared in the northern border Linjiang Ferry, shocked 100 demons night. These Jianghu people in the heart for the wonders of longevity. Even more curious, the heart is like a cat scratching. Some returned from the Linjiang Ferry, while eating and drinking, With the crowd at the table to add fuel to the story of these anecdotes, such as yesterday's Jinling City, suddenly appeared out of nowhere a large number of people. There are eyewitnesses. Only feel in front of the eyes floated over the cinnamon incense, and then fell to the ground and slept for a whole day. As for Tin Lok, who had traveled from Shu to Shangjing, he was toasted the most, and these people drank while turning and prying for information about that Mr. Lu. But Tin Drop didn't say much and just sat there silently. Elder sister, just tell us the bottom. That Mr. Lu, is he the legendary? A jungle man whispered. Tin Drop glanced at them and said lightly, what does yes or no have to do with you? It is the right way to ask for the sword with one heart. The crowd looked at Tin Drop with envious faces. It's only because of her deep blessings that she was fortunate enough to meet Mr. Lu. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid she wouldn't have that fortune at all. No matter what, to be favored by a high-ranking person, senior sister will definitely have a chance to enter the martial arts path of the innate. A few people spoke to each other. Tin Drop only felt a bit of a headache when he heard this inside. If you are really curious, you can't just go to the unharmful mountain on the 9th day of the waxing moon? The people looked at each other and then laughed out loud. Reasonable. Eternal life, I'm afraid, is the pursuit of every man's heart. Even the emperor is not exempt. Raise your glass, and the table will be filled with drinks. Lu Chunran casually ate something, listening to these Jianghu people bragging about each other. His heart felt a little bored. Informed the Li Hall master. Looking for a gap. Is out of the restaurant. Looking for a pavilion to get a breath of fresh air. The cold plums beside the pool exuded an ethereal fragrance. The water under the bridge is as clear as a mirror. Dense golden scale red carp. Once someone comes, it will quickly crowd from all directions. Have jumped out of the water, one after another as if someone in the water to wash a piece of red cloth. In fact, compared to these Jianghu forces, Lu Chenran's heart was a bit more interested in the Confucian sect. Previously was with the Wang Yun talked about some. Confucianism seems to be a family. In fact, now still remains in pieces of a scattered state. There is no such thing as the lord of the Confucianism. Only the world's Confucianism recognized Confucianism. Mr. Confucianism together in charge of the Confucianism. In the 100-year history of the Great Thursday, the number of these Mr. Confucianism was variable, and there could be several of them at times when there were more, or even only one at times when there were fewer. Now there are 3 big Mr. Confucianism, but the position of the leader is still vacant. In the end, or the text is not the first, martial arts is not the second line, the literati is how many years of problems, even if it is just a false name, but also refuse to easily let others. Confucianism has a long history. In fact, according to Confucianism history books, 1,000 years ago, Confucianism as the last saint appeared. Zhu Shang, with the science of 1 day of enlightenment, a step into the realm of saints. Zhu Shang at that time to support the building on the verge of tipping over, to save the tide of the imminent collapse, to sit on this head of the seat deservedly. And Tin Fel as also had said, a Mei sword clan 1,000 years ago has also appeared in Ancestor, holding as their own this water dragon Een. A sword broke the Tsangjiang River water. It's just that until now, there has never been another high-level person like the Ancestor back then, whether it is the Confucianism of the Zhu Shang, or a Mei sword sex ancestor. According to the reasoning of such a person, Hao will also leave just a word of record, but it seems to be evaporated, and there is no historical information to remain. If according to the words of the young prince, between heaven and earth, only the last immortal on the mountain of Buxian, but this is obviously contrary to the Confucian sect or Amei sword sect's historical records. Lu Chenran didn't believe that either the Amei ancestor, who had cut off the water of the Tsangjiang River with a single sword, or the Zhu Shang, who had witnessed the sage realm with his physiology, didn't even have 1,000 years of longevity. Where have all these immortals gone? Lu Chenran looked toward the mountain of Prime in the distance with a complicated expression. From this point of view, and not only is the mountains, it seems that the whole world is also by this not salty mountain is held up in the clouds. This not salty mountain is like the northern border of the pine in general, the shade of the Jinling. Is that all that's left of the immortals on the unholy mountain? He muttered. Just then, a gentle voice suddenly came from behind. What is Mr. Lu looking at? But the gluttony is not enough? Lu Duanran was surprised in his heart. With all the bonding along the way, his divine sense had long been far beyond anyone's reach, but he just didn't hear the man's footsteps. Lu Chenran turned around and looked at this mysterious great Zhou state master, smiling and nodding. Just out for some air. The Minato nodded, his smile still gentle. In the next moment, it was slowly stretching out a finger and pointing it in the void. Immediately after, Lu Chenran, since he felt his body rippled with a circle of rippling waves of chi visible to the naked eye, spreading in all directions layer by layer, and in the next instant, The handle of the water dragon bard that had been following him had actually appeared in the hands of this Taoist man. Lu Chenran's pupils suddenly shrunk as he looked at the Taoist in front of him with a grave expression. Not to mention ordinary people, even stepped into a realm of Wang Yun also cannot observe the existence of the water dragon Jin behind him, but the Taoist in front of him not only noticed, and even made a move to trap it in the hands. Who the hell is this guy? Clang! The water dragon's bard let out a stirring sword cry, and the sword trembled as if it wanted to get out of this Taoist's hands. Instead, Taoist Minxue shook his head, his sleeves puffing out as a hint of surprise flashed across his pupils. A self-generated spirit? Then, as if he felt that this move was a bit of a monstrosity, he waved his hand again to disperse the aura that was trapping the water dragon's grimoire, and gently said, I never thought that here I would be able to see the sword of my late husband, so it is not a wasted trip. Deceased? Lu Duanran took a deep breath, seeing that this Taoist did not have any hostile intent, and after placating Shui Longyin, he spoke with a respectful expression. I've met Senior. I wonder who the deceased person is that Senior is talking about. The Minxue Taoist looked at Shui Longyin with a complicated expression, then smiled and said, once I had an old relationship with one of the elders of this Amei sword sect, and that person did entrust me to take care of his descendants for a moment or two. After going around in circles, now that this sword has come into Mr. Lu's hands, it is considered to have a good home. Just now, I was just surprised and wanted to find out what was going on, so I took the liberty of making a move. So I hope Mr. Lu won't mind. Lu Duanran shook his head and bowed his hand. I dare not. As he spoke, he had already activated his mind's eye to silently observe this person. There was a layer of imperceptible Taoist rhythm flowing around this Minxue Taoist, and he himself was completely unable to see through this mysterious Taoist. This kind of feeling, Lu Chuanran had only ever felt in his aunt's body with that moon rabbit. Taoist Minxue naturally saw Lu Chenran's caution and doubts, but he didn't care and said with slight emotion, speaking of which, the friendship between the poor Taoist and the Sichingi, that is to be traced back to 1,000 years ago. That time under the sky is not like this. The time has changed. Lamentable ah. Lu Duanran's heart fluttered as he suppressed his doubts and respectfully said, Senior, can the late generation ask a question? The Minerva Water Taoist seemed to have read the mind of the man before him and spoke calmly. No at all. Elder is the immortal from Buxian Mountain? No. Timeout. https://22bq/bq74388/372060064_2. HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. 99. Chapter 98. Although I don't know where your teacher comes from. Today also. Chapter 98. Though I don't know where your teacher comes from. It's better to retreat today. Hallmaster Li's pupils contracted slightly before he narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, Kid is not very old, but he is familiar with official talk. Who sent you guys to stir up the scene? There is no such rule in the Jianghu of coming up and smashing the scene without declaring yourselves. The corners of the white-shirted man's mouth curved up in a slight arc. Pa dash. He unfolded the folding fan in his hand and shook it gently, the fan pendant carved out of fat white jade glowing in the dim light. This Gongzi came here, and it is not to smash any scene. As long as the hall master obediently hands over the whereabouts of these three swords, he can be spared from this flying disaster. Speaking of which, killing you all would be nothing more than a casual matter. In other words, would the hall master feel a sense of accomplishment in crushing an ant? Hall Master Li laughed in anger. Well, I'd like to see what kind of doll you are that doesn't know the sky and the earth. As the words fell, the expression on Hallmaster Li's cheeks immediately tightened and he took a step forward. Clang! The sword on his waist was held in his hand, his eyes staring coldly at the man. If you want the whereabouts of the three swords, you'll have to see it in your hands. Li Hallmaster, this has been the age of confusion. Although there has not been Tin Fall that natural sword root bone, but also practiced internal chi for more than 20 years, a body of internal chi practice. From the legend of the martial arts and the innate is only a foot, can be stationed in the capital? The hands of how can there be no real skill? A few sighs flashed between the white-shirted man's brows. The Amei sword sect of 1,000 years ago also loomed large in this world. Time has changed, and the sword sect can no longer be said to have fallen out of favor, and it would not be too much to describe it in terms of a collapsed Dao lineage. I think you are also the head of the sword sect's Hall of One, but you're a mortal who doesn't even have a realm of one. These three swords fell into your hands. It's really a waste. As the words fell, the people of the Amei sword sect who were present all looked at the white-shirted man with a baffled expression, listening to the words in a cloudy manner. What one realm? What realm is that? Above an 8? The only one who seemed to have understood the white-shirted man's words was Din Lu, who stood silently beside Lu Chenran. Having spent a lot of time with her brother Lu, she had heard about this one realm. A bad premonition arose in her heart. These people were by no means ordinary Jianghu people. A sword sect disciple beside Hall Masterly had already been unable to hold back. Holding a long sword, he grabbed the lead and yelled, "Godly, my Ame sword sect uses you to evaluate? Asterisk 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 this. Die for me." When the words fell, he rushed up, his long sword trembling, and stabbed towards the white-shirted man. The white-shirted man avoided it, lifting his hand, palm forward, while the back of his hand was directed at that Ame disciple who stood behind him, and said softly, "Slow." The entire autumn wind drunkenness restaurant suddenly froze at this moment. The long sword that had chopped down an unknown number of Jianghu people was merely half unsheathed before it lost its voice, and then it was actually pushed back into the scabbard inch by an invisible chi. This Ame disciple's face suddenly paled, followed by a large mouthful of blood being spat out. He fainted and died on the floor, letting out a heavy thud. Hall Masterly froze in place, his eyes lost in thought as he looked at the scene before him. How had he ever seen such bizarre means? The palm of the hand holding the long sword trembled slightly, as if he had seen a ghost in the daytime, and his voice was hoarse. "Who the hell are you?" The white-shirted man smiled faintly and spoke out. "Tianshui Mountain, Su Wu Dao." There was silence in the arena, and only the sound of heavy gasping could be heard from the crowd who did not know whether they were shocked or afraid. Tianshui Mountain? What kind of Jianghu force is this? Is there such a sect in Great Zhou? When did this sect appear? Hall Masterly is not stupid. Just that today's situation has really forced him into a dilemma. Back off? Tell the whereabouts of those 3 swords? If you give in to someone who doesn't know what's going on, you won't be able to raise your head in the circles of Shangjing in the future. But if we don't retreat, we'll go all the way. What are the chances of winning? Hall Masterly's pupils shifted, and he finally decided to let go. He didn't believe that this what's-his-name Su Wudao could just leave so openly and honestly after killing people in Jinling in a dignified manner. He took a deep breath, followed by a deep drink. "Take this man." Inside the field, the many Ome disciples glanced at each other before moving with them. In the next moment, dozens of disciples were swarming up with long swords in their hands, vowing to chop this Su Wudao into several pieces. If it was an ordinary martial artist who saw the siege of dozens of Hotian martial artists, even if he was an innate, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape death, and would drink his heart out. However, this white-shirted man was not an unusual martial artist, nor was he in the so-called innate realm. Su Wudao gently shook his head and softly said, "This Gongzi has come to seek you all this time. It really isn't to smash the scene, but if I were to say that, you guys definitely wouldn't believe me, and might even think that I'm the one who's afraid." Su Wudao slowly extended his hand, followed by a slight pressure above the void. Shasta. The hall was filled with roiling sword chi. This was without any sign. No one even noticed the internal chi running inside Su Wudao's body. It seemed to be just so casually pressed, pouring out such a large amount of bewildering sword chi at will. This sword air presses people but does not hurt them, like hundreds of sharp swords, not chopping you and stabbing you with their blades, but merely pressing on your body. Its weight is enough to completely crush you. The crowd was momentarily disoriented. Dozens of disciples were bloodless in an instant, their bodies shaking. Following that, he violently spat out blood from his mouth and fell to his knees on top of the ground, including Hall Masterly. A group of amazed children all felt their backs hidden in cold sweat, and could not afford to have half a thought of resistance in their hearts. Put, as one of them spat out a large mouthful of blood from his mouth. Whoa! A piece of this restaurant fell down. Su Wudao still maintained the downward pressure of his palm and said to himself, "You people, I'm sure you still think I'm a bully. In fact, I don't want to be like this. Although more than one person has said to me that I should just cut through you people with a sword and treat them as if they were mole crickets, I still held a few lucky thoughts, thinking that if I treat people with sincerity, there will naturally be someone who treats me with sincerity, and even if it's just one person, that sincerity isn't considered to have been wasted. So I didn't go directly to the Ame sword sect, but quietly came to this Shangjing Jinling, to secretly make some incense with all of you here, and to ask where the sword used by Senior 11 Shingi was back then. In return, in the future, all of you encountered a difficult situation. Just help each other a little. The least we can have a smile when we meet. After all, go out and be kind to others." Su Wudao's words paused slightly, and then he smiled gently. "But the ones guarding the doorway didn't seem to want to be on good terms with me," and struck out with a sword. "I just thought, even if I had been an unwanted guest, I wouldn't be guilty of death, would I?" There was silence in the arena and no one answered. Su Wudao said with a faint smile, "To put it bluntly, actually people are all the same. Regardless of cultivation, they are all in the same category. More than horizontal." Puff dash. With a sound that came, Hall Masterly knelt on the ground. His body was like a drowning man being rescued from the shore. Gasping for air, Su Wudao swept a glance towards the hall and said softly, "Well, that's right. If you can't hold on then fall down." It's better than holding on for dear life. As his words fell, Tin Drop followed suit and knelt on top of the ground. The hands holding the sword trembled, and his eyes stared blankly at the white-shirted male. The mind went blank. She was shaking. She could feel it. Her hands in fear. Griffin? Timeout. https://22bq/bq74388/372129293_2. HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. 100. Chapter 99. If a man of the hour wishes to enter the Tsung Chang, he should first pass through the Ame 800 Immortals. Chapter 99. If a man wants to enter the Tsung Chang, he should first pass through the Ame 800 Immortals. The night light on the porch is still burning, glittering. A flash of light flourished in the hall. Su Wudao tightly gripped the long sword in his hand. His pupils clenched in tiny beads of sweat densely covered as he looked at the man before him, who was sitting quietly in front of the case, still without any flow of aura. It made this room bloom with light, which in his eyes, however, had already defied the common sense of the world. If that drop of mana was some kind of heavenly treasure, but this stroke, it was a real immortal art. Just he at least has also seen the storm scene. At this time is still able to maintain the surface of the calm. Strong self-pressure down the heart of the color of the shock. Slowly up to the front. Sitting upright. Spoke in a deep voice. I wonder what Mr. Lu wants to talk about? Lu Duanran beckoned. The crane-billed pot was placed on the case, waved his hand and shallowly poured 2 cups of tea, quietly looking at him. Although Mr. Lu has never known your son's origin, I think he is also a member of the clan. His Excellency talks about wanting to make peace. Is this the kind of scenario that His Excellency wants to see? Su Wudao's face had a few moments of uncertainty. Then he took a deep breath and opened his mouth with an arching salute. Mr. Lu, I have already exercised great restraint. Otherwise these people would have been more than simply kneeling on the ground. After all, bullying is human nature. And in that world full of cultivators, all beings are indeed like mole crickets, not being able to keep their heads above water. Lu Chenran stared at the person in front of him for a while and spoke. That's why you can sit and talk calmly with Lu. The Omei disciples present were a bit cloudy, and only Su Wudao, who was sitting opposite Lu Chenran, had a heart like a clear mirror. He subconsciously swallowed his saliva, and the teacup he held tightly in his hand trembled more and more. Perhaps it was just a moment of enjoying the thrill of this descending dimension, not realizing that a moment of kindness had in turn saved his life. Su Wudao took a deep breath, then slowly spoke. Senior brother Su was reckless. He didn't know that Mr. was here and bumped into him. It's only right that Mr. casts a spell to chastise, but please raise your hand and undo the spell cast on senior brother Su. Lu Chunran silently looked at the teacup in his hand and shook his head. I'm afraid not. Why not? What happens if it doesn't work? Su Wudao raised his head and stared at this gentleman who didn't know the bottom line. His heart hardened and he gritted his teeth and spoke. Tianshui Mountain definitely won't stop. Where is Tianshui Mountain? This doesn't make it easy to talk. Lu Duanran looked at him quietly, then withdrew his gaze and said softly, it's Mr. Lu who wants to talk to fellow Taoist Su. Not just fellow Taoist. Paul Master Li has found a place for Lu Mao to stay, and the Amei Sword Sex Sword is in Lu Mao's hands, so as a matter of course, Lu Mao is going to help look after it. Fellow Taoist Su moved his hand and injured someone, and Mr. Lu only chastised him with a slight technique. Is it that fellow Taoist thinks that Mr. Lu's temper is too good? Or is it that you think you have the so-called immortal mountain sheltering you, so you don't put Mr. Lu in your eyes? As the words fell, only a dragon's roar could be heard in the hall. Following that, an immortal sword flashing with a faint stream of light leisurely surfaced behind Lu Chenran, and the words Water Dragon engraved in gilt seal script on top of the sword's hilt shone brightly. When the sheath is not seen, sharpness only thick. Once the blade is revealed to the outside, the light and cold directly forced people's eyes. Su Wudao subconsciously took a step backward, staring blankly at this legendary immortal sword. No spirit from floating. This sword, actually has been born spirit. It was not until now that Su Wudao realized just how terrifying in existence the man sitting in front of him was. Friar? Cultivators are the ones who have the fruits of the Tao to coalesce, and they are afraid of not being cultivators. This mysterious Mr. Lu, I'm afraid that even the old ancestors on Tianshui Mountain must be afraid of a few points. But why is there such an existence in this place? Isn't it the realm where the Tao rhythm has not yet sprouted? Cold sweat drenched his spine, and a chill rose upward from his tailbone. Elder, forgive me. Su Wudao suppressed the fear that rose from his heart, his face pale and almost weak in the legs. I don't know what Senior wants to talk about with Senior. Trying to be reasonable. What reasoning does Elder want? Lu Chunran looked at the messy hall and looked at the heavily injured people, then spoke softly. The reasoning is simple. Since we are Jianghu people, it is only natural to act as among Jianghu people. Su Wudao raised his head violently, his lips trembling as he spoke incredulously. What does elder mean by that? Taoist friends conceded cultivation in the body, in the upper capital to do whatever they want. Would have been wrong in the first, Lu Mao small to impose punishment, but the foot does not know repentance. Out of words to threaten Lu Mao, Lu Duanran slowly got up, and behind him, the water dragon immortal sword hung in the hall. However, considering the fact that you have injured but not killed anyone, which is extenuating, I, Lu, will not take your life. Since you, Taoist friend, only offered one sword previously, then Lu will return the favor with one sword, but whether or not you can survive this sword will all depend on your fortune. The words fell. Plop dash. Su Wudao's expression suddenly panicked, and he instantly fell to his knees above the ground. Elder, spare my life. Senior only wanted to demand the whereabouts of the Yamei 3 swords. The coercion is true, but I really didn't think of striking out to kill anyone. With this senior's ability, not to mention a sword, I'm afraid that just a splash of the aftermath of the sword's energy would kill his form and spirit. What's the difference between that and killing? Lu Chenran looked at the few people behind him with a calm expression. His attitude was obvious, clearing them one by one. Dash. A few people hurriedly fell to their knees as well, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. Elder, we are following the big brother together. The things are being forced by the big brother. With us no relationship, even that 3-sword whereabouts, also because of the senior brother coveted, only to come here. We are following the support the scene. Also please senior spare your life. Lu Chenran pondered slightly, and his gaze was directed towards Su Wudao. Su Wudao clenched his teeth tightly and looked hatefully at the group of senior brothers behind him. Previously, each one of them screamed and rushed up, and when they were in big trouble, they didn't forget to footstomp on themselves. However, this is indeed human nature. Couples will fly separately when in trouble, let alone these senior brothers. He took a deep breath, then raised his head and spoke in a loud, righteous voice. Senior, what the senior brothers said is true. This matter is indeed a matter of the late generation's word. Please let these senior brothers of mine go. The sword of the senior, the late generation is willing to carry it alone. As the words fell out, he held his sword in both hands, and his body was surrounded by a thick aura, protecting it in front of his chest. The rest of the crowd of Tianshui Mountain disciples saw the situation. Between their eyebrows first rose a touch of shock, followed by shame on their cheeks, not having thought to use their grudges against them, but their senior brother had already repaid them with the heart of a gentleman. Just at the moment, the matter of life, but also cannot think too much, quickly as to follow Su Wudao's words to continue. Elder, spare your life. The voice trembled. There is no need for you all to be alarmed. Lu is also not someone who was born to kill. Lu Duanran spoke faintly. It was just that his mind was rather surprised. Mutual excuses he thought of, but he didn't think that this Su Wudao was really carrying the responsibility of a senior brother. No matter what, at least he didn't act like a man in his 20s. Su Wudao's afterglow kept sizing up this Mr. Lu, but his heart had already been flooding as if it were waves of rivers and seas. Instead of shouldering the responsibility, he's taking a gamble. Such world-traveling seniors as these would always have practices that were not understood by ordinary people, and their simple love, hate, joy and anger would determine their own lives and deaths. Ben has already bumped into senior, and if he is of low character and displeases senior, I am afraid that the only way is to die, and there is no other way. The Amei disciples behind them were shocked when they saw this scene. If Mr. Lu really let go of these Tianshui Mountain disciples and left this tale behind, then it was not guaranteed that there would be sudden misfortune in the future. It is an unspoken rule among the Jianghu people that the grass must be cut and the roots removed. A disciple clenched his teeth tightly and bravely tried to step forward to say something, but was pulled back by Hall Master Li and glared at him. Timeout. https://22bq/bq74388/372172338_2. HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. 101. Chapter 100 Li Zijuan returns to the capital. This Dao fruit is named Seeking. Chapter 100 Li Zijuan returns to the capital. This Dao fruit is named Seeking the Peak. Autumn wind drunken restaurant. This storm finally annihilated. Looking at the pure golden sword, as well as the heavenly water mountain disciples kneeling on the ground, Hall Masterly and the others then let out a huge sigh of relief and sat on their asses on the ground, panting heavily. Phew! Only after a while did Hall Masterly regain his strength, his trembling arms supporting his body, his face filled with gratitude as he limped towards Mr. Lu. He was followed by a group of Omei disciples, all of whom walked up to Lu Chunran and bowed deeply. All of Amei Tanko, 10,000 thanks to you for saving us. Hall Masterly took a deep breath and walked towards Lu Chunran with an apologetic face and said bitterly, Mr. Lu, today's fact is unpredictable. I also do not know will happen such a thing to spoil Mr. Lu's pleasure. All rely on Mr. Lu out to help. the grace of life-saving, there is no way to return. This a heavenly love. I really do not know how to return. In the future, if there is any use for my Ame sword sect, please speak up. Sir, in my case, 10,000 deaths. Lu Duanran smiled gently and shook his head. 10,000 deaths is not necessary. Remembering the affection of Water Dragon Een, it is only right that Mr. Lu should come to his aid. It's getting late today, so Mr. Lu won't bother Hall Master anymore. Tin Drop sat quietly at the corner, looking at the pure golden sword with a complex expression. The night breeze blew through the crane paper window and ruffled her high ponytail, mumbling her lips, wanting to speak. Mr. Lu, that sentence, Brother Lu, was not said after all. She didn't feel worthy. Perhaps he was weak from his injuries, or perhaps he didn't have the courage to fight with that Su Wu Dao with his sword. For the first time, Tin Drop felt that something had gone wrong with his Dao heart, and he instantly sank to the bottom. Obviously not much difference in age. She has always prided herself as the young generation of the first person of the sword. The age of 28, is across trained muscles and bones of the internal chi, but suddenly appeared in the Tianshui mountain disciples. But let Tin fell to find that he has always been regarded as a proud of the sword bone, the so-called genius identity, in the face of these people, as if a layer of papier-mâché windows, a puncture that is broken. In Brother Lu's hands, that water dragon's bard had really brought out its original stance. But how could someone like himself be qualified to wield that? Thinking of farewell? Lu Duanran's expression was slightly stunned as he looked at this young girl who stood silently in front of him. There was a little less of that spirited stance from the past, and a little more atrophy. He sighed slightly and stepped forward, leaning down and propping his hands on his knees as he looked at her gently. What is it, warrior woman? Tin Drop pursed her lips, gently lowered her head, shook her head, covered her chest and said softly, I don't know. I just feel a pain in my heart. This gap is like the end of the world. Have seen Mr. Lu, can still use the gap of the years to comfort themselves, but really see people of the same age. That cannot give birth to half of the heart of resistance, that yielded to the pressure of a sword kneeling on the knees, has made the heart of this heavenly maiden, gave birth to an irreparable rift. Lu Chunran deliberated for a moment before reaching out and pointing at the Tianshui mountain disciple kneeling in front of the golden-colored long sword. Is it because you think you can't compete with them? Tin Drop opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but in the end, he just nodded woodenly. Lu Chunran looked at her silently, then sat down on his knees beside her and gently said, people are all the same. It's hard to let go of what you already have, whether it's money, beauty, youth, or the status of a so-called former genius. And pride and inferiority are like the two sides of a large coin. With this side, there must be that side, like a shooting star, which flashes for an instant and then dies into the sky. Tinfall listened quietly, sitting with her knees bent against the corner, and then, she silently unhooked the ancient and simple long sword that had been tied around her waist, and with trembling hands, she handed over the sea farewell, which had once signaled her identity as the first person in the sword Dao. With a hoarse voice, Mr. Lu, this sword, the late generation is not qualified to hold it. I would like to offer this sword to Mr. Lu, to carry forward the spirit of my sword sect. Lu Chunran's eyes gazed at her calmly, and instead of taking the sword, he reached out and pinched a piece of rice that had landed on her hair, and faintly said, Are you ready to give up kendo? Tin Drop's eyes looked at him listlessly. His pupils were dark, losing their Ing Che's luster. That kneeling made her hands unable to hold the sword any longer. Lu Duanran's eyes shone with a slight luster as he continued to speak. Learning the sword is not good. Learning the book is not good. Learning the righteousness is not good. Learning the article is not good. Learning the immortal. Learning the Buddha. Learning the agriculture. Learning the nursery is not good. Let the world call it a loser. For the waste. For the stubborn people. Dull showman. For sleepy man. For the dead old charm is also already enough. Is that what you want for the rest of your life? Tin Drop's eyes were vaguely hazy with a few drops of tears. His bushy eyelashes blinked slightly, and a few miserable smiles appeared at the corners of his mouth. Along the way, she traveled with a passionate heart and a sword for half of the Great Zhou, smashed countless demons and ghosts, seen the world of strife, met Mr. Lu who broke 100 feet of reef with a sword at the bottom of the sea in the Dragon Imaging Palace, and in his chest, the blazing heart of the Tao, the yearning for the Tao of the sword, has almost reached the point of thirst. Less than 20 years old at the peak of Hotian, that was a realm that countless Jianghu warriors could only dream of. She had originally thought that on her shoulders, she was carrying the glory and disgrace of the Ame sword sect for the next 100 years, and that this sea farewell, which symbolized the glory and light of the Ame sword sect, would, in her hands, blossom with a luster of the sword Tao that had not been seen in this world for 100 years. But just now, she fell to her knees, kneeling in front of that Su Wu Dao. Not even the thought of resistance could be born in his mind. Su Wudao's words were true to her ears. And with this sword in her hand that was the most precious in the world, the sword that ancestor Shi Qingyi had once wielded, she realized that her thin shoulders couldn't carry it anymore. He couldn't afford to carry the honor and disgrace of the sword sect, and he couldn't afford to carry his ancestors' expectations of his descendants. If ancestor Shi Qingyi knew that the sword he was once proud of had ended up on this kneeling young girl, he was afraid that he would also hate him for not fighting and be angry at his offspring for being unfilial. Thinking this way, large drops of teardrops slid down the cheeks, falling at the corners of the mouth. More than a few points of unspeakable bitterness, the heart cracks completely unable to mend. Choking words, mixed with a few points of miserable smile. Mr. Lu, this sword is too heavy. In the future, I really can't afford to hold a sword. This quarter maiden, who was known as the first person of the Yamei sword sect's sword Dao, at this moment, that one heart of the Dao, completely collapsed. Lu Chunran quietly looked at her. At this once vigorous Jianghu warrior girl who used to follow him with a permanent smile at the corners of her mouth. And then he reached out his sleeve and gently wiped the tear stains from the corners of her eyes and gently said, "Gonna give it up?" Tindrop nodded, but then shook his head. That stunningly beautiful cheeks, a haze of tears, and do not know what to say. Just choking look people feel heartbroken. Lu Duanran spoke calmly. Tindrop, you are someone who has stood at the very heights of the sword Dao since you were a child, right? Tindrop slowly raised his head, not knowing why Mr. Lu suddenly talked about this. Lu Chunran slowly got up, reaching out and pointing at those Omei disciples who stood quietly in the hall, gazing at her with complicated eyes, and gently said, "That's why you can't understand it at all. In this world of the Great Zhou, you stand at the very top of the mountain of swordsmanship talent, with a lifelong undefeated streak, and with an almost unfathomable arrogance that ordinary people can't comprehend. You look at those of your peers who have lost to your sword. I don't know how they ascended the high mountain of the way of the sword step by step at the foot of a mountain that's 100,000 miles away from you, so you wouldn't understand why they're stumbling along the way. Woman, am I right? If that's the case, then Lu feels that you really aren't qualified to wield this sibyl." Tindrop bowed his head and silently savored Mr. Lu's words. He knew that Mr. Lu was talking about himself, who had once stood at the top of a mountain, looking down on the crowd in an unbeatable manner, and now it was merely her turn to come to the foot of that great mountain, and then she fell flat on her face. The teardrops at the corners of his eyes condensed into lines of tears. Lu Chunran again reached out his hand to help her wipe the teardrops on her face. Only the more he wiped instead the more. Tindrop violently jumped into his arms and let out a loud cry. Lu Duanran sighed. A trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes as he gently patted her spine. "Go ahead and cry it out." I don't know when the glimmer of light on the porch slowly dissipated. Inside the hall, only a few candle flames that had not yet been obliterated remained, floating gently. Tindrop's emotions gradually calmed down. Slowly getting up from Lu Chuanran's arms, the long ponytail of hair tied up in a bundle fell apart, sticking together with the teardrops. Lu Chunran got up and spontaneously pulled out a golden brush, and then drew a cocoon in the void in front of her. This one cocoon, shining brightly in the gallery. Lu Chunran bent down and looked at her gently, reaching out his hand and handing over the one cocoon in his palm. Tindrop asked softly as he silently looked at the cocoon in his hands, "Mr. Lu, is this for me?" Lu Duanran nodded, and then he slowly got up and walked slowly towards the outside of the hall. Behind him, there was a continuous condensation of mist, and then this piece of mist spread out in this place. Following that, a faint voice slowly floated here and there. "Hall Masterly, died in this scourge of people. Do not bury their corpses in coffins, only need to be placed flat on the bed on top of the couch Luso and so to go to beg on the city god of this place. If you take refuge, you take refuge to the end. This time, the fate of the Yamei sword sect is complete." After the words fell, Lu Chunran's figure slowly disappeared. Hall Masterly froze as he listened, followed by a sudden burst of joy on his face as he arched his hand in obeisance. "Thanks, Mr. Lu." Tindrop held this cocoon glowing with golden light in his hands and stared blankly at the figure that dissipated into the sky and earth. "Mr. Lu." Hallmaster Li's complex expression looked at the cocoon in Tindrop's hand inside. "Tindrop, this big gift from Mr. Lu, you have to take it. It's heavy." Tindrop silently tucked it against her chest, feeling the warmth. It is a cocoon, full of pain and despair, but ultimately transformed into a blazing hope and a glorious future. Perhaps the heart of the Tao is broken at the moment, giving you devastation. Perhaps frustration will also make the heart of despair, but the fresh but always in the most difficult soil, blooming bright. Anytime, anywhere, you can choose to start over and wait for that cocoon to break open into a butterfly. Tindrop took a deep breath, and then he was kneeling on the ground, and a point of luster faintly permeated his obscure pupils. She bowed slowly, Tin Drop already has a master in front of him and isn't able to worship Mr. Lu as a teacher. But when I meet Mr. Lu after this, I will perform the rite of a teacher and treat him as such. The road in your mind may still be bumpy. That previous kneeling still spawned cracks. Timeout. https://22bq/bq74388/372239592 HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. 102. Chapter 101, 1,000 Paper Cranes. Chapter 101, 1,000 Paper Cranes. The foot of Mt. Chikji. Grass Hall. A smattering of oil lamps flickered brightly in the corridor. Shaoan hugged the Tiger Mountain god and lay on his back at the door of the courtyard, carefully looking through the cracks in the doorway at the people sitting outside the door meditating. Those people were coming to visit Mr. Big, but they don't know that Mr. Big has actually gone to dinner. After traveling all the way, he finally arrived at Shangjing, near the foot of the unholy mountain. In her dreams these past few days, she could always dream that she was recalled by Endosolve, and after completing her mission, she re-emerged as that strand of unconscious divine soul, hidden in that side of darkness where there was no sun or moon. Those big eyes of hers flickered, and she also did not know what she had remembered, so she walked backwards on her little legs towards the room. Along the corridor, he walked until he reached a low case and knelt in a chair, staring blearily at the calendar on the wall. Today is the 29th day of the winter moon, and the calendar is circled by a vermilion brush, and pointed to a number, snapping her fingers and mouthing it. 30, 1, 2, 3, 9. There are just 10 days left until the 9th day of the lunar month, and rolled out of her chair, her small hands wrapped around her knees, and stared quietly out the window at the rain. Outside the window, the silken rain was becoming a curtain. Her gaze passed through the layers of rain curtains and reached farther and farther away, not as clear as in the past, but with a different flavor. Along the way, the little girl who always followed Mr. Clueless, unknowingly, had her heart in the right place. Isu walked in from outside the porch holding a frame of washed clothes, her remaining light glimpsed Shaoan staring at the rain, her eyebrows gently raised, and a rare flash of color appeared on her cheeks. Snowfox set the shirt down in his arms, then walked towards Anne and rubbed her head. What's on your mind, Av? Shaoan came back to her senses and looked at Esau, reaching out her hand to point at her chest, exhaling a light mist from her mouth, her voice as light as snow. Auntie, little Anne doesn't know what she's thinking, she just feels a little uncomfortable inside. The gentle oil lamp, spilling an orange-red flame, reflected the girl's clear pupils, dark, soft hair tied into a lovely bun, long eyelashes covering her eyes with a little unfaded childish ignorance. At the moment, was sitting with his legs bent, which in turn gave the impression of a ceramic mannequin. The overly slender figure, slightly out of proportion, was not unsightly, but rather reinforced the feeling as if she were a doll, causing her body to overflow with a melancholy beauty. Aso spoke gently. It's because Anne is growing up and has things on her mind. Is having something on your mind growing up? Yes, growing up gives you a heart. Oh, and nodded, gazing at the calendar without making a sound. Outside the window rain mixed with falling snow. The more it fell, in the pale fog and snow, the whole grass hall dipped in a snow color. If Onyx, Auntie, those people would always go to the temple and pray with Lord Anne for their wishes to come true. Well, that's natural. Little Anne has a wish too. It's just that Little Anne can't go praying to Lord Anne. Oh, what does Little Anne wish for? Anne pursed her lips, but didn't say anything. She didn't want Lord Anne to be missing a strand of his soul. The Lord would suffer, but she didn't want to just disappear into Mr. Big's sight either. Shaoan hesitated for a long time, raised his head, looked at Esau with a serious face, and said in a soft voice, Auntie, is there another way to get a wish? Esau looked at those wide open and clear eyes, and couldn't help but give a slight sigh in his heart, and following that, his hands gently cupped her small face, and earnestly said, of course I have. Anne's eyes lit up. Auntie, what is the solution? Esau pondered for a moment, and then he picked Little Anne up and stepped into the rain and snow. The continuous snow and rain is like a teardrop sprinkled from the sky, trying to read the girl's heart. Esau led Shaoan into Lu Duanwan's study. There was a pile of rice paper there, and then she bent down, her eyes extremely gentle looking at Shaoan, grasping her little hand, teaching her how to fold this paper, soft paper, in the two slender and tender white hands. A few times skillfully folded, it became a dull paper crane. With a tug on the tail, the paper crane's wings fluttered up. Was it good? Asu asked. Good looking. Anne's eyes widened and she clapped her little hands. Esau wrapped her waist, pressed her forehead against the tip of her nose, and in Shaoan's unseen sight, her eyes vaguely flickered with a few moments of heartache, pursed her lips, and murmured, if you fold enough paper cranes to make 1,000, any wish will come true. Really? Little An's little face lifted up at once, and with a few flashes of surprise in her gaze, she just looked at her aunt's cheeks. Of course it's true. The girl's eyes instantly flashed with a dazzling light. At this moment, her cheeks, like the speckled colored wings of a paper crane, had a frightening beauty. Aha! Thanks, Auntie. A happy smile spread across An's cheeks. Isa quietly looked at the girl who was engrossed in front of the shortcase, folding paper cranes, and sighed softly before slowly closing the door. She re-entered the compartment and lay down on the brocade collapse, staring silently at the bronze mirror that stood by the window. Through the bronze mirror, Esau was able to look out and see standing among them, a woman in a white shirt, with a remarkable figure, like an enlarged version of a girl's figure. The woman's cicatrices turned her bright eyes and quietly looked, brightly extinguished fire candle through the bronze mirror, casting a ground halo shadow, as the woman's infinitely beautiful face, long eyelashes flicker. Her body seems to be flashing a few points of light streaming light. The woman didn't see Ezra, and Ezra pretended he didn't see her and parted his head. The white-shirted woman transformed into a curling mist, penetrated the eaves under the dense rain, and came to that study, looking at the girl who was folding paper cranes with great effort under the dim light of the oil lamp, and a few complex colors now emerged on that ancient well of the cheeks, and then she shook her head and dissipated between heaven and earth. Little and folded paper cranes for a long time, which she then quietly stuffed in a jar, and after some thought, she took 2 more umbrellas from the doorway, and bounced toward the doorway. It's getting late. Mr. Big hasn't come back yet. It's snowing so hard outside, and Mr. Big is so careless. He must have forgotten his umbrella. Outside the grassy hall, the number of people sitting on bushes had now increased to 11. Under the watchful eyes of these 11 people, the girl bounced into the Kirin forest. Shangjing, Jinling, Rouge Alley is very large. Located in the silver building in the center of the alley, Lu Chuanran lying in front of the cabinet, surveying the jewelry and jade carvings in front of him. Only he viewed a circle, but there is nothing satisfactory. Boss, is that all there is? The shopkeeper is a short man with a long beard, and when he saw that the gentleman who asked the question had an extraordinary temperament, he piled up a smiling face and came over. Sir, might want to take a look at this. It's a famous master craftsman's delightful work. While saying that, the shopkeeper from the cabinet took out a sandalwood incense box, gently open, most of which is lying a gilt-colored hairpin, mysteriously opened. Sir, this hairpin is inlaid with gold silk, and there are no more than a handful of masters in the entire Shangjing who can make this. Lu Chenran reached out and took the sandalwood box, surveying the artifacts that shimmered with flowing light. Timeout, https://22bq/bq74388/372285344_2. HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. 103. Chapter 102 What I Want Brother Lu Can't Give. Chapter 102 What I Want. Brother Lu Can't Give It. The drifting snow is not her life? Though beautiful, it is only a momentary fragrance. It is like a drop of still water with no ripples. When no one is left to himself, he looks silently at his face in the bronze mirror. She was alone in her overwhelming beauty, destined to be appreciated by no one. During this time, can you spend more time with me? I want to take Brother Lu and stroll around Jinling. Li Zijuan quietly looked at Lu Duanran. Lu Duanran looked at her in surprise as the drifting snow in the sky fell on her cheeks, reflecting a touch of a plea for willingness that he couldn't understand, and a kind of sorrow that he didn't understand. This eternally subdued, jade-like male was a little despondent. Good. So Lu Duanran smiled gently. From the 9th day of the first month of the Lunar New Year, there are still 10 days to go for the immortal sermon on the Bushan Mountain. And since he got down from the Fox Mountain, he has been rushing non-stop or meditating silently, and he has hardly ever had a moment's rest. Now that he had reached the foot of that mountain, he simply let go of the heart that had been hanging in the air. Thank you, Brother Lu. Li Zijuan pursed her lips and spoke softly. Her voice is very soft. The smile on her cheeks is very light, just that she usually gives people the feeling of being too reticent, too warm, and when comparing the two, so this softness and this lightness also still make people feel that it is eye-catching and colorful. Lu Duanran silently looked at that smile of hers. In his eyes, the smile of this Xuingtai was shockingly beautiful. Had she moved on to herself? Lu Chenran's heart slightly sighed. If it is not and has long been deeply engraved in his heart, it is not allowed to say. This moment of his own really will be moved. Unfortunately, from the time he opened his eyes to look at the snow fox of that glance, that a touch of shock, it is like the valley of the valley, open to the heart of the conflagration. Brother Lu, I'm going to the fiefdom after the new year, and I may never be able to return in the future. The two of them just roamed down the bluestone path, breathing in the damp breeze coming off the river. This evening is a great place to walk and talk. Li Zijuan was a little thinly clothed, his arms wrapped around him, and he raised his head to look up at the messy starry shadows sprinkled across the firmament. A river of stars that started at the unharmful mountain and ran through the entire sky of Jinling. Will Brother Lu forget me? Her long hair drifted along the snow-dancing Qinhuai River. Lu Duanran took off the shirt he was wearing and draped it over her thin shoulders, saying gently, "How could I forget? You were my first friend." Li Zijuan's eyes stared at him with complexity, her catkin tightly clutching the shirt that still carried his residual warmth. Why? Why are you being so gentle with yourself? Why meet him in the north? Why did you have to see him at the last minute when you've obviously been holding out for 19 years? Friends? Friends? Her silver teeth clenched tightly, the corners of her mouth revealed a bitter intent, and she slightly averted her head, her chest at this moment filled with unwillingness. This friend. Right at this moment, the steward of the prince's residence coughed softly and took a step forward inappropriately, then walked half a step behind Li Zijuan and spoke respectfully. Young prince, it's getting late, time to return to the house. The king is still waiting for you. Li Zijuan turned around violently. On that face that was always a gentle and fluttering gentleman, a touch of unspeakable sullenness was born in an unprecedented manner, clenching his fists tightly and roaring out, "It's getting late? Where is it getting late? I've been away from the capital for half a year. What's the difference? Shouldn't I have a little bit of my own life? Can't just a little bit of time be left for me?" The voice filled the heavens and earth, causing countless people to stare blankly. The steward stared blankly at the scene before him. He didn't understand why the always gentle little prince would suddenly be so angry with himself. A cold sweat immediately ran down his cheeks, and he busied himself by kneeling down. "I know I'm wrong, please forgive me, young prince." Li Zijuan pursed his lips and silently looked at the steward kneeling on the ground. The eyelashes dotted with vivid dew fluttered like butterflies, eyes drooping shadows, and then took a deep breath, walked towards that steward, helped him up, suppressed the emotions that could not be stopped in his heart, and said gently, "I'm sorry, I wasn't in control of my emotions. I hope the deacon understands." She didn't know what was wrong with her. That pain in her chest, just like Brother Lu beside her, couldn't be wiped away calmly after all. The steward hastily shook his head and opened his mouth in fear. "It's that I didn't perceive the young prince's mind. It's none of the young prince's business." Uncle Lu hurriedly stepped forward, waved away the steward, and rounded off the scene smilingly. "You can just deal with your own personal matters, little lord. We'll take our leave." After that, he gave a wink to the steward who was kneeling on the ground, and he deeply glanced at the young prince before secretly ordering a group of subordinates of the prince's mansion to hide in the dark, separately guarding several dead corners and silently following her. Lu Duanran's eyes looked at her in a complicated manner before he whispered, "So like a canary in captivity." Canary? The corners of Li Zijuan's mouth smiled bitterly as a pain shot through his chest. "Maybe, but I don't really like the analogy. How could she be a canary? In the Great Zhou, she is allowed to soar like a hawk, or she is allowed to turn her palm to the clouds and her hand to the rain. Since Great Zhou has given me the honor and glory I have today, then I must listen to Great Zhou, and there is no reason under the sky to just ask for what I won't get." Lu Duanran was silent. Li Zijuan's words were extremely true. As a young prince, she had been sitting on the honor and glory given to her by the royal family since birth, and if the royal family needed her to go somewhere and pacify the dynasty, then she would have to be righteous. This is true for everyone under the sky. Children who are raised by their parents should be filial to them, students who are taught by their teachers should be respectful to them, and soldiers and generals who eat the king's salary should be loyal to the king's affairs, even if the emperor is also so. Sitting in a country under the sun, since when the son of heaven to guard the door, if the world one day toppled, the death of the country and the world, but also should be the king to die of the gods. It is both the truth and the rule that what you get is what you give. There was just one sentence that was hidden in Li Zijuan's heart, but he didn't say it. Since the moment she understood, her wish was to be a free person, and at that time, just like many pregnant girls, she hoped to get out of the high-walled cage and see the wonderful world outside, and then look for a husband. Thousands of mountains, together. This was the life she wanted. What does the rise and fall of the world and the affairs of the court have to do with a woman like her? Only, from the time she received that one pendant, Li Zijuan realized that this world is about reason and rules, not about how you can do whatever you want, even if you are a princess emperor. For so many years, in fact, Li Zijuan had been working hard, wanting to find loopholes in this diffuse rule, wanting himself to be the fish that missed the net in the fluke. Li Zijuan turned her head and looked at the swirling waters of the Qinhuai River, through which she could see a splash of bright red swimming fish swimming recklessly, and she smiled to herself. Brother Lu, human nature is selfish, and I am also human, even though the family name has given me a lot, and by definition I'm going to give back to the family name as I rightfully should. I'm still a little upset. Let her erase her gender and be a king in peace. Trapped in Shu? Lu Duanran was silent for a long time and softly said, Brother Li, do you want anything? Li Zijuan was stunned and looked at his serious cheeks, then softly said, what I want. Brother Lu can't give it. She's so greedy. However, compared to the mountains and rivers, compared to the millions of miles of Shu's territory, this little prayer is so ridiculous. Lu Duanran was speechless. The two of them sat quietly on a rock at the river's edge, blowing the evening breeze and looking up at the starry river. Li Zijuan's body leaned towards Lu Duanran without a trace. A touch of the scent that belonged to her body lingered on the tip of his nose, and he wanted to push it away, but just didn't reach out after all, accompanying her to look at the Milky Way in silence. Does Brother Lu like to look at the stars? The fall of her words made Lu Chenran think of the first time the two of them parted, lying quietly on that haystack in Jiamu County, immersed in the picturesque scenery of that scroll. The sky was also dark then, and the stars were shiny and eye-catching. Like, Lu Duanran gently said. Li Zijuan found a comfortable position and sat sideways against Lu Duanran, covered with the long shirt that belonged to him. I actually prefer to watch the sky under the setting sun. The sky was gray at this time of day. The lights were not yet lit, and looming in the dimness I stood as if I were a fish swimming in the sea. She spoke softly. The four wild diffuse of Meng, pavilions and courtyards quiet fall everywhere. The sky of the falling snow sprinkled, buried in the body of the two, piled up, as if the depths of the water in the clouds of the two snowmen. Fish? Why fish? Lu Chenran's hand paused, still tightening the clothes on her body for her, covering one of the fair and pink collarbones that was exposed. Li Zijuan raised his head and cupped his hands around a touch of falling snow that had landed in Lu Chenran's hair, placing it between his lips and pouring out a mouthful of haze. The palms of my hands were cold, but my breath was warm. I once read a book of words which said that a fish's memory lasts only 7 breaths, after which it is no longer what it is, and it can start all over again. How good is that? Some memories must be better for her than they are now if they can be erased. What else would it take to go through the trouble of forgetting? Especially you, Brother Lu. The wind seemed to be still in this moment. Only a piece of snow danced more joyfully, haunting the two. If dancing, the snow water drenched Li Zijuan's body, and her hair stuck to her cheeks. Not only did she not look wretched, but she had a marvelous beauty. Their skin was pressed together through layers of thin clothing, her body so soft, so light and fragrant. Leaning into his arms like weightless flotsam, Lu Chenran took a deep breath, and that Qinglan's heart beat heavily. Brother Li, I saw Tin drop. She said she's your fiancé. Aha. Aren't you surprised? I won't be surprised by anything Brother Lu sees. Don't you want to know what she is? Don't want to. Aha. Brother Lu, tell me Liang Zhu again. After a while, Li Zijuan spoke softly. Haven't we all heard this many times before? Tell me again. Okay. Lu Duanran spoke softly, relentlessly recounting the story for the third time. The stars and moon were high and unheard. In the distance, the lights are bright and hidden, and you can hear the sound of the river lapping against the shore. Li Zijuan listened quietly, lying in his arms. At the moment, her heart was at peace, despite knowing that it was all but a flash in the pan. The peace of just a few moments was as good as a heavenly realm. Brother Lu, if you meet that Zhu Yingtai. She didn't say the next words, lifting her head, those pupils looking at him silently. Her words had been almost explicit. She didn't think that Brother Lu couldn't understand, or she thought that Brother Lu had already seen through her identity, only that he hadn't dismantled it. The corners of Lu Chenran's mouth slightly revealed a hint of bitterness before he gently said, I once read a tome, probably about a fairy in the immortal world, who disregarded the rules of heaven and privately descended to the earth to marry a mortal. Longing for a better life, finally the mortal's lifespan passed away, leaving the fairy alone. Li Zijuan was silent for a moment. There must be a lot of affection between them then. Lu Duanran nodded. Li Zijuan continued. And then what? Lu Duanran said. There is no more then. It is an ending that can be seen at a glance. Then why did the fairy sink into it? There's really no need to sink in this mundane world. Li Zijuan pursed her lips, then slowly got up and silently covered Lu Chenran's body with the long shirt she was wearing. She took a deep breath of cool air, a breath that was so cold it invaded her lungs. Only a trace of stubbornness flashed through her pupils, and with a deep look at Lu Chenran, she opened her mouth. Even though it's just a blip, but that's a relief. And that mortal would surely not regret falling in love with her if he could do it all over again. Brother Lu, it's getting late. I'm leaving. Tomorrow, can I visit you? Lu Duanran looked at her for a while and nodded silently. What is one to do with this obsessive feeling? The more I think about it, the more confused I get. Right at this moment, the water dragon that wandered behind Lu Chuanran gave a chirp and rubbed against Li Zijuan affectionately. Li Zijuan's eyes widened as he gazed at the revamped immortal sword, trembling as he reached out and stroked its blade. Is this the water dragon's chant? Lu Duanran nodded. Li Zijuan looked at the sword intricately for a while, the pendant in his chest cavity flickering with a faint fluorescent luster. May brother Lu, treated well. As the words fell, this gentle, fluttering gentleman slowly left the banks of the Qinhuai River, taking 3 steps and turning back. Lu Chenran looked at her back, gentle as a clear spring, yet persistent, and soon, her figure disappeared from his sight. Lu Duanran sat quietly for a while and patted his head in distress. Not long after, a layer of clouds condensed underneath him, transforming into a sheer white cloud. Lu Chenran looked at the sky in the midst of the darkness. The corner of his mouth slightly curved out a bitter arc as he muttered, "A bird in a cage? But there's nothing wrong with pursuing your own happiness, is there?" The clouds slowly floated up, higher and higher, above the stone walls, above the treetops, above the eaves of the house, and just kept rising in this bewildering rainy night. And you don't have to worry about being seen. It's just that if someone saw it, they would really have to fall on their knees and exclaim that the true immortal is alive. Lu Chunran silently stood on the clouds, rising up into the sky, and within those eyes, a golden light glowed, taking in this Jinling city. The Shangjing, at the foot of this unholy mountain, looks like a tiny box when viewed from high in the air. All beings are born in it, no different from the bird in the cage. But who under the sky is not a bird in the cage? Only true immortals can get the great escape, right? Lu Chenran drove his clouds to break into that cloud layer under the glittering stars and rivers, all around him, as if he was in a fog, but he just ignored it and rose even higher until he passed through the cloud layer. Looking up at the sky, the stars twinkle in the sky. This river of stars that guards the golden age has always been there. In his mind, there was a golden book title page that shone brightly. An endless aura madly surged into his mind. Lu Chenran stared blankly at the river of stars in front of him, and subconsciously reached out to touch it, as a stream of Tao rhythms flowed through his chest, bonding with the pale changing Sky Star River, 1/6000. 9 fields apart, the stars are changing. The foot of Mt. Chikji, a hooked moon, flying in the sky. The night in the mountains is extremely bright, with the sickle moon reflected in the pool, 2 by 2. There was a campfire flickering on the leeward side of a small hill, beside which sat 4 young men dressed in uniform. A goat leaned over the campfire, already half-cooked, dripping crystallized grease underneath it and sputtering with silken sparks and splatters. Didn't Su Wodao go to that hall of the Yamei sword sect to beg for a sword? Why hasn't he come back yet? What's there to worry about? Who else in this place could hurt senior brother Su? We were supposed to be practicing, and we're going back after a while. Beep. The firewood exploded from the flames. The man at the head of the group narrowed his eyes and casually cut off a piece of yet-to-be-cooked mutton with the long sword in his hand and put it into his mouth to chew. Or maybe, what if those stargazers intervene? A man shook his head. That's not possible. If the star host dares to make a move, would the elder dare to let us in? Speaking of which, this pale change heaven is really desolate. There aren't any immortal traces, but there are so many treasures, and the aura is really thick. If I stay here for a while longer, I can't help but say that I'll really be able to go up to the 3rd realm. Just then, a man hurriedly ran over from a short distance away and opened his mouth with a raised eyebrow. Elder brother, guess what I saw? In another place at the foot of this Jixian mountain, there is a piece of immortal trail. I'm afraid that it has the effect of condensing the spirit and asking for the heart, and there are quite a few people hanging around outside the forest. Ask Heartwood? The eyes of the man in the lead were suddenly filled with surprise. This kind of immortal miracle, which was uncommon even in the yin-yang heaven, could help condense the Tao heart, and although all the senior brothers present had already condensed the Tao fruits, it would not be a bad thing to condense their hearts some more. And the man continued to speak. There seems to be an immortal gate after passing through that tongue forest. Immortal gate? Hasn't this place lost its immortal relics a long time ago? Where did the immortal sect come from? The man balked. It's bound to be the immortal sect. In front of the gate of that immortal mansion, there are 11 cultivators of the 1st realm who are meditating and practicing. Are you sure it's not someone from another calendar? Definitely not. There's a person inside. That Tao fruit is condensed with huge terror. Vaguely seems to have the signs of a saint prototype. The man at the head of the group took a deep breath, and then a flash of greed flashed through his pupils. Wouldn't such a terrifying Tao fruit be wasted in this pale change heaven? End of chapter 104. Chapter 103, Songhai Bright Moon, an immortal dangling dragon on the moon. Chapter 103, Songhai Bright Moon, an immortal hangs his dragon on the moon. The warm moon is hazy. This star river slowly flowed around Lu Chenran's body, the river rushing by, the aura of the star river cleansing his body. This river of stars, is it touchable? Lu Chenran's heart trembled as he felt the moon spirit traveling around his fingertips. 6,000. Such a terrifying bonding value. He had only felt it on that pale pine on Fox Mountain. I didn't expect to see a new world again. but it was just an unintentional act. Lu Chenran's chest continued to rise and fall, silently feeling the silky spirit river that flowed through his fingertips, allowing it to swim through his meridians. Between the opening and closing of his mouth and nose, the airflow rolled backward, and the wind rose around him, vaguely sounding like wind and thunder. The Star River water aura entered his body, split through the 5 viscera and quenched, and finally transformed into a pure sliver of white aura, only to once again feed back into this side of the Star River. The scene. It was not as if the Star River had created him, but rather as if he had created the Star River. Lu Chenran silently felt the changes within his body. Can't the aura stay in one's body? Why is this happening? The water in this starry river passed through his own body, and in turn, it was suffused with a brilliant white light that dazzled and glittered. Lu Chenran sank his heart and mind, his mind's eye silently gazing at the splendid starry river, in which the river water was actually filled with millions of swimming fish roaming in it. Looking up, you can see the moon shining brightly, a sea of condensed clouds roiling overhead. He opened his mouth and murmured softly as he looked at the scene before him. Will there also be swimming fish in the starry rivers of the firmament? These fish, what are they? Clanging, a sound of gold and stone resonated and trembled from behind him. The water dragon Jin came out of its laurel sheath since, the laurel wood scabbard covered in surplus, and in his mind, the title page of the golden book that belonged solely to the invitation to the moon minor art was filled with great light. The moon of the stars and rivers, the moon of the stars and rivers, the moon of the stars and rivers, the moon of the stars and rivers. The invitation to the moon minor art evolved at this moment. That water dragon barred long sword wandered in the water of this star river. Under the cleansing of this moon aura, the luster on it became more and more prevalent. The body of the sword chirped and trembled, gulping in 1,000 strands of moonlight, and the ghostly fragrance permeated through it. The moon spirit power, which should have been invisible, gathered more and more on the side of the water dragon immortal sword's hilt, forming a faint film of light. Only, this sliver of moonlight was not static, but flowed and shimmered at all times, spilling out 1,000,000 silver filaments, clear as day. Following that, the golden book in Lu Chenran's mind became more and more radiant, and the aura among the stars and rivers flooded into his body. All of it was absorbed, but then immediately spit out a part of it, and without waiting for this part of the aura to dissipate, he started a new absorption. On the title page of the golden book that belonged solely to Shui Longyin, the words of the bond continued to change, and the glint of light on the sword grew more and more prevalent. Bonding with Kensui Ryujin, 160/365. Bonding with Kensui Ryujin, 170/365. Lu Chenran took a deep breath, feeling the changes in the golden book at this moment. This bonding with Suiranjian may be a long one. Lu Chenran silently closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on top of the clouds, the mist around him gradually spreading towards the surroundings, and the silvery moonlight sprinkled on his hair, coloring it with a layer of frost and snow. Waiting is also waiting. Solely, find something else to do. Lu Chenran took out that northern pine branch from the moth-winged burden he was carrying behind himself, and the clouds beneath him floated in this starry river. And then he flung out the branch like an old monk in meditation. A sliver of waterline falls on the star river, moving and waiting for the swimming fish on the star river to take the bait. Birds and insects are singing in the thriving city of Jinling. In the sky, this white-shirted back figure sitting on the clouds was somewhat lonely. The water of the starry river passes through his body, condensing clouds and falling rain. Boo dash. A drop of water coalesced from among the heavy clouds, and then it slowly spilled out onto the verdant stone slabs of the Jinling. A blade of grass broke through the cold stone tiles, shallowly revealing a shoot. Soon the whole of Jinling's was once again raining, pattering. There is something special about this winter rain tonight, full of the vital spirit that nourishes all things. The wild cat in the city was hiding in the corner of the wall, shivering in the cold rain and snow. Suddenly a drop of rain fell on its body. It stretched out its paw to rub its head. Only the next moment is to feel incredible. Dark night. In its pupils are getting brighter and brighter. It can see rats dozens of meters away. Wildcat looked up with a puzzled look on his face, surveying the strange winter rain. The family dog, which had been barking furiously, stopped barking, stuck out its tongue, wagged its tail, and lifted its head to breathe in the night's air freely. A fisherman wiped the fine sweat on his forehead, although physically and mentally exhausted, but looking at the fish and the creel alive and kicking, and was pleased to smile. Today's harvest is quite a lot. Just when the straw raincoat off the body, let the night rain sprinkle down on the body, but cannot help but freely stretch a little. Soothing. This rain today is not wet at all when you get wet. In the middle of the city, a young woman was dashing towards her home in the pouring rain. Helplessly the roads were muddy, and the embroidered shoes on her feet, which were already covered with mud, could not run fast enough. Today she had a uterine cold, and had just grabbed some tonics from the 100 Herb Hall in the east of the city to drink. covering her stomach, and after running in this night rain for a while, her eyes were born with a touch of suspicion. If it was in the past the rain, hair is a strand of stick to the forehead, clothing around the body will also be wet, although she is not a woman of a large family, wearing thick fine cloth clothing, but also will not reveal the inner light, but the wet clothes tightly affixed to the body. But it is difficult to be very difficult. This rain tonight has been strange. It seems to be both like rain and a puff of air, and the bouts of pain in my abdomen have disappeared before I'd even reached home. More and more people, beasts, ran out of their homes, silently lifting their heads to feel the night rain in Jinling. The 100 demons of Shangjing silently appeared, and the 100 ghosts blended into the night, greedily breathing in this rain of creation, the first palm of the Chinese lamp. This winter rain, which is against the time of year, moistens things. Just at this time, a little girl suddenly blinked her eyes blearily, then stretched out her arm, pointed at the moon in the sky, and said crisply, "Mommy, isn't there a Mr. Big fishing on the moon? What is this nonsense? How can it be a?" The woman jerked her head up, looked at the moon and the sky, and took a deep breath. It does seem like it. There was a light black shadow in the cold light of the moon. It's like fishing. The streets were buzzing with more and more people coming out of their homes and feeling the gentle winter rain with open arms. The immortals have shown themselves, right on the moon. That's a shadow, right? You don't know that on the 9th day of the Lunar New Year fairies preach? It must be the immortals. Hey, look at the Qinhuai River. What's that? It's so big. Isn't it an octopus? With a cry of alarm, clattering countless mortals flocked to the banks of the Qinhuai River, following the sound and scrambling to lie on the edge of the railing, looking into the river. The water of the Qinhuai River suddenly rose up in a millstone-sized eddy. In the blink of an eye, a large greenish-black head emerged from underwater. That head is a big turtle. It's really a wongbang. So big. I'm afraid it's become a spirit. What a big turtle. There was a lot of talk on the shore. The old turtle in the river, however, slowly raised his head, silently looking at the bright moon of the ocean, looking at the gentleman sitting high above the moon, the pupils of which were vaguely hazy with teardrops, murmured, "Master Lu, old turtle sees you again. From Rinjiang ferry from Shangjing, and how much more than 10,000 miles along the way? Solely, it really swam." This winter rain came just in time to wash away all its weariness. It raised its head, the vicissitudes of weariness written all the way down its neck, and murmured, "But it's time to listen to Master Lu's aphorisms again. So tired, but my heart is full of joy." Countless swimming fish leaped and surfaced in the water of the Qinhuai River, breathing in the spiritual rhythm brought by this winter rain. The rain slanted through the grassy hall under Mt. Jik and leaked into the clumps of cold plums in the nursery. The moon ons, reflecting half a bush bright, half a bush cold. A woman in a jacket turned out of the cloister and looked up, her eyes following the tail of the kingfisher as it plunged into the blue sky and gradually disappeared into the heavens with a haunted look. Cackle. The moon whisks the door open. Qingyu dark fragrance dipped in the face. Lush and continuous. Sweet but not greasy. In the chest swings a circle. People form God through the tie. She snorted a yawn. Without shoes. Stepped on the ink orchid-colored reed mat. Rounded the four sides of the plum enclosure screen. Looking lazy in front of the sandalwood pear screen in a half-reclining. Flirtatious eyes looked at the woman with a full head of ebony snow slowly combed and curled. "Sewer, your family's ranner is so powerful that it's raining." A glazed triangular cup rested under the eaves of the room, and Esau sat on his knees on top of the straw poi ball. A veiled hand warmly propped up her head, quietly watching a crystal rain droplet fall from the eaves of the roof, which then rolled into the cup without tilting or slanting. A tantalizing smile floated above her cheeks, just like her godly temperament. Gentle. Yes, what a fragrant rain. There was no one else in the room. It was silent and you could hear the two of them breathing, and the droplets of water with a dull sound. Crisp. Each time a drop fell into the cup, the smile on her face became 1 point stronger. To sue silently will that catch slow do cup gently put aside. The rain in the courtyard, surrounded by all the quiet to the extreme, as if hiding into the smoke and ink paintings. Getting up, she walked on top of the alabaster water corridor and looked at the sparkling water and opened her mouth. There's a gap in the river of stars. I sense someone coming. Moonfleet blinked, the corners of her mouth quirking. That leopard is in Shangjing too, and he doesn't know to come out to meet an old friend. Clouds obscured a sliver of moonlight. Lu Chunran naturally didn't know what happened in Jinling this night. He just meditated silently, feeling the changes in the title page of that golden book in his mind. Bonding with Sword and Water Dragon, 355/365. Bonded to Sword and Water Dragon, 365/365. Next moment, there was a faint glimpse of a water dragon roaring on the body of Water Dragon Bard's sword. Following that, the entire sword actually transformed into a carp and fell into the river from the moon. The carp personified by Swearangian kept swimming freely in the river, passing through several small river forks and arriving at a drop-off point formed by two short mountain ridges that were sandwiched together. The ridges of these two hills were like a vice, binding the water flowing down the hills in turbulent jets that stirred up white waves, and once the water flowed through the pincer-like drop-off, the river became suddenly spacious on both sides, and the water level dropped instantly. This is a unique Dragon Gate 3 drops, and at this point, in this river valley, it's full of white fish scales. As far as the eye could see, the fish leapt and tied up in dense rows, wobbly eyes, and then, countless swimming fish in the river, actually leaped up at the same time, breaking to meet the turbulent water above, sprinting and jumping, forming a rather spectacular carp leaping Dragon Gate phenomenon. Ancient books have been recorded, Dragon Gate, the water is dangerous. Fish and turtles of the genus cannot be on, river and sea big fish thin set thousands under the Dragon Gate, shall not go up, on the dragon also. The canonical story of many rumors, the ancient Yellow River Hoku Falls, a fish jumped up and turned into a dragon. Of course, these are too mythological. Presumably the ancients saw such a sight in front of them, opened their minds and made up stories. The reason these fish do what they do, swimming against the current and the rapids, is to follow the natural way of reproduction and rush to the warmer waters upstream to spawn. At this time, the rapid river water, led by the carp transformed by the water dragon Jin. Countless swimming fish could be seen in the eye leaping up from underwater, struggling to shake their tails and swimming against the current. Some of them rushed up in one fall, and more of them were lapped down by the rushing current. Either they died of exhaustion, or they were slapped against the reef, or they fell into the mouths and bellies of a host of birds of prey around them. Rapids, success or failure, life and death are at stake. The old turtle stared blankly at what was in front of him. At this moment, the entire Jinling was looking at a carp constantly jumping on the river, spreading into a wave, attracted by this vision, with a cacophony of voices. Carp leap Dragon Gate? What's going on tonight? Heaven! I can't believe I'm seeing such a fairy sign. I'm afraid it's really an immortal. It may not be appropriate to say life and death are at stake to a fish, but there seems to be no other word to describe the sight of the fearless, flying against the rapids in front of us. It's a feast for the birds of prey, but a brutal natural elimination ground for the big fish. Thinking so, some of them knelt down, bowing and kowtowing towards the moon above the firmament. The old turtle of the Linjiang ferry stared blankly at the sight of the fish leaping in front of him. It seemed to recall that night, the scene where this immortal sword had severed the incense chains of his divine path. As the saying goes, I will live and die in the morning. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. At this moment, it is the same as the current in front of the flying fish, and how different. The old turtle's eyes gradually bright, face gradually relaxed, that always buried in the heart of the haze, finally pulled apart to see the sun. Just as the old turtle was silently contemplating the Tao in his heart, the next instant, in the midst of that raging waterfall, all the Jinling spirits, no matter demons, ghosts, humans, or gods, at this moment, all of them froze and stared at the jug-mouth waterfall. The carp leaped out of the water, and the sound of a dragon's roar could be faintly heard between heaven and earth, which seemed to be a precursor to the transformation into a dragon. A tail of golden carp against the current scrambled out of the water, running toward the bright moon. A carp leapt through the air over the raging waterfall. A white scaly dragon silhouette blooming with white blankness was generously bright at this moment. Fish leap dragon door. The water dragon's breath transformed into a white pale dragon, and in the middle of heaven and earth, a flowing shadow flashed by. On that moon, the immortal sitting on a cloud shook the fishing rod in his hand. The pale dragon, which this carp had transformed into, opened its mouth wide and bit the line. The water line quivered and shook off 1,000 auras. Heaven and earth seemed to stand still. There was a bang. A beautiful silver dew blossomed in the sky, only to pass away in an instant, followed by a splash of dark silver downpour. The sky lit up as bright as day, with countless oncoming stars, and then fading rapidly to a magnificent curtain call. A dragon roared from heaven and earth. Anon, the water dragon leaps out of the water and runs to the bright moon. On the banks of the Qinhuai River, there are fish leaping through the Dragon Gate. There are immortals hanging dragons on the moon. End of chapter 105. Chapter 104, Ghosts and Gods Talks. Kneeling to the moon to seek immortality. Chapter 104, Ghosts and Gods Talks. Kneeling to the moon to seek immortality. The water dragon transformed by the immortal sword passed through the lush, thick clouds and through the flamboyant covers. Occasionally, a lone bird of prey will lift its wings and thrust into the clouds, and a dragon's cry will be heard all over the world. All the living beings within the golden mausoleum just stared blankly at the scene in front of them, as the entire night sky of the upper capital bloomed with silvery white streams of colorful and distinctive light. This is San Long running to the moon. My goodness, what an eye-opener. First a carp leaps the dragon gate and then you see a real dragon. The Dragon King is here. Countless people fell to their knees in panic and bowed their heads. The night was silent. The wind was blowing. And the only thing that remained was the dragon's power. The people of Shangjing were all red in the face, and their chests were filled with uncontrollable colors of shock and joy. The bright moon in the mountains was soon obscured by thick clouds, leaving only the fiercest sliver of autumn mirror light. Above the clouds, Lu Chunran stood with his arms folded, looking at the rushing water dragon with some surprise in his expression. From the vault of the sky, a longitudinal view of the extreme cast to the distance. But see, a touch of silver. Stop the sky half everything. There is a most magnificent, bright like silver, with a final dragon's roar, intended as if it were not yet finished. The sky-capturing luster abruptly retracted and released, burning the vast sky to a silver white. The water dragons suddenly swept up and up, plunging straight into that moon. Anon, leaving behind a cry of pathos that splits the sky. The water dragon reappeared as that sword, intimately surrounding Lu Duanran's side. The sword sound could not stop trembling, the sound of gold and stone mixed with a high-pitched dragon's roar. The water aura couldn't restrain itself from surging outward from the sword, and the sky and earth suddenly stopped raining. The only thing that is visible again is the 10,000 foot haze above the clouds. Lu Chenran took a deep breath and muttered, perhaps at this moment, it only qualifies to be called the water dragon's breath. This water dragon handle is really living up to its name. He placed the pale pine branch and fork back in the mothwing burden, and it was at this moment that words leisurely floated on the title page of the golden book in his mind that belonged solely to Shui Longyin. The cold aura flourished. Nodding water dragon. Chu Tian 1,000 miles of clear autumn. I have a sword to divide the water. Break the water of all things. Open up the water of all things. And get broken stream. Also at this very moment, Lu Chenran felt from the water dragon Jin with him to convey all kinds of emotions. That is a kind of break free from the shackles of the mortal world. Straight up to the sky. See the clouds roll clouds. See the wind fall. As in the fairyland, open-minded and happy. Between the chest cavities came the sound of heaving waves. Countless spiritual lights, gathered at the fingertips. Break the flow? Lu Chunran composed himself and felt the Tao rhythm of this technique. This time, the technique obtained was not different from the previous one. Without adding the word technique, there were only the two words break the flow. Could this be the final change in these minor arts? Along the way, the arts one acquired were able to advance. For example, the whale drinking minor art eventually became the whale drinking art, and the inviting the moon minor art now became the inviting the moon art. What the difference in the names of the spells should represent is a definite level, and with nearly 400 points of karmic value for water dragons, the spells obtained from this karmic bonding were by no means as simple as the wording suggests. It seems like I need to find some time to feel around, but it's already late today, so I'd better go back first. Lu Chunran exhaled a long breath, slowly condensed a touch of mist around him, and flew towards the direction of Jishan on a cloud. This brilliant piece of the sky is so bright and vivid that most people are not destined to see this wondrous sight in their lifetime. And at this time in the tea house, countless tea drinkers were at the window, silently looking at the Jinling at this moment, not yet having recovered from the shock of the party. Happiness overflowed on the pale cheeks of one of the old scholars of the Confucian sect, who chattered to himself as he wisped his long sideburns with a trembling hand. It is auspicious that rain falls from the sky. It's a sign of immortality. A sign of immortality. It's the immortal from that unholy mountain coming down. It's not a waste of a lifetime to see this scene. A jungle warrior nodded deeply, then spoke. Now the piece of forest at the foot of Buxian Mountain, ordinary people can no longer enter. I'm afraid that the true immortal deliberately set the threshold. Hey, it seems that my generation is finally no opportunity to seek that immortal fate. The forest? Is that the Tung Forest at the foot of Mt. Jixian? I took a shortcut the other day. It's that forest. Can't get in anymore. Not even a bird around. Speaking of which, the strange events in Jinling have been increasing these past few days. Could it be because the immortals have descended to Earth? That goes without saying? On the street, some people squatting curiously staring at the young grass under the green slate tiles, but the baptism of a winter rain has sprouted, and even grow higher than the brick joints, and more fast-growing grow to the chopsticks so high. Moonlight. There was grass at the foot of each wall that could not be easily cleaned, but now it was even more lush and green. Willow tree has long been buds, but after all, the branches like silk, originally also seems to feel a little empty. Now, that a tree but obviously added a lot of green. If it was normal, seeing such a bizarre phenomenon, there was no guarantee that it would be some kind of grass demon causing trouble, but the appearance of the water dragon inadvertently washed away this touch of panic. After all, in the public eye, dragons represent the sublime, the honorable, and how can it be confused with demons and ghosts? Incense was in full swing in the city god's temple in Jinling City. At twilight in Jinling, the lights rise up. The tranquil waters of the Qinhuai River, with its microwaves reflecting the stars and the moon, capture all the flavor of the area in the river. Even at night, the city god temple on the Qinhuai River remains open, with countless incense burners traveling to and from it. The city god of Shangjing, not more remote than the north, is more like a scenic spot for sightseeing, with a frescoed gallery with eaves in the inner and outer gardens, a wall of inscriptions by literati, a river bank for releasing animals, a pavilion for people to sit in, as well as a large and small incense burner and a merit box, and a stream of people who go to offer incense. However, after tonight's incident, there are even more countless joss sticks, offering incense and begging for worship. In the center of the hall in the clay body, serious eyebrows were craftsmen carving like waves. Over the years by this exuberant incense fumigation, clay body is extremely vivid. On the side of the city god lay two huge sandalwood plaques with large characters engraved in gilt seal script. Haochi returns to Taishu, and his heart shines through the ages. The unfinished business of life is left to be mended with posterity. The king of heaven is self-sacred, and the production is high for 1,000 years. I have not repaid the favor in my life, but I have left it as a remedy for my loyal soul. This Yang Chung Huang of Shangjing is rumored to be a great head. During the previous dynasty, the Rakshasa kingdom had invaded the northern border with troops several times, while the great general at that time asked to open the horse market in order to make peace, which in simple terms means that he wanted to make peace with the Rakshasa kingdom. A military general who makes peace without a fight is simply laughable. However, Yang Ji, who was a minor official at that time, saw the wolfish ambitions of the Rakshasa kingdom and believed that it would never give up its invasion of the north because of a simple negotiation for peace. But the dynasty of civil and military? But no one dares to question. Only Yang Ji defied the bureaucratic power, resolutely wrote to the emperor, requesting the abolition of the horse market, and said that the move of the generals of the dynasty have 10 cannot be 5 fallacies. Unfortunately, although Yang Ji has the words of the heart, but helpless to the treacherous slander, and finally was instead relegated to the north of the Jammu county. A year after Yang Ji was deposed, the leader of the Rakshasa kingdom still disturbed the border, and the horse market was all destroyed. The emperor came to his senses and employed Yang Ji again, who had become a political enemy of the general and was framed and imprisoned shortly after taking office. Pity the infamily of loyal souls. When the female general and Tao Solve led more than 10,000 troops to defend the northern border, and ultimately could not get half a supply wagon to support, after tens of thousands of troops, all buried in the north. Yang Ji was also tortured and died in prison. After the death of Yang Ji, the world weeps and praises this poem. The people of Jinling respect and pity, and his former residence was changed into a temple to worship, honored as the city god. At this time, a Confucian scholar somewhat muddle-headed with the flow of people into the city god temple, want to borrow fire to light incense. This person was none other than Zhou Yan. Yesterday refined that can be out-of-mind pills. Want to visit Mr. Lu this white day, but was blocked by that piece of questioning forest. In the middle of the Tong forest around half a day, but also do not see any road. The heart of the heart want to block unhappy. Zhou Yan tightly clutched that one dan pill in his hand, found an open space, and sat down to rest his feet. Mr. Lu said that the way to a certain heart can be to can a certain is not that head. Yin and yang 5 elements of this road fuzzy not visible. Wang Yun uncle said that the heart of the fruit of the road, but also a fog. I do not know where to go. He stared blankly out at the idol clay figure. Suddenly, I don't know if it was his eyes, but I saw the clay idol for a moment, slowly opened his eyes. Zhou Yan's mind was suddenly moved. The city god opens his eyes? The heaven and earth anomaly. He also saw with his own eyes, and always felt that this matter, absolutely with Mr. Lu cannot get out of it, and at this moment is to see the clay sculpture eyes open this weird thing. The heart suddenly have a cat scratching feeling. Very curious. He took a deep breath, his pupils staring at this dan pill in his hand with dead eyes. Should I take it and see? This condensing grass and several exodus objects refined into a pill, but it can make his soul out of heaven and earth, unimpeded and free, although I do not know what the consequences will be if he takes it. When I tried the service yesterday, I could just vaguely see the little ghosts of the netherworld's hooks, and I woke up with a somewhat depressed spirit. Thinking this way, Zhou Yan's throat moved. Then with a clench of his teeth, he sought out an unoccupied and secluded place, and with the water in the gourd, he swallowed that one dan pill. His body suddenly collapsed to the ground, and then he realized he saw himself. His own body collapsed to the ground like a puppet without strings, and now he was floating in mid-air with a faint glow emanating from him. The world in his eyes was suddenly changed. The legendary ghosts, night parade can be seen everywhere. Then he saw a middle-aged man. Look up the appearance of the city god temple with the city god is generally the same. That's Lord City God of Shangjing. Zhou Yan swallowed slightly and took a deep breath. I'm afraid this is the most extraordinary character under the sky. With this in mind, Zhou Yan avoided the sight of the parading brats and carefully followed behind the young city god. The moment Yang Chenghuang's figure had floated out of the clay golden body and flew towards the sky from a distance. Proceeding to the mid-air, the city god of the Shangjing will kneel in the air, looking at the bright moon of the Zhangjiang River, pressing down the excitement of his heart, and said in a loud voice, I don't know that Immortal Master is here again. Yang Ji of Shangjing seeks to see Immortal Master, carp fishing on the moon. Except for the legendary immortals, who else can do this great free-for-all? After a long time, the heavens and earth remain silent. Thick clouds gradually dissipate. The sky and the ground, the only remaining bright moon bright, no longer see the figure of the immortal fishing. There was only a single ghost-hooking brat from the netherworld wandering off into the netherworld paths of the upper capital, missing any trace of them. Hey! Yang Chenghuang sighed, and a trace of despondency arose in his heart. But that was normal. How could the immortal leader meet him if he was too excited to rush? Just as Yang Chenghuang froze, not long behind him has knelt down a bunch of idol gods, land gods, along with a river of positive gods. One by one are looking toward the bright moon in the sky. The so-called idol gods refer to the kind of gods that are neither positive gods such as mountains, rivers, land, etc., nor netherworld deities such as Xingwang, the northern realm of the majority of idol gods, such as the old tortoise of the Qingshui River, or the old generation of the mouth of the five great immortals, mostly some foxes, hedgehogs, rats and the like. Some of the mortals spontaneously enshrined the incense god to protect the family wealth, pressure miasma and disease, also known as the horse fairy. Zhou Yan hid behind a room and looked at the scene before him with a shocked expression. The netherworlders are in quiet talks, a host of ghosts and gods kneeling on the moon and begging for immortality. What I saw tonight was shocking enough. He suppressed the tension in his heart and prostrated himself on the ground, quietly listening to the conversation of these nether gods. An old man in the shape of a landlord arched his hand towards Yang Chenghuang and bowed, testing the waters. Does city god Yan know the identity of this immortal who appeared in Jiling today? Yang Chenghuang shook his head with a bitter smile. Shangjing appeared so high people. I also do not know said a certain is dealing with important matters, did not think of a sudden sense of heaven and earth, down a spiritual rain, they rushed to chase out, and then this kneeling and begging for a long time, but still do not see the figure of that immortal. Such a person, want to seek aside, that is needed to fate, must be our blessing is not enough. A landlord swallowed his saliva and tentatively pointed in the direction of the unsavory mountain. City god Yang, do you think it's possible that this immortal is? Yang Chenghuang looked at the landlord for a while. If it was in the past, he would definitely scoff at this rumor. After all, sitting in the world's dragon vein place, and as a local city god, this heaven and earth will always be summarized in the Shangjing. Whether there are any immortals under the sky, Yang Chenghuang knows better than anyone else. But what happened tonight really led him mixed feelings. Always feel that these hundreds of years of city god in vain. Maybe. Yang Chenghuang sighed and spoke with a complicated expression. Yang Chenghuang's status was the highest among these gods, and such a light sentence really shook these minor gods to their core. According to Yang Chenghuang, this statement is the same as saying yes, there are immortals. The group of netherworlders looked at each other in disbelief. At the corner, Zhou Yan listened to the conversation of these people and subconsciously looked in the direction of the unsavory mountain. Isn't that where Mr. Lu lives? All these gods and ghosts kneeling just to see Mr. Lu. His heart suddenly trembled as countless images flashed through his mind, recalling the cloudy words that he had spoken to himself when he met senior uncle Wang Yun in Tonglin earlier. The Mr. Lu that master nephew met yesterday is the greatest blessing of your life, and may even very well affect your future path. That Mr. Lu. No? Hiss. Zhou Yan's pupils instantly shrunk, and at this moment, he only felt his body trembling around him, his chest heaving. He finally understood the words that senior uncle Wang Yun had described with himself. Just feel a little itchy throat. A cannot control is empty swallow a mouthful of water. Coot dash. Such a subtle sound, but it instantly froze the group of gods and demons who were talking. In an instant, several gazes followed the direction of the voice. Who is it? Who's there? Yang Chenghuang frowned, and then he reached out his hand and grabbed towards that corner. Zhou Yan immediately felt himself being taken in by a force, and his body flew uncontrollably in the direction where the god and ghost were. The crowd of Yin priests looked at the man who appeared in the Yin realm with a surprised face, circled around him and scared. Strange. This man is a mortal. Yes? How did a mortal get out of his body and come here? Mortal. Who are you and why are you eavesdropping on our conversation? A netherworlder walked over and voiced an inquiry. Judge Wu bellowed. Daring? How dare you not pay homage to the city god when you see him? Zhou Yan suppressed his fear and silently raised his head, sizing up Yang Cheng Huang. When he got closer, he was able to get a good look at him. It was the appearance of an unusual man, with a long face and high caliber, renewing his beard, and wearing the official uniform of an unknown dynasty, with an appearance of authority. City God Yang also narrowed his eyes and secretly sized up the mortal. A white shirt, but there is a kind of elegant readers around the temperament, but not vulgar, especially the eyes. Extraordinarily clear. The body contains unusual people do not see the Taoist rhyme aura. He raised his head and looked at the bright moon, and then at him, not knowing what was going through his mind. It would have been counterintuitive for a mortal to appear here. Then this person must not be an ordinary person, and must not be treated in the same way as an ordinary person. Subsequently, the young city god even disregarded the prestige, and after thinking about it, he arched his hand and said, Taoist friends do not know how to address. In my Yang Ji, suitable for the Shangjing city god has been more than 200 years, but do not want to have Taoist friends such a character. All the people in the netherworld looked at each other in amazement. The city god examines the Een and emphasizes majesty the most. How have I ever seen Lord City God being so courteous to people? Zhou Yan's mind moved, and after a little thought, he had guessed why the city god in front of him was so polite. He himself has always been a man of 7 senses, very knowledgeable and good at inciting confusion. To put it bluntly, that is to see people talking about people, to see ghosts talking about ghosts, bragging, nonsense, making up a mystery. Life is the best at fooling. Otherwise, how could a Confucian scholar delve into the concept of yin and yang in his life? He took a deep breath. His cheeks were calm, and he accepted Yang Cheng Huang's salute in a dignified manner, smiling lightly. Greetings to all of you in the netherworld. I am Zhou Yan, a member of the Confucian sect. My family lives in Jinling, and I am now studying at the White Deer Academy in Jinling. So it is. A few moments of surprise arose in Yang Chenghuang's eyes. Ordinary people, not to mention seeing the city god, or even because of some weird things, when they see the ghostly ghosts, they will be unsteady in their mind, and will not be able to stand still. The person in front of him was not humble, quite a bit of a fluttering gentleman. Immortal style of the wind. He coughed softly, then spoke. Rather, I wonder why you are here. Zhou Yan raised an eyebrow, then sighed and spoke softly. Yesterday refined an out-of-body pills. This time daytime, I intend to climb the mountain to see the teacher, in order to seek Mr. Insight's admonition. Did not think that Mr. Today, but does not live in the house, have no choice but to take advantage of the setting sun and return. While he said, the rest of the light is slightly glancing at the young city god. See its face on the birth of a few points of curiosity. The heart suddenly realized, know that his words must be said to the city god's heart. The words were also much more skillful and continue to speak. Tonight night mind 100 times. Want to study ascertain this pill's efficacy how? So out of the body to swim in the spirit. But it is not coincidental. Passing by this place I hope that young city god do not blame. It's not all lies. It's a mixture of truth and falsehood. Listening to the eloquent words of the Confucian scholar in front of him, Yang Chenghuang's pupils suddenly contracted. Teacher, who exactly is the teacher in this person's mouth? Is it not only Yang Chenghuang, but also a group of Yin beside him also looked at each other. All saw a touch of shock in each other's eyes. Thinking so, Yang Chenghuang's tone couldn't help but be much kinder and inquired tentatively. I wonder where the gentleman you speak of lives. Zhou Yan stretched out his hand, pointing at the unsavory mountain not far away, and said indifferently, right over there. Unsavory mountain? Exactly. A netherworlder's pupils tightened. Hiss. Sure enough, there it is. End of chapter 106. Chapter 105 Demons and ghosts from all over the world gather in the upper capital. Chapter 105 Demons and ghosts from all over the world gather in the capital. It seems that the previous speculation was completely correct. There are real human fairies in this heaven. Yang Chenghuang took a deep breath and fixed his mind. Then with a wave of his robe sleeve, he pointed at the distant banks of the Qinhuai River. The carp on the surface of the water had not yet fully receded, and a smear of red swirled in the sparkling moonlight microwaves. Tonight, the Qinhuai River's carp turned into a dragon, and rain fell from the sky. Could this auspicious event be the work of fellow Taoist's teacher? Zhou Yan's eyebrows raised, then he vaguely said, this Zhou Mao does not know. Mr. Lu often travels the world. Even though Zhou Mao is a disciple of Mr. Lu, he is not qualified to know Mr. Lu's whereabouts. Although he guessed in his heart that the probability of this matter was the work of Mr. Lu, he didn't dare to pack his bags. Yang Chenghuang weighed his phrases, and from between the lines of this confusion in front of him, he figured out quite a bit of information, and then gave a respectful salute. I don't know when your teacher came to Shangjing. Yang Mao resides in this Shangjing also has more than 200 years. Still don't know the immortal's Taoist name. This time since I know Mr. Lu visited Shangjing, since I should pay a visit, I also hope that you pass a worship invitation for Yang Mao. Saying so, he fished out a gilt invitation to worship from his bosom and handed it over with both hands respectfully. Zhou Yan froze, somewhat at a loss for words. Surrounded by ghosts and gods, even Mr. Lu, the teacher is actually not familiar with, but only one-sided acquaintance. You want me to hand you an invitation? I was thinking of leaving directly after some fooling around, but now it's good. How can I take this hot potato? But if we don't take over, won't we be wearing out? Is Mr. Zhou reluctant? Looking at the appearance of this great gentleman of the Confucian sect, it was obvious that he was very hesitant, but young city god felt that he had not overstepped his bounds, and as the city god of Shangjing, he was merely lending his hand to this immortal sect disciple to hand over an invitation to pay his respects, and there was nothing mundane about it. Mr. Zhou don't have any concerns, just need Mr. Zhou to hand in his obeisance. No matter what the outcome is, Yang has no complaints. After all, he still couldn't help it. And city god Yang added another sentence. Sitting in the upper capital for more than 200 years, there has never been such a lowly posture. It is because the appearance of this human immortal is too shocking. Such a chance, maybe so once in a lifetime. If one's fortune is not in oneself, then one should seek it, so that one's heart will not have regrets. Mr. Zhou? Seeing that this city god had said so, Zhou Yan could only harden his head and helplessly say, if Mr. Zhou can see Master Lu, he will definitely hand over the invitation to pay homage to young city god. But whether Master Lu can see city god, I am not sure. The heart is bitter. This time, he is a disciple of Mr. Chen, but he can't even pass through the forest of inquiring minds that Mr. Chen casually threw down. So how can he be qualified to be a disciple of Mr. Chen? It is also unknown whether Mr. will be annoyed if he knows about this. Young city god quickly is smiling and nodded. Thought. And is stretching out his hand. Remote from the city god temple of the Xianhuang incense gas intercepted a section. Waved his hand to Zhou Yan's chest. Mr. Zhou, this is a wisp of Yang's incense and fire qi. It can help you to condense your spirit, and it also has heavenly benefits for the cultivation of the soul. It is rightly regarded as a payment for you to deliver a worship invitation for Yang. Zhou Yan immediately felt a burning heat in his chest, and following that, the fatigue from yesterday's out-of-body divine journey dissipated a bit in an instant. In his heart, he knew that he had gained a great benefit. As the saying goes, eat the mouth of a man and take the hand of a man short. In this way, his own identity as Mr. Lu's disciple is afraid to be a reality. With a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth, he bent down and gave a big salute. Thank you city god Yang. There is no need to be polite. Yang Mao view. Mr. Zhou is a person with a great blessing. If there is nothing to do, you can often come to the city god house to sit, as it should be, city god Yang. Then in Zhou I will take my leave first. Farewell, sir. As the words fell, Zhou Yan's out-of-body divine soul drifted away leisurely and returned to his physical body. The crowd of ghosts and gods silently looked at that Zhou Yan as he gradually disappeared into the netherworld. And finally, one of the ghostly officials couldn't help but exit and ask, Lord Yang, this Zhou Yan is just paying lip service to being a human immortal disciple without any proof. So why should your excellency be so polite to him? Yang Chenghuang watched Zhou Yan leave and sighed as he heard the words of this ghost official. Whether it is or not, this person will certainly be able to speak to this human immortal in the upper capital. Moreover, this person has a hidden Taoist condensation around his body. I think he has already begun to cultivate the Taoist will. Not to mention the so-called Dan pills casually refined to be able to get out of the body and swim in the god. With such talent in the body, is not a thing in the pool? Such a person, only need to get a thought, will become you and I look up to the existence of. Judge Wu glanced at the corners of his mouth disdainfully. Isn't your excellency also a cultivator? It is we, the netherworld, who are also bent on cultivation. Yang Chenghuang shook his head and sighed as he looked up and gazed out at this side of the starry river. The cause of this matter is very complicated. The world's demons, ghosts, humans and gods have Taoist behavior like a river of crushing carp. How many cultivators? I've had a few encounters with that state master in the upper capital, and I know something you don't, now that the immortals have appeared. I'm afraid this world won't be peaceful in the future. There were some words he didn't say. When a human immortal appears in the world, a great world is bound to come. And this Confucian called Zhou Yan was obviously that small group of people with deep blessings. While he was still able to get these gifted demons, it would be best to make some more good karma. Also for later. The crowd of netherworld ghost officials were all puzzled, but they didn't dare to say any more. They just felt that there seemed to be something heavy on the mind of the Lord. Zhou Yanzine God returned to the physical body, the scene in front of him disappeared, and the ears were filled with the sound of noisy people. Moon reflected in the Qinhuai River in the waves, slightly rippled. The wind of the moonlit night, gently and softly, rolled the strings on the water. A long echo. The distant mountains in the moonlight and the bright reflect some outlines too, but also the painting of the absolute beauty of the mood. Unconsciously, he had a gilded invitation to worship in his hand. Hey, one more thing to worry about. Zhou Yan shrugged his shoulders. He had always been spontaneous in his life, but he was not preoccupied. Taking care of the folds of his clothes, he slowly walked in the direction of the White Deer School. After walking for a while, suddenly an old man's voice came to his ears. Very softly, but he did hear it. Senior brother Zhou stayed back. Elder brother Zhou. Zhou Yan froze for a moment to make sure he hadn't heard wrong and looked back around. But it was empty behind him, and there was no one there. Could it be that he heard wrong? Zhou Yan frowned, continued to walk forward 2 steps. The ear soon came again at the old man's voice. More clear. He followed the sound of the past, and soon it was discovered that the speaker, even from the river water, growling dash. Qinhuai River water on which bubbles slowly emerged, followed by breaking the surface of the water. It was actually a 10 feet large turtle. Zhou Yan's pupils instantly shrunk as he gulped and reached out to point. Are you the one talking? The Clearwater River god smiled and nodded. But this smile appeared on the turtle head and looked a little weird. Who are you? Why did you call Mr. Zhou your senior brother? I am Linjiang Fairy Qingshui River god. Had been instructed by Lu Shi to help me break the God's Way incense chain. So all the way along the East China Sea to take the waterway to Shangjing. Listen to Lu Shi preaching. Since Mr. Zhou for Lu Shi disciples, this name of senior brother should be called. So it is. A few moments of embarrassment grew on Zhou Yan's face, but he breathed a sigh of relief. In the ordinary people seem to be simply against the common sense of the scene, but also do not know whether they have seen too much. On the contrary, did not feel surprised. I can't be called the river god's senior brother. I don't know what turtle. Toast friend called Zhou Mao. What is the matter? The old turtle's eyes were filled with envy as he stared at the Confucian scholar in front of him. Just now he and the city god of this place to talk about things. It is to hear clearly. Never thought that this person lucky fate is so deep. Can become Mr. Lu disciple. It was also only vaguely aware that Mr. Lu should be residing somewhere in the unholy mountain nowadays. So it tentatively opened its mouth. Does senior brother Zhou know where Master Lu lives today? A bunch of grass mud horses galloped past in Zhou Yan's heart. Why is this one catching on to itself? It was only at this moment that he realized, with hindsight, just how extraordinary the consequences of his own inadvertent lie were. He suppressed the bitterness in his heart and sighed. With all due respect to Mr. Zhou, I'm afraid Mr. Lu doesn't like to be disturbed by bystanders. I know, just so senior brother can tell me a rough direction. I will not come to the door to disturb Mr. Lu. I just want to seek a place nearer to Mr. Lu, in order to hear the Tao. This, the old turtle looked at him quietly, then opened his mouth and spat out a Ingche water ball, handing it to his body, cheekily saying, Zhou senior brother, this is a pool of clear water. Although there is no such miraculous effect of the city god gifted to Mr. ground into powder to drink, but also can be a soul restoring and nourishing the spirit, a little bit of a thin gift, but also ask Mr. Zhou to accept dash. Zhou Yan. He took a deep breath and spoke with a complex expression. Fellow Daoist turtle, this Zhou can't accept young city god that is not at all left under the room to refuse. Suddenly some understanding of why it is difficult to be a clean official. There are some things that are really not good to refuse. He then sent the clear water over respectfully, and after deliberating for a long time, he said seriously, fellow Daoist turtle, the word immortal fate is about the word fate and cannot be forced. Since you have traveled thousands of miles from Linjiangde to Jinling, I think you know the weight of this word fate better than anyone else. Forgive Zhou bluntly, today Zhou if I accept this thin gift, open this mouth later for fear that it is more difficult to do. If the turtle friend of the Taoist sincere heart, I think there must be belong to their own portion of the blessing of fate. The Qingshui river god looked at him for a long time, and then he was smiling and spilling, and took back the clear water. Sir has a point. There is really some haste, but it is the old man who has been so rash that he does not know how difficult it is for him to do so. Zhou Yan blushed and smiled bitterly. It's good that fellow Taoist turtle doesn't blame Mr. Zhou, so Mr. Zhou will take his leave. The Qingshui river god gave him a deep look, and after saying his farewells, he also sank into the Qingshui river and swam in the direction of the Buxian mountain. Zhou Yan was the only one standing quietly by the Qinhuai river, his heart full of emotions. Unbeknownst to the entire night of the Jinling, at the Qinhuai river, countless streams of demons and ghosts appeared. All of them were quietly watching this immortal disciple in the dark. Following that, the uncountable demonic ghosts glanced at each other, A bitter smile appeared on their faces, and they discussed. That old tortoise is also willing to give up. That Wang Qingshui how also have 100 years of Tao, but also by it said thin gift. That immortal's disciples hard to confiscate. It seems that this gift, we cannot send out. How long have you been in Shangjing, fellow Taoist snake? Just recently. How about you? More than half a month. Where did the Taoist come from? Westland. That's a long way off. Yes, walking for 2 months. At first it is to follow the idea of trying. Anyway, there is nothing to do. Did not think that the Shangjing really people ferry out this trip is not false. To be able to cut through the God's way incense chains is truly a human immortal. I've come, since I can't see that human immortal. I'll take a look at the immortal's disciple, so I can get acquainted. Brother Bamboo is extremely right. The moon is still the same. The water is still the same. And it doesn't move. Just as Zhou Yan was gazing over the railing at the moon in the night, the atmosphere around him suddenly became bizarre. Zhou Yan froze and stared at the sky, wanting to look at it in detail, when suddenly a flash of green smoke filled the air in front of him. Startling him, the green smoke transformed into a middle-aged man. Immediately afterward, countless green smoke filled the room, and a heavy demonic and ghostly aura permeated the area. The middle-aged man at the head of the group looked deeply at Zhou Yan for a moment, and without a trace, he put back the demonic pills clutched tightly in his hand, arched his hand in a salute, and gently said, Mr. Zhou is worthy of being an immortal's disciple. Huang has met you, sir. As the wolf demon's words fell, in the night, there was another sound of feathers fluttering, followed by an eagle cry. Li has met you, sir. Immediately afterward, with the appearance of the 2 big demons, at this moment, the quiet Jinling River, suddenly appeared a large stream of demons and ghosts. The pupils that looked at Zhou Yan flickered with inexplicable strange light. Feng has met you, sir. Wang has met you, sir. Zhou Yan swallowed his saliva, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart as he looked at the more and more demonic ghosts gathering in front of him. Even though he was well informed, the sudden appearance of nearly 100 demons and ghosts in front of him really caused him to break out in a cold sweat. How could he not see that these demons and ghosts were afraid that they had been hidden beside him for a long time? A middle-aged man transformed by an arrow bamboo respectfully said, We are ashamed. The human immortal advent, for a moment was actually washed out of mind, and also thought to go out to bribe Mr. in order to seek the blessing of the human immortal. Thanks to Mr. out of the words to wake up. Shame, shame, shame. Zhou Yan's eyebrows were raised as he surveyed the many demons and ghosts that had appeared before him. Subconsciously, he swallowed. Luckily, he spoke out and politely refused the old turtle. If he was really obsessed to accept the old turtle's thin gift, tonight I'm afraid that the gift will receive a soft hand. He still underestimated the status of immortal disciple that he had compiled. Under the moonlight, the waves of the Qinhuai River lapped at the bank, approaching the 9th day of the waxing moon. On this night of fishing in the fairy moon, the 30th day of the winter moon, thousands of demons and ghosts, one after the other, appeared in the upper golden age. The black crowd of demons and ghosts seemed to cover the sky and the moon, with different demeanors. A thick fog rose up and stopped the mortals from seeing. It's just a shame that the scene wasn't seen by anyone. Only one Confucian student stood frozen in the middle of the Yin and ghosts, not knowing what to do. This bizarre but beautiful picture, this Confucian student who first sprouted the Yin and Yang 5 elements, was destined to remember for the rest of his life. There was some sighing in his heart. There were just too many surprises tonight. A shocking change of heart. Some absurd lies, once told, may have to be rounded up with countless lies. But perhaps, it's also a yin-yang culture. The complexity of Yang Cheng Huang's demeanor when he looked at himself came to mind. Mr. Zhou, you are a man of deep fortune, blessed with a deep destiny? At this moment, Zhou Yan was suddenly convinced. Zhou Yan took a deep breath, hardened his head, and rushed at the thousands of Yin ghosts and demons in front of him. Mr. Zhou, meet you all. End of chapter 107. Chapter 106, to borrow a touch of heaven and earth's light from the heavens. Chapter 106, to borrow a touch of heaven and earth's light from the heavens. The foot of Mt. Chikji. The winter rain is silent, blurring the sky and the earth, the mountains and the water. In front of the grassy hall, the raindrops along the eaves tile sprinkled, like a broken line of beads, paved in front of the door of the green stone. Have to be over the years? Water droplets through the stone. There are slight concave eye, appear rounded and smooth. At the foot of the mountain, a few days ago was just an ordinary place, but now it is covered with dense fog, which is ordinary breathing and exhaling a bit. Since I feel that the chest to be dirty by this wine qi cleansing all, 11 mountain outsiders have been meditating on the futon all day. Is the gentleman not seeing guests today? The crane's face was overflowing with loss, and a quiet voice broke the stillness of the night. He had been sitting in meditation for nearly 7 hours since the morning hours. When Chen Jitian's words fell, at once, the remaining 10 people all opened their eyes and looked in his direction, with a few moments of astonishment arising on the cheeks of the later ones. Is it not the gentleman in the hayloft who told us to sit on this futon and meditate? Later, just through this forest of inquiring minds, is to see a few people meditating cross-legged, in the spirit of the crowd's mind, did not think much about it, so follow in accordance with the order of precedence, one after another sitting in a piece, meditating for a day. This place is very thick spiritual chi, but sit for a few moments. The sea of spirit in the Taoist fruit is sufficient, and even vaguely has the feeling of overflowing. However, listening to the words of this Taoist friend sitting at the head of the obedient seat, is it possible that he has not yet seen the legendary immortal today? Chen Jitian frowned and stared at the number of people sitting behind him with a strange face. When did I ever say that? Ever since I walked out of the inquiring forest, this place has been empty, and I thought that there was nothing else to do, so I sat here and meditated for a while. Rather, it is all of you who sit here one after another, learning to meditate from the old immortal. The people looked at each other in disbelief. The eyes of the reader sitting quietly on the futon observed the expressions on the faces of the crowd, and then gently opened his mouth. In the whole of Jinling, there are only a dozen or so people who can break the first realm of the aristocrats? The number of people who were able to pass through this tongue forest is a bit less than what Wang thought. One realm? What is the one realm? A dark, thin, knife-wielding man spoke out silently. Jianghu people has always been divided into the so-called realm of martial arts, but the latter day innate, and now through this tongue forest, he felt that he had entered the legendary martial arts innate, but did not think that this realm, but also just the so-called a realm? The reader's face was kind as he spoke softly. Gather the fruits of the Tao in your heart and ask yourself what is in your heart. And on top of that, naturally, there are 2 or 3 realms. The people looked at each other, and then slowly got up and bowed respectfully to this reader. And I hope Mr. Explain. Wang Yin deeply glanced at the grass hall. He was in the mirage. In the storm stood for 3 days before he was lucky enough to get to see Mr. Lu one side. His heart was already prepared. Now that Mr. Lu is living in seclusion under the unholy mountain, how is it possible to see him so easily? Wang Yin got up and returned the salute of the crowd with a gentle smile. Mr. Wang was previously fortunate enough to get to see Mr. Lu, and to put it mildly, he is also considered half a student of Mr. Lu. That's right, although Mr. Lu did not directly accept himself as a disciple, but also gifted himself 4 aphorisms, received his own worship, perhaps not counted as a disciple, but at least counted as Mr. Student. As the words fell, the expressions of the crowd varied, followed by a sudden solemn expression. Mr. is actually an immortal's disciple, so it's a mistake for a certain I. Greetings, Mr. Wang. Please explain to us, sir. Since we passed through that tongue forest, we have felt our body is a bit different from before. There is a wonderful feeling. Wang Yun looked at the crowd, waved his hand and smiled. There is no need for you all to be like this. I am only one step ahead of you, and I have heard Mr. Sermon. In the future, if any of you have the opportunity to worship under Mr. I also hope that you will give me a lot of support. He then slowly stretched out his hand, and after a breath, a light golden light bloomed from his fingertips. Do you all know what this ray of golden light is? Chen Jitian slightly pondered for a while, then also stretched out his finger. Soon the fingertip also bloomed a touch of light, but compared to Wang Yun's touch of light golden light, this wisp of light was pale white, and did not have the luster of Wang Yun's fingertip full. Could it be the legendary aura? The dark, thin man looked silently at the wisp of pale black sheen at his fingertips and spoke tentatively. Wang Yun weighed his words, nodded and shook his head. Yes, yet no. At the beginning of Mr. Guidance, I just feel that there is a vastness of meaning in the chest with no place to vent, and then it is to read through the books. Combined with what I've seen and heard in the past few days, the heart is quite a speculation. At the very beginning, Wang Mao did not know what this aura was, nor did he know exactly what it was. It was always too ethereal. Just that day after asking the heart, it was obvious that it felt different. If a certain person guessed correctly, this touch of aura is the gas that was refined by the Taoist fruit that was in the chest of all of you after you spit out the spirit of the heavens and the earth. Chen Jitian nodded and followed suit, saying what was on his mind. According to the meaning of Mr. the aura of heaven and earth in general, and embark on the immortal path of self-examination of their own hearts, condensing the heart of the fruit of the Tao, can be the spirit of heaven and earth for their own use? According to the different fruits of the Tao of each person, the refining of the aura is also the strength of the weak points? Wang Yin nodded and smiled with a few clouds. This is only my guess, and the details of it, I'm afraid, are only known to Mr. Lu Feng. The dark, thin man's voice sank after a few moments of contemplation. That is to say that the so-called first realm is only to take the spirit of heaven and earth as one's own. Then what about going further upwards? What about the second realm? And the third realm? Wang Yun shook his head, also puzzled. Right at this moment, the old crone who had been silent all this time slowly got up and opened her mouth with a voice that was a bit hoarse. Perhaps the old body can answer that question for you all. Everyone was looking in her direction. The old woman stretched out her withered palm, on which a touch of green and ghostly metaphysical light dispersed in the sky, and then she clenched her hand in the air towards a tree branch not far away. The touch of the ethereal aura seemed to be wrapped in all the surrounding invisible breath, fell to the branch, and then the branch came from afar, and finally hung in her hands. Standing still, the black and thin man's pupils instantly shrunk as he took a deep breath and opened his mouth, taking in objects through the air, above the martial arts innate. The old woman laughed and shook her head. This is just a metaphor for the old me. Taking in objects through the air is just a small Jianghu trick when all is said and done. With their own spirit, tend to the spirit of heaven and earth, for the world's wonders, but it is a pity that my life stops here. The life of the great limit will come. Desperate, from the south of the border traveled to the upper Beijing, just to seek a long life method. This is not hope, but never thought that there really are human fairies in the world. When these words fell, the hearts of the people were somewhat alarmed, and for a moment they were in a slight trance, but they did not ask. Seemingly seeing the doubts in the hearts of the crowd, the old crone looked around, then reached out and pointed at the black thin man with the knife with a smile. "Ho sure, you come out with the sword." The black thin man was stunned for a moment, then holding the long sword in his hand, he spoke with a grave expression. "With this blade of mine, I'm afraid there are not many people under the sky who can receive it, so it's better to invite someone else." The old woman shook her head and laughed. "You can rest assured, although the old body has now lived for 4 but the body is not so bad as to not be able to catch a knife. You go all out." The man spoke after a long moment of silence. "Good. However, it's better to change the place. This place is the residence of the immortal sect. I'm afraid that it will frighten Mr. The winter rains continued, making this part of the hill in front of the hayloft muddy. The 11 people walked to a secluded place, and the black and thin man looked deeply at the old crone, then clasped his hands and said in a deep voice, "I am a knife beggar, and this knife is Mo Ming. Drink dash." A shout, with the man's foothold as the core. A circle of black ripples visible to the naked eye rippled open, in which there is a vaguely biting blood-colored cold aura. There is a sound sharp and sharp. Ordinary people cannot be heard. Does not hurt things, only hurt people. This kind of means seemed unusual, but in fact it was beyond the realm of martial artists and could already be categorized into the category of divine arts. The next moment, the blackish aura converged in the hands of the knife blade above. The knife beggar feet in the mud soft wet place, just at the mud but did not stain the clothes the slightest. All were that a touch of black aura flicked away. Following that, he lightly rotated his 5 fingers, backhandedly gripping Momen behind him, and the blade in his hand instantly rotated and flew out, bringing out a clearly visible trace on the vast curtain of rain. The rain fell with a sound, and there was no more half of the previous piece here, only the murderous atmosphere overflowing. Sheathing his sword, the clanging sound instantly overpowered the sound of wind and rain. Out of the knife there are marks. In the next moment, the white rain curtain was cut in half by this knife, and a knife chi that was vaguely like a thin line split straight down from above towards the old crone. The old woman avoided it, merely standing in front of him. Then slowly, he reached out his hand and wiped it in the air, saying stop. As the words fell, the long sword in the hands of the knife beggar suddenly seemed to be hindered, and it froze in the rain. Countless raindrops were shattered into water mist and dispersed at this moment, raising a blanket of white between the two. The old woman joined her fingers together and curled them upwards. The knife in the hand of the knife beggar was immediately picked up by an inexplicable force, and the terrifying knife chi immediately slashed at a Zheng-high boulder on the side of his body. All I heard was a boom dash. The 10-foot-high boulder exploded with a loud bang. The only person left with the knife beggar froze and looked at the hilt of the knife in his hand, breathing heavily. Within 2 breaths of time, a flash of excitement was born in his pupils, and the aura on his body surged out crazily, no longer withdrawing its strength, brewing all the aura his whole body was able to mobilize, and releasing it all in one brain. Again, the curtain of rain was instantly cut off by this flash of awe-inspiring black light. The old woman frowned, feeling this knife which contains a huge power. Also do not dare to the previous so bold. Longitudinal body backward, not forgetting to pull down between the hair of a hairpin. Lightly spit out a breath, is transformed into a long sword in front of the body. Rumble, a sound of gold and stone exploding resounded through the sky. The old woman was forced back nearly 100 feet by this blade, her feet sinking into the ground and cutting 2 deep gullies. On the other hand, under the reaction force of this knife, the whole person flew backwards and hit the distant mountain wall. and a stream of black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The crowd rushed over in a panic, but Knife Beggar reached out his hand to signal the crowd not to go over and slowly got up. The man's body was in a sorry state, his robes covered in mud, and he no longer had his previous demeanor. Blade Beggar looked down at a bright red bloodstain on his chest, then wiped the rainwater from his face with his cuffs and said with a respectful expression, "Elder is really good at this." The old woman shook her head with a bitter smile. "The younger generation can be feared. I had not thought that the old body higher than you a whole realm. You even managed to force back the old body. All of you just now, but see clearly?" Knife Beggar wiped the smudge at the corner of his mouth, then nodded. What Senior said is already vaguely known in the mind of the late generation. The so-called martial arts innate is also this realm. In the end can only use their own body aura effect on others, with a brute force and broken, and above this realm, but can already rely on Mr. Wang said that the fruit of the road in the aura, drive heaven and earth aura for their own use. Just now Senior is 10 to heaven and earth's chi, only to dissolve the late generation of this knife on the force. Senior, is what Senior said? The old woman nodded, then shook her head again. Right yet wrong. This second realm, in my old self's opinion, is not actually driven, but borrowed, to their own aura as a medium, borrowing the aura of heaven and earth. How much can be borrowed? All depends on the fruit of the road in the richness of the aura. If we use an analogy, the fruit of the road is like a pinch of salt. Into the bowl of water still have taste, but if the water to the river, it will be bland and tasteless. After borrowing more aura, the aura that coalesces in front of itself fades and is of little use. If I am really able to drive this heaven and earth aura without fear, I am afraid that even 100 of you won't be able to get close to me. These words instantly woke up the crowd. All of them looked silently at the glimmering light at their fingertips, spreading the halo outward in unison. A light blue glow, a light black glow, a light cyan glow. This halo of light represented the range of heaven and earth auras that the people present could borrow after advancing to the second realm. Does the Tao fruit represent the intensity of the spirit that can be condensed? Once the Tao fruit is condensed, it cannot be changed. It also represents the difficulty of asking oneself what is the question of one's own heart. The night is extremely bright in the mountains, and the sickle moon is reflected in the water. 2 by 2, the darker it gets, the more beautiful the sky becomes. Just then, there was a pale golden glow that flourished in the sheen under the moon. In the next moment, everyone looked at the scholar in the corner with unblinking eyes. At the tip of his finger, the glint of pale gold was like a star. Wang Yan slowly stretched out his fingertips, the glowing fire on his fingertips, and with a distant twist to the distant sky, pinched a little bit of nothingness and put it into the foot of this Jishan mountain. In an instant, that light golden glow lit up as dreamlike as the moonlight in the sky at the moment. Under the cold moon, this flash of gold encapsulated the moon's aura and brightened this place greatly. I am a reader, and I want to borrow a touch of heaven and earth's light from this heaven. End of chapter 108. Chapter 107, When I first met Littleun, Littleun had listened well. Chapter 107, When you first met Littleun, did Littleun listen well? Dark night and stars, clear wind and moon. Lu Duanran was sitting on a cloud, traveling in the moonlit night and starry sky, with a fresh breeze blowing in the moon color as a backdrop. At his feet, there were 10,000 lights flickering sporadically, like fireflies in a mountain forest. Under the moonlit night, it is more like an ink-dyed landscape scroll, with a hazy yet mysterious outline. It's a pity that he's the only one who can enjoy the beautiful scenery of traveling the 4 directions of heaven and earth and overlooking the landscape. Approaching the grassy hall at the foot of Mte Jekji, he slowly dispersed the auspicious cloud underneath him, and hid in front of this smoky, cloud-laden tongue forest. As he kept on walking along this mountain path, he silently felt the newly acquired broken flow in the golden book of his mind, and his cheeks looked pleasantly relaxed. After walking for a while, he slightly frowned. I don't know if it was his own illusion, but he always felt that there were suddenly a lot more people in this area, and the closer he got to that piece of tongue forest, the more people there were. Jianghu chivalry, literati, merchants and farmers. I don't know if it is in the Fox Mountain living for more than 10 years. He has long been used to a peaceful and simple life. For this kind of noise in the heart is very not happy. It's getting late. Why are there still so many people in this remote place? Before approaching, a burst of noisy sounds came from the ears. Is there any high person who can pass through this forest by now? Not many people have been in there all day today. I don't think. Look, the abbot of the Hidden Peace Temple has also walked out, and by the looks of it, he should have failed as well. Following the gazes of the crowd, Lu Chenran looked over with a few moments of doubt. That piece of tongue forest is still the same as when they left in the daytime, but the 4 fields are less a piece of silence. Only the remaining forest nightingale to and fro circling. That old monk of the Hidden Peace Temple let out an umutba and laughed bitterly. This place is not destined for me. This Tonglin is very strange, but it is not a sinister place. Perhaps for those who have something to build up in their hearts to eat like manna, but for the vast majority of people to say, but it is messing with people's minds. The crowd of journeymen nodded their heads in deep thought. Not long after, Lu Chenran is walking into this side of the thick fog. Vaguely see Lu Ren's clothes are a little wet. The crowd of onlookers saw a white-shirted great gentleman coming behind them, and didn't say much, giving up an empty seat and then looking towards the depths of the Tong forest to discuss on their own. Excuse me, what's going on here? Lu Duanran patted a short man in front of him and asked politely. The Hanyu looked the handsome gentleman up and down, then moved over and said quietly, Mr. has just come to Shangjing, right? In the past 2 days, Jinling City has changed the sky, and a lot of unbelievable things have happened. What's so incredible? There's a sword sticking out of the street at the Autumn Wind Drunken Drinking House in Shangjing, and there are several people kneeling in front of the sword. Just now, at the riverfront of the Qin Hui River, a number of people saw a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Looking at Lu Duanran's strange expression, the short man sighed and patted his shoulder with a complicated face. Surprised? Not to mention you, sir, but even I am amazed to hear these things, and if I had not seen them with my own eyes, who could believe them? That's just the tip of tonight's chaos. After a pause, he pointed to the Kirin forest in front of him. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about this forest in front of us. Listening to those few Jianghu people, they have seen from morning to now, there are not many people who can go through it. This forest is this divine? That's natural. How long has dude been watching here? Came over before the sun went down. That can be some time. Yes, I've been watching for so long without paying attention, and when I go back my mother-in-law will have to talk about me again. Not hungry? The short man touched his stomach, only to realize that his belly was already reeling. I just remembered when Mr. said that. I haven't had dinner yet. Eating is important. What's so great about being lively? Harm. It's almost New Year's. As a pastime. So it is. Then, the Hanyu seemed to have thought of something, and said with a hefty smile, in fact, I heard those tea house storytellers say, before the Linjiang ferry over there also rose a fog. A few days do not disperse, and the old man thought that attracted what evil spirits, but the merchants are all fine, and many people say that through the fog where the thickest place will make a person refreshed inside and outside the permeability of the comfortable. So the short man sold out here. What? Lu Chenran's conversation with the man also caught the attention of several people beside him, and they all gathered their ears. Ha ha ha, haven't you guys heard? That's because an immortal has appeared over at Linjiangdu. In the middle of the night, a whole bunch of demons are chasing that immortal. So but wherever there is this thick fog, it is impossible to guarantee that there is a high immortal here to cast spells to cultivate, and those who pass through the fog are all blessed people. The others chimed in, nodding deeply. That's a good point. I've often heard that there are immortals who play with the world, and there are also mortals who have been immortalized. Lu Duanran's face became increasingly strange before he spoke. Shouldn't all immortals cultivate in the high mountain peaks of the immortal cave? The Hanyu opened his mouth. Immortals are people too. It's not like they can sit around all the time. How boring would that be? Lu Duanran smiled and nodded approvingly. Brother's words are reasonable. Immortals are also human beings. I will leave you to amuse yourself for now. I will go home first. Take care on your way, sir. Take care. The short man rubbed his stomach and spoke with a grin, continuing to watch the action towards the patch of Kirigakure. Saying goodbye to the short man, Lu Duanran carried his moth-winged burden and walked unobtrusively along the route he came from in the direction of the Tung forest. It was a good thing that most of the jungle people just stayed on this side of the forest. But perhaps this place is too crowded. There are still many pairs of eyes to see a white shirt wearing a big gentleman, behind the back of a strange bag. Handsome. Step by step unhurriedly walked towards the Tonglin. The crowd of onlookers was suddenly interested again, and looked at the gentleman with open eyes and murmured, Look, here comes another one. Does Brother Wang think this person can enter Tonglin? That I don't know. The short man frowned. Just now this big gentleman did not say with himself to go home? Why did he walk towards the Tonglin? Just wanted to call out. The next instant, the words are swallowed in the throat. Staring blankly at the scene in front of him, the breeze is cool, and the green mountains under the night are like ink paintings and shadows, with hazy outlines. The locked tongue forest seemed to sense Mr. S presence, and gave way to a deep pathway amongst itself. Under the moonlight, the messy tree branches have their own beauty in the mottled mess. The dirt road cuts through the muddy grass and rocks all the way around the mountain and upward, seemingly leading to the night sky. The short man rubbed his eyes before taking a closer look. The night was already a hint of fish belly white, yellow and white, yellow and green, blue on green. There was no such thing as a Kirin blocking the road. It was just a wilderness with a narrow path in the middle. A few breaths of effort. In the white shirt Mr. Figure completely disappeared in the depths of the path. The scene in front of you is no longer the same as before. And then some cloudy. Tong Lin Sun Sun. What's going on here? A Jianghu man looked at the scene in front of him, shocked beyond words. Is this the same change that happened to those who entered Kirigakuren before? A later voice inquired. All the people were looking at each other. The Jianghu man who had been staying here shook his head, and the look in his eyes was a few times surprised, puzzled, fiery, or confused, complicated through and through. Previously this Kirin hadn't changed half the time at all. If the previous Tonglin tightly closed, can also be used to peculiar to call it, that now in front of the scene, can be called the immortal means. Nowadays, the Shangjing is filled with legends of immortals, and this place is exactly at the foot of Buxian Mountain. Only the short man froze in place, savoring the conversation the white-shirted gentleman had with himself just now. In the next moment, the Hanyu snapped out of it and muttered, "This one who spoke to me just now, this person is not a god, is he?" The few people beside him nodded along. Could it be that we've really seen a god? The short man was instantly shocked face, shouting there. The more he said, the more he was sure that he saw the immortal. Hand dancing. For a time I do not know what to do. I've seen an immortal. Ha ha ha, did you guys see that just now? The immortal spoke to me, also called me brother. Did you hear that? The people around him sat in a mess, each one of them looking at the short man with an envious face. Just now they are in the people but see really, that carrying a bag of immortal indeed with this man talked a lot. A merchant looked at the scene in front of him, waved his hand and summoned his fellow, and said a few words in his ear. Not long after that fellow was wrapped in red silk with a heavy piece of silver. A face of respect toward the Han handed over, opened his mouth. My master gifted it to me. Brother, take it. My master still invites brother to come forward. Immortals in the world, although not with this man generally have such a good fortune to be able to talk with the immortal, but also good to follow to rub the immortal energy. The surrounding people also look at this man with bated breath, but there is no intention to snatch the broken silver. Who knows what the man talked to the immortal? If he angered this human immortal, who knows what calamity would befall him? The short man stared dumbfounded at everything in front of him, took a deep breath, and his stomach did not feel reeling, and only felt that appearing here today was one of the luckiest things he had ever done in his life. Lu Chuanran is unaware of the fact that outside of Tonglin due to his own unintentional actions, has long been in chaos. Just lifting his head to survey the changed Kirin in front of him, he shook his head. Doubly marvelous. Interesting. Interesting. They show that ask the mind. Did not feel that this forest and how to change. Did not think that this forest has now become a place of interest. Good did not appear in the official road, but also did not block the way of the passers-by. Feeling comfortable. The steps will also be brisk. Do not have to walk faster, but the time to pass faster. The roadside grass, trees, mountains and clouds seem to have become much more pleasant to the eye. After walking quietly through the forest for a while, the fog gradually became less dense. He reached out and gently stroked the forest, feeling the patches of age on it. Thinking of all the interesting things that happened since the Jinling all the way to the line. Linxiang ferry that night, Jinling planting sword, fishing on the moon. Tonglin asked for many images in front of his eyes quietly crossed. Do not feel like thinking of the infatuation. The soil fluttering fragrance. Suddenly a burst of footsteps startled him. Turned his head but saw Shaoan playing a big small paper umbrella. Ying stood in the forest, like a forest spirit. Shaoan held a jar filled with paper cranes in one small hand, wearing a snow-white cloak with fluffy edges, and if her porcelain-like face was white, she was fastened with a small hat, and underneath the plush, a pair of clear eyes, black and white, were revealed. She just stood there, her little hands a little white and seemingly shivering a little from the night winds that were blowing and freezing. By the looks of it, it should have been a long wait. When she saw Mr. Daig had come home, a smile appeared on her little face and she trotted over, her little boots stepping on the dirt and leaving a trail of footprints. She came up to Mr. Daig's side. Her little hand held the umbrella in her hand high, but because she wasn't tall enough, she couldn't hit Lu Chenron's head. Mr. Daig, you're finally home. Home? Lu Chenron's pupils instantly flashed with a touch of warmth, and he held her in his arms so that her umbrella could hit his head. Is An waiting here for me by herself? Aha! Little An came by herself. Not afraid at this late hour? Fear. Then why wait for me? For missing Mr. Daig. The sleet and snow had a tendency to get heavier and heavier, and the girl patted the traces of snow on his body for him, and when she had pretty much patted the snow off Mr. Daig's body and tried to pat it off his head, she shrank back. Anne, what's wrong? Lu Duanran rubbed his palms together, covering and warming her small hands, and looked at him with a serious face. Lord An said not to touch people's heads. It's not polite. Has your Lord An ever said so much more? There's a lot of talk about it. It's just that before, and wouldn't have remembered it, and now a little bit of it comes back to me. Oh, Why? Little and doesn't know either. This strand of soul belonging to Susanna Anderson seems to be becoming more and more of an independent person as she gets along with him, and the memory that doesn't belong to her is gradually awakening, while the other strand of memory is gradually fading away and going away. Lu Chunran slowly lowered his head and tenderly said, "Then ask him to clean up the snow for me." Shaoan blinked his eyes. That pink cheeks also do not know if Lu Chuanran eyes. He actually saw a touch of slight red from it. She stretched out her small, white and slender hands like spring bamboo shoots, and carefully brushed away the snow that had not melted from his hair. "How did it know I'd be here?" Auntie said. "Mr. Big went out through here." The girl's mouth exhaled a light mist, and her voice was as light as snow. So, deep in the forest, there was a woman in white standing silently in the void, quietly looking at the scene before her. Her vermilion lips gently pursed, not uttering a word. A hooked ghost beside her looked at her cautiously and spoke out. "My lord, then I will return to Jammu County first?" He's traveled a lot on this trip. From Jammu County has been chased to the upper capital, just to hook this recorded in the roster of Lu Chanran, but did not expect that the lord is actually a step ahead of his own to this place, with him to tell the reason. He suppressed the surprise in his heart. Did Lorden turn out to have pen errors too? That hasn't happened in over 200 years. Aha! The woman nodded faintly. "I'll take my leave." The soul-hooking kid bowed his head and retreated in a diffuse manner, and then he disappeared into the heavens and earth. Under the moonlight, the woman in white stood under the tree, the branches aman hanging like tassel, half cover face. The pair of always cold eyes quietly looked at the girl snuggled in the arms of the man seen. Pursed lips. "I do not know what to think in the heart." Lu Duanran held Shaoan in his arms as he walked towards the direction of the grass hall, looking at the jar that Shaoan was holding tightly in his arms, and inquired out loud, "Anne, what's inside this jar?" "It's the paper cranes that Auntie taught Anne to fold." "Oh, why isn't folding paper cranes?" Auntie told Little Anne that if she folded 1,000 of them, Little Anne would get her wish. "So that's how it is." "How many did Anne fold?" "Only 157. That'll be a long time before it's full. So I'll fold it for you." "No, only Little Anne can fold it herself." "Why?" "It doesn't work if someone else folds it." "And what does Little Anne wish for?" Shaoan lowered his head to look at the paper cranes in the jar, and then he raised his head to look at Lu Duanran quietly, and after a while whispered, "Want to be with Mr. Big. Aren't we right in the middle of it?" "Not this one. I want to be able to open my eyes and still see Mr. Big after the 9th day of the waxing moon." Lu Chunran looked at her tenderly and reached out to touch her head. "Little Anne's wish will come true." "Aha!" and nodded vigorously. More and more memories in her mind that didn't belong to her kept squeezing the small handful of memories that were uniquely hers. That small handful of memories was the lifetime of this wisp of a divine soul. God's soul's life is just Jiamusu County to Jinling. "Mr. Big, there's no snow here," and spoke up. "Jiangnan has no snow." "Has, just drifting in the air." "Snow." Landing melted into a pool of clear water. "In Jiangnan, the life of the snow." Only the birth of the cloud curtain drifting down to the earth this short trip. It seems that the birth of the snow is to turn into a pool of water on the ground. And like snow, there's only snow in Goodwood County. Little Anne suddenly understands so much. Auntie says that Little Anne is growing up. Lu Chunran looked at the girl in his arms with some surprise, then sought out a piece of rock and quietly sat on it, holding it tightly in his arms and sniffing. Then it's just that Anne has something on her mind. Little Anne doesn't want to have a heart. Little Anne just wants to be Little Anne. Lu Chunran smoothly took the umbrella in her hand and helped her to cover the scattered snow. Smiling, does Little Anne want to see snow in Jiangnan too? Think, what else does Anne want to do? Want to swing. And, the girl's nearly transparent eyes overflowed with a thirsty glow. Wanted to build a snowman with Mr. Big. No more? There are enough wishes already. Paper Crane will think Little Anne is greedy. Lu Chenron's eyes flashed with a touch of heartache as he held the girl tightly in his arms, stroking her silky hair over and over again. Little Anne is not greedy. In his heart, however, there was a sigh of relief. At the moment this wisp of divine soul walked out of Jammu County, it must have been the gentlest punishment in the world for her. Shaoan revealed a smile and lay in his arms, silently feeling the warmth between his arms. A gentle stream of warmth that could pass through the thick winter coat straight to his heart. Mr. Big? A light voice roused him from his troubled thoughts. Did Little Anne listen properly when you first met her? Of course, Little Anne is most obedient. And is Little Anne polite? Lu Duanran thought for a moment and gently said, well, all the way. It was polite. Was fate kind or cruel to her? Did this wisp of a divine soul, perhaps in one of her slumbers, accidentally stop her already feeble breathing to meet her destiny as a woman as beautiful as snow, drifting down and dispersing in the silence? It's just that he's not Andosolve. This wisp of divine soul was not his soul either. He had no right to make decisions for Dawson. Like the paper cranes in the girl's jar, after stacking 1,000 of them. Is it her last thought? Ando's pupils looked at the girl in his arms with complexity, the cool cheeks averted from the scene in front of them. That small handful of memories from the road may not have dissipated. Nowadays, it's just in her head. God's soul? Paper cranes. It's supposed to fly slowly. End of chapter. 109. Chapter 108. What's the point of fiddling with Auntie's feet at night? Chapter 108. What's the point of fiddling with Auntie's feet at night? Tomorrow I'll accompany Little Un on the swings and build a snowman. Lu Chunran brushed the hair from the forehead of the girl in his arms and gave the tip of her nose a gentle kiss. But there's no snow. It will be tomorrow. Really? When have I ever lied to Un? Well, Lu Duanran helped the girl hold the jar of paper cranes, stepping on the slightly wet, muddy mountain path and looking at the blurred compound in the distance. In the middle of the grassy hall, about the direction of the study, there was a little light like beans, swinging warmly in this night. He paused, then rummaged around in his moth-winged bundle for a moment, fumbling for the laurelwood plaque that had been gifted to him by the Rabbit City Lord. This sign taken from the laurel was so delicate, a token with intricate patterns engraved on both sides, handed to him by Yu Fu when he first met him. Lu Duanran squatted down and set Little Un aside, erasing the complicated and tedious lines on it. The girl came up with her head, followed closely by a crouch. What is Mr. Big going to do? And said earlier that she wanted a sign. Is it that sign of Brother Lee's? No, it's for a rabbit, and hasn't and wanted it for a long time? Oh, Lu Duanran handed over the laurelwood plaque and touched her head. Look at the word laurel written on it. With this sign others see it and know that it is the owner's honored guest. I thought, let's use it to make one for Little Un. For Little An? Naturally. Lu Chunran spontaneously pulled off a gold pen, and then under the girl's face of anticipation, carved the 4 words peace and safety on it. In his mind, a golden book title page slowly floated. Bonding with Katsushika Senpai, 28/30. Does An like it rounder or squarer? What's the difference? There's no difference. It's all up to An's preference. Square a bit then. Good. He reached out his hand and hung this peace sign on Xiaoan's neck, which was what Xiaoan had been pining for that day when he parted with Li Zijuan since Jiamu County. The girl's little hand caressed the cinnamon wood peace sign, and those black and white eyes curved with joy. Mr. Big. Xiaoan opened her eyes and just looked at his face. A few pleasant smiles appeared on her small face of white porcelain, and she softly said, Mr. Big is the gentlest. Carrying Mr. Big's sign, others will know they are Mr. Big's children when they see them. This is a memory that belongs uniquely to the relationship between Xiaoan and Mr. Big. Lu Duanran clapped his hands in fear and smiled gently. Let's go home. This was followed by taking her little hand. After only a few steps, his side stumbled a little, and he looked back to see Anne's cheeks a little pale and her steps faltering. She had stood quietly alone in the rain and snow for a long time today, and her strength had long since run out. Lu Duanran crouched down. Come on up. The girl wrapped her arms around his neck, her lithe body crouching on his back. Between heaven and earth, there was only the sound of rain falling, and the sound of Lu Chunran's footsteps on the muddy ground, monotonous but peaceful. The cold wind was blocked by broad shoulders, and the girl just looked up at the moon in the sky, feeling the warmth coming from his spine. More than anything else, it was peaceful, perhaps because of the long wait, and in the midst of Lu Chunran's undulating footsteps, the girl, who had long been sleepy, drifted off to sleep. A faint snort soon came from Lu Chunran's ears, seemingly sound. His complexion was slightly stunned, and then he smiled, walking towards the grass hall step by step. The white-shirted woman in the tung forest quietly looked at the girl lying sound asleep on the man's back. Half a lifetime of military service. That was a tenderness she had never felt before. Tentatively, Andorra reached out and silently covered her chest, the one beating heart able to make her feel alive. She quietly looked at the extra flash of memories in her mind, like a walk in the park, constantly surfacing in her mind, with each hidden segment having its own intense to extreme feelings. It was just a wisp of a divine soul, yet it is full of something else that one cannot read. Mr. Big? At this point, the sky was already slightly hazy, not far in front of the grass hall. I don't know when. More than 11 futons, but there is no silhouette on it. I think that people should have been gone for a while. Lu Chunran carried the soundly sleeping girl on his back, and a few doubts arose in his heart, but he didn't say anything, letting those bushels be placed where they were, and pushed open the door of the grass hall. Then he approached the house, laid the girl under the warm covers, sat quietly at the bedstead for a while, watched, moved his feet away, got out of bed gently, and put on his garments, pushed the door open and closed it carefully. A mist of frost and dew rolled in, and it was icy cold when I inhaled it. Outside, tilted his head to look at the distant mountains, even a thick fog. The whole world seems to be hazy, white, Only a hazy halo of reddish-golden light drilled in the distance to the east. This fog is born wonderful. The whole piece of landscape is like a cage of white veil. Hazy clouds steam around, like a heaven on earth. Mist into the lungs, coolness through its body. Suddenly feel refreshed. The porch is as bright as water. Lu Chunran walked towards his compartment. After a day of running around, even though he had gotten the benefits of the heavenly stars and rivers, he felt physically and mentally exhausted. He yawned and slowly pushed open the door. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he felt his way towards the location of the bed in his memory. He has always disliked cumbersome, so the furnishings in the room is extremely simple. That is, there is no mantle on the bed, just a single wooden bed, covered with a layer of bedding. Boing dash. A slight murmur instantly reached him at his ears. Lu Chunran froze for a moment, scrambled to get up, and only after surveying through the moonlight did he realize that there was a person sleeping on his bed and couch. Thick bedding was spread under the simple bedstead, and the skillful woman was curled up on the bedding, half lying against the wall. The dress on her body had not been taken off, the hairpin in her long hair was still pinned on, and her stockings were neatly folded on the low case on one side. Jade feet in together, did not extend into the bedding. In the moonlight reflection, 5 points of round jade toes more cherry transparent, with flesh-colored flow of light, through the delicate translucent white tender back of the footskin, vaguely visible in the depths of the skin of the tiny blood vessels, undyed fingernails, such as pearls embedded in the white toes, the moonlight along the bottom of it's like drops of still water. One hand tightly clutched the shawl that had not yet finished knitting, the thread ball just scattered on the floor, silver crochet hooks scattered aside. I think Aunt Sue should be in the house knitting the shawl, waiting for her to come home. Just too long. A time cannot hold out and fell soundly asleep. Auntie is still really gentle. Lu Chunran's pupils flashed a touch of tenderness, quietly sitting on the edge of the couch. Through the moonlight looked at the aunt's sleeping face of ripe beauty, not with rouge lips but like a fire red, dyed eyebrow like a distant mountain, a few strands of long hair messy mess in the side of the cheeks. He gently reached out and stroked her cheek, gently tucking the 2 strands of sideburns behind his aunt's ear. It's been a long day of walking. Lu Chunran's movements were extremely careful, fearing to disturb his aunt's rest. Then he got up and tiptoed to hold his aunt's ankles, wanting to ride her body back, sleep at least a little more peacefully. Only when his fingertips would touch Esau's skin, the woman's brows first frowned, slowly opened her eyes, and through the slight haze of the remaining moon, when she saw the person in front of her clearly, her brows stretched again. Well, Ranchan is back. Letting his large hand trace the skin of her slender calf, he felt the warmth. Well, come back, auntie. Esau nodded, yawning slightly, and was about to go back to sleep when he did. In a brief moment of confusion, suddenly her eyes snapped open, as if reacting to something. Her legs subconsciously withdrew from his hands. Between nervousness, a pair of furry fox ears imperceptibly emerged, but then quickly retracted. Ranner didn't see it, did she? Isu's heart jumped in fear, but he was relieved to see that Lu Chunran was only staring at his feet and should not have seen the fox ears. Subsequently, her vermilion lips were tightly pursed, and there was a touch of blush coloring between her cheeks, and a few points of shyness were born in her eyes. How long have you been back, Ranchan? Silver teeth clenched and mumbled her lips. What are you doing fiddling with Auntie's feet in the middle of the night? And don't wake up Auntie. The 2 words aunt were bitten very heavily by her, while her feet were collected in the bedding without any trace. Even during this time as a snow fox, he was manipulated by him for quite a long time, and his psyche was building up in a subtle way. But this came up without a greeting. Lu Chunran froze for a moment, and then he realized that Auntie should have misunderstood, and gently explained. Just came back after a busy day. Just now I saw Auntie's sleeping position was very uncomfortable, and I didn't want to disturb Auntie's sleep, so I thought to help Auntie adjust her body. Like this? A few moments of doubt arose in Esau's fox eyes, then blinked, and after thinking for a while, he felt that this reason should be right, and the shyness in his eyes melted away a little. She intentionally or unintentionally surveyed Lu Chunran for a few moments, seeing that his eyes were crystal clear, and there was no blazing heat or emotion of being a thief, before she slowly let out a sigh of relief. It was only the words that carried some seriousness, softly didactic. Ranner, the so-called man's head and woman's feet, these are not to be touched. If you touch someone's foot, you're responsible for it. That is, Auntie, if it is an ordinary family girl, Ranner can't do it. Even if you do something good, you can't be sure that you'll be treated as a frivolous man, and you'll get a bad reputation. How can I get a wife in the future? Lu Duanran smiled awkwardly, lit the oil lamp, and lowered his head to listen to his aunt's lecture. Ranner knows. It was Ranner who was reckless. After a pause, he added, Ranner doesn't take a daughter-in-law. Esau's afterglow glanced at the clothes she was wearing, which were a little disheveled in the party, and seemed to find her position of balling up the bedding a little ungainly, gathered the messy green silk and gathered it smoothly behind her ears. What are you talking about? How can a man not have a family? Ranner will do just fine guarding auntie. No talent. Who is a good man who keeps his aunt for the rest of his life? Isn't this available now? Isu glared at him. Just a pair of fox eyes were born with a seductive flavor. At this time the rain and mist was hazy. Couldn't say whether it was more intimidating or seductive. No luck. But in his heart there was a sudden flash of inexplicable feeling. The words on the edge of my mouth are a little bit against my will, but in the deepest part of my heart, could it be that I am still a little bit happy? Lu Chunran sat down next to his aunt and reached out to brush the hair on her forehead, half-jokingly saying, then it's good that it's no good. Isu only felt a heat between his ears, and between his ears and temples, his heart was growing charmingly, but he took a deep breath and forcibly dispelled the feeling. Has Ranner eaten yet? Are you hungry? Auntie will give you food below. An odd color arose in Lu Duanran's eyes. Looking at Ranner with this kind of eyes looking at himself, the snow fox's mind turns 100 times. Suddenly is also clear the ambiguity in the party's own words. Cheeks suddenly stained with intoxicating flushed red. The beauty of the unattainable. Ranner isn't hungry, so auntie had better take a quick rest. Lu Duanran opened his mouth. Isu softly quietly sitting in front of the bed. The fragrant breeze filled the air. The kind of light body fragrance unique to his body lingered on the tip of Lu Chuanran's nose. Perhaps because of the scene just now, Esau's heart was a little uncomfortable, with a slight hint of embarrassment on her cheeks. Exhausted. Would Ranner like some tea? Auntie will pour Ranner a bowl of tea. Lu Duanran nodded. Isu breathed a sigh of relief. Just by Lu Chuanran look at the face more and more flushed, cannot help but incline his head to avoid his line of sight, using the time to pour tea. Slightly calming mood. Rectify the head of the green silk messy gold hairpin oblique, a long skirt in the ground, elegant and indescribable tantalizing, but also let the figure more obvious rich. Aunt Sue. What happened to Anne? The boy may have something on his mind. Why doesn't auntie ask why Ranner has an extra Shawan by her side? Ahem. Ranner is old enough and can't let auntie worry about everything. Auntie could have asked. Ranner has no secrets from auntie. As Lu Chenlan's words fell, Esau's hand holding the teapot trembled slightly. There was a ray of moonlight's afterglow, coming in through the window, basking on it, rooting fingers round and green, a line of pale green tea spilling onto the floor. Esau silently handed over the tea bowl, her bare feet stepping on the ground and sitting next to him on the bed. A few moments of guilt seemed to be born on the windy, jade-like cheeks. Ranchan? Aunt Sue? Lu Chenran took a shallow sip of the tea soup and looked at her suspiciously. Would you be angry if one day you realized that the people closest to you had cheated on you? Ace's eyes gazed up at him. Lu Chunran slowly placed the tea bowl in his hand aside, looked at his aunt, and gently said, no. Why? Since she's the closest person to me, she must love me the most, and not telling me isn't cheating. She must have her reasons, right, Auntie Sue? End of chapter. Chapter 109, so that you can marry your aunt. Chapter 109, so that you can marry your aunt. Esau's heart trembled slightly, and for a moment he didn't know what to feel in his heart. Ranner's words were firm, leaving her a little overwhelmed, but her heart brushed with intent in that moment. Is that really what Ranchan had in mind? She spoke softly, naturally. Outside the house planted a few cold plums. It is the delicate season. The cold bloom, so that the whole compound scattered fragrance, such as this mature woman in front of the body of the fine smell fragrance. Lu Chunran slowly got up, in the gaze of Esau, from the corner of the house to find a wooden basin, scooped a pot of water from the water tank, poured into the iron pot set on the stove fire. He crouched in front of the fire, looking at the tongues of fire spitting silently in the furnace, and lamented. Aunt Sue for so many years, alone with outside, lifeless with a doll in the north of the cold place pulling to grow up so. Ranner has always thought, if one day they have the ability, must bring Aunt to live a good life, accompanied by Aunt's side, so that Aunt does not have to be on the run. Auntie Sue always said she wanted Ranner to find a daughter-in-law and start a family, but when Ranner left, Auntie Sue was left to herself again. Auntie raised Ranner and Ranner grew up. Ranner couldn't be so selfish as to just abandon Auntie. Esau quietly looked at Lu Duanran for a moment before suddenly speaking. Ranchan. Lu Chunran poured the warm water boiling in the iron pot into the wooden basin beside him and brought it over towards Esau. Esau gathered the strands of hair that hung down in front of her body and said softly, Auntie naturally can't let go of Ranner either. Every time another woman approaches Ranner, Auntie's heart always feels a bit stuffy. Perhaps Auntie would also be jealous. Though her face was tinged with red, her gaze was crystal clear. She didn't know why she was talking to Ranner about this today. Perhaps because the atmosphere had rushed in, or because Ranner's answer had inadvertently knocked at her heart. Today she is brave. Ranner gave Auntie the necklace, and Auntie loved it. Her catkin clutched at the pearl pendant on her chest, her gaze softening as she looked up at him. Perhaps it was clear in her mind that it was a sentiment full of unspoken and unrecognized by the world. It's just that many worldly concepts can't be changed just by wanting to change them, which is actually a false proposition. And how much of the so-called perseverance of these worldly people is meaningful? Lu Duanran froze. The moonlight reflected on her cheeks. In addition to that usual beauty, the aunt's lips were slightly curved, and her pupils had a few more points of shyness belonging to a small woman. He had never seen his aunt in such a posture, and the intimate affection that was revealed was even more rare in this world. The red candle shed wax tears and dripped onto the copper plate, shedding a bit of dusky luster that reflected on the faces of the two men. He took a deep breath, and then he placed the wooden basin filled with warm water at her feet, and in the aunt's astonished gaze, he dipped her bare feet into the water. Lu Chunran gently lifted the warm water, and his hands couldn't help but meticulously caress his aunt's feet. When I was little, Auntie washed Ranner's feet. Now that Ranner has grown up, it's Ranner's turn. Ah, Isa's body couldn't help but tremble, only to hear his words with more doting love in his eyes. Ranner has really grown up and is becoming more understanding. Instead, he just sat upright on the bed, silently feeling his large, hot hands, tracing over every inch of his skin. Lu Chunran's hands stroked between her toes, teasing the water, delicately rubbing the full and well-proportioned jade toes. The four toes in turn gradually shorter. Small toes are like grains of rice, exuding an attractive luster. Cherry-colored ankles like ripe peaches, touching extraordinarily soft and slippery. In the angle of the side of the Lu Chunran view, the formation of a wonderful arc. The slender legs were white, like a section of crystalline jade lotus root, and the lubricated skin exuded a faint fluorescent luster under the moon. The long, meandering skirt was held up by Lu Chunran, not covering her slender thighs, as the curved sitting position made the jade white, glossy skin of one side of her thigh almost completely bare. After a while, Isa felt something was wrong. How come Ranner always touches his feet without washing them? Is that how you wash his feet? Suddenly, she clenched her silver teeth on her lower lip and gave a tiny hum. Boing dash. I only felt that a certain part of the palm of my foot was rubbed by Ranner, and a warm current came from it, as my fingertips gently scratched it. Asa subconsciously closed her legs together, and her seated body followed suit, opening her beautiful eyes again. They were already rippling with water, and a sense of annoyance and shyness immediately arose on her cheeks. Even with her kindness, she knew that Ranner was by no means washing her feet for herself. Her face instantly flushed crimson, and she pursed her thin lips. It's light. What Mang Longzi has done. Isa's body shuddered and lifted her feet out of his grasp, her eyebrows knitting as she chortled. Ranchan. A warm sensation came from the center of her feet, and her 5 jade toes gently curled up, but her eyes were full of shyness as she looked at Lu Duanran. What do you do? Lu Duanran froze for a moment and slowly lowered his head, mumbling in a small voice. Wanted to give Aunt Sue a massage. Massage? Lu Duanran coughed lightly, then carefully looked at Auntie and opened her mouth. This is an ancient secret art that Ranner learned from the secret method to promote blood circulation in the human body and enhance the flexibility of the meridians, dredging the meridians in chi and regulating the operation of the aura. Channeling Reiki from the acupoints of the feet can soften the meridians and increase their elasticity, thus reducing the risk of their destruction and breakage due to a terrifying external force. It can also enable many muscles, especially the leg muscles, to do continuous contraction and relaxation, prompting the large number of meridians in the muscles to contract and relax continuously as well. Isa's pupils shrunk slightly. If a non-human said this statement, perhaps it was just a compilation and a slip of the tongue, but the matter that Ranner might be a preacher, she was aware of it. Could it be that this technique was also derived from the way of this world? Misunderstood yourself? Thinking about this journey, seen all kinds of extraordinary Asa back to God, looking at his appearance, as if the child who did something wrong bad general, puffing a smile, and then she took a deep breath. That is, she reached out her hand and brushed the hair on his forehead, smiling gently. So that's how it is. Still a little kid after all. Every time you make a mistake, that's the look you get. Perhaps she knew something in her heart, too, and the thoughts cluttering her mind were just invisible excuses for her desire to forgive him for his slights. Before you even start getting angry, deep down you're already defending him? Very puzzling and not very offensive? Following that, she pursed her lips, a scarlet blush rising in her cheeks, and carefully handed her foot over. At least it was one of Ranner's favorites, and the gentle one never said no. Massage? Then massage it. She changed her position without a trace, folding her slender calf over her other foot and pulling the hem of her skirt down a little to hide the slight wetness that dripped down her jade leg. It's still the same Jizan. That hayloft. 2 people. Lu Duanran wiped her feet. Isu leaned on her cheeks and looked at him tenderly. The wind in the hall brushed by, Her hair fluttered gently with the wind, intertwined with Lu Duanran's hair. That moonlight finally shone down, and the moonlight flowed silently. A starry glow spilled through the cracks in the window, landing on her cheeks, in the hollows of her shoulders, on her breasts. Lu Chunran looked at his aunt's face, and the moonlight cast a little cataract shadow on her eyelashes. She just sat on the bed. Her dress and long hair danced by the night wind, as if she was going to be gone with the wind in the next moment. It was as if there was a touch of loneliness in the beautiful, poignant figure. She's been looking at the moon like that for 1,000 years, hasn't she? Only at times like that. Was she the same herself? If only Ranchan had been born earlier. Lu Duanran wiped the water droplets on her feet clean and looked at Auntie to speak. Why do you say that? Esau looked at him. Lu Duanran spoke half jokingly and half seriously. That way you can marry Auntie, so that she won't be alone. Esau glanced at him and took a deep breath. Oily mouth. Auntie is an old woman. Feeling her gentle words and waiting quietly in her heart, Lu Chenran said seriously. Auntie is the only one who is not old. The Xiang King is intentional. The goddess is heartless. So I can only say I hate to be unmarried. Though that's kinda weird to apply to yourself. Esau looked at him quietly. How is it not old? In a flash the doll will be playing that joke with Auntie. Lu Duanran spoke stubbornly. Ranchan. It's serious. Esau took a deep breath and looked away. Joking again. Lu Duanran gazed at her and repeated it word for word. Ranchan is serious. He always felt that as long as he could stand up to heaven and earth and follow his own heart to the fullest, why should he be bound by the rules and regulations? Esau's eyelashes fluttered lightly, a nagging feeling brushing over his heart at his not-so-disguised words, and then just looked at him, word for word, joking again. Maybe she hadn't thought about how she should respond to this monstrous affection. Lu Chunran's body trembled slightly for an instant. In fact, his heart carried a few points of loss, but he still bit his lip and silently looked at his aunt, and then the corner of his mouth forced a smile. Hey, just like to joke with Aunt Sue. Esau was still smiling gently and blinking her bright eyes. Or Auntie's little boy. Lu Chenran got up, picked up the basin of foot-washing water, and slowly walked out of the room, until the courtyard entrance. He then looked back to the compartment, where his aunt was sitting quietly on the bed. This in the north of the blooming like a March peach, like a quiet and elegant familiar woman. When he can give her that happiness? Whoa! The water in the basin splashed on the floor. Inside the compartment, Isu looked at his shadow leaving the rising red sun thin layer. For the secret plum curved path injected a curtain of light. Teach people to be dazzled and mesmerized and to be born glazed. Esau's eyes flickered with complexity, and for a moment, she didn't know what to feel in her heart as she murmured in her mind. Ranner, Auntie and you are the ones who hate to be unmarried, right? If they really only met now, maybe they would really fall in love with each other. Lu Duanran retraced his steps and glanced at his aunt. Aunt Sue, rest early. Ranner will go to bed first. As the words fell, Lu Chenran wanted to close the door. Ranchan. Suddenly, Auntie's voice came from the back of his head, and Lu Chenran turned back with some confusion. A familiar figure had already walked behind him, with a delicate fragrance lingering on the tip of her nose. Then, he felt a cold but delicate touch between his cheeks, and a dizzying sensation as if time had stopped in an instant. It was a very gentle kiss. Only kisses between the cheeks. Lu Duanran stared blankly at the eyes in front of him. What kind of eyes are they? Without a trace of color. The center of the pupil seems to have two vortexes, pulling you into it, and once you are trapped, you can never come out. Searing nostrils gently intertwined, and could mutually feel a burst of warm breath echoing above their faces. Ranner, get some early rest. The moonlight contained exactly half of her face. The shy vermilion faded, but between the eyebrows was colored with intimate affection. Aunt Sue. Lu Duanran covered his cheek with one hand and froze in place. Under the moonlight, Lu Chunran could see his aunt's face clearly, and there was a moment of shyness and dainty appearance that probably no man could refuse. Esau took him in his arms, only he was a bit next to him in size, and in the end it was like he was snuggled in his arms. Silent and quiet morning light cast in the compartment. She pursed her thin lips, and then the corners of her mouth as hooked up a smile, with two fingers gently hooked up the corners of Lu Chuanran's mouth, upward to draw an upwardly raised smile. No bitter smiles in front of Auntie. She could tell that Lu Chunran was in a low mood. Starting with that joking again line, Lu Duanran subconsciously nodded. This man, who was respectfully addressed as Mr. Lu by all living beings under the sky, was always just a child in front of her, her little boy, and no putting on a sad face to your aunt. Not bitter. Looking at Lu Duanran's appearance, Esau's eyes narrowed and pinched his ear, feigning annoyance. No perfunctory ants either. Lu Chunran was busy rubbing his ears and whispered, definitely not perfunctory. Auntie is not gentle at all anymore. Everything in the compartment was quiet. The two looked at each other for a long time without words, feeling each other's breath. burning and leisurely. The atmosphere became more and more ambiguous. Esau looked at the silent Lu Chenran, suddenly bit her lower lip and softly inquired, "Is Auntie really not gentle?" The heart was suddenly a little nervous. Looking at her face, Lu Chenran smiled, and then he collected his smile and looked at her with a serious face. "No, it's gentle. So gentle it can't get any gentler." Esau's breathing was a little heavy, and then he got up in a panic, straightened up his messy clothes, turned his back, left his arms, and hurriedly walked to the doorway. "Ranner, go to bed early. Don't you still have to play in the snow with Little and tomorrow?" She didn't know why she had suddenly kissed Ranel, even though it was only between the cheeks. Heart thumping, especially like a deer in the headlights, but the corners of the mouth is overflowing with a minute smile of happiness. Lu Chunran silently looked at the back of the ant left. The morning light sprinkled on her body. Cannot see her expression, just vaguely and vaguely can see the ant's ears at the two red haze, like the beginning of March peaches, blooming in the night wind. In his mind, images from his childhood suddenly flashed. Under that tree of peaches, she was like that. Himself embraced her legs and begged the ever-gentle, ever-skillful woman to shake a tree of peaches for him. That time, Auntie was laughing too. Lu Duanran turned around, looked at her back, and yelled, "Auntie!" Esau sidled up and looked at him. Lu Chenran took a deep breath. "I'm raising you dash." Esau's mouth poofed in delight. "Auntie's little boy. Ah, take care of yourself first." She turned and walked away. It's the direction of the kitchen. Ranner hasn't had breakfast yet after running around all day, Esau thought to himself. End of chapter. Chapter 110, there's a painting in the window, and a ghost in the painting. Chapter 110, there's a painting in the window, and a ghost in the painting. Hazy distant mountains under the Jizan Chaotang. The landscape is out of this world. A great view of clear winds and clouds and frosty skies. The courtyard happened to be facing the sunrise, and the light golden sunlight sprinkled on Auntie's cheeks, her long eyelashes casting shadows on her eyes, making her look beautiful and peaceful. She sat in a chair and took small bites of her porridge, just a few waving swooshes of red on her cheeks. The snow fox walked over with lazy steps curling up and squatted on Lu Chuanran's shoulder. Her fox eyes slightly narrowed as she yawned. Boing dash. Suddenly, a hint of suspicion flashed through Yufu's gaze, constantly sweeping back and forth over the two men's bodies, coming over to sniff delicately. The fox's eyes stared at Asu for a long time with a bit of meaning, but it didn't say anything more, and even if it wanted to say something, it could only call out twice. Two men and a fox. Lu Duanran smiled. Lu Duanran from the moth-wing burden touched out the straw raincoat, put on the hat, then shook up the wooden pulp to the small wooden boat in the water lying fast. If let the ordinary people to see, will certainly be shocked off the jaw. If you are looking for a mountain wonderland, it will not be beautiful if you are driving clouds. He scooped a small scoop of pickles into his own bowl, tossed it with chopsticks, tilted his head back and took a soothing sip. It was still clear porridge accompanied by pickles that was the best. Not long after, he was able to see a monastery, hidden in the thick fog of the mountains. Boat rowing also rowed all morning, some tired, looking at a few green smoke floating appearance. Incense should be good. Then found a secluded place, set up a fishing rod. Depending on the direction of its source, it should be on the unsalted mountain. Green Gourd's twin eyes kept glancing at the scenery around them. "Where are you going, Lu?" This time Lu Chenran walked a long way, near a river, perhaps because there is no ferryman for a long time. This ferry has long been deserted. What remains is only a row of dead wooden rafts. If in the clouds and mist in the sky river, misty swaying, little and should be sound asleep. The loom is in her room taking care of it. It's foggy and wet. Is it because of your own appearance? Or was it a vision created by the imminent sermon of the immortals? In Ganji Temple, walking slowly on the mountain road, Lu Chenran slowly stopped and listened with his ears. Right at this moment, within the mind's eye, Lu Chenran suddenly detected a hint of abnormality and once again opened his eyes a little wider, looking towards a carriage not far away. Has entered the waxing moon. From the first 9 days of the waxing moon is only a few days. Came to the foot of Jishan for a long time. Has not yet properly strolled around the mountain. The snow fox lazily lay in his arms, feeling the gush of warmth pouring in. A few moments of contentment were born in his half-open, half-closed pupils. The fish in the river were all floating on the surface of the water, jumping from time to time, as if they were swallowing clouds. He sought out a small, dilapidated wooden boat and jumped aboard with a gentle leap. After having breakfast, Lu Chenran hung up the green gourd, put on his clothes, and then walked out of the compound. The 11 futons were still placed there, and there was no major change in the location. Aha! Oh, that spiritual rain last night moisturized the entire Jinling. He suddenly realized certain strange places. This thick fog vaguely. Jishan seems to suddenly come alive. Birds chirping and beasts chirping. This is not a scene that should be found in the cold winter months. Esau reached out and picked up a grain of rice that was sticking to the edge of Lu Chenran's mouth and wiped the corner of his mouth. Naturally, don't come back so late in the future. Say hello in advance. At this moment, it inexplicably gave birth to a feeling of hold your hand and grow old with your son in Lu Chenran's heart. Fog in the water from the surface of the feet on the roll. Smoke mist, like a thick white ink. To Lu Duanran's eyesight, can only visualize 4 or 5 meters in a circle, but rolling wooden pulp. But enough. Bonding with the moon rabbit of the eastern realm, 23/3300. This river should be a tributary to the Zhanjiang River. A look of surprise flashed across Lu Duanran's brows. Is there even a monastery in this place? Speaking of, Jishan is also considered to be a foot of the Bohanshan mountain, just not the main peak. They are just separated by an official road. But Lu Chenran did not choose to go to that big road with many people, but followed a little road with few people toward the mountain. As usual, Snowfox crouched on his shoulder and took a nap. With these words, Lu Chenran's heart was slightly stunned, and his voice followed suit and softened. Perhaps it was because his aunt's gentle kiss touched his heart, or perhaps it was because the sunrise was too warm at the moment. The title page of the Golden Book floated ghostly in his mind. Go walk everywhere. Solely taking the Snow Fox with him, as observed by the mind's eye, he drifted along the river in such a leisurely manner. Not going to get Lu Manan for breakfast? On it sat a middle-aged man with a sad face. Only this man's body was entangled in a thick layer of dead air. Very strange. The white mist was so thick that the forest was hidden in it, and the birds and animals were hidden in the mist. After thinking about it, since it's fate to see it, it's better to speak out and remind it. As for listening or not listening, it has little to do with you. It stretches into a ridge at the foot of Mti. Jizan. A glimpse of the morning sun was obliterated, and the 4 fields were faint. The carriage slowly traveling on the mountain road, quiet, only remaining birds chirping, accompanied by the horseman's whip sound. Long and long. A middle-aged man frowned, one hand on his cheek, silently looking out of the car window. His face withered, with heavy circles under his eyes, looking exhausted. His mind kept recalling that he had met that white-shirted great gentleman in front of that tongue forest a few hours ago. That piece of tongue forest just in their own eyes since dispersed. And then there is a short man with a frown on his face, saying that he and the immortal spoke. So he made his subordinates handed some silver over, in order to make a good relationship. Recently, the family met an extremely troublesome thing, has therefore died a lot of people, for which he begged a lot of Taoist temples, is also burning incense to worship Buddha, but ultimately no matter, this matter is not any better. This time, he came to Jinling to visit the monks of the Hidden Peace Temple in order to decipher the matter at home. Immortals were ethereal, and probably wouldn't pay attention to such a trivial matter as themselves, but the high priest of that Hidden Peace Temple was real. The Hidden Peace Temple covered a vast area, second only to the imperial palace in the city of Jinling, and if one were to walk through the entire temple on foot, one would have to go for about half a day's work. Temple of the artificially excavated river, called the Emerald River, across the north and south, the river as a boundary, will be hidden and temple is divided into 2 halves before and after, open to the public only the front of the temple, the entire back of the temple is closed to visitors, that is, some of the status of the Buddhist disciples of a slightly lower level. The same shall not be allowed to enter the interior. There are 6 large halls, more than 10 small halls, a 9-story pontoon, a 7-story high pavilion of the Buddha, enshrining 10 gold statues and 10 silver statues, the entire temple built according to the royal regulations. The scale of the grand, brilliant, in the 480 temples in the south of the Yangtze River, second only to the Grand Retribution Temple. Not much longer. Zhu Liman then tends the car to stop and survey the surrounding. The 4 fields Alan Jing. Not far away is an emerald river stretches Zhangjiang. There is a lone boat demoiselle people, quietly fishing, a piece of tranquility. As if noticing that he was looking at him, the angler smiled gently at him. Julieman followed suit and returned the salute. The angler spoke. Mr. Still needs to pay some attention tonight. It's best to find a place with strong yang energy to sleep. What does the gentleman mean by that? Juryman was a little surprised as he sized up the angler in front of him. The angler, however, only smiled gently and said no more, and the boat was quickly rowed away. Lu Chenran rowed his boat in the direction of the Zhanjiang River. Just at this time, the green gourd on his waist suddenly moved. Then with wide eyes, he looked at that distant Julie Gate with a serious face, and after staring for a long time, he took a deep breath. The last name is Lu. I sensed the whitetail from that man. White stag. Right. It's that old woman who lied to me. That smell old lady will never forget for the rest of my life. The one tiny black gourd shook, and the green gourd's eyes were crystal clear. Lu Chenran thought for a moment, and then he exited a trick of the Yin spirit out of his body and followed the middle-aged man. Suleiman looked at the distant back of that Mr. Fishing gentleman with a puzzled expression. Afterwards, he only felt a cool breeze coming from behind him. He subconsciously turned back but found nothing, probably because he was under too much pressure and had too many things on his mind during this period of time, and didn't think much about it. Into the monastery, after giving incense money, there is no monk to stop, so along a green stone path Wan Yin into, at the end of a courtyard, along a stone tower, walking to the deepest part of the tower forest, there was an ancient stone platform. A withered old monk fell on top of the platform. The whole person was almost skin and bones in general, with long eyebrows hanging down to his knees. After sensing the arrival approaching, the old monk slightly strained to open his eyes, looked at this middle-aged man, and slowly opened his mouth. I see that Mr. Lao Jianguan is not from Shangjing. Where did he come from? What have you encountered? You can tell us slowly. Zhu Liman opened his mouth with a deep salute. Greetings monk. I am from Suqian. My surname is Zhu Ru. My character Liman. Recently my family has encountered a troublesome matter. Many people have already died as a result. I heard of the monk's name, so I came to the door to ask for help, and I ask for the monk's rescue. This high monk's methods are not bad, and countless people have testified from their mouths that he is a man of true ability. The old monk raised his head to look at him and spoke. You don't have to be in a hurry. Things have already happened. It's useless to be in a hurry. Make things clear so that Lao Dian can be prepared, so that things can be resolved. If it is possible to help, the old lineage will not fail to lend a hand to help. Only after hearing this did Zhu Liman slowly settle down and let out a long sigh, saying, my Zhu family was originally a rich family in Suqian, and a family of scholars. Zhu Liman's words came slowly, and the senior monk also heard the whole thing clearly. It began with the death of Zhu Riman's father. Zhu Liman's father died of illness, and in Suqian County, it is usually necessary to invite a high priest to perform rituals for an old man who has reached old age if he is not at the end of his life. And it's not just any old supernatural spell. There are quite a few precepts in it, and you have to be a high-level person with certain skills to be able to do such a spell. It just so happens that near Suqian County, there is such a tall man, rumored to be known as a great head, but also has real skills. So a few brothers of the Zhu family went to invite the legendary master to come. The name of the high man is big, naturally charged a lot of honorarium, just Zhu family brothers in order to be able to bury their father, or to go to invite over. There would not have been any twists and turns. Zhu family brothers with enough money to go to the door to invite people to come. Who knows that the high man smacked the Zhu family people to give the honorarium is less than the door is not willing to go to the door. How much? The old monk raised his eyes slightly. 1,000 taels of gold. Although the Zhu family is a wealthy family, bookish family, but to do a puja but want 1,000 taels of gold? Obviously not. Such a puja. I'm afraid that it will be even more so that the dead father will not be able to rest in peace. Irritated, he left the abode of the high man. Who knew that the high man said that if this Zhu family did not seek him out, they would certainly not have peace in the future. Zhu family brothers also did not take this matter to heart, only to go to the neighboring counties to invite a Taoist priest. Did an ordinary ceremony? Looking at the time of burial, but there is a change of events. That high man heard that the Zhu family people invited the neighboring county Taoist priests to practice. The first day of the burial came to the door. Outside the Zhu family's gates put a harsh words. Said the Zhu family this night is bound to have a disaster. And after that, he went away. However, the burial is imminent. The Zhu family brothers, although unhappy, but also did not care too much. Who knows that on the same night, invited the neighboring county Taoist priest actually died violently in the spirit of the hall. The Zhu brothers clearly knew that this matter was definitely the practice of that so-called high person, but unfortunately there was no evidence and they could not do anything about him. Just the funeral still have to go on. The dead Taoist priest made some arrangements, and then thought of ways to invite the help of a magician. Still as last time, for no reason, died violently. This time no one dared to do puja for the Zhu family anymore. But the Zhu brothers are not good, just so the Zhu old lady buried hastily. No choice but to look around for help. They did not think of compromising with the high man, but Elder Duke Zhu was stubborn during his lifetime, and if he knew that his descendants had succumbed to a high man because of his funeral, he would certainly not be able to rest in peace. Several brothers of the Zhu family searched around and begged many Taoist monasteries. Hearing that many strange things have been happening in Jinling lately, I ran here with my last hope. The old monk nodded and then spoke. Mr. is tired from the journey. Just rest here in the temple for a while. Tomorrow I will send someone to do a spell for you to drive away this evil spirit. Zhu Liman was immediately overjoyed, and then he was kowtowing to the old monk. Lu Chunran was currently standing behind this Zhu Li men, silently gazing at everything around him. A tall man? Is this legendary tall man a white deer? It should not be. That deer thought that she wouldn't care about earthly gold and silver, and from the fact that she had made a move to lure the green gourd, This person should be a great demon with a Taoist skill. Then this high person in Zhu Li's doorway is either a strange person under compulsion, or simply not in the right frame of mind. But it all goes with the territory. The 9th day of the Lunar New Year was approaching, and he had little time to consider such tedious matters. Feeling that the deathly aura on this Zhu Liman's body was getting heavier and heavier, Lu Chuanran didn't think much about it and casually attached a strand of Yin spirit to this Zhu Liman's body. This wisp of divine soul could at least protect his well-being for one night, right? Lu Chenran returned to his body, lifted the fishing rod in his hand, hugged the snow fox, and continued to paddle towards the Zhangjiang River heavy. When the sun reached noon, exactly as the monk said, Zhu Liman felt physically a little tired and sleepy, so he casually found a guest room, made up the bed, and went to sleep. This sleep went on into the night. I don't know what hour it was. Zhu Liman only felt that his mouth was a little dry, so he got up from the bed, and by the dim oil lamp, he fumbled to find the warm water that was placed at the bedside that night. Gulp! After a few mouthfuls, he quenched his thirst, and after coughing, he reclined on top of the bed, his gaze somewhat blurred as he looked towards the opposite wall. The white-painted walls were a bit eerie because of the dark red light shining in the shadows. Plus there is no intention of any wind and grass, all quiet and noiseless. Without realizing it is a few points of emptiness, giving people a sense of creepiness. Instead, he felt nothing, and instead found the portrait that hung on the wall directly across from him a bit out of place. It wasn't different from a landscape ink drawing. The colors were extremely vivid though not rich, especially the blood-drenched dark purple face, which looked even more bizarre against the splash of ghostly green tans. For some reason, he only felt that the pupils of the man in the painting were right there staring straight at him. Just after looking at it for a couple of moments, he felt his body getting a little hairy, and he hurriedly turned his back and closed his eyes to sleep, snoring up and down. A gentle light shrouded between Juliman's forehead. When he opened his eyes again, the sun was shining. There were monks serving pots and handing out food in the monastery, and after everything was organized, he stretched his body and yawned lazily before walking out of the room. A small monk looked at Zhu Liman and inquired with a smile, "Did you rest well, sir?" Zhu Liman nodded and moved his body bones, casually picking up a bun and stuffing it into his mouth, slurring his words. Well rested. After a pause, he suddenly thought of what happened last night. His heart suddenly a few points of curiosity. Is puzzled. Rather, there is one thing that I am a little puzzled about. Please be frank, sir. Jureman blinked, weighing his statement for a moment and said, I wonder why your temple would hang a painting that feels so out of place directly across from the bed in that guest room. Well, it's not meant to be accusatory. It's just a bit curious. After all, that painting is unusual. It looks strangely creepy. It's as if it's an evil spirit, baring its teeth as if it's going to eat me. Ha ha ha. The corners of his mouth floated in a smile as he looked at the little monk in front of him and said casually, just do not know why, but found that the expression of the little monk gradually stiffened, even if it is very staid to look at him, breathing a little heavy. It seemed, vaguely, that a drop of sweat slipped from his forehead. Zhu Liman frowned, thinking that what he had said had upset the monk, and hurriedly said, well, there's nothing to it. I'm not accusing you of anything. Don't take it to heart. The little monk stared straight at him, and after a long time, he gently opened his mouth and swallowed violently. But sir, the room you slept in last night, there were no paintings. Across from that bed is a window. As the young monk's words fell, there was silence in the air. Jureman felt a stiffness in his spine. The only thing left around is the sluggish east wind, and the birds don't sing. Wind chill. In a certain house in Jinling City, an old man violently spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at the sky outside the window with wide eyes and roaring. Who intervenes to spoil the good work of the old man? End of chapter. Chapter 111, speaking of the Zhangjiang gods and immortals, requesting a falling treasure dice. Chapter 111, speaking of the Zhangjiang gods and immortals, requesting a falling treasure dice. Dimly lit room. A paper figure broken from the center staggered into the middle of the room. The old man who spat out blood had an ancient face, and his appearance was a bit strange. And with this kind of appearance, it was no wonder that it was easy for people to think that they had great skills. The old man swallowed his heart's blood forcefully, and after letting out a sigh of relief, he reached out his hand to fiddle with the paper figure. Since that day when the old man left the Zhu family, he was looking for an opportunity to grab a handful of the Zhu brothers' hair. All one needs to do is to wrap that person's hair around the paper figure one has folded, and using the treasure gifted to him by the white deer immortal leader as a medium, he can transform into a purple-bodied, green-pupiled ghost through the moonlight's yin chi. It can be done at night in the middle of the moon, secretly harming the life of the person under the spell. This old man has been staring at the Zhu family for some time, looking at the great success is imminent. Did not think that tonight is out of thin air to give birth to a change of heart. That Shu family brother's body seems to be a high person has been cast by the sheltering fairy magic. Their own paper man ghosts before they could meet. Is a burning light was torn to pieces. It is very strange. The sky is spinning. Put. The old man squinted his eyes and thought carefully. And the more he looked at the location of this copper money, the more his eyebrows frowned, and then he threw it a few times. It was also at the moment when this old woman reached out her hand that a ferocious aura suddenly erupted out, bringing with it the sound of mournful cries and howls as it rolled out from the dead old man's body. The old man raised his head and looked sulky, staring at his own face in the bronze mirror. The old man spelled out that he still had a mouthful of breath left and crushed the treasure that the dear immortal chief had gifted to him. It was also just when the old man had fainted for about half an incense stick. The old man who was in the middle of the black fog opened his eyes with a bewildered face, and immediately afterward, he saw his body collapsed on the ground, and his heart was startled and terrified. What's going on here? How did the old man's soul come out? For a while, the room was actually a gloomy wind, sad clouds and fog, a black snow out of thin air, together with the black fog around the dead old man's body rotating at a fast speed, to cover his entire body in it, rebounded by this paperman. It was now a pale white. What kind of Taoist did this? You and I have no grievances. Why should we dip our hands in karma for the Shu family? The old man shook his head and spoke. A few copper coins landed instantly, but the turtle shell bounced off. Not trigrams. The old man put the paper man away nicely and ate the porridge and rice left over from last night. Immortal, save me, I don't want to die. Saying that, he stretched out his finger and pointed at the old man's body. Those several copper money are from the same as before, without exception. The trigrams do not. I'll ask you, who have you offended? Why do you want to hang that person, or even hoodwinked the heavens? The thought instantly flashed through the old man's mind. That old man's body bones actually blasted, followed by about 3 feet of his body. There is a black fog tossing, in which there is a pale face emerging, twisted and wailing, horrifyingly incomparable. This shake. At first the body does not feel any discomfort. However, when this copper money fell to the ground, about to become the trigrams of the moment, the old man suddenly felt dizzy. Chest tightness is incomparable. To the end is really cannot help it. And let the old man tell his fortune to see what's really going on with her. The vitality is weak. It looks like it won't survive. This Shu Lyman is lucky as hell. The old woman shook her head and spoke without expression. Eating, after all, cannot swallow this breath. He was ruthless, his squinting cloudy eyes, muttering to himself. I don't care where you Taoist priests come from, interfering with the bag of goods that I will get my hands on. You deserve to die. Following that, her gaze turned to the copper coins that were still dripping on the floor. And in her heart, she realized and snorted. The first 2 trigrams do not work. Has been the trigrams in the protection of you, but instead, the heart is not willing to force the trigrams. This trigrams to take your life. I do not know what side of the impulse of the high people. That Taoist can't even count? The pale cheeks were those of the old man who had been telling fortunes. The crone gave him a cold look. If it weren't for my old self's intervention, your soul would have been hooked away by that city god soul-snatching brat by now. And you'd still be able to cry out in front of my old self? The house slowly gave birth to a smudge of green smoke that curled and floated. Immortal. Immortal master save me. The entire person then completely lost consciousness and collapsed in a pool of blood. What is the meaning of this? The old man was a little unbelieving, thinking about it, but ultimately, he was overwhelmed by anger. No longer hesitant, holding the turtle shell in both hands, shaking the copper. Shaking vigorously. Then the old man touched a turtle shell from his crotch, cupped his hands in his hands, and shook it vigorously. An old crone walked out from the green smoke, frowning at the person in front of her, stretching out her hand and pointing a few times in front of him, extending her fingers to probe the tip of this old man's breathless nose. A mouthful of old blood suddenly sprayed out, spilling all over the dirty table, and this old man directly half fell down on the table, and there was only incoming air but no outgoing air between his nostrils. If you die, and you cause the old body to be tainted with karma. The old man was speechless and bowed his head. This has never happened before. Immortal, I do not know. Yesterday just cast a spell to devour the Jew Lyman with a severe ghost. Who would have thought that there was a golden light surviving on that Jew Lyman's brain, instantly backfiring on me half dead. In a moment of anger, I decided to raise my fortune to take revenge on the one who interfered. The old woman's pupils shrunk slightly before she spoke. Can you tell me in detail with my old body what that golden light is like? The old man thought for a moment before returning. It's just a flash of golden light, and I don't know about it. Where did your paper man cast his spell? Seeing where that Julieman went last night, it should be the Hidden Peace Temple. Hidden Angie? Does the immortal know what that golden light actually is? There are many variations of spells in this world, and there are also many that my old self has not seen before. How can this be? Immortal Elder save me. I've done a lot for Immortal Elder. Immortal Elder read this and save me. I don't want to die yet. The old woman frowned tightly. This old man's words are right. He did lend him a hand to do a lot of things that stained the great karma. If this abandonment, the karma moved to his own body, I'm afraid that the cultivation will be unfavorable in the future. Immortal Shangjing is about to preach. How can he be delayed by such a trivial matter? The old woman took a deep breath and looked at him and spoke. It's not like there's no way around it. Immortal, please, you go to the hidden temple again tonight, to explore the reality of the high person behind that Zhu Liman. It is best to find a way to let Zhu Liman tell the whereabouts of that family dice, instantly with the old body to report. Ha! The old man sniffled and looked at the crone with a shocked expression. You are now a ghost body, invisible to mortals. Why panic? Handing you an object to keep you company. The old woman searched for a spirit talisman and handed it over after fumbling around in her arms. The old man lowered his head and looked over. Seeing that the spiritual talisman on top of the missing cloud pattern carving seal, only engraved with a few dice. Very strange. The breath that exists on the top is also unusual. Carefully said. It is somewhat like the city temple to beg for that kind of cohesion of a layer of incense and fire chi things. Immortal. What is this object? There's no need to ask. We'll get to see the wonders of this thing when the time comes. Thank you, Immortal. Well, I'm going to go now, and this must be done. After the old woman glanced at this old man, she walked into the green smoke and disappeared. The only one left was the old man, in the thick black smoke, holding the spirit talisman, with a hesitant look on his face. After thinking for half a day, Ghost Shadow clenched his teeth. The old man is a ghost. What's there to fear from him? In the Temple of Hidden Peace, after hearing that little monk's words, Zhu Liman's hand holding the bun instantly froze in midair. Coot dash. Gulping hard, he only felt a wave of cool air running straight up from his spine to the back of his head, and his body subconsciously shuddered. No painting is a window? You mean, last night? Hiss. Seemingly remembering once again what happened last night in the middle of the night, when the fierce ghost with bared teeth and ghostly eyes, with dark purple blood all over his cheeks, just lay on the window and watched himself all night? Didn't think anything of it at the time, and now that I think of it, the only thing I can think of is the aftermath. His breathing became more and more rapid, and he looked at the little monk in front of him with distraction and urgency. Please also ask the senior monks of your temple to save me. You mustn't go to sleep alone tonight. Even if you wanted to, you wouldn't be able to, would you? Just then, the old monk slowly walked over behind the little monk. The old monk first surveyed the room where he had fallen asleep last night for a while, and then walked over to the window, stretching out his finger to wipe it, which was stained with a bit of black and red blood that had already dried. Putting it on the tip of his nose and sniffing it, a strong smell of blood came from it. The old monk took a deep look at Zuliman, just like that for a long time, and suddenly said meaningfully, have you met someone in the past few days? Last night was thanks to that person's blessing, if not for that person casting some forbidden barriers on Mr. Was afraid that he would be in a very bad way. Zhu Liman looked at the old monk in front of him with some confusion and subconsciously shook his head. Tall man? Well, or a strange person who impresses you extremely deeply. Not necessarily displaying appalling magical powers, but the other party is most likely to be a stream of immortals. Zhu Liman thought hard. He really didn't have much of an impression of meeting a true divine immortal. But wait, Zhu Liman suddenly remembered something as he left to speak. Monk, yesterday I had casually gifted silver money to a short man in front of the Tonglin, without thinking much about it, just thinking to rub off on the immortal energy. And as expected, today when I came to the Hidden Peace Temple in my carriage, I met a fishing man. A fishing man? But it is the old monk. That is, the surrounding followed by a group of monks are followed by surprise. Is there anything peculiar about that fishing winch? The old monk followed up with a question. Yes and no. I suppose, the fishing man, with a snow-white fox on his shoulder and a green gourd at his waist, sitting casually in the boat, just suddenly greeted me. Zuliman hesitated slightly, but continued to speak. Said for me to be careful when I go to bed tonight and try to go to a place with a lot of young energy. The old monk looked up at him after a long silence. Where did the fishing man go? Toward the mountains. Does the gentleman know what mountain this is? Naturally, it's not a salty mountain. Is the senior monk saying that the fishing man is the legendary immortal? It was so foggy that night that I couldn't really see the immortal's face. After this old monk pointed out, Zhu Liman is also vaguely feel that the fishing wings figure and that night approached the Mr. Tong Lin. The figure is not bad. There are many similarities, such as that tall and big figure. It is not like the south. The old monk nodded. It seems that this immortal energy of yours has really rubbed off on you. Or else how could you have so coincidentally met the fishing wing? But I am not sure how. Mr. just said that high person wanted to take away Mr. S family fortune. I wonder if Mr. can tell Laodian whether my father, who has this great family fortune base, has bumped into some kind of miraculous fate, or whether the family's ancestors have bumped into some kind of miraculous fate. There are as many rich people in Jiangnan as there are in the Yangtze River. Why did the master set his eyes on the Zhu family? I'm afraid there's something very strange going on here. Of course, this is just the old monk's guess. Exactly how? Still need to ask this Zhu Limen is. Zhu Limen hesitated, thinking about today's events. The more he thought about it, the more fearful he became. So he sighed. I'm not going to hide it from you, High Priest, but my family ancestor did also receive a chance. What chance? The family ancestor once got a dice by accident. Hearing this Zhu Limen speak in detail, the senior monk in front of him only then learned of the Zhu family's start. The ancestor of this Zhu family, who was a lousy gambler in his early years, met an old friend because of an accident. That old man was also with his general gambling ghost, said he was better, because he has never been married. His parents have long been angry with him, so alone, even if the poor, there is nothing to carry. But the man's children and grandchildren were scattered because of his gambling, and even his wife was lost to him. Zhu Jiazhu had not seen that man for many years, and had only heard that he had left Suqian after losing everything. I don't know when the man returned to Suqian, even made a fortune, became a rich man, has his own property compound, but also took a few concubines. Even the year was sold out of the wife were redeemed by him. Upon seeing such a situation, the Shu family's family ancestor was naturally surprised. That person's temperament Zhu Zhu know very well, unless it is hit by great luck, otherwise this life cannot turn over. Where can I think that actually return home in fine clothes? However, the same gambling ghost, Shu family ancestor of the cheek of nature is not ordinary people can be compared to. Directly to the door to pull the relationship. The man saw him this early years as well as bad gambling dog friend, but also remembered their own. Invited him to eat a meal. The banquet. The man ate drunk some, only with him to say the origins of their own family fortune. It turned out that the man's wife have lost, consciously ashamed to live. They threw themselves into the river, but not only did not die, but encountered a wonderful thing. He is now rich and powerful, all because of the legendary fairy. Shu family's family ancestor listened to these words. The heart suddenly strange itch. 100 sets of words all sorts of side knocking hall, and finally really buy him to set out some things. The man who made a fortune said, the fairy in the Xangjiang river saved my life, and knowing that I am a good gambler, he invited me to roll the dice, and all my wealth was won from the old fairy in the river. I'm still regretting that I should have asked for some fortune if I had known that the immortal was so trustworthy. The Shu family's family ancestor set out the words, half believing, but he is broken and not afraid of anything. Then he followed what the man said and came to the perimeter of the Xangjiang river, following the man's way. Also whether he knew that the chance should be his turn, or that day the gods in the river happened to go on a trip, but also really let him meet the gods in the river. He rolled dice against the god, won a few hands, thought about what the man had said, and begged for a touch of fairy luck. That god then gave him a falling treasure dice with him, which made the Zhu family what it is today. Hearing these words from Zhu Limen, the old monk of the Hidden Peace Temple also felt some surprise. This story is indeed a bit absurd and bizarre, but I never thought that this person, there is this kind of encounter. However, it was now no wonder why that high person had set his sights on the Zhu family. I think what I am really seeking is not the 1,000 taels of gold, but precisely that falling treasure dice. As for the fairy, the old monk, on the other hand, knows nothing about it. When was there ever a fairy in the Xangjiang river? But acting like this, it's hard to tell if the god is good or bad. Mr. will stay at the Hidden Temple for these few days. That high man didn't win last night. I'm afraid he'll come back again tonight. But the Hidden Temple is an important place for the Buddhist sect. So tonight, Mr. will sleep under the Buddha's main hall. And I think that man will never feel like messing around. Thank you, High Priest. The old monk waved his hand and said Umat Ba Buddha. It's the fishing man who should really be thanked. Sir, I'm afraid. Zhu Limen laughed bitterly. That's only if you're lucky enough to see it. The old monk gave him a meaningful look. In this world, there is no such thing as a good deed that is only given and not asked for. Does Mr. really intend to receive a favor from an immortal for nothing? Immortals are human after all. Zhu Limen hesitated for a moment, and then he nodded seriously. If the Shu family can carry through this calamity this time, we will certainly not forget the favor of that immortal and your temple. The old monk's figure, however, was already far away. End of chapter. Chapter 112, didn't know Auntie was bathing here. Chapter 112, didn't know Auntie was bathing here. Grass Hall. The moonlight is like water and the breeze is soft. Isu sat in the elegant pavilion next to the pro-leaning river, pushed open the window and quietly watched the snowfly clear in the south of the river. A copper lamp was on and off. Orange-red color sprinkled on the snow, and the moonlight was quiet and gentle. spilling over every corner of this grassy hall. I don't know where the sound of a burst of zither came from, and Esau gently closed her eyes, her delicate fingers beating a rhythm on the small Nanmu table in front of the window. There were 2 lanterns hanging along the edge of the loft, and the light from the lanterns made it extremely bright outside the bed, because this loft was right next to the river, and the moon was shining brightly by the river. In his mind, he kept recalling what he had seen and heard in recent days. His eyebrows gently knitted for a while, stretching out his long jade fingers to gently press and rub his temples, and then he got up and walked in the direction of the sound of the zither. A waist-length white hair with fringe hair, wearing a black dress made of coarse cloth, washed and worn out with patches. Hands are placed on the strings of the piano, playing an unknown tune. This person was none other than that shark girl from the East Sea. Knowing where this shark woman was coming from, Esau leaned quietly against the side of the loft and listened for a while. Loon's gaze looked calmly at the snow fox in front of him and said softly. Esau's gaze went to the weaver's legs and he spoke tentatively. Somehow, perhaps even she wasn't sure why, she had somehow developed a hint of hostility towards this woman that shouldn't exist. Seeming to hear subtle footsteps coming from behind him, Loon stopped what he was doing. Miss Weaving Loom, get up. What's the point of making such a big gesture with me? It seems that he underestimated this poorly spoken shark girl. This person is by no means a good person, and following Ranner's sight is also by no means as simple as the words say to hear the way. Can't go back to the sea. The girl is a shark, I believe. Greetings, ma'am. In the East China Sea, ready to follow Mr. Window to the capital. A few days together. The loom is just not good at talking, but it is not a problem of emotional intelligence. That is, a little cute. All can see that the relationship between the two people's subtle points. The corners of Loom's mouth curved up slightly, his silver white hair shadowed in the moonlight. Then Mr. Loo must be aggrieved in his heart when he finds out Tiger Mountain God is lying on the ground looking at the moving busy ants. The rest of the light glanced at the women sitting with each other in the elegant pavilion. The round ears suddenly raised. The heart gave birth to a few moments of excitement. Thinking so, the Tiger Mountain God came over without a trace. These past few days Gohu was still feeling a little unnaturally calm. Finally, it's a good show. Miss, how did you meet Ranner? Chow Tang all dyed for white. The corners of the courtyard with snow, as if wearing a white silk, layers of vegetation, all the way to the end of the field of vision, quietly in all directions. No birdsong, no one language, leaving only this quiet lawn. Here it comes. Why would Ranchan be aggravated? The girl plays the zither beautifully. Take the holy liquid and you can leave the sea. The loom's eyebrows slightly raised, and then was reacted to. The original woman is not just with their own chat some commonplace. And then her eyes look at Tasu as a few meaningful, said quietly. Then why? Thank you ma'am for the compliment. Knowingly? I'm a little confused. It had been 2 days since he had come to this grass hall, and to put it mildly, this was still a truly solitary meeting between the two. Asa searched for a chair and sat across from the shark girl. I am only Mr.'s maid, and Madam is Mr.'s aunt, so naturally I would know Mr. better. Weaving Loom slowly got up. A head of white hair in the night wind flicked. Appendage of the moon shadow trance hit the woman's cheeks, as if stained with a layer of frost and snow. Even loose clothing is difficult to hide up her proud curves. Asa's pupils shrunk slightly. Yes? Esau asked knowingly. Only the deep meaning in the depths of his pupils was quietly hidden in his eyes. Mrs. And what is not a poor man? Rising slowly, he looked at the gentle and dignified woman before him. What a poor man? Esau slightly opened his lips, and then his gaze towards the shark girl became tinged with a bit of pity. The snow fox's eye slightly curved out into a nice curve. Only her gaze was directed towards the sailor girl, but her heart was far from as calm as her countenance appeared to be. Are there any consequences? And why should the lady know better? It was by no means an unusual kinship, and the woman in front of him was by no means as simple as an ordinary person. What makes you say that, girl? It was just the word aunt that she bit down on. Some words don't have to be full. Mr. Lu had just arrived in Shangjing. His aunt appeared right after him, and the very present snow fox that had been following Mr. Lu around had changed its habits a lot. She wasn't stupid. She was just a little curious if Mr. Lu couldn't notice these changes. The girl is joking, but Ranner has never seen the girl as a maid, so why should the girl lower herself? Esau smiled gently, only that gentle smile seemed a bit stiff. Loon stroked the strings of the zither in front of him and said faintly, what your ladyship says is true, but I don't think the gentleman regards your ladyship as an aunt either. Esau was slightly stunned, and then he was pretending as if nothing had happened. What else could it be if not an aunt? Madam thinks that Mr. Lu will accept deception? What does the girl mean by that? This sentence really spoke to Esau's heart, and she frowned. Loon shook his head and put away his lyre. It's a bit of a coincidence that the lady showed up, but the world is so big that coincidences are supposed to be reasonable. After a pause, She leaned down and gave a respectful salute. Little N is going to wake up, so I'll leave you to it. Esau pursed his thin lips, suppressed the emotions in his heart, and smiled. The girl is a guest. Just rest for a while, Shao, and I'll take care of it. I am Mr.'s maid. Taking care of Mr. and Little N is my duty. Madam doesn't have to work hard. Ranner is not used to eating other people's cooking. The loom's figure paused for a moment, his hands slightly cold, obviously a shark, but still feel that this winter is a little bit bitter. Snow-colored lashes fluttered softly as she said softly, "Is that an order, ma'am?" Esau froze for a moment, looking at her cool cheeks, half covering that stunningly beautiful face, but her heart was not good. There are just some things that even gentleness cannot accommodate. The word relationship is destined to be the only word for success or failure. In the cool, elegant pavilion, there was only the presence of the two women, and she and this shark girl stood quietly in front of the shortcase, having the most unusual conversation. Not in order. Just don't think there's any need to insist on anything. Girl. Esau tried his best to make his tone as gentle as possible, but when he saw the bleak color on the cheeks of this shark girl in front of him getting heavier and heavier, he finally couldn't say any more inside. Just thought I'd give the girl an extra choice. The girl doesn't have to take it to heart. I just think that the girl doesn't have to live such a tiring life. You don't have to force yourself. The loom turned her head silently, and then she leaned over and gave a curtsy. Thank you for your concern, ma'am. As the words fell, she slowly walked towards the far room, not forgetting to lift the big cat that was eavesdropping at the doorway as she headed towards Little N's room. Under the shadow of the moon, this woman who walked out from the East Sea was a bit lonely. Leaving the East Sea, he lived in an unsettled place, carrying the so-called mission of saving the divine tree. What is the point of her existence today? The weaving loom looked at the clear moon that did not belong to her in some confusion. In this place 10,000 miles away from the East China Sea, nowadays her side, there is only that Mr. Lu. Where else would she go? Esau silently looked at the distant figure of the shark girl. The heart was a little bit upset for a moment. Now she was like that somewhat vicious older woman? Wait a minute, why does that word come to mind? She herself is only Ranner's aunt. Were the words a little heavy? Why did he say that? She had seen that princess weaving loom in the sea, and was also aware of her original nature. She just felt that this woman called weaving loom had no need to go from one mask to another, but only played a different role. Her intelligence could interpret any role flawlessly. As the princess is, so is the maid. It's just that this performance is also ultimately just a performance. Forcing a mask of dislike is really cruel to her. Poor guy? The words, as they came out of her mouth, were equally flattering. Isn't that love? Constrained between ethical traditions, not pathetic? The fire pit in the attic was burning a little too hot, and the temperature inside the room was high, perhaps because of the guilt in her heart, or because of the conversation with the woman, which had caused her to be a little irritated inside. Asu was the one who felt a fine sweat overflowing on his skin within the light veil. It was sticky and wet, and the jodhpurs were slightly uncomfortable to wear. Asa looked out the window at the rippling waters of a river, lightly biting her thin lips, and then gently took off her embroidered shoes and threw her stockings aside, revealing her snow-white jade feet, crystal jade toes, and high arch of her foot. Then it is floating to the side of the Tsanjiang River. Will be heavy clothes off, a pair of snowfrost slender legs and feet, immersed in the cold and clear river water. Boing dash. The instant coldness made her sigh long and satisfied, her slender feet swinging, kicking the water, feeling the evening breeze. Somehow, the heart is suddenly rose a trace of ideas. Under the moonlight, a silhouette was shadowed. A white jacket, a white silk undershirt, a red embroidered belly band with peaches, and blasphemous pants were faintly visible. Wow! There came the sound of entering water. The moonlight was brimming and splashing. On the Tsanjiang River, a small wooden boat rattled over in the direction of the Chaotang, a day trip to the mountains. Dinner was not delayed. Lu Chenran still pinched the time, but did not forget God. Looking at the color of the sky outside, the day was going to pass again. The green gourd still chattered at his ear. Surname Lu, that white deer that cheated me. You must catch her out. Will do. You just said you would. When exactly? After the 9th day of the lunar month, I think. Then it's a deal. You can't fool me. It won't fool you. Green gourd's eyes gurgled and stared at him for a long time. Then I'll trust you for once. The boat slowly leaned against the shore, and Lu Chenran took care of his clothes and walked towards the distant grass hall. The night was quiet under the stars. In the morning mist you can faintly see the hazy shadows of the distant mountains, like clouds hidden in the immortal mountains, leaving behind only one house whose silhouette appears vaguely in the night. Pushing open the door, snow-filled Lu Duanran's snow-white tunic, his long hair undulating in the moon sea. Snow Fox jumped down from his shoulder and ran impatiently towards the small room. After walking with Lu Duanran for the whole day, her candied fruit addiction was off. She had to hurry and go and have a couple of bites. The compound was silent and empty. Where did Auntie go? Lu Chenran searched around and also did not see the ant's shadow. Solely shaking his head, he was flying with his hands behind his back on a cloud to the circled river in the backyard of the Chao Tang. Lodge in the clouds, pavilion in the mist. The river in the clouds is more ethereal, but less alive. The day before, from the star river above the broken flow of the art, still do not know what wonderful use, then borrowed this side of the Zhangjiang River water, to explore the wonders of this art. Lu Chenran looked at the foggy pallor in front of him, a bend of the waning moon hanging diagonally in the sky, a few points of starlight appearing and disappearing. The attic is next to the Zhangjiang River, and there are two big red lanterns hanging on it. He gently squatted down, removed the clothes on his body, and sat cross-legged at the riverside, picking up the river water with his hands and feeling the gush of coolness from the spring. Break the flow? According to what is stated in the Golden Book, this method can break the water of all things and dispel the water of all things, but such a large amount of karmic value is by no means only literal. Lu Chenran slowly stretched out his hand, the Golden Book page in his mind in that instant of generous light. The fog in front of him was soon split open. The river was torrential, diverging towards both sides, revealing an underwater gully. The water dragon Jin behind them gave a high and noble cry, and the dodos of plums planted on the side of the river shed their branches and flew from all around, flying around the outside of the four-square pavilion, spinning, and getting bigger and bigger in size. Under the moonlight, the plums outside the pavilion, like white butterflies spinning around, are beautiful. Plum petals if butterflies worship the dragon. Lu Chenran silently felt the Tao rhythm of this technique, while his sight followed the place where the stream was broken and wandered recklessly. Suddenly, he realized that not far away under the moon there was a touch of red, particularly noticeable, flickering with a faint stream of light among what his mind's eye was observing. He frowned and slowly got up, and was walking towards the flash of red. What is this flash of red? Why is there a flicker of immortal aura? As the distance grew closer, Lu Chenran saw clearly what was in front of him. It was a red bib embroidered with peaches, as well as a floor of jodhpurs and scattered stockings. His pupils suddenly shrunk, and he reacted in an instant. Isn't this the ant's dress? In other words, wow. The sound of the Tsanggu River rippling. Lu Chenran subconsciously looked towards the direction of the voice. Under the moon, a gentle and elegant silhouette floated out of the water, got up and stood up. A head of hair was wet with water. Chen Jade finger gently will be scattered long hair floated together behind the head, dripping with crystal water droplets dripping down. Not very deep riverside side, will be able to knot over the thighs. Long and voluptuous jade legs have been lifted up the water surface. Water beads on the smooth jade legs sliding down. Crystal clear. Isa's long eyelashes fluttered gently. Her eyes were tightly closed because of the water, and under the hazy moonlight, her fragrant shoulders were as dazzling as Snow White. And then the two pink and white hands together, cupping the pool of water on the surface. Zhu lips gently in the palm of the hand at the intimate kiss. Hands lifted. Jade arm like snow. The water will be scattered into the mid-air. Those crystal and water under the moon is colorful glaze, falling on the water surface. Misty and self-aesthetic. Lu Chenran stared blankly at what was in front of him, and the clothes in his hand fell onto the clothes that his aunt had taken off. The subtle sound was extraordinarily clear in this empty mountain field. The woman in the Zhangjiang River furrowed her eyebrows, and then instantly her entire body was immersed in the Zhangjiang River, and her shoulders were hidden in the water. With a slight condensation of his eyes, he saw Lu Chenran over there. Isa's pupils suddenly widened, followed by a touch of redness as floating on both sides of the ears. Tightly pursed lips, out of the voice. Ranchan, why are you here? Turn around quick. Don't look. The broken river slowly closed. Lu Chenran silently turned away, not to look at the woman in the river. He took a deep breath, casually picked up his own long shirt on the ground, is toward the distance. It was just that the scene just now was still reverberating and lingering in his mind. Suddenly the old folklore was remembered. This kind is said to be a husband killer. Listening to the sound of a fine rustling sound coming from behind him, Lu Chuanran hugged his clothes, slightly distracted in his heart, and quietly sat on the ground, emptying his mind. A string of curved moon, under the ghostly light reflected the absolutely beautiful face of Asu. She took a deep breath, shadowed by the moon. Her figure will appear extraordinarily delicate. There are places wet with water, sticking to the body, even more seductive to the extreme. Isu's footsteps are gentle, not wearing embroidered shoes. Slightly unsteady pace gradually walked towards Lu Duanran's direction. The tone of voice is quite a bit of reproach. When did Ranchan come back? Why don't you know to tell your aunt? Her mind, on the other hand, was in a panic, and she wondered just how much Ranner had seen. Both sides of her cheeks were flushed with vermilion. Looking at that familiar figure, her heart was a bit overwhelmed for a while. What's wrong with Ranner? Ranner is growing up. People have desires, but she's her aunt. How can this be? It's not gentlemanly to peek at yourself. That's not a gentlemanly thing to do. There was some disappointment in my heart, but somehow it didn't have that particularly exasperated feeling. Lu Duanran was unaware of the wild thoughts in his aunt's head. However, he was able to hear the meaning of reproach in the aunt's tone. Slowly turned around, gave a bitter smile, and looked at the aunt with a sincere face. Auntie, Ranner has just returned. Just meditating here for a while. Meditation? Esau's eyes tightened as he looked at Lu Duanran. Just meditation? Just looking at that gaze of his, it was even more difficult to be looked at by him, so he was a bit ashamed, but he still couldn't help but inquire. Did Ranchan just see something? Lu Chunran looked at his aunt, and once he clenched his teeth, he spoke. I didn't see anything. I just saw that auntie was here and was already turning over. Really didn't see anything? Asu looked at him with a bit of suspicion in his gaze. Really? There was no lying to auntie? You really didn't lie to auntie? Really? Esau glared at him, and despite the favor, how could she not take this kind of matter that had something to do with innocence seriously? She was dressed very skimpily nowadays, so if she was a couple that wouldn't hurt. But she and Lu Chunran just aunt and nephew, and now she is not fully clothed, in the same place, which always feels a little bad to spread out. You, how could you do such a thing? How can you let auntie talk about you? Ranner also didn't know that auntie was here bathing here. End of chapter. Chapter 113, Let Go of Auntie. Chapter 113, Let Go of Auntie. Isu's mature pretty face flushed a slight reddish color, and she glared at him in annoyance. So it's still auntie's fault? As she said that, she stretched out her lotus root arms and subconsciously tightened the clothes on her body. There was a slight chill in the night breeze as she kept her legs tightly together, droplets of water in her not yet dry hair running all the way down her collarbone. Not wearing stockings, feet together, stepping on the ground after the snow has not been dry, soaked through the long shirt, the point of exposure in which the cherry flesh-colored semi-transparent, slender snowy neck in the moonlight under the scattered yingqiu luster, black hair with the wind gently dancing, as well as her gently ruffled hair of the vegetal hand. The abbreviated clothing could not cover Snow Fox's ripe and beautiful body. That clothing was plain and bland, but extremely beautiful. Lu Chunran looked away somewhat unnaturally. In front of others, he could always face everything with his heart as if it was still water, but only in front of his aunt, that Mr. Lu was still the same man from Fox Mountain. It's Ranner's fault. I should have informed auntie when I returned. Snow Fox sighed, gathering one hand around his chest and stepping forward, rubbing his head tenderly. Auntie is not angry with Ranner, and knows that Ranner didn't mean it. It's just that. Isu's cheeks are like red rouge dyed on white snow, not to mention the spreading ink like green silk. The contrast between the colors is extremely sharp. Just as Snow Fox's mind was wandering, Lu Chunran leaned down at her ear and tenderly said, "It's so cold and auntie is still wearing so little. Be careful of catching a wind chill." Esau leaned quietly into his arms, sniffing the faint scent that belonged to him. It's just that I think this child has always been quite understanding, and has neglected to educate himself about the relationship between men and women. The Snow Fox felt a cold touch, and his body shuddered with it. How can Ranner be like this? Muttering his lips, his cheeks grew a few shades of pale, his disappointment overflowing. Ranchan, what are you doing? Let go of auntie. He assisted her, sat down on a chair between the lofts, crouched down, and picked up the embroidered shoes on the floor. It was only separated by a single layer of clothing, which had also long been soaked with water. Snow Fox's eyes went wide and his hand just froze there, shocked and overwhelmed by the sudden boldness of Ranner, just letting him move and feeling the warmth of his chest. Lu Duanran opened his mouth and sighed. Brain is into a blank, listening to the gentle voice from the ears. Wanna push away from his embrace of the hand-delayed action. Perhaps it is the cause of the weather. Snow Fox actually feel that there is really so a trace of shallow cool. He went forward. From the moth-wing burden touched out the ant for his own knitted shawl, draped over the ant's body wrapped tightly, and then is in her unbelieving eyes. From behind her to hold her slender waist, Lu Chunran gathered her messy hair in his hands, and his fingertips inadvertently crossed her cheeks, and his hands only felt slippery and delicate, as if a layer of slippery water droplets had also been stained. It was as if the luau was exposed, and you could clearly feel the warmth and slipperiness. Was he too gentle with him? Esau tightened his legs together, biting his lip in a somewhat odd position. Auntie? It was just that Lu Chunran did not want to give up this moment today, perhaps the closest he could get to that dream in his heart. It is not that she is squirming, it is really that her body is now just draped in a white dress. If Lu Chunran lifts his head a little, he will, wanting to scold Ranner and shame her, but knowing that Ranner would probably say something to soften her heart again. She made no move and just did not feel anything. The body is soft, the heart is also gradually softened. Now by Ranner this kind of light embrace also cannot be born out of anger. Blush. Auntie is not cold. Her pupils turned extremely complex. Her vermilion lips mumbled for half a day, stretching out 2 fingers, gently pointing at Lu Chuanran's head. Her sandalwood mouth half open, said quietly, Ranchan, I'm your aunt. Some words were like an autumn leaf, falling into a calm pool, causing ripples. This kind of word Snowfox was naturally ashamed to say. Why force yourself? Obviously his expression can be more gradual. Some of this action is some abrupt menglang. Snowfox was his action-shy face red. Do not rely on to push him away. If Auntie were to fall ill, Ranner would be heartbroken. Just one person. Just blooming alone, with the slightest intoxicating woozy aroma. Just what? One must have been sick for a while. Why do you always think in that direction? Esau's heart fluttered. Holding one of her white feet in both hands, the center of the foot was soft and warm, and the faint scent of feet came to his nose. He took a deep breath and silently put the shoes on for his aunt. Under the moonlight, dripping water-stained body, Snowfox's cheeks red as if burning, less demure, more very charming. Are we going to say that we've been seen naked? It's just that I'm overthinking it. Ranner is still so gentle. Ranner went to the Hidden Peace Temple today and chatted with the monks there about some family matters, and heard an interesting story. In Lu Chuanran's heart, Aunt is just like a peach tree on top of the already ripe peach, but it just happened to grow on the top of the cliff where no one can reach. But even if no one can pick it, it also refuses to obediently fall down. Her cheeks burned, and her red face paused for a slight moment of ripe desire, and she didn't know what to say. This statement is pure nonsense. A woman's innocence is most important. She always felt that Ranner was lying to deceive herself. Obviously so obvious. And how could she not see? What's the story? Searing breath surrounded the two of them, and Lu Chuanran could smell the flavor of her body. A faint aroma that belonged solely to the flavor of a mature woman. A soft ray of moonlight fell on the Snowfox's cheeks, and her long lashes cast shadows in her eyes, making her look beautiful and peaceful. Lu Chuanran raised his head and looked at Snowfox with a serious expression. It's a journeyman's tale. A jungle man? Well, a very interesting story. Got a name? Naturally. What is it? Lu Chuanran lowered his eyes, then spoke softly. The Divine Eagles. What story was told? Lu Chuanran slowly got up, picked up the shirt he had taken off on the ground earlier, held it in his arms, and sat beside the Snowfox. Frosty snow-kissed a tree of cold plums wanna fall not fall. Lifting the young man's shirt wrinkled Shou-Ren. Love. Love? Is that at the center of this story? Yes, the heart of the story. If I may summarize it in one sentence, is what is love in this world? Lu Chuanran chanted softly. Snowfox slightly bent his head, tasting down and savoring the mood of the words with some slight emotion. Good words, but it is a profoundly provocative. I think the love in the story must be envious of the sentient men and women in the world. Lu Chuanran nodded, then slowly spoke. The story begins with a Jianghu force called the Ancient Tomb School, and the protagonist is a young man called Yang, and he grew up from the little dragon lady in the ancient tomb in the practice of martial arts, master and disciple to deep love and righteousness, but helpless in the Jianghu shady and sinister. Esau was quickly drawn to this assumption. And then what? Lu Chuanran spoke quietly while Esau listened in silence. He was not a humanoid computer and could not tell that story from beginning to end, but he remembered it roughly. Lu Chuanran tells the story of Yanghua and Xiaolongnu, who practiced martial arts from the ancient tomb. Esau's expression was first serious, and then a blush rose to his cheeks as he stared at him suspiciously. The more she heard the end, the more she felt that the development of the story was not right, and several times she wanted to interrupt this complicated and burning love. But on the contrary, this story was extremely exciting. She knew what Ranner was trying to say, but she couldn't stop herself from wanting to listen to the story from beginning to end. And then what happened? Later appeared a man, named Yin Shiping, Chuanjian religious Taoist Yin Shiping obsessed with the beauty of the little dragon lady, cannot hold themselves, while the little dragon lady acupuncture points were pointing to be raped. The little dragon lady mistakenly thought that it was Yang Zhao, and Yang Zhao misunderstanding. Indignation left the tomb of the living dead, and wandered the world alone. Esau's eyes suddenly wide, by the story in his mouth shocked speechless, want to loudly reprimand Ranner, to drive him away, or something else, but the head at the moment just a little dizzy head completely messed up. Na 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 na. You, me. How did this happen? How did this happen? Isu's heart is annoyed, vaguely aware that this is the story Ranner compiled, but it is so wonderful. I can't wait to hit him out of hand. What do you think Auntie is? If you can't make up a story, you can't make up a story like this. What's wrong with that? It's clear that it's a story, but it's extremely substitutive in some ways. And then later? Esau stared at him with glazed eyes. Yang was ignorant, looking around for little dragon lady. In the process of searching for little dragon lady, met other women. From the other girl's affection for himself, Yang suddenly understood little dragon lady's feelings for himself, and finally understood the flavor of love. Lu Chunran continued to talk about the meeting at Dashang Pass, the recognition in the Valley of Absolute Love, and the joint fight against the Mongols in Xiangyang. It's a long story, and it can't be told in one night. Esau stopped talking, sitting silently, shaking her legs. No one knew what was going through her mind. It was just that the expression she looked at him had more than a hint of "I'm sure that's true" about it. Auntie? A little distracted, Esau slightly averted her head from his blazing gaze. Still running away, perhaps. This clueless teenager changed slowly, understood love. Understood the most important part of life. Changed to plain as water. Young girl slowly rippled until the waves were so strong that love flooded into her heart like a tidal wave. From then on, they began to regard each other as their own lives, until they were willing to die for each other. Lu Duanran stopped speaking, his eyes looking at her gently. That's just what that great monk from the Hidden Peace Temple said. And Ranner just repeated it. Really? Well, really, you didn't compile it? Didn't lie to Auntie? Ranchan swears that I definitely didn't make this story up. How could I compile Master Kim's work myself? Snow Fox chaotic head but gradually clear up. Between them, calm get along more than sensational. Just a little by little to take care of each other. For each other's sake. Is this affection? Maybe so, but why was it that her heart had been etched with this child so long ago? Now so big that he was able to hug himself and put a shawl on himself for fear of being cold. Is there a follow-up? Yes. The snow drifted, drenched the clothes on her body, drenched her soaking wet. Her body is as transparent as a general. A few strands of green silk sticking to the forehead. More a few points of charming taste. The snow fox slowly opened its eyes, which were crystal clear as if they contained tears. Auntie is a bit tired today. We'll talk about the follow-up later. Lu Duanran nodded gently. Snow Fox slowly got up, picked up her clothes from the ground, and just walked towards the room, when suddenly she stopped and looked back. Ranchan? Why must you ask for immortality? The Snow Fox had actually heard the answer to this phrase from his mouth more than once. Only before, it had been as a snow fox, and this time, Esau just looked at him, at this little boy who had come out of Fox Mountain, and she wanted to hear the answer from his mouth once more. As Esau, the water is moist and silent, and the grass is lightly scented. Lu Chunran silently looked at that familiar cheek, that face that he had watched for 6,000 days in Fox Mountain, always so beautiful, that pair of ripe and charming eyes, extraordinarily intoxicating, seemed to be carrying an ineffable complexity of affection, causing ripples in one's heart. So he spoke softly. The Buddhist old texts all say that to cultivate immortality, the first thing to do is to be indifferent and tranquil, to have no desires, to be patient and to withstand temptation. But Ranner once met a Confucian scholar. His name was Wang Yun, and he said that all reason in this world is the heart, and that love in this world cannot be cut off. He looked up and the moonlight hit his face. So on this night, to the moon, Ran wanted to say, Ranner, it's for Auntie's immortal cultivation. Ranner, wanting to cultivate immortality for Auntie. The night wind gently ruffled the hair behind Esau, like a sprinkling of black snow. See ya if the eyes. Esau silently stood in place. Those eyes flowed, staring at him in a daze, her sandalwood mouth half open. She murmured, looking into Lu Duanran's eyes that contained a smile, a hint of throbbing etched in her eyes. These words, all the way through the trip, being that snow fox, she had heard them many times, but undeniably, in this instant, she could clearly feel her heart fluctuating violently. So it is. Esau smiled softly at him. Underneath that stunningly mature face, there still seems to be buried the feelings of a girl who was uniquely a 18-year-old girl. This smile, the snow fox's figure gradually drifted away. The snow had stopped, and the moon seemed clearer and brighter in the firmament. Lu Chunran silently looked at his aunt's distant back, then raised his head to quietly look at the overly bright moon tonight. Esau, who had walked away, also raised his head, his eyes staring at the moon in a daze. Little Anne had woken up from her nap, rubbed her eyes, looked out the window at the bright mirror like water, and said crisply, the moon is beautiful. The winds, at the moment, all seemed to be gentle. Esau returned to the room alone, gently took off the long shirt that was dripping with wetness, turned around, turned his back sideways, and rested his jade arm on the edge of the window, resting his cot on it, thinking back to the scene just now. She pursed her lips tightly as she rose, placing the clothes in her hands on top of the brocade collapse, flattening them one by one. Suddenly, Esau's eyebrows furrowed slightly, as if something very important was missing. Esau hurriedly rummaged and rummaged within his small pile of clothing, and after confirming that there was nothing anywhere, his clothes were left on, and he once again looked out through the window. Where did your own bibs go? Carefully recalling everything that had just happened, Lu Chenran's shirt seemed to fall to the ground when, and then he picked it up. Picked up? Could his own belly band be in his long shirt? Snow Fox's blank eyes gradually clear. Eye flow. Face instantly is as red as the evening sun. Face gradually becomes stiff. How come? What is Ranner doing with this? He's not going to do anything weird. End of chapter. Chapter 114, Nurturing the Mustard Seed of 100 Channels. Obtaining the Dry Heaven in the Sleeve. Chapter 114, Nurturing the Mustard Seed of 100 Channels. Obtaining the Dry Heaven in the Sleeve. Lu Duanran held the clothes on the ground in his arms and did not return to his room. Instead he sat in the small boat. This morning I hiked up the mountain in search of immortality and walked along the Zhangjiang River to a number of places. But in the end, I found nothing. Now it is the second day of the waxing moon. Since he arrived in Jinling, in addition to that day in the autumn wind drunken restaurant, met the rather divine Ninshui Dao people, has not seen what fairy edge of the strange scene. Could it be that the Minerva Waterway man is lying to me? Along the way. In fact, Lu Chuanran's heart has been vaguely aware of a few points. After all the way from Fox Mountain, seeking immortality is their own initial thoughts. But that Minshui Taoist did inform himself that there is an immortal on Buxian Mountain. Although the words are obscure and vague, but it is true. It wasn't that Lu Chenran hadn't thought that the immortal in that Minshui Dao's mouth was himself. But this is also too subtle. In addition to the use of this golden book in his mind to perform magic, but he himself is not any Taoist cultivation. In his eyes, the immortal is a magical power, hand-picking the sun, moon and stars, thirsty for the Zhangjiang River water, swim in the sycamore curtain Songhai, and he is only a soul from a different world. That is, even in the heart of the fruits of the road has not found the direction. As the name of this book suggests, it is a purely dreaming method. But why would that minnow man lie? But finally read the afterword to this book. But every time I close my eyes, what comes to mind is the scene of my aunt bathing in the Zhangjiang River. How can this be? Obviously this way to tie the knot. His own mind is already empty enough. But the aunt, the most obsessive existence in his heart, has already disturbed his mind in the underworld. Lu Chenran put the tome aside and looked at the bright mirror moon outside the small boat. Tonight's moon was exceptionally clear. Lu Chenran exhaled a long breath and sat in the boat, meditating with his eyes closed, holding his breath trying to pass the time of the bond. Thinking of this, Lu Chenran's heart is on the book and the words, gave birth to a few points of curiosity. Anyway, he is also unable to sleep. If he is on his own to perform this sleep questioning technique, what will be the consequences? Just as Lu Chenran was falling asleep with his eyes closed, the boat gently swayed, followed by a large snow-colored rat flying in. In Taoist terms, the 3 souls and 7 spirits are in a trance. At this time, it is most likely to cause the invasion of evil spirits. Without realizing it, the boat had drifted away from the shore. Woe to me! The great Tao is so vast that it can't be viewed in a single dream. That's all. Fong went over to the pavilion, and I don't know what he did, staying there for so long. Lu Chenran took a deep breath. Then the page belonging to the small art of falling asleep surfaced in his mind. And following that, a drop of mana was condensed on his fingertips. The firefly chi flickered with a dimly colored glow. In fact, when Lu Chenran first read the prologue of this sutra, he was really shocked a little by what was said in the book. The preaching is to dream into the Tao. In the dream world to see the great world of all things, taste the law of the great Tao, can be in which the wind and rain, travel the sun and moon, move mountains and reclaim the sea. A dream of eternal life. Lu Chenran felt the page of the golden book in his mind that belonged to the Mothwing Burden. Bonding with Mothwing Burden, 49/50. These days to observe a lot of content, which is recorded in the text than the ordinary Taoist scriptures are complex and obscure. Lu Chuan ran for a while to view its general. However, it was undeniable that the author of this Taoist scripture was definitely a strange person. His thoughts traveled for miles. Yufu's flirtatious fox eyes, which had just stolen a bite, were flooded with light, and a lazy smile was on her lips. People often dream, but dreaming is usually a kind of mental imagery produced when people fall asleep and go into a trance, which is an unhealthy state according to the old Chinese medicine. Whether it is that Wang Yun's Heart of the Way, or Tin fell to seek the top of the road, or Wu Dao's painting one of the road, the so-called no cultivation all the way, are step by step to come out of the fast method of this sword to go off the beaten track, although it can quickly make a difference, but in the end cannot be accomplished Taoist fruits, with the moth wings of the world as a burden. No matter how many things are as light as a cicada's wing, the great way is the most clear, with all things in heaven and earth as its babies, and the way of heaven is even from a bowl of water. Lu Chenran placed the moth-winged burden behind him in the cabin. The water stains on his hair had yet to be wiped dry, and then he was throwing his long shirt casually towards the narrow plank bed on the small boat. Doesn't that just show that one is just a person? Lu Chunran took a long breath and thought about it, crossed his legs and sought a comfortable position. Then he touched the tome and silently looked through its contents. It was a Taoist scripture called, Taoist Dream of Eternal Life. There is a lack of Tao, and the road ahead is broken, so naturally you can't go. You can't get through. Fox paws stomped on the ground, leaving a series of plumb footprints. The drop of mana merged into his body. Yet it's not bad. On the side of the boat, 2 feet high small waterfall rumbling falling water. Snowfall frost white, like a winding green belt on the white paper. The silence of the Chao Tang. Only this clattering sound of falling water is clear. The great dreamway recorded in this Tao scripture was for going off the beaten path. The sword going sideways. While looking at this Taoist scripture, the method of dreaming in it is different from that of ordinary people's dreaming, which is bizarre and unpredictable. Lu Chunran just realized that a few numbers are encapsulated in this book. The book for the person who wrote the book of the helplessness, and their own avenue of the hopelessness and bitterness of the compilation. Lu Chunran's mind then dipped down and fell into a deep sleep. Following that, when Yu Fu looked at the scene inside the cabin, he subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth and muttered in his mind, "This man is interesting. The great dreamway is unthinkable, but in the end is not escape the constraints of the Tao. Although the dream into the Tao can observe all things in a dream, a glimpse of the great Tao, but there is a great defect, as so the scripture said, the great Tao is vast. How can it be in a dream can be created? Observe out? Why isn't this brat wearing any clothes? Who's he going to show it to when he's naked? Just showered? Why is your hair still wet?" The afterglow of the moon's whisks continued to survey the man in front of him, the undried water in his hair dripping like rain over his bare-shouldered body. Under the moonlight, the traces of the block muscles were exceptionally clear, and Moon Whisker's fox face inadvertently surfaced with a touch of halo red, and for some reason, her heart trembled, and her little fox paw clenched into a half ball. Breathing stagnation, also seems to realize that his visual impact, earlobes are a little hot, subconsciously turned his cheeks not to see more. Is this is something a person can look at? But it's not like I'm the one who insisted on seeing it. No wonder Esau likes this kid so much. His body is really not bad. The moon whisk and not what pure love woman. Since the arrival of this place, idle boredom hard to read thousands of romance stories. Men and women are just a little thing. Know a lot. After looking at a billion eyes also felt that there was no more visual impact, yawned and jumped onto the wooden bed, sniffing haphazardly on Lu Chunran's stripped off clothes. Why is this smell so familiar? Yu Fu looked at the clothes in front of her with a suspicious face, followed by the fact that she was constantly picking at the clothes with her small paws. Suddenly, there was a reddish-colored belly band, which slipped out of the wrapping of the long shirt and lightly landed on the bed. Yu Fu's eyes blinked vigorously to confirm that it was not his own eyes, and his afterglow glanced at Lu Chunran, who was meditating, and after seeing that he did not notice himself, he carried the red piece of light gauze cloth over. There were still wisps of water stains on it, embroidered with fine stitches in gold and silver threads, and Yu Fu's pupils blinked vigorously as an idea kept surfacing in Yu Fu's mind. This flavor is Ezekiel's? Ha! Then the fox's mouth was hooked up in a meaningful smile. Such an expression appeared on a fox's cheeks. It was really a bit creepy. Bibbs? Where did this bad boy steal it from? I didn't think that a man with a ghostly appearance would still have this kind of pet peeve. After thinking about it, Yu Fu was to stuff that belly band back into his clothes without any trace. Squatting in the corner of the bed, staring at him meditating with a good face, a dim light rose from the east, and the boat drifted unconsciously for a long time in the middle of this Tsangjiang River. Lu Duanran's mind had emptied, and he closed his eyes and settled down. Once the small art of falling asleep was performed, I don't know how long it took, Lu Chunran only felt that his consciousness was becoming more and more blurred, as if he was plunged into chaos. Slowly, the muscles in his body completely relaxed, and the breath between his nose and mouth became lighter and lighter, and gradually he could not feel the faint stream of air. After about an incense stick of work, Lu Chunran, who was in the chaos of consciousness, felt a cool breath coming from the center of his brow and the back of his head, and was instantly jolted. In the next second, he immediately opened his eyes. Those eyes were clear, not chaotic, demented. He is now a soul consciousness, and to be clear, in his own dream, when he opened his eyes, what he saw was a white haze. The surrounding was like a fog. There was no sky, no earth, only a pale white color. Is this the heaven and earth in the dream world? According to the book, if you ask in a dream, you will be able to observe all things in the great world in the dream world, taste the law of the great Tao, and be able to call the wind and rain, travel the sun and moon, move mountains and fill up the sea, and dream of a long life. What's a phantom? He closed his eyes again. Halfway through the day, a bamboo chair was quickly molded like a portrait, appeared out of thin air, and landed in front of him. The chair was the same as the one in the middle of the hayloft. He closed his eyes again, and a four-square table slowly showed signs of appearing in the void again, as if some sort of invisible brush had drawn it in the void, only at a slower speed than just now. Lu Duanran was observing a dream, observing something in reality and transforming it in the dream, and indeed magical. Next, he changed a pot of tea and a cup. He then sat down in his chair, poured a cup of tea and took a sip. Tea entrance. There is the feeling of tea entrance, but it feels like drinking water. According to the Taoist scriptures, he can feel the feeling of tea entrance because he is too familiar with this feeling and can naturally visualize it. Observe all things in the world, from the subtle to the subtle body, to observe the subdivision, which will undoubtedly play a favorable role in the refining of the divine soul. Observing the subtle is the Tao, and the fact that he could do so in his dreams, viewing the subtleties of all things, undoubtedly helped him immensely. After attempting to visualize the things that existed in these grass halls, Lu Chenran's face twitched as he typed thoughts in his mind. This dream is a little too bland. Better try to dream something exciting. He closed his eyes again. The mind wandered and drifted between this place and the world. Unbeknownst to me, a river, a mountain, and a land appeared in the dream. And then, the Ru appeared. In that dreamy Ru, there is the stone monument that stretches for miles, buried 100 years of the mound. There is a face covered with armor of the country's women. In the smoke after the curtain falls, the horse drinking wine, the most stunning color of the city, alone drifting southbound, stayed in the upper Beijing. There was the porcelain doll-like girl, silently sitting at the table, constantly folding the paper cranes in her hands and putting them in the jar beside her, her pupils full of happiness, and a few moments of anticipation floating on her white cheeks. There is a rushing river emerges. The river stretches for thousands of miles. In the waves of the river above, there is a flatboat in 1,000 miles of long gorges. Straight down the river, there are readers on both sides of the ape sound. The spirit of the wind, read to the fast-eyed, will be centered on the place. The sky long whistling, a lofty mountain stands, and in the dilapidated ancient temple at the foot of the mountain, there is that Buddhist ascetic monk, traveling by boat with his bare feet on his mantle, all the way to the east, singing the Buddha's name, and striding with a determined pace towards the golden temple on the dismal stormy night in the western realm. A poor scholar who went to the capital to seek the fate of the immortal, met a human skin ghost, holding a pen and ink for the woman dyed ink and red makeup. The moment he left the Taoist temple, has been 2 sideburns frost, full of remorse. There are monastic readers slowly walking under the not salty mountain. Met a group of sword-wielding Mo Ming cultivators. The leader of the readers from the pocket touched out a letter paper, lips cracked and oozing blood, hoarsely reciting the text of the letter. Under the golden light, backed up the dozen Mo Ming sword cultivators. This is Lu Chenran's dream, and also the people under his perspective. It was just that the world in the dream was too vast for him to see everyone, and there was no way for him to observe everyone. Outside, the night was thick and foggy, and Lu Chuanran, who was sitting cross-legged on the boat in meditation, suddenly had a tremor in his body. Immediately afterward, the muscles in his face twitched slightly, his weak breathing thickened, and his eyes opened in time. The eyes were a little misty at first, then they cleared, suddenly exiting from the dream watcher. This time, Lu Chenran was the one who felt some slight tingling in his head. He drifted off for a moment, muttering under his breath, "The world is too real." For a while, it's a little hard to tell which one is real and which one is fake. I'm afraid I'll fall in love if I keep doing this. Somewhat jokingly, he laughed at himself, but his eyes glowed in the darkness. This one was a bit of a shock to visualize all things in the dream world and condense the divine soul. 3 hours passed quickly. The light of day was hazy and there was another monstrous fog. It seemed a little thicker than the day before, and could only be seen 2 or 3 paces away, above the Tsangjiang River. In that nighttime fog, a cloud of mist rolled into Lu Chenran's mouth and nose as if reeling backward. In a short while, and from his mouth and nose exhaled 2 masses of white gas, rushing like a dragon, just like this cycle repeated. In the next moment, in the page of the golden book that belonged exclusively to the Mothwing Burden, there were words that leisurely surfaced. The Mothwing Burden, hidden mustard seed, sleeve drying technique. Sleeve? Lu Duanran's heart fluttered. Finally, it's time to get the one you want. End of chapter. Chapter 115, Water is not deep, but a dragon is spiritual. Chapter 115, Water is not deep, but a dragon is spiritual. Lu Chenran silently felt the title page of the golden book in his mind that belonged uniquely to Mothwing Burden, and with a little bit of operation, there was a flow of mysterious air in his palm. There are words in the book. Kung Xian. Shang was sitting alone in meditation. Suddenly there was a beauty from the eaves fall. "See, Hui brother also." Shang said, "It's a great thing to have in one sleeve." Hui said, "The woman I am thinking of is very tolerant." This is one of the sleeve Chin Kuan explanation. but also for the sleeve can encompass heaven and earth. Endless changes. Lu Chenran touched his clothes. The robe-sleeved tunic was wet last night and placed in the boat to dry. This is a tight-sleeved sword robe on his body, and I am afraid that there is something wrong when he performs the magic spells. After thinking about it, he then took off his clothes and picked up the tunic. A little shaking off, a splash of red drifted down to the floor. A fine stitch of gold silk embroidery. Looking at the belly pocket that appeared in front of him, Lu Chenran froze in the middle of it, his mind going blank. Bang! This condition is the result of the swimming fish in this river. Leaning down, he reached out and subconsciously cupped the two corners, lifting the splash of red, and an ethereal scent seemed to linger faintly on the tip of his nose. Bang! The boat had drifted all night, and now it had drifted to who knows where. After slightly discerning the direction, Lu Chenran picked up that northern pine branch, and after a few pushes of water, turned the boat's bow in a different direction, and leisurely sailed in the direction of the Chaotang. Lu Chenran at first did not care, and then later it is to see schools of swimming fish seem to see what fear of things, have scattered to crash after some, is hiding. It seems that the 9th day of the first month of the Lunar New Year is approaching, and the water races in this world are also coming towards Buxian Mountain one after another. Two fuzzy shadows from the East China Sea to swim from afar, but look at the figure is actually dozens of zhang only long. Where they passed, startled the underwater group of fish, scattered to avoid. Lu Duanran didn't care. At this time in the Tsangjiang River, because of the passage of the dragon, the wind and waves appeared to be a little big. Lu Chenran then rowed the boat to a secluded waters, sitting on the cabin blowing the wind, looking at the morning river scenery. Overhead, the sun's golden halo in the fog is hazy dye, all around, such as clouds in the fog yarn. Occasionally see the distant mountains of the point of miscellaneous snow green and white, and the rest is the Tsangjiang River a few feet in the circle of the green. What happened last night? This is too charming and ambiguous. So even if the ant has suspicions, but also cannot find evidence, both sides of the face can go through. Even in the winter months, there are many fishing boats on the river that rely on fishing to make a living, and every time you travel a certain distance, you can see 3 or 2 small boats gathering. The Tsangjiang River is one of the largest rivers in the whole of Great Zhou, stretching nearly half of the border. The source from the western border has been running eastward to the East China Sea. In addition to a few sections of the water turbulence, most of the river section is miles wide. Tsangjiang River underwater suddenly rose up a big wave, shaking up violent ripples. The water also splashed up. The red sun rises and hangs above the eastern sky. The silhouettes of the mountains are reflected in the water, and the Tsangjiang River is also colored. Lu Duanran stood at the bow of the boat, holding a branch of the pale pine, and a ripple dotted the stern of the boat. The waves flowed with the waves, and the boat under Lu Chenran was drifting backward and retreating. Lu Duanran drifted off and smiled. But how did Auntie's bib come to be in her hands? Could it be that he was in too much of a hurry to hold his shirt and piggybacked on it? So it's the auger that came. At that thought, Lu Chenran nodded. Thick fog stops the morning sun. The Tsangjiang River water is quiet. Then, you're sending it to Auntie now? After pondering for a while, Lu Chenran waved the idea behind his head. Lu Chenran sucked in a breath of cold air. Then if Auntie knew and thought she did it on purpose. Ming Ming has already opened his heart today. He also gradually felt the aunt's heart. That gentle and skillful woman is never a woman who allows people to be frivolous. The party has proved many things. He suddenly felt a bump on the bottom of the boat. Not heavy, just enough to rock the canoe slightly. The snow fox let out a wooing sound to pull back Lu Chuanran's thoughts. Lu Chuanran picked it up and walked out of the cabin looking at the frosty cold fog in front of him. I just don't know if the white auger that I met by chance in the water under the rotten peach mountain that day will go there. The canoe was hit several more times, one after the other, and rocked slightly. It's not like I'm telling people that I took your bib, and I made a point of looking at it, and maybe even using it. Auntie is another woman who likes to think wildly. If she feels that her heart is not right and her desire is excessive, she can think of everything, and I'm afraid that tonight's slight progress in love will all go up in smoke. After thinking about it, Lu Chenran was ready to put it back next to that pavilion and find a hidden corner to put it there, so that if Auntie found it, she would naturally go and look for it, and there would be less inexplicable misunderstandings. The boat threaded its way with the waves, and the lights of the firefly chi on that boat were like beans, wrinkled by the morning breeze. Boing dash, not under the salty mountain. The mountains are beautiful. Suddenly rose in the spread 4 broad ridge of Jiangnan. The mountains from low to high, was 3 rings and stacked around, as if a natural barrier, protecting the fog and rain at the beginning of the ancient city of Jinling. But curiosity is curiosity. Lu Chenran is not willing to stop a scaly dragon to ask. Scaly dragons cannot be compared to ordinary demons and ghosts, but also do not know whether there are any preconceptions about the human race. Bang! It's aunties? It was just getting light. The moon hadn't fully set yet, and the orange-red morning sun cut through the deep patch of dark shadows. It was also such a moment that Lu Chenran's mind suddenly felt something, and his mind's eye gazed at the bottom of this Zhangjiang River. Fog-shrouded Buxian Mountain, at this time appears to be as far away as the fairyland. The crow's nest boat drifting in the clouds, do not know where to go. The Shui Longyin longsword swam freely in the river, dancing with its sword. In a short time, not only Lu Chenran's canoe was driven to the shore by the waves, but also several canoes in the river followed and gathered in this small, slightly calm harbor. Lu Chenran glanced towards the boat not far away. It seemed to be a passenger boat with a few people sitting in it. He looks like a scholar, and he also doesn't know why he's traveling far away. Lu Chenran also had no time to think about what, just stand at the bow. Longitudinal eyes overlooking the boundless scenery of the four fields, but see the mountains leaning against the river in the distance, the right side of the stretching green barriers. At this moment, it is just the right wind to whip, lifting the corner of his robe oblique fly. The mind is also with the Shui, said to himself, the water is not as deep as the dragon. The words of the ancients do make sense. This Zhangjiang River water, also because of the appearance of these two dragons, clouds and waves surging. Very strange. Just after Lu Chenran's words had fallen, a voice came from behind him. If the water is not deep, why does the dragon swim? Lu Chenran looked back with some confusion, and he saw a middle-aged man in a Confucian robe looking at him, residing on another small boat. Looking at himself, Lu Duanran smiled kindly and simply opened his mouth. This is not what I said. Just borrowed the words of a Confucian predecessor to express the mood of this moment. But I never thought that the middle-aged readers in turn came to energy. Organized the corner of the robe. Looked at Lu Dusty Ran. The implication of pointing out, shaking his head a bit. It's not good enough. Dragons swim in deep streams. Shrimps play in shallow water. This is what the world knows. Lu Chenran was still in a good mood at this time, so he turned back, bowed to him and laughed. In my opinion, as long as the scenery is good and it is not a famous mountain or river, the immortals will live happily, and so will the dragons. The middle-aged man froze for a moment and thought for a while. Then he shook his head and said, No, sir, you're wrong. If not a famous mountain, how could there be a fairy? If not the deep sea, where did the dragon come from? Lu Chenran looked at this middle-aged reader in front of him, suddenly remembered the previous remarks of Wang Yun. Now most of the Confucian people are pedantic, and always straight flute, but also do not want to argue with him, just smiled and did not say anything, is considered to be the default. Where are you from, Your Excellency? It's a good state of mind. That middle-aged reader saw Lu Chenran wearing a long shirt and looked up to strike up a conversation. Home lives next door. This reader is a talkative. See, this gentleman does not speak. Then again is the exit to talk. I see. Is the gentleman here to fish too? Sort of. Harm. It's a strange day, it's the time of year when the fish are fat. A fisherman looked at the empty fish trap and frowned, with a few complaints between his words. In the past, when the boat left at 3 o'clock in the morning, before dawn, how could it be filled with half a fish trap? But today the harvest is very small, which is very strange. Lu Duanran smiled and said, I'm afraid it's been like that for a few days. There's a dragon under this river that's spooking the fish. It'll be fine after a while. That fisherman gave a bitter smile and spoke. You're a joker, sir, so I'll take your word for it. Seeing more and more people. The morning fireworks are very full. Lu Chenran thought about it as the boat toward the direction of not far away rowing. At this time, the Zhangjiang River underwater. 2 auger dragons, 4 claws attached to the belly. Twisting body swimming in the water. A pair of children dragon pupil full bloom with the golden light. In addition to see everything underwater. The rest of the light can also be glimpsed on the surface of the water in the waves in the mortal ships. One of the scaly dragon body white, the other for pure green, but apparently has not yet walked the water to cross the dragon. Ultimately for the appearance of the scaly dragon. Halfway through the swim, the white scaly dragon seemed to have sensed something and stopped its body, tilting its head up and watching in the direction of the water. Third sister, what's wrong with you? The black augur on the side asked out, feeling a familiar scent. Black Jiaolong is accompanying the third sister to go to Buxian Mountain to hear the legendary immortal preaching. At first, the whole Jiao tribe also scoffed at this news, but never thought that the white Jiao had said that he had seen a human great gentleman. Just an ocarina song. Will get rid of the bottom of the river of the souls of the wrongdoers. Such a strange person is also to go to the capital, that the authenticity of the matter is indeed to be discussed. So recently nothing, together with the companion to go. It's my gas. The white scaly dragon's pupil instantly widened as it looked in the direction where the water dragon Jin was swimming. Then he thought of something, and a few excited colors appeared on his face, and he swam towards the direction of the water dragon Jin. What gas, mister? Lu wants to be right here. Mr. Lu, it's that ocarina playing gentleman. The black Jiao froze for a moment, then followed the white Jiao and swam over. The mountains and forests are secluded and slightly wet due to the proximity of the river. On the small road, Zhu Liman drove the carriage along the path of the hidden and temple, driving slowly on the dirt road, and after traveling for a while, the horse's hooves were covered with dirt. The old monk sat in the car with his hands folded. Last night in the Tibetan scripture cabinet to rummage through some of the canonical books about Sangjiang, this old god, but recorded some. Has the senior monk been fit and healthy all these years? Not bad. That's good. This matter should not be a waste of your temple's help. And these silver. Zhu Liman fished out some silver bills from his arms. The senior monk shook his head. These money, mister. Or take back. If this matter is over. Mister. Follow the heart to donate to repair some incense. Zhu Liman understood the situation and did not force the issue. Continuing to speak. Has the senior monk inquired about the immortals and that Sanjiang river? I'm afraid that what happened to me has something to do with the falling treasure dice in the hands of this ancestor. So I don't know what is the origin of the so-called gods and goddesses in this Sanjiang river? The senior monk smiled at his words. Last night the monks of the monastery did make some inquiries. Sir, please also enter this car. I will slowly tell you about it. Sanjiang, in fact, there is a river god, which should be said to earlier. Initially that Sanjiang river god, just the ancient people imagine. There is no image, so it does not say the specific origin. Then the dynasties changed, and changes began to take place. The river god in this Tsang river should be a soft-shelled turtle. Soft-shelled turtle? Julaman's pupils shrunk. Exactly. According to the rumors, this soft-shelled turtle god has a violent temperament, and from time to time, he will set off floods, and the people around are suffering. At this time, this Tsangjiang river inexplicably appeared on the banks of a person, with life good gambling. Some of the Rang's chivalrous spirit, listening to such things, went to the mouth of the Tsangjiang river to call out, and finally even called out that the river god, that Jiangshan was going to kill him, but he said that the Jiangshan was relying on his own divine power. Even if he killed him, it wasn't much of a skill, so he asked the Jiangshan to gamble with him, and if he lost, it was only right for the Jiangshan to kill him, and if he won, he wanted the Jiangshan to give up his divine position, so that he could be this Jiangshan. When Zhu Liman heard this, he felt more and more that this matter was implicated in his family ancestors' fallen treasure dice. Later, that river god, for some unknown reason, really agreed to that gambling ghost's request and gambled with him for 3 times, and in the end, that gambling ghost won and became the water god of Sangjiang river. Later, Sangjiang had good wind and rain, and was also recognized by the people around. Also because of this legend is strange, that is, until now, that the former water gods still have some incense. In particular, some gamblers who have heard of this legend like to make offerings to this Sangjiang river god, which is quite interesting to say the least. The senior monk even shook his head when he said this. Zhu Liman nodded. If there were no accidents, the dice in the family ancestor's hand that had allowed the Shu family to get started should be this Sangjiang water god. At first the people of the Jianghu thought it was a legend, so only as a story, but in recent days the Jinling happened one piece of novelty, so that Zhu Liman is aware that the world is really the existence of the stream of immortals. Although it was not known if that Sangjiang river god was as divine as it was rumored to be. Speaking of which, if this Sangjiang river water god is really such an origin, it can also be said to be chivalrous, just a good gamble a bit. Of course, also because Jiangshan is a good gambler. It is not difficult to understand that the family ancestor got the falling treasure dice from Jiangshan. Carriage is still traveling in this not salty mountain. Zhu Liman picked the car curtain, put the eyes in far away. See, the far side of the mountain is beautiful, and then look around. In addition to the pine and willow is the bamboo and cypress. There is no very strange place. Then took over the conversation, said, strange, this mountain is not a famous mountain, and I don't see how spectacular the river is. Why would that immortal choose to live here? End of chapter. Chapter 116, A Dragon in the Tsangshui, A Boat in the Sleeve. Chapter 116, A Dragon in the Tsangshui, A Boat in the Sleeve. Big foggy clouds of smoke. The wheels of the wagon pressed against the dead grass as it traveled along the wild roads of the mountains. Zhu Liman drove his carriage along the banks of the Tsang River at the foot of this unholy mountain, his eyes aimlessly surveying the morning scenery. Fog and water gusts. Perhaps because of the sudden wind and waves at the moment, there is no boat shadow on the river. Are gathered not far from a pier, not yet traveled to the front. The ears have heard the sound of noisy gossip. He got off the carriage and found a place with the old monk that sold small tea stalls and prepared to eat some breakfast. With a bowl of salted vegetables, ate some hot porridge. Zhu Liman is everywhere to survey what. Last night's fact is too bizarre. He is a little distracted. The fishermen around them were all gathered together, gossiping to each other about how there was much less fishing today than usual. And I wonder why there are suddenly so few fish in this river? Didn't that gentleman say a dragon scared the fish? In jest, that gentleman is quite sardonic. That old monk from the Hidden Peace Temple looked deeply at the white-shirted man and did not say anything. $15. Make soup. It's true that there have been many strange things in Jinling lately, but what did a few of you say about what dragon this matter is about? Then this one is loaded. This is a wonderfully tall man. I buy eye on it. Looking at this familiar figure, Zhu Liman's mind suddenly recalled yesterday outside the Hidden Temple. Straw raincoat hat, lone boat fishing fisherman. It seems that gentleman's shoulders, sitting on such a snow fox, when you see that only the white-shirted gentleman alone, you want to go up to him to say hello. Such a person, even if it is not a stream of immortals, with its friendship, for their own is by no means a bad thing. Clouds and mist, crossing the river in a boat, and again pivoting away, disappearing into the clouds. Idle fun. Just the gentleman there is also strange funny. Said what the bottom of the river in the past few days there are dragons. The fish are scared away, ha ha ha. Old man, I fish in that Sangjiang river for so many years. Really the first time to hear this reason. Harm. Just complaining about some livelihood. Sold a fish. The fisherman's mood since a lot better. Nimbly picked carp scales. Casually said. Zhu Liman received a river fish. Looked at it, really is also quite fresh. Just these days some cravings. Want to drink fish soup. Breathing more and more rapidly. Only to feel that everything in front of him was so unreal. The scenery is good and the meaning is deeper. Just like a man of God. Sir, that's 40 coins. Would you like it stewed or in soup? Sir, high priest. That seems to be the gentleman who warned me last night. The fisherman's face was instantly delighted, and weighing it, he removed the hook from the fish's mouth. The fisherman handled the fish and handed it over, casually pointing in a direction not far away. That gentleman has gone before and paddled away toward that side. The white-shirted gentleman just gently waved his robe sleeve, and nothing changed around him, followed by a misty haze rising. This is a strange man, buying fish and not wanting it. How much is this carp per pound? Then the gentleman stopped the boat and docked. A few fishermen looked at him, then lifted the fish trap at their feet and said with a somewhat helpless but curved smile. With this thought in mind, when he was about to make a greeting, the arm that would be raised instantly froze in mid-air, his eyes staring in disbelief at the scene in front of him. Okay, where is the gentleman now? Shaking his head, some 2 sheets to the wind, he put the fish back in and muttered. Before he finished his words, he saw Zhu Liman arching his hand towards himself, and already running towards the carriage in a hurry, without even taking the carp. Zhu Liman raised an eyebrow. Some arcane things had indeed happened to him a lot in recent days. The fisherman shouted twice at Zuliman, but he saw him walk away without looking back. Zhu Liman took the carp and poked around absently. Jinling, that night there are immortals appeared under the moon hanging dragon thing, for the remote places, or not deliberately go to those tea houses to listen to Mr. Book of the People. In this era, the speed of dissemination is ultimately limited. Zhu Liman's heart tightened, and then he opened his mouth. On the surface of the river, a branch of the penny swept up ripples, and the young gentleman in a white shirt with wide sleeves and a snowfox squatting on his shoulder, swayed the boat underneath him, drifting into the thick fog of the Tsangjiang River. What's more, the old monk also said some information about this Tsangjiang River water god. The heart suddenly gave birth to a few doubts, put down the bowl of porridge in his hand, came over and smiled. Are you all talking about something? Ha ha ha. Zhu Liman's breathing was obviously a bit rapid, and he spoke with the old monk who was in meditation beside him. Sir, your fish. A family of young and old rely on this river to eat, but only this day. Maybe tomorrow will be better, mister. Can buy some fish back to eat? Although not caught today, but also fresh. The waves on the river were undulating, and there was no shadow of any other small boat, and Zhu Liman drove the carriage, and soon looked out into that mist and saw the figure of Mr. In the next moment, that small boat even shrunk extremely in front of him, and then turned into a shape the size of a soybean grain, and collected in his sleeve. Everything just happened in an instant. Zhu Liman instantly froze in the moment, rubbing his eyes vigorously before looking at that riverside. The wind was gentle, ruffling the mist around Mr. Whiteshirt's perimeter. The riverside water was empty at the moment. Scanning the river in other directions, could not see anything. The one small boat just disappeared. Where's ship? Zhu Liman swallowed hard and subconsciously looked towards the old monk beside him. Although I have also seen what Jianghu trick, such as the fairy rope. 3 immortals returned to the hole, but that is ultimately traceable, such as the size of this ship, disappeared. This kind of scene, never seen in real, is really shocking enough. The old monk took a deep breath and snapped his eyes open, looking unbelievably at Mr. Whiteshirt in the distance and muttering, such divine means, could it be the legendary sleeve of the sleeve? Who dash? At this scene, the 2 men looked shocked, and their throats gently moved as they were about to say something. Suddenly, in the river, a shadow loomed up, and the originally blue sky of 10,000 miles was strewn with water vapor for a while, as if it were the precursor of a violent storm rushing in. Rumble! A violent clap of thunder rang out abruptly. A gust of wind blew on the river, knocking down a few flagpoles inserted on the pier. The rain did not come before the wind. Grass and dust swept, whether it was Julie Men, or not far away from the pier. Everyone subconsciously held their breath. And then, two dragon heads of more than 10 feet suddenly emerged from the songwater. The Dragon King? Ha! Isn't that a dragon? My goodness! Why is the Dragon King here? Two Dragon Kings! The fishermen who lived off the water fell to their knees with a huff and a puff, falling to their knees and not daring to raise their heads. The dragon that existed in legend had actually shown up. Or two of them. What happened today was a bit too much of a shock for these fishermen. The golden pupils of the white Jiao looked around faintly, followed by a gentle swing of the dragon's tail, and an immortal mist appeared out of thin air, filling the entire riverbank. Only after a breath had passed did it all return to calm. Zhu Liman was instantly shocked by what he saw before him, and sat down in place. When the smoke cleared, he fixed his eyes on the white-shirted gentleman. The water of the Xinjiang River gradually returned to calm, and the wind, instead of being violent, became warm. It was as if one moment was a furious general with a sword ready to kill, and the next moment was a gentle maiden combing her hair in her boudoir. Above the sparkling river, only a few wisps of breeze floating, whisking the river's slightly rippling water ripples, seems to be telling what happened a moment ago. The middle-aged scholar who was sitting on the small boat at the pier drinking soup, his face was pale, the bowl in his hand trembled and spilled a lot of porridge. The words of the gentleman with the warm smile just now suddenly came to his mind, and the words kept echoing in his ears. As long as the scenery is good, and it is not a famous mountain or river, an immortal will live in it with pleasure. At the moment, he could only look on. His mind was so confused that he couldn't make sense of it. After staying for a few moments, he slowly stood up and tentatively shouted a few times towards the distance. Sir, after the exit, there are only a few echoes. Where to see that, Mr. Fong? Where? The reader smacked his lips in bewilderment, and his cheeks suddenly then felt hot, repeating over and over. The water is not deep, but the dragon is there. Grunt. The scenery in front of Lu Chenran's eyes was constantly changing, with endless streams of water crossing around him. Once the water avoidance minor art was performed, everything in the water gradually returned to nature, and he raised his head, looking at the golden dragon pupils in front of him. First, he was stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. So it's the tireless water dragon monarch. It's been a long time. As he spoke, he raised his hand to bow to the white scaly dragon in front of him. This white ogre in the tricky water has come after all. The black Jiao beside the white Jiao had not yet recovered from the shock of the party. In the vision of the black Jiao, Mr. Lu just slightly raised his hand. The cuffs will have their own heaven and earth. Has not yet felt half of the fluctuation of the aura. The boat has been collected in its sleeve. Such a horrible art that takes over the world. Fear is that stored in the canonical legend of the sleeve Qiankuan it. Seeing such a marvelous divine technique. At this moment, Black Jiao's heart had long been rippling. There's definitely something wrong with this sister's words. The key is that there is no power law divine light appearing around the body, and there is no other divine difference. The person who is proficient in this kind of technique. Where is the high person in the mouth of the white Jiao? That immortal on the unholy mountain is afraid that he is not the person in front of him. White Jiao weighed his tone and opened his mouth with a smile. Mr. Lu still has such an elegant pleasure actually arrived early at Buxian Mountain. This time to see Mr. Concubine is a little excited. I hope Mr. Understand. Without the permission of Mr. Lu, I suddenly made an invitation, lest I would make Mr. Lu unhappy. Fortunately, seeing that Mr. Lu's face was as usual, a warm and gentle look, he gradually let go of his lifted heart. The water dragon in long sword then circled around Bai Jiao, quite spiritually learning from Bai Jiao and bowing towards him. The grace of opening up the spirit and wisdom. Now that the immortal sword has a spirit, it is remembered in the heart. Lu Duanran laughed and half-joked. On the contrary, the two of you came but a boom. Startled the fish in this river to hide. Fishermen less hit a lot of fish. The two dragon monarchs immediately sweated a bit and carefully glanced at Mr. Lu's expression. Seeing that he didn't mean to accuse him, they hurriedly opened their mouths. What Mr. Lu said is true. It is a certain person who has not thought things through well. Mr. must have known that my concubine was coming and came here to greet her, right? My concubine is really a bit frightened. In a few days my concubine's clan elders will also be coming one after another. My concubine will inform them to conceal their breath and not to disturb the fish swimming in the river. I'm afraid that Mr. Lu already knew that he and others came, only to appear in the Tsangjiang River. Want to stop themselves. Do not disturb the fish in the river is. Lu Duanran was a bit embarrassed. He really didn't have this intention. After entering the dream and waking up last night, he just wanted to go back to the grass hall. Then thank you, Dragon Lord, for sympathizing with the people of Tsangjiang. It looks like it still misses the Dragon Lord. While saying that, the water dragonine was transformed into a small white scaly dragon, affectionately rubbing against the handsome water dragon monarch. The sword gave a buzz. Clang! The white scaly dragon looked at the scaly dragon with a surprised expression. I had not thought that this immortal sword, which had been following Mr. since that day, was now so spiritually enlightened that it was able to materialize. Looking at this immortal sword, the depths of the dragon pupil was a bit envious. How great a blessing must it be to be at Mr.'s side, to be his constant companion? The black Jiao on the side is far from the white Jiao so comfortable. The heart has known that this is the immortal of the salty mountain. A little bit of constraint, see the third sister and Mr. Lu talk happily. The heart is also a little anxious. Can this kind of immortal befriend some? Not sure when to spit out the aphorisms. Point out a few words of their own. Will have the opportunity to walk the water to transform the dragon. So deeply inhaled a breath, carefully opened his mouth. My name is Lu Shui Aoe. Meet Mr. Lu. Lu Chenran has met the Lu Shui Dragon Lord. Lu Chenran did not dare to be slow, and also reached out and bowed in return. One person, one fox and two auger dragons found a secluded place under the Tsangjiang River and sat down to talk. Are you two up for a drink? Mr. Lu has some good wine here. With that, he made a casual move from his sleeve. The sleeves of his robe fluttered in one motion. Grunt! A huge whirlpool immediately appeared under the Tsangjiang River, followed by the small boat that had been gathered up in its sleeve appearing out of nowhere. When this happens, there are water plants and reefs reflected in the bottom of the river. When the water plants are swaying, there are also swimming fish weaving in and out. The water rolls slightly cooler and cooler. The green gourd then appeared in his hand. Lu Chenran waved his brush and 3 wine cups appeared in the air, landing in the hands of the 2 dragons. Speaking of which, Lu, even got that old monkey's vat of good wine in Rotten Peach Mountain, and I invite you 2 dragon lords to drink it. The wine was handed over. The black scaly dragon held its breath, staring blankly at what was happening in front of it. The remaining light of the dragon's pupil silently stared at Lu Duanran's cups, and after a few cups of wine and open words, he was finally unable to resist and opened his mouth to inquire. The technique used by Mr. Lu just now, could it be the legendary dry kit in the sleeve? This is the first time I have seen such a technique. I wonder what is so extraordinary about this technique. P.S. New Year's Eve a few days to go home always drink update will be delayed. Sorry everyone. The next will be stable update. End of chapter. Chapter 117, thousands of fish swimming around the boat. Lotus flowers blooming in one place. Chapter 117, 1,000 fish swimming around the boat. One lotus blossomed. AOE. Don't talk nonsense. A few cups of monkey's brew went down the drain. And hearing Black Jiao beside him speak so bluntly, White Jiao's expression instantly tensed up, glaring at Black Jiao for fear that his such a mumbly remark would cause Mr. Unhappiness. After all, no matter where the master of the immortal, the most taboo was to pry and ask about the roots of the immortal arts. After this reminder from the white scaly dragon, AOE instantly reacted, and was really shocked by everything in front of him. Mr. Lu, under the party some drink some mouth fast, really curious about some, but also please Mr. Lu do not take it to heart under the self-punishment a cup. Saying that, AOE, who had already transformed into a human body, was full of smiles and drank the wine in front of him. Lu Duanran first froze, at first did not quite understand why the rhythmic water dragon monarch lost his temper, and then looked at the 2 dragon monarchs in front of him before reacting, laughed and said, it's not in the way, Lu Shui Dragon Sovereign is right. The name of this technique is precisely Qinkuan in the sleeve, and there's nothing to avoid. Speaking of which, even Lu Duanran himself wasn't sure what this technique could do besides gathering things. Black Jiao's pupils instantly shrunk, and in his heart, he said that it was true. Whether it is the golden brush pointing the wine bottle, or the sleeve gathered the roof boat, although it does not seem to have any special subtlety, but why it is from this magic spell cannot feel half of the aura. The 2 augurs glanced at each other, and AOE then cheerfully opened his mouth to introduce them. The swimming fish hidden at the bottom of the river are also careful to swim out of hiding, following the fragrance of the wine. Thousands of river fish swirling around the boat in the river outside. Oh, how? Please also ask the Dragon Lord to tell us. Lu Chenran usually most liked to hear these chatty interesting stories. For a time the curiosity in his heart shook the wine glass in his hand. According to the words of Brother Ao's mouth, now the water god in the Tsangjiang River is a human being? It was rare to meet the dragon monarch again. Lu Chenron's mood was also soothing, and he also thought of having a good chat with the two of them. This is said to make Lu somewhat ashamed. This wine is also thanks to that monkey Taoist friend of Rotten Peach Mountain. This gourd in the wine to drink all the wine. Lu, if I have a craving for wine, but also have the cheek to go to the Rotten Peach Mountain once again, to ask for a drink. Exactly. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lu, if we want to talk about the water god in the middle of this Tsinjiang River, we still have to start with that soft-shelled turtle. Aoe nodded and also shook his head and continued. Aoe held the wine glass in his hand and opened his mouth to narrate with a serious face. The earlier water god of the Tsinjiang River was a soft-shelled turtle with 1,000 years of Taoism. But later the soft-shelled turtle god in the Tsinjiang River was driven away by a ranger child of the former dynasty named Jiang Xian. The river was glistening, and a warm, soft, yellowish circle of light enveloped the canoe. A green smoke filled the air, and in front of the two dragons, the green gourd was already transformed into a human body, adding wine to the cups of the three in turn. Since the Tsinjiang River, in the sense of reason, is also to visit this Tsinjiang River water god, my brother and sister two people are ready to tonight is to pay a visit to the door. To say the least, the origin of this Tsinjiang water god is somewhat interesting in the rumors. Mr. Lu, please drink. Exactly. Listening to Mr. Lu's tone, could it be that he hasn't met this person yet? What is the reason for this statement? This is what can be called a fairy technique, with the heaven and earth Taoism into their own use. In front of the Mr. Lu's Taoism is really deep to what point? No wonder just one song ocarina drink, is to get rid of the wrong souls of the trench water. Really? Then I, Lu, would be honored. Speaking of which, there are quite a few good wines in my Jiao clan. If Mr. has nothing to do, you can come to my humble abode and sit for a while, and I will definitely let Mr. taste enough. Aoe took a sip of his drink and opened his mouth. Just call me by my name, Mr. Lu, and refrain from calling me Dragon Lord again. Wine in the Tsang water pulls out a crystalline thread. Green gourd reaches out to disconnect the viscous liquor. With a light fruity warm smell gradually spread under this Tsang river, the white Jiao pondered slightly, then spoke with a smile. Under the river at the moment, the scene of thousands of swimming fish swimming around the boat, just as the parallel lotus a place to open. One for the blooming lotus. Where are the two dragon lords going to live temporarily? The morning sun shines through the surface of the river, shedding glazed light and shadows on the underwater area. Black Jiao's heart secretly rejoiced, and then he opened his mouth. Please, it doesn't count. The woman transformed by the white scaly dragon, raised her head to survey the beautiful scene here, reached out her hand to ruffle the river water, and said with a slight touch of emotion in her heart, Mr. Lu really does have a sense of elegance, to have the opportunity to drink Mr. Lu's immortal brew. I'm afraid there are not many people under the heavens who can have this blessing. These days are a bit busy. Indeed, I have never seen this Tsinjiang River water god. I wonder where this water god resides. Lu Chenron's careless words had caused Black Jiao to be stunned, and then his mind turned 100 times, and he laughed. Is it good wine, sir? If the people at the pier had seen this view, they would have exclaimed that it was a miraculous sight. It's just a preference for a sweet flavor. That Jiang Xian's father died early. His mother alone will bring up. Early years have done the ranger child. Traveled, developed the habit of good gambling, returned home, will be the family business lost most of the soft-shelled turtle? Feel free to come, sir. There's plenty of wine to go around. Then Mr. Lu will not be polite and call out to Brother Ao, Tsinjiang water god? This person is also not a normal person. Normal people, if the loss is so necessarily red-eyed. But he is different. See, a family business is only enough for his mother's old age. Will no longer enter the gambling house? Although this good gambling habits cannot be changed, but also do not gamble with people. He changed into a weekday as soon as possible. Will have to gamble with people on 1 or 2. Walking to bet with people on the number of steps. Buying and selling will bet with people on the caddy. Also, regardless of the silver money, losing let out some benefits. Or to give people a hand. Do some work. Later, it was because of this interesting move that Jiang Xian's reputation grew bigger and bigger, and the people along the Tsinjiang River all knew that he was a good gambler. But the fact that he acted like this can be considered a marvelous thing. Coupled with his generous nature and his love of helping the needy, without having any bad reputation for this habit, it can be said to be very rare. Lu Duanran nodded with quite a bit of interest. From between the lines of this Black Jiao, one could hear that this Jiang Xian was indeed a wonderful person. Again with this Black Scaly talk for a period of time, and later, it is said to be just rumors, that Jiang Xian sees soft-shelled turtle god strange, boldly went to the betting. He won, and then did this Tsinjiang River water god. Aoye's words fell, and White Jiao took over. After all, this is only a rumor. It's hard to tell if it's true or not, but there are high people like Mr. Lu in this world. So I think that there are such wonderful things, but according to my opinion, this matter of betting with that Sangshui soft-shelled turtle god shouldn't be done for real. Maybe just that Jiang Xian has a few skills. Chopped the soft-shelled turtle in the River Rebellion. So got the name. Moreover, many legends, that Jiang Xian went to see that Sanjiang River water god, did not return. His family still has an old mother needs to be raised, such as the real victory over the evil gods. Do the Sangjiang River water god, how not to support the old mother? That filial piety on earth is still honoring God first, and according to the rumors, that Jiang Xian is also a generation of Ren chivalry, a person of filial piety and righteousness. How can he not understand this? Lu Duanran also nodded with a deep thought. That's the idea. Bai Jiao's words paused, and she tilted her head to see that the sun had brightened up and is rising to sun in the underwater red half of the Sanjiang River, such as surrounded by light-colored red silk, rendered open. Counting the time. It is not early, she continued. I had a good conversation with Mr. Lu, and I didn't think it had come to this. Lu Duanran shook his head and laughed. It's not a problem. Lu doesn't have anything important to worry about. The words had just fallen, when Lu Chunran suddenly felt the snowfox squatting on his shoulder move, and then stuck out his little tongue and licked the corner of his coat. Flirtatious fox eyes blinked, as if to remind herself of something else important she had forgotten. Lu Chunran was slightly stunned for a moment, and then his mind suddenly surfaced. The red heartbeat suddenly accelerated for an instant, lightly coughed, and his heart secretly said that it was not good. Focusing on chatting with the two dragons, did not think of already this time? The ant's bib is still in their hands inside it, but also thought of taking advantage of the beginning of the day, earlier home to throw in that pavilion. After thinking about it, Lu Chunran was looking at the two dragon monarchs with a slight hint of apology, arching his hand in greeting. Today, we meet, talk very happy. Just Lu, really some things have not yet done. This farewell, sweeping the two elegant pleasure, please understand. The two augurs followed suit and rose, laughing. That's not true, just go about your business, sir, and we'll catch up some other time when we have the chance. Lu Chunran got up, waved his hand slightly, and gathered everything in front of him in his sleeve, and the water dragon chimed and trembled. Then Lu will take his leave first. Aoe coughed and stepped forward to inquire. Where does Mr. Lu reside today? It's in the hayloft behind that tongue forest not far away. This place must be unusual. Lu Duanran smiled and spoke casually. A friend borrowed the compound. I am just staying here for some time. Aoe's mind turned and he continued to speak. I see. Then, Mr. will be leaving Jinling after a while? Yes, it's a long way to go after hearing a sermon. Mr. Lu. Aoe thought for a while, and then as from the bosom touched out a party of exquisite tea set, hands respectfully handed over. Deeply open mouth. The first time I saw Mr. Lu, with Mr. Talk a lot of fun. I see Mr. Does not have what drinking tea utensils. This tea set is a gift to Mr. A small gift. I hope that Mr. Accept. Lu Chunran looked at the exquisite glazed tea set in front of him. A warped goose pot. 8 carved dragon coral cups. The color is vermilion. Smooth like jade, as if the 7 leaves of the lotus of the Minquan. The side of the side to support the pearls if fresh. This item is too valuable, so how can Mr. Lu be ashamed to accept it? Lu Duanran waved his hand to also refuse. Aoe shook his head and spoke with a serious face. And how can Mr. Lu's wine be drunk for nothing? It's not something expensive. Right, is a little token of appreciation. Lu Duanran was stunned and smiled gently. Drink some wine among friends. And besides, didn't Brother Ao tell the story with Lu? If the two dragon lords have nothing to do and want to drink, just come to the door to find Lu. As the words fell, Aoe's pupils instantly shrunk, and he and Bai Jiao glanced at each other, then subconsciously gulped. Mr. Lu was actually calling himself his friend and inviting himself to pay a visit? Immediately afterward, a joyful look appeared on Jiao's cheeks, nodding his head repeatedly, his words carrying an obvious sense of anticipation that could not be ignored as he reached out his hand in greeting. Ha 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 ha. Yes, Ao Mao with Mr. is indeed a friend. Since it is a friend who wants to give something, then this object also please Mr. Lu must accept it. As he said that, he placed the tea set in his hand in Lu Chunran's hand, laughed loudly, and a burst of black smoke surged. The person was transformed into a tens of feet long black augur, vaguely swimming in the waves of the sea. The dragon's head was red and smiling above. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lu, my siblings still need to pay a visit to that Sangjiang water god and the elders in the Dongting Lake. In these few days Ao will definitely pay a visit to Mr. Lu. If Mr. wants to drink, just say a word to this warped goosepot. Ao Mao since the arrival, must be with Mr. Lu to drink. As the words fell, The two auger dragons transformed into two streams of light and disappeared into the depths of the Tsangshui in an instant. The dragon swims in the river. The bottom of the river is stirring up the mud in a flash. Anon. The dragon's roar dispersed between heaven and earth. Lu Chenran's hands were holding the delicate tea set, and immediately afterward, there was a golden book title page slowly floating in his mind. Bonding with the dragon scale glazed tea set, 1/30th. The dragon is 500 years old and has retired its scales. The tea goblet is made from the scales, and it has its own immortal wine. A few helpless smiles appeared at the corners of his mouth and he let out a long breath. Phew! The feeling that these two dragon monarchs gave themselves was far from being comparable to the other demon clans, and the oppressive force was really a bit great. That Sangjiang water god is interesting. Lu Chenran looked at the turbid bottom of the river at the moment, as well as the swimming fish that fled in all directions in deterrence of the Jiaolong's residual power, and muttered to himself, these two scaly dragons, or more beautiful just now. The mud and sand stirred up by the dragon's swim is a bit muddy, and the fish are hiding. After thinking about it, Lu Chenran was sitting on top of the canoe slowly floating upwards. Following this, he picked up the green gourd and poured a cup of monkey's brew to immerse into the tea set gifted by this AoE. The wine is full of flavor and shallow swirls. Fragrance. The aroma of wine saturates the entire Tsangjiang River. Hidden in the corner of the swimming fish, one after another from the hiding place swam out, following the point of the monkey brew into the Tsangjiang River water, greedily sucking this hard-won immortal wine. The muddy bottom of the river gradually cleared. Wow! The canoe was finally afloat on the surface of the Tsang water. Lu Chenran stood quietly on top of the canoe, holding the cup of residual wine and throwing it towards the river. After doing all this, Lu Chenran smiled, and underneath his body, he condensed himself into a cloud, collected that canoe, and floated towards the direction of the grass hall. I hope Auntie hasn't woken up yet. This is not a good way to get a bib. On the pier by the Tsangjiang River, countless fishermen had not yet reacted from the scene of seeing the real dragon in the morning, and immediately afterward, they saw a blurred silhouette in the long-lasting fog. The silhouette resided in the thick fog, stretched out his hand, and also did not know what to splash towards the Tsangjiang River. The next moment, on the Tsangjiang River, the fish leaped and tied themselves into dense rows of shaking white. There were fishermen looking silently at the scene before them. In his mind, he was still thinking about the white-shirted gentleman he had seen in the morning, and about the words that came out of his mouth. The dragon is gone. The fish of the Tsanggu River. They're all coming back. End of chapter. Chapter 118 Little N's Thousand Paper Cranes. Ah, just fly slowly. Chapter 118 Little N's Thousand Paper Cranes. Ah, just fly slowly. A cloud condensed by the fog quietly came to the foot of Mount Jishi, that piece of Tonglin, immortal hidden in the fog. Can see today's break into the Tonglin Jianghu guests less. More literati. Quite a few cold. From the clouds, this fog in the high-altitude perspective into a cluster. And it is also in this perspective, half hidden by the fog Tonglin cold plum spectacular and vague, trees into a tree, and then connected, spread over the mountain road. It is a view that is difficult for mortal eyes to see. In this cloudy mountain, the white-shirt figure was carrying the snow fox in his arms, and hidden into the tung forest without a trace. Time has reached midday. Lu Chenran did not rush to the pavilion at the riverside to steal and put the ant's red bib, but instead wandered along the path in the forest. It finally stopped in front of a huge tung tree at the back of the grassy hall. This giant tree, I do not know how many years, need to be several people can embrace, at this time withered all the leaves, leaving only countless dry branches, stretching to the blue sky, as if a weathered old man, quietly gazing at the millennia of vicissitudes of this not salty mountain, promised and I'd swing with her. What is this stuff? It smells strange. In winter. For this just moved to this place not long ago neighbors. This cat head be heart is quite angry. Winter day on no honey. These days they sleep, but also by his movement to wake up, and from the green gourd belly, will be the pot of the remaining monkey brew as much as possible poured in this glazed tea set. Suddenly, in this winter mountain, in addition to the rain-wet withered grass fragrance, came bursts of fruit wine fragrance. After finishing these, Lu Chenran raised his head, looked at the midday sun, sat on the swing, swung a swing, thinking about all the things during this period of time. Will smile, and then took out the peach ocarina, placed at the lips, a slight sip. The tea goblet made from the scales has its own immortal brew. Lu Chenran grabbed the rope of the swing with one hand and looked at her gently, listening to the tinkling sounds coming from under the tree. The cat's head reached out with a little impatience and plugged her ears with her little paws. Not far away, a burst of light footsteps suddenly startled Lu Chenran. He put down the peach ocarina on the edge of his mouth, turned his head, was to see the girl wrapped in a small jacket, holding a jar of paper cranes running towards his direction. How can this person fly? The lightweight body seemed to feel no weight in general, and just let Lu Chenran place it on the swing, with both feet suspended in the air, and the two small feet gently rubbing against each other. This falling snow, it's getting heavier. The ears of the topmost owl bee in the tongue tree moved, listening to this ocarina sound, only to feel that the impatience of the party was gradually smoothed out by the music. The eyes are cozy squinting, rolled over, ready to continue to sleep. Lu Duanran naturally did not know that there was a little guy at the very top of this Tongmu paying attention to his moves, dispersing the clouds under his feet and looking at his masterpiece. He clapped his hands in satisfaction. Lu Chunran guessed that if this tea set is placed somewhere for a long time, it can hold its own immortal wine. The little nose of the cat head wasp sniffed, and then those big eyes were staring round, as if they had smelled something incredible. According to the description of this tea set on the title page of this golden book, after doing all this, Lu Chenran touched the glazed tea set that the dragon monarch had gifted to him from his sleeve. Immediately after that, its eyes followed the scent and kept looking towards the clear glazed bowl of wine. Swing, like it? Mr. Big's tune is beautifully played. Shaoan liked the tune and followed it. Looking at the figure, it seemed to be a cat's head, but strangely enough, a pair of wings as thin as cicadas grew on the cat's back, gently flapping in the wind, and a pair of eyes curiously surveyed the man who was working under the tree. It was also when Lu Chenran had his mind zoned in on the task at hand, that a small head silently peeked out from the uppermost hole of the tree in Tongmu. Little hands gripped the ropes of the swing tightly and swayed gently, giving a coy smile followed by a vigorous nod of her head. Aha! The whimpering sound of the peach ocarina was transmitted from this huge tree to the entire forest. A light snow was falling from the sky. The owl bee was startled at the sight, scrambling to conceal itself in the tiny tree hole at the very top, its little tongue licking its lips, with only one terrifying thought in its mind. The small body danced in the drifting snow, and the delicate cheeks were full of astonishment. And in that moment, it was like a delightful elf in the snow. Mr. Big, you're finally back. He slightly cast his hand, since the center of the tongue wood, hollowed out a hole. Learned that rotten peach mountain of the old monkey brewing monkey wine method. This tea set in the small tree hole. Soon, Lu Chunran was satisfied with the knot in his hand. Tugging on it was strong enough. It's really snowing. After surveying around the tongue wood for a while, Lu Duanran put the snow fox down, squatted down, split a side of dead wood, and rubbed the grass rope to himself. Her pupils were filled with joy as she gazed at the swing hanging from the huge karigi. How did it know I was here? He rose, with a cloud at his feet to support him a foot or so off the ground, and hung the rope from a dry branch of kirigakura that stretched out horizontally, with a board tied under the long rope. A very simple construction. The snow gradually became heavier and fell all over his shoulders, turning Lu Chenran into a snowman. Oh! Lu Chenran jumped down from the swing and took a few steps towards Shaoan. Then he gently picked her up. Its afterglow glanced at the white-shirted gentleman, and was about to fly down quietly to find out what was going on, when a brittle child's voice suddenly came from the ear, which immediately scared this cat-headed bee, gathering up its wings and hiding its cat body in the topmost hole of the tree, and cautiously inspecting everything underneath the tree. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, carrying an eerie, fruity scent. Well, this tree is quite big. It should hold up. So let's make a swing here for little Anne. The snow marks made by the boots on the little feet were soon covered with snow. Although the swing is a little rough, simple in the back of this grassy hall, but there is a taste of elegance. Did that gentleman pound it out? It's just a little ugly. Lu Chenran. He then took a deep breath and stroked her head. Want to play? Think. Lu Duanran took advantage of the fact that she was holding the jar in her arms and abruptly pushed the swing, and Shaoan suddenly let out a gasp of surprise, clutching the rope with one hand and letting out a long sigh of relief. Mr. Big is bad. Don't like me pushing the swing? Then I'll leave. Shaoan hurriedly was raising her head, a halo of redness at her cheeks, and whispered, to play for a while, but the heart is full of happiness. The rest of the light glanced at the canister in his arms, which has been folded 1,000 paper cranes. His own wishes will soon be able to come true. Right. The nearly transparent eyes overflowed with a thirsty glow. Lu Duanran gently pushed the swing, accompanied by the snow in the sky, accompanied by the monkey brewing fragrance is exactly thick condensation. Wearing the jacket girl once and for all fly to the sky in the middle of this thick fog, the beautiful cheeks, overflowing with happiness, as if a piece of finely crushed snow, sprinkled on the land. Lu Chenran looked at Shaoan's joyful shadow at the moment, but in his heart, he was somewhat feeling that the joyful time that this wisp of a divine soul, Shaoan, could enjoy was probably pitifully small, so much so that just a simple swing could make her show such an expression. Not far away, a shadowy figure stood there silently, the cheeks that were enlarged exactly like Shaoan's, silently looking at the scene before them, looking at the happiness that overflowed from Anne's heart. Susanna covered her heart, and her cold heart seemed to be infected by this overflowing happiness at this moment. Is this her divine soul? Maybe it was before, only now Andorra couldn't see it. To deprive that wisp of soul of the value of existence just like that? Was this fate merciful or cruel to her? The general did not know. She had sat quietly beside the girl that night and watched as she lay down on her back in front of the case, relentlessly folding a paper crane by the faint glimmer of the oil lamp. The general also followed at her side, relentlessly counting the number of paper cranes. 901, 903, in the sight that the girl could not see. In the dream that Lu Chenran did not look closely, there was a female general always standing behind the girl, her figure bathed in the darkness that the oil lamp could not see, and from a distance, it looked like a god. Mr. Big. A sudden bang roused Lu Chenran and the distant general from their tumultuous thoughts. Shaoan looked back at Lu Duanran with bated breath. The swings aren't moving. Without the external force, the swing just swayed slightly in place, and it really didn't move. Lu Chenran smiled gently, and then he was gently pushing her back. Once again, the blue sky greeted Little An's eyes as drifting snow dazzled around her. Will it be scary? Little An is not afraid. Why aren't you afraid? There's Mr. Big. What kind of sense is that? Mr. Big will catch Little An and won't let her fall to the ground. Shaoan opened her eyes and looked at Lu Duanran with a serious face. Those pupils were full of clear innocence, also written with trust. These eyes encompassed all of this girl, encompassed this white-shirt figure of Mr. Big. He is all about girls. So it is. Lu Duanran's throat was a little choked for some reason. He gently held the girl close and kissed her forehead, then looked at the jar of 1,000 paper cranes she held tightly in her arms. How much has unfolded? There are already 1,000 of them. Finished folding? Feeling the forehead. The gentle kiss belonging to Mr. Big. Such an intimate gesture. The cool touch made the girl's cheeks blush more and more. Tightly wrapped around the jar in her arms, and softly said, "It's already folded. Then Little An's wish will come true, right?" Shaoan jumped down from the swing and looked at Lu Duanran. Aha! Auntie said she would. Lu Chenran's heart sighed slightly, then looked at Shaoan. Why don't you play? And reached out her little hand and patted the swing. It's Little An's turn to push Mr. Big. Me? Can and push me? Yes. It's better if I push Little An. I can. Shaoan looked at him somewhat stubbornly, determination written all over those pupils. Good. Lu Duanran sat down on the swing, and in a corner where she couldn't see, he spontaneously pulled out a gold pen and shallowly drew a touch of brisade. The swing moves. Anne's cheeks rose red, even with that slight breeze, but it was still heavy. Mr. Big is so heavy. So it's not pushing it? To push. Why? Little An doesn't want to have only Mr. Big with Little An. Little An wants to be with Mr. Big too. Isn't it all the same? And shook her head with an effort. She's Anne. She wants to do something for Mr. Big, not just be a dispensable girl next to Mr. Big. Shaoan held her red face but only made the swing sway slightly, but refused to give up on it. Instead she took a few steps back and gave it a hard push. This time, the swing moved, gently floating between heaven and earth. Lu Chenran's body followed suit. Lu Duanran turned back violently, as if he had suddenly realized something, and just stared blankly into the distance. It was empty, but Lu Chenran froze as if he saw a familiar figure there. Is it her? Shaoan looked at their own swing. Pretty face full of joy, one at a time with force. Mouth hey ha more than drink. Seems to be in the encouragement of their own. Small face red, but also extra a few points of anger. Mr. Big, Little and pushed the swing. Anne's eyes were wide, but her voice was breathy when she spoke. Lu Duanran looked deeply at Shaoan. His body swung with this swing, and he was again looking deeply towards the distance. Suddenly, a wind that cannot be seen spreads through this place. This touch of breeze brushed over the jar that rested small on the ground, and brushed over the paper cranes that had been folded for an unknown number of hours. Inside the jar, first a paper crane flew, bushy-winged, with some difficulty, out of that jar and into that blue sky, followed by a second, a third, a fourth. Shaoan was stunned in place, and then her pupils were overflowing with happy tears, clapping her small hands and saying crisply, Mr. Big, the paper crane flew. Isn't it true that Little Anne's wish came true? Hey, Mr. Big, the paper crane flew. Phew, a gust of wind blew by, the paper cranes in the jar, flying in the sky, dancing in this roiling snow and ice. At this moment, heaven and earth were silent. At the ear, all that came was the sound of a living paper crane flying. With difficulty, they fluttered their colorful wings and ran into the unknown, as if with a sadness that was at first joyful and at first sorrowful, and with a beauty that was frightening. Lu Chenran's pupils shrunk, and then it was in his heart that he sensed something. Looking at the not too far away Tonglin, under that tung forest, he seemed to see the figure of the female general, holding an oil paper umbrella. The person under the oil paper umbrella has bright eyes like the lake and moon, and white wrists are frosty and snowy. Lu Chunran's heart warmed and he took a deep breath, following which he jumped down from the swing and picked up Xiaowen in his arms. Mr. Big? Xiaowen stared blankly at Lu Duanran. Little Anne's wish. It came true. Lu Duanran spoke softly. On this day, the whole of Jinling discovered a marvelous scene. Cold winter months with a frost and snow. There is a line of paper cranes over the top. Through the branches, dexterous, as if in the world through the vision of all the beautiful, blooming that are prosperous. When rubbing shoulders with the fluttering paper cranes, you can clearly see its texture and grain again, and the scent of monkey wine with a hint of ginger lingers at the tip of your nose at all times. Occasionally, they hit and pass through it. What a beautiful paper crane. Which Taoist has performed this technique again? A mortal curiously took the paper crane, unfolded the sheet, and looked at the childish handwriting on it, which, crookedly, was written in lines. That one paper crane had the same handwriting on it. There was a reader, silently reading the crooked handwriting and muttering, "Ah, want to be with Mr. Big." End of chapter. Chapter 119. But little and feels so much pain. Chapter 119. But little and feels so much pain. Thanks to Little Plum Leaf for the 8,793 coins. The owl bee that Shallow had hidden at the very top of the Otanishi tree looked at the scene in front of it with an unbelievable face, and in its field of vision, a large pile of paper cranes inexplicably flew up from that human cub's jar. It was so overwhelming that for a moment, it was as if a rain of cherry blossoms of white flakes had fallen on the mountains in the middle of this cold winter month. Only those tiny petals were not falling downwards, but flying upwards from above, floating towards the sky between the splat. A paper crane flew by the owlbee's hole in the tree at just the right time, and after a couple of whirs of its wings it didn't move, lying quietly in front of it. What kind of jutsu is this? The owlbee reached out a paw and tentatively touched the dopey paper crane. The paper cranes were now just ordinary paper without the dash of chi that the general had delivered. After playing with this paper crane for a while, the owlbee lost interest. Its cicada-like wings retracted, and it continued to cower its body in the tree hole. Xiaowen shook her head, that delicate little face a little shy. Lu Duanran placed the balled-up snowball in front of her. Roll this snowball of mine as big as you can. Lu Duanran's face held a few oddities and a few moments of confusion. Want to build a snowman? And Xing Wang, long time no see. What? It's going back today. That's good. Is Mr. Big curious to know? The afterglow, on the other hand, glanced at the two humans, one large and one small, under the tree, and muttered in his heart, how long hasn't Shingo been watching? Then I won't ask. Not sweet, not greasy, not warm, not soft, said it is neutral and calm, and a few serious, clear as water, but also with a few cold, as if ruthless, but also give birth to 10,000 kinds of thoughts. When did you come to Jinling? He stepped down from the swing and took Little N in his arms, stroking the girl's head tenderly. What did N wish for? This female general has already arrived in Jinling. Why not wait a few more days? The immortal of Bu Xian Mountain is going to preach. Seemingly seeing Lu Chenran's confusion, and Tao Xian opened his mouth to explain. Meet Mr. Lu. This gentleman's ocarina playing is strangely good. Just don't always clank and clang noisily underneath better. Especially the look in his eyes, which contained a meaning he couldn't read. Taking a deep breath, he was walking step by step towards the female general who was hidden in the unseen line of sight, holding an oil paper umbrella, over in Goodwood County, then given a task. Its mind, on the other hand, was following that fruity scent that had been wafting from that glazed bowl under the tree, drifting languidly away to nowhere. Looking at the girl's small body panting, yet vigorously rolling the snowball in her hand, Lu Chenran's mouth revealed a paternal smile, following which he turned his head and looked into the depths of the Tong forest. Lu Chenran squatted down, hands gathered on the ground accumulated a thin layer of fine snow. Jiangnan snow is not as dry as the north, still with heavy water vapor, falling on the ground, only need to gently grasp, can be rolled into a thick snowball. The cat's ears drooped with it as his stomach got a little hungry. Oh, Lu Duanran did not know that there is a neighbor on the big Tongmu, or know but also do not care. I don't know if it was my own illusion, but I always felt that the female general's voice seemed a bit different from before. Little Anne, however, raised her head and blinked her eyes, fresh snow hanging from her bushy eyelashes, which were bright and white, and her long hair was blown by the wind to the back of her head, completely revealing her delicate cheeks, which were full of joyful smiles. A voice wafted out, silkily drilling its way straight into one's deep heart, until Little N can't roll. Lu Duanran was a bit surprised. Then Little N is happy now. As long as N is happy, how big is it going to be? Think. If you say it, it won't work. There was a gulp. 3 days ago. A long time. Mr. Toon seems to have a soul-quenching effect. I recorded some of it in a mirage, so I can go back and try it out. So it is. Lu Chunran suddenly realized that this ocarina sound can get rid of the slime souls in the wastewater. I think that the skeleton lying in the forest is also some effect. After a few moments of silence, Andorra suddenly spoke. Thanks to Mr. Lu for taking care of Littlein. Lu Duanran spoke gently. Since City God entrusted Littlein to me, this is natural. There was some odd yet cozy conversation, and if an uninformed person saw this scene, he or she would be afraid to think of it as a couple watching a baby, accompanied by a falling snow swing snowman. There is some mood. After a pause, Lu Chenran looked at Shaoan, who was rolling a snowball not far away, and finally asked the doubts in his heart. And Xing Wang, then this wisp of soul, she's already human. The general had accompanied the girl in folding a whole 1,000 paper cranes, so how could she not know what the girl's tender pen had written under her heart's desire? This flight of paper cranes was her last gift to the girl. A hint of helplessness appeared at the corner of Lu Duanran's mouth. He naturally knew the meaning of these words in Tao Susanna's mouth. From the moment the paper crane flew, the wisp of Shaoan's divine soul no longer belonged to her, and she chopped off this wisp of divine soul. So Lu Chunran tentatively opened his mouth to inquire. Then the general's health should not matter? Well, never mind. The general's words were somewhat of an understatement. Lu Duanran was half convinced. In his cognition, no matter how profound the cultivation and moral skills are, it doesn't matter if a strand of soul is separated out. But if this strand of soul is cut off, then the impact on the body is afraid to be extremely great. What's more, this in-city god has to be distracted to suppress the tens of thousands of dead souls buried in the Jiamu County Monument Forest. And Daoxian didn't go to look at Lu Chenran. Her pupils were just gazing deeply at the girl who was rolling a snowball on the ground, and in those pupils, a few moments of envy were unprecedentedly born. Build a snowman and swing? How is this not what she wished for as a young girl? I just don't know if I envy the girl for being able to enjoy the childhood she never had, or for being able to be with that person. Taking one last look at Shaoan and Lu Dus then, the female general arched her hand in a salute. Mr. Lu, farewell. Is Shingo in such a hurry? Well, there are important things on the line. I'll see the city god off. Then, and Taoxian shook her head. Her catkin tightly gripping the oil paper umbrella trembled imperceptibly, and she softly said, no need for that, Mr. Spend more time with little Anne. For some reason, a sudden loss arose in his heart, even if this emotion surprised herself a little, but everything between this wisp of Shaoan's soul and him, that scene came to her mind, and for some reason she was never able to quiet her mind in the face of this gentle gentleman in front of her. Surely he didn't see the difference in himself? When she had come, she had asked Fennel to help dress up a bit, though she hadn't seen any difference in herself either. Just a slight discomfort from the rouge on her cheeks, breeze wrapped in snow clearing, blowing on the face some cool, lifting the female general's cheeks on the veil, light thin makeup, trimmed just right. The two of them maintained a distance that was not too close or too far, and Lu Chuanran could vaguely smell the burst of fragrance coming from the tip of his nose. It was a smell he hadn't smelled the last time he was in Goodwood County. Her body was rubbed with rouge aromatherapy, a flavor that Lu Chunran did not hate. Although this female general didn't let herself be sent, she still had to be sent out of this tongue forest at least. The snow fell slowly, landing on the ground and sticking to both of them, and the atmosphere was terribly silent for a while. And Shingo rubbed something? The female general's pupils shrunk slightly, following which her afterglow glanced at the white-shirted gentleman beside her, pursed her lips, and nodded imperceptibly. Aha! Only the ended with a bit of a quiver. Lu Duanran smiled. It suits you. Why? Ando stopped and turned her head to look at him. Lu Chenran blinked, but did not think that this city god would ask such a question, and after deliberating for a while, he still opened his mouth seriously. And Shingo doesn't feel quite the same, and neither does his voice. Oh. Lu Duanran smiled somewhat awkwardly, but it was to find out that this cold and icy female general had such a side. The general was originally a bit more heroic, but this makeup makes the general look more feminine. Misty with snow, the afternoon sun hidden in the clouds. Susanna Anderson gave a soft and said nothing more, but the feeling of loss in her chest was so dissipated, as inexplicable as when it had risen up just now. Without realizing it, he could already see the exit of the tongue forest, and Lu Chenran stopped his steps. Then in Xing Wang takes his time. Aha! Just don't send it? Aha! And Tao Solve tilted her head, looking at the paper cranes that were flying cozily, and suddenly looked back at Lu Duanran. Don't call me general. Lu Duanran froze for a moment and looked at her somewhat strangely. And Shingo? And Dawson? Ha! The corners of the female general's mouth curved in a shallow curve. Her hard-won smile was beautiful. Extremely beautiful. The slightly curved corners were a delight to the eye, and the upbringing engraved in the bones was evident from every angle. Goodbye, Mr. Lu. As the words fell, the female general's figure slowly dispersed into the sky, accompanied by the paper cranes that fluttered and circled over Buxian Mountain, flying toward the northern sky. It was only that last sentence that caused Lu Chunran to be a bit puzzled. There was indeed something strange about this meeting. This female general. And Dawson? Lu Chunran silently recited a sentence, looked deeply at the disappearing figure of An Changhuang. For some reason, always felt that his right eyelid was throbbing, and his heart seemed to be a little uneasy, and he always felt that something bad was going to happen. However, he didn't think much of it and walked over in the direction of Little Anne. Above the sky, the female general's rouged cheeks quickly developed a sickly blush, which then spread from the neck. A mouthful of blood flowed slowly from between the corners of her mouth. With the dissipation of that wisp of divine soul, she felt her heart being drawn tighter and tighter, overflowing with a shallow yet deep pain. A pain that made her cringe and taste it for the first time in her life. And Tao Sol found a place to sit down slowly. At this moment she was like a child. Just that pair of pupils. But not because of the pain, and gave birth to a sense of uncertainty and fear. On the contrary, some of the heart do not even know the happy. Along with the scattered paper cranes in the sky, in addition to Shaoan's realized wish, there was also the general's divine soul. The general's shoulders trembled for a moment, but in her eyes were uncontrollably gushing out large drops of tears, while biting her index finger to suppress the tears, while clutching her knees and shrinking tightly, until her fingers oozing red beads of blood. She finally spat out a mouthful of blood from her heart with a wow sound. Behind that glib "she's already a human being" hides the pain of a dispersed soul, the irreversible death of a divine soul. Ando sat quietly on the ground, looking up at the misty sky, and in her eyes, this blue sky was gray, and the snow that was falling was black, and countless black snow just fell down. But Shaoan can stay by Mr. Lu's side, right? Mirage recorded in Mr. Lu's Song of Peace of Soul. He only need to have to return to the Jiamu County. That 100 years of wrongful soul on this can be suppressed. Then he will have no regrets. Right. Ando slowly closed her eyes, covered a little by the falling snow. She reached out and stroked her rouged cheek. The lips, drenched red with blood, curved out in an extremely beautiful arc and murmured, "It suits you." Regret? Separating that wisp of divine soul, witnessing the growth of that divine soul, witnessing the girl's adulthood. Is the girl's life short because it is beautiful, or is it beautiful because it is short? This 1,000 paper cranes that fly in the sky and disperse. It is true that life is as splendid as summer and death is as quiet as autumn leaves. Ando pushed down the blood in his heart, forced himself to endure the pain, slowly got up, and flew in the direction of Jiamu County. There are no mirage rides on this journey from south to north, just as she came, but she had long ago gotten used to the solitude. Lu Chuanran returned to the big tung tree next to the girl had already rolled a snowball. Huge snowball nearly as big as her body. But at the moment Shaoan was holding her knees, sitting quietly under the tree, her pupils empty, not knowing what she was thinking about. What's the matter? Finished snowballing so quickly. Shaoan looked back at Lu Duanran. Her nose slightly wrinkled and her eyes narrowed into a line. A cute mess. And then the girl slowly got up, walked over to Lu Chunran's side, and hugged him. Mr. Big? What's wrong with Anne? Shaoan covered her chest with one hand and just looked at Lu Duanran and spoke out. Anne, it doesn't feel like an adult anymore. Well, that just goes to show that Anne is a real person. Lu Duanran smilingly pinched Shaoan's nose. Shaoan was indeed a bit bewildered, and at the moment, her small face, which was always in high spirits, seemed like a bamboo shoot that lacked water, and was actually a bit shriveled. But Anne feels so much pain. Where does Anne hurt? Lu Duanran was a little nervous. It is the Lord's heart that aches. Lord Anne mumbled. The paper crane fell to the ground, bushing its wings. End of chapter. Chapter 120, The Snowman Can Keep Mr. Big company if Little Anne isn't there. Chapter 120, The Snowman Can Accompany Mr. Big if Little Anne isn't here. The slightly humid air of Jiangnan is a little more chilly under the sluggish snow. Wind blowing through the side of the tung tree, scraping off a few leaves have not yet fallen. The material branches reach into the empty sky. It is difficult to imagine an early summer at the foot of the salty mountain prosperous as a brocade look. Lu Duanran looked at the girl with a complicated expression and picked her up as his eyes looked into the distance. That female general's divine soul was really badly damaged, wasn't it? Maybe this person's nature is like this. What things are hidden in the bottom of the heart, also do not make a sound, also do not need to be asked by the side of her heart some loneliness. A question popped into his mind. Will Andorra make it back to Goodwood County safely? From the northern realm to the upper capital, this round trip was not close, and he himself still took the Mirage. Mr. Big? The girl's voice pulled him back to reality, and Lu Chunran rubbed her head and spoke softly. Naturally, it's true. A pair of small paws constantly searching for the fruit stored in the tree hole. After searching for a while, they should have found a fruit that was about the same size as the party's pine cone, and satisfactorily walked to the hole and threw it down towards the tree. Lorden came to visit Little and just now. He lifted his head and arched into the trees. Her mind vaguely knowing something, Xiaoan pursed her lips and mumbled for a long time before suddenly opening her mouth. Lu Duanran was first stunned, then laughed. Wind and snow lightly ruffled. Silent Land's backyard under the big tongue tree. 2 ropes hanging a swaying in the wind. Squatting next to the swing a short fat snowman. The hole in the tree shallow hidden a wang monkey brew. The fragrance of the dark immersion. Mr. Big, do snowmen get cold? Lu Chenran raised his head with some curiosity, and under the gaze of his mind's eye, he saw a winged cat hiding in a hole in the topmost tree of the tongue tree, and a light golden luster filled the cat's circumference. Lu Duanran bent down and pushed the half-human high snowball with her, placing it under the old tongue tree. Look at that. You didn't let Auntie Sue find you a scarf even when you came out to play. You're freezing, aren't you? He reached out and fished a scarf from between his sleeves and tied it around her neck. Immediately afterward a pine cone fell from above. Not too big or too small by the shape of it, just right for setting on this snowman's head. Little Ann was just building snowballs, so I didn't bother Little Ann. Another stone was found from the ground and used as a nose, and 2 dry branches of kirigakir were broken off and stuck in the sides for arms, and a snowman had been piled up. Where did this fruit come from? Lu Duanran looked at the girl gently and opened his mouth to ask. Splat. Wet snow is sticky, as if it were clay, and a slight rubbing is enough to set the shape. The girl looked up at the not-so-intense afternoon sun and rubbed her eyes. The girl waddled over with a head-sized snowball in her arms and placed it on top of the large snowball with Lu Duanran's help. Crunching. Splat. After doing so, the owlbee licked his paw and seemed to mutter something under his breath. The snowman's body is finished being piled up, and he's still missing a head. The girl didn't say anything more. Then why hasn't Lorden seen Little Ann? Otanashi was quiet. The only sound was the clatter of the wind and snow sweeping the dead leaves, and gave a coy smile, pleasing the eye as she surveyed everything in front of her. In Lu Chenran's eyes, this girl who always followed him around had grown up at some point. Was it good? The hot, burning haze brushed against the girl's little face, and hung a bright layer of frost and snow on her eyelashes, and then a gradual blush came over her pale little face. Really? The words had just fallen, when a rustling sound could be heard from the branches and leaves on the large tongue tree. It is not the height on the big, but that belongs to the young child's innocence and carefree gradually dissolved without a trace, her body slightly trembling, and there is no soul-independent joy, just like a swaying with the wind of the snow-colored small, so that people see the pity. This cat of some unknown species was thought to be a timid unwillingness to show its face, but he himself was not forced to do so. Snowmen are supposed to be made of snow. How can they be cold? And 2 eyes. It's a good thing that you have such a cute neighbor. Mr. Big, Little Ann's wish has been half granted. Oh, thank you, fellow Daoist. Lu Duanran guffawed. The girl's mind wondered what was on her mind as she reached out with her little hand and untied the scarf around her neck, tying it somewhat clumsily around the snowman's chubby neck. Mr. Big, when spring comes the snowman will melt away too, and there won't be any more of it then, will there? Of course the snowman will melt. We piled it up and watched it melt away. It was so sad. Lu Chenran squatted on the ground, holding her small face with both hands, and tenderly said, It's sad, but it's been enjoying itself all winter, hasn't it? The girl blinked in seeming understanding and reached out her hand to grasp the snow, feeling the cool, penetrating water of snow melting at the crevices of her fingertips. And Little Ann too? Lu Duanran opened his mouth and didn't know how he should reply. Little Ann is not. The words were halfway out of his mouth, but he swallowed. Like the Yeti, as a spirit, it is an existence destined to disappear. She created her and watched her dissipate. But hadn't Ando Solve already severed this strand of soul and given it to her? Lu Duanran was a bit puzzled. The girl carried her small hands behind her back, but her delicate little face was filled with disinterest in Lu Chenran's answer. Her cheeks flushed with a halo. Mr. Big, Little Ann is so happy today. Let's go home. Good. Lu Duanran was silent for a moment and spoke softly. The girl clapped her hands and bounced toward the grassy courtyard. The wind and the snow were long and sticking to her tracks, seeming to swear that the girl had been here before, and the tiny back was as lovely as ever. Lu Chenran's heart inexplicably lost, always felt that the girl was not happy today. He bent down and picked up the jar that she had been holding in her arms. As he was about to go after them, he suddenly realized that there was another paper crane lying, frozen, silent, at the bottom of the jar. This paper crane did not fly. He pulled the one paper crane out, twisted the paper open, and looked at the crooked and awkward words on it. I want Lord On to be healthy. Lu Duanron's throat suddenly felt a few choking serenity, as if he knew why she wanted to pile up the snowman, and also finally knew the wish in Xiaowen's mouth. Why it was half realized. I want to be with Mr. Big. I want Lord On to be healthy. These are inherently two contradictory desires. Lu Duanron folded this paper crane and stuffed it into his pocket, and followed it up again with a quick step, picking Little Un up in his arms and walking towards the compound, saying softly, and is not a snowman. Little Un knows. Little Un can enjoy many days and nights and many winters afterward. I say, and said, aha, and stopped talking. Between heaven and earth there was only the sound of the snow rustling down, and the crunching footsteps of Lu Chuanran on the snow, monotonous and peaceful. Suddenly Lu Chenran's ears heard the girl's soft voice as she softly said, but Little Un is just a wisp of a soul, and away from that wisp, Lord Un will be in pain. Little Un can't be very selfish when she's not supposed to be able to do anything. She wanted to be by Mr. Big's side, yet she didn't want to cause Lord Un to be traumatized by this because of a small wish of her own. Lu Duanron's heart fluttered and he sighed slightly. Had empathy for others overshadowed his own pain? Perhaps in Blue Star, such a character would be described as a pleasing personality, or some kind of cowardly and weak nature, yet to him it was a quality as valuable as gold. And there were too few people who could empathize with the pain of others in the midst of their suffering. With the girl's company along the way, Lu Chenran had gotten used to having her presence. The mind already knows what the girls are about to do. A broken soul can still return to the body if the will of the divine soul itself is strong enough. The girl just crouched in Lu Chuanran's wide embrace. The unfamiliar scent coming from the tip of her nose made her heart beat a little faster. But more than that, it was peaceful. The laurel plaque on his chest that read peace and safety shimmered with a faint stream of light. Following that, the title page of the golden book slowly emerged in Lu Chenran's mind. Bonding with Katsuragi Senpai, 3030. In the next instant, Lu Chenran was feeling that in his eyes. He could feel the slightest bit of everything, and even the aura in the air could be seen. In the midst of this air, there were colorful particles of light floating around, moving erratically without any regularity, and the world viewed by the mind's eye was splendid at the end. Snow under the mulch gathered earth yellow light particles. The light particles between the branches of the tongue tree is green. The air in the morning mist a large watery blue light particles, such as blue clouds with color, beautiful and dreamy. Immediately afterward, there were words floating on the title page of the golden book in his mind that belonged solely to the Gue Mu Immortal brand. The bonding of Gue Mu Immortal sign. Swinging wandering souls. Why stay and stay? 3 souls will be early. 7 souls will come. Get the soul of the detained. Detaining souls? That's a hell of a jutsu. Obtaining a new technique should have been pleasurable, but for some reason, there wasn't much of a thought in his mind at the moment. It's almost New Year's. Lu Duanron suddenly spoke. Year? Naturally, it's time to buy Little and a new set of clothes to wear. Lu Duanron spoke softly. Yeah, is there anything else Un wants to do? Wherever Mr. Big goes, Little Un goes. Lu Chenran took a deep breath, then hugged her tightly and nodded vigorously. Well, where I go, you go. The snow fox followed behind the two, cocking its head as a few moments of trance surfaced on the fox's face. In the back of his mind, he muttered, worthy of being separated from one person. The divine souls are all the same. Looking out for each other? Then why must this strand of soul be separated in the first place? But thinking about it is not thinking about it. It's rather pathetic. It was also just after the shadows of several people disappeared into the perimeter of the large kirigakure tree that the owl wasps on the tree cautiously poked their heads out. The two masters below were muttering something that it really couldn't understand a bit. But now this owl wasp has already put all its thoughts in the hole in the tree and that a monkey brew. Look around and there is no one. Wings are whirring up. Came to the bowl of wine. Sniffing the warm flavor of the wine, he couldn't help but sigh. This Mr. Big stuff is still weirdly good. But yet, you know it's someone else's stuff and it's wrong to eat it without permission. I wanted to stop and go back to the hole in the tree for a long sleep, but I couldn't resist the strong aroma of the wine. The owl sighed and flew somewhat reluctantly to the tree hole, cat paws holding a head-sized hive that hung next to Monkey's brew, muttering, well, a mouthful of honey for a mouthful of wine. It's honey I couldn't bring myself to drink. Is the honey made by fairy bees something that ordinary people have access to? The owl poked out a small claw and carefully probed into the wong of wine in the tree hole, took it out, licked it, and burst into a frown. It was also just as the owl was licking away, when suddenly there was a loud noise from behind it, startling it. My tiger. The owl's wings whirred violently twice, and the soul turned to look at the behemoth that had appeared before him. This is a white giant cat. Black markings cover the body. In the forehead outlined a king character. Fangs and sharp claws all revealed a fierce beast. Owlby anxiously defended himself. I didn't steal the food. I switched. The Tiger Mountain God blinked and glanced disdainfully at his mouth. What's so good about this stuff? Is it as good as a rat? The owlbee coughed, then stared at the white cat in front of him. Where are you a cat? Feeling as if he was offended. Tiger Mountain Shenton roared violently. My tiger is a tiger. The owlbee looked at it with contempt. A tiger? Then why don't you have wings? As he said that, the cicada wings behind his back whirred violently twice. Rather self-satisfied. The Tiger Mountain God froze in place, its brain going down for a moment, and it admitted that it really hadn't reacted. Tiger, when did you ever have wings? Recognized, I guess. Tiger Mountain God. Just as the two species that are not cats confronted each other, trying to convince each other what they really are to the time. Suddenly a cool breeze surged through. The two cats suddenly hit a jolt, could not help but notice what? Jerked back to the head, but empty, which is only slightly relieved. Later, empty? Owlbee suddenly reacted to something and hurriedly was looking under the swing. There. Wasn't there a snowman just now? Where's the snowman? It slowly raised its head, right into the eyes of two pine cones, its nose made of stone nearly touching its whiskers, the snow clearing up and floating, vaguely cool. Under the drifting snow, the afternoon sunshine spread, through the dry branches of the tongue tree, sprinkled with spots of shadow for points. The snowman's branching hand squared the scarf around his neck, and a gentle smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Snowmen don't talk, just reached out that branchy hand and pointed to the swing. So the two cats sat on the swing with this snowman with a confused look on their faces. The swing swayed gently, floating with the wind. Deep within the snowman's chest was a beating heart. It wasn't a heart, however, but a folded paper crane that the girl had quietly put in. If spring warms up and the snowman turns into water, this 1,000 paper cranes might be found by others, or they might blend into the water and disperse in this sky. In the wings of the paper cranes, the girl's wishes are written. I want to build a snowman with Mr. Big. The snowman can stay with Mr. Big if little and isn't there. End of chapter. Chapter 121 Auntie. It's definitely Showy who took the belly band. Chapter 121 Auntie. It's definitely Showy who took the belly band. Inside the courtyard of the Chow Tang was peaceful and quiet, and this falling snow that fell in response to the sound of the ocarina piled up in the courtyard, adorning the cobblestone paved paths. Chow Tang all dyed for white. The corners of the courtyard snow, as if wearing a white silk, layers of vegetation, all the way to the end of the field of vision, quietly in all directions. No birdsong, no one language, leaving only this quiet lawn. Lu Chunran held the girl who was already sleeping soundly in his arms, gently placed her on the bed, carefully covered her up, and just sat by the head of the bed, looking at her for a while. No matter what decision Shaoan finally made, as his Mr. Big, all he had to do was to respect her choice. A bowl of pasta lay at the bedside, already cold and flushed together, like a donut. The chopsticks were set nicely aside, along with a peeled egg. Obviously, the bowl of noodles with the eggs had been placed at the foot of this bed for quite some time and should have been set up early in the morning. Auntie, even when she went out, she didn't forget to make a bowl of noodles for herself. Afraid she'd be hungry when she came back? Lu Chenran heart is born a few touched. 3 bites 2 bites ate the egg. The face is really hard to eat. Asa gathered the hair that hung around her ears, placed the broom in her hand in the corner, and stepped into the room, taking off her boots that were covered in mud and snow, removing the stockings that reached between her calves, and stepping onto the carpet inside the compartment with her bare feet. The well-built woman was holding a broom and was cleaning the snow from the porch. Ranner is back? Just now Shaoan went out to look for you. Esau gave him a somewhat odd look and slowly got up and walked forward, extending his index finger to give him a not-so-gentle nudge on the side of the head. What else? Just wash your face and what's going on inside your head? It wasn't long before a rhythmic rustling sound came from somewhere near his ears, waking him up. Lu Chenran slightly looked away, perhaps because of the ghost in his heart. Shen Kuan's sleeve still hid the belly pocket that should not be on his body. He was a little less daring to look at his aunt's eyes. Well, little and is asleep. Today's aunt is wearing a plain white dress. Loose shirt loose, but the owner of this dress shirt is too rich and rounded, set off as a lotus flower. A head of black shiny long hair in the wind and snow behind. Silk strands of hair was wet by the snow. Locks in the forehead, so that the snow fox that original some cold cheeks, showing a little bit at home an elegant mature woman flavor. In passing, he picked up the pair of grosgrain socks and placed them in the barrel at the doorway. Auntie wants to wash here? Seemingly sensing the gaze, the woman raised her head to look toward the window and met Lu Chenran's pupils, and the corner of the woman's mouth curved up into a gentle smile. Has Ranchan eaten yet? The pair of talking eyes gently looked at him, perhaps did not intend to show affection, but also called for people to think about it. Just a glance, is to let Lu Chuanran's heart thumping straight to the heart. Lu Duanran spoke in a small voice. Esau smiled, took the shoes and closed the doorway, and walked over to the fire, ruffling the coals twice with the hook of the stove. Lu Duanran got up, walked to the window, supported the piece of wood board, and looked in the direction of the sound, slightly with a little bit of shame accusation. In the woman's gentle and elegant body, there are some other ripe beauty charm. It's a feeling that's hard to describe. Where did you go last night? Came back so late. He was a bit smitten, so he took a deep breath, suppressed all the charming things in his heart, and calmly opened his mouth. It's all just not enough to see. The steaming steam lingered on her cheeks, wetting her bushy eyelashes, and her glistening face was completely submerged in the water. Room paved with white reed mat, embroidered with a bowl of big begonias. With the woman we'll step into, is a fox fragrance diffused in all directions, ghostly cold, people's minds for a clear. How can you not eat? It's the time for big boys to grow up. Esau gave him a blank look and rolled up her cuffs, shallowly hooping out a knot. After taking a few steps, he poured some hot water from the iron kettle on the stove, mixed it with the well water, reached out to test some of it, and when he felt that the temperature was right, he poured it into a wooden basin, and brought it over and placed it on the chair in front of the ant. Auntie, wash your face first, and cook for Ranner later. What do you want to eat? The move of bending down made the figure hidden under the white veil of the skirt reveal itself, sinuous and proudly curved, drawing an arc from the collarbone, like two inverted jade bulls. Lu Chenran gently coughed. Aunt, this move. They have seen countless days and nights in the Fox Mountain. Even if it is a move, a cluster of knitted brows, are swirling full of ripe beauty and tenderness. Sitting on a dream and meeting two dragons. Lu Duanran looked at her with some surprise. Lu Duanran placed Shaowen's jar at his feet. Then he picked up a pair of shoes from a nearby shelf and handed them over. Get some water for Auntie. Aha! Inside the room, the fire was burning vigorously, and the cold air outside the window intertwined with each other, so that the hot air rose like a mist. Auntie's shoes, the ground is cold. The woman was as gentle as ever, as if what happened last night had never happened before, and her pupils looked at the white-shirted man with nothing but intense tenderness. The snow outside the window has not yet cleared. Not too hungry. Tsu stretched out a pair of white catkins placed behind the head, lips biting a red silk thread. The head of long hair scattered down shallow tie a ponytail, and then is slowly bent down, one hand over the chest, the other hand slightly bowed up to touch the water. There aren't any fresh fruits and vegetables left in the house. Tomorrow go to the city with Auntie to buy some back. Now that it's cold, it's good to buy some more and store them. Anything. Dragons? Well, the road used to meet. What was all the talk about? Esau raised her face, and crystallized water was running down her cheeks, wetting the neckline of her dress, chatting about the water god of the Tsangjiang River. So, as he said that, he closed his eyes and reached out his hand towards the side to feel for a silk to swab his cheek. Attention! But stepped on the ground of ajar. Perhaps the heart was not as calm as the face. The heart was suddenly shocked. The body lost balance, looked to slip on the ground. Lu Duanran quickly is to walk a few steps will be Ant to catch. Just maybe Fong just appropriate in a daze. Panicked. A hand traces of a touch in a place. Rounded, delicate and silky touch at your fingertips. Just through the clothes, but still can feel how under the veil. Ah. Tsu trying to make their own calm cheeks instantly taut. Juyen flushed some. A smear of red clouds rising in the ears on both sides. Eyes in the autumn water across. Carrying the water droplets dripping from the hair. Melted in a piece. The tips of 3,000 green threads are still dripping. The aroma in the compartment intensified. Last night was taken advantage of by Ranner, but after all, it was in the middle of the night, like this in broad daylight, but also in front of Shaoan's eyes, although the girl is still sleeping soundly, but it is the first time to be so lightly, even in his heart. Isu knew that Ranner didn't do it on purpose. The heart immediately refused to comply, struggling to get up in Lu Chunran's arms, her face like a blush, her eyes like water, like a red carp out of the water. Ranchan, your hands aren't clean again. I'm going against the gentleman's grain. Lu Duanran grabbed in front of his aunt and spoke. Esau's words were suddenly blocked between his throat, glancing at him with a complicated heart, not knowing what to think, just silently wiping the water stains from his hair. Auntie doesn't like it when Ranner is like this. As usual that night, the attitude is a bit tough. Underneath his heart, he regretted that he had indulged in that kind of ambiguity for a while last night, making the relationship between the two of them a bit unclear, and listening to what he had compiled as the Divine Eagle couple. If this opening hadn't been made, how would Ranner have been able to bully Auntie in name only? Lu Duanran said softly, Auntie, I'm sorry. Esau froze, but he heard Ranner continue. You must have waited impatiently at noon. Ranner should have informed Auntie in advance. As she spoke, her body was wrapped in her arms by a strong arm, and the fruity fragrance, if any, came from the tall body that was already half a head taller than hers. That's the flavor of monkey brew. This disappearance lasted nearly a day, and it was not until the afternoon that he returned. Auntie's bowl of hot noodle soup lay at the foot of the bed, but of course it had turned into a ball of cold noodles. In this day and age, there's no cell phone or other communication device that allows your aunt to find you. The trace of regret in Isu's heart, with the fall of Lu Chenran's words, also disappeared. This time there is no good face to push him away, but instead in his heart for some reason, lying in his arms some peace of mind. Ranner really isn't a child anymore. The mind was more entangled, yet more complex. Ranchan? Isa suddenly spoke up. What's wrong? Lu Chenran loosened his hands that were holding his aunt's waist tightly and sat down on the bed. Looking at her, Isa slightly averted her head, brewing for a long time. A blush rose on her face, and she gently opened her mouth. Did you see any of Auntie's things last night by the sanctuary? Well, it is a small shirt that Aunt took off when bathing. Looking for missing, probably thinking whether it was taken by Ranner accidentally by mistake. Lu Chenran's face was immediately a little embarrassed. How could he admit such a thing to himself? He took a deep breath and looked at his aunt in a serious manner. What shirt? Well, it doesn't matter. Hasn't Ranchan ever seen one? No. Could it be that it was left over at the pavilion yesterday, and Auntie left in such a hurry that she didn't notice? No. Auntie went and looked everywhere this morning. Lu Chenran was a bit weak, but he still followed his aunt's words. Is it important? Have I seen this shirt before? Well, Ranchan certainly hasn't seen it. What color? Red. Let's see. I think I saw Eboshi run out last night with a red thing in his mouth. Asu's cheeks moved slightly, but the heart is no longer suspicious. Almost certainly, this belly band is taken by Ranner. Ran tightly clenched his teeth. Hands clenched as to want to give him a moment. How could Moonfleet steal her own belly band? What's the use of that? Ranchan really didn't see it? Maybe it was accidentally taken by mistake. Esau pursed his lips and slowly coaxed. It is not that the bib has much importance. That is after all a woman's private things. Now the relationship between the two would have been unclear. See the light of their own not to say. But also, Auntie, it's the little razor that took it. That wasn't completely made up. Snowfox had indeed toyed with that shade of red that night. I'll ask Eboshi. Lu Chenran slowly got up, and was quickly walking out of the room. Slipping away. Esau looked at his disappearing far away back. Her eyebrows kept changing, and finally her lips curved slightly and she let out a giggle. For some reason, it felt like there was something human about Ranner at this moment. Forget it, it's just a belly band. Yet Esau also felt that this should not be allowed to pass so peacefully. If we let this child go, we fear he will grow bolder and bolder. Today dares to steal his own belly pocket, then tomorrow dares to sneak up on his own bed, and even for this reason, also compiles what divine sculptor couple to give himself a warning in advance. What does the heart feel like? Something strange, something paradoxical, yet somehow happy? At least, not the feeling of being alone on Fox Hill anymore. There may be people who enjoy being alone, but no one likes being alone forever. What would Moonwhisker do if he knew he had been falsely accused? Asu's eyes curved with tenderness. At this moment, is squatting in a tree under the cold plum ornamental snowfox, suddenly sneezed, and then a puzzled face stared at will fall want to fall plum, muttered, what's going on? It always feels like being swept up in a strange kind of crisis. The remaining sun will end, spilling an orange-red color, the breeze is blowing, and the fragrance of cold plums is drifting. Inside the study of the grass hall, a smoke curled up, and the green gourd ground the ink while silently looking at what Lu Duanran was writing on the paper. Although it was not clear what he was writing. Behind him, the loom was playing the piano for him. Good company and red sleeves. Of course, it was still Lu Chenran who promised to help her find the white deer that had deceived her on the mountain at that time that could make Cheng Hulu grind the ink, and Cheng Hulu felt that she should make a clean break with that old woman. Lu Chenran's mind was constantly combing through the gains he had made during this period of time, as well as what exactly that mysterious golden book title page was, and what the minor arts he had acquired were useful for. If there had been such an atmosphere in his previous life, Lu Chenran felt that with his level, he would have been able to go to Peking University. He stretched his back and sat on a stone bench, chanting the Taoist scriptures, while the tiger mountain god lay on his back under a tree, bent over, his eyes lowered, as sleepy and listless as a spring sleeper. Not long afterward, there was a sudden knock on the door outside the hayloft. Lu Duanran looked at the doorway with some confusion. It's so late? Anyone else visiting? The loom stopped stroking the lyre and rose slowly, walking to the doorway and pushing it open. Outside the door stood a woman with short hair. The short-haired woman once had long, waist-length hair and always preferred to wear it high in a ponytail. There was always a freckled, confident smile on those cheeks, too. Only this time, the young girl's cheeks were more composed, dotted with a touch of fortitude. the Ame sword sect, Tin Drop, has come to visit Mr. Lu, Brother Lu, as the young girl called him, became Mr. Her hands were raised high above her eyebrows and she held a sword above her hands. This sword is named Sibio. It has witnessed the pride and inferiority of the young girl, and has accompanied her from the top of the mountain she once was to the bottom of the valley she is in now. Now, the young girl was holding this sword that was called the most precious treasure in the world, holding this sword that belonged to the Ame sword sect's ancestor, Shi Qingyi, and ascending step by step to the high mountain of the sword Dao. It was a long walk, and the young girl would stagger, but she will make it to the top of the mountain. End of chapter. Chapter 122 Bastard. You've got a lot of guts. How dare you slander Auntie Fu. Chapter 122 Brat. You've got a lot of guts. How dare you slander Auntie Fu. A warrior woman? Hearing that familiar voice, Lu Chunran put down the pencil in his hand, straightened his clothes and greeted him towards the door. To see clearly this sword-wielding girl now short hair appearance, cheeks first born a few points of surprise, and then the pupil is showing a little admiration. Quickly step forward. Is the warrior woman feeling better? Under the eyes of the heart, it can be seen that the fruit of the Tao in Tin's chest has not yet cohesion completely. I think that the heart of the Tao was destroyed. Want to recover is not a matter of overnight. Tin Drop changed his usual nature, and when he saw this white-shirted gentleman walk out, he bent down and bowed respectfully, and presented the handle of Si Bailey with both hands, and earnestly said, "Some of the persistent problems in the body have gotten much better." The middle-aged man behind him was also accompanied by a smiling face. I hope that Mr. Lu will not be blamed for this uninvited visit. It turned out that the hall master had followed. As the hall master spoke, he handed over the item he was carrying in his hand. It's been a few days since I've had fresh vegetables, but thank you, hall master. Where can a guest visit and only drink water? Lu Chunran thought for a moment, tapped his head, and smiled with his palm. Hall master Li hurriedly was speaking. The head is quite large. The size of the head, a gust of wind swept through, has its own slightly sweet fragrance lingering in the tip of the nose. Lu Duanran took the item with a smile and opened it to look at it and opened his mouth. Rather, I do not know what the lady warrior. What is the meaning of this? Tinfall spoke up. The day in the mountains is extraordinarily tender and colorful, sprinkling the veil outside the courtyard with a golden red. If the main pole cannot withstand the wind and rain, that is, the branches and leaves and then gorgeous but also a poke that breaks. The Ame sword sect of the genius girl, think for the heart of the fruit of the road to congeal, has already grasped the direction of their own but a little bit of enlightenment, has already been enlightened. Two people curiously followed Lu Chunran's back, after the white day snow washing. Now the backyard of the grass hall is water like a general surplus thorough and transparent. The red sun hangs in the grass hall of a foot of the eaves tip. What a fall not yet fall. No one swing with the wind slightly swinging. Can I put this Sybil in the middle of Mr. Grasshopper's hall? Lu Chunran approached the large tung tree, and was about to touch out the Wang Xian brew from the hole underneath, when he glanced over and found a small and delicate beehive from the side. That tea set placed in which has its own immortal brew, and now also accumulated an afternoon. This rare thing, just suitable for entertaining guests. When the hall master saw Mr. Lu accepting his things, the smile on his face grew even wider, and in his heart, he was secretly glad that the things he had brought were pleasing to Mr. Lu at that time. While saying that, he walked towards the large tung tree in the backyard of the grass hall. The master of the hall knows in his heart, such as Mr. Lu, this kind of high person when it is not like gold and silver things, so just brought some farm vegetables, eggs, and some fresh fruits and vegetables. He already had a few guesses in his mind about the lady warrior's intention to come with this hall master. Cathead fairy be born in the tung tree, collecting fruit belly honey, called fairy pulp. Drinkers sleep a day. However, if you can avoid rotting for one day, you can live a long life and get rid of stubborn diseases. Is this the snowman that Mr. built? It's okay, just drink water. Hall Masterly looked at the snowman in front of him and opened his mouth to inquire. I am more than happy to have your guest at my door. How can I blame you? The lady warrior should still call Lu Mao as Brother Lu. The word Mr. sounds oddly out of place. Where's the honey coming from? Lu Duanran didn't talk back. He just raised his eyes to look at the sky that would be late and smiled gently. Don't stand in the doorway for a moment. Both of you, come in and talk. This is a strange thing. The two hesitated for a moment, then nodded and followed Lu Chenran. There's nothing in this hayloft that can entertain the two of you. Afterward, Lu Chenran was pointing at the ancient longsword and opened his mouth with quite a bit of incomprehension. Eaton. I don't know if the snowman piled up at noon is Lu Chuanran's illusion. I always feel that the position seems to have changed. That is, the two branches inserted in the snowball. The angles on it are also much more rounded. More like a pair of children's arms. Did you eat on the way here? Mr. Lu is really elegant. How does that work? I had nothing to do at lunch to keep in company for a piece of the pile. How's that? Approached to take a closer look. The mind is instantly a golden book title page slowly floating. A few moments of amazement grew in Lu Duanran's eyes. This warrior woman suddenly changed her nature. And in turn, she was a bit uncomfortable. The decoration of the gentleman's study was very elegant. Just a short case, a bed and couch, and an ancient zither in the corner. Rather, I have forgotten the things gifted by the Dragon Lord. The two of you and follow me. Bonding with honey made by immortal bees, 1/5. This item is guaranteed to cure the lady warrior's Dao heart. Seeing this amazing scene, Lu Chenran's heart seems to think of something. It is obvious that this honey is by no means produced by the tea set given by that dragon monarch. That is, he raised his head in his mind's eye, looked towards that small hole in the tree. Sure enough, the sneaky owl bee was surveying the bottom, and after a few moments of eye contact, the owl bee grunted softly and parted its head. Lu Chenran arched his hand towards the tree and politely said, "Is this honey gifted to Lu by fellow Taoist?" Hearing Lu Chenran's voice, the cat wasp in the cave fluttered its wings and meowed absent-mindedly, and within a short time, a piece of tongue leaf drifted down from the cave. Lu Chenran picked up the tongue leaf and saw a small line of words written on it in a crooked manner. "I'll give you a little sweet water in exchange for the honey of this bee." Lu Duanran gave a spontaneous smile. This cat-like bee with an interesting personality was in a somewhat soothing mood, so he clasped his fists and spoke at the cat-headed bee. "Then thank you, Fairy Bee-sama." On the side of the Li Hall master saw this magical scene in front of him, and suddenly realized that the remaining light of the setting sun was always wandering along with Brother Lu, just like the smoke of warm jade, and there were quite a few feelings in his heart. It was true that wherever Mr. Lu was, he drew all kinds of wonders from the world around him. Lu Duanran stretched out his sleeve and with a wave, a table appeared out of thin air under the big tongue tree, and then the weaving loom was carrying an iron pot that had already been boiled over towards this side. The sound of boiling and bubbling water was especially noticeable in this empty backyard. Hallmaster Li's pupils instantly shrunk as he said in his heart, "Sleeve? Just how many more immortal magic tricks does Mr. Lu have?" Lu Chenran is not aware of this Li Hall master in mind, took out a spoon from the hive to take 2 spoons of honey, poured into a small bowl, and then the water in the iron pot rushed to pour in the bowl. The steaming heat quickly filled the air and the steaming honey water was ready. This kind of trivial daily life, Lu Chuanran does not hate. On the contrary, this kind of life atmosphere can be more dispersed from his heart of the intention of the dust, so that he will always keep in mind the little king once said that, more hope that Brother Lu is a person, not stained with the red dust of the fairy. Taste it. Lu Duanran handed over this bowl of honey. That day Tin fell by that Tianshui mountain Su Wudao hurt the fundamental. Light a Taoist heart is not enough. If there is no precious things to make up for, I am afraid that it is ultimately difficult to enter the Tao, and it just so happens that I have a deep affinity with it, and there is a sword associated with the water dragon in origin, since I should help a hand. Tin Drop looked carefully at the bowl of honey and subconsciously spoke. This honey is so precious, it's better for Brother Lu to keep it for himself. What's wrong with that? If there are good things, we should naturally take them out and entertain them, and how can there be any reason to hide them? On the side, Hallmaster Li naturally knew the preciousness of this honey, that the bee that made Mr. Lu arch his hand. I'm afraid it's not really an immortal bee. This bowl of mediocre nectar? If there is no fate, I am afraid that it is difficult to reach in a lifetime. Although the heart some itch, but also know that only such wonders must be Mr. Lu for Tin fall prepared. Is the eye on the side of the watch? There's no need for the warrior woman to excuse herself. Tin Drop looked at this bright bowl of honey water in front of him, the clear and slightly yellowish liquid gently swaying, reflecting the halo red of the setting sun from time to time, and in a trance, one could vaguely see the mist surging on it, superficially filling the air. Her mind had already vaguely guessed, and with a slight tone of gratitude, she whispered, "Then I'll listen to the gentleman. Does the warrior woman have anything important to do these days?" Tin Drop held the honeyed water, hesitated, and said softly, "Well, I may have to take the time to visit the prince's house in the next few days." Li Zijuan? Exactly. The young prince has returned to the capital. I see. Let's stay here tonight. Hallmaster Li hurriedly was speaking. "Ha? Will it bother you, sir?" And yet, he didn't know why Mr. Lu would suddenly say that. That's not going to happen. Tin Drop hesitated, but nodded. She carefully brought her lips to the edge of the bowl. Her nose sniffed the fragrance of the fruit. A faint mist lingered on the tip of her nose. Just so a sniff. Her brain is a dizzy, as if there is a sound of waves, but also as if the immortal music playing. It only felt like the scenery in front of me had instantly changed. Lu Chunran frowned slightly, seeing that this female warrior seemed to be somewhat unable to suffer from the aura of this honey water. He was busy getting up and casting a handful of questioning techniques on her. Tinlock instantly slowed down from the mood of the party, and after the tip of her tongue touched the nectar, the taste buds had infinite flavors blossomed in her nostrils, and then it turned into a mass of warmth that surged into her body. Woman, drink all of this bowl of nectar in one gulp. Seeing the eyelids of Dendrop seems to be closing, Lu Chenran is to reach out. Help her a hand. We'll pick up the bowl directly into her mouth. Woo woo. Tindrop just felt that the bowl in his hand was controlled by an irresistible force, and then his throat was constantly moving, allowing the bowl of honey water to be scratched into his abdominal cavity. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr table, sound asleep. There was an even breath coming from her nose, and the honey, which had not yet been drunk, congealed into a bubble that kept stirring at the tip of her nose, big and small. Hall Masterly on the side was shocked by this scene. Obviously just a bowl of honey water. Why Tin Fel actually seems to drink a vat of wine in general. Seems to be drunk on the table. Lu Chunran looked at Hall Masterly and laughed. Let her sleep here. This sleep is not expected to wake up for a day. Hall Masterly took a deep breath and Little Life inquired. I wonder what the gentleman gave her to drink. It is also Mr. Lu here, the heart of the trust. If it is a different person, Li Hall Master is afraid to pull the sword to each other. This family of women in their own place out of the question. Then their own absolutely not good. Lu Chunran got up and took 2 bowls of monkey's brew from the Wang wine set in the tree cave, handing it over to Hall Master Li's hands and smilingly said, this honey contains quite a lot of precious things. The medicinal effect is naturally strong, but drinking it down has a great deal of wonderful effects on the lady warrior's body and bones. It may be a bit too much to drink. The Hall Master does not need to worry about it. The night is cold in the mountains. Drink more wine to drive away the cold. What on earth could have such a marvelous effect? It's just honey. Yes. Mr. Lu, look at my brain, haha. Hall Masterly took a sip of the monkey's brew in his bowl and lamented. Sir, this is a rare and good wine. I wonder where I can buy it. This wine is feared to be something that only one person under the heavens would brew. If the Hall Master wants to drink it, he can take a trip to the Rotten Peach Mountain in the Northern Realm to try his luck. If Mr. has said so, it seems that I don't have that blessing to be able to have a taste here. I'm afraid that even the Emperor's lordship won't be able to taste it. That's not an exaggeration. It's really not true. Lu Chenran smiled, then pointed at the ancient longsword and spoke. Hall Master, what is the meaning of the lady warrior's visit to deliver the sword today? Upon hearing this, Hall Masterly then also became serious and put down the bowl in his hand. Since that day when Mr. Lu left, Tin Drop has reshaped his Taoist heart, and now that he feels that he is unable to take charge of this sword, he wants to place it here with Mr. If one day, after he has achieved great success in the way of the sword, and is able to take up the burden of the Yamei sword sect, he will come here to retrieve it in person from Mr. Is this what the warrior woman had in mind? Exactly. Lu Chenran narrowed his eyes, then slowly approached the Sea Bailey longsword and extended his hand to wipe the blade on it. The pages of the golden book were floating slowly in his mind. Bonding with Kenshir Farewell, 0/365. There is a sword Sea Bailey, vacated in Shu. If there are soldiers in the 4 directions, this sword is flying up. Pointing to its side is Kev. When it is not in use, it is often in the box like a dragon and tiger chanting. Then this sword will be temporarily placed here by Lu. After chatting with Mr. Li for a while, he found 2 guest rooms and sent the 2 of them in, leaving Lu Chuanran alone to sit silently under the tongue tree, staring at the handle and thinking of parting. The line of sword-wielding disciples he met that day vaguely echoed in his mind. Tianshui Mountain? Where exactly is this place? A round of curved moon hanging high, sprinkled with silver threads of 10,000 roads, bright as Su, outside the courtyard, full of branches of the tongue tree, gulping the moonlight 1,000 strands, the ghostly through the fragrance of the moonlit night. The mountain birds and animals do not speak, and the occasional nightingale cries. It was also at the time when Lu Chenran was dazed in thought. Ha! His eyes suddenly froze. The eye passed through the plain-colored gallery and went straight to a small window in the grassy hall. Ripe beauty of the woman is combing makeup. Bronze mirror cover half face. Beautiful all into the curtain. That charming cheeks at this time but a hazy look of drunkenness. Eyebrow picking is not better than love. Like the language is more soulful. Stealing the eyebrow raised. The woman's bun was scattered, and the Shangju comb was slowly wiped across it, like a straight sprinkling of black snow. It was just that in those extremely flattering pupils, there was a hint of a smile or a laugh. Moonflower? Why is this rabbit suddenly not pretending? Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, The moon rabbit's afterglow glanced at the white-shirted man drinking alone outside the courtyard. His silver teeth clenched tightly. The corners of his mouth sketched out a meaningful arc. Brat! You've got a lot of guts. How dare you slander Auntie Fu? The night color is intoxicating, and the cold plum fragrance fills the branches. End of chapter. Chapter 123. Should I call you E? Or Senior? Chapter 123. Should I call you E? Or Senior? The beginning of the night picks up, spilling a stream of stillness. Crane paper window outside a little oil lamp week. Do not know when. A laurel tree quietly appeared in front of the porch. A few pieces of laurel leaves scattered floating on the snow. A laurel embedded in the hair. The furnace burning expensive spices. Deja vu smeared light fragrance lingering in the courtyard. The woman's mouth slightly curved. Red lips gently opened, picking up a pair of charming eyes. It seems we meet again. Young sir. Lu Chunran coughed lightly and slowly stepped forward. A few touches of astonishment surfaced on his cheeks, slightly tinged with a few surprises, and said, Elder Moonwhisker, why are you here? The moment you push open the door, the oil lamp shakes a few points, is to see an unforgettable scene. In front of his own bed, the woman lay on her side in the corner, a tender white catkin hand supporting the pink cheeks, coquettishly smiling. Smooth long hair like waterfall like hanging ground, snow-colored cheeks of two downward-facing melon, chin slightly between, eyes wave-like flow. The corner of the eye is decorated with a touch of vermilion sand mole. The faintly haloed oil lamp cast a shadow, and his jaw was lightly raised, holding a hint of a wintry smile. What? Not welcome? The fragrant tongue wriggled to moisturize her lips, luscious red. Lu Chunran couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart. This kind of temperament that has been precipitated over the years and belongs uniquely to a mature woman is something that a clueless little girl can never have. Shu Run's red lips and the point of flickering candle flame, flickering with a few points of light. Two strands of hair winding cheeks, lining the skin color pinking shue, as if a little drop to get through. What? Think before you answer. Seeing that he was staring at his chest without blinking, a blush floated up to his cheeks, and the corners of Yufu's mouth hooked up into a meaningful smile, and without leaving any traces, she pulled the brocade quilt upwards to cover the majesty. The sole of the foot was somewhat thin, with a slightly curved arch that sank into a pair of flesh-colored, silk knit stockings. With the darker colored toe portion of the stockings, the jade toes twiddled slightly, and the sheer stockings were covered with a seductive sheen, like a B-waist general slim waist gently a collection. More appear to her waist under the rich and round skin such as the first snow. A hair slightly fluffy, looks like the whole person is a little lazy, but more belongs to the mature women have charming charm. From the side look, formed an extremely perfect arc, like jade lotus root like white calves, slim and slender, lubricated skin. After a few steps he came up to him and leaned his jaw at his shoulder. Lu Chunran's heart suddenly gave birth to a few moments of doubt. This moon rabbit followed himself to the grass hall is not a day and a half. Why suddenly show up today? Indeed, all the men in this world are this mouthy and hypocritical. Say, does Auntie Fu look good or your aunt? Searing hot nostrils melted with a light fragrance disturbed at Lu Chunran's ears. The distance between the two at the moment is so close that you can feel the delicate appearance of the tip of her nose, slightly with a few slight itch. That's a careful observation of your aunt. So which one of her dresses is it? Lu Duanran hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth. Aha! So I go? Short jacket skirt is like a flying belt flying ran. Foot is wearing a pair of silk embroidery high heels, because at this time the action is too lazy, so that a jade foot from the black ribbon footwear taken out of a pair of jade feet set off like a white lotus. Not since. Seniors look like fairies. The sandalwood mouth lightly spat out, and the soft voice carried a few hints of seduction. Lu Chunran. Between words, Yu Fu had already sat up, and although his tone was soft, it carried a few moments of an unquestionable tone. Auntie is not ugly, so why don't you turn your head away? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Why are you wearing your aunt's clothes? Moonwhisker grunted, lifting a hand to gather her long hair that was piled loose on her chest. I'm ugly? Manicured jade body spread across the couch, a jade arm propped up on the pillow, dragging the fragrant cheeks, jade bowl high up, waist covered with a bright red silk scarf, covering. Under the yellow oil lamp, the skin and muscles brimmed with tender light, jade legs slightly bent hanging on the ground, left foot stepped on the right foot, 10 well-proportioned and just right white tender jade toes exposed, carefully trimmed toenails coated with vermilion red dandelion, as if 10 petals pasted on the March peach. Moonwhisker, Elder Moonwhisker, brat, answer my question. Even though he had seen this house rabbit countless times on the Mirage, Lu Chunran's mind was still able to conjure up 1,000 words when he looked at this shocking sight. 1,000 beautiful, 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 beautiful. Lu Duanran smiled helplessly. Mr. Lu's heart is delighted by the arrival of Senior. Yu Fu looked at the man in front of him whose breathing was obviously a little short, and his heart couldn't help but give birth to a few moments of self-satisfaction. Turn around and look at Auntie. Her smile froze in her cheeks for a while, her eyebrows frowning slightly, followed by a deep breath. Yu Fu waved his hand. Then a bowl of tea flew to his hand. Lightly sip, casually wiped his Zhu lips, with a few playful flavors. Your eyes weren't honest at the mirage, and Auntie thought you were a decent man. Tisk dash. What did he want to say to himself? Is there something big going on? No more installations? What about the snow fox? With these doubts, Lu Chenran slowly raised his head. Only this glance, however, nearly caused Lu Chenran's breath to freeze, so he was silent for a long time. The corners of Lu Duanran's mouth unnaturally skimmed, and his heart silently chattered that this woman's acting was still strangely good, but he couldn't poke at it, and just nodded his head. Auntie has been the most since. Before he finished his words, he saw Yu Fu's cheeks gradually darken, so he added, of course Senpai looks good too, each in their own way. But what made Lu Chenran's heart ripple slightly was not the sinuous undulating white body that was half leaning and half lying on the wall, but rather the muslin jacket that was lightly draped over her body. The corners of Moon Whisker's mouth lifted as he lazily said, how happy. This one? Bastard. Mouth full. Yu Fu rose from the bed, narrowing her eyes slightly, her white arms curving up, her fingers twisting the lapel at the collar, swaying her plump, rounded jade legs. I still have my charm. However, for this brat to accuse himself for no reason, he still wanted to give him some lessons from the bottom of his heart. She raised her skirt, following a change in tone. He spoke again in a sly manner. Still, this one? As the words fell, the collar of the jacket was shallowly faded from between her shrunken bones, all the way down to her chest, revealing a large area of tender white skin. The gold and silver threads of red, propped up in this light, are bulging and extraordinarily clear and dazzling. Lu Chenran's eyebrows suddenly raised, and his afterglow glanced at that belly band on Yu Fu's body. In his heart, he also understood why this moon rabbit would come to look for himself late at night. As far as that goes, and didn't say it was you who stole the bib. It was said that the small razor, moreover you are not biting it? For the first time, I realized that this moon rabbit, besides being a geek, had an extraordinarily small heart in certain areas. Seemingly noticing Lu Chenran's afterglow, Yu Fu also realized that his actions seemed a bit inappropriate. Obviously, he was prepared to teach this brat a lesson, but the way he was acting now, it was as if he was giving him a reward, and in turn, he was taking advantage of himself for nothing. A blush rose in her cheeks, and she subconsciously wrapped her dress tightly around her body and coughed lightly. Which one is it, brat? He reached out and rubbed his head vigorously. Lu Duanran's eyes looked at Yu Fu twice with complexity. This moon rabbit's words are leaking a message to himself, or perhaps, as a snow fox, one must even look for an opportunity to steal candied fruit. She doesn't want to act. Elder Moonwhisker. What's wrong? He deliberated for a few moments, and after a long hesitation, he uttered an inquiry. Should I call you a Boshi, or Elder? Moonwhisker's vermilion lips parted slightly, blinking as she realized that she was the one who had inadvertently revealed too much information. What is Ranner talking about? Auntie Whiskers didn't catch it. Aunt Flicker and Auntie know each other? Not acquainted. Then why does Mr. Lu feel that between the lines of Senior's words, he has a tone of knowing Aunt Sue? Oh, you feel wrong, Elder. Mr. Lu was very much like Cutie. Moonfleet sat back down between the beds and looked at him with a serious face. When did the brat know? Just now? Just now? Yes. In his mind, words slowly floated on the title page of the golden book that belonged solely to the Moon Rabbit. Bound to the Moon Rabbit of the Eastern Realm, 34/3300. Moonfleet stopped talking. After a while, it seemed to have remembered something funny. The white and tender index finger rested on the edge of the rosy fragrant lips, surveying Lu Duanran with a seductive winking smile, her voice fluffy and charming to the bone. Good boy. Then call out to your aunt. Lu Chenran. Senior should stop joking. What is the reason for your sudden appearance today? Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? Seniors shouldn't be so bored. Moon Whisker was a bit angry, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's still so boring on its own. Just call Aunt Ezra? He wanted to reach out and pinch his face, but there wasn't enough distance, so he had no choice but to stretch out his foot and kick it towards his face. The speed was so fast that Lu Chenran didn't react a moment. Her teeth subconsciously touched between her jade toes, but there was no other flavor, nor was it sour. But it's definitely not the sweet and savory whatever it is that books say it is. Feeling the sudden wetness of her toes, A blush instantly surfaced on Yu Fu's cheeks, which looked like Zhu Xia under the illumination of the candle flame. Immediately, she was a bit furious and withdrew her jade foot, and then felt that the gas was not enough, and added a foot, scolding. Lu Chenran, weekdays with your aunt to engage in ambiguous even if the Changmi shamelessly say what God sculptor couple aside. Not called aunt also line, steal a bib but also to blame to have been accompanied by your side of the fox body? Is there any conscience left? You just touched that aunt of yours yesterday, and now you're licking it. Watching Yu Fu take back her slender jade legs into the brocade quilt, wrapping herself up tightly, leaning back against the brocade collapse, and reprimanding herself with a righteous face, Lu Chenran didn't know what expression he should put on, and looked at Yu Fu somewhat helplessly, watching as the reprimand seemed to be tending to stop, and spoke out in defense. Obviously the senior himself stuffed. Before he could even get halfway through his sentence, he saw Yu Fu's eyes filled with murderous aura, and Lu Chenran swallowed his saliva and shrunk his head. Anyway, everything this rabbit said, most unreasonable. However, it is also clear in his heart, who let himself falsely accused people really do not occupy the reason. Always have to find a way to let people angry. Yu Fu looked at Lu Duanran who didn't say a word and took a deep breath to calm the undulating mountains. His face froze slightly, and then quickly returned to its original color. On second thought it's true, it's not his fault, but the words had been said, and it was impossible for him to admit his mistake, so he could only pretend to look as if nothing had happened, and coughed gently, with his eyes slanting towards Lu Dusty Ran, pretending to be unperturbed, and changing the subject a little bit. Well, that said, there is something else that I did find you about. The words fell. Lu Chenran was sitting upright, not looking askance, and opened his mouth in a serious manner. Elder, please speak. Call Aunt Flicker. Elder Moonwhisker, please speak. I won't tell if I don't. Lu Duanran rather felt that this rabbit was flooded with stubbornness, like a child. Senior, there's still one thing Lu doesn't understand. Say, Elder is an immortal? No. Can Senior understand the method of cultivation? Not knowingly. Lu Chenran's pupils were slightly lost, but his heart was clear. Whether it's Auntie, or this rabbit, or even that Minshu Kikuchi, none of them recognized themselves as immortals. Who is that immortal on the unholy mountain? Isn't the 9th day of the waxing moon coming up? Moonwhisker spoke unexpectedly. Won't everything be known by then? Lu Duanran hesitated. Does Senior know that high-ranking person on the unsalted mountain? Recognize. Is this man an immortal? Maybe and maybe not. Then it must have been versed in cultivation techniques? It's not clear, but I think that after that high person's sermon, the arts in this world are going to sprout. Yu Fu gave him a deep look. The immortal way in this world was in its infancy, and since this young man was for the preacher, all the ways of the world began with him. This tall man has truly created this heaven and earth. Lu Duanran lamented. Yu Fu slowly walked to the front of the short case, and then from the stack of books, touched out that one, Tao Dreams of Eternal Life. Jade hand is smoothly patted Lu Chenran's head, casually said, "That's a nice book. Who gave it to you?" Lu Chenran was slightly stunned, and then immediately he thought of something and immediately opened his mouth. This Lu do not know, but in the following night to watch this book into the dream. Actually in the dream can become a heaven and earth to see all things, but I don't know if this technique is a cultivation technique? Maybe. It should be of great use to you. It's getting late. Rest early. I'll sleep next door. Yeah. The honey you gave that what's her name drink to Auntie Whiskers take a little bit of the weird scent, said, is a big grin tugging under the collar of the bib ribbon. Will play its volume taut. Backhand. Subconsciously closed the middle door. Toward the study went over. Lu Duanran? Slapped yourself on the head 3 times? Even left the center door open? That, Elder Moonfleet. Hearing Lu Duanran call out to him, Yu Fu looked back at him in confusion. What else? He thought about it and looked a little embarrassed, but in the end, he did not say what he had in mind, and smiled sardonically and said, "Thank you, Elder." Yu Fu was a bit puzzled, but he smiled and shook his head. Then he lazily walked towards the study. End of chapter.